Chapter 1 My wife, how old are you this year? Increase the dosage. Quick, we can't stop taking the medicine, keep increasing the dosage. On the hospital bed, the young man looked in pain and struggled desperately. Several medical staff held his hands and feet. With the injection of sedative, the boy calmed down and seemed to fall into a deep sleep. Yemo was not asleep. Although his body could not move, he was still conscious. The two memories finally merged, and the severe pain in the brain receded like a tide. Yemo was completely sure that he had traveled through time. My 28-year-old self travels back in time to my 18-year-old self. This world has many similarities with the original world, but also many differences. For example, the year is also 2035. In the world of his previous life, in 2035, Yemo was 28 years old. In this parallel world in 2035, he had just turned 18 years old. Apart from this, there are no changes in parents, family background, appearance, height, etc. No. The appearance. Yemo became a little excited. The appearance has not changed. In his previous life, a large part of his skin, including nearly half of his face, was covered with black birthmarks. From childhood to adulthood, countless people have praised his good-looking facial features, but this is always followed by a sigh. Say he has bad luck. If it didn't have the ugly and scary black birthmark on its body, this face would look like the Queen Mother is chasing after it and feeding it. According to his memory of this life, there is no black birthmark on his body. Yemo struggled to get up and went to the bathroom. The face that appeared in the mirror had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and was as handsome as a jade, but a little childish. Yemo stared at the face in the mirror, speechless for a moment, his expression suddenly serious. An aunt once said that if it weren't for the black birthmark, my face would have been born to be a gigolo. I angrily scolded her for her nonsense, saying that I would rely on my own efforts to make a name for myself. Now it seems that I am too young after all. If I don't listen to my aunt, I will be like an ox or a horse for decades. In his previous life, Yemo believed that there is always a way out. Even if he was ugly, he could still live a prosperous life through his own efforts. As a result, reality gave him one big challenge after another. With hard work, he was admitted to a prestigious university. He thought he could change his fate, but when he entered society he found that no matter how good his education was, he still had to work 996 and contribute to his boss's big villa. He works very hard, but his colleagues around him work just as hard. Everyone is risking their lives, and everyone is blessed. In the end, 28-year-old Yemo died suddenly in front of his computer while working overtime late at night. In his new life, looking at the face in the mirror, Yemo still wanted to get rich and honor his parents like in his previous life, but he felt that he should change his track. From the 996 track to the rich woman track. There were footsteps outside the bathroom. Yemo thought it was the medical staff from before, but when he walked out, he saw a few strangers. An old man in a Zhongshan suit and an old Taoist priest walked in front, with several big men who looked like bodyguards following behind them. The old man had a head full of white hair, but it was well maintained, with a ruddy complexion, sharp eyes, and an aura of majesty without even being angry. The old Taoist priest had an ugly appearance, a red nose, and a strong smell of alcohol on his body. He had a wine gourd hanging around his waist and looked Yemo back and forth with his eyes. Hey everyone, are you here to visit a patient? Did you go to the wrong ward? Yemo had never seen this old man or the old Taoist priest before in his memory. As for the old Taoist priest's unique dress, if you have ever seen it, you will never forget it. We didn't go to the wrong ward. We are looking for you. The old man in the Zhongshan suit looked at Yemo with a satisfied expression. This look is barely worthy of my daughter. My daughter is currently in a coma, and I need to find someone to bring her good luck. I've checked many people's birth dates, and yours is the most compatible with my daughter's. Yemo was bewildered. I can understand every word the other person says, but why do I have trouble understanding what they say when they are put together? My daughter is in a coma. Could she be a vegetable? He wants to find someone to bring good luck to his daughter, and his birth date and time are the most compatible with his daughter? If there weren't a few big men standing behind the other party, Yemo would have cursed. In this life, I am only 18 years old now, and this old man is old enough to be my grandfather. Isn't his daughter an aunt? The most important thing is, to put it nicely, marrying his daughter is to bring good luck to her, but to put it bluntly, isn't it just for me to be his daughter's male nanny and take care of a vegetative person? Do you think you are a fool? Leave my ward immediately. I need to rest. If you continue to talk nonsense, I will call for help immediately. Yemo retreated to the bedside and pretended to press the call button on the bedside. Don't want to? The old man frowned. Yemo said angrily, only a fool would do that. What's with the idea of bringing good luck and fortune? What's the point of using birth dates and horoscopes? In this day and age, there are still people who believe in this kind of stuff. The old man said, I've checked your family. Your parents are from the countryside and have come to the city to work. You have a younger brother, and your family of 4 lives in a rented house of less than 30 square meters. Your father was injured at a construction site, but he was reluctant to spend money on his medical treatment, which left him with sequelae and poor legs and feet. Your mother's spine isn't in good condition, and the doctor recommended surgery, but she's afraid of the cost, so she's been taking Chinese medicine all these years and hasn't even told you. Her health is getting worse and worse. Yemo's face was as gloomy as the bottom of a pot. What is the origin of this old man? Being able to find the person whose birth date and horoscope are most compatible with his daughter in such a vast crowd is something that no ordinary person can do. Nowadays, he knows the situation of his family better than himself, his son. What do you want by saying this? Yemo's eyes were fierce. The old Taoist priest was always observing Yemo's expression, and this time he showed some approval. He thought to himself that although Yemo looked gentle, he seemed to have a ruthless spirit in his bones. Yemo does have a ruthless nature in his bones. If I hadn't been so cruel in my previous life, I wouldn't have gotten myself killed. The old man in the Zhongshan suit said calmly, I just want to say that you are very short of money. So what? To bring happiness to my daughter, no gift is required, and there will be a very generous dowry. Who do you look down on? 5 million. There was a brief silence in the ward. Yemo suddenly reached out and grabbed the chair beside him. The eyes of several big men behind the old man became fierce. This kid is at the age where he gets easily carried away by hot-blooded behavior. Now he feels that his own master is using money to humiliate his personality and wants to take action? The next moment, Yemo placed the chair in front of the old man, wiped the seat with his sleeve, and said to the old man kindly, Father-in-law, please take a seat. May I ask how old my wife is this year? Everyone. Chapter 2 Age is not a problem at all. Older than you, 33. The old man in the Zhongshan suit did not sit down, but answered calmly. 33 years old. This is a good age. I like those who are a little older than me the most. If they want to use the method of wedding to wake people up, it goes without saying that all other methods must have been exhausted and are still ineffective. We can only try our best to save the situation. It is highly likely that this 33-year-old aunt will never wake up. But so what? The other party gave too much. Not to mention that the person was nearly twice his age. Even if he was 3 or 4 times his age, Yemo would grit his teeth and agree to it. What's more, Yemo's mental age is now 28 years old. At 33, that is totally acceptable. When the old man in the Zhongshan suit heard Yemo's words, he guessed that he must be speaking against his will. As a result, there was no flaw at all in Yemo's expression. This kid seemed to feel from the bottom of his heart that this age was not a big deal at all. Father-in-law, you know there are so many scammers these days. How can I be sure that you are not deceiving me in order to trick me away? There was a hint of caution on Yemo's face. The old man in the Zhongshan suit sneered, What on you have that's worth us cheating on? Yemo covered his kidneys with his hands and said cautiously. My kidneys are at their peak vitality, so how could they not be worth cheating on? You're not planning on taking my kidneys, are you? Everyone. I will transfer half of the dowry to your bank account first. Can you accept this? The old man in the Zhongshan suit was very generous. Of course I can accept it, but is there such a good thing? Aren't you afraid that I won't do the job after taking the money? Yemo was a little suspicious. You can try it. The old man in the Zhongshan suit glanced at a burly man next to him. The burly man walked out and made a phone call. A short while later, Yemo's phone received a text message informing him that he had received a remittance of 2.5 million. Yemo looked at the text message on the screen and felt it was unreal. 250. It sounds like an insult. But if you add a few zeros at the end, it will make people feel comfortable when looking at it. 2.5 million in cash, is it really that easy to give it to yourself? What kind of new scam is this? But I have never heard of such a scam method of directly transferring more than 2 million yuan. What made him feel even more wrong was that he hadn't even told the other party his bank account number. The other party transferred the money over. Yemo felt it was unreliable and logged into the bank app to confirm again. Huaxia currency balance, 2,500,095.27. Yemo was completely certain of two things. First, the other party not only investigated him, but also stripped him of everything. Not to mention his bank card account, he even suspected that the other party knew the color of his pants. Second, the other party is rich and powerful. 2.5 million, I'll give it to you right away. Judging from what they said, they are not afraid at all that I will take the money and do nothing. If I really do that, they have plenty of ways to punish me. Let's go. Where to? Yemo didn't react. The old Taoist priest laughed and said, "Silly boy, where else can you go? Of course, you should go to see your future wife." The extended version of the Rolls-Royce Phantom sped along the street, attracting many envious glances. Many people had just taken out their mobile phones to take a photo when the car worth over 10 million yuan sped away and disappeared. On the way, Yemo was thinking about a question, that is, how ugly is this 33-year-old aunt? If she wasn't so ugly, she wouldn't have to give such a generous dowry. But no matter how ugly you are, you must be a professional person. If you take other people's money, you must do what you should do well. Isn't it just playing the role of a husband, but actually being a male nanny who takes care of a vegetative patient? It's nothing compared to the work environment in my previous life where I was so busy that I didn't even have time to eat and was scolded by my boss. A Rolls-Royce drove into the manor. Not long after, Yemo was brought to the door of a room. There were two servants standing at the door. When they saw the old man in the Zhengshan suit, they greeted him stiffly. The old man waved his hand and asked them to leave. The old man pushed the door open and walked in. Yemo and the old Taoist priest followed behind him. Several strong men stood outside the door and closed it. The room is filled with various sophisticated medical equipment, which looks many times more advanced than the intensive care unit in a hospital. On the bed, there lay a woman. Obviously, this is the aunt. Although covered with a quilt, one can see the amazing curves at first glance. The peaks are like gathered peaks, the waves are like raging waves, and the figure is quite terrifying. In this case, how exaggeratedly ugly would the face be? Yemo looked at the woman's face and stood there in a daze. Even though her eyes were closed, the woman's face still looked a bit cold and stern. The first impression she gave people was that she was difficult to approach. But if you want to say whether it looks good or ugly, that's just so beautiful. Most women, when they get older, only look old and do not have a mature charm. The face of the woman in front of me is mature and beautiful. The passage of time has not eroded her face, but has added a unique charm. Something's wrong. This is so wrong. Yemo was suspicious. With her looks, there is no need to give such an exaggerated dowry. As long as she calls out, countless people will come to marry her with sky-high gifts, right? Wrong. The problem is, now she can't even shout? No matter how good-looking you are destined to lie in bed all your life. There are also requirements for your horoscope, so you don't have much choice. Father-in-law, do I have an elder brother-in-law or a younger brother-in-law? Yemo turned his head and looked at the old man in the Zhengshan suit. Why are you asking that? The old man was simply baffled. This boy was too familiar and completely different from the teenager he had in mind. Yemo said, "We'll be a family from now on, so of course I need to understand our family relationships clearly in advance." The old Taoist priest smiled and said, "I have a brother-in-law." That's right. Yemo murmured in his heart, although this family is rich and powerful, in the end, those good things will probably belong to her brother. This way, the options available are even smaller. Master, can we start now? The old man in the Zhengshan suit looked at the old Taoist priest. Yemo asked doubtfully, "Start what?" The old Taoist priest said with a smile, "Of course it's time to start a happy event." Is it so urgent? Are we getting married right now? If we don't need to make some preparations and have friends and family come over, it will take at least a day or two, right? Although Yemo was mentally prepared, it still felt a bit sudden. Although I can accept it, my aunt is still in a coma, so how can I hold the wedding? There's no rush for the wedding. Let's take care of the most important step first. Take off your coat and lie down on the bed. Damn. So direct? Yemo was dumbfounded. Are they going to skip the wedding and go straight to the bridal chamber? Chapter 3. Your sister and I are a perfect match. What are you still standing there for? Seeing that Yemo didn't move, the old man in the Zhengshan suit couldn't wait to urge him on. Yemo hesitated and said, "That's not good. Isn't it a bit too direct?" The old man in the Zhengshan suit looked gloomy and said, "You've already taken the money, and you still want to regret it? Not to mention 2.5 million, even if it is 250 yuan, once it is in your pocket, there is no reason to spit it out." Yemo said sternly, "It's impossible to go back on your word." "Then, will you two leave first? What are we going out for?" The old man in the Zhengshan suit looked puzzled. "Why don't you go out and just watch here?" Yemo was dumbfounded. Are all rich people so perverted? The old Taoist priest said with a smile, "What are you thinking, kid? I asked you to take off your outer clothes, but I don't mean to take off all your clothes. Just do as I say. Next, I will perform a ritual. Just lie down quietly." Perform a ritual? Yemo finally understood. This old Taoist priest is a charlatan. All this birth date and fortune telling are just lies from this old charlatan. Under normal circumstances, no one would believe this kind of thing. But once faced with desperate situations, people can't help but desperately pursue miracles that they don't believe in normal times. He glanced at the old man in the Chinese tunic suit and saw that his face was full of anticipation. Just now he thought that this cheap father-in-law had a bad temper, but now he felt a little sympathy for him. "I guess we have tried all the means that modern medicine can use, but there is still no effect, so we have to give it a try and ask this old charlatan to perform a treatment. You don't even need to think about what the final result will be. In this case, persuasion is of no use at all. The other party will not let go of his obsession until he gets an answer." Yemo took off his coat, followed the other party's instructions, pulled back the quilt, lay down on the bed, and held the woman's hand. A cool, soft touch came, accompanied by a faint fragrance. Yemo looked at the old Taoist priest, wanting to see how he was going to trick people. I saw the old Taoist holding a dustpan, muttering something. Qian man and Koan woman, destined for marriage in previous lives. Master Yu Lao, a perfect match. As he was muttering, the dust flew across Yemo and the woman's faces, so fast that Yemo couldn't see clearly. The god of heaven's joy dispels disasters, and the fairy master Yu Lao ties the red string. I pray to the gods to dispel disasters, and 1,000 blessings will come naturally. This old charlatan is quite capable, no wonder he can. As soon as this thought came into Yemo's mind, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his brow. Then he saw blood flying out from his brow, like a red line, wrapping around his body, and then spreading along the clasped hands to the woman's body. "Yao Tan respectfully invites you to come and be with me. From now on, there will be no more suspicion between the two children." The husband holds his wife's hand, and the wife steps into his arms. The old Taoist priest was still muttering to himself, but Yemo no longer had the heart to complain. His eyes were wide and he was filled with doubt and uncertainty. No. What's going on? Is this old Taoist priest serious? Faced with this strange situation, Yemo subconsciously struggled to get up. But he felt as if his body was tightly bound by silk threads and he couldn't move at all. A strong sense of sleepiness surged into my brain. Yemo slowly closed his eyes, his consciousness falling into darkness. In his ears, the old Taoist priest's voice continued. The golden boy and the jade girl line up on either side, and the matchmaker comes to congratulate. The matchmaker and the gods join in the congratulations, and the azure dragon and the white tiger protect the house. Hurry and obey the command. Where is this place? Yemo appeared in a dimly lit place. The surroundings were filled with thick gray fog, making it impossible to see the scenery in the distance. He looked down at his hands and immediately saw the large black birthmarks on them. In an instant, Yimoru fell into an icy cave. Isn't the black birthmark gone? Why is it still there? No. Get out. Leave, get off my body. Yemo desperately tore the black skin off his body. This black birthmark was like a curse to him in his previous life. He finally got rid of it, but it appeared again. This is totally unacceptable. Tear. The black birthmark, like a layer of film covering his body, was actually torn off, gathered together, and turned into a black water ball the size of a fist. What the hell is this? Yemo took a step back, his face full of surprise. The black water ball transformed into a piece of human skin and chased after him. No! The sun sets, and golden rays of light pour into the house. Yemo opened his eyes and sat up suddenly. His face was full of surprise. He looked around the room and checked his hands. There was no ugly black birthmark. He turned his head and saw the beautiful face still sleeping beside him. He took out his phone and logged into the banking app. Huaxia currency balance, 2,500,095.27. That black ball just now was just a nightmare, but what's happening now isn't. I traveled through time to my own parallel world and was brought here to congratulate a 33-year-old woman, and then. The scene before he passed out emerged in his mind. Yemo quickly checked his body, but there was no bloodline as he remembered. He got out of bed and ran to the bathroom, carefully checking the area between his eyebrows, but there was no wound. It seems that the head injury hasn't healed yet, so he had a nightmare. The reason why he was hospitalized in this life was last night, when he was riding a bicycle home from school and passing through a wasteland, a black shadow suddenly jumped out from the side. Before he could see what it was, he was knocked unconscious. Yemo had no idea what that black shadow was. But since he was sent to the hospital after falling unconscious, he guessed that he might have been hit by some off-road motorcycle racers. He had seen similar news in reports before. The quarrel outside the door reached Yemo's ears. I don't agree. I absolutely don't agree. He's just a little brat who hasn't even grown a hair yet. He's not worthy of a sister at all. Whether it's suitable or not is not your turn to decide. It was the voice of the old man in the Zhengshan suit. Dad. You can't do this. My sister. Crunch. The door was opened from the inside. Yemo saw 3 people standing outside the door. In addition to the old man in the Zhengshan suit and the old Taoist priest, there was also a tall and burly man who looked to be about 27 or 28 years old. Yemo was about 1.8 meters tall, and this man was almost half a head taller than him. He was dignified, with eyes like bright stars and a high nose. This family has really good genes. Yemo praised her in his heart and added, she's worthy of me. This is my brother-in-law, right? Yemo said, looking at the tall man. Who is your brother-in-law? The man immediately became anxious and angrily said, I don't agree with this at all. You, boy, don't even look in the mirror. How can you be worthy of my sister? Yemo said seriously, I just took the photo. I look like a perfect match for your sister. Chapter 4. She is an old cow eating young grass. You. Su Yuanhao looked at Yemo's face for a few seconds and changed his tone. You're a grown man, and all you can do is talk about your face? You're not a woman, and you think it's ridiculous to compete with each other in looks? If not looks, what else do we compete for? Family background, career, or who works harder? Family background is given by parents. As for career, second-generation people like you, even if you say that you don't rely on your parents, when you do things outside, others give you the green light. Isn't it because you have a good father? As for who works harder, there are so many hard-working people in this world. Can you really work harder than those who work themselves to death from overwork? Yemo refuted in one breath. He doesn't want to be a slave, nor does he want to suffer any loss in his life. Not even verbally. I wish those who say that suffering a loss is a blessing as much happiness as the East Sea. You kid. Su Yuanhao just felt that this kid was shameless and he had finished speaking. When he talks about things like competing for face, it seems so glorious. Of course, you can say that although I am good looking, your sister is just as beautiful. And my family background cannot compare to your sister's. In this respect, I am not worthy of her. But I also have my strengths. Yemo's face was full of confidence. What are the advantages? This time, the one who asked the question was the old Taoist priest standing nearby. Not only Su Yuanhao, he was also a little curious like the old man in the Zhengshan suit. Yemo said proudly, I'm only 18, at the peak of my life. Your sister is an old cow looking for young grass. It's only natural for an older man to look for a younger one, who has better conditions, right? The Su family father and son. The old Taoist priest smiled and said, that's right, it's not wrong. Yemo felt that although the old Taoist priest was a charlatan, he was at least easier to communicate with. Master, I still don't know, what is my wife's name? Su Qingyue. The old Taoist priest glanced at the Su family father and son beside him and said, your father-in-law is Su Han, and your brother-in-law is Su Yuanhao. As for me, my Taoist name is Gi. Su Yuanhao felt very uncomfortable. This guy is 10 years younger than me, and I actually became his brother-in-law? He was about to say something, but Su Han spoke to Yemo first. There are 2 weddings. Today is the first. Come again tomorrow. After the wedding is over, I will fulfill my promise and give you the remaining 2.5 million. Okay. Yi Mo agreed very straightforwardly. They have already given an advance payment of 2.5 million. In the previous life, this kind of party was hard to come by. Seeing Su Yuanhao still staring at him angrily, Yi Mo raised his eyebrows. Then I'll go say goodbye to my wife and leave. My parents won't be able to find me at this hour, and they'll probably be terribly worried. He walked into the room, squatted beside the bed, and held Su Qingyue's hand. Wife, I'm going back now. I'll come see you next time. Wake up early so we can have the wedding. Glancing at Su Yuanhao, Yi Mo saw that the guy's eyes seemed to be spitting fire. The corner of his mouth curled up. You are a brother-in-law, what can you use to fight your brother-in-law? At this moment, he suddenly felt that Su Qingyue's little finger seemed to move. Yi Mo was shocked. He looked carefully and saw that Su Qingyue still had her eyes closed and showed no signs of waking up. Yi Mo didn't think it was an illusion, and muttered to himself, is this just a natural reflex from lying down for too long? A thought came to his mind. Is it possible that Su Qingyue is actually conscious and can hear the movements outside? Thinking of this, Yi Mo looked at Su Qingyue with a little more sympathy in his eyes. I can sense everything in the outside world, but I can't react at all. It's like being locked in a life-sized cage, unable to move. It's hard to imagine how uncomfortable it is. He held Su Qingyue's hand, adding a bit of strength, and said seriously. Don't worry, I'm a man of my words. Since I've accepted your family's dowry, I will definitely be responsible for you. If you lie in bed and can't wake up for the rest of your life, I will take care of you for the rest of your life. After saying this, Yi Mo suddenly felt that Su Qingyue's little finger moved again. Yi Mo was overjoyed. From now on, when I have time, I'll come over and chat with you, okay? Yi Mo didn't believe that a vegetative person could be awakened by luck based on his birth date. He had seen the news, in which relatives chatted with the vegetative patient whenever they had time, and the vegetative patient eventually woke up. Come and chat with her more often, maybe it will be of some use? Are you done? If you are, leave quickly. Su Han's voice came in. Under his arrangement, a big man took Yi Mo away, and a driver would drive him back. After Yi Mo disappeared from sight, Su Yuanhao asked, Dad, you gave him a generous dowry? It's not that generous. Su Han said in a flat tone. 5 million is a drop in the bucket for the Su family. It's not that they can't afford more, but if they give too much, the other party will feel it's not real. So what gift did he give? After Su Yuanhao heard Yi Mo say beside the bed that he would take care of his sister for the rest of her life after receiving the dowry, his impression of Yi Mo improved a little. There is no betrothal gift. After Su Han finished speaking, he seemed to feel that it was not quite accurate. You can also say that there is a betrothal gift. The betrothal gift is his life. Will he die? Su Yuanhao's expression changed. Taoist Gi shook his head, not to the extent that he lost his life directly. But if I tell him that result, he probably won't accept it. It's not an exaggeration to say that the dowry I gave him is money to buy his life. After all. Su Yuanhao wanted to ask more, but was interrupted by Su Han's cold voice. That's enough. You just need to understand that everything I did was to wake your sister up. Su Yuanhao shut his mouth. He knew how stubborn his father was, and there was no point in talking any further. If there was no betrothal gift, it would be fine, but since there was a betrothal gift, and with my sister's temper even more stubborn than my father's, and she accepted the other party's betrothal gift, then. The boy just now said that he would be responsible for his sister after accepting the dowry. On the other hand, if my sister accepted the betrothal gift, I'm afraid she would also be responsible for this boy. Mom, I'm fine. I'm all right now. It's just too stuffy in the ward, so I came out to get some fresh air. Are you and my dad in my ward? Wait a minute, I'll be there soon. Yi Mo hung up the phone and fell into deep thought. He was thinking seriously about a question: how should he spend this huge sum of 2.5 million? If I want to tell my family about the existence of this money, I have to make up a reason and explain the origin of the money. You can't say that your son got married to Sleeping Beauty, and the other party was attracted by my birth date and gave me 5 million as a dowry. This reason seems to be even more like deceiving fools than those news on the hot search that say someone won 5 million in lottery tickets. Chapter 5 Dad, Mom, can you accept that my wife is older? Yunhai City, Central Hospital. Yi Mo walked into the ward and was greeted by the middle-aged man and woman in the room. Son, are you really fully recovered? Lin Shuhui, a middle-aged woman with a slightly plump figure, looked concerned. He's a grown man, not a child. How could he be wrong about whether he's in good health or not? Yi Weiguo had not yet taken off his muddy work clothes, and it was obvious that he had finished his work, so he rushed over as soon as possible. What do you care? My two sons are my flesh and blood. If you don't feel sorry for them, I do. Lin Shuhui said unhappily. Yi Mo said that he had fully recovered. Remembering what Su Han had said before, he asked his parents to go for a physical examination. Yi Weiguo and Lin Shuhui immediately shook their heads and said that they were in good health and did not need to be checked. Yi Mo had expected them to answer like this, and he tricked them by saying that there was a new policy that allowed parents of college students to go to the hospital for free examination and treatment once a year, without having to pay any money. Yi Weiguo and Lin Shuhui looked at each other and stopped objecting. After all, it's not that they don't want to be examined and treated, they simply don't want to spend money. Yi Mo asked them to wait in the ward while he went to register. The so-called fact that college students' parents don't have to pay for medical treatment is, of course, nonsense. He thought about it all the time but couldn't come up with a reliable reason to explain where the 2.5 million came from. Furthermore, based on his understanding of his parents, even if they knew he had the money, they would definitely let him keep it for buying a house and finding a wife in the future, and would not agree to spend the money on them. Get out of the way. Everyone, get out of the way. An anxious shout came from the front. Medical staff pushed the ambulance and rushed over here. Next to her was a woman with tear marks on her face and a middle-aged man with a conspicuous scar on his forehead. Yi Mo turned sideways and saw the wounded on the cart, his pupils contracted. The picture is really scary. The man was in his 30s, his face was as pale as paper, his entire left arm along with half of his shoulder was missing, blood was dripping, and the bluish-white bones could be seen. The other pedestrians in the corridor were all terrified, and the timid ones just collapsed on the ground. What a sin! Was he hacked to death by a knife? Do you think we're filming a movie? How could you chop off both your hands and shoulders with a knife? I know who it is. It must be the Midnight Killer. Right. I've read a lot of things online. Some say that guy is over 2 meters tall and incredibly strong. If you meet him, there's absolutely no way you'll survive. This world is not peaceful. No, Laoli, you stay in the hospital alone tonight. I have to go back and look after our son, so he doesn't run out and mess around in the middle of the night. Listening to people's discussions, Yi Mo thought of the Midnight Killer who had been making a lot of noise in Yunhai City recently. There are many different opinions online about the origins of the Midnight Killer. What is certain is that this man likes to find remote places at night and attack people randomly. Several people have died at his hands, and their deaths were all horrific. That wound doesn't look man-made at all. It looks more like it was torn off by a wild beast, with the shoulder and arm torn off. Yi Mo pondered it secretly, then put it out of his mind. He was about to be discharged from the hospital and didn't think this matter had anything to do with him. The results of Yi Weiguo and Lin Shuhui's physical examinations were soon available. Yi Mo asked his parents to wait outside while he went in to ask the doctor for details. Yi Weiguo has chronic synovitis in his knee. After he was injured, he did not receive timely treatment and the disease was delayed. Fortunately, it is not difficult to treat. After seeing Lin Shuhui's examination report, the doctor's expression became noticeably more serious. The spine is severely deformed, compressing the nerves. It's been delayed for too long. Minimally invasive surgery is of little use, and conservative treatment can only delay treatment. If I don't have surgical intervention, I'll become paralyzed in a few years when I'm old. After the doctor finished speaking, he saw Yi Mo's grim expression and said reassuringly, "Don't worry, the surgery is not risky." Yi Mo asked how certain he was. "Here, we have an 80% chance of success. The most serious consequence will not threaten life, but it will cause inconvenience to the hands and feet and have some impact on life." The doctor told the truth. 80% sure. The probability of failure is low. The problem is, Yi Mo is not willing to gamble on something that concerns his mother's later life. Here, we have an 80% chance of success. Does that mean other hospitals might have a higher chance of success? The doctor was frank. Among the hospitals in Yunhai City, ours has the highest success rate. The experts in the capital are more confident. However, even if you have enough money, they may not be available. Young man, your mother's condition cannot be delayed. She must be treated within 6 months at most. The longer you delay, the lower the success rate. Yemo understood what the doctor meant. You can't hire those experts just because you have money. Many times, connections are more important than money. What kind of connections does he have? The first thing Yemo thought of was his cheap father-in-law. Would he have any connections in this area? After leaving the ward, Yemo told his parents that they were just minor problems. Dad, come back in a couple of days and we'll just have a minimally invasive surgery. Mom, the doctor said you can just take some medicine and have conservative treatment first. It'll be fine. After walking out of the hospital gate, Yemo remembered something and asked his father who sent him to the hospital. A square-faced man, he looks to be under 40 years old. Yiwegwe recalled the man's appearance. By the way, he has a scar on his forehead, it's very conspicuous. Yemo suddenly remembered the man he had seen in the hospital corridor earlier. Could it be him? Dad, Mom, I want to ask you a question. Yemo touched his nose. Lin Shui pulled his hand down. I've been like this since I was little. I like to touch my nose when I feel guilty. What's the problem? Did you get into trouble at school? Yiwegwe patted his waist and said with a smile, Son, do you need money somewhere? Don't worry, your dad is very rich. No. I want to ask, can you accept that my future wife is a little older than me? How old are you and you want to find a wife? Lin Shui laughed and scolded, although your parents are from the countryside, they are not old-fashioned. It's not bad to be 2 or 3 years older than you. They are older and know how to take care of people. Then if he's more than 2 or 3 years old, maybe a little older. Yemo thought to himself, if you add another 10 years, it would be more than that. Chapter 6, a girl who is 3 years older than a man is rich, and a girl who is 5 years older than a man is as good as his mother. More than 2 or 3 years old, a little older. 4 or 5 years old? Lin Shuhui's face looked a little unhappy. As the saying goes, a woman who is 3 years older than a man is as rich as a mother, and a woman who is 5 years older than a man is as good as his mother. The difference is not a little bit. It's okay. 4 or 5 is 4 or 5. Times have changed. It's not uncommon for boys to be 4 or 5 years older than girls, and vice versa. As long as the child likes it, it's fine. Yiwegwe said with a smile. Lin Shui was obviously still unhappy. You're just a freshman, where can you find someone 4 or 5 years older than you? And don't get involved with those messy women in society. At your age, going to school to date students, how can you be a good person? If you want a date, you can find a female classmate in school, isn't it much better than those questionable ones outside? Yes. Hello, female classmate. We are about the same age and go to the same school. There is no need to worry about the generation gap in communication. Yiwegwe agreed with a smile. Obviously, deep down, he also hopes that his son will find someone of similar age. Yemo muttered to himself, if it was hard for him to accept it at the age of 4 or 5, then what if he told his parents that he was 15? The most important thing is that this wife, who is 15 years older than him, is still a vegetative state lying in the hospital bed. Forget it, it's better not to say anything for now. On the rooftop of the outpatient building stood a middle-aged man. His eyes were as calm as water as he looked at Yemo's family as they walked away. If Yemo saw this person, he would find that it was the middle-aged man with the scar on his face. Boss, that kid's detailed information. A thin young man came over and handed the other person a file bag. Shinshan didn't reach out to take it, have you seen it? I've seen it, he's really just an ordinary person. The young man withdrew his hand and made a tisk sound. This kid is really lucky. After encountering a strange beast, being able to keep his life is already considered good luck. Not only did he keep his life, but he also didn't have any injuries at all. Do you remember the scene when we found him? Remember. If we hadn't arrived in time, no bones would have been left of those monsters that hadn't been encountered before. There were many bloodstains around the boy, but no wounds on his body. After inspection, it was found that the bloodstains did not belong to human beings. He was attacked by a strange beast, but he was not hurt at all. Instead, the strange beast disappeared, leaving only a bloodstain. It is indeed strange. This was the first time the young man had encountered such a bizarre thing. They even suspected that there was something strange about this kid. Before Yemo woke up, they conducted various tests and confirmed that Yemo was indeed a human. Not only is he human, but the genetic sequence in his body shows that he is a pure Chinese. Boss, I have a guess. Explain. It must be a warrior who doesn't belong to our administration. He happened to pass by and killed the monster. The corpse of the strange beast contained supernatural substances and was naturally taken away. Perhaps this kid saw something before he passed out? I just asked the doctor. He said he didn't see anything clearly. A dark shadow hit him, and then he passed out. TSK. Anyway, this kid is really lucky. Oh, boss, there's one more thing. The young man remembered something and told the middle-aged man that the Su family had taken EMO away. Even the Su family explained clearly what they did after taking EMO away. The young man said, Suhan is a man of character, but he actually believed the nonsense of that kind of charlatan. It seems that he is really confused and senile. Xin Shan's expression was indifferent. Although the Su family was once glorious, it has long since fallen into decline. It is very rare for a Su Qingyue to emerge. Suhan loves his daughter dearly, and considering the benefits Su Qingyue can bring to the Su family, it's not surprising that he's desperately trying all sorts of treatments. Boss, should we take care of this matter? Why bother with something that's destined to have no results? Even if we take a step back, if Su Qingyue can really wake up, it would be a good thing. Why bother interfering? Hungry. Yi Mo felt an unprecedented hunger. He had a feeling that he could even eat a cow now. In his opinion, this was undoubtedly an illusion that occasionally occurred when one was too hungry. In fact, after eating a few bowls of rice, you will feel very full. This feeling of hunger had existed since he woke up in the Su family villa, but he had been holding it in because he was anxious to see his parents. As time went on, the hunger grew stronger. On the way back, Yi Mo suggested that the three of them go out for a good meal. Lin Shui rejected the idea, saying that food outside was expensive and unhealthy, and it was better to eat at home. To welcome her son out of the hospital, Lin Shui prepared 4 dishes and a soup, which were quite large. The couple only ate less than a quarter of it, and the rest went into Yi Mo's stomach. After finishing another bowl of rice, Yi Mo looked at Lin Shui and asked, Mom, is there any more in the pot? No more. Lin Shui and Yi Weiguo were both dumbfounded. On weekdays, Lin Shui often said that Yi Mo ate too little, but after eating 7 bowls of rice and so many dishes, he was still not full. The key point is that Yi Mo's stomach was not bloated at all. If Yi Mo hadn't had a physical examination at the hospital and it showed that there was nothing wrong with him, they would have taken Yi Mo there for a thorough examination. Lin Shui fried 2 more bowls of rice noodles. Yi Mo wolfed down the food and opened his mouth to say that he was still a little hungry, but when he met his parents' worried eyes, he had to change his words. I'm full and a little bloated. I'm going to go for a walk to help digestion. Not to mention his parents, Yi Mo now even doubts whether there is something wrong with his body. Why is it like the legendary Tao Tai, who can never be full no matter how much he eats? After finding a barbecue buffet restaurant outside the community, Yi Mo finally filled his stomach. With the restaurant owner looking on with tears in his eyes, Yi Mo walked out the door. He decided that if the situation remained the same tomorrow, he would go to the hospital again and get a thorough checkup inside and out. As I walked out of the restaurant, I bumped into a delivery man who was running out in a hurry to pick up his food from the store next door. Bang! Yi Mo was not knocked down, but the other party sat down on the ground. There was a slight pain in his forearm, as the key in the other person's hand had cut a small wound. Yi Mo was initially annoyed that the other person wasn't looking at the road, but once he saw his face clearly, he asked in surprise, Uncle Zhang? Xiao Mo? That's you. Sorry, I was too anxious just now. Are you okay? The middle-aged man got up, looking apologetic. Fine. Yi Mo shook his head, feeling a little emotional. The middle-aged man is named Zhang Song and lives in the same community. Although they were not very familiar with each other, Yi Mo remembered that when he met him during the Chinese New Year when he was a child, he would give him and his brother a small red envelope. My parents told me that the other party used to have a very good job and was almost able to buy the rented house in the community. As a result, he was fired for unknown reasons at the age of 36, his wife had health problems, he lost his job, and all his savings. Looking at Zhang Song, who was leaving in a hurry, Yi Mo felt a sense of crisis. In his previous life, he worked hard for several years and actually had some savings, but because Lin Shui had health problems, he used all the savings to treat his mother's medical treatment. In the end, his mother's life could not be saved, and he was left penniless. The life of an ordinary person is too fragile. Even if things go smoothly for a while, it is like a castle in the air. Once fate plays a trick on them, it will completely collapse and fall into the abyss. When it's done, I'll have 5 million in cash, which is a huge sum. But it's still far from enough. My parents have some health issues, and treatment costs money. Even if they're cured later, there is no guarantee that more problems won't arise when they get older. I need more money. A strong sense of crisis surged in Yemo's heart. Money is not everything, but it can solve most problems in life. He looked at the wound on his forearm and suddenly froze in place. The wound on his forearm mysteriously disappeared. Chapter 7 Am I a Monster? Yemo was 100% sure that there was indeed a wound on his forearm. The pain I felt at that time could not have been fake. But what about the wound? Why did he suddenly disappear? Thinking about the strange feeling of hunger and crazy appetite today, he suddenly felt a little uneasy. Yemo found a secluded place and took out the key from his pocket. There is a small knife on the multifunctional keychain. He took the knife and cut his forearm. He felt a stinging sensation, and a small wound less than 1 centimeter long appeared on his forearm. Not bad. I was saying, how is this possible? I'm not a monster, how can I heal immediately after getting a wound? Yemo breathed a sigh of relief and smiled, but in less than a second, the smile froze. The wound on his forearm turned pitch black. It was like a black liquid seeping out from deep within the flesh. In less than a breath, the black color disappeared, the skin was intact, and the wound disappeared without a trace. Yemo's scalp tingled. He took a knife and cut a 5 or 6 centimeter wound on his forearm. Just like before, it healed quickly. He tried several more times, and each time it returned to normal. The only physical change is he is a little hungry again. Am I dreaming? Yemo was filled with confusion and uncertainty. But when the skin is cut, there is severe pain. How can the dream be so real? He went to eat something, filled his stomach again, and went home to sleep. Maybe this is all a dream. When you wake up tomorrow, your body will be back to normal. The next morning, after eating 2 bowls of white porridge, Yemo felt a little bloated and couldn't eat anymore. Has your body returned to normal? He was surprised and happy, ran to the bathroom and stabbed his forearm. A moment later, Yemo had a bitter face, his stomach growling with hunger, and he started eating breakfast again. Now we can be sure that all this is not a dream. My body has incredible recovery ability. It is not an exaggeration to call it a monster. After being injured, you can recover quickly, but the cost is that you need to eat a lot to replenish energy. If you think about it carefully, although it is incredible, it doesn't seem to be a bad thing? I just don't know how strong this recovery ability is. If I lose my limbs, can they grow back? What if my head is lost? Wouldn't that also grow back? Although he was curious, he had no intention of giving it a try. This matter cannot be made known to others. Otherwise, he might end up being caught and sliced into pieces for research. After breakfast, the cell phone rang. It was the Sue family's driver who called and asked when he would come over today. You can come pick me up now. Yemo thought that he would get the remaining 2.5 million after the matter was done, and he couldn't wait to go there. After hanging up the phone, he looked at Lin Shui who was cleaning the dishes. Mom, which area of the city center do you like? Why are you saying such stupid things again? Lin Shuhui's words sounded like a complaint, but her face was clearly filled with happiness. Yemo remembered that when he was first admitted to Yunhai University, he was full of energy and ambition. He once told his mother that he would buy a big house in the city center and let his parents live there. Lin Shui didn't seem to take it seriously at the time. Later, when his mother passed away, Yemo brought her ashes back to his hometown, only to find out that she had shown off to many relatives when she returned home. She showed off that her eldest son had been admitted to a key university and was very filial, and that she would buy a big house in the city center for her to live in the future. At that time, Yemo's ambitions had been worn away by life, and he had long forgotten the high-spirited promises he made in his youth. The year he graduated, his father jumped into the river to save a child who fell into the water. In the end, the child was rescued, but his own life was lost. My mother's health was not good to begin with, and after my father's death, her condition deteriorated even further. She passed away without enjoying any happiness. In this life, Yemo wants to get rich and stand out, for himself and for his family. Mom, just tell me, which location in the city center do you like? How would I know which position is best? In the future, if my precious son really gets rich, he should ask your wife where she likes it. What's the point of asking me? When the time comes, don't abandon me just because you have a wife. I'll be satisfied. How can my wife compare to you? Without your approval, no one can enter our house. Look at what you can do. Mom heard that there are many more boys than girls nowadays, so it's not that easy to find a wife. Mom, look at my face, look carefully. Is it possible that I won't be able to find a wife? Yemo pointed at his face. Lin Shui glanced at it and nodded with a smile, that's right. At around 10 o'clock in the morning, Yemo came to the Su family villa again. In addition to Su Han and Taoist Gi, Su Yuanhao was also present. Seeing that Taoist Gi looked calm, Yemo was a little impressed. This old charlatan has a really good mentality. He is not afraid. Wait a minute, if Su Qingyue doesn't wake up, he will have a bad ending, right? Just like yesterday, take off your coat and lie on the bed? Yemo was very self-conscious. No rush. Before that, I have a few words to say to you. Taoist priest Gi shook his head. The Su family father and son looked at Taoist Gi in confusion. Obviously, they didn't know what Taoist Gi was going to say suddenly. If this ritual continues, you won't die, but a significant portion of your lifespan will be lost. For the sake of 5 million, have you really thought this through? Master Gi asked in a calm tone. Su Han's expression changed. Master, you. I don't think I've ever told him the truth. I won't tell him the truth, will I? In the end, whether he's willing or not, it's up to him to choose. If he doesn't want to, forcing the ceremony to go on would be detrimental to the harmony of nature, and I will never do such a thing. Taoist priest Gi had an expression that said nothing could be negotiated. Su Han's expression was very ugly. He felt like he was stabbed in the back by this old bull. The Su family gave the old Taoist priest 50 million yuan to make the move. Unlike Yemo, the old Taoist priest asked that all the money be transferred after the first ceremony. Now, the other party has got all the money. But the result is this? When you didn't get the money, why didn't you say it was against the will of heaven? If Yemo is unwilling and the ceremony cannot proceed, the old Taoist priest will not return the money. This old Taoist priest was very mysterious. He came to the door on his own initiative and displayed amazing skills. Although the Su family was not simple, they did not have the ability to force the other party to spit out the money. This guy took the money, but was unwilling to be a bad guy and didn't take the Su family seriously at all. Yemo listened and found it very funny. Will continuing the ritual shorten my lifespan? The people of the Su family were desperate to seek medical treatment from all directions, and it was unacceptable that they were deceived. He still wants to fool himself? Taoist priest Gi seemed to see what he was thinking and said calmly, yesterday, after the ceremony, didn't you feel very weak? Of course I. Yemo didn't finish his words, his voice suddenly stopped as he thought of something. I didn't feel weak yesterday, but when I woke up, I felt very hungry. According to his guess, the body now has incredible recovery ability. The greater the loss, the greater the appetite. Yesterday he cut a few wounds on his body, so he ate a little more and felt full quickly. But after waking up at the Su family, he was extremely hungry. Counting all the food he ate at home and outside, the amount was extremely exaggerated. I never thought about it before, why there would be such shocking loss after waking up. Now that I think about it, was it because of the old Taoist priestess ritual? Could it be that? Yemo turned his head to look at the beautiful aunt on the bed. Could it be that if this ceremony continued, she would really wake up later? Chapter 9 Give Up True Love? You have to pay extra. Master, when will my sister wake up? Does the ritual really work? Su Yuanhao looked nervously at the two people on the bed. If you don't wake up, I will return the money to you. Taoist priest Gi was very calm. The Su family father and son were not happy at all when they heard this. That was not the result they wanted. Awake! Su Han showed a look of surprise. Su Qingyue's eyelashes trembled and she slowly opened her eyes. She didn't look at the three people beside the bed at first, but looked at Yemo who was holding her hand tightly beside her. Sister, this person is. I know who he is. Su Qingyue's voice was cold. When you were unconscious, you could hear the movements around you? Su Yuanhao guessed something. Su Yuanhao looked at his expressionless sister, feeling helpless. In other words, her sister already knew the specific situation and knew that the man next to her was her husband, but she didn't show any expression at all. It was as if this matter had nothing to do with her. My sister has been like this since she was a child. Since her mother passed away, it seems that there is nothing she cares about except books and scientific research. Emo seemed to be having a nightmare. He struggled slightly but still pushed the quilt away. Su Qinghua didn't show any expression, but she reached out and covered him with the quilt. Question mark. Su Yuanhao suddenly felt a little sad. From childhood to adulthood, his sister seemed to have never covered him with a quilt. Sister, our Su family and this guy just made a deal. What's the so-called bringing happiness to others? It's just a talk, don't take it seriously. Su Yuanhao felt that he needed to give a reminder. Su Han nodded and said, wait until he wakes up, give him the remaining money, and then send him away. It's not the remaining money, it's the remaining dowry. He has already given his betrothal gift, so the Su family naturally has to give him the agreed dowry. Su Qinghua corrected herself. It's over. Su Yuanhao's heart sank. My sister is a stubborn person. Originally, all he had to do was hide it from her and tell her that Emo only accepted a dowry and didn't give any betrothal gifts, and then this matter would actually be easily resolved. But since my sister could hear the movements around her, she naturally knew that Emo had used his own lifespan to wake her up. In this case, given my sister's personality, I'm afraid it won't end so well. Su Han said in a deep voice with a cold face, without a wedding and without a marriage certificate, do you really consider him your man? What made Su Han a little embarrassed was that Su Qinghua did not refute, but did not even look at him, as if what he thought was not important. Gray fog space. Emo ran desperately, and behind him, the black-skinned man was chasing him. How can nightmares continue like this? This isn't a dream. Where is this place? Emo was shocked and angry. He felt weaker than ever before and his heart seemed to be about to explode. The black human skin caught up with him and wrapped around him. The ugly black birthmark reappeared. Emo felt better and tried to tear off the black birthmark on his body, but he found that the area covered by the birthmark was gradually shrinking. At the same time, he felt the weakness in his body gradually disappear. What's going on? Emo stopped what he was doing. He remembered what Taoist Guyi had said earlier. By performing the ritual, one's lifespan will be shortened and the body will become weak. Didn't you feel very weak just now? Is it this ugly birthmark that helps his body recover? When the feeling of weakness completely disappeared, there was no need for him to tear it off. The black birthmark on his body flew off automatically like a piece of human skin. The black human skin turned into a ball. Compared with the beginning, this black ball was only about half the size. What on earth is this thing? Is this the thing that gives my body such incredible recovery abilities? Emo looked at the black sphere in front of him, and the fear in his heart subsided. He reached out and tried to touch the black sphere. As soon as it was touched, consciousness fell into darkness again. In the room, Emo opened his eyes and sat up suddenly. The Su family father and son were frightened by him. Emo glanced at them and turned to meet a pair of cool and bright peach blossom eyes. When I close my eyes, I think this face is too beautiful. Now with these eyes as a backdrop, she is even more beautiful. Sister, look. This boy is definitely a pervert. Su Yuanhao saw Emo staring at his sister's face and immediately spoke loudly. Emo didn't refute, but looked at him and asked, aren't you lustful? Su Yuanhao was speechless. Emo noticed that Su Qinghua's eyes were always on him, and he muttered in his heart, why don't you say something? I can organize my words based on your next sentence. Depending on Su Qinghua's attitude, he will show different attitudes. Although Su Qinghua is in her 30s, she is a rich and beautiful woman and doesn't have to worry about not finding a man. It is normal for her to look down on a boy who has just reached adulthood. The so-called wedding to bring good luck should be treated as if it never happened. The premise is that the agreed 5 million must be obtained. As long as you get the money, everything else will be easy. A wealthy woman has 5 million. If I find a few more, I'll never have to start a business in my life. Speaking of which, can living like a gigolo be considered a career? Emo pondered in his heart. Su Han said coldly, there is no room for negotiation on this matter. The so-called blessing of good fortune is what Taoist Guyi wanted. Now that you have woken up, at worst, we can just give this guy some more money and send him off. If he steps into the gate of my Su family will surely become a laughingstock. If you dare to insist on your own way, from now on, you are no longer my daughter, Su Han. Emo was not surprised at all when he heard this. He had long expected that after the deed was done, the old man would go back on his word and kick him out. But he didn't care at all. Give more money? Good thing. You can just pretend to be angry and make the other party bleed more. If you are unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. Thinking of this, Yemo tightly grasped Su Qingyue's small hand and said angrily, "Impossible. I sacrificed decades of my life to save her. If she wasn't my wife, I wouldn't have saved her for that little money. To be honest, I fell in love with her the first time I saw her. I don't want anyone else in this life except her. It's absolutely impossible for me to give up my true love just for a little money. It's impossible to spend a little money, but you can add money." Yemo didn't notice that Su Qingyue's eyes had changed a little. Chapter 10 I Will Be Your Wife. You want me to be your wife? A cold voice sounded in my ears. Yemo turned around and saw Su Qingyue looking at him expressionlessly. This woman also wants to cheat? Yes, I want you to be my wife. You want to get rid of me by offering me a small amount of money? No way. But I'm more than 10 years older than you. So what? True love knows no age. I like people older than me. Okay. Su Qingyue nodded. What do you mean? Yemo was stunned. I will be your wife. Su Qingyue's words were brief and straightforward. Yemo was dumbfounded. Su Han was furious. Impossible. If you insist on doing this, don't even think about setting foot in my Su family's door again. Su Qingyue looked at him. Okay. The scene was silent. Not to mention the Su family father and son, Yemo was also stunned. There's something wrong with this woman. What's going on? Let's go. Su Qingyue pulled Yemo and walked out the door. Where to? Yemo felt that his thoughts could not keep up with this woman. My house. After Su Qingyue finished speaking, she hesitated and changed it to, our house. Yemo felt a little confused. The direction of things was completely different from what he expected. Does this woman think that he has saved her by using decades of his life, and is planning to repay her with his body? She is much more reliable than her father. Know how to repay kindness. But you can actually repay it with money. When he came to his senses, Su Qingyue had already pulled him out of the Su family villa. At this moment, Yemo received a text message on his phone. He took a look and saw that it was from a stranger. My sister is a simple person who rarely interacts with the outside world. Her life is devoted to scientific research and she has no interest in matters between men and women. The reason I agreed to marry you is simply because I feel I owe you a huge favor. Find an opportunity to get away from her, and we'll immediately transfer the remaining 2.5 million to you, plus an extra 5 million. This text message was obviously sent by Su Yuanhao. Yemo's eyelids twitched. You have had little contact with the outside world since childhood, and your life is only about scientific research? He is actually a scientist? What's wrong? Su Qingyue turned her head to look at him after noticing his gaze. What do you do? Yemo asked curiously. A researcher at the Extraordinary Research Institute. Su Qingyue replied, the extraordinary potion is the result of the Extraordinary Research Institute's research. At this time, we have arrived at the gate of the villa. Su Qingyue stopped and said softly, are you very hungry? I'll take you to eat. Huh? Why are you asking this suddenly? Your stomach keeps growling. Su Qingyue pointed at Yemo's belly. Only then did Yemo realize that his stomach was rumbling. It would have been fine if the other person hadn't said anything, but after being reminded of this, I immediately felt extremely hungry. Su Qingyue's face hesitated, and she suddenly said, someone like me is actually not suitable to be a wife. You should probably think about it again. I don't know how to fall in love, and I don't even know how to get along with others. Then what kind of woman do you think is suitable to be a wife? Yemo was a little curious. Su Qingyue thought for a moment, gentle and considerate, understanding, able to cheer him up when he's upset, and never abandon him no matter what he's going through. Also, he's capable of both being a gentleman and a womanizer. My goodness, if all men looked for wives according to this standard, then no one would get married. Stop. Stop it. The sound of the phone receiving a text message rang again. Yemo took a look and saw that it was from Su Yuanhao again. My mother passed away early, but in my sister's heart, she was the greatest person in the world. Wife and mother are the most amazing identities in the world. Before, my father introduced her to young talents, but she said that she was too introverted and could not become a wife and mother like my mother, so she rejected them all. If you use the fake status of a married couple to do anything to her, I will never forgive you. Yemo turned his head and met Su Qingyue's gaze. It's from my brother-in-law. He asked me to take good care of you and said we should find an opportunity to make it a done deal. Once we have a child, my father-in-law won't be able to object. Ah? Su Qingyue's face suddenly turned red. Yemo muttered to himself, with no expression on his face. I thought he was really the kind of person who was naturally cold and indifferent, but he is actually shy. If you are shy, that's easy. If you want to be a good wife, nothing else matters, just do the most important thing well. Yemo put away his phone. Which point? Su Qingyue looked serious. I'm willing to spend money on my husband. For example. Yemo pointed to a restaurant not far away that looked very high-end. Suppose I'm very hungry but I don't have any money. What should I do? Su Qingyue blinked and said, I'll treat you. Wrong. Husband and wife are one, what do you mean by please? You really still need to keep working hard. Yemo sighed. Su Qingyue looked annoyed. A few minutes later, the two sat in the restaurant, waiting for the waiter to serve their food. You just said that the extraordinary potion is the result of your research. Can you give me some? Yemo had heard from Su Han that the extraordinary potion could greatly improve all aspects of the body. After learning that there were monsters like the Star Beast in this world, he inexplicably felt a sense of crisis. If I could become stronger, even if I really encountered a monster, I would have a better chance of escaping. Yes. But even with the easiest to adapt potion number 7, most people's bodies can't handle it. If you want to try, I'll take you to the research institute for a test, but don't get your hopes up. With Su Qingyue's explanation, Yemo gained a better understanding of extraordinary substances and extraordinary potions. Extraordinary substances contain powerful energy, but the human body cannot absorb it directly. Not to mention eating it, even if you accidentally touch it, it will cause great harm to the human body. The reason why Su Qingyue fell into a coma was that something went wrong when she came into contact with the extraordinary substance. It is precisely because extraordinary substances cannot be taken directly that we go to great lengths to formulate extraordinary potions based on them. Extraordinary potions are still harmful to the human body, but the damage is much less than that of extraordinary substances. The first extraordinary potion was named number 1. Now, it has been updated to number 7. The newer the extraordinary medicine, the lower the requirements it places on the human body. But even so, most people still cannot pass the test of extraordinary potion number 7. To put it simply, if I can withstand the side effects of the supernatural potion and my body remains healthy, does that mean I can use the power of the supernatural potion to improve my body? Yemo concluded. Seeing Su Qingyue nod, Yemo suddenly thought that his body now had incredible recovery ability. Does this mean that even if this extraordinary potion causes damage to one's body, one can recover immediately? Chapter 11, Leaping Over the Dragon Gate, The Road to Extraordinariness. After dinner, we'll go to the research institute and do a test. Su Qingyue could see that Yemo was obviously very interested. This is normal. Everyone who knows about the extraordinary potion will want to try it. Some people are even willing to pay a huge price. Unfortunately, they don't know that extraordinary potions are not only useless to most people, but also like poison. If you force yourself to take the drug when your body cannot handle it, you will either lose your life or your body will turn into an ugly monster, making life worse than death. Before officially taking the extraordinary potion, you must first pass the test. Inside the restaurant, everyone's gaze turned towards Yemo's table. Su Qingyue's appearance and figure were eye-catching, and she attracted a lot of attention from the very beginning. But in the end, these eyes shifted to Yemo. Is this guy a starving ghost reincarnated? Why is he eating so much? You're not fat, so why do you eat so much? What do you know? I heard that real big eaters are not only not fat, but are actually thinner than ordinary people. With his appetite, he could definitely make money by becoming a big eater and broadcasting his food. Big eater eating show? When Yemo heard this, he thought to himself, maybe he could really give it a try? On second thought, even if you are a big eater, there is a limit to how much you can eat. In his case, his appetite is too exaggerated, and after eating, his stomach is not bloated at all. No one would believe it is true. It would be fine if you don't believe it, but if you do believe it, will they capture you and dissect you? The amount was enough for a dozen adults to have a full meal, and it all went into Yimo's stomach in a blink of an eye. You don't seem surprised that I eat so much? Yimo felt less hungry, so he slowed down his eating and looked at Su Qingyue. The research institute usually has to deal with warriors, and those warriors have amazing appetites. However, you are obviously not a warrior, so it is really exaggerated to have such an appetite. Su Qingyue's tone was gentle. It's not that she wasn't shocked, it's just that it was difficult for people to see her emotions directly on her face. Warrior, the kind you see in martial arts novels? 5 lightning whips? Su Qingyue didn't know what the lightning 5 whips were, but she knew about martial arts novels. That's not a problem with understanding it. Ancient Chinese martial artists have always existed, but with the development of technology, ancient martial arts have declined and their influence has become smaller and smaller. Seeing Yimo's interest, Su Qingyue continued to explain. Practicing ancient martial arts is very difficult. Most people practice for decades, but still can't match someone who practices spears for a day. In this case, who would still want to practice martial arts? A very small number of people with extraordinary talents, such as the masters of ancient martial arts, are not afraid of close-range pistols. But if they're hiding far away, a single sniper bullet can make all your decades of hard work go to waste. That's true. It is normal that human flesh cannot defeat guns. According to Su Qingyue, the ancient martial arts masters were not afraid of pistols at close range, which made him feel incredible. If he hadn't experienced many bizarre things in the past 2 days, he would never have believed these things. A flash of inspiration came to Yimo's mind, and he said, if the ancient warriors of the past could take extraordinary potions, wouldn't their strength become exaggerated? Of course. The effects of a single injection of the transcendental potion are comparable to 30 years of arduous training in the old days. Therefore, some compare the transcendental potion to the Dragon Gate for ancient warriors. Ancient warriors who can inject the transcendental potion are like fish leaping over the Dragon Gate, embarking on the path to transcendence. Nowadays, warriors are divided into 9 ranks. A rank 3 warrior is comparable to a former ancient martial arts master. From rank 7 onwards, one is called an extraordinary warrior. Ordinary guns pose no threat to extraordinary warriors. 9th grade warriors are called martial saints. Currently, our country has 3 martial saints. Su Qingyue lowered her voice a bit. She spoke calmly, but these things were confidential and could not be told to outsiders. But she felt that since Yimo was her husband, he was no longer an outsider and she could tell him. Yimo listened with half belief and half doubt. He just regarded the extraordinary potion as something that could be used to improve his physical fitness, but the other party's words became more and more outrageous. Noticing people's increasingly disbelieving gazes on him, Yimo only ate half his fill and then stopped. Seeing that Yimo didn't say anything and Su Qingyue paid the bill conscientiously, everyone looked even more shocked. Why is the woman paying the bill? This guy is just a gigolo? Bullshit. Do you think being a gigolo is that good? Let me tell you, the so-called hanging out with rich women sounds good, but those rich women, their looks and figures, tisk tsk, anyway, I can't stand it. That's right. There are no beautiful rich women. If such a beautiful woman wants to find a gigolo, she doesn't need to spend any money at all. There are plenty of gigolos who run to her for licking her. They should be siblings or aunt and nephew, or something like that. There's no way a mature woman with all the charm like this would be interested in a little brat. That makes sense. Then they saw the charming woman coming back after paying the money. Hubby, the money has been paid, let's go. Under everyone's somewhat dazed gaze, Yimo took Su Qingyue's hand, walked out of the restaurant, hailed a taxi, and headed towards the research institute. Half an hour later, the car stopped in the city center. Yimo got out of the car and looked at the community in front of him, only to find that it was very different from what he had imagined. This community looks very high-end and is located in the city center. The value is absolutely amazing, but it is clearly a residential area and does not look like a research institute at all. Unlike the older security guards in other communities, the security guard in this community was a tall and burly man in his early 30s with sharp eyes. However, he froze the moment he saw Su Qingyue. Team Leader Su. Are you feeling better? The man came forward with a look of surprise. Su Qingyue said and pulled Yimo into the community. The man didn't care about Su Qingyue's attitude. Although she seems difficult to approach, in fact, Su Qingyue is the most popular among them. It's not because Su Qingyue is beautiful, but because many people in the research institute, although seemingly easy to approach, don't take them seriously at all and forget what they promised as soon as they turn around. Su Qingyue would never forget what she promised. The man noticed Su Qingyue and Yi Mo holding hands, and looked surprised. Team leader Su's younger brother once came to the institute to look for her. Even towards his own brother, team leader Su was very cold. Not to mention holding hands, even his words were cold. Who is this little boy? Are they cousins with whom you have a good relationship? How come he is closer than my own brother? The next second, the man saw 3 people walking out of the community. Team leader Su probably doesn't know yet that after she fell into a coma, the position of team leader of Team 7 has now fallen to the former deputy team leader Lan Yuqian. However, Lan Yuqian is only acting as team leader. Now that team leader Su is back, she must return the position. The man thought so and moved closer to the people in front of him, trying to see if he could figure out the relationship between the little boy and team leader Su. Given Lan Yuqian's aggressive personality, she would definitely inquire about the relationship between team leader Su and that boy. The 3 people who came forward were Lan Yuqian, the current leader of Group 7, and 2 members Gu Hui and Zhou Kai. Lan Yuqian and the other 2 were all surprised when they saw Su Qingyue. Instead, Su Qingyue glanced at them with an expressionless face, and continued walking towards the research institute with Yi Mo. She could feel that Yi Mo wanted to test it out quickly to see if he could use the extraordinary potion. Chapter 12 Family Benefits. Wait. Su Qingyue, when did you wake up? Why didn't I receive any notification? Lan Yuqian quickly stood in front of Su Qingyue with a puzzled look on her face. She had finally become the team leader, but now that Su Qingyue was back, she was afraid she would not be able to keep the position. After all, Su Qingyue's ability was indeed above hers. From childhood to adulthood, she has always been a proud and competitive girl. It's not so much that she likes to compare, but rather that she likes the feeling of pleasure after winning. After becoming a member of the Extraordinary Research Institute, there are very few women who can compare with her. But unfortunately, Su Qingyue is better than her in every way. As long as this woman is around, she will become a green leaf to complement the flowers. You are my subordinate, not my boss. Why should I notify you? Su Qingyue's simple question made Lan Yuqian speechless. Team leader Su. Gu Hui and Zhou Kai hurriedly greeted them, looking at Su Qingyue and Yi Mo holding hands, their eyes full of curiosity. Lan Yuqian's gaze fell on Yi Mo's face. Is this little brat your relative? It's my husband. Su Qingyue answered straightforwardly. The guard not far behind him and the 3 people in front of him were all stunned. If they didn't know clearly that Su Qingyue's personality was such that she would never joke, they would almost suspect that the other party was deliberately teasing them. Your husband? Lan Yuqian looked surprised and suspicious. So, you, Su Qingyue, are also interested in men. She looked at Yi Mo and asked curiously, why don't you introduce yourself? Although she was unhappy with Su Qingyue, she was certain of one thing in her heart: ordinary people were not worthy of Su Qingyue. Since Su Qingyue has taken a fancy to him and has even announced his identity to everyone, this guy is definitely not an ordinary person. No. I'm not interested in old women. Yi Mo simply shook his head and refused. If the other person calls him a little brat, then he can call her an old woman. He thinks it is appropriate anyway. Gu Hui and Zhou Kai were both startled. This was the first time they had seen someone dare to call Lan Yuqian an old woman. Lan Yuqian was furious. It was said that a woman's age was a taboo and could not be asked. Why? It's nothing more than being afraid that others will say she is old. Yi Mo called her an old woman as soon as he opened his mouth, which was much harsher than asking about her age. You're blind. Who are you calling an old woman? Believe it or not, I'll rip your mouth apart. I'm 3 years younger than Su Qingyue. If I'm an old woman, then what is she? Are you trying to say that you married an old woman? Lan Yuqian gritted her teeth, looking as if she wanted to eat Yi Mo alive. Su Qingyue's eyes flashed when she heard this. She knew that there was a big age gap between her and Yi Mo. That's why I asked Yi Mo before whether he really didn't mind that I was a dozen years older than him. You do look smaller than my wife, by a lot. You still have some sense. Lan Yuqian just smiled when she suddenly felt something was wrong. Following Yi Mo's gaze, he looked down and his face turned dark instantly. It turns out that what Yi Mo was referring to was not the age difference at all, but somewhere on the body. But if you say she's younger than my wife, I can't tell at all. A woman's age is never determined by the number on her ID card. If you don't believe me, ask them both. When they first saw you and my wife, who did they think was younger? Yemo gestured to Gu Hui and Zhou Kai. The two men didn't expect that the war would spread to them, and they quickly turned their heads to look to the side, as if there was some beautiful scenery that distracted them and they didn't hear what Yemo said just now. Seeing this, Lan Yuqian was so angry that she felt dizzy. Su Qingyue raised a faint smile at the corner of her mouth. She ignored Lan Yuqian and continued walking forward, pulling Yemo. Lan Yuqian quickly followed. Gu Hui and Zhou Kai looked at each other and followed suit. They thought that Su Qingyue was going to take Yemo to a nearby residential area, but it looked like she was going to take him to the police station. They were all very curious about what Su Qingyue was going to do with Yemo. Even though Su Qingyue is the leader of Team 7, she cannot bring outsiders into the institute unless there is a legitimate reason. Walking past several residential buildings in the front row, Yemo saw a huge building shaped like a coiled dragon. The great height in the city, the small height in the wild. Looking at the research institute hidden deep in the city center, Yemo's mind popped up these words. At the entrance of the institute stood several men armed with guns. Su Qingyue stepped forward and showed her ID, then gestured to Yemo and said, "This is my husband. According to regulations, I can bring family members here for the supernatural potion compatibility test. I already reported this to the director on the way here." The director she mentioned had obviously greeted him, and the other party quickly let him in. Yemo followed Su Qingyue in. Supernatural potion compatibility test? Behind him, Lan Yuqian looked surprised, then quickly followed with an expression as if she was waiting for a good show. The man the team leader is looking for hasn't even been tested for suitability? Doesn't that mean he doesn't have any significant background? And he's definitely not a warrior? Gu Hui looked at Zhou Kai beside her. Zhou Kai nodded, that's true. Nowadays, ordinary people do not know about the existence of strange beasts in the starry sky and extraordinary substances, but those big figures and large families with profound backgrounds have known about it for a long time. The descendants of those important figures and big families, when they reach the required age of 12, will try their best to undergo the extraordinary potion compatibility test. Although it is basically impossible to pass, if you are really physically strong and can pass it, it is equivalent to an ordinary person winning the lottery. Although the man the team leader Su found was not very old, he was not young either. If he had a big background, it would be impossible for him to wait until now and then have team leader Su use family benefits to bring him in for testing. If this guy has no background, why would team leader Su want him? Because he's young and good looking? Gu Hui looked gossipy. Zhou Kai frowned, how is that possible? There are quite a few good-looking suitors among the team leader. No matter what the team leader sees in him, he's just an ordinary person. Many people secretly like to compare themselves with the team leader. If they knew that the man she found was far inferior to them, they would definitely sneer at her. They would think they were outshined by the team leader. You women are just boring, what's there to compare with? Zhou Kai walked into the research institute with a sullen look on his face. Gu Hui quickly followed him, too lazy to say more to him. A tree lives by its bark, a man lives by his face, what's wrong with that? The team leader has such excellent qualifications, but he still doesn't have a boyfriend at the age of 33. I thought he was too picky. Unexpectedly, she ended up finding a mediocre man with no background, who was even worse than her suitors. Chapter 13, What level of rich woman is auntie? Yemo followed Su Qingyue and stopped in front of a metal door. The door opened automatically. Will the door open automatically if anyone stands here? Yemo was a little surprised, thinking that he needed to press his fingerprint or something. There's an iris recognition system on the door. This place belongs to our group, and it will open automatically only when someone from our group comes. Iris recognition? Yemo looked back at the metal door, but didn't see any iris recognition device at all. Just lie down on it. Even if you fail the test, there's no danger. The device will monitor your various body parameters, including your heart rate. If there's any danger, I'll stop. Su Qingyue gestured to Yemo to lie down on the machine in front that was somewhat similar to an X-ray scanner. The test is for Agent 7. Even if it fails, we'll be able to research new agents with lower requirements for the human body in the future. One day, I'll develop one that ordinary people can use. After Yemo lay down, Su Qingyue began to make preparations beside him and spoke to Yemo. Yemo didn't expect that Su Qingyue had such pursuit. He felt a little more admiration in his heart, but then, he felt something was wrong. The other party clearly thinks he can't pass the test. Prepare yourself for failure in advance, don't be discouraged, and wait for her to develop an extraordinary potion that ordinary people can use? Lan Yuqian, Gu Hui, and Zhou Kai walked in from outside. I thought he was the prince of some wealthy family, or perhaps the only son of some extraordinary warrior. After all this time, it's not you, Su Qingyue, who's found a rich husband, but instead, a gigolo clinging to you. Lan Yuqian had a smile on her face, her arms folded across her chest, looking like a winner. It was as if Su Qingyue and she were originally competing in something, and at this moment, she had already won. Any one of his suitors would be much stronger than this guy. Isn't that the winner? Seeing that Su Qingyue ignored her and took the testing drug to Yemo to inject it, Lan Yuqian frowned, but did not rush to speak. Except for those who come from ancient martial arts families and have been strengthening their muscles and bodies since childhood, the probability of ordinary people passing the test is only about 1 in 10,000. This is potion number 7, and the requirements for the body are already much lower. If it was the number 1 potion from that year, ordinary people would have no chance of passing the test. Only the masters of ancient martial arts would have a certain chance of passing it. The effect of the current sarcasm is obviously far less than waiting until Yemo fails and then speaking up. The testing drug was quickly injected into Yemo's arm vein. Yemo followed Su Qingyue's instructions, closed his eyes, and tried to relax. After more than 10 seconds, there was no feeling of anything unusual. When Yemo opened his eyes, he saw Su Qingyue frowning slightly, and Lan Yuqian and Zhou Kai looked a little surprised. There must be something wrong with the instrument, Lan Yuqian said with certainty. Su Qingyue met Yemo's gaze and told him exactly what had happened. After injecting the extraordinary potion number 7 just now, Yemo's various body values changed immediately. It only took a few seconds before everything returned to normal. It was as if there was an invisible giant hand inside Yemo's body controlling everything. Once something goes wrong with his body, that big hand will immediately force his body to return to a healthy state. But this is obviously impossible. Even for a warrior, the body will react after being injected with the medicine, and it is impossible to return to normal in just a few seconds. The only explanation, as Lan Yuqian explained, was that there was something wrong with the testing equipment. Yemo didn't think so. He concluded in his heart that it was definitely his body's strange recovery ability that was causing trouble. Now it seems that this recovery ability can not only recover from injuries of the body, but also eliminate the effects of harmful substances on the body? Su Qingyue asked, "How do you feel? Are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere?" Although the instrument is broken, there is no need to rush and get a good one. The main thing is that Yemo now gives people the impression that he is not affected at all, so there is no need to continue data monitoring. The function of this instrument is that when Yemo's physical indicators reach critical values, another injection of medicine needs to be immediately injected to play a detoxification role. Yemo's current performance doesn't seem like he will reach a critical point, or in other words, appear to be in danger. It's true that I feel a little uncomfortable. Yemo swallowed. Lan Yuqian immediately became excited when she heard this. Are you feeling breathless, dizzy, and cold? That means you failed the test. Everything else is fine, but I feel a little hungry. Yemo touched his stomach. Everyone. Zhou Kai, go get some food. Gu Hui, go get 2 doses of number 7 transcendent potion. Su Qingyue looked at Gu Hui and Zhou Kai, her voice was cold, giving people the feeling that it was completely in order. Gu Hui and Zhou Kai didn't care and quickly did what Su Qingyue arranged. They knew Su Qingyue very well and knew that she usually spoke like this and that it didn't mean she had any opinions about them. However, the soft tone of voice when Su Qingyue spoke to Yemo surprised them. This kid actually passed the test. Lan Yuqian looked unhappy. The words I had prepared in my mind to use for ridicule were immediately useless. On second thought, even if I could be injected with extraordinary potion number 7, it doesn't mean that I would definitely become a warrior in the future. And among his pursuers, there are ready-made warriors. Thinking of this, I felt that I had surpassed Su Qingyue again, and my mood improved a lot. Ask Gu Hui to bring 2 doses of potion number 7. Do you think his body can handle 2 doses? By the way, this extraordinary potion, you didn't pay for it and bought it for him, did you? Lan Yuqian's expression was somewhat sarcastic. Yemo was stunned and looked at Su Qingyue. Do you need to pay for the number 7 transcendent potion? How much is it? You actually bought it for him? Lan Yuqian was stunned. Su Qingyue said, "We purchased it internally in our research institute, so the price is not expensive." How much is not expensive? It's not bought with money, it's special points within the institute. How much is that in Chinese currency? 5 million. The price for 2? 1. Yi Mo took a breath of cold air. Good job. In other words, 2 doses of number 7 potion are equivalent to 10 million Chinese yuan. This is enough to buy a house in the city center. Is this woman crazy? 10 million. So much money, and you just spend it on yourself so casually? How much money do you have? Yi Mo couldn't help but ask. He wanted to find out what level his aunt was among the wealthy women. Chapter 14. What do you care about most? Facing Imo's question, Su Qingyue answered very straightforwardly. In terms of cash, there's over 120 million Chinese yuan in the card. Cash. More than 120 million. The richest of the rich. But even so, 10 million is almost 1/10. You actually spend it on yourself without even thinking about it? Does this really mean that you consider yourself your husband? In his heart, Yi Mo didn't really feel that he and his wife were husband and wife. First, there was no wedding, and second, there was no marriage certificate. Furthermore, he was not so conceited as to think that he could make Su Qingyue fall head over heels in love with him in just a few hours just by relying on such a face. Everything this woman did was undoubtedly to repay a favor. Yi Mo thought that as long as his demands reached a certain level, the other party would take the initiative to end the relationship and tell him that everything they owed him had been repaid. As a result, he spent 1/10 of his wealth on himself without blinking an eye? If I hadn't asked, she probably wouldn't have bothered to tell me how shockingly expensive those 2 potions were. Although he didn't have a girlfriend in his previous life, he had dealt with women before and understood many of women's thoughts. But he really couldn't understand the thought process of the woman in front of him. No, why should he? Su Qingyue, are you crazy? Not only did you find a useless man, but you also spent so much money on him. What is it about him that makes you so obsessed? I'm even wondering if you'd do it if he asked you to transfer the 100 million yuan from your card to him. Lan Yuqian originally wanted to mock Su Qingyue for finding a not-so-good man. But at this moment, he couldn't help but feel that Su Qingyue was really at a disadvantage. As a woman with good conditions, she could not understand Su Qingyue's behavior at all. This is simply degrading yourself. Su Qingyue glanced at her and said to Yi Mo, "You can turn." Yi Mo. Lan Yuqian was frantic, crazy. You're absolutely crazy. I'm even wondering if this guy hypnotized you. Su Qingyue shook her head. I wasn't hypnotized. In the research institute, food and lodging are free. I don't have any expenses on a daily basis, so this money is not important to me. But the position of group leader can bring some convenience to my research, so you have to return this position to me and continue to be the deputy group leader. If you don't want to, I will apply to transfer you to another group. Lan Yuqian. You're so generous to this kid, but so cruel to me. Not long after, Zhou Lei and Gu Hui returned one after another. Zhou Lei brought a lot of food, and he was dumbfounded when he saw Yi Mo wolfing it down. Gu Hui was holding a metal box in her hand. She opened the box and found 2 sealed test tubes inside. Inside the test tube was a blood-red liquid. Extraordinary potion number 7. Most people, even if they pass the test, will only receive 1 dose the first time. But Yi Mo's performance just now seemed very relaxed. Su Qingyue obviously wanted to try whether she could directly inject 2 doses of medicine into Yi Mo. The probability of an ordinary person passing the test is about 1 in 10,000. After passing the test, the probability of being able to directly inject 2 doses of number 7 medicine is about 1 in 3 million. Lan Yuqian, Gu Hui, and Zhou Kai all looked curious. If he succeeds, according to the rules, Yi Mo will receive a special invitation from the research institute that ordinary people cannot get, and his life will change dramatically. If you can't bear it, tell me to stop immediately. Su Qingyue gave an instruction, took out a potion, and slowly injected it into the blood vessels in Yi Mo's arm. The entire potion entered Yi Mo's body. Seeing that Yi Mo looked normal, everyone's expressions changed. Yes. He should be able to inject 2 doses of number 7 extraordinary potion in the first time. His body's adaptability is amazing. Zhou Kai said immediately. Gu Hui's eyes changed when she looked at Yi Mo. As members of the Extraordinary Research Institute, they had naturally undergone testing long ago. The result was that they had the physique of ordinary people and could not pass the test at all, let alone be injected with 2 doses of number 7 extraordinary potion for the first time. Yemo was 1 in a million to pass the test. If this is the first injection, 2 doses of number 7 medicine can be injected. Then, the probability goes from 1 in 10,000 to 1 in 3 million, which is not comparable to theirs. Soon, the second dose of extraordinary potion was injected into Yemo's body. Without waiting for Su Qingyue to speak, Gu Hui hurriedly asked, "Do you feel hot all over right now, as if there's a surge of heat inside you, and your muscles and bones ache, as if there's an incredible power hidden within you that wants to be released?" Zhou Kai smiled and said, "When the extraordinary potion enters the body, part of it will be directly absorbed by the body, and the other part will be hidden in the body. After absorbing some of the power of the extraordinary potion, all aspects of your physical quality will be greatly improved. You will feel a little uncomfortable, but it will not be dangerous. Aren't you ashamed of yourself for trying so hard to please him?" Lan Yuqian said with a displeased look on her face. "How can this be considered flattery? From now on, when he becomes a warrior in our extraordinary research institute, he will be one of our own." Gu Hui retorted in a low voice. Yemo only felt that his body had not changed at all, let alone the feeling of hotness all over the body and sore muscles and bones as the other party had said. Just as he was secretly suspicious, he heard Gu Hui's words and asked curiously, "What do you mean by a warrior from the Extraordinary Research Institute? If you can inject 2 doses of extraordinary potion for the first time, you will be invited by our institute." "Invited to become a warrior of our institute," Zhou Kai explained hurriedly. If Yemo came from other extraordinary forces, then he would be an exception and the institute might not invite him. But since Yemo was brought here by Su Qingyue for testing only at this age, it means that there is no extraordinary power behind him. Su Qingyue spoke at the right time and explained to him the rights and obligations of being a warrior in the research institute. The rights mainly include 2 aspects. First, the ability to purchase various products that are not sold to the public by the Extraordinary Research Institute, such as extraordinary potions, at the most favorable prices through the internal network. Second, the ability to obtain further cultivation methods. With the help of cultivation, your body can absorb the extraordinary potion energy hidden in your body faster. If you don't use the cultivation method, the speed of absorption by your body on its own will be very slow. Your obligation is that if the Extraordinary Research Institute is threatened, you must help." After she finished speaking, she closed her mouth and did not try to persuade him. It was obvious that she intended to let Yemo make the choice entirely on his own. Gu Hui added, "Don't worry, before you become a true warrior, it is impossible for you to take action, which is equivalent to having no obligations. Besides, the Extraordinary Research Institute has only been threatened a few times in the past few years, and each time, a powerful person took action to deal with it. There was no need for you to take action at all. You seem to have something to ask?" Lan Yuqian looked at Yemo's expression and suddenly said. Under everyone's curious gaze, Yemo couldn't wait to say, "What about the salary? If I accept the invitation, there should be a salary, right? How much is the salary?" The room suddenly became quiet. "We've talked about so much, but this is what you care about most?" Chapter 15, Grab both hands and have it all. "No salary." Zhou Kai shook his head with a strange look on his face. Seeing Yemo's disappointed expression, he didn't know what to say. "Although there is no salary, as long as you accept our research institute's invitation, you will immediately receive 500 extraordinary points. If you want, 500 extraordinary points can be exchanged for 5 million Chinese yuan." 5 million? Accept the invitation and get 5 million immediately? Yemo was extremely surprised. This extraordinary research institute is really rich and powerful. Su Qingyue's cold and pleasant voice rang out. "At that time, I'll give you the URL for the intranet, where you can redeem your transcendent points for various things. Transcendent points can be exchanged for money, but money cannot be exchanged for points. Generally speaking, points are exchanged for extraordinary potions and the like. If you are really short of money, I can transfer all the money on the card to you? If that's still not enough, I'll think of another way." Hearing this, Lan Yuqian rolled her eyes. Zhou Kai suggested, "How about we take the test now? If you've reached the standard of a quasi-warrior, you'll immediately receive another 500 transcendent points. If you become a first-grade warrior in the future, you'll receive 1,000 points." Yemo's eyes lit up when he heard this. That expression was like an old pervert who heard that there were women fighting in front of him and tearing each other's clothes. Before going out today, he was still thinking about how to make money from the 5 million and have more wealth? Cling to a rich woman? Of course, the rich woman's thighs cannot be loosened. But apart from this, you also have to think about whether there are other good entrepreneurial projects. Adults should do both and have them all. He suddenly felt that becoming a warrior was like starting a business. Accept the invitation and immediately receive extraordinary points worth 5 million Chinese yuan. As you continue to become stronger, you will get even greater rewards. The key is that you don't need to invest any money at all. As a startup project, it's perfect. If I had already reached the standard of a quasi-warrior, I would have directly obtained 1,000 extraordinary points, equivalent to 10 million Chinese yuan. It can even be said that it is more valuable than 10 million Chinese yuan. What are the standards for becoming a quasi-warrior? Yi Mo became interested. You need to enter a special testing chamber. When you come out, the chamber will give you a corresponding physical evaluation. As long as the evaluation reaches 3.0, you will meet the standards of a quasi-warrior. Zhou Kai finished speaking and added, the average adult male's body mass index is about 1.0. Yi Mo asked curiously, the higher the body index, the stronger the combat power? What is the body index of a first-grade warrior? No. Body mass index is just an evaluation of your body. Although it is an important indicator affecting combat effectiveness, it is not the same. If a prospective warrior with the same body index of 3.0 has never practiced martial arts and the other is a traditional martial artist, there will be a huge difference in combat power. The body index of a first-grade warrior is generally between 10 and 19.9. Does a body index of 10 mean you become a first-grade warrior? And if it reaches 20, you become a second-grade warrior? You're wrong. Quasi-warriors are special. As long as their physical index meets the standards, they are called quasi-warriors. But to become a true warrior, in addition to meeting the physical index standards, they also need to undergo corresponding assessments. Whether or not you become a first-grade warrior is determined by combat power, not physical index. A few minutes later, Yi Mo saw the test chamber that Zhou Kai mentioned. It looks like a giant standing egg, made of silver metal, about 3 meters high, with an iron door in the middle that can be opened and walked inside. If you still feel uncomfortable somewhere in your body, test it later. There's no rush, Su Qingyue said to Yi Mo. Yi Mo thought to himself that after being injected with 2 shots of the number 7 supernatural potion, he no longer felt any so-called body heat or muscle and bone aches, so where did the discomfort come from? He guessed it was because of his special physique. When he first started the test, he also didn't feel anything. Although I didn't feel any discomfort anywhere, the extraordinary potion must have taken effect after entering my body. This is the most important thing. He was also a little curious about his current body index. He said it's okay to Su Qingyue and walked into the test chamber. The door closes automatically. Yi Mo looked around the cabin and found nothing but bare metal walls. Just as he was wondering, a dark shadow came from the front. Bang! Yi Mo's eyes went dark and he fell down. This damn place again. When Yi Mo saw the gray fog in front of him, he immediately realized that he had arrived at the space where the black ball was again. Just now, in the test chamber, a metal rod suddenly extended from the smooth metal wall and hit him on the head like a mechanism. I was knocked unconscious by that thing? Thinking of this, Yi Mo looked a little surprised. That should be one of the steps in the test. As a result, he was knocked unconscious at the first step? Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any danger inside the test chamber. At least, there will be no danger for those who have been injected with the extraordinary potion. Otherwise, Su Qingyue would tell him in advance. Could it be that I'm the only one who was knocked unconscious after being injected with the extraordinary potion and entering the testing chamber? Yi Mo's mouth twitched and his face looked embarrassed. If that's the case, it would be so embarrassing. Su Qingyue directly paid out 10 million, no, it should be said that it was 1,000 extraordinary points, in exchange for 2 number 7 extraordinary potions to use on herself. In the end, he made a fool of himself, and she was obviously embarrassed as well. Yi Mo caught a glimpse of the black ball at the side and stood there in shock. There was a crimson blood mist floating around the black ball. A notch appeared on the surface of the black ball, like a mouth, slowly wriggling, and blood mist continued to flow into its mouth. A thought came to Yi Mo's mind. 2 doses of extraordinary potions were injected into his body, but in fact, they were not absorbed by his body at all, but were snatched away by this black ball. The blood mist surrounding the black ball is the 2 extraordinary potions that enter his body. Damn! My 10 million. You stole my 10 million? Yemo's expression changed drastically. 2 doses of number 7 extraordinary potion are worth more than 10 million. 10 million is equivalent to a house in the city center. I worked hard for so many years in my previous life, but I can't even afford the down payment, let alone buying it. Thinking of this, Yemo became furious and rushed towards the black ball. The black ball seemed to be aware of something and suddenly turned into a huge piece of human skin, wrapping up all the blood mist around it and instantly doubled in size. Give me back the extraordinary potion. Yemo came in front of the black ball with a look of anger on his face. The notch on the surface of the black ball reappeared and it slowly squirmed, as if digesting the extraordinary potion in its body, ignoring him completely. Yemo was furious and started punching and kicking. The black ball was in liquid form, making it immune to his physical attacks and completely ineffective. Give it back to me, it's mine. Yemo's expression was gloomy. The black ball continued to digest on its own without any reaction, as if mocking, what can you do to me? Okay. You eat mine, and I'll eat yours. Yemo opened his mouth, took a big bite of the black ball, and swallowed it forcefully, as if he was crazy, biting and swallowing desperately. The notch on the surface of the black ball stopped moving, as if it was stunned by Yemo's crazy behavior. Chapter 16 Physical Transformation. Yemo's body stiffened, his Adam's apple rose and fell, and with a vomiting sound, he spat out the black liquid that he had just forced himself to swallow. The black liquid flew back and merged with the black ball. I'll fight you. Yemo was completely certain that this thing was conscious. It was deliberately trying to steal his extraordinary potion. Black Ball has learned his lesson this time. Seeing Yemo rushing towards it again, it did not stay there stupidly. It ran away while digesting quickly. Yemo chased for a while, but found that he could not catch up at all, so he simply stopped. He said angrily, "Who the hell are you and why are you inside me?" The black ball did not respond. When it saw him stop, it stopped too, but it continued to digest the extraordinary potion. Then let's die together. Yemo said viciously. The movement of the black ball's indentation stopped, as if it was stunned by Yemo again. I ate so much yesterday, and all the energy I replenished went into your body, right? Once I get hurt, you'll consume that energy and heal my injuries. If I'm right, if I die, you won't be able to survive either. As long as I get hurt again and drain your energy, then I will die, and you will die too. We will all die together. Yemo's face looked a little crazy. 2 doses of number 7 extraordinary potion are worth more than 10 million Chinese yuan. This guy took them all without saying a word. This is really too much. For a moment, the scene was silent. Yemo did not speak, but just stared coldly at the black ball. The black ball seemed to be startled by Yemo's words and didn't know how to react. After a moment, the black ball turned into a piece of human skin and flew towards Yemo quickly. What are you up to? Yemo was shocked and angry, and tried to dodge, but was quickly caught up. Black human skin wrapped around him, and his vision fell into darkness. When he came to his senses, Yemo found himself lying on the sofa. It was still the same room, and the test chamber was not far away. Apparently he was unconscious and then moved out and placed on the sofa nearby. Why did you suddenly faint? Su Qinyue stood beside him, holding his hand. Just like when she was unconscious before, Yemo held her hand. Lan Yuqian gloated over the misfortune. Knocked out by the mechanism in the test chamber? After being injected with the extraordinary potion and having your body transformed, you're the first person to be knocked out by such a simple mechanism. How shameful. Zhou Kai and Gu Hui looked strange. What Lan Yuqian said was indeed the truth. The main principle of the test chamber is to allow a weak electric current to enter the human body through the bottom, and then use a complex calculation model to deduce the power that the human body can burst out. There are indeed some mechanisms inside, which are mainly to make the test subject exercise, mobilize the muscles and nerves of the whole body, and make the test results more accurate. These mechanisms only play an auxiliary role and it is not difficult to dodge them. So far, no one has been knocked unconscious even after being injected with only 1 dose of the extraordinary potion, let alone 2. They were originally expecting that Yemo could directly become a quasi-warrior. Now it seems that there is a huge gap. That guy got so angry that he kicked me out of this special space? Yemo gritted his teeth in anger, thinking that Heichio didn't take his words seriously at all. But soon, he felt his body getting hot and his muscles and bones aching, as if an infinite power was surging in his body. Yemo was overjoyed. This is exactly the same as what Su Qingyue and the others said, the reaction of the body undergoing transformation after being injected with the extraordinary potion. Did it return the power of the extraordinary potion to me? Even though I may have only returned part of it, it's still better than having it all taken away. Noticing Su Qingyue's worried look, Yemo would not admit that he was knocked unconscious by the mechanism. He said with a natural expression, "I was so hungry that I passed out." Everyone was stunned. Wasn't he knocked unconscious by the mechanism in the test chamber, but by hunger? Even a fool wouldn't believe such words. Not long ago, Zhou Kai brought a lot of food, and Yemo gobbled it all up. How is it possible that he fainted from hunger in less than half an hour? This guy doesn't even use his brain when lying. Zhou Kai, go get some more food, forget it. Su Qingyue took Yemo's hand and walked towards the door. I'll take you to the cafeteria. It doesn't matter how much you want to eat. Looking at the two people leaving, Lan Yuqian and the other two were stunned. No, he is obviously talking nonsense, do you really believe it? They thought Yemo would come back soon after eating, but more than half an hour passed and there was still no sign of him. He's probably worried about being embarrassed, so he's already left. Lan Yuqian showed a bit of contempt on her face. Zhou Kai and Gu Hui did not agree. Yemo was Su Qingyue's man, and he behaved so badly that it was a disgrace to Su Qingyue. They still have to work under Su Qingyue, so they dare not bring bad luck upon themselves. However, he agreed with Lan Yuqian's statement in his heart. So far, the lowest body index tested after injecting a dose of extraordinary potion is 1.8. After injecting 2 doses of extraordinary potion, the lowest body index tested was 2.5. Judging from Yemo's performance after being knocked unconscious in the test chamber, let alone 2.5, he definitely couldn't even reach 1.8. We'll refresh the lowest test record. Just when they were about to leave, Yemo and Su Qingyue came back. You are quite courageous. You dared to come back? Lan Yuqian was very surprised. In terms of courage, I can't compare to you. Yemo glanced at her. What do you mean? With your looks and figure, you always try to compare yourself with my wife. Who could be braver than you? Yemo said lightly. Lan Yuqian immediately became anxious and gritted her teeth and said, who likes to compare? Stop talking nonsense. How can I not compare with you in looks and figure? Anyway, it's not your turn to point fingers. Yemo ignored her and entered the test chamber again as if he was familiar with the route. Pretend. Keep pretending. Lan Yuqian was so angry that the other party ignored her, which was even more uncomfortable than arguing with her. The hatch closed automatically again. The scene inside the cabin was no different from before, but in Yemo's eyes, it seemed much clearer. Originally, his left eye vision was 4.9 and his right eye vision was 5.0. He did not need to wear glasses on a daily basis and did not feel that what he saw was blurry. But now, I feel that everything in front of me is clearer than before. Not only has my eyesight improved, but my senses have also improved. The muscle lines in my arms are also stronger and not as thin as before. It's a pity that I didn't have the chance to get a floor-length mirror to check my entire body. It's probably not just my arms that have changed. It is certain that the black ball did return the power of the extraordinary potion to himself, but Yemo is not sure how much it returned. It is impossible to pay back everything. Maybe half of it was paid back? If I only give back half of it, what will my body index be to reach the standard of a quasi-warrior? Swish! A dark shadow came from the front. Yemo almost subconsciously turned his head and dodged it easily. Chapter 17, have you already seen his extraordinary talent? There are hidden mechanisms on the inner wall of the test chamber. The mechanism is quite simple. The metal sticks are fired from different positions, or swept across the feet, so it is not life-threatening. Not long ago, Yemo saw a black shadow and was knocked unconscious. This time, he saw it clearly and felt that the speed of the metal rod was much slower. It's not that the mechanism has slowed down, it's that my eyesight has gotten better. The improvement that the extraordinary potion brought to his body was more amazing than he expected. In addition to eyesight, reaction speed, strength, etc. have also changed significantly. After more than a minute, the mechanism stopped and the hatch opened automatically. Yemo walked out and saw several people outside, all staring blankly at the display screen beside them. He walked over and took a look, and saw a number on it, 4.6. Is this the body index? Does it mean that I am now a quasi-warrior? Yemo's face was full of anticipation. Becoming a quasi-warrior will earn you 500 more extraordinary points. 500 extraordinary points can be exchanged for 5 million Chinese yuan. Of course. Zhou Kai came back to his senses and said excitedly. A body index of 3.0 already puts you on the verge of becoming a warrior. 4.6 is way beyond the mark. Do you know what that means? What? It means that your body has a particularly high affinity for extraordinary potions. Given 2 injections of the same extraordinary potion, most people can only absorb half of one. And it's equivalent to successfully transforming and absorbing the energy of a supernatural potion. Your talent is amazing. Zhou Kai was extremely excited. Team leader, have you seen his extraordinary talent long ago? We just thought he was deserting the battlefield. Gu Hui looked at Su Qingyue with a look of conviction. Lan Yuqian felt that Gu Hui's words seemed to be pointing out the gap between her and Su Qingyue. Just now, she was also convinced that GMO had deserted the battlefield, and that fainting from hunger was just an excuse. Zhou Kai thought of something and left quickly. Seeing Yimo's puzzled expression, Su Qingyue told him that if his body index reached 4.0 or above during the first test, he must notify the director, who would come to meet him in person. So grand? Yimo realized that the test results seemed to be even more exaggerated than he had imagined. He had a feeling that such a high body index was related to the black balls in his body. Not long after, a white-haired old man arrived surrounded by a crowd of people. Director Zhou, he's the one I was talking about. Look, the test results are right here. We can't be wrong. Zhou Kai pointed to the display screen of the test cabin. Zhou Yushan glanced at him, walked up to Yimo, and asked curiously, "Young man, have you ever practiced ancient martial arts before?" Seeing Yimo shaking his head, he sighed, "What a pity." The other people who came with him also looked disappointed when they heard this. If Yimo had practiced ancient martial arts since childhood, his body would definitely be stronger at this moment, and the test results would definitely be improved to a higher level. Maybe it will reach 5.0 or above. Although 18 years old is considered young, it is a bit late to practice ancient martial arts at this age. Unlike quasi-warriors, the measure of a true warrior is not physical index, but combat power. Among the people in the Extraordinary Research Institute, there are many whose physical index is over 10, but their combat power is not up to standard and they cannot become first-class warriors at all. These people have one thing in common with Yimo in front of them: they did not practice ancient martial arts since childhood, did not understand combat techniques, and started too late. Starting late doesn't mean it's impossible to enter the transcendent stage. In any case, a test result of 4.6 is much stronger than most people who can inject transcendent potions. It's beyond the reach of ordinary people. Su Qingyue suddenly spoke, with a hint of dissatisfaction in her voice. Everyone looked at her in surprise. Su Qingyue's protective side was something I had never seen before. That's right. He is already much stronger than ordinary people. Zhou Yushan smiled, realizing that what he had just said might offend others. Yimo didn't care what they thought. Can I become a warrior of the Research Institute right now and get 1,000 extraordinary points? Zhou Yushan nodded and said with a smile, "Wait a minute, go record your identity information. In addition to 1,000 transcendent points, I will also give you a cultivation method. With the help of this cultivation method, you will be able to more quickly transform the remaining transcendent energy in your body into your own. This practice is hard, but the results are very good. You must persist every day and don't waste your great talent." When he said this, his face became a little serious. Is it extremely hard to practice? Yimo asked curiously. This cultivation method sounds quite complex. What's its name? The 8th set of extraordinary warrior gymnastics. Yimo felt that the names these scientists came up with were really simple. The extraordinary potion was updated 7 times and was called Extraordinary Potion number 7. It seems that this gymnastics has been updated 8 times, and then it is called the 8th set? Can't you come up with a cooler name? Yimo decided to give it a try after returning. I measured my body index at 4.6, which is probably related to the black balls in my body. In that case, Little Black obviously has his own consciousness. When we get back, I'll have a good talk with him. Since he lives in my body, he has to help with some work, right? Yimo directly gave a name to the black ball in his body. Right now, he regards martial arts as a business project, so naturally he has to follow this path and go as far as possible. Chapter 18: A wide variety of exchange items. Yemo went to another room to enter information. After a while, he received a text message containing a website address and his personal account password. In addition, the 8th set of Extraordinary Warrior Gymnastics was given to him. Electronic version. Your most urgent task is to strive to become a first-rank warrior as soon as possible. Reaching the first rank is the true entry. One step fast, every step fast. One step slow, every step slow. These 1000 transcendent points should be used to redeem transcendent potions and martial arts skills. The rest, just for viewing, is of no use to you right now. After Zhou Yushan gave some instructions, he took his men away. The director is leaving now? Looking at Zhou Yushan's departing back, Gu Hui muttered softly. Wei Yinshan's test result was 4.5, even worse than Yemo's. But the director was so busy running around and even personally escorted him away. Isn't it because Wei Yinshan has a powerful master? Don't talk nonsense. Zhou Kai was startled and said hurriedly, what does this have to do with Wei Yinshan's master? The main thing is that Wei Yinshan was only 13 years old at the time. 13 and 18 are not the same thing. Furthermore, Wei Yinshan has been practicing martial arts since he was young, so his future is limitless. The director is worried that such talent might be snatched away by the administration, so of course he has to keep a close eye on him. Isn't that realistic? Gu Hui still felt unfair for Yemo, but Yemo himself didn't care at all. Su Qingyue had just returned to the research institute and had many things to deal with. Yemo wanted to quickly research what could be exchanged on the intranet, so he didn't stay any longer. On the bus back, Yemo couldn't wait to take out his mobile phone and open the intranet of the Extraordinary Research Institute. After entering your account number and password, you will be redirected to your personal account page. Extraordinary points. Yemo muttered to himself as he searched quickly, and soon found the line of data that he was most concerned about. Extraordinary points, 1000. Yemo smiled and clicked on the eye-catching word exchange. The page jumped again, allowing Yemo to select a category. Weapons, potions, martial arts. Yemo looked curious and clicked on the weapons category. The next moment, Yemo was dumbfounded. He originally thought that the so-called weapons could only be exchanged for some cold weapons. As a result, there are not only cold weapons made of various special alloys, but also guns, including pistols, rifles, sniper rifles, and even artillery shells. The most outrageous thing is that even fighter jets and tanks can be exchanged. However, with his 1000 extraordinary points, he couldn't afford the exchange. For example, the redemption points for the J-45 fighter jet are 30,000, which is a big difference. Originally, he thought that 1000 extraordinary points, worth 10 million Chinese yuan, was already a lot. Now I feel that it is far from enough. Yemo continued browsing, his eyes quickly becoming heated. If I put on these armors, wouldn't I be transformed into Iron Man? In the weapons column, there are actually quite a few armors that can be exchanged. The lowest level of armor, after wearing it, ordinary bullets can't hurt at all. The more advanced ones are equipped with various weapons. The most advanced one can even allow you to fly after wearing it, just like a superhero in a movie. These things that originally only existed in movies have long been realized with the help of cutting-edge technology, but they are out of reach for ordinary people. I've been wondering, if the Star Beast is so powerful, how did they kill it in the first place and capture it for research? What did the Extraordinary Research Institute research and invent before the Star Beast appeared? These questions originally existed in Yemo's mind. At this moment, looking at the objects on the screen, he had the answer in his mind. What a shame, I can't even afford it. Even though this thing exists, it's clearly not something an ordinary person can possess. No, not to mention an ordinary person, even a billionaire wouldn't be able to afford it. The cheapest Nebula battlesuit costs 3,000 extraordinary points and has no additional functions. It is just an evolved version of Bulletproof Vest. Among the flying battle armors, the cheapest Red Crow battle armor costs 42,000 extraordinary points. Not to mention quasi-warriors, even for real warriors, most of them just look at it and can't afford it. I guess only those extraordinary warriors can have enough points to exchange it. Yemo guessed that the stronger one is, the more chances one has to earn extraordinary points. The weaker your strength, the fewer opportunities you have, and it is impossible to get tens of thousands of extraordinary points. This kind of thing is put out for prospective warriors to see, purely to make them jealous and motivate them to become stronger. Checking the pharmacy category, the one at the top is none other than Extraordinary Potion number 7. Behind this thing, there are 4 flashing red words recommended for redemption. Are you worried that a would-be warrior like me might be dazzled by the sight and go and exchange it for something else? Yemo thought to himself that the people who created the website really put a lot of effort into it. I offer you goodies to tempt you, to guide you to strive to become stronger, but I'm also worried that you'll foolishly waste your extraordinary points. After Xiao He returned the energy of the extraordinary potion to him, part of it should have been absorbed, and part remained in his body. He needed to use cultivation methods to absorb the remaining energy in his body before continuing to inject the extraordinary potion. So, he was not in a hurry to exchange it. In the medicine category, there are relatively few things that can be exchanged. Apart from the extraordinary potions, most of the others are potions that ordinary people can take to improve their physical fitness or treat diseases. Most of these common medicines were developed before the emergence of extraordinary substances. With the emergence of extraordinary matter, in recent years, the main efforts of extraordinary research institutes in various places have been focused on the research of extraordinary matter. But these medicines have been researched after all, so they are not wasted and are simply thrown up for exchange. Yemo's gaze fell on one of the potions, and his expression became a little excited. Chapter 19 You Love Me Too Much. Blood Activating Dragon Bone Potion. Exchange price, 200 transcendent points. Strengthens tendons and bones, promotes blood circulation and removes blood stasis. Suitable for most orthopedic conditions. Yemo didn't bother to continue looking at other things. He picked up his phone and dialed Su Qingyue's number. After a moment, he hung up the phone. His face was full of joy, and he made the exchange without hesitation, spending 1/5 of his extraordinary points. He informed Su Qingyue of his mother Lin Shuhui's illness, and she assured him that the blood-activating dragon bone potion could cure Lin Shuhui's illness without any risk. Even if we can find experts from the imperial capital to help, the risk will only be smaller, not completely risk-free. Moreover, since you have to undergo surgery, you will definitely suffer. But now, there is no risk and the problem can be solved without suffering any pain. The prerequisite is the cost of 200 extraordinary points. 200 extraordinary points can be exchanged for 2 million Chinese yuan, but the reverse is not true. Otherwise, many wealthy people would be happy to pay. Those wealthy people are not even qualified to log into this website, let alone redeem money. Let's see if there's any potion Xian can use. Yemo thought of his younger brother Yi Xian's situation and couldn't wait to check on him again. But then, he suddenly remembered that in his previous life, his younger brother Yi Xian's vision in his right eye suddenly deteriorated when he was in his 3rd year of high school, and he could not see clearly. In this life, Yi Xian was just in his 2nd year of high school and his eyes had not had any problems yet, so there was no need to rush to find medicine for him. Furthermore, there are many differences between this life and the previous one. There may not necessarily be any problems with my brother's eyes. Next stop, Huachang Road intersection. The sound of arrival notification reached my ears. Although Yemo still wanted to continue looking for goodies to exchange, he put away his phone and quickly got out of the car. The school where my younger brother Yi Xian attends, which is also his high school alma mater, is right at this station. He planned to find Yi Xian on the way and invite his brother outside for a good meal. In his previous life, Yi Xian's grades were very good in his 1st year of high school. But in his 2nd year of high school, for some reason, his grades began to decline. By the time he was in his 3rd year of high school, he had eye problems, his personality became more and more withdrawn, and his grades got worse. Fortunately, he had a good foundation, and eventually he was admitted to a 2nd-tier university. Yi Xian is currently in his 2nd year of high school. If it is the same as in his previous life, then Yi Xian's academic performance started to decline around this time. He planned to have a chat with the other party to see if he had any troubles. Yi Xian was very happy when he received the call. He asked Yemo to wait at the school gate for a while and said he would be out soon. As a result, Yemo waited for more than 10 minutes, but still there was no sign of his brother. I called, but the call was hung up very quickly. Yemo felt something was wrong and simply stopped waiting. He had also studied here for 3 years and was familiar with the place, so he came to his brother's dormitory. Yi Xian was not in the dormitory, but his 3 roommates were there. From his roommate, Yemo learned that Yi Xian had just gone out, apparently to look for him. Yemo turned around to leave, but then remembered something and went back to the door to ask the 3 people inside if Yi Xian had encountered any troubles during this period. I have no idea. As soon as the voice fell, someone immediately shook his head. I don't know anything either. Go ask Yi Xian yourself. The other two also quickly expressed their opinions, looking like they didn't want to cause trouble. Yemo walked to the window seat in the corridor and dialed Su Qingyue's number. Wife, I'll give you a cell phone number. Can you help me locate the exact location? Your brother-in-law may be in some trouble. After reporting Yi Xian's cell phone number to Su Qingyue, Yemo hung up the phone, looking a little impatient. In just a dozen seconds, Su Qingyue sent a location. Yemo followed the location and came to the door of the men's restroom in the teaching building. He heard angry curses from inside. You're so shameless. Do you know how many people are rushing to help Brother Yi? You help to ask the girl out, and then you can leave. I don't plan to let you do anything else. Yi Xian, what's so great about you? You rely on your good looks and everyone looks down on you, right? I didn't. The familiar voice of my brother came out. If you don't have it, then just do what I tell you. From now on, you'll use this face to ask out the women who like you. Brother Yi will never treat you unfairly. That's right, don't refuse a toast and then drink a forfeit. You must have heard about how good Brother Yi is at fighting, right? He really knows Kung Fu. Last time, he beat down several gangsters by himself. Do you think you can beat him? I don't think I can beat him. Then you just listen. No. Depend on. Yemo's face turned black. When he walked into the men's restroom, he saw Yi Xian lying on the urinal after being beaten. Several male students gathered around him, and there was also a burly man with a crew cut who was leaning against the wall, looking at the scene in front of him with an indifferent expression. Go to the bathroom somewhere else. Go. 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 Can't you see I'm doing something? I'm getting annoyed just by seeing you pretty boys. One of the younger brothers, seeing Emo coming in, thought he was a student going to the restroom and glared at him and cursed. Yi Xian held his head and looked towards the door. He showed joy at first, then turned into worry, and said anxiously, Brother, why are you here? Go and call the security guard over. The man with the buzz cut looked at Emo with a condescending look and said jokingly, You brothers are all good looking, but it's a pity that I'm not interested in men. However, with a son like this, his mother must be a good person. Since you are not willing to help me date a female classmate, how about introducing your mother to me? Several younger brothers burst into laughter. Emo said nothing and walked towards his brother. One of the younger brothers reached out and grabbed Emo's throat. Emo grabbed his forearm with his backhand. Bang! He threw the man out and smashed him against the wall. With a loud bang, the younger brother fell to the ground, screaming and rolling around. He felt like his internal organs were mixed together and his arm was dislocated. In the men's restroom, everyone was stunned. The scene was silent. Emo himself was also stunned. He knew that his current physical condition was much stronger than that of an ordinary person, but he had never expected it to be so exaggerated. Damn! Ma Koan, are you acting along with him? Isn't it boring? Another younger brother cursed at the man groaning on the ground. He simply couldn't believe that this guy, who looked much thinner than himself, could make someone fly away with just a casual grab. Emo reached out and grabbed the shoulder of the person who spoke. Bang! Another person lay on the ground screaming. The other few people took 2 steps back in fear as if struck by lightning. Yi Xian was stunned and looked at Emo. Brother? He now has some doubts as to whether the person in front of him is his brother. Emo was burning with rage and attacked without holding back. Facing Yi Xian's astonished gaze, he had no idea how to explain. Yi Xian suddenly became extremely excited. I know. Brother, you love me too much. I've read the news, which says that when people are extremely angry, they will burst out with incredible potential. There was a father who saw his daughter trapped under a truck and immediately lifted the truck up. You love me so much that you burst out with incredible strength. Emo was silent for a few seconds, then nodded. Yes, that's it. He couldn't help but mutter in his heart, his daughter was trapped under the truck. Even if the car could be lifted up, there was no way to save her, right? Chapter 20 The Powerful and Rich Woman. Are you also an ancient warrior? The man with the crew cut looked surprised. He doesn't think this is the power of love like Yi Xian does. He could also throw those people away. If you rely solely on physical strength, it would be difficult to do, but as long as you know the technique of exerting force, it is not difficult. He knew something about Yi Xian's life experience. How could he have a brother who was an ancient warrior when he was not even worthy of carrying his shoes? Are you an ancient warrior? Yemo asked back. The man with the crew cut was very annoyed because he was the one who asked the other party first. Although he was unhappy, he still replied, "That's right. Who did you learn kung fu from?" The circle of ancient warriors in Yunhai City is so small that it is rare for them to start fighting right away when they meet. It is necessary to clarify the background first to avoid a flood that will wash away the Dragon King Temple. Come here and I'll tell you. Yemo looked around, as if he didn't want others to hear. Shini had no doubts about it. The affairs of ancient warriors were not allowed to be revealed to outsiders. If Yemo had not displayed such amazing skills, he would have just beaten up the two brothers and would not have revealed that he was an ancient warrior. He walked up to Yemo and listened attentively. Yemo suddenly punched him on the head. There was no method to it, just a very amateur uppercut. But with his current speed and strength, his power cannot be underestimated. Boom! Shini was caught off guard and was punched in the side of the face, falling headfirst into the urinal next to him. While he was still in shock, Yemo rushed forward and punched him a few more times. Ancient warrior? It just can't keep up with the new era. Previously, he learned from Su Qingyue that with the emergence of extraordinary matter, the strength of warriors had undergone a qualitative leap. In front of extraordinary warriors, ordinary firearms are meaningless. Those ancient warriors whose bodies can withstand extraordinary potions would no longer call themselves ancient warriors. Strictly speaking, they would call themselves quasi-warriors, or warriors of a few grades. To be more general, they would call themselves warriors. There is only one group of people in this era who still call themselves ancient warriors. That is the guy who, although practicing ancient martial arts, is simply unable to inject extraordinary potions. These people cannot evolve with the help of the power of extraordinary potions. No matter how much they practice, their limit is just that. However, no matter what, they are much stronger than ordinary people. Yemo is now a quasi-warrior, and he is confident that his strength and speed are superior to his opponent, but the opponent has been practicing martial arts since he was a child, which means he knows more techniques. In this case, if a fight breaks out, it is hard to say who will win or lose. Of course, this is under normal circumstances. If we launch a sneak attack, the result will be obvious. Use sneak attack. Shini was shocked and angry, and struggled to get up. Every time he couldn't get up, he was knocked down by Yemo again. After a few punches, Shini vomited blood. Shini and his younger brothers felt better and wanted to come over to help, but when they saw the scene, they were so scared that they stopped. "Brother, stop hitting me. If you keep hitting me, I'll kill him." Yixian rushed over to pull Yemo away, but he felt as if Yemo had roots under his feet and was as strong as an ox, and he could not be shaken at all. Yemo had a sinister look on his face and punched Shini in the right eye again, knocking him unconscious. Only then did he finally calm down. He finally understood why Yixian's grades in his previous life began to decline in his second year of high school. Later, one of his eyes became almost blind, and his personality became withdrawn. There is no doubt that this guy is behind this. It is no exaggeration to say that Yixian's life was ruined. Let's go. Yemo pulled Yixian and strode away. The people around him quickly made way for fear of blocking their way. "Brother, you're such a good fighter. But Xinyi's family seems to be quite powerful. Last time he broke someone's leg, but nothing happened. Instead, the person dropped out of school on his own." Yixian looked a little excited at first, but soon turned into worry. Yemo calmed down and realized that he had been a little reckless, but he did not regret it. He randomly found a restaurant and asked Yixian to go in and wait for him. Then he found a corner and dialed Su Qingyue's number again. "Wife. I had a fight with a human being, an ancient warrior." The other side said softly, "Been beaten?" "I'm fine, it's just that I beat him up pretty badly." "It's good that you didn't get beaten. Next time you fight someone, if you can win, then don't do it. But if you can't, just bring out your background in the Extraordinary Research Institute, okay?" "Okay." Yemo touched his nose. He thought Su Qingyue would ask why they were fighting with ancient warriors, but she didn't ask at all. Yemo could only speak up and tell her what had happened. "Okay. I'll take care of this." After hearing this, Su Qingyue spoke very calmly, as if it was just a trivial matter. Why don't you ask what that guy's name is?" "No need. The male ancient martial artist who studies at number 2 middle school, with a crew cut, cannot pass the extraordinary potion test. Based on this information, we can find him." After a while, Yemo hung up the phone and suddenly felt that if Suhan really severed his father-daughter relationship with Su Qingyue, the first person to be unable to bear it would most likely be Suhan, not Su Qingyue. Even if Su Qingyue left the Su family, she still controlled amazing energy. What the Extraordinary Research Institute represents in this era is probably more exaggerated than he originally speculated. The woman he was with was not an ordinary rich woman, but a rich woman with enormous power. Next, during the meal, Yemo asked Yi Xian what exactly happened between him and the group of people just now. What he heard was pretty much what he expected. Yi Xian has outstanding looks and excellent grades, so many girls like him. Although Shen Yi comes from a wealthy family, he has long been notorious. Except for a very few who like to play, girls avoid him. But this guy was tired of those girls who came to him, so he wanted Yi Xian to help him ask out a few girls he liked. Yi Xian refused to cooperate, which led to the previous scene. Okay. Many girls like you? Yemo patted Yi Xian's shoulder and laughed. Not a lot. Yi Xian scratched his head embarrassedly. Do you have any favorites yourself? Yemo said, noticing Yi Xian's face flushed slightly, and raised his eyebrows. Really? Does she like you? I like it. How do you know? She sent me love letters. Yi Xian didn't wait for Yemo to speak, and hurriedly said, Don't worry, brother, I rejected her. I don't plan to have a relationship in high school. I will go find her after I get admitted to Yunhai University like you. Also, her family background is relatively good, so when I get admitted to Yunhai University and go to her house, her parents will be more likely to accept me. In his previous life, until his sudden death, Yi Xian, like him, had no girlfriend. Not only does he not have a girlfriend, he doesn't even want to see anyone. He hides at home all day and makes a living by doing part-time jobs online. He had no idea that his younger brother had liked a girl in high school and was thinking of renewing his relationship after he was admitted to Yunhai University. Come sit next to me. Yemo motioned Yi Xian to come over. Yi Xian was a little confused. He stood up from the opposite side and sat next to Yemo. You idiot. Yemo looked unhappy and slapped Yi Xian on the head. Chapter 21 Xiaohei, can we talk? When the palm was about to fall on Yi Xian's head, it paused, and then patted it lightly. My strength is a bit scary now, I must not give my brother a concussion. Brother, why did you hit me? Yi Xian covered his head with his hands, looking aggrieved. You're stupid, but don't think everyone is as stupid as you. Wait until you get into a good university, and then come back to find her? By then, I'm afraid someone else will have already gotten there first. If you're really worried about affecting your studies, you can first establish a relationship and secure your status. Yemo looked unhappy, thinking that this silly boy was too naive. Yi Xian was stunned for a moment, and said in confusion, but her family background is much better than ours. Isn't that better? Yemo said immediately. Better? Nonsense. Of course it's even better. You like each other, and the other person's family is also very rich, this is of course the best thing to do. After you graduate, if his family is really capable, they can help you. This. Yi Xian looked suspicious at brother, why do I feel like you're encouraging me to be a gigolo? What's wrong with being a gigolo? I'm a gigolo with my own abilities, what's wrong with that? Yemo said as if it was a matter of course. But that's not what you said before. You used to. The past is the past, and the present is the present. One must be flexible. Yemo patiently coaxed, by the time you get admitted to Yunhai University, if someone else has already gotten her, will you regret it? Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and nodded. Yemo continued, does that mean you don't want to be with her just because her parents object? Of course not. I want to be with her, not with her parents. Yi Xian said quickly. That's right. During this time, just solidify the relationship. As for the future, we can talk about it later. You're only 16 years old now, there's no need to think too long. Grab what you can grab first. Good men often have a flaw. When you fall in love with a girl, you will think about it for a long time and have too many concerns. You always want to wait until everything is ready before taking action. In the end, you will get nothing and miss the opportunity. The scumbag, on the other hand, doesn't care. He just wants to have some fun first and then work hard to get the girl. As for being a gigolo? Living off a woman is a skill. Why do men have to be better than women? Do you look down on women of the new era? Yemo felt that he needed to persuade his brother to take the right path. After dinner, the two brothers said goodbye. Yixian returned to school, and Yemo went home. After returning home, Lin Shuhui told Yemo that although she had asked for a few more days of leave for him, now that he had recovered, he had to go back to school tomorrow and not delay his studies. I don't have classes tomorrow morning anyway, so it won't be too late to go there after I wake up tomorrow. Oh, Mom, the doctor from the hospital contacted me and said he's found a special medicine that can cure your back pain faster. It will be delivered to you tomorrow morning. Yemo remembered something and said to Lin Shuhui. Send it? Lin Shuhui was surprised. Shouldn't we go to the hospital to get it? Why did they express it to us? Well, I don't know. Yemo subconsciously wanted to touch his nose, but when he saw Lin Shuhui frowning slightly, he quickly put it down. Lin Shuhui said, they probably want to avoid making a wasted trip. We can't let them pay for the courier fee. Don't worry about that. I'm going back to my room first. Yemo returned to his room. Although it was called his own room, it was actually shared by him and Yixian. The area was extremely small. It only had a bunk bed and a small study table, and there was not even enough space for a chair. When the two brothers studied in the house, they could only sit on the edge of the bed. It would be better if there were more extraordinary points. Yemo took out his phone and checked it. Among the redeemable potions, there are many that can be used to strengthen the bodies of ordinary people. If I could have enough extraordinary points, after curing my mother's illness, I could buy them some medicines that could strengthen their bodies. Not to mention that I could guarantee that they would be free from illness and disaster in the future, but at least their physical fitness would be much better. Even if the diseases diagnosed earlier were cured, both parents would still be in a relatively poor sub-health condition. I could only comfort myself that this is how it is when I get older and there is nothing I can do about it. But now, as long as there are enough extraordinary points, everything can be solved. These medicines are really not cheap. The cheapest one costs 100 extraordinary points. Yemo had 800 extraordinary points left, which could be used for redemption, but investing them in himself and earning more points was undoubtedly the long-term solution. Try the 8th set of Extraordinary Warrior Gymnastics. How difficult can it be? Yemo closed the intranet page and checked the electronic version of the 8th set of Extraordinary Warrior Gymnastics. This set of gymnastics is composed of 32 different postures. To practice, one needs to follow the instructions and diagrams and perform 32 different postures in a specific order. In addition, special breathing techniques are required. There are clear requirements for the length and speed of breathing. These postures don't look too strange. At least there isn't the kind of posture that, at first glance, you'd think it wasn't something a human could do. Yemo stood in the small corner of the room, trying out different postures. As he performed one posture after another, he soon became sweaty and felt sore all over. After performing 32 postures in a row, his postures were still not very standard, his legs trembled, and he sat down on the ground. According to the explanation in the book, he needs to continue to perform it until his body can no longer bear it. This set of gymnastics will stimulate the strength of muscles throughout the body. This process can speed up the absorption of the energy of extraordinary medicine in the body. If a would-be warrior can persist for 15 minutes every day, he can be considered excellent. In very rare cases, it can last for more than 20 minutes before the body becomes completely unable to bear it. Yemo stood up, gritted his teeth, and continued doing exercises. As time passed, he felt the soreness in his muscles gradually turn into a tingling pain, as if the muscle fibers in his body were constantly being torn and his blood vessels were bulging. He could only grit his teeth and continue to persevere. Suddenly, a warm current appeared in the body. The tingling sensation in my body disappeared, and I returned to the relaxed feeling I had at the beginning. If there is any difference, it is that I am a little hungry. Can this also be repaired? Yemo looked shocked. This strange body of mine can not only repair wounds, but it can also make a body that has been squeezed to the limit return to its original state immediately? In this way, others can only practice for more than 10 minutes a day. If I fill my stomach, can't I persist for 24 hours? Yemo suddenly felt something was wrong. Put in more effort than others, and then get greater rewards? Why does this feel a little familiar? No. Isn't this just like in my previous life, working hard to win? Yemo thought about it and suddenly said, Xiaohei, can we talk? Chapter 22 Backer. Xiaohei? I'm talking to you. Black ball. I don't care what you are, I'm talking to you, do you hear me? I want to have a good chat with you. There was no response, as if Yemo was muttering to himself. Even without the help of cultivation methods, the human body can still transform and absorb the remaining extraordinary potion energy in the body, but the speed is very slow. In order to speed up, you need to practice every day and not slack off for a single day. But Yemo felt that his situation seemed a little different. Logically, after he did the gymnastics for 20 minutes, some of the remaining extraordinary energy in his body would be absorbed, and his body would once again experience the previous feeling of heat. But Yemo didn't have that feeling at all. He didn't even notice that his physical strength had increased at all. He had a guess in his mind. After Xiaohei swallowed it, the extraordinary energy returned to him could be completely absorbed by his body, and no part of it would remain in his body. The energy of the extraordinary potion comes from some qualitative change of extraordinary material energy. The extraordinary energy absorbed by Xiaohei is likely to undergo another qualitative change and can be easily and completely absorbed by the flesh and blood without remaining in the body. If this is true, doesn't it mean that as long as I get enough extraordinary potions, then Xiaohei will first swallow and absorb them, and then pass them on to myself, and my body index will be able to increase at an astonishing speed? Not only do you not have to do gymnastics every day, but you can also save a lot of time. It's like an adult chewing up food before feeding it to a child. That way, it's naturally easier to digest and absorb. Isn't this considered another kind of freeloader? Speaking of which, why does this analogy feel a bit disgusting? Yemo looked curious. Xiaohei, are you a boy or a girl? Or in other words, male or female? Still no response. Yemo's face turned cold. You're living inside my body, but you refuse to confess anything? I'm starting to doubt whether you're the star beast they're talking about. If you push me too far, we could all die together. Or, I could report your existence to the Extraordinary Research Institute. Even though I might be dissected and lose my life, you won't have an easy time either. If soft tactics don't work, he'll resort to hard tactics. But the other party just refused to listen and still did not respond. Yemo muttered in his heart, could it be that this guy is conscious but unable to communicate at all? Just like a 1 or 2-year-old child, who doesn't he really have the ability to communicate? To die together is purely to scare the other party, it is impossible to really do that. There are too many uncertainties in reporting it to the Extraordinary Research Institute, and he has no intention of doing so. Although I now know about things like exotic beasts, extraordinary substances, and warriors, there must be more secrets that I cannot access. I'll work hard to become stronger, and sooner or later, I'll figure out what it is. For now, as long as it cooperates and helps me quickly absorb the energy of the extraordinary potion, that's all that matters. Yemo logged into the website again and redeemed a number 7 extraordinary potion. Is everything as I guessed, and whether I don't need to work hard every day? The result will be known after I get the extraordinary potion. 1,000 extraordinary points, only 300 left in a blink of an eye. Yemo's eyes turned and he clicked on the martial arts category on the screen. The mahogany door was pushed open and Shinyi walked in with a puzzled look on his face. Although he was beaten up by Yemo, in his opinion, if the opponent did not rely on sneak attacks, he would never be his opponent. When he learned that Yi Xian was still attending school, he was planning to take revenge, but he received a call from his father Shinjinchuan, who spoke in a very bad tone and told him to get over. Seeing Shinjinchuan's gloomy face, he said awkwardly, "Dad, I haven't caused any trouble recently." He had no idea what was going on and felt very innocent. In his eyes, bullying those female students without any background, or beating up people like Yi Xian, was not considered causing trouble at all. Because even if they are bullied or beaten, there won't be any trouble at all. It's easy to deal with. It is only considered trouble if you provoke people with complicated backgrounds. You didn't cause any trouble? Shinjinchuan was furious and picked up the cup in front of him and threw it at Shinyi. Bang! Shinyi was startled and dodged quickly. The ceramic cup hit the door and shattered instantly. Just now, the person we met at the Research Institute called and said that starting today, they will terminate their cooperation with our Shin family. Do you know what this means? Shinjinchuan cursed angrily. The so-called cooperation is that the Extraordinary Research Institute gives these ancient martial arts families a chance. An opportunity to spend a lot of money to purchase resources. Although Shinyi cannot become a warrior, Shinjinchuan is a second-grade warrior, and Shinyi's sister Shinyu is a first-grade warrior. Their extraordinary potions were bought from the Research Institute. The Institute wouldn't take care if the cooperation was stopped, but for them, it would be a complete blow. What does this have to do with me? Shin-yi was shocked. This was definitely a disaster for the Shin family. He couldn't become a warrior, so he didn't need those extraordinary potions. But in the past few years, with the emergence of extraordinary substances, the families in the ancient martial arts world have long been reshuffled. The Shin family can maintain its current status only by relying on Shin Jinchuan and Shin Yu. If they are unable to obtain extraordinary potions in the future, their strength remains stagnant, and people from other families become stronger and stronger, then the status of the Shin family will naturally continue to decline. As the young master of the Shin family, he naturally shares the same fate. But the problem is, this matter obviously has nothing to do with me. No matter how angry I am, there is no reason to take it out on myself. That bullshit has nothing to do with you. People have already said that you offended someone you shouldn't have offended. Shin Jinchuan roared. If he didn't have only this one son, he would have strangled him to death. Unable to inject extraordinary potions, his aptitude is mediocre, and he is even so stupid. He offended a big shot, and people came to retaliate and warn him, but he still didn't realize anything. Shin-yi was stunned on the spot, thinking, could it be him? Who? Explain everything to me. What exactly happened? Shin-yi quickly told what had happened before. That guy is at most a quasi-warrior. A quasi-warrior who is almost 18 or 19 years old can have a very strong background. He's even worse than my sister. How is it possible that he has a backer at the Extraordinary Research Institute? Shin-yi looked incredulous. Shin Jinchuan said with a cold face, not only does he have a backer, but this backer is also very extraordinary. If he was just an ordinary researcher, it would be impossible for him to directly cut off our cooperation with the Extraordinary Research Institute. Dad, what should I do next? Should I go and apologize to them? Shin-yi looked reluctant. If someone offends you and comes to apologize to you, will you be willing to forgive him? Shin Jinchuan said coldly. Shin-yi hesitated for a few seconds and shook his head. He only knows how to beat the person when he is down and humiliate him cruelly. How could he possibly forgive him? I have called your sister and she will be back soon. Shin Jinchuan continued. My sister, can she handle this? Shin-yi had some doubts in his heart. Although his sister had joined the Extraordinary Management Bureau of the Imperial Capital, she was only a first-rank warrior after all. How much influence could she have? Your sister doesn't have that ability, but your brother-in-law can. Brother-in-law? Ah. My sister is looking for a man? Shin-yi thought of something and said excitedly, is my brother-in-law very powerful? 5th rank. Shin Jinchuan only said 2 words with a smile on his face. Although his son was not very good, fortunately he had a daughter who was very good. 5th rank. Shin-yi screamed in surprise and said ecstatically, now, our Shin family has a backer. When the time comes, I will make sure my brother-in-law takes revenge on me and will not let that guy go. Just now, he was still saying that he was going to apologize, but in the blink of an eye, he looked fierce again. Before your sister and the others return, you must behave yourself. This incident can serve as an example to scare the monkeys and tell everyone in Yunhai City that my Shin family now has a backer. If you want to provoke us, you'd better think twice. Chapter 23, Heaven Cutting Hand. Martial arts evolved from ancient martial arts and were further refined by modern science. When practiced by martial artists, every move and form is a killing technique. Yemo clicked on the martial arts category, and the first thing that caught his eye was not the various redemption options, but the introduction to martial arts. Unless your own safety is threatened, you may not use martial arts against ordinary people. Do you agree? Yemo clicked the agree option and the page jumped again. A total of hundreds of martial arts appeared on the page for Yemo to choose from. Yemo first eliminated those sword techniques, knife techniques, stick techniques and other things that required the use of weapons. Although he was very curious about the world of warriors, he did not want to completely separate himself from the lives of ordinary people at the moment. As an ordinary person, especially a college student, it is not appropriate for you to carry things like swords and knives. Then, he took a quick look at those whose prices were above 300 extraordinary points and eliminated them all. Martial arts are divided into 6 levels, SSS, SS, S, A, B, and C. The highest level of martial arts, when practiced to the extreme, will naturally be the strongest. But it is also the most difficult. Therefore, in the jump page just now, you are informed in advance so that you can choose the most suitable one, not the highest level one. Even if it is the highest SSS level martial arts, if it is completely impossible to get started, then it is meaningless. It is better to exchange it for the lowest C-level martial arts, which is easier to get started. Another point is that after redemption, even if you are unable to enter, the extraordinary points will not be refunded. Therefore, exchanging martial arts skills requires careful consideration. Hey, the exchange price for an SSS level martial art is only 300 transcendent points. I can afford it, right? Yimo's gaze suddenly paused, and he looked surprised. But soon something felt wrong. C rank martial art shocking wave sword technique, exchange price 200 transcendent points. B rank martial art cloud dragon palm, exchange price 500 transcendent points. That's not right. The price of a B level martial art is over 300, so why is an SSS level martial art only 300? Yimo looked at it carefully and soon showed a look of surprise. This martial art called Heaven Cutting Hand is indeed SSS level, and the exchange points are indeed only 300, but what is exchanged here is not the complete Heaven Cutting Hand, but the first move. Heaven Cutting Hand is divided into 9 styles, each worth 300 points, and only the first style can be exchanged. Yimo checked the detailed information and found that the last 2 moves of Heaven Cutting Hand could not be exchanged on the website, but the first 7 moves could be exchanged directly. The exchange price for the first type is 300 extraordinary points. The second form is 600 extraordinary points. Keep doubling. The exchange price for the 7th style is 19,200 extraordinary points. The Heaven Cutting Hand has only 7 moves, but its power is equivalent to that of SS level martial arts. If you can cultivate the Heaven Cutting Hand to the 7th form and pass the corresponding assessment, you can obtain the last 2 forms for free. Yimo looked at the instructions above and looked a little excited. Is there such a good thing? After practicing to the 7th form, you don't need to pay for extraordinary points, and you can get the last 2 forms for free? Although I don't know what the so-called corresponding assessment specifically refers to, but in any case, as long as there is the possibility of getting something for free, it is an advantage. Yimo carefully read the introduction of Heaven Cutting Hand. This martial art, which combines boxing, palm techniques, finger techniques, and many other variations, is very suitable for his current needs. After hesitating for a moment, Yimo pressed the exchange button. I thought that just like the 8th set of Extraordinary Warrior Gymnastics, I would get an electronic version, but it turned out that it would be a delivery service. There's actually a physical version, not an electronic one? Yimo suddenly became more excited. Although the extraordinary points have returned to 0, Yimo has become more aware that this thing is quite useful and he is eager to get more. It's a pity that the things exchanged here cannot be sold to others. Otherwise, if 500 extraordinary points are exchanged for items and then sold to rich people, the value would be far more than 5 million Chinese yuan. In the other category, Yimo saw the option to exchange into Chinese currency. He tried pressing it, and a red prompt immediately appeared. First, he was reminded that his extraordinary points were 0 and could not be redeemed. Secondly, it is a warning that extraordinary points can be exchanged for Chinese currency, but Chinese currency cannot be exchanged for extraordinary points in return. He got up early the next day, and the first thing he did was to open his mobile phone and log into the website to check. The goods have been delivered. He jumped up and opened the door, but was shocked to see that there was no one outside. Could it be that the things were delivered to the door and then stolen? This is too irresponsible. Xiaomo, I've already signed for the package and it's right here on the table. Why is this package so big? Is this the miracle drug you mentioned yesterday? Lin Shui came out of the kitchen carrying a pot and said to Yimo. Yimo then looked at the dining table and saw a large package on it. He showed a look of joy and quickly took the package back to his room. Why is this kid so secretive? Is he afraid that I'll see what's inside? No. I have to go and take a look. Lin Shui put a pot of porridge on the table and tried to catch up, but was stopped by Yi Weigua. The child is grown up, of course he has his own secrets. Anyway, he hasn't done anything bad, why bother him? What do you mean I'm annoying him? I'm his mother. Can't I take care of his business? Although Lin Shui refuted, she did not continue to follow. After a while, Yimo walked out of the room. Son, what was in the express delivery just now? Lin Shui asked immediately. Yi Weigua looked at her helplessly and was too lazy to say anything more. The special medicine you told me about yesterday. Yimo took out a small glass bottle from his body, which contained light blue liquid. He walked up to Lin Shui and couldn't wait to let his mother take it to see the effect. After Lin Shui took it, Yimo hurriedly asked, "Do you feel better?" Lin Shuhui said with a smile, "You said before that this chronic back pain would not be cured in a short time, and asked me to relax. Why is it that now, wow, it's amazing. I seem to feel a lot better." Lin Shuhui stretched out her body, her face filled with shock. She felt a warm current flowing through her lumbar spine, and the sore and uncomfortable feeling disappeared in an instant like the tide, leaving her with an unprecedented sense of relief. Yimo breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "After all, it's a special medicine, so of course it will work faster." After saying that, he turned and returned to his room. "Hey, son, don't you want to eat breakfast?" Lin Shuhui shouted hurriedly. Yimo turned around, took 2 buns, and quickly returned to his room. On the bed, there was a metal box. The box has been opened, and inside is a crimson number 7 extraordinary potion. Next to the box is a metal tablet computer. Yimo picked up the tablet and saw a few big words on the screen: "Identity recognition successful." The screen switched, and a line of large characters appeared, warning: "Do not share the martial arts content with anyone else. Once discovered, severe punishment will be imposed." Rays of light are projected out and converge into 3D projections. A figure with a blurred face appeared, and judging from her figure, she was a tall woman. Without a word, the woman began her demonstration. Next to it, words appeared: "The first move of the sky-cutting hand." Chapter 24 seems unnecessary? The way of heaven severing is born from water. It uses the lawless as the law, and the infinite as the finite. It combines the strengths of Wing Chun, Bagua, and Xingyi. Defense is attack, and attack is defense. While listening to the confusing narration, Yimo tried to imitate the woman's movements. "I thought the so-called first move was just one move. Turns out it's a combination of many moves, fists, palms, and finger techniques all blended together." More than half an hour passed, and the woman on the screen stopped. Yimo hadn't even figured out how many punches, palms, and finger techniques were included in this first move. After some research, Yimo discovered that he could slow down the projection's movement speed. He slowed it down and started over again. This time, Yimo stopped after only 1 minute, his face bitter. Still the same moves as before. But the arrangements and combinations of the moves are completely different. If you want to master the first move, you obviously need to thoroughly master all the moves, integrate them, and be able to combine them at will, counter each move, and defeat the enemy. Yimo admired the person who created the sky-cutting hand. Obviously the order is completely disrupted, but every time it is performed, it gives people a feeling of flowing and naturalness. Right now, I'm a copycat of a tiger. None of my moves even resemble the original, let alone its spirit. Even if I put in the hard work to perfect all my moves, I still don't know how long it would take to master them freely and counter them. Forget the rest of the heaven-severing hand, mastering just the first move would take at least a year and a half. A year and a half of hard training every day is already a very optimistic prediction. The greater possibility is that it will take a year or two and still be difficult to master. Practicing ancient martial arts is not an easy task. Many people have poor talents, and even after decades of hard practice, they still cannot reach the level of mastery. This is also why, with the development of technology, martial arts have gradually declined over the past many years. Practice hard every day? Yimo frowned. Do I have to suffer? Actually, it seems unnecessary. Yimo's face suddenly filled with anticipation. The most crucial factors in determining combat effectiveness are physical index and martial arts skills. Even if martial arts skills aren't that great, as long as the physical index is strong enough, combat effectiveness can still be improved, right? If one's martial arts skills are poor, even if the physical index reaches 10, the combat power is still not enough to become a first-grade warrior. But what if the physical index reaches 20, or even 30? By then, no matter how poor the martial arts skills are, relying on a strong body, can't one still become a first-grade warrior? The more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. With the help of Xiaohei, as long as there are enough extraordinary potions, he can quickly improve his physical fitness. In this case, it is natural to make use of your own advantages instead of burying your head in practicing martial arts like others. Thinking of this, he put away the tablet and injected the number 7 extraordinary potion next to it into his body. Whether the plan in mind is feasible depends on whether the previous speculation is correct. If he were just an ordinary person, there would still be some extraordinary energy remaining in his body. If he continued to inject extraordinary potions, it would not be absorbed at all and would only be wasted and excreted through breathing in body fluids. Under normal circumstances, one needs to use cultivation methods to absorb the remaining extraordinary energy in the body before continuing to inject extraordinary potions. After the extraordinary potion entered his body, Emo soon felt his body getting hot, and it seemed as if there was a constant flow of power in his body. I was right. Emo was ecstatic, then patted his head lightly. Shohei, happy cooperation, it's like this from now on. You take half, I take half. I'll find the extraordinary potion, and you help me with the conversion. Next, it was obvious that he should do something else rather than practicing martial arts. Find a way to get more extraordinary potions. Leaf, here. When I arrived at the back door of the classroom, I was already more than a minute late. Emo glanced around and immediately saw two roommates in the last row motioning for him to come over. He lowered his head, half crouched, and quickly walked over to sit next to his two roommates. I heard from the counselor that you were in the hospital? Are you okay? The short and fat Gui Yuhao said in a low voice. It's okay. If something happened, how could I come to class in just a few days? Emo smiled and shook his head, looking at the gray-haired calculus teacher on the podium, feeling a little emotional. When I was studying, I didn't think there was anything special about these teachers. Many years after graduation, I realized that professors at prestigious universities like these are the highest level people that most people can encounter in their lifetime. You didn't come last night, but you missed a great show. Zhang Jun, my roommate on the other side, said with a gossipy look on his face. Gui Yuhao suddenly glared at him and said unhappily, just focus on the class and stop chatting about irrelevant things. How can you, a man, gossip like a woman? Zhang Jun said, damn it. I'm not more serious in class than you are. I don't know what games you've been playing these past few days, and you've been yelling about bullshit like I'm as fast as the wind. I'm getting fed up with you. What gossip? Emo asked curiously. Look. Yi Zi is interested too. Zhang Jun looked excited and was about to speak when Gui Yuhao glared at him fiercely again, feeling confused. Then, he finally realized something, shook his head, and smiled at Emo. Nothing. I forgot what I was going to say because of that interruption from the fat guy. You're so nervous. I don't want to bother with you. There is only one class in the afternoon, which is advanced mathematics, so when the get out of class is over, it is the same as the end of school. Let's go. I'll treat you to dinner tonight. Emo was the first to walk outside. Choose whatever you want to eat. If you miss this time, there may not be a next time. Damn. Have you made a fortune? You used to be the stingiest person in our dormitory, and you actually want to treat me to a meal and let me choose whatever I want? Gui Yuhao followed, looking curious. Could it be that he won the lottery? Zhang Jun was also surprised. They knew something about Emo's family background. Although he is a local, his family background is the worst among the 4 people in the dormitory. Yes. I won the lottery. Is this true? Zhang Jun pulled out his phone. Then I'll call Lao Hei over too. He's been staying up late playing games every night lately, even more so than Fatty. He's even skipping classes. If he keeps this up, he'll be completely ruined. I wonder if he's still sleeping at this hour. Gui Yuhao rolled his eyes at him. I'm very self-disciplined, okay? I play games, but I don't miss any classes. When I arrived at the school gate, I saw a white Porsche 911 parked in front. Next to it was a man in his early 30s, holding a rose and kneeling on one knee in front of a girl in a white dress. There were many people gathered around, pointing and talking. When faced with this situation, the students from prestigious universities were no different from ordinary people. They all stopped and watched the show. Cici, believe me, I'm crazy about you. Although I'm a dozen years older than you, true love knows no age. If you still don't want to accept my love, then I will never give up. In this life, I will marry no one but you. The man looked affectionate. Damn. Is this guy here again? Gui Yuhao cursed when he saw the scene before him. How shameless. Goddamn, true love knows no age, you are kidding me. Damn it. It really never ends. Zhang Jun also looked unhappy. If they can succeed in the future, whether they will go to college to pick up girls is a matter for the future. Anyway, now, when I see people from society trying to snatch female classmates, I get so angry that I grit my teeth. Yi Zi, this guy is trying to steal your woman, why don't you hurry up? I may not be as rich as him, but you are prettier than him. Zhang Jun looked at Emo beside him and shouted loudly. Suddenly, gossipy eyes turned towards this side. Yemo was just watching the show, but when he heard Zhang Jun's words, he felt confused. Look carefully, that's Lu Shi. Go to the front and look at that woman's face. He's confessing his love to Lu Shi. Guo Yuhao realized that he could only see the woman's back from this position, so he pulled Yemo to the side to see the girl's face clearly. He gritted his teeth, as if the person he was trying to snatch away was his woman. Chapter 25. This guy is just a bootlicker. Lu Qian, Yemo's high school classmate, has now been admitted to Yunhai University together. The fate between the two is more than that. When she was in high school, Lu Shi was the prettiest girl in her class. Yemo is the most handsome among the boys. In addition, Lu Qian is the class monitor and Yemo is the deputy class monitor. It is inevitable that the two will have some interactions. Over time, rumors spread around the school that the two of them were in love. There are many former high school classmates at Yunhai University. As a result, the rumors about him and Lu Shi also spread to Yunhai University, and many people believed that there was some story between them. Only Yemo himself knew that there was nothing going on between him and Lu Qian. Young Muai, it is impossible to say that Yemo had no good feelings towards Lu Shi. However, although Yemo has outstanding looks, due to his family background, on the one hand, he only thinks about studying well, and on the other hand, he feels a little inferior in his heart, so he dare not take the initiative to express his thoughts about Lu Qian. As for whether Lu Shi had any thoughts about Yemo, the original Yemo had no idea, but now Yemo, who had a 28-year-old soul, had the answer. There were many things in his memory that the original Yemo could not understand, but now Yemo can analyze many things. Lu Qian is a shrewd and realistic girl. She had long noticed Yemo's feelings for her, but she had always pretended to know nothing and often acted shy to tease Yemo's feelings. When her classmates asked about her relationship with Yemo with gossipy looks, she would always look shy and tell them not to talk nonsense. This actually aroused people's imagination. She neither admitted nor denied it. In Yemo's eyes, this meant that Lu Qian had some feelings for him, but was just too embarrassed to admit it. In Yemo's eyes now, Lu Qian is just a green tea. All the boys in the class, including the best-looking Yemo, like me without exception. Lu Shi is enjoying the feeling of superiority of being liked by everyone. This sense of superiority made her feel superior to others. Yi Zi, did you see that? This woman is Lu Qian. No, why do I feel like you're not excited at all? This guy is trying to steal your woman. Guo Yuhao was confused when he saw Yemo's calm expression, as if this matter had nothing to do with him. Yi Zi, don't be afraid. What's so great about a sports car? You're much more handsome than him. This guy is so shameless. He confessed to me yesterday and got rejected, yet he does it all over again. Ugh. Is being rich such a big deal? Zhang Jun spat, his face full of contempt. He thought that Yemo was intimidated by the other party's luxury car. Is this what you wanted to say in the classroom before? Yemo said. Zhang Jun nodded. He had indeed intended to say that. But after Guo Yuhao reminded him, he realized that given Yemo and Lu Qian's relationship, telling him about this matter would only make things more difficult for him. More importantly, Lu Shi rejected the other party yesterday. If Yemo gets furious after learning about this and goes to question Lu Qian, it will only make things worse. It would be better for him to say nothing. Thank you. Yemo patted Zhang Jun on the shoulder with a smile on his face. His roommate obviously misunderstood his relationship with Lu Shi, and everything he did was meaningless. But this consideration for him is real. Lu Qian? He didn't take it seriously at all. But he cherishes his friends more. In his previous life, when he encountered trouble, his 3 roommates helped him a lot. Why thank you. We are brothers. If you want to steal my brother's woman, you won't succeed. Zhang Jun patted his chest, obviously misunderstanding Yemo's meaning. Everyone looked over here, some of them knew the rumors about Yemo and Lu Qian. That guy is so handsome. From what the person next to him said, he seems to have some connection with this beautiful woman. Isn't this going to be a good show? His name is Yemo. He and Lu Qian were high school classmates. I heard they've been dating for a while now. I heard that they haven't officially started dating yet. But they're very ambiguous. Is it only a matter of time before they start dating? It seems like Yemo has been pursuing Lu Shi for a long time, and Lu Shi is probably also interested in him. If there is no interference, they will officially start dating in a while. But now it seems mysterious. Love triangle? This woman is really popular, and she's not particularly good looking. If we were to rate appearance, Yi Mo's score would be much higher than this woman's. The enthusiasm of the onlookers suddenly increased. There were some female students among them, and some of them made sour remarks. Yi Mo? Lu Qian was also stunned when she saw Yi Mo standing beside her. The man holding the rose suddenly had a gloomy expression. What's your relationship with him? Didn't you say you don't have a boyfriend or anyone you're dating? Lu Qian frowned slightly and said calmly, he and I have nothing to do with each other. These are just rumors spread by others. She glanced at everyone and said softly, stop talking nonsense. There's nothing between Yi Mo and me. We're just ordinary classmates. He may like me, but I value inner qualities more than outward appearances. Everyone was in an uproar. It turns out that this isn't a love triangle at all, but rather unrequited love? Many sympathetic eyes turned to Yi Mo. In their eyes, at this moment, Yi Mo, who was in love with someone unrequited, was undoubtedly rejected. Seeing the surprised look on Yi Mo's face, he immediately believed what Lu Qian said. This guy probably thought Lu Qian liked him before today? Yi Mo was a little surprised. But what surprised him was not whether Lu Shi liked him or not. When I heard Zhang Jun say that Lu Shi rejected this man yesterday, I thought she would reject him today as well. After all, a woman like Lu Shi, who is realistic and vain at heart, will only weigh the pros and cons when looking for a man, and there is no such thing as being moved. If she acts very touched, it is just an act after weighing the pros and cons. Soon, Yi Mo showed a look of realization. He knew what was going on. In fact, Lu Shi had already had her eyes on this man. Her rejection yesterday was just to tell him that it would not be that easy to get him. After refusing a few times, agree to the other party. In this way, the other party will naturally pay more attention to you. After all, the man was obviously rich. Rich men will never lack women. If it's too easy to get, such a man will never cherish it. Thinking of this, Yi Mo began to admire Lu Qian. When boys of the same age were still playing games in the dormitory, she was already good at understanding people's hearts and accumulating experience in actual combat. Yi Mo himself didn't take it seriously, but his two roommates beside him seemed to have suffered a great humiliation. After all this time, it turns out she's just a realistic gold digger. Bah! What's with the idea of focusing on inner qualities and money? This guy is just rich. In the end, he's just a gold digger. What a spineless bastard. He's really bringing shame to Yunhai University. Wei Yuhao and Zhang Jun cursed angrily, their faces full of contempt. Bullshit. How can being a sugar daddy be considered spineless? Do you think anyone who wants to be a sugar daddy can succeed? A rebuttal voice sounded. Wei Yuhao and Zhang Jun sneered and were ready to curse at each other, but suddenly they felt something was wrong. The rebuttal voice is obviously from a man. It wasn't Su Qian who was refuting them. Everyone looked at Yi Mo in shock. Yi Mo looked dissatisfied. It's not easy to be with a rich man. If you don't have some skills, how can you just be with him? I don't think there's anything wrong with her being with a rich man. It's like a man living off a gigolo, it's definitely a skill, right? The scene was dead silent. Everyone looked at Yi Mo in surprise. Wei Yuhao and Zhang Jun were both dumbfounded. No, man, what's going on? We are speaking for you. She just has an unhappy expression on her face. Why are you even more excited than her? At this moment, the same word emerged in everyone's mind, dog liquor. This guy is just a bootlicker. Even though people have rejected you like this, you still want to flatter them and say nice things to them? Chapter 26, Can't you find someone who is good-looking, rich and caring? The glances that originally had some sympathy now turned into contempt. The people who despise bootlickers the most are not men, but women. Many men curse their partners in the hope that they will come to their senses and return to the right path. Only women are truly cruel and ruthless to bootlickers. When it comes to hurting them, they will not show any mercy and will not treat them as human beings. Baby, I misunderstood you. After all this time, you're just a bootlicker. I thought you were a competitor. The man in the suit sneered and said to Lu Qian, but no matter what, you have to accept my feelings today, otherwise I will really find another woman. I promise that if you become my girlfriend, I will treat you well. Apart from you, I won't even look at other women. Just now I said I would never give up and would marry you in this life, but now it seems that if you don't accept me, I will find another woman. Lu Qian hesitated for a moment, took the rose from his hand, and said angrily, "You must remember what I said today." Ha ha ha. The man in the suit put his arm around Lu Shi's waist, feeling very proud and confident. Especially compared with the bootlicker next to him, he is undoubtedly the real winner. At this moment, he noticed that Yi Mo was looking at his face. "Are you jealous?" the man in the suit laughed. Yi Mo said, "Although I want to be with a rich man, it's a bit unfair to find such an ugly man. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to eat an ugly man. It's okay to be with a rich man, but what's the point of just having money? He must be rich, handsome, and treat me well. Lu Shi, as an old classmate, I advise you to find someone better. Or is this the best you can find? Are you so incompetent? That's true. You're just prettier than the average person. Without makeup, you're just an average girl. Judging by our faces alone, we're destined to be from two different worlds." He looked regretful, and there was some sympathy in his eyes when he looked at Lu Shi. The scene fell silent again. The contemptuous looks turned into astonishment. After all this time, it turns out that this guy was not trying to excuse Lu Shi, but really thought that there was nothing wrong with being good-looking and dating a rich man? Do you have to be with a rich, handsome, and nice man who treats you well? The man in the suit's face suddenly turned dark. Wei Yuhao and Zhang Jun came back to their senses, and the former nodded and said, "That's absolutely right. Suppose there really is a beautiful, wealthy, and kind woman who treats me well, how could I possibly refuse her? Indeed. But for someone as ugly as this, that's definitely not acceptable." Zhang Jun looked at the man in the suit and shook his head quickly. The man in the suit does look a bit ugly. Even if he wears a suit and tie and dresses very carefully, at most he will be evaluated as a decent-looking man. Lu Qian's face turned cold as she stared at Yi Mo and said, "You're so angry you're talking nonsense. I don't want to argue with you." The man in the suit sneered, "How could a beautiful and wealthy woman like you be interested in a loser like you? You're really so angry and furious, you dare to say anything." Crunch. A bright red Ferrari supercar came into view and stopped next to the Porsche 911. "This car is so cool. It's not much cheaper than a Porsche 911, right? Damn, there are so many rich people, why can't there be one more like me? Fuck. What do you mean it's cheaper than a Porsche 911? This is a Ferrari F250. One F250 can buy more than a dozen 911s. They're not even in the same league. What kind of class is this? How dare a 911 park next to an F250? Among the students of Yunhai University, there are many wealthy second generations, and sports cars worth 1 or 2 million yuan can be seen on weekdays. But those worth over 10 million are extremely rare. Not to mention the students, even the man in a suit who claimed to be rich was curious and wanted to see what kind of person the car owner was. The car door opened. The owner of the car did not come out. Only a cool and pleasant voice came from inside. "Husband, get in the car." Everyone was stunned, and then there was an uproar. The car owner is a woman. That would be fine, but what was said could lead to undue speculation. Everyone looked around, clearly not knowing what the other's husband looked like, but they all wanted to find him. Many people's eyes fell on the man in the suit. In their eyes, the man in the suit is undoubtedly the one who looks most like a successful person. Many people wondered, could it be that this guy has a wife who was richer than him, and he was caught cheating? Yi Mo said, "Wife, come down for a moment." Everyone's eyes widened as they looked at him in disbelief, and then they looked at Ferrari. First, a pair of long legs caught everyone's eye. The female car owner was very obedient and got out of the car. Everyone looked at Su Qingyue in front of them, as if petrified, and could not speak for a long time. Some male students suddenly blushed, fearing that Su Qingyue's gaze would fall on them. Su Qingyue's appearance, figure and temperament have a much greater impact on everyone than her sports car. Su Qingyue didn't even glance at the others and walked over to Yi Mo. "I brought you what you wanted. This time, am I being very conscientious? You didn't say anything, and I brought it to you. Does that make me a qualified wife?" Yi Mo called her not long ago to ask if there was any way to get more extraordinary points before becoming a first-grade warrior, and told her that he needed more extraordinary potions right now. He also didn't expect that Su Qingyue would suddenly come to the school to find him. "I exchanged all my points for potions. There are 9 in total. I could have had more, but over the years, I've used my points to buy a lot of things for my family, so I can only exchange for 9. Seeing Yi Mo staring at her blankly, Su Qingyue added another sentence. Yimo was surprised and said, "You really plan to give me something worth over 40 million Chinese yuan like this? It's not a gift. What's mine is yours." Su Qingyue emphasized. She learned her lesson. Last time she offered to treat him to a meal, she was criticized by Yimo. So in this situation, she naturally couldn't use the word send. Between husband and wife, things are shared, how can it be said to be a gift? The other party is obviously testing himself. As the leader of Team 7, she could get 500 extraordinary points every month. If she had any research results, she would get extra rewards. She was much richer than a quasi-warrior like Yimo. However, over the years, most of her extraordinary points have been used in the Su family. Now there are less than 5,000 points left in total, all of which were exchanged for number 7 supernatural potion and given to Yimo. Everyone around had their heads buzzing. Worth more than 40 million? Send it directly to this man? Yimo's words just now appeared in their minds. It's okay to be with a rich man, but he must be rich, handsome, and treat you well. You'd better dump this guy. I wouldn't be interested in a man like him if he were a woman. Yimo took Su Qingyue's hand and looked at Lu Qian. Well, after all, with your looks and your scheming, you can only find a rich, oh no, small guy like this. Lu Qian's face was pale. In her eyes, Yimo was just a silly boy who only knew how to study and looked good. He was so naive that it was ridiculous. But now, she suddenly felt that she was the one who was ridiculous. Chapter 27. The rich woman is the exception. In the box. Hui Yuhao and Zhang Jun lowered their heads, concentrating on eating without saying a word. Next to them sat a tall, dark-skinned boy, who also had his head lowered and was concentrating on eating, like a mute. He looked very uncomfortable, as if he was afraid of making a mistake and being laughed at. The boy's name is Xiao Guozhu, nicknamed Lao Hei, and he is also Yimo's roommate. I played games all night last night and slept until the afternoon. When I learned that Yimo wanted to treat me to a meal, I ran over without even bothering to wash my face. When he first arrived, he had a teasing look on his face, yelling, "The sun rises from the west, and Yi Zi, you actually want to treat us?" But when he saw Su Qingyue, his face immediately turned red, and like Gui Yuhao and Zhang Jun, he instantly became speechless. On the internet, these three people are all pointing fingers at others and claiming to have seen all the beauties in the world. Even those female celebrities cannot escape the pointing and criticism, and they think they are nothing special. As a result, when they saw Su Qingyue, they immediately practiced the silent meditation. Why didn't I realize before that you guys are so particular? Don't talk while eating and don't talk while sleeping? Seeing that the other three ignored him, Yimo looked at Gui Yuhao again. Fatty, are you embarrassed? Didn't you always say that women would only slow down your sword drawing speed? Gui Yuhao rolled his eyes at him. Women will indeed only affect the speed at which I draw my sword, but rich women won't. What's more, she is such a beautiful, generous, and rich woman. Lao Hei, did you stay up all night again last night? I heard from Zhang Jun that you mocked the mobile games he played as garbage last night, thinking that you were more noble than him by playing single-player games? Yimo looked at Xiao Guozhu. Xiao Guozhu snorted, I just think he's stupid. 648 renminbi for one is enough for me to buy 10 AAA games during the promotion, but he throws it into a mobile game and it doesn't make any splash at all. He can't even draw a character, and 648 renminbi for one. He's a college student, but he's being played around by those mobile game manufacturers. It's shameful. Zhang Jun glared and immediately yelled back, you know shit. I'm a shrewd person. What's wrong with spending a little money to gain emotional value? You're the idiot. You saved money, but you wasted a ton of time. You spent thousands of hours playing a game worth only 20 or 30 yuan and still feel like you've lost out, and you still have to give it a bad review. Time itself is also an investment cost, much more expensive than 648. Is your time so valuable? Nonsense. Of course. Then why did Fatty and the others drag you to the internet cafe last time? You insisted that time was precious and you had to go to the library to study. Then he said he would pay for your internet, and you immediately agreed? Yimo opened the conversation with a few simple words, and the box soon became lively. After the meal, Hui Yuhao and the other two said goodbye and left, as if they had been pardoned. Some of your friends don't seem to like being with me. Su Qingyue glanced at the door and said to Yimo. It's not that they don't like you, they're just too nervous. Pretty women make men nervous, not to mention they're younger than you and are at a disadvantage mentally. What about you? Are you nervous? You guess? Su Qingyue widened her eyes slightly. Yemo muttered to himself, guess is really useful as an answer. It is usually said by women. But who said that men can't keep women guessing? What women can say, men can say too. This is true equality between men and women. You said on the phone earlier that the Institute would hold a competition among prospective warriors every 2 months, and as long as you achieved a good ranking, you would receive extraordinary points as a reward. Even if your ranking is average, if you have made a significant improvement compared to the last time, you will still receive a reward. What about my situation? I just became a quasi-warrior and have never participated in a competition before. What is the minimum ranking I need to get to receive a reward? Topics about warriors cannot be discussed in front of ordinary people. After the 3 roommates left, Yemo asked about what he cared about most. Su Qingyue said, including you, there are currently 31 people participating in the quasi-warrior competition at the Institute. You are the last one to join, so your ranking is 31st. As long as you can improve by 10 places each time, you will receive 100 transcendent points as a reward. If I reach 21st place, I'll be awarded 100 transcendent points. What if I reach 11th place? 200? Right. First place? First place already has 1000 transcendent points as a reward, plus the 300 points from 31st to 1st, for a total of 1300. Once you reach first place, you will no longer be allowed to participate in the quasi-warrior competition. Yemo originally thought that if he could participate continuously, then there would be no need to become a first-class warrior. If you are stuck at the quasi-warrior level and get first place, you can earn 1000 extraordinary points every 2 months? Now it seems that the other party is obviously not a fool and would not leave him such a loophole. Once you get first place, you will receive generous rewards. As long as you have enough talent, it will be enough to support you to become a first-class warrior. In this case, the Institute only hopes that the prospective warriors can quickly upgrade their levels and become warriors. Before that, it will no longer provide point rewards. Only after becoming a first-grade warrior can you continue to participate in first-grade warrior competitions. Su Qingyue hesitated for a moment. Do you want to come and take a look at our house? Our house? Yemo was stunned for a moment, then realized that Su Qingyue was pointing to her own residence. Go ahead. Since it's our house, of course I have to go and take a look. Give me a key too. Yemo was not polite at all. Su Qingyue took out the key that she had prepared long ago and handed it to Yemo. In addition, there is a black card. This black card was recorded based on the information Yemo had previously provided at the Institute. It represented his current status as a quasi-warrior at the Institute. With this card, he could also enter the Institute freely. Su family. Su Yuanhao walked into the room, looked at the shattered cup beside him, then looked at his father with an angry face. He guessed that his father probably called his sister again and asked her to kick the boy, but his sister did not agree. After hearing Su Han's words, Su Yuanhao was shocked. The development of the matter was more serious than he had expected. Sister, did you exchange all your transcendent points for transcendent potions and give them to that kid? Su Yuanhao was shocked at first, then he thought of something and said in disbelief, no. What does that kid need the extraordinary potion for? Can he inject it? What do you think? Now, he is already a quasi-warrior of the Extraordinary Research Institute. I didn't expect that he actually has the potential to become a warrior. Su Yuanhao glanced at his sullen father, hesitated, and said, just this alone makes him much stronger than ordinary people. If he becomes a true warrior, it's equivalent to a class leap. Even though there's still a gap between us and my Su family, we can still consider him. Considering what? As for his relationship with my sister, you know, father. With my sister's personality, we can't change her mind. If this boy is more capable, why should we go against her? Do you really want to sever the father-daughter relationship with her? Humph. When I first learned that he had become a quasi-warrior at the Extraordinary Research Institute, I did think so. But after careful consideration, I absolutely cannot let this boy set foot in the gate of my Su family. Why? Chapter 28, is this house allocated by the Research Institute? This kid is extremely greedy and not a good match. Su Han's face was cold. He became a quasi-warrior right after injecting the extraordinary potion. His talent is indeed astonishing. But right now, the remaining extraordinary potion energy in his body must have not been absorbed yet, and he can't wait to ask your sister to exchange all her extraordinary points for extraordinary potions and give them to him. If one day you become the son-in-law of our Su family, don't even think about getting any benefits from him. On the contrary, he will only try his best to empty our Su family. Su Yuanhao thought about it and found that it was true. As a first-rank warrior himself, he naturally knew that his father was not talking nonsense. Having just been injected with the extraordinary potion, what Yimo needs to do most now is to use the cultivation method to absorb and transform the energy of the extraordinary potion in his body, and then he will need a new extraordinary potion. By becoming a quasi-warrior of the Extraordinary Research Institute, Yimo can obtain 1,000 extraordinary points. In the short term, it is definitely enough. If he absorbed and transformed the remaining energy in his body, used up all his own extraordinary points, and then asked for his sister's extraordinary points, then there would be nothing wrong. But unfortunately, when he didn't need it at the moment, he couldn't wait to empty all of his sister's extraordinary points. He was undoubtedly worried that if he was slow, his sister would use her extraordinary points on the Su family instead of on him. Previously, when Su Yuanhao saw Yimo standing by Su Qingyue and saying that he would take care of her for the rest of her life even if she never woke up, he began to have some good feelings towards Yimo's character. Now it seems that I was deceived by that boy's performance. Dad, Master Gi, have you found him? Su Yuanhao thought of the culprit of bringing happiness for good fortune. Now thinking back on what happened before, he and Su Han both felt that with Taoist Gi's ability, he might not even need to resort to the excuse of bringing happiness to a happy occasion to rescue Su Qingyue. Su Han said angrily, "Ever since your sister woke up, that guy has disappeared. There's no way to find him." Su Yuanhao asked, "What are you going to do about Yimo, Dad?" Su Han said angrily, "What can I do? With your sister's personality, who can force her? I said I wanted to kick her out of the Su family, but she left without even looking back. I have to take the initiative to contact her." After cursing a few times, he sighed. "Although your sister has little experience in relationships, she's a smart person. With time, she'll definitely be able to see through that guy's true colors. If she still hasn't kicked him out by then, it's not too late to find a way. Alas, why did she look down on Sunny-chan in the first place? In terms of family background, strength, and character, he is tens of millions of times better than that boy." When Su Yuanhao heard this name, he felt a little regretful. Sunny-chan, known as Thunderblade, is a 7th-rank extraordinary warrior from the Imperial Capital Research Institute. Although he is already 37 years old, he is devoted to martial arts and has not married or had children. For many years, his sister is the only woman he has shown affection for. "It's a pity that my sister simply ignored other people as good impressions." Sunny-chan didn't persist. After being ignored, he returned to the imperial capital and never caused trouble for the Su family. From this point of view, his character is absolutely impeccable. He is nothing like Yimo, who couldn't wait to drain all of his sister's extraordinary points. It's been over a year, and Sunny-chan is still single. Could it be that he still loves me? If I really end up with him, it would be a great thing for me and my Su family. Su Yuanhao turned his head to look at Su Han, and saw that the other party was squinting his eyes, thinking about something. He muttered to himself, saying that he would ignore it for the time being, but the expression on his face definitely showed that he was up to something bad. Yemo looked at the decoration in the house, and the finely decorated model houses he had seen before came to his mind. No, there will be even less furniture than in the model home. It was so clean that there was no sign of human habitation. Seeing Yemo's suspicious look, Su Qingyue told Yemo that she was busy with work on weekdays, and even her sleep, not to mention eating, was basically done at the research institute. Although it's her house, she rarely comes here. Yemo curiously checked the housing prices in this community. But I found that I couldn't find any information on the internet. However, the housing prices around the community can be found, and the average price is between 120,000 and 150,000. This place is located in the bustling area of the city center, with convenient transportation. It is considered one of the best locations in Yunhai City, but the housing prices are obviously not affordable for ordinary people. Su Qingyue's house is about 120 square meters, with 3 bedrooms and a living room. Even if calculated at 120,000 yuan per square meter, it would cost about 15 million. In his previous life, he had never imagined such a house. Is this house allocated by the Research Institute? Yemo asked. Su Qingyue nodded. When you become a 3rd rank warrior, you will also be allocated a set. A 3rd grade warrior. Yemo's heart was instantly moved. He had originally thought of buying a house in the city center in this life. It's not mainly for himself, but for his parents. Also, now that he knew about the existence of strange beasts and warriors in the starry sky, he always felt that the current situation was in a state of tranquility with a hint of impending storm. Perhaps at any time, this peaceful life would be torn apart and enter another era. This community belongs to the Extraordinary Research Institute. If you can live in it, then even if something changes in the future, it will definitely be much safer than outside. Tsuchinue had just woken up a few days ago and had a lot of things to deal with. She took time out of her busy schedule to give the extraordinary potion in black card to Emo. After saying everything she needed to say, she returned to the research institute to continue her work. Emo opened the box Tsuchinue gave him, and inside were 9 bottles of Crimson No. 7 Extraordinary Potion. If you don't practice martial arts, what body index do you need to reach to become a 3rd-grade warrior? Emo began to inject himself with the extraordinary potion, muttering to himself. For him now, becoming a 3rd-grade warrior is obviously a bit far away, and the most urgent task is to become a 1st-grade warrior first. After injecting each extraordinary potion, Emo would wait for Xiaohei to help absorb and transform the potion's energy. After the feeling of heat in his body subsided, he would continue to inject the next extraordinary potion. All 9 doses of extraordinary potions were injected into the body and everything went smoothly. Emo was originally worried that this method might lead to some unexpected restrictions or bottlenecks. However, it now seems that even if bottlenecks or restrictions do exist, they will not appear so quickly. He had a very strange feeling. Originally, he already felt extremely energetic, as if he had infinite power, but with each injection of the extraordinary potion, after transformation and absorption, this feeling became stronger. Now he has an inexplicable confidence and is not afraid even when facing ferocious beasts such as tigers and leopards. The stronger your body, the more confident you become, and the more confident you'll be in everything you do. No wonder they say the body is the capital of revolution. A strong body not only increases speed and strength, but also greatly improves your inner strength. Emo was curious and went to the research institute again. Now that he has a black card, he can enter without Tsuchinue leading the way. He couldn't wait to test his current body index. Chapter 29, Battle Between Warriors and Monsters. When I arrived at the entrance of the institute, I showed my black card and was allowed in smoothly without having to register. Emo did not go looking for Tsuchinue. Instead, he followed the route he remembered and came to the door of the room where the test chamber was located. The metal door of the room opened automatically. According to Tsuchinue, these doors have iris recognition systems. This room belongs to Group 7. Only when someone from Group 7 stands in front of the door will it open automatically. Now, when he stands here, the door will open automatically. It was obvious that Tsuchinue had given his Group 7 various permissions in the system. He already had some understanding of the test chamber. It is a completely foolproof operation. After pressing the start button, the hatch opens, and you enter to test. When the hatch opens again and you come out, you can see the results. This time, the mechanism in the test chamber seemed to him to be moving even slower. If last time, he needed to concentrate all his attention to dodge, this time, he could just stroll leisurely without any pressure. However, soon, the speed of the mechanism in the test cabin increased rapidly, becoming several times the original speed. Emo had to tense up again and deal with it carefully. Once the physical index reaches a certain critical point, the speed of the mechanisms within the cabin will increase? That's correct. The purpose of these mechanisms is to force the warrior to dodge with all his strength, mobilizing all the muscles and nerves in the body to improve the accuracy of the test. If the speed doesn't increase as the warrior becomes stronger, then it will quickly become meaningless. A moment later, Emo walked out of the cabin, eager to look at the numbers on the display. Body Index, 20.3. Emo had guessed long ago that after injecting so many extraordinary potions and with Xiaohei's help in converting and absorbing them, his current physical index had most likely reached the level of a first-grade warrior. Now it seems that he guessed wrong. He has not reached the level of a first-grade warrior, but has directly reached the level of a second-grade warrior. My original body mass index was about 1.0. After Xiaohei took a share of it, I injected 2 doses of the medicine, and my index reached 4.6. So far, I've injected a total of 10 doses. If it were a year-on-year increase, my current body index should be 22.6, but it's actually 20.3. This means that as the body index increases, the improvement effect of a supernatural potion will decrease accordingly. Emo muttered to himself, his face still full of smiles. He had guessed this a long time ago, so he didn't think it was a big deal. It's like an exam. The higher the score, the more time and energy you need to spend to continue improving. This is inevitable. I don't know what level of strength and speed I have reached now. Yemo's heart was burning with excitement, and he wanted to find a place to verify it. Previously, his body index was only 4.6, and he could easily throw people away and dislocate their arms. Now, his physical index has reached the level of a second-grade warrior, which is a qualitative leap. How terrifying is it? He looked around and finally looked up. The ceiling is between 3.5 and 4 meters from the ground. Yemo hadn't practiced any special techniques for exerting force, so he crouched slightly, then suddenly straightened his legs and leaped upwards. There was a shock under my feet. He was planning to hit the ceiling, but before he could even hit it with his hands, there was a loud bang and his head hit the ceiling and he fell to the ground. Fuck! Yemo held his head and took a few deep breaths. After the dizziness disappeared, he looked up and was stunned. I saw some dents and a few cracks on the ceiling. Compared to jumping ability, the hardness of the head is even more amazing. If this had happened before the injection of the extraordinary potion, his head would have definitely split open. More importantly, he just felt dizzy but not in severe pain, and Xiaohei did not intervene to repair his body. It's real. I used my head to crack the wall, and nothing happened. Who's in there? Gu Hui's questioning voice was heard outside the door. She was passing by outside and was frightened by the noise inside. Before Yemo could respond, the door opened automatically. Why is it you? Gu Hui saw Yemo and asked in confusion, what was that noise just now? Yemo touched his nose and said, nothing, just fell down. Gu Hui had no doubts, your body is several times stronger than before, so it's easy to lose control of your strength. Before you fully control your new body, remember not to fight with others. Even if you are a quasi-martial artist, if you accidentally kill someone, you will still be in big trouble. Yemo nodded. Are you here to look for the team leader? She is in the laboratory. Can I take you to see her? Gu Hui said. Yemo shook his head, I won't bother her anymore. I'm in the institute by myself, just wandering around. Gu Hui said, today, there's a battle between warriors and star beasts. Do you want to go and watch? If you become a true warrior, you'll have to face star beasts sooner or later. It's always good to learn about them beforehand. There are living alien beasts in the research institute? Yemo was surprised. He also thought that once those strange beasts in the starry sky encountered warriors, they would fight to the death. If they fell into the research institute, they would be dissected to extract extraordinary substances and make extraordinary potions. Of course. The research value of living things is always higher than that of corpses. If a star beast appears, we will first try to capture it alive. Only when it threatens our lives will we kill it. However, it is also for this reason that the truly powerful beasts can only be killed, and those that are captured alive are generally weaker. Gu Hui said this with a smile, the weakness here is aimed at extraordinary warriors, not quasi-warriors like you. A quasi-warrior's body is indeed stronger in every aspect than an ordinary person like her. But many times, they are still classified on the same level as ordinary people. In the eyes of true warriors, there is no difference between quasi-warriors and ordinary people. They are just ordinary people with stronger bodies. The one battling the strange beast today is a 4th-rank warrior. Do you want to go and watch the fun? If not, I'll go by myself. Gu Hui urged hurriedly, saying that if they didn't go over, it would be too late. A real battle doesn't last half a day, it's often over very quickly. Yemo was surprised and said, you're not even a quasi-warrior, how come you're more excited than me? Gu Hui said, if you like martial arts novels, do you have to know martial arts? I've loved watching martial arts and science fiction movies since I was a child. The battles between warriors and strange beasts are countless times more shocking than in the movies. Warriors wearing armor and fighting against strange beasts with their mortal bodies are so amazing that you can't understand it unless you see it with your own eyes. It wasn't just me, many researchers at the institute would go and watch. If, one day, the story of the warriors and the strange beasts became known to the world, and they fought in public, it would absolutely rock the entire planet. Those powerful warriors will immediately become idols worshipped by countless people. Celebrities are not even worthy of carrying their shoes. Armor? Yemo's face also became expectant, and he followed Gu Hui and hurried out of the room. Chapter 30 The unknown is the most terrifying. A few minutes later, Yemo and Gu Hui took the elevator to the second underground floor. Dozens of meters ahead is an extremely huge transparent cover, shaped like a turtle shell and about 1 meter thick. Under the cover is the third underground level, which is like a coliseum. Standing on the edge of the cover is equivalent to standing in the stands and watching the battle below. Yemo glanced at the light sources around him. The star beasts are afraid of sunlight and appear at night, but they are not affected by lights, so the surrounding light sources do not really give the beasts a weakening buff. The main purpose of warriors fighting against strange beasts is to accumulate fighting experience. Unless there is a huge difference in strength, it is impossible to deliberately weaken the strength of the strange beasts. There were already quite a few people standing around watching. Yemo noticed something and turned his head to look to the side, and saw someone staring at him, and it was an acquaintance. Brother-in-law. Yemo smiled and greeted the tall man. Humph. A greedy guy who wants to swallow an elephant. Su Yuanhao snorted coldly, his expression gloomy, and walked aside by himself, as if to say, I'm too lazy to talk to you. Seeing this, Gu Hui was not surprised and said, the team leader is not only outstanding in appearance, but also a top-notch researcher in all of China. Even extraordinary warriors have openly shown their affection to him. Although you are stronger than ordinary people, the Su family still looks down on you. This is actually quite normal. A superb warrior openly displays goodwill? The team leader didn't say that? Then you better not say it was me who said that. Gu Hui quickly said, the team leader is not interested in that person at all and just ignores him. You don't need to be too nervous. What does that person look like? Tall and burly, yet elegant and easygoing. What about your face? Is it more handsome than mine? Gu Hui looked at Yemo's face and shook her head, a little worse than you. No wonder my wife doesn't like him. Yemo smiled and walked forward. Gu Hui was speechless. She was worried that Yemo would feel too much pressure after knowing that there was an extraordinary warrior who liked the team leader. But this guy, I don't know whether to say that he is too confident or too shameless. The third underground floor is 40 to 50 meters in diameter, and the surrounding walls are all made of metal. A man as strong as an ox, wearing dark blue metal armor, stood in the air with his eyes closed, waiting for the appearance of the strange beast in the starry sky. Being able to stand in the air couldn't be this man's own ability, it was undoubtedly with the help of the armor on his body. Yemo's eyes instantly became hot. Gu Hui came up to him and introduced him, Wang Tong, a 4th grade warrior, one of the top 4 grade warriors. His sky-splitting blade is incredibly skilled. Among the 4th grade warriors in our institute, his strength ranks among the top 2. Yemo asked, how many transcendent points does the armor he's wearing cost? Flying armor isn't cheap, is it? Is a 4th grade warrior that wealthy? It turns out that he is not interested in Wang Tong, but in the armor on him? Gu Hui glanced at Yemo and saw him staring at Wang Tong with glowing eyes. To be more precise, he was staring at the armor on Wang Tang. The Tianqian battle armor costs 43,000 points to redeem. He can't afford it on his own. However, he has a father who is an extraordinary warrior. After all this time, it was all thanks to his father. Rumble. The metal door on the lower left side opened, and a black shadow suddenly rushed out and rushed towards Wang Tang in mid-air. Gu Hui was completely unable to react. Yemo's eyes focused, and he could see the monster's appearance clearly. It was 5 or 6 meters long and looked somewhat similar to a rhinoceros. Its skin was dark with a cold metallic luster. Its pair of golden vertical pupils were filled with endless violence. Its huge body directly crashed into Wang Tang in mid-air, opened its bloody mouth, and bit towards Wang Tang. Even if you are wearing the Tianqian armor, if you are bitten, there is absolutely no way you can escape unscathed. Wang Tang opened his eyes instantly. This time, Yemo couldn't see clearly either. I saw 2 sword lights, like the bright moon, appearing in an instant and disappearing in an instant. Boom! The 2 swords collided with the beast's head, causing sparks to fly. Yemo's eyelids twitched. This beast's skin can actually withstand a sharp weapon? There's even sparks. Is it really made of metal? A 4th rank warrior's weapon is definitely not simple. And it was a full-strength attack, and it can withstand it? The strange beast fell to the ground, and Wang Tang, holding 2 swords, pursued it. Wang Tang was seen like a phantom, dodging and moving around the strange beast, continuously slashing at the beast with his 2 swords. In an instant, he slashed dozens of times, and it seemed that the swords fell on different parts of the beast, but upon closer inspection, he was actually attacking the same place. The skin of the strange beast quickly changed from a white mark to a blood-red color, and finally blood oozed out. The strange beast charged forward frantically, but Wang Tang dodged it every time and chopped it down with a knife. The power of the strange beast is far superior to Wang Tang. But in terms of physical skills and combat wisdom, it is far inferior to human warriors. Yemo quickly made a judgment in his mind that as long as he delayed for a moment, Wang Tang would definitely win. Wang Tang found the flaw again and slashed with both swords. Puff! The wound on the strange beast was completely torn open, and the two swords chopped into it at the same time. I won! Yemo thought to himself. The next moment, the wound of the strange beast was filled with a thick black color. In an instant, the wound healed quickly, and the metal-like skin grew wildly, blocking Wang Tang's two swords. Wang Tang's expression changed, and he wanted to take back the two swords, but it was like they were embedded in a solid wall, and he couldn't pull them out for a while. The strange beast, which seemed to have low intelligence and only knew how to rush around, suddenly opened its mouth and spewed out thick black mist, as if it had been waiting for this moment. The black fog was obviously unusual, but it was isolated by the armor on Wang Tang's body and had no effect. The strange beast roared angrily and charged towards Wang Tang with the horn on its head. Wang Tang was so scared that he immediately let go of the knife handle, but it was too late to dodge. He held the horn with both hands, and his whole body was pushed backwards by the monster. Stop it! Wang Tang roared, his arms bulged noticeably, his muscles became thicker, his eyes were bloodshot, his feet plowed the ground, making a harsh sound, and he was instantly deadlocked with the strange beast. After only a few seconds of stalemate, there was a loud bang and Wang Tang could no longer hold on. He was lifted up by the monster's huge horns and slammed hard against the metal wall behind him. In an instant, countless people exclaimed. A black shadow appeared out of thin air beside the strange beast. He was an old man with white hair at the temples and a body more burly than Wang Tang. He slapped the strange beast lightly with one palm, and the huge beast as big as a mountain flew out and hit the wall. Wang Tang fell to the ground, terrified. He looked at the old man and said shamefully, "Father." Even if they were just watching, the people upstairs had their hearts beating extremely fast at this moment. There was some cold sweat on Yemo's forehead. He was completely immersed in it just now and was also shocked. No one expected that the strange beasts would have such bizarre methods. He could block weapons with his skin and flesh, and spit out black mist from his mouth. From the very beginning, he seemed to be pretending to be stupid, just waiting to deliver a fatal blow. At this time, Gu Hui said to Yemo, "Do you know what the most powerful star beast is? Monster-like body, terrifying recovery ability? Poisonous mist? It's unknown. It's unpredictable. They come from the depths of the starry sky, and there are too many unknowns. When fighting, you have no way of predicting what methods they will use. This is the most terrifying thing. Therefore, when fighting against the star beasts, you must be extremely cautious. If you're not absolutely sure you can suppress a star beast, don't even think about leaving it alive. Even if it's already lying on the ground and seems dead, you still have to finish it off. Confirm its death once again." Yemo thought back to what Gu Hui had said before, and thought to himself, no wonder they say that it is impossible to capture a truly powerful monster alive. Chapter 31 Looking for Trouble. Yemo looked at the strange beast below again, concentrating intently, afraid of missing any scene. Just now, Wang Tang used his double swords to chop countless times before finally breaking the defense of the monster. However, not only did he fail to kill the monster, but it also had the opposite effect. At this moment, the two knives were still embedded in the strange beast and had not really hurt it at all. The defense of this strange beast is beyond imagination. But even such a monster, after being slapped by the old man, collapsed to the ground and struggled to stand up. However, before it could stand up, it fell again. It was obviously seriously injured and would not recover in a short time. Wang Tang's father, Wang Xingchuan, is a 7th-rank extraordinary warrior. He is also born with supernatural powers. Even among ancient warriors of the same rank, few would choose to fight him head-on. When Gu Hui saw Yemo looking at Wang Xingchuan, she began to introduce him. Born with supernatural powers? Are there really such people in the world? Yemo was a little surprised. There are indeed records in history of some people who were born with supernatural powers, such as Xiang Yu and Li Yuanba, but he only regarded them as unofficial history and never thought they were true. Not only are some people born with supernatural powers, but some even possess special abilities. For example, they can magnify distant scenes, allowing them to see more clearly, or hear sounds from further away. These abilities aren't as exaggerated as the legendary clairvoyance or superhearing, but they're still unmatched by ordinary people. Another example is the incredible endurance of his legs, allowing him to run for a whole day and night without stopping, and as long as he can replenish his food in time, he can maintain his peak speed. Another example is that even in extremely cold or extremely hot environments, his body will automatically adjust its temperature and allow him to survive. There are so many different abilities, so varied, it would take more than a short time to explain them all. Like the kind that can read minds, breathe fire, and have lightning flash from their eyes? What are you thinking? How is that possible? So-called superpowers are inherent in human genes, and they manifest in certain individuals by chance. This ratio was originally so low that it could be ignored, but as the energy of the extraordinary potion was injected into the human body, the ratio increased significantly. Many warriors do not have supernatural powers at the beginning, but as their physical index continues to improve, they may manifest some supernatural powers. Gu Hui said, noticing Yi Mo's expectant expression, "Don't fantasize." Although the probability has increased, among warriors, the probability of awakening superpowers is only about 1 in 1,000. Furthermore, even if you awaken superpowers, most of them are insignificant and won't be of much use. Besides, you are only a quasi-warrior now, not even a warrior yet. The originally transparent cover turned black, just like the end of the performance, the curtain fell on the stage, and the scene below could not be seen clearly. The people around left, whispering to each other, with excited expressions on their faces. Although today's battle only lasted 2 or 3 minutes in total, it was still very exciting and made everyone feel that the trip was worthwhile. Su Yuanhao, who was not far away, looked excited, imagining that one day in the future he would fight with a strange beast in the starry sky, and then slap the beast away with a slap like the extraordinary warrior just now. Just thinking about it makes one feel excited. Seeing Emo looking at him, Su Yuanhao snorted coldly and turned away. The team leader's younger brother seems to have a lot of opinions about you? After all, he is the team leader's younger brother. You'd better get along well with him. Seeing this, Gu Hui persuaded Yi Mo. Yi Mo sighed and said, he's got a sister complex. His mother passed away early, so he probably treated his sister like a mother. If I were to be with his sister, in his eyes, it would be like taking all his family away. He resents me, which is normal. Once he matures, he'll naturally get better. Gu Hui opened her mouth into an O shape, looking shocked, and then looked at Su Yuanhao's back with contempt. She used to think that Su Yuanhao was quite outstanding. I was wrong. Yi Motsai was not interested in dealing with Su Yuanhao. After witnessing the horror of the alien beasts in the starry sky and the power of the extraordinary warriors, Yi Mo urgently wanted to obtain more extraordinary potions. This world hides terrible things. If you want to live a long and happy life, you must become stronger. How to become stronger? It is impossible to practice cultivation. We have to find a way to get more extraordinary points to exchange for more extraordinary potions. After seeing the skin and flesh of the star beast growing wildly and even blocking Wang Tang's double swords, he became more alert. Xiao Hei, could it really be a strange beast from the starry sky? In this case, it is even more necessary for me to become stronger. If I am really caught and dissected in the future, I must have the strength to resist. Following Gu Hui back to the ground floor, just as he was about to leave, he saw Su Yuanhao walking hurriedly towards him and stopping in front of him. You have to deal with the problems you caused yourself. Su Yuanhao said with a cold face. The trouble I caused? Yi Mo was confused. The Shen family is causing trouble, saying that the young master, Shen Yi, isn't a warrior, but an ordinary person. And you, a warrior, attacked an ordinary person, breaking the rules. Now, they're saying it's my sister, and you must pay her 5,000 transcendent points in compensation, or else this matter will never be resolved. Su Yuanhao was annoyed. He felt that although the guy in front of him had some qualifications, he was still far inferior to his sister's former suitors. He was also greedy and liked to stir up trouble. How could he be worthy of his sister? Is the Shen family so powerful that they dare to come and cause trouble? Yi Mo was indeed very surprised. Judging from what Su Qingyue said before, I thought she could handle it. The Shen family originally wasn't a big deal, but the man of Shen Yi's sister, Shen Yu, is a 5th-rank warrior. He came all the way from the imperial capital to stand up for her brother. Su Yuanhao said unhappily, of course, my sister isn't afraid of a 5th-rank cultivator like him. Now it's just a matter of seeing who's right. My sister could be tough and tell them to get out, but that would give them something to talk about. They will say that you broke the rules first, and then they will have no choice but to disregard the rules and attack you. If my sister wasn't worried about you, why would she care about them? According to the rules, What will happen if a warrior attacks an ordinary person? It depends on the specific injuries. For example, you beat someone so hard that they suffered comminuted fractures. That's too brutal. You'll be locked up for at least a few months. It's strictly forbidden for warriors to use brutal force against ordinary people. Yemo narrowed his eyes. Comminuted fracture? I don't want to bother talking to you anymore. Just go and handle it yourself. You've already taken all my sister's transcendental points. How can I give them 5,000 points? Are you really going to let my sister owe you money? Are you still a man? Su Yuanhao made an expression that said, I don't want to continue talking nonsense with you. He turned around and walked forward, motioning Yemo to follow. Yemo followed him with an expressionless face. Chapter 32. The winner takes it all. The clean and bright room was like a blank piece of paper that had not yet been painted, dull and monotonous. However, as long as Su Qingyue stood there, even with a cold face at the moment, she made people feel that the picture had become vivid and colorful, and extremely beautiful. You, the people from the Yunhai Transcendental Research Institute, are above the rules? Knowing the law and breaking it is an even greater crime. There is no room for negotiation on this matter. If you want us to not pursue the matter, then give us 5,000 transcendental points. Shenyu looked at the woman in front of him and couldn't help feeling a little jealous. She had come here to stand up for her brother, and she was angry. When she saw this woman, she felt completely outshined, especially when her man looked at her with a strange look in his eyes, which made her even angrier. She has a stunning appearance, and although she is only 1.6 meters tall, she has sexy curves and is always the center of attention when she walks on the street. But standing in front of Su Qingyue, no matter her appearance, height or curves, she was instantly defeated. She had to tilt her head slightly to look at Su Qingyue, who was about half a head taller than her, and her aura was immediately weaker. That's right. That guy deserves to die for beating my brother like this. If we don't do what my sister says, this matter will never end. If we follow the rules, he will definitely go to jail for a few months. Shani pointed to his younger brother, whose head and right hand were in plaster, who he called brother at the moment. While speaking, he glanced at the unprepossessing middle-aged man next to him. Standing in the Extraordinary Research Institute, he felt a little insecure. If it weren't for his brother-in-law beside him, he wouldn't have the courage to come here and cause trouble. The middle-aged man's name is Tao Kong, a 5th-rank warrior of the Imperial Capital Supernatural Administration. The Supernatural Administration Bureau and the Supernatural Research Institute are both official supernatural institutions. The former has more powerful warriors, and its main responsibility is to deal with the hazards brought by the alien beasts in the starry sky. The latter is to conduct research on the alien beasts in the starry sky. People in the Extraordinary Management Bureau also have account permissions to log into the intranet. Shinyu had already become a member of the Imperial Capital Supernatural Management Bureau, and had hooked up with a powerful man, so she had the confidence to stand in front of Su Qingyue and shout loudly. We're not here for these 5,000 transcendent points. Team leader Su, you should know that 5,000 transcendent points are nothing to me. Tao Kong smiled gently. My main purpose for coming here is to seek justice for Shani. That guy named GMO attacked Shani and beat him up, violating martial ethics. He also severely injured his brother and completely disregarded the rules. In that case, he should be thrown in jail. Young people learn from their mistakes, which is actually beneficial to their long-term development in the future. It's none of your business what happens to him in the future. Su Qingyue's tone was cold and hard. Tao Kang's face immediately turned gloomy. You guys have staged a great show. Just a minor injury, and you bandaged it up like this and come here to blackmail me? Yemo walked into the room and glanced at the guy in the plaster cast. He immediately recognized him as one of Shin Yi's younger brothers when they were in number 2 middle school. I did dislocate his arm and throw him away, but there was no need to bandage it so extravagantly. It was obvious that he came here to blackmail me. Jokai looked at him and said in a low voice, I just checked, this man's arm is indeed a comminuted fracture. Shani sneered, comminuted fracture, you call it a minor injury? You're really a piece of shit, you don't take human life seriously at all. As long as you don't beat someone to death, it's just a minor injury, right? His arm was only dislocated. How did it become a comminuted fracture? You know it well. Yemo's face darkened. This guy actually beat his own people severely and then framed himself? Bah! You dare not take responsibility for it, right? You assumed that since there were no surveillance cameras in the men's restroom, no one could do anything to you? But so what? Witnesses are also evidence. Shen was furious and glanced at his younger brother beside him. The younger brother immediately shouted, "You're the one who hit me. I have nightmares every day now. In my dreams, I see you with a hideous grin on your face. How can you still admit your mistake?" Shen patted his shoulder, indignant. "Don't worry, brother, I will definitely stand up for you today." So what if they are from the Extraordinary Research Institute? Can they bully ordinary people at will? Even extraordinary warriors are not allowed to attack ordinary people. Who the hell is he? If it weren't for sneak attacks, he would be even worse than me. Su Qingyue said with a cold expression, "We will investigate the truth thoroughly. We can't just follow your dictates." Shen Yu said angrily, "You are clearly bullying me. If you investigate for a year or two and still have no results, are we supposed to keep waiting? Since this guy and my brother are both martial artists, why not just follow the rules of martial artists?" Su Qingyue frowned and was about to say something, but Yemo spoke first. "What warrior rules?" Gu Hui explained, "When a conflict arises between warriors and they can't tell right from wrong, they fight, and the winner is the winner. Whoever wins is right. The loser pays compensation and apologizes, and then the matter is over. No further investigation is allowed." This rule, from the very beginning, came from two official extraordinary institutions. Nowadays, warriors are a precious resource of the country, used to deal with special crises such as alien beasts in the starry sky. Naturally, the country does not want to see internal strife among warriors. Therefore, if you can't tell right from wrong, just fight, the loser should apologize, and then let the matter go without further pursuing it. At least they can't continue to entangle in the open. As for what happens in secret, the authorities can't control it even if they want to. Seeing Yemo's stern face after listening to him, Shen Yu laughed. "Why, you don't dare. If you lose, you don't have to go to jail for a few months. You just have to hand over 5,000 transcendent points. It doesn't matter who gives it to you. If my brother loses, then in return, I'll give you 5,000 transcendent points." Before coming over, Shen patted his chest and said that if they fought head-on and there was no sneak attack, he was 100% sure that he could deal with this guy. Seeing Yemo's stern face and guilty look, he immediately realized that this guy was no match for his brother. After saying this, she glanced at Su Qingyue. 5,000 extraordinary points are not something a guy who has just become a quasi-warrior can come up with, but with this woman around, he doesn't have to worry about defaulting on the debt. Shen Yi was extremely excited. He had dreamed last night of beating Emo up badly and redeeming himself. He immediately said, "If you don't dare, then that's the same as admitting defeat." The corners of Yemo's mouth twitched. He tried his best to keep a straight face, luckily he didn't burst out laughing. "This guy wants to fight with me again? What a winner! 5,000 extraordinary points. I was just thinking about how to earn more extraordinary points. Hit me if you want." Chapter 33. This guy is just a freeloader. "Sister, don't you think this guy is too self-righteous? He was clearly trying to cheat him out of 5,000 transcendent points and beat him up, and he foolishly agreed. Stupid. Truly stupid." Su Yuanhao immediately moved closer to Su Qingyue. "This is the moment he has been waiting for. So that my sister knows that Yemo is just a pretty face and not worthy of entrusting her life to." Su Qingyue didn't react when she heard about 5,000 extraordinary points. When she heard that she was going to be beaten up, her brows immediately frowned. Yemo's body index is 4.6, which is stronger than Shen Yi. But Shen Yi has been practicing ancient martial arts since he was a child. Although his physique is not as good as Yemo, who was injected with extraordinary potions, he is still much stronger than ordinary people. More importantly, he has been practicing family martial arts since he was a child, so it is not difficult for him to rely on his skills to defeat someone who is stronger than him but not good at fighting. If the other party is not sure of winning, how could they take the initiative to propose winner takes all? Su Qingyue hesitated and looked at Yemo. "How about? When men are doing things, women should not interrupt, just stand aside and watch." Before he could finish, Yemo interrupted him. Everyone was stunned. In the eyes of Tao Kong, Xing Yu and others, Yemo was obviously clinging to Su Qingyue. In front of Su Qingyue, he was of course submissive and he dared not say anything against what the other party said. The scene before them was completely opposite to what they had imagined. Su Yuanhao was furious, his eyes widened. This kid is totally taking advantage of the situation. Although you are a quasi-warrior, you are still just a gigolo. Why are you so arrogant? What made him even more speechless was his sister's behavior. Su Qingyue said oh and looked at Shinyi, we can spar, but if you beat someone up badly. I told you to shut up. Yi Mo said again. Su Qingyue closed her mouth, and a rare look of grievance appeared on her face. Yi Mo was also shocked. He was planning to beat Shinyi up. If you told him not to seriously injure me, isn't that also a reminder to me not to seriously injure him? How can this be? Seeing Su Qingyue's expression, like a kitten kicked into a corner with lonely eyes, he felt helpless. Since you are a gigolo, of course you have to have professional ethics. It's okay to live off a rich woman, but it's unprofessional to ruin her mood. He thought to himself, first get the 5,000 extraordinary points, and then find a suitable opportunity to coax the other party. A battle of this level wouldn't be very destructive, so there was no need to go to the arena. Everyone could just disperse and leave the area in the middle for the two of them. Shinyi twisted his neck, making a crackling sound. Just as he was about to say something harsh, he saw Yi Mo turn his head and look towards the door, his face full of surprise, and he let out a huh sound, as if he saw something shocking. Shinyi subconsciously turned his head to look. Boom! A sound of breaking air was heard. Yi Mo took a step forward and threw a simple punch, like a pendulum, towards Shinyi's head. Damn! Another sneak attack? Shinyi was shocked and angry, but fortunately he was prepared this time and instantly raised his hands to block the way forward. There is nothing illegal about launching a sneak attack, so for Yi Mo, of course he would try it if he could. He's a reckless man, without any skills. But this momentum. Tao Kan looked doubtful. Judging from the sound of the punch breaking through the air alone, this guy's strength seemed to be even more exaggerated than Shinyi had said before. In fact, Yi Mo had already reduced his strength. He didn't want anyone to discover the strange condition of his body, so naturally he didn't want to expose his true physical strength. However, that's not the case. He only showed speed and strength equivalent to a body index of 4.6. Firstly, even if he wanted to, he wouldn't be able to control it so accurately. Secondly, if innate supernatural powers and many physical abilities can exist, then after injecting extraordinary potions, it is not impossible for the growth of strength and speed to be more exaggerated than that of ordinary people, right? Just don't overdo it. Shinyu showed a satisfied expression. Although my younger brother is not a martial artist, his reaction is not slow. He immediately took the Iron Mountain posture. The strength of Iron Mountain Post lies in its ability to counterattack at the moment of defense. It is not difficult to deal with this kind of layman who only has brute force. As he was thinking this, he saw Yi Mo punch Shinyi's arms, and then punch Shinyi's arms in the face. Bang! Shinyi's Iron Mountain Post had a stable lower body, but his upper body was lost in an instant and he fell on his back. His nose was broken, a tooth fell out, and his face was covered in blood. Before he could even scream, Yi Mo didn't give him any chance to breathe and punched him a few more times. Bang bang bang! Shinyi's eyes rolled back and he fainted, his face full of shock. The scene was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Su Yuanhao pointed at Shinyi in surprise and said unhappily, "That's it? I really have grown my eyes today. How can you be so confident and want to fight someone when you're so useless?" He was still waiting for Yi Mo to be beaten, and then he would let his sister see clearly that this guy only had appearance but no inner qualities. As a result, Shinyi was knocked down with just a few punches, making him feel like a clown. He was too embarrassed to even look at his sister. Tao Kong frowned and said coldly, "Shinyi is indeed a waste, but this kid's body has long surpassed the level of a quasi-warrior, and he has deliberately reserved some strength. Unfortunately, he's just an amateur after all, so his punches were a bit less powerful, but the power and speed of his legs were so strong that it was obvious that something was wrong." Yi Mo's heart skipped a beat. He had never come into contact with a truly powerful warrior before, so he had no idea that the other party had such amazing eyesight. "Don't talk nonsense. I didn't even mention my own strength. You were the ones who proposed the fight. If you lose, you lose. Are you still trying to deny it? Do you think we're easy to bully?" Yi Mo had a cold face and didn't explain at all. In this situation, the more you explain, the more the other party will become arrogant. That's right. Do you think our research institute is easy to bully? You proposed this competition yourself, what else do you want? Hurry and hand over the 5,000 extraordinary points. Gu Hui came back to her senses, put her hands on her hips, and stared with her almond-shaped eyes. Although Su Yuanhao had a very low opinion of Yi Mo, he still said unhappily, "Are the Shin family members so unwilling to lose?" He just became a quasi-warrior not long ago, but he has already surpassed the quasi-warrior level. It's not that he is so strong, it's simply that Shinyi is such a loser. You still don't admit it, right? Shinyu was furious. He had come here to restore the Shin family's reputation, but ended up losing even more face. If you lose the extraordinary points, then you lose, but at least you can regain some face. The ground shook, and she suddenly rushed towards Guillermo like a cannonball. No matter what, he is now a member of our Su family. It is not your turn to bully the Shin family. Su Yuanhao was furious and tried to stop Emo. As a result, Tao Kan grabbed his shoulders. He felt that his hands were like steel, digging into his shoulder joints. In an instant, his whole body became sore and weak, and he could not move. Chapter 34 and his fears. As the body becomes stronger, the speed of nerve reaction will also be greatly improved. Although Emo was not good at martial arts, it did not hinder his reaction speed. Seeing Shinyu kicking towards his head, he turned around and punched the opponent's ankle. In a flash, Shinyu's momentum stopped and he changed his tactics instantly. While retracting his right leg, he changed the angle and kicked Emo in the chest instantly. Emo leaned back and took a few steps. Shinyu's face showed a hint of surprise, and he shouted, "Your physical strength must be above 10, otherwise this kick of mine would have made it impossible for you to stand up." Emo didn't respond, but just stared at her with a cold look. "You're looking for a fight." Shinyu took a step forward, his body shot out in front of Emo like an arrow, and kicked Emo's head again. Emo threw another punch, but Shinyu changed his tactics instantly and kicked him in the chest. "Idiot!" Shinyu sneered. The same response strategy has already caused losses just now, and now it happens again. It's totally brainless. Emo was waiting for this moment. Without caring about anything, he immediately rushed forward and let the other party kick him in the chest. From that kick just now, he judged that this woman's strength was much weaker than his own. The body mass index is above 10.0, but not too much above. Bang! Emo was kicked back again, but in an instant, he grabbed the opponent's foot. "Let me go." "Okay, I'll let you go now." Emo grabbed the opponent's right foot and used Shinyu as a hammer, smashing it fiercely against the wall. Shinyu originally guessed that the other party's body index was above 10.0, but not much higher. Now he realized that he was wrong. This guy is full of brute force and can easily suppress me in a contest of strength. Much better than myself. Seeing that her head was about to hit the wall, she pushed out her right palm and slapped it against the wall. Her right foot, which was caught by Emo, straightened up and instantly used her right hand to gain leverage. Her right foot was like a spear, piercing Emo's chest. Puff! Emo groaned in pain and let go of the other person. He couldn't help but take a few steps back. As soon as Shinyu landed on the ground, she pounced on Emo again like a mad female leopard, not giving him any breathing time, and smashed her right knee into Emo's chest. Boom! The sound of breaking through the air was terrifying. Even though Emo's body is much stronger than the other party's, it is not made of iron after all. The opponent knew how to mobilize his body strength better than him. If he was hit like this again, the outcome would undoubtedly be decided. Martial arts. Martial arts again. Are you the only one who knows martial arts? Emo could see that each of the opponent's moves was very methodical, which was a far cry from his own random punches. At this moment, I finally remembered that I had also learned martial arts. Subconsciously, I recalled the moves of Heaven Cutting Hand in my mind. He put his right hand together with the fingers like a sword, twisted his body slightly, and as his two fingers thrust forward, his spine leaped out like a dragon, and his joints made crackling sounds. Puff! He stabbed Shinyu's knee with his two fingers. Shinyu screamed in pain and fell to the ground like a shot goose. Emo just felt his head was hot, and his whole body entered a strange state. The many moves of Heaven Cutting Hand that originally seemed extremely complicated now became extremely clear in his mind and were automatically practiced. This feeling is very strange. To use a modern analogy, it's like the brain entering a state of overclocking to the limit. Things that were previously incomprehensible or unremembered became clear and easy to understand at this moment. Seeing Shinyu rushing towards him again, Emo punched him without waiting for him to make a move. Shinyu dodged sideways and just smiled, but she saw Emo instantly change from boxing to palming and slapped her in the body so fast that she had no time to react. Shinyu flew out. Tao Kong caught her and looked at Emo in surprise, heaven-severing hand. The battle between Emo and Shinyu seemed long, but in reality, it only took a few breaths. Everyone was once again shocked by Yi Mo's performance. You practiced the sky cutting hand? When did you start practicing it? How is that possible? Even if you exchanged it as soon as you became a quasi-warrior, it's only been a short time. What a joke! Su Yuanhao looked as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. The reason why he was so excited was that the martial art heaven cutting hand was quite special. 300 extraordinary points can be exchanged for this SSS level martial art, although it is only the first move, and when exchanging, it will remind you that the practice difficulty is too high and it is recommended to exchange for an entry-level martial art with lower difficulty. But even so, there are still many confident prospective warriors who exchange directly. The reason why Tao Kong recognized it immediately and Su Yuanhao was so excited was because they exchanged it immediately. The end result was that they learned nothing and had to exchange for other lower difficulty martial arts in shame. This martial art is basically a trap, or rather, a lesson. Let those guys who have just become quasi-warriors and are arrogant realize that this martial art created by the martial saint is not something that ordinary people can practice. Also let them understand their own ordinariness in the process. At this moment, Yi Mo used it. As long as they can perform it, even if they don't fully master it, they have at least gotten started. However, they spent a lot of time and effort in the beginning but were unable to get started, and eventually had to turn to practicing other martial arts. Of course, the difficulty of martial arts depends not only on comprehension but also on compatibility. For martial arts of the same level, if it suits you, you can practice it quickly. If it doesn't suit you, it will be much slower. But no matter how suitable he is, it's only one day away for Yi Mo to become a quasi-warrior. It's so fast that it's scary. Say something. Su Yuanhao urged. Yi Mo wanted to say it, but he didn't know how to explain it. When he first tried to practice, he felt confused and had no idea what was going on. But just now, it was as if a fool had turned into a genius. All the moves of the heaven cutting hand were completely analyzed by his brain, and all the details were clearly engraved in his mind, and he performed them naturally. Coupled with the feeling of his brain being hot, Yi Mo felt as if his brain had entered a strange overclocking state. As for side effects, there didn't seem to be any, except that he was hungry again. It's certain that it's all because of Xiao Hei again. Yi Mo was silent for a few seconds, then said, "What is there to say? It's indeed the heaven-severing hand. As for why it was able to be performed so quickly, is there any other reason? Can't you think about it for yourself?" Su Yuanhao was speechless. Yes. What other reason could there be? It's simply because this guy himself is extremely compatible with the heaven cutting hand, and what's more, his talent is extremely amazing. Even in the old times, he was a genius in ancient martial arts. The last point is that this guy must have worked very hard. After obtaining the heaven cutting hand, he practiced madly without stopping for a moment. Do you want to continue? Yi Mo looked at Xin Yu. Xin Yu gritted her teeth and didn't respond. She wanted to beat someone up to save face, but if she was going to get beaten, she wouldn't be interested. Her right hand hung down like bacon, unable to lift it up. The arm bone was broken by Yi Mo's palm strike just now. We were the ones who made a mistake. Tao Kang's face was gloomy and he wanted to say something, but when he saw the figure coming in from outside, he shut his mouth. Yi Mo turned his head and was also shocked. Su Qingyue ran back with a dark blue metal machine gun in her hand. Her pretty face flushed because she ran too fast or too anxiously. She pointed the gun at Tao Kong and Xin Yu and said to Yi Mo, "Don't be afraid. I'm here." Yi Mo could tell at a glance that this was obviously not an ordinary gun, and was probably used to deal with alien beasts in the starry sky. Of course, it can also be used against warriors. Chapter 35 Super Brain State. Su Qingyue ran back with a submachine gun, scaring everyone she met on the road. Some people ran over to watch the fun, some hurried to report it, and soon even the director Zhou Yushan came over to find out what was going on. After learning what happened, Zhou Yushan looked at Tao Kong with a cold face. I'm willing to accept the loss. Are you, the Imperial Capital Transcendental Administration, planning to deny your responsibility? Tao Kang's expression changed slightly. Strictly speaking, he was just helping the Shin family, and it could even be said that it had little to do with him, let alone the Imperial Capital Administration behind it. If the administration is involved, it will become a different matter. He glared at Xin Yu, who was about to speak, and told her to shut up. Under Zhou Yushan's arrangement, 5,000 extraordinary points were transferred to Yi Mo's account, and he left with the Shin siblings and the younger brother, who was so scared that his face turned pale. After they left, everyone's attention was focused on Su Qingyue. Ahem. Team leader Su, put away your gun first. Zhou Yushan coughed twice and gestured to the middle-aged man next to him. Oh. Su Qingyue then handed the gun to the middle-aged man who walked in front of her. Zhou Yushan looked at Yimo expectantly. Can you perform the sky-cutting hand in its entirety for me to see? If you say no at this time, you are undoubtedly treating the other person as a fool. Yimo nodded and performed that heaven-cutting hand. His movements were a bit awkward, but no one dared to underestimate the fierce and terrifying power between the changes in his fists and palms. Yimo was a little worried that the strange state just now would disappear, but now he breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he recalled the moves of heaven-cutting hand in his mind, he would immediately enter that state. Feeling as if his brain was overclocked, he simply called this state super brain. Before, when I practiced heaven-cutting hand, I couldn't enter this state at all. Why can I do it now? Yimo had just thought that he could only enter the super brain state when fighting with others or in a critical moment. Now it seems that this is not the case at all. Then why is it possible now but not at the beginning? From yesterday till now, I have injected a total of 10 doses of extraordinary potions. No. To be more precise, I consumed 5 parts of the power, and the other 5 parts were absorbed by Xiaohe. In his mind, he suddenly remembered what Su Han had said to him and what Gu Hui had said just now. The power of the extraordinary potion can make humans evolve. In this process, in addition to the body becoming stronger, powerful superpowers may also emerge. So if Xiaohe absorbs the power of the extraordinary potion, will he become stronger, evolve, and develop powerful superpowers? The super brain state is most likely the result of Xiaohe's evolution by absorbing the power of the extraordinary potion. It is of the same nature as the exaggerated recovery ability it originally possessed. When he thought of this, Yimo was extremely surprised. Originally, he only regarded the half of the extraordinary potion consumed by Xiaohe as salary for Xiaohe's help, and did not expect any other rewards. Unexpectedly, Xiaohe was able to evolve as well, and he could enjoy the benefits brought by its evolution. The super brain state made Yimo's thinking extremely active. Not only did he frantically disassemble and analyze all the details of that heaven-cutting hand in his mind, he also speculated on the origin of this special ability. After performing it once, he saw everyone looking at him in shock. Yimo touched his nose and said, "Actually, I still feel a little awkward. I'm not very proficient yet. I need to practice more to become truly familiar with it." Is this an exaggeration? Exaggeration is not a big deal. What he is most worried about is that someone will discover the monster hidden in his body. Among warriors, your talent for martial arts is definitely top-notch. Zhou Yushan grinned from ear to ear, then deliberately put on a serious face, but among the top geniuses, you are relatively mediocre. You are an ordinary genius. Although you have some talent, don't be arrogant and complacent. You must have been practicing non-stop since you acquired the heaven-cutting hand, right? Very good. You must keep working hard. Even if you have some talent, if you're not diligent enough, you won't be able to reach the pinnacle of martial arts. Practicing non-stop? Yimo smiled and said, I am indeed working very hard. Don't worry, Dean, I will continue to work hard and won't stop for a moment. Good. Very good. Zhou Yushan nodded with satisfaction. Being able to defeat Xinyu means that with this martial art, your combat power has reached the level of a first-grade warrior. Otherwise, I will arrange an assessment for you right now. If you pass, your status will be upgraded to a first-grade warrior. Becoming a first-grade warrior will give you another 1,000 extraordinary points. No rush. Wait a few days. Yimo refused bluntly. Why does it have to take a few days? Zhou Yushan asked in confusion. Gu Hui said, yes. Your strength is obviously enough to pass the assessment of a first-grade warrior. Yimo said, I plan to participate in the 2-day quasi-warrior competition. After receiving the reward, I will take the first-grade warrior assessment. Everyone suddenly realized. Really? With Yimo's current strength, he would definitely be able to take first place in the quasi-warrior competition, and in doing so, he would be rewarded with 1,300 extraordinary points. If you pass the assessment of a first-grade warrior, there is no way you can go back and participate in the competition for quasi-warriors. The points that are 100% within your reach will be lost. If the director could give me 1,300 extraordinary points right now, I would immediately take the first-grade warrior assessment. Yimo looked at Zhou Yushan with anticipation. The competition rules and rewards are implemented by all supernatural organizations across the country. Even I can't give you the rewards directly. I can apply for you, but it will take 2 or 3 days for approval, and I'll need your cooperation, so it's a bit troublesome. Forget it then. I'll directly participate in the quasi-warrior competition in 2 days. Yemo had just obtained 5,000 extraordinary points, so he was not in a hurry. I'll take you to dinner first. We can talk about it later if there's anything. Su Qingyue suddenly said. Everyone was stunned and looked at her in confusion. Why did she suddenly talk about eating? It was already past dinner time. Su Qingyue's face was cold. When warriors fight and perform martial arts, they consume a lot of energy, so it's normal to feel hungry. Didn't you hear his stomach growling just now? Koku. Yemo's stomach cooperated and made a sound. Yemo was indeed very hungry, but just now everyone else was paying attention to his talent and the martial arts he displayed, and did not pay any attention to whether Yemo was hungry or not. After Su Qingyue finished speaking, without waiting for anyone else to respond, she walked forward, took Yemo's hand, and strode away. Until they disappeared at the door, Zhou Yushan's face twitched, and then he could no longer hold back and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Great. Finally. A true genius has finally appeared in our Yunhai Research Institute. Although he's not like Wei Yunxiang, who has been practicing ancient martial arts since childhood, with such talent, there's no need to worry about not becoming a talented person in the future. Is it too late to practice ancient martial arts at the age of 18? That's for ordinary people, but for a true genius, it's not too late at all. Zhou Yushan couldn't stop smiling. At the Yunhai City Extraordinary Research Institute, among those below 20, besides Wei Yunxiang, another talented person has finally emerged. Gu Hui asked in surprise, Director, didn't you just say that Yemo is only mediocre among the top geniuses? Is he just an ordinary genius? The others also looked at him in surprise. Anyone who can become a researcher is not a fool. He reacted immediately. Just now the director said that the other party was only mediocre among geniuses. Could it be that he was deliberately attacking the other party in order to prevent him from becoming arrogant? Chapter 36,000-Handed Snake Demon Shi Huang. That's right. I'm not talking nonsense. I just didn't say who the top genius is. Zhou Yushan said confidently. Who are you referring to? For example, the 3 martial saints of our China, the Bear King in America, Duke Anderson in Europe, and the Yagyu Sword Demon of Sakura country. Compared to them, isn't this kid mediocre? Everyone was speechless. So, you are comparing him with these evildoers among evildoers? They are the most powerful beings in the world. There are only a few people with this level of talent in the whole of China. If Yemo is still considered mediocre, then what are ordinary warriors, even including the vast majority of extraordinary warriors? Su Yuanhao's face was bitter, and he did not leave with Su Qingyue and Yemo. Yemo was in the spotlight today, and he was a little worried that he would be ridiculed in return for his previous displeasure with him. In the end, Yemo didn't mock him. Logically, he should have been relieved, but for some reason, he felt even more uncomfortable. The other party had just become a quasi-warrior, but in the blink of an eye he had the strength of a first-class warrior. I have practiced hard for many years, but now I am only at the first level. Although he is not far from the second level, judging from the combat power Yemo just displayed, if they fight, he may not be able to win. If another year or 2 passes, I'm afraid I can't even see his back. With the emergence of extraordinary potions, in recent years, every once in a while, a stunning genius would appear and rise to the sky. There are also ancient martial arts masters in the old times who are already in their 80s or 90s, like a candle in the wind. After being injected with extraordinary potions, they live a second life and enter the extraordinary realm at an alarming speed. There is no doubt that Yemo has become one of the rising geniuses of this era. Looking across China, there must be people who are stronger and more evil than him, but compared with ordinary people like himself, they are already people from 2 different worlds. With the emergence of extraordinary potions, the world is changing incredibly fast. Right now, the vast majority of citizens have never been exposed to these potions or ancient martial arts. In the future, when everyone has access, how many geniuses and monstrous beings will emerge? If I don't have this special opportunity, I'll be completely lost in the crowd. Su Yuanhao looked dejected and turned away in a hurry. He felt it necessary to talk to his father about the situation here. Did you record it? Zhou Yushan looked at a young man behind him. Just now when Yemo used the heaven-cutting hand, this person was recording the video with his mobile phone. Send it to me now, I can use it. Seeing the young man nod, Zhou Yushan smiled, his face full of anticipation. On the huge display screen, a video of Yi Mo performing the first move of Heaven Cutting Hand was playing. The woman in the blue and white cheongsam observed Yi Mo on the screen calmly until the video ended, then she lowered her head to tease the small snake wrapped around her wrist. It's a bit awkward, but he's definitely getting started. Of the first 4 moves of the Heaven Cutting Hand, the first is the most difficult. Once you master the first, the next 3 will come naturally and won't be difficult at all. He only became a quasi-warrior yesterday and mastered the first move of the Heaven Cutting Hand in less than 24 hours? Hearing the woman's question, the old woman behind her quickly said, yes. I checked the records, and it was indeed redeemed yesterday, and it was delivered this morning. So, you do have some talent. The woman laughed. Although it was a very casual smile, it still looked extremely charming and seductive, yet dangerous at the same time, just like the little snake in her hand, charming and poisonous. Since ancient times, men have been naturally stronger than women in everything related to strength. The distinction between men and women in sports is also a form of protection for female athletes. But in the world of warriors, there is no distinction between men and women. Both sides fight to the death, and no matter whether you are a man or a woman, they will not, or dare not, show mercy. Although the extraordinary potion can enhance physical strength, it does not discriminate between men and women. However, the effect of the injection will also be affected by the original physical condition. Ordinary men and women, injected with the same amount of extraordinary potion, in the end, the man's physical strength is still greater than that of the woman. Logically speaking, in the world of warriors, men are naturally stronger than women. But now, no one dares to say such things. It's because of the woman in front of me. Thousand-armed snake demon Shi Huang is the only female among the 3 martial saints of China. Heaven Cutting Hand is the martial art she created. The other party wants to ask you if you are interested in taking this boy as your apprentice. The old woman finished speaking and, without waiting for Shi Huang to respond, sneered, that's too naive. This kid is indeed gifted, but there are many people with extraordinary talents. Back then, Kunlun sword master Liu Yang created the 9 mysterious swords at the age of 19, which was no less powerful than the Heaven Cutting Hand. Later, after being injected with a supernatural potion, he entered the supernatural realm in just over 2 months, and a year later, he became a martial saint. This kind of person is a true demon. Although this kid has some talent, he is not worthy of wasting your time, young lady. Shi Huang smiled and said, Liu Yang is known as the strongest martial saint in China. If he could be on the same level as Liu Yang, I'm afraid he wouldn't be interested in being my disciple anymore, and would go find Liu Yang to become his disciple instead. Miss, don't boost others' morale and destroy your own prestige. Whether Liu Yang is the strongest or not, we have to fight to find out. The old woman was a little unhappy. She had no children in her life and watched Shi Huang grow up. In her eyes, Shi Huang was the strongest and no one was allowed to say a bad word about her. Shi Huang herself can't do it either. I didn't say that Liu Yang is definitely better than me, it's just that others do say so. Shi Huang said with a smile. Why bother with what a fool says? The old woman snorted and asked curiously, from what you said, could it be that you are really interested in this boy? There were several before, whose talents were even more amazing than this boy. There is someone at his age who has already entered the 6th rank and may even become a martial saint in the future. But all of these people were rejected by you, young lady. Don't you think he is very different? Shi Huang said. What's the difference? The old woman looked at Yi Mo on the screen in confusion. He is handsome. Much better looking than those guys before. I, Shi Huang, am so handsome. If you want to be my disciple, of course you have to be handsome as well. Shi Huang said as if it was a matter of course. The old woman was speechless. Those guys who were rejected before would never have thought that they were rejected not because of lack of talent, but because they were not good looking enough. However, my young lady's appearance is indeed impeccable, and this is not self-boasting. Then miss, are you really planning to take him as your apprentice? It's highly likely he won't accept it, but there's no rush to refuse. I'm going to Yunhai City soon, so I'll take a look and see how much he's grown during this time. When Shi Huang accepts disciples, she will reject those who are ugly, but on the other hand, she will not accept anyone as a disciple just because they are good looking. Chapter 37. Did he suggest spending the night with you? In just over 2 months, that Kunlun sword master, Liu Yang, has already entered the transcendent stage? What is the physical index of a transcendent? Yemo wolfed down his food while waiting for Su Qingyue's answer. Zhou Yushan said that what he is currently showing is at a relatively mediocre level among geniuses. He then asked Su Qingyue what the most talented warrior was like. When talking about the most talented people, the first ones to be mentioned are naturally the three martial saints of China. Among the three martial saints, Kunlun sword master Liu Yang is the youngest, only 27 years old now, and is widely said to be the strongest man in China. A transcendent warrior is at least at the 7th rank, and his physical index is generally above 500. However, Liu Yang's strongest point is his swordsmanship. In terms of physical strength, it is said that the other two martial saints, the giant spirit god and the thousand-handed snake demon, are superior to him. The heaven-cutting hand you learned was created by the thousand-handed snake demon. Hearing this answer, Yemo thought to himself, this means that Liu Yang spent more than 2 months to reach a body index of over 500. However, Liu Yang's strongest skill is his martial arts and swordsmanship. If we only talk about the speed of improvement after injecting the extraordinary potion into his body, he probably is not the fastest. Even if he is not the fastest, he is definitely a first-tier talent. This improvement speed doesn't seem that good? Yemo recalled what happened to him. As long as he had enough extraordinary potions and with the help of Xiaohei, his body could be improved at a much more exaggerated speed. The premise is that everything goes smoothly afterwards and no accidents happen. Don't be discouraged. There's no need to compare yourself to them. The talent you've shown now is beyond the reach of ordinary warriors. After Su Qingyue finished speaking, she encouraged him. Yemo thought to himself, if I don't compare myself with them, how can I control my own improvement speed? If he wants to obtain various benefits, then he must show enough strength and talent, but he does not want to exaggerate before figuring out the origin of Xiaohei in his body. More than an hour later, Lan Yuqian hurried into the laboratory. She went out to do some work today, and as soon as she came back, she heard Gu Wei talking about Yemo, which made her look as if she had seen a ghost. At first, she didn't believe it at all. After asking other people and confirming that Gu Wei was not talking nonsense, she came to Su Qingyue. What are you doing here? Su Qingyue frowned and glanced at the other person. She hated being disturbed the most when she was working. Lan Yuqian opened her mouth, but for a moment, she didn't know how to respond. She was so shocked that she ran over after hearing it, but did she run over to praise you and say that you have good taste and the man you found is so outstanding? At first I thought Su Qingyue was blind. Isn't this just slapping yourself in the face? I heard about Yemo. He does have some skills. If you have nothing else to say, then get out. Where's Yemo? Which room is he waiting for you in? Lan Yuqian just ignored Su Qingyue's words to ask her to leave. What are you waiting for me for? He has already gone back to his own home. He laughed? Lan Yuqian was stunned. Is that guy still a man? At this time of night, he actually didn't have any feelings for you and just left on his own? Could it be that he didn't like you at all? That's not right. A man doesn't need to like you at all. With your looks and figure, he will definitely have that kind of thought. Did he suggest spending the night with you, but you refused? He didn't mention anything, and I didn't refuse anything. Do you have any ideas in your mind? What? It's just something between men and women. What else could it be? I haven't thought about that, and Yemo isn't interested either. Bullshit. There's no man who isn't interested unless he's a real wallflower. I guess he saw you'd reject him, so he walked away in shame. He's probably brooding over it somewhere. Lan Yuqian said this, and seeing Su Qingyue's thoughtful expression, she said proudly. How about I teach you? No matter how powerful a man is, that's all he has in his mind. If you don't satisfy him, he'll definitely go find another woman. Su Qingyue hesitated for a moment and said, tell me about it. On the way home, Yemo looked at the screen of his mobile phone and fell into deep thought. Now I have an extra 5,000 extraordinary points. Should I use them to redeem the next few moves of Heaven Cutting Hand, or should I continue to use them to redeem extraordinary potions? After a moment, he chose to exchange for the last 3 moves of Heaven Cutting Hand. When Liu Yang was 19, he created the 9 mysterious swords, which was on the same level as the Heaven Cutting Hand. Creating martial arts is much more difficult than learning existing ones. Although I have shown considerable talent at the moment, in people's eyes, I am still a long way from reaching the ceiling of martial artist talent, that is, people like Liu Yang. Next, master the following few moves. Even if others find out, they will only be surprised, not confused. Now EMO can perform the first move of Heaven Cutting Hand and truly feel the power of martial arts. If the last 3 moves are also mastered, then the improvement in combat power will definitely be stronger than injecting 10 doses of extraordinary potions to simply improve the body. Although he felt that the points were well spent, it did not stop EMO from feeling a lot of pain. I just got 5,000 extraordinary points, and in a blink of an eye, I spent 4,200. The prices of the remaining styles will continue to double, and the price of the 5th style will reach 4,800. The only thing that comforted EMO was that as long as he could practice to the 7th move and pass the test, he could get the last 2 moves of Heaven Cutting Hand for free without spending any points. The cell phone rang. EMO took a look and saw that it was his mother Lin Shui calling. "Son, someone is looking for you. Where are you now? Who is it? I'll be home soon. Wait a minute, don't rush back." Lin Shui lowered her voice and asked worriedly. There were 2 men. The middle-aged one had a scary scar on his face. "Are they here to cause trouble?" "They didn't say what they were doing, just that they were your friends." "Where did you get such a friend? A middle-aged man with a scar on his face?" EMO doesn't have such a friend at all. What came to his mind was the middle-aged man he saw in the hospital. As expected, it was this man who sent him to the hospital after he was injured. "But I have never had any contact with the other party, so why did he suddenly come to my house to find me?" "Mom, it's okay, it's indeed my friend. Tell them, I'll be there soon." Chapter 38, Poaching. When EMO returned home and opened the door, he saw Lin Shui happily entertaining the 2 men in the living room, which was completely different from the attitude she had shown on the phone before. "Son, why didn't you tell me earlier that these 2 are executives from a big company and wanted to invite you to work for them after graduation? My son is so outstanding. He hasn't even graduated yet, and someone has already come to him. I'm afraid someone else will snatch him away." Lin Shui looked very happy. In her eyes, her 2 sons are the best in the world and have excellent grades. After graduation, they will definitely be able to find a good job in a big company. I didn't expect that he would come to me before I even graduated. An executive from a major company? EMO looked at the 2 men in the room and stopped at the face of the middle-aged man with a scar. My mother is very cautious, and these 2 people obviously took out something to prove their identities. But this identity is definitely fake. Although he was studying at the best university in Yunhai City, these days, even students from prestigious universities were no longer that valuable. What's more, I'm just a freshman. How could a big company come to me in advance to invite me? What we are going to discuss next will involve some company secrets. Can we talk to your son alone? Shinshan stood up and spoke to Lin Shui with a gentle smile. Okay. I just happened to be going to the market to buy some things, so you guys can chat. The first thing Lin Shui did when she went out was to call her husband and happily share the good news with him. Let me introduce myself, I'm Shinshan from the Extraordinary Management Bureau. Shinshan said with a smile. EMO was surprised. Why did the people from the Extraordinary Management Bureau come to find him? Seeing that EMO didn't respond, Shinshan continued, we already know that you can inject extraordinary potions and join the research institute. EMO narrowed his eyes and said, I saw you in the hospital before. Shinshan said, it's more than just seeing it. When you were attacked by the alien beast in the sky and fell into a coma, I was the one who sent you to the hospital. Alien beasts from the Starry Sky attack. EMO's eyelids twitched. Sending him to the hospital was undoubtedly equivalent to owing someone a favor. Furthermore, although he was from the research institute and the other party was from the administration, they were both official agencies, so they could barely be considered his own people. What do you want to do when you come to see me? Invite you to join our administration. The thin young man next to him spoke. You all already know that I've joined the institute, and you still invite me. Can I take this as poaching the institute's talent? EMO looked suspicious. What's the big deal? It's not the first time we're trying to poach their employees. The young man was not at all flustered, but rather seemed quite proud. Talented people should join our administration. Staying at the research institute will only lead to their talents being completely buried. Wow, they are really poaching? Now it seems that although the institute and the administration are both official institutions, the relationship between them is not very good? He just showed up to poach people without any fear of angering them. Then on the other hand, the institute will also poach your people? EMO asked curiously. They'd like to, but they just don't have the ability. According to the rules set by the higher-ups, our people can also redeem points for the things in their research institute. Becoming a warrior in our administration will also provide you with many opportunities and rewards of extraordinary points. More importantly, joining us will provide you with 2 benefits that they don't have. Tell me about it. First, the warriors at the institute are purely their security. They normally don't have the opportunity to fight alien beasts. Oh, no, they may have a few low-level alien beasts in the institute, but that wouldn't be considered a true life or death duel. To become powerful, warriors must undergo true hardship. Our management bureau's duty is to hunt down exotic beasts whenever they appear. Joining us will give you more opportunities to confront them real battles. Only in these kinds of battles can you quickly accumulate practical experience. Second, as I said before, the warriors in the research institute are just high-level security personnel who protect the safety of the researchers, but the warriors in our administration are real fighters. In terms of overall warrior strength, they're not even worthy of carrying our shoes. To put it more bluntly, the strongest person at the Yunhai Transcendental Research Institute is a 7th-ranked Transcendental, while the director of our Yunhai Transcendental Administration is an 8th rank. That's the strongest level below Martial Saint. As long as you join us, you'll have the opportunity to receive his guidance. Improving martial arts skills is impossible without guidance. But you're in the research institute, they just let you work hard on your own, with no guidance at all. Of course, you don't need to bother the director right now. I'm more than enough to guide you. Did you exchange your martial arts skills? What did you exchange for? Maybe I can give you some pointers right now. The other party was obviously sincere in recruiting him. He talked for a long time and even wanted to give Yemo some guidance on the spot. Yemo understood the current situation. These 2 people obviously knew that he had become a quasi-warrior just after injecting the extraordinary potion yesterday, so they came to recruit him. But he was not clear about what happened this afternoon, nor about his talent in martial arts. I'm asking you a question. What martial arts did you learn? As the saying goes, all things are interconnected. Many martial arts have similarities. I can give you some pointers right now. Seeing that Yemo didn't respond, the young man urged. Shinshan smiled slightly and did not stop his men from doing so. Yemo said, "Heaven cutting hand." The young man's face froze. Shinshan was also stunned. This martial art is not suitable for you to practice. You should change to another one. Time is precious. Don't waste it on this kind of martial art. The young man immediately changed his words and stopped talking about guiding Yemo. He just asked him to change a martial art. Yemo said, "No, I think this martial art is very good, there is no need to change it. This martial art is not for ordinary people to practice." Seeing Yemo's indifference, the young man said helplessly, "Forget it. Seeing you reminds me of my past. Who doesn't think they are a genius and a freak at the beginning? Anyway, you have changed. It's a good thing to spend some time and energy to understand your own strengths and weaknesses." Shinshan said, "Join our administration bureau. We will take care of the affairs of the institute. We will return the extraordinary points you received from them for you." From what you just said, joining the administration does have benefits that the institute doesn't. But joining the institute also has benefits that you can't offer. Yemo shook his head and said, "So, I still choose to refuse. What can they give that we can't?" Shinshan didn't believe it at all. Yemo didn't answer, but instead asked, "Can you send me a rich woman who is beautiful, generous, and considerate?" Chapter 39 Preferential Treatment. Shinshan and the other man were knowledgeable and experienced, but they were also stunned by Yemo's words. A beautiful, generous, and considerate wife? The thin young man said angrily, "You're dreaming. I can't even meet a woman like this myself, how can I find one for you?" Shinshan asked, "Are you referring to Su Qingyue? Who else could it be except her? I actually hope you can introduce me to another one, but obviously, you can't." Yemo looked disappointed. Shinshan was silent, looking at Yemo's face. Everything that needed to be said had been said, but there was no sign of emotion on the other person's face. Obviously, the benefits of joining the administration failed to impress the other party. Although the other party became a quasi-warrior just after being injected with the extraordinary potion, and he did have some talent, this level of talent was not enough for the administration to offer him any special benefits and invite him to join. Since you don't want to, then forget it. Shinshan didn't try to persuade him any further and took the young man away. The thin young man walked out of the room and said angrily, "This kid really thinks he's some peerless genius. We're flattering him and offering him special conditions to join us. This is clearly us giving him a chance." As soon as they left, Yemo took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Yemo? On the other side, the voice of Zhou Yushan, director of the institute, rang out. Yesterday, after Yemo was injected with the extraordinary potion, he directly became a quasi-warrior. Zhou Yushan just gave him a few words of encouragement. After seeing the talent Yemo displayed today, Zhou Yushan directly gave Yemo his number and told him that Yemo could contact him directly at any time. Whether it is the world of ordinary people or the world of warriors, they are actually the same. The stronger you are, the better treatment you will receive. Director, someone from the administration just came to invite me to join them. Zhou Yushan was shocked. Those bastards in the administration like to come and poach my people all day long. I specifically instructed that the talent Yemo displayed today must not be leaked to anyone, but in the end, they still came to me? However, Yemo reported to himself immediately, obviously rejecting them. Right now, you are being loyal to yourself. I am still very charismatic, it is not easy for someone to poach my customers. He smiled and was about to speak, but Yemo's next words scared him so much that he stood up with a bang. They told me about the benefits of joining the administration, and I'm quite tempted. I'm considering it. But I think everyone should be more open. Regardless of whether or not you decide to join the administration in the end, you should at least let me know first. Yemo, you're so confused. Why would you want to go to their side? What benefits did they tell you? When Zhou Yushan said this, he had a gnashing teeth expression on his face, as if he wanted to bite those people in the management bureau viciously. After listening to Yemo's words, he hurriedly said, "Bullshit. How can this be beneficial? It's clearly harmful. A warrior below the 4th rank, going into actual combat with exotic beasts to gain experience? This is simply playing with their own lives. How many warriors from the administration have died? They actually have the nerve to say this is a benefit. As for the future, when you grow up, I will naturally find a way to arrange for you to fight against the beasts. And what's the second bullshit benefit? Let their director guide you? He's just kidding. That director is unreliable. If you let him guide you, you'll only go astray. With your martial arts talent, why do you need guidance from others? If you really need it, I can help you find a master who is stronger than that guy, not weaker." Zhou Yushan subconsciously wanted to tell the story of the 1,000-armed snake demon. But then he thought again, the other party had not sent back any news, obviously they were not interested in Yemo and had no intention of accepting him as a disciple. Then there is no need to say more. Although we should not let the other party become too conceited, there is no need to overly suppress their self-confidence. Yemo was stunned when he heard this. Director Zhou used to give people the impression of being gentle and elegant, but now all he says is their mothers and bullshit. Director, they also said that those with strong enough talents can receive some special treatment. Preferential treatment, huh? Don't worry, we have that too. Oh, what preferential treatment? Don't worry, if there are similar preferential treatments, I would definitely prefer the research institute. Well. Zhou Yushan came back to his senses a little. Boy, after all this talk, you actually just want me to give you some special treatment, right? I didn't, director, don't talk nonsense. I'm only 18 years old, a pure and stupid college student. Don't think I'm too sinister. Yemo immediately retorted. Then tell me, what preferential treatment will they give you? I didn't explain it clearly. But based on my talent in martial arts, I should be given a large amount of extraordinary points, right? Yemo spoke with confidence. Although it was nonsense, he believed that if he really performed the first move of Heaven Cutting Hand in front of Qin Shan, he would definitely be treated preferentially. There's no such rule. In your case, if you're strong enough, you'll naturally be able to get a lot of extraordinary points as rewards by participating in various competitions in the future. But to say that you'll be rewarded with a single point directly is really... Zhou Yushan looked embarrassed. Forget it then. I can't force you. Yemo said calmly, I'll go talk to the people at the administration. They're still waiting for my answer. After saying that, without waiting for the other party to respond, Yemo hung up the phone and threw it aside. After exchanging the last 3 moves of Heaven Cutting Hand, he was not given a special tablet as before. Instead, the contents of the last 3 moves were sent directly to the tablet in his hand. Yemo excitedly took out the tablet, and as expected, he saw the corresponding prompt as soon as he opened it. After a while, Yemo said in surprise, "I thought the latter part would be the same as the first form, with a lot of palm techniques, fist techniques, and finger techniques, with more and more moves as you go further in. But it turns out to be the opposite, combining all the moves in the first form? The second move is a finger technique called Immortal Inch Finger. The third move is a fist technique called Roaring Sea Cannon. The fourth move is a palm technique called Mountain Collapse and Crack." Yemo studied it for a while and soon discovered that these three moves were related to those in the first move. It is clearly a combination of the moves in the first form. If the moves in the first form are like irregular pebbles, then the next three forms are like perfectly piecing these pebbles together into a stone with greater lethality. Everything is based on mastering the first form. So, it seems that as long as you have mastered the first form, practicing the next three forms should be a piece of cake and not difficult at all? Yemo was just about to give it a try. The cell phone that was thrown aside rang again. After hanging up just now, Zhou Yushan called again immediately, but Yemo ignored him. The call rang again. It was obvious that the other party couldn't help but call again, so Yemo answered it. "Director, I've almost finished talking with the administration." Yemo answered the phone and said this. Chapter 40. I tried so hard. "You won't agree to them, will you?" Zhou Yushan was surprised. "No, I really don't want to go to the administration. After all, my wife works at the research institute. If I go there, won't we be separated?" Zhou Yushan breathed a sigh of relief, then heard Yemo continue. "If I really go there, I have to take my wife with me. I don't want to be separated from her." "Good boy, you." Zhou Yushan's eyes widened and he almost couldn't breathe. After all, he was an old fox, and he had some guesses in his mind that the other party was just fooling him. Mainly, with the talent shown by Yemo, it was not particularly excessive to want preferential treatment. It could even be said to be human nature. 5,000 extraordinary points. "I'll give you 5,000 extraordinary points as an extra reward," Zhou Yushan said very straightforwardly. Yemo frowned. "Isn't that too little? It's really not worthy of your status. I won 5,000 points today." "Don't. I don't have any identity. It's not a small amount. There are only more than 6,000 left in my account. You can't empty it all," Zhou Yushan said helplessly. Yemo was a little surprised. "You paid for this out of your own pocket?" He was a little bit unconvinced. How could the director of a research institute only have this much money in his account? "Didn't I tell you? According to the rules, there are no special privileges. Of course, I have to pay for it myself." Zhou Yushan explained, "I don't need these extraordinary points on a daily basis, but my children and grandchildren do." Yemo suddenly realized. How about 5,000 extraordinary points plus a house in that community? With my strength, I will be able to enter the third level sooner or later, and then I will be able to get a house. "Can you give me this house in advance?" Yemo asked. Zhou Yushan said in embarrassment, "This is against the rules. As the director, I don't have as much power as you think. I still have to follow the rules." Yemo didn't insist any further and made his attitude clear, saying that he would never consider the administration again. Seeing that he was suddenly so decisive, Zhou Yushan felt a little guilty. With Yemo's talent, if he went to other places, the preferential treatment he would get would definitely be more than 5,000 points. "How about this? 2 weeks later, there will be a competition between our institute and the management bureau. I made a bet with their director that if we win, I can get 20,000 points. I will give you an extra 10,000 points as a reward, and the rest will be distributed to other people." Zhou Yushan suddenly said. Yemo was stunned. "What if I lose?" "If we lose, don't worry about it. Anyway, as long as one of our people is among the top 3, we'll win." "I don't believe we can't win. The Research Institute and the Management Bureau are competing. Among the top 3, one is a warrior from the Research Institute. Even if the Research Institute wins, will it?" Yemo's first reaction was that this was very unfair to the administration. The second reaction was that the warriors in the Research Institute were generally much weaker than those in the Management Bureau, otherwise this situation would never have happened. "Director, do you hope that I can attend the event?" "Smart. There's only one requirement for participation, and that's being under 20 years old. Then, show them what a true genius is." Zhou Yushan's voice was very excited. He didn't expect EMO to be able to make it into the top 3. He mainly wanted to tell the other party that a true genius had emerged on his side. When he thought of the envious and jealous look on the old director's face, he was extremely excited. After a little thought, EMO realized that Zhou Yushan wanted to use him to help him gain attention. However, this matter did not harm him, so he agreed to it without hesitation. At night. An uninhabited corner of the park. EMO closed his eyes, put 2 fingers of his right hand together, and placed his fingertips on the trunk of the big tree in front of him. He looked like he was asleep, but in fact he had entered the super brain state, and his brain was working frantically. Suddenly, EMO opened his eyes. If he took off his clothes at this moment, you could see that the muscles on his body were undulating, like streams of water flowing in his body, and finally all converging into his right hand. Puff! EMO stabbed his 2 fingers into the trunk of the tree, just like stabbing into tofu. Immortal inch finger. It requires the torso to remain motionless while the muscles move like flowing water. Even if the body is restrained and it is difficult to exert force under normal circumstances, it can still unleash astonishing lethality. The roaring sea cannon is just the opposite. EMO took 2 steps back. Mobilize all the muscles in your body, using your torso as the core to generate power. The force will be like a tsunami, crashing into the enemy. The key is to go without return, and not stop until the enemy is dead. EMO was like a tiger out of a cage. He took a step forward, twisted his body, and his torso was like a swimming dragon. In an instant, he punched out. Boom! He controlled the distance well, and his fist did not land on the tree, but the violent wind from his fist made a loud bang when it hit the tree, causing the entire tree to shake violently. If this punch had landed on an ordinary person's head, there would be no need for rescue. Crumbling mountains and splitting apart, strike with 1 palm strike, using only 30% of the force, leaving 70% for yourself. If a move succeeds, pursue the victory. If the situation is not good, counterattack. Offense and defense are integrated, the most flexible and changeable. EMO took a step to the side, exerting force from the soles of his feet, and slapped the tree trunk with his palm. It was clearly just a palm, but there were several muffled sounds. Before it landed on the tree trunk, he immediately changed his moves and completed it in one go, appearing to be very agile. Just as he expected, after mastering the first move, the next 3 moves came naturally and the difficulty was actually reduced a lot. Many warriors have the impression that Heaven Cutting Hand is too difficult, even much more difficult than other SSS-level martial arts of the same level. But in fact, if you master the first move, it means that you can quickly master the next 3 moves. From an overall perspective, the difficulty of Heaven Cutting Hand is not the most difficult among martial arts of the same level. I guess it's because this martial art is the most difficult to get started with, so they've specially released it for prospective warriors to exchange and let them know their own strengths. EMO thought to himself, I don't know whose idea this was, it's so wicked. How about changing the 5th form as well? Zhou Yushan's 5,000 extraordinary points have been transferred over. EMO was really itching to get them, but after thinking about it, he decided to forget it and wait until later. Although he has already mastered the last 3 moves, he is in a state where his brain has fully mastered them but his body is still a little unfamiliar with them. To truly apply the last 3 moves in actual combat, they must be flexibly interspersed with the many techniques of the first move. This is inevitable and requires more practice so that the body can fully adapt. He checked the time. It took me over half an hour. I was really trying too hard. It's not good to be too curled up. Let's take a break first and work on it tomorrow. The next day, EMO attended classes as normal. Another day passed and he received a call from Su Qingyue. Hubby, can you come over to my place tonight? Chapter 41 Nosebleed. After hanging up the phone, Su Qingyue took a deep breath, as if mustering up great courage, and then looked at the clothes on the sofa beside her. Bunny girl? Can wearing something like this really make him crazy? In her mind, she couldn't help but recall the strategy Lan Yuqian had proposed to her. If you want a man to be inseparable from you, the most important thing is to make him understand your scarcity. Make him realize that if he doesn't stay around you all day and watch you carefully, someone else will snatch you away. Find a few outstanding ones among your suitors, give them some sweet treats, and create a sense of crisis for EMO. That's enough. After listening to this, Su Qingyue said expressionlessly, next. What next? Lan Yuqian was a little unresponsive. This method won't work. Let's try another one. I don't have time to waste, and I don't want to have anything to do with those people. Most importantly, there's no one better than Yemo among them. When Su Qingyue finished speaking, there was a hint of pride on her face. Lan Yuqian thought about it carefully and felt that it was a bit unreliable. Su Qingyue had no experience in this area, and if she wasn't careful, she would turn a little sweetness into being taken advantage of. She thought for a moment, her eyes shining, I got it. To make a man inseparable from you, the most important thing is. Just now, you said it was the most important, and now it is the most important again? Su Qingyue was a little skeptical about whether this person was reliable. Don't interrupt. If you don't believe me, then go find someone else. Lan Yuqian said unhappily. Su Qingyue really doesn't have many friends, so she can't ask Gu Hui for help, right? Gu Hui only talks about knowing everything, but she has no real emotional experience. Go on. The most important thing is to make him dream of having you, but unable to have you. In this way, of course he will think about you all the time. How exactly should we do this? I'll buy you a set of clothes. Once you put them on, you won't have to do anything to make him want to be fucked. Just give him a look, then send him away and let him do whatever he wants. It's guaranteed to work. This set of clothes was finally delivered to Su Qingyue. The style was completely beyond her imagination. She stared at the clothes in front of her as if she was staring at each other, and did not move for a long time until there was a click and the door was opened. As soon as Yemo entered the room, he saw Su Qingyue's back. She seemed to be holding something in her arms and running towards the bathroom in a hurry. Bang! The bathroom door was closed. Yemo walked to the door suspiciously. What happened? He had been planning to have a good sleep tonight, to recharge his energy and wait for tomorrow's quasi-warrior competition and first-grade warrior assessment, but Su Qingyue called him over without telling him what she was going to do. In his eyes, Su Qingyue never looked panicked, and the scene before him really scared him. Go to the toilet. Su Qingyue's voice came out. Hearing this, Yemo walked away. Instead of staying at the door, he sat on the sofa and waited. This wait lasted more than half an hour. Just when Yemo was feeling suspicious, a bang was heard in the toilet. Yimonung stood up with a sound. Did you fall? No. Su Qingyue's voice rang out immediately. Yemo then sat down and continued to wait. After a few minutes, Su Qingyue finally came out, wearing a white bathrobe. No wonder it took so long, so he took a shower? That's not right. I didn't hear any sound of taking a shower just now. Yemo's expression gradually became strange. He saw the black rabbit ears on Su Qingyue's head. As an old driver on the internet, he looked at Su Qingyue's white bathrobe again, and probably knew what she was wearing inside. Can you tell me what's going on? Yemo adjusted his sitting position, pulled up his pants around his thighs, and moved his butt back a little. Su Qingyue opened her mouth and closed it again. Who gave you the idea to wear this? Yemo changed the question. Judging from the fact that her face was flushed and she was wearing a bathrobe but still wanted to put on another one, it was definitely not her idea. Lan Yuqian. Su Qingyue betrayed Lan Yuqian very straightforwardly. Let me guess. A few days ago, I showed some talent, and Lan Yuqian told you that talented men tend to attract a lot of attention, so you have to keep an eye on them. So, she suggested you wear this to me so that I would be completely captivated and not be interested in other women. Is that right? Su Qingyue was silent for 2 seconds and nodded. She would never admit that the main problem lies with herself. You two are really one who dares to teach and the other one who dares to learn. Yemo swallowed his saliva and said righteously, you don't have to listen to her about what's going on between us. But I think what she said is not completely unreasonable. You never contact me unless you need me. There was no news yesterday, and if I don't contact you today, there will be no news either. Su Qingyue lowered her head and spoke in a low voice. Yemo touched his nose. That's because I've been busy these past 2 days. We should just follow our own pace. There's no need to listen to her nonsense. My own rhythm? Su Qingyue shook her head. I don't understand. For example, do you have anything you want to do? Just follow your own inner thoughts. Yemo could see that Su Qingyue was obviously a little resistant to wearing this kind of clothes and was not used to it. What I want to do? Su Qingyue thought for a moment. Will you do it? Certainly. Based on the extraordinary points the other party spent on him, Yemo felt that he had to do his best to provide good enough service. Then I'll go change my clothes first. Su Qingyue blinked, turned and walked towards the bathroom. Etc. Yemo rubbed his nose and asked, "You fell down just now, what happened?" "The dress doesn't fit. It's too tight in this area. I tried to pull it up, and then I fell. It's too tight and very uncomfortable to wear." Su Qingyue gestured in front of her, then walked towards the bathroom. Etc. She looked at Yemo in confusion. "This kind of clothes is a bit tight. Maybe it's not too tight, but you are just not used to it. Why don't you take a look at it for me to confirm? If it is too tight, then this clothes really can't be worn." Yemo rubbed his nose again and said seriously. Su Qingyue hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded and let the other party look at her. After a moment, her expression changed. "You have a nosebleed. Are you okay?" "It's okay. I'm just a little irritated." Warriors are strong and healthy, so they tend to get irritated more easily. Yemo raised his head and said, "I think the size I bought is one size fits all. It's a little too tight. Let's go change it." When Su Qingyue changed back into her original clothes and walked out of the bathroom, she saw that Yemo's nostrils were blocked with toilet paper, and both strips of toilet paper had been dyed scarlet. There were more than a dozen similar blood-red tissue strips on the table. So much blood? It's a small matter. Warriors are full of energy. Yemo was serious, but the two bloody tissues on his face made him look a little funny. Thinking back to when he had previously fought Shinyi and told Su Qingyue to shut up, and then the other party's somewhat aggrieved expression, Yemo said, "What do you want me to do? As long as I can do it, I will agree to it." Chapter 42, Checking Your Body. Thinking back to when he had fought with Shinyi before and asked Su Qingyue to shut up, and then the other party's somewhat aggrieved expression, Yemo made up his mind to agree to anything he could do. However, she didn't expect that the request that Su Qingyue felt a little embarrassed to ask would be so easy to fulfill. "Will you hold my hand tonight while I sleep, like you did when I was unconscious?" Su Qingyue missed that feeling very much. When she was unconscious before, she was conscious and full of anxiety, but when Yemo held her hand and spoke in her ear, telling her that even if she could not wake up, he would take care of her for the rest of her life, the anxiety in her heart disappeared. Her body and mind were completely relaxed, and her heart was filled with an indescribable joy, which she had not experienced since her mother passed away. "Of course you can. But are you inviting me to spend the night with you?" Yemo said with a smile. Su Qingyue nodded, "Yes. Just stay by my side and hold my hand." Yemo felt like he was punching cotton. Doesn't this woman know that when a man and a woman spend the night together, besides shaking hands, they usually do something else? Su Qingyue said, "There is another thing." "You say?" "It's my mother's death anniversary soon. Would you like to go with me?" "Good." Yemo agreed, and then he thought that since it was the anniversary of Su Qingyue's mother's death, his father and brother would obviously be there too. "How are you and your family doing now? Are you in touch? I keep getting calls. Sometimes I answer, and sometimes I don't because I don't have time. Most of the time I'm busy with work and just ignore them." Su Qingyue answered truthfully. The original scene appeared in Yemo's mind. Suhan's face was filled with anger, and he said arrogantly, "If you insist on doing it your own way, don't even think about stepping into the door of my Su family." Hadn't he already expelled Su Qingyue from the Su family? And yet, in the blink of an eye, he was calling me desperately, looking to repair their father-daughter relationship. No words were spoken that night. When she woke up the next day, Su Qingyue felt refreshed, but she saw that Yemo looked a little tired. Obviously he did not sleep well. Su Qingyue thought Yemo was not used to sleeping on this bed and suggested changing it. "No, it has nothing to do with the bed. I was thinking about today's competition last night, visualizing the moves of the heaven-cutting hand over and over in my mind, so I couldn't sleep." Yemo lied without hesitation. He just felt that his 18-year-old body was really scary, and he kept thinking in his mind, should he be a beast, or worse than a beast? I still hadn't figured it out until dawn. This woman had no self-awareness of her own charm and was completely unaware of it. Just lying beside him and holding his hand had an incredible impact. According to the class schedule, Yemo has full classes from morning to afternoon today. He told Zhou Yushan about this yesterday, and he said he would handle it. There was no need for the school to worry, as they were all minor issues. After entering the Extraordinary Research Institute, Zhou Yushan soon appeared and personally took Yemo to the competition venue. "Have you had contact with the administration before?" Zhou Yushan asked on the way. Yemo didn't think there was anything to hide, so he nodded and said, "On my way home earlier, I was attacked by a dark shadow and fainted. They sent me to the hospital. I originally thought I was hit by a speeding gang, but they said I was attacked by a strange beast. I didn't expect that I had contact with strange beasts before." After Zhou Yushan learned that the people from the administration were trying to poach his staff, he went to investigate. He also found out the relationship between Yemo and the administration, and nodded calmly upon hearing it. "You were attacked by a strange beast, yet you're still alive and unharmed. I have to say, you're incredibly lucky." The administration also found it incredible, and they even used various instruments to examine your body. Check what? Yemo's expression changed slightly. "I guess they wanted to see if there was anything special about you, or if you were a warrior. The final result showed that you are just an ordinary person." "I'm just an ordinary person?" Yemo stopped. Zhou Yushan was stunned. "How come you look so happy even though you are an ordinary person? Your talent is indeed incomparable to that of ordinary people. Of course, you are not an ordinary person, but talent is too mysterious and cannot be detected by instruments at present." Zhou Yushan felt somewhat relieved when he said this. Fortunately, it could not be detected, otherwise, Yemo would have been recruited by the Management Bureau immediately. "If it's a warrior, can we find out directly?" Yemo asked again. "Yes." Zhou Yushan nodded. "The warrior must have been injected with a supernatural potion, and some of it will remain in the body. What has been absorbed by the body cannot be detected, but what remains in the body can be detected. Furthermore, warriors' muscle fibers and bone density are very different from those of ordinary people, so this is also a good starting point for testing." If the scene wasn't inappropriate, Yemo would have had the urge to laugh out loud. "It turns out that I have been thoroughly studied and finally judged to be an ordinary person?" These days, he has been worried that he might behave too shockingly and be caught for examination, where the black bacteria in his body would be found out, and eventually, he might end up being dissected. Now, Zhou Yushan told him that his body had already been studied by the Management Bureau. And then nothing was found. This result shows that with the current level of technology on Earth, it is impossible to detect any abnormality in his body. So, I can relax a little and stop worrying about what's going on. Extraordinary Research Institute, 3rd underground floor. This floor itself is a huge arena. Today's competition among prospective warriors and Yemo's first grade warrior assessment are all arranged here. Previously, when Wangtung fought with the strange beast here, ordinary people did not dare to get close and could only stand on the upper level to watch. But today's competition and assessment will obviously not affect innocent people, so there is no need to stay on the upper level. The competition among prospective warriors takes place every 2 months and has not attracted much attention in the past. Not to mention Zhou Yushan, even team leaders like Su Qingyue rarely come to watch. But the number of people who came today was much greater than any previous quasi-warrior competition, including Zhou Yushan, Su Qingyue, Lan Yuqian, Zhou Kai, and others. The prospective warriors who were competing were confused about the situation, but when they saw so many people watching, even the director had come, they felt very excited. Some of the young ones couldn't help but imagine that they came for themselves. After a short while, these prospective warriors quickly figured out who they came for. Chapter 43, First Rank Warrior Assessment. Every time a competition started, the opponent would rush over and be pinned to the ground by Yemo before he could figure out what was going on, and would eventually have no choice but to admit defeat. A quasi-warrior, after all, is just an ordinary person with better physical fitness. There's a world of difference between them and a true warrior. Yemo was able to defeat Shinyu. Among first-grade warriors, he's at least considered upper-middle level. These people can't compare. Zhou Yushan said with a smile. With Yemo's talent, as long as he is well-trained, given some opportunities, and doesn't die prematurely, then in the future, his research institute may very likely have another 7th-grade extraordinary person. Without any surprise, Yemo won the first place in the competition and got 1,300 extraordinary points. Okay, you all go down first. After the prospective warriors left, Zhou Yushan and the others who stayed behind looked even more expectant. Next, the main event begins. Yemo looked at Zhou Yushan and said, "Director, you haven't even told me yet. What exactly is the assessment method for a first-grade warrior?" The warrior assessment method is actually very simple. It involves battling against stronger warriors. After all, warriors are judged by their combat power, so naturally, it is necessary to determine whether one has reached the corresponding level in battle. For example, if you're currently taking the assessment for a first grade warrior, after the battle, as long as the examiner determines that your combat prowess has reached the standard, then you'll be considered to have preliminarily passed, Zhou Yushan explained. Preliminary passing means that a second round of assessment is required later? That's not necessary. Zhou Yushan shook his head and said, we just need to send the video of the assessment process to headquarters for review. Under normal circumstances, it's impossible for the review to fail. After Yemo thought about it, he understood the significance of the second step. This is like a jury. If whether or not a candidate passes is entirely determined by the examiner alone, it would be too subjective. It is indeed necessary to send it to the headquarters for review again. In this way, it can also prevent the occurrence of backdoors and inconsistent standards. Warriors are also human beings, and they must pay attention to social skills and background. The purpose of this second step is to prevent social skills from affecting the fairness of the assessment. Who is my examiner today? Yemo thought to himself, since they were going to test him, then the person's strength must obviously be far above his own. He can't be just a second-grade warrior. Zhou Yushan was about to answer when he suddenly smiled, fourth-rank warrior, Wang Tang. He's here. Yemo turned his head and saw a tall man walking towards him. It's actually him. 2 days ago, the fourth-grade warrior who fought with the strange beast here. Wang Teng in front of them was not wearing armor, but when people looked at him, they still felt a strong sense of oppression. He gave people the feeling of a napping beast. Although he was not hostile, he still made people feel extremely dangerous. How could it be him? Normally, the assessment for a first-grade warrior should only be for a third-grade warrior? Why is it Wang Teng who is here to take the assessment? Gui thought of Yemo as a member of her own Team 7. Seeing this situation, she murmured softly, feeling a little dissatisfied. However, this was most likely Zhou Yushan's arrangement, and she didn't have the courage to say anything to the director. Of course, not everyone lacks the courage. Su Qingyue's brows immediately furrowed. Seeing Su Qingyue looking towards him, Zhou Yushan had already anticipated what she was going to say and said with a smile. Don't worry. I was hoping that he could help me gain some face in the future. Will I still target him? Yemo is only a first-grade warrior, but since he was able to defeat Xinyu, it is very likely that he is not far from the second grade. It's appropriate to let Wang Teng be his examiner. Firstly, it allows Wang Teng to assess how far Yemo is from reaching the second rank. Secondly, it can also give Yemo some pointers. Everyone then realized that among the people present, the director was probably the one who was most optimistic about Yemo. It has long been believed that it is inevitable for Yemo to pass the assessment of a first-grade warrior, so he wanted to arrange some other things. Wang Teng walked up to Yemo and studied his face. I heard from the director that you mastered the first move of the sky-cutting hand in less than a day. Yemo nodded. What an enviable martial arts talent indeed. Wang Teng sighed, a look of disappointment on his face. Martial arts talent determines a person's upper limit. Someone like me can only become a 7th-grade extraordinary at best, but someone like you has the slightest possibility of becoming an 8th-grade extraordinary. Yemo said, I don't think so. No one knows what will happen in the future. Everything is possible. Everything is possible? Ha ha ha. When I was your age, I thought the same thing. Wang Teng smiled and stood with his hands behind his back. Go ahead. I'll stand here, my feet still. As long as you can force me to use one hand, then you'll pass the test. After saying this, seeing Yemo frown, he said. I'm not looking down on you, nor am I being overconfident. The gap between a 4th-grade warrior and a 1st-grade warrior is more exaggerated than you might imagine. Besides, among 4th-grade warriors, I'm considered one of the best. Since this is a test, I naturally want you to use all your skills. If I use all my strength and defeat you in one move, what's the point? Yemo asked, what if I force you to use both hands at the same time? If you force me to use both hands at the same time, then today's assessment will not be 1st grade, but 2nd grade. You can directly become a 2nd-grade warrior. What if you are forced to use your hands and your feet move as well? Then it's the 3rd rank. Wang Teng said with a smile, don't be so hypocritical. The more you think highly of yourself at the beginning, the more disappointed you will be when you finally understand your own limitations. Some people may even develop psychological trauma and be unable to recover for a long time. Don't be too self-righteous. You may have some talent, but there are over 1 billion people in China who are more talented than you. If you look around the world, there are even more. At this time, Yemo thought of the opponent's double swords. If one can force the opponent to draw his sword, it means he has reached the 4th level. He didn't think he was that powerful. The 4th rank is impossible, but only the 1st rank? Just as impossible. Today, his goal was not to become a first-class warrior, but to try and see if he could earn enough to buy a house. Boom! The ground shook, and Yemo, like an arrow shot from a bow, punched Wang Tang in the chest. Wang Tang did not dodge, but directly took the hit with his chest. At the moment when Yemo's fist was about to hit his chest, he also hit Yemo's fist with his chest in return, not taking it seriously at all. Boom! Chapter 44: The power of the last 3 moves of Heaven Cutting Hand. Yemo punched Wang Tang in the chest, but not only did it not knock him back, it felt like the punch was hitting a stone. There was also a powerful force surging from his arm. In an instant, he felt a sharp pain in his right hand as if it was being torn apart, and he took 2 steps back. The body of a 4th grade warrior is indeed powerful. The reason you were repelled by this attack isn't just because I'm strong enough. It's also because I didn't just resist it with my body, I used my martial arts to counter it. Wang Tang smiled, feeling that he could easily manipulate Yemo. The opponent obviously had no practical experience and his eyesight was too shallow. He was not even aware that he was using martial arts and thought he was just using his body to withstand it. Although he is confident, he is far stronger than Yemo. But that doesn't mean he will be arrogant and just stand there stupidly, allowing the other party to punch him and then take it. That punch just now was from the Heaven Cutting Hand? The power was more ordinary than I expected, but that's normal. With your strength, it's impossible to unleash the true power of this martial art. Yeah? Yemo rushed up again in an instant, took a step forward, his spine was like an undulating dragon, his body slightly twisted, and suddenly punched out, like a cannonball fired from the barrel. The sound of breaking through the air made people's hearts tremble. Roaring sea cannon! The smile on Wang Tang's face froze instantly, and he slapped out with his palm, colliding with Yemo's fist. Even though he attacked without hesitation, his upper body was still knocked back slightly, but his feet were still on the ground without moving at all. Is this also from the first move of the sky-cutting hand? Wang Tang was shocked and frightened. If he had dared to be arrogant just now, he would have been extremely embarrassed. It's not the first move, but the 3rd move. This is the 2nd move. Immortal Inch Finger. Yemo's right hand, which was clenched into a fist, suddenly opened, and his fingers were like swords, stabbing towards Wang Tang's palm. His body didn't move at all, this move was extremely fast. Wang Tang was not afraid at all and grabbed Yemo's 2 stabbing fingers. Such a small finger has no leverage and cannot have much power. There is no need to take it seriously. After grabbing it, pull it back to make the boy lose his balance, and then an elbow strike can easily end the fight. In Wang Tang's mind, he deduced what would happen next and didn't think there would be any surprises. But just as he grabbed Yemo's 2 fingers, he felt a sharp pain in his palms as if his skin was torn. Even so, he still couldn't stop Yemo's 2 fingers, and they were brought towards his chest. He didn't make the opponent lose balance, but his own body became momentarily unbalanced. Next, the 4th move of Heaven Cutting Hand, Collapse of Mountains and Cracking. Yemo took a step to the left and slapped Wang Tang's side with his palm. Wang Tang quickly stopped and twisted his waist to avoid the move, but he saw Yemo change his move instantly, from a horizontal shot to a side push, hitting the center line of his body. Bang! In a flash, almost subconsciously, Wang Tang slapped out with his other hand, colliding with Yemo's hand. Yemo took advantage of the reaction force and took a few steps back. He said, "Does this count? I have passed the assessment for a 2nd grade warrior. Next, I will see if I can become a 3rd grade warrior." Wang Tang looked stunned and opened his mouth, but for a moment, he didn't know what to say. The people around were dumbfounded. This scene is quite different from what they imagined. Wang Tang said that if he could make him use one hand, he would be a 1st grade cultivator, and if he could be forced to use both hands, he would be a 2nd grade cultivator. I thought that since he was so confident, he must be able to defeat Yemo. As a result, we have only fought for a few moves and you are already using both hands? 2nd rank. Does he already have the strength of a 2nd rank warrior now? Lan Yuqian came here specially today to join in the fun, intending to see if Yemo was really that powerful. However, she found that he was even more terrifying than she had heard before. Zhou Kai looked at Zhou Yushan. "Director, did you hear that just now? He actually performed the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th moves of the sky-cutting hand. Zhou Yushan stared at the two men fighting with his big eyes, and responded, I may be old, but I'm not deaf. Not only did he hear it, but the moment he heard it, his heart beat faster. It has to be said that Yi Mo brought him another huge surprise. Originally, he speculated that Yi Mo's strength was not far from that of a second-grade warrior, but there should still be some distance. The reason why Wang Tang was called over was that he hoped Wang Tang could give Yi Mo some guidance. As a result, Yi Mo forced Wang Tang to use both hands with just a few moves. Zhou Yushan's breathing quickened a little. Although he felt it was unlikely, he still couldn't help but feel a little hopeful in his heart. Since Wang Tang was forced to use his hands with just a few moves, could a few more moves force Wang Tang to move his feet? In this way, according to Wang Tang, it means that he has the strength of a third-grade warrior. After a while, a look of disappointment appeared on Zhou Yushan's face. Yi Mo's attack was like a storm, and he had already launched more than 10 moves, but Wang Tang seemed to have completely gotten used to his attack. He was like an unshakable mountain, with his feet stuck to the ground. He easily resolved Yi Mo's attack by twisting his torso and using his hands. Wang Tang's hands became thicker, and a strange blood color appeared on the surface of his skin. This is his family's unique martial art, called Blood Cloud Hand. Although it is only an A-level martial art, he has practiced it to perfection, and it fits perfectly with his own fighting style. It is difficult for warriors of the same level as him to cultivate to perfection even if they master S-level or above martial arts. Therefore, relying on this martial art, he can often fight with warriors of the same level without using two swords to perform sword techniques and still hold his own. You really surprised me. Wang Tang threw a punch, which collided with Yi Mo's fist. With a loud bang, Yi Mo took a few steps back. Wang Tang shook his body to relieve the impact and still stood steadily in the same place. I didn't expect you to have mastered the last 3 moves of the Heaven Cutting Hand. Without a doubt, the Heaven Cutting Hand is much more powerful than my Blood Cloud Hand. Even if you only have the first 4 moves, it's still stronger than my Blood Cloud Hand. Unfortunately, you have 2 major shortcomings. First, although you have mastered the first 4 moves of Heaven Cutting Hand, you are still a little unfamiliar with how to perform them, and are far from being able to use them with ease. Secondly, and this is the most fatal point, you have too little combat experience. At the very beginning, I actually revealed a flaw, but you were inexperienced and failed to seize it. As a result, you are doomed to stop here today. Wang Tang had absolute confidence on his face. Unlike Yi Mo, he has been practicing hard under the supervision of his father since he was a child. Whether in practical experience or eyesight, he is incomparable to Yi Mo. After hearing his final words, everyone around him knew that there would be no more accidents today. Yi Mo did not refute, but just said continue, and rushed towards Wang Tang again. Chapter 45. Is this human language? Bang! Bang! Every time Yi Mo and Wang Tang fought, not only was the sound of their fists and palms colliding terrifying, but even the ground shook. The two people fighting didn't think anything was wrong, but the people watching on the side were a little frightened. If they were hit by a palm, there would probably be no need to call an ambulance, they could just be taken directly to the crematorium. Yi Mo circled around Wang Tang, constantly changing his position. His hands moved so fast that people couldn't see clearly, but Wang Tang responded with ease, like a solid wall without any flaws. Your body mass index should be over 20, but not by much. If it were 30, I might have to move my feet today. What a pity! Wang Tang caught a glimpse of Zhou Yushan's somewhat disappointed face out of the corner of his eye. He naturally knew what Zhou Yushan was expecting. It's not that he is unwilling to fulfill it, but that he has no way to fulfill it. At this time, it is impossible to let it go. As time went by, a hint of suspicion appeared on Wang Tang's face. He just said that Yi Mo's use of the Heaven Cutting Hand was a little unfamiliar and he had not yet mastered it. Being able to use skills freely when practicing privately and being able to use skills freely when fighting against an enemy are 2 different concepts. What Wang Tang was referring to was naturally the latter. The only way to achieve the level of being able to use it with ease is to accumulate more practical experience. As long as you have enough understanding, you will naturally achieve it over time. For example, right now, Yi Mo's fight with him can be considered as accumulating experience. However, the improvement of martial arts in actual combat cannot be achieved through 1 or 2 combat experiences. Strangely, Wang Tang actually felt that Yi Mo's use of the Heaven Cutting Hand was becoming more and more comfortable and at ease, and was improving at an incredible speed. Isn't this speed of improvement a bit too exaggerated? Wang Tang's eyelids twitched. He had seen more than one person with higher talent than him, but he had never seen anyone as exaggerated as Yemo. Yemo entered a strange super brain state. All sounds from the outside world seemed to be completely isolated, and there was only one thought in his mind. Attack! Attack again! If the person in front of me is an iron wall, today, I will break this wall. At this moment, when fighting with the strong man, Yemo realized that the super brain state has another function. Should have thought of it earlier. This magical state can not only analyze the martial arts that one has practiced, but also analyze the martial arts displayed by the opponent. Of course, there are differences. When practicing one's own martial arts, one can directly observe all the details of the movements, and even hear narration, which will greatly reduce the difficulty of analysis. But the opponent's martial arts will not be displayed to you foolishly from beginning to end. Instead, he will counter each move, as if breaking a complete martial arts into pieces of a puzzle. In this situation, the difficulty of analyzing the opponent's martial arts naturally increases. Wang Tang felt that Yemo's heaven-cutting hand was becoming more and more perfect, but it was actually an illusion. It's not that Yemo's heaven-cutting hand is becoming more and more perfect, but that Yemo is becoming more and more familiar with his blood cloud hand. Once you have sufficient understanding of the enemy's moves and routines, you will naturally be able to deal with them with ease and become more and more proficient. Suddenly, Yemo's eyes lit up. There's a flaw. He dodged Wang Tang's punch, rushed forward, and hit Wang Tang in the chest with a palm. Wang Tang's expression changed in shock. Although he also pushed out a palm, it was so hasty that it did not have much power. Bang! The mountain collapsed. The power of Yemo's palm was like several waves surging forward and backward. The force in the front was blocked by Wang Tang, but the force in the back made Wang Tang take 2 steps back. Now, am I considered a third-grade warrior? Yemo asked. Zhou Yushan's eyes were a little dull. He had no expectations in his heart just now. He felt that Yemo's combat power had reached the level of a second-grade warrior so quickly, which was actually amazing enough. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, Yemo brought him a huge surprise. He and many other people stared and turned to look at Wang Tang. Your combat power is indeed enough to reach the standard of a third-grade warrior. Wang Tang nodded. I don't quite understand why your heaven-cutting hand seemed a bit unfamiliar at the beginning, but after just a dozen minutes of fighting, you have made such a big improvement? Even if one's natural talent and understanding are amazing, it will take a lot of time for the body to adapt to the perfect control of martial arts. I really don't understand. Can you help me solve this puzzle? After fighting you for over 10 minutes, my control over the heaven-cutting hand has indeed improved. But that's not the main reason. The reason I was able to finally spot your weakness wasn't because my use of the heaven-cutting hand had improved, but because I was analyzing your martial arts in my mind. As I became more and more familiar with your skills, it became easier to find your flaws. Yemo answered in considerable detail. It's not so much that he is willing to help others, but rather that he sees that the other person is helping him. Just now, Wang Tang could have launched a counterattack and taken him down before he could find his weakness. But he didn't do that. Instead, he cooperated very well and acted as Yemo's sparring partner. He could clearly see that Yemo was constantly improving, but he was just cooperating with him. In just over 10 minutes, you've thoroughly analyzed my blood cloud hand and found the flaws? Wang Tang said in astonishment. It's not a thorough analysis, just a rough outline. The main reason is that your blood cloud hand's level is too low, probably not even S level? If it were a more advanced martial art, more than 10 minutes wouldn't be enough. Yemo shook his head and told the truth. Just a dozen minutes to give a rough analysis? Blood cloud hand is an A-level martial art, so it's called too low level? Judging from his expression, he seems to think his analysis is not fast enough. Is this human language? Wang Tang's face twitched a few times and he turned and left. He really didn't want to stay here any longer. On a private plane that just took off from the imperial capital. The old woman looked at the image on the tablet in surprise. After a moment, she stood up and walked to the woman in front. Miss, do you still remember Yemo? Who? Shi Huang shook his head blankly. It was the person you said a few days ago that he was good looking. When we get to Yunhai City, we'll go take a look and decide whether to take him in as our apprentice. The old woman was not surprised to see that her young lady had forgotten about that man. As for having a bad memory, there are some people and some things that my young lady will never forget. But when it comes to her memory, she forgets most people and most things as soon as she turns her head. This Yemo undoubtedly belongs to the latter category. When Shi Huang's face showed a look of realization, the old woman handed the tablet to her. What was displayed on the screen was the video of the fight between Yi Mo and Wang Tang. It has to be said that Zhou Yushan really has great expectations for Yi Mo. He sent the video here again, hoping that Yi Mo could be accepted as a disciple by this martial saint. Shi Huang's expression was a little lazy at first, but soon, surprise appeared on her face. Chapter 46, Clairvoyance. In just a few days, he's already mastered the last 3 moves. However, what's truly astonishing is his incredible improvement in just over 10 minutes. It's unbelievable. The old woman's name was Shui Xiuying. Although she was far less powerful than Shi Huang, she was still a 7th grade transcendent. Unlike Zhou Yushan, Gu Hui, and the others, who watched the show from beginning to end but were only amazed at how Yi Mo mastered the last 3 moves of Heaven Cutting Hand in just a few days, they could not see the key point at all. After the video ended, Shi Huang spoke. After the video ended, Shi Huang said with a smile on her face. The victory in this battle was not due to his improvement over the past 10 minutes, but due to his ability to see through 1/10 or 12/10 of Wang Tang's blood cloud hand. 1 or 2 out of 10 may not sound like much, but in a martial arts battle, a single flaw can determine victory or defeat, life or death. Seeing through 1 or 2 out of 10 means victory is a given. In just over 10 minutes, he had already seen through about 1/10 or 12/10 of the blood cloud hand. Shui Xiuying asked in surprise, "Is this Kunlun Sword Master's clairvoyance?" Shi Huang did not answer. Even if she wanted to answer, she couldn't. As a martial saint, her eyesight is unmatched by ordinary people, but that doesn't mean she knows everything. Why bother guessing? Since he wants to be my disciple, why not ask him in person and everything will be clear? That's true. Shui Xiuying laughed. He's so anxious that he sent the video again. It's obvious that he's dreaming of becoming your disciple. He must be extremely anxious right now, waiting for our response. Yi Mo walked out of the community gate with a look of disappointment on his face. Unfortunately, the video still needs to be sent to the headquarters for review. Only after that will his identity information in the system be updated, from a quasi-warrior to a 3rd-grade warrior. He didn't care about the title of a 3rd-grade warrior. What he cared about was that after becoming a 3rd-rank warrior, he would be allocated a house in the community and the corresponding points reward. Becoming a 1st-class warrior will reward you with 1,000 extraordinary points. Becoming a 2nd-rank warrior will reward you with 3,000 extraordinary points. Become a 3rd-grade warrior and be rewarded with 8,000 extraordinary points. Today, he directly became a 3rd-grade warrior from a quasi-warrior, and he got 12,000 extraordinary points. But at least I've got the 1,300 points for the quasi-warrior competition. Add to that the remaining 5,800, and I'm not short of anything for now. It's time to talk to my parents about warriors. Once the house is allocated, Yi Mo plans to bring his parents and younger brother to live here. The people living in the community are either warriors and their families, or researchers from the research institute and their families. In addition, there is such a large research institute in the middle of the community. Unless you stay at home all day and never go out, you will sooner or later come into contact with the research institute and warriors. Also, Yi Mo wanted to take his parents and younger brother to try and see if they could pass the test of injecting the number 7 supernatural potion, so naturally he needed to tell them the specific situation. If I tell them directly, they might not believe me. I'll bring them here after the houses are allocated and explain it to them. Yi Mo suddenly thought of a question. When his parents come over, shouldn't he introduce Su Qingyue to them? Thinking back to when I asked if I could find someone older than me, my mother Lin Shuhui's reaction. The cell phone rang. Yi Mo took a look and saw that it was his younger brother Yi Xian calling. Although the 2 brothers have a good relationship, they are both relatively introverted people and do not contact each other often. What's more, at this moment, my brother should be in class, so why would he contact me? Yi Mo answered the phone with a puzzled expression. Brother, can you come over to my school? Yi Xian's tone was a little guilty. Remember not to tell mom and dad. Is Shen Yi causing you trouble again? Yi Mo thought of something, and a murderous look appeared in his eyes. No. Strangely enough, Shen Yi not only hasn't bothered me, but he's avoiding me whenever he sees me. Even his younger brothers keep their heads down when they see me. It seems like he's scared after being beaten by you in the restroom last time. Speaking of this, there was a hint of excitement in Yi Xian's voice. Yi Mo asked doubtfully, is someone else causing trouble for you? You can say that. Yi Xian's voice sounded guilty again. Who? Yi Mo's expression darkened. Dean of Studies. Yi Xian said embarrassedly. Yi Mo frowned and said, "What's going on? Explain it to me." After a moment, after listening to Yi Xian's story, Yi Mo looked shocked. Yi Xian did take his earnest words to heart. Now, not only has he confirmed his relationship with that girl, but last night, the two of them were having a tryst in the woods next to the playground. They were caught by the old man who was guarding the door and reported to the school. Today, the principal asked both of them to call their parents over. "I just asked you to seize the opportunity, not to lead others into the woods," Yi Mo said in a gloomy tone. "We were just chatting and didn't do anything else." Yi Xian hurriedly explained, but he didn't say that it was his girlfriend who dragged him to the grove. Whether or not it happened is one thing, but what others think is another. It's like a grown man and woman, both good-looking, sleeping together for one night, but then claiming they didn't do anything. Who would believe it? They'd think the man was a etc. This sounds a little wrong. Yi Mo thought about what happened last night and stopped talking, almost cursing himself. "Wait, I'll be there now." More than half an hour later, Yi Mo walked into the office carrying a bag of fruit. Behind the desk, a middle-aged man with a potbelly, a Mediterranean-style bald head, looked up at Yi Mo and said unhappily, "These two guys are both cunning. We told them to call their parents over, but they only called their older brothers." Yi Mo turned his head and saw three people sitting nearby. In addition to his younger brother Yi Xian, there was also a man and a woman. The woman is petite, youthful, and beautiful, with a pair of bright big eyes, which makes her look quite cute and clever. This girl is undoubtedly his younger brother's girlfriend. Judging from what the dean said, the person next to her was undoubtedly her brother, who was not much different in age from her. When Yi Mo looked at the other person was resting with his eyes closed. The moment Yi Mo's gaze fell on him, the other person immediately opened his eyes were like knives, which surprised Yi Mo. His perception is so sharp, obviously he is not an ordinary person. Warrior? He remembered his younger brother Yi Xian saying that the girl's family was quite wealthy. He originally thought that her family was just doing some business, or that the girl's family was an executive of some large company. Now it seems that it is not that simple. Could it be that the other party's family is an ancient martial arts family? This kind of aristocratic family undoubtedly pays more attention to matching than ordinary wealthy people. Chapter 47, Feeling like a scumbag who is about to cheat. Yi Mo placed the bag on the desk. "Uncle Gua, you've lost a lot of weight recently. And your hair is a lot thicker too. Did you get a hair transplant?" He has studied at number 2 middle school for 3 years, and the person he is most familiar with is not his homeroom teacher, but the dean in front of him. Although the dean of studies is not good looking, he is a very responsible person. When Yi Mo was studying at number 2 middle school, he had excellent grades and his family was poor, so he benefited from some student aid policies. Basically, he doesn't need to do anything himself, the head teacher will help him with everything. "I'm already this old, how can I possibly get a hair transplant? Why waste that money?" Guofei touched his shiny, sleek head with a smile on his face. "But I did go running recently. I heard that exercise can promote hair growth, and it seems to be having some effect. After a while, I'll give you a bottle of special medicine. It's guaranteed to make you 20 or 30 years younger," Yi Mo said with a smile. Among the potions that can be exchanged on the intranet, there are indeed some that are suitable for Guofei's situation, and he can afford it now. However, he urgently needs to use the extraordinary points at the moment, so there is no need to rush. It will not be too late to give them to the other party later. "Stop it," Guofei said angrily, "don't think that this matter will be over just by saying a few nice words." He glanced at Yi Xian and Qi Yuding beside him and said solemnly, "There's only a little over a year left until the Gaokao. This is the most important moment in your lives. If your grades drop and you don't perform well on the Gaokao because of your relationship, you'll absolutely regret it." Yi Mo looked at Yi Xian and said, "Why don't you promise that you will never let your relationship affect your studies?" Yi Xian quickly made a promise, and Qi Yuding followed suit. Guofei's words were actually equivalent to tacitly approving them to continue their relationship, but on the premise that it would not affect their grades. Yi Xian and Qi Yuding's academic performance has always been among the best, especially Yi Xian, who has always been in the top 10 in the grade and is quite precocious. In Guofei's opinion, there is actually nothing to worry about. He is not the kind of old stubborn person who would break up his students' love affairs. However, these two guys ran into the woods and were discovered. He couldn't just do nothing. he had to at least follow the procedure. This is also why, when the two of them were cunning and did not call their parents, he did not pursue the matter. Remember your promise today. If your academic performance drops, I'll have to have a good talk with your parents next time. Guofei waved his hand. Okay, let's go. Yimo was about to walk out the door when Guofei's voice came from behind him. Wait a minute, kid. High school students aren't supposed to be in love, but you're in college now, which is the perfect age for love. If there's a good girl, don't miss it, okay? Yimo turned around and said with a smile, Uncle, I actually already have a wife. Nonsense. Guofei waved his hand to send the man away with an unpleasant look on his face. After Yimo left, a smile appeared on his face. This kid is much more lively than before, and he even brags to me. That's a good thing. When Yimo walked out of the office, he saw his younger brother Yixian standing beside him, while Qi Yuting and her brother had already reached the stairs in the distance. It seemed that Qi Yuting's brother was planning to leave, but she was not going to let him go. Tingting wanted her brother to talk to me and have a meal together, but her brother said he wasn't interested. There was a hint of bitterness on Yixian's face. He was very sensitive inside and could see that Qi Yanjiang looked down on him. However, the other person did not say a word of sarcasm, but simply ignored him, not even giving him the chance to say don't bully the young and poor. From a distance, ordinary people cannot hear the conversation between the brother and sister. Yimo's body functions have greatly improved now, so he can hear clearly. Brother, Yixian is a really good person. You can't deny someone just because of his family background. It's unfair to him. I'm not denying him. He may be good, but you can find better. I don't want it. I want him. You just look down on people. Yes. I just look down on others. In the entire Yunhai city, the only one who is capable enough for me to look up to is my master. As for my peers, there is not a single one. What's the problem with this? Is it illegal? Arrogant. So self-righteous. Then if you can find someone in Yunhai who is about my age but stronger than me, I will help you convince my parents. I will never talk to you again. Qi Yuting glared angrily, waiting for the other party to say a few nice words, but she saw Qi Yanjiang turn around and leave. She wanted to invite brothers Qi Yanjiang and Yimo to have a meal together. Although they were not her parents, they were still family members and wanted to get to know each other. However, this brother didn't give her any face at all. She could only tell Yixian that her brother had something urgent to deal with, and with a sweet smile on her face, she said she wanted to treat Yimo and Yixian to dinner. Yixian is not a fool, so he can see that the main problem is that others look down on him. Have you forgotten what I told you before? Could it be that just because her family doesn't like you, you're going to give up? Yimo patted Yixian's shoulder and whispered, at this time, you should think from a different perspective. Her family looks down on you, but she is not affected by them at all. She has chosen you. You should be happier. Yixian was a little depressed at first, but after hearing what his brother said, he felt that it was true. After accompanying Yixian and the young couple to finish their meal and wait for them to leave, Yimo dialed Zhou Yushan's number. Captain, I want to ask you about someone. Is there a warrior named Qi Yanjiang in Yunhai City? He's about the same age as me. Why are you asking about him? Zhou Yushan was clearly angry. Did someone from the administration come looking for you again and ask you to come over to their side? They even used Qi Yanjiang as an example, saying that if you go over there, you'll have the chance to become their director's personal disciple, just like Qi Yanjiang? No. Yimo was startled by Zhou Yushan's excited tone. He even felt a little guilty. Last time, he took advantage of being poached to extort money from the director. It looks like he is about to have a stress reaction. However, unexpectedly, Qi Yanjiang was actually the direct disciple of the director of the Supernatural Management Bureau. In my mind, I couldn't help but recall what Qi Yanjiang had said before. In the entire Yunhai city, the only person who has the ability to make me look up to him is my master. Yimo had long guessed that the other party was a warrior. When he heard this before, he thought he was too self-righteous. Now it seems that the other party does have the capital to be arrogant. The director of the Supernatural Administration Bureau, an 8th rank warrior, is considered one of the top warriors in the whole of China. Anyone who is accepted as a disciple by such a person would inevitably feel proud. Xiao Yi, say something. Why aren't you talking? Are you still thinking of going to the administration? Zhou Yushan's anxious voice came from the other side of the phone. Yemo had a feeling that he was like a scumbag who was about to cheat on his girlfriend, while the other party was trying his best to win him back and not abandon him. Chapter 48, Yunhai City's #1 prodigy. Shi Yanzhang, when he was a child, was accidentally discovered by the director of the Extraordinary Management Bureau for his talent and was accepted as a disciple. Now he is only 19 years old, but he is already a 5th grade prodigy and is known as the #1 prodigy in Yunhai City. In every aspect, he is much stronger than Wang Tong, who has fought with Yemo. Not to mention in Yunhai City, even looking at the whole of China, Shi Yanzhang can be regarded as a genius among geniuses. It is normal for such people to be arrogant. It was even a bit surprising that he didn't act condescending and mock Yi Xian, saying that Yi Xian was not worthy of his sister. But you're also right, geniuses are not fools. Even if someone looks down on you in their heart, it doesn't mean they will show it. Or rather, they are too lazy to show it. After a while, Yemo and Zhou Yushan once again assured that they would never switch jobs to the supernatural administration before hanging up the phone. After opening the intranet, he exchanged the remaining 7,100 extraordinary points for 4 bottles of extraordinary potions and the 5th move of Heaven Cutting Hand. In a blink of an eye, only 300 were left. After returning home, Yemo couldn't wait to take out his tablet and check the 5th move of Heaven Cutting Hand. Rays of light are projected out and converge into 3D projections. The projected figure has a blurry face, but still has the indescribable demeanor of a master, and his movements are smooth and flowing. Yemo read it through from beginning to end and said in surprise, "This 5th form is almost the same as the first form. If there is any difference, it is that it is more complicated and contains more moves." He followed the 3D projection and practiced the first move of Heaven Cutting Hand, concentrating his attention highly and entering the super brain mode. When the image stopped, Yemo also stopped, his expression becoming more expectant. So, could it be that the 6th to 9th moves, like the Immortal Inch Finger, Roaring Sea Cannon, and Collapsing Mountain, are separate moves based on the 5th move? Once I get those 12,000 transcendent points, I'll go redeem them and take a look. Crunch! Outside, there was the sound of a door opening. Yemo walked out and saw his father Yuegua limping in with several noticeable bruises on his face. His expression suddenly changed, and he quickly walked over to support Yuegua, and asked suspiciously, "Dad, what's the matter with the injury on your face?" Yuegua asked in surprise, "Shouldn't you be at school now? Why are you at home?" "I don't have classes tomorrow morning, so I came back because I missed you guys." After Yemo finished answering, he asked again, "Dad, you haven't answered me yet. What's the matter with this injury? What else could it be? I just fell down. No need to help me. I'm your dad and I'm strong. This little injury is nothing." Yuegua pushed Yemo away, pretending to be relaxed, and stretched his body, but he screamed in pain and almost fell to the ground. Yemo quickly supported him again, his brows knitted into knots. The injuries on his face couldn't have been caused by a fall. But he knew his father's character. My father didn't want to make me worry, so he wouldn't answer even if I asked him again. He helped Yuegua sit aside and stopped asking questions. "Dad, you'd better not go to work at the construction site. I am now able to support you and my mom. And don't worry about your brother's tuition, I can take care of it all," Yemo said. Yuegua thought about what his wife said, about the 2 executives who came to invite his son to join their company after graduation. He just thought that Yemo had already agreed to it and could have some income now. Thinking of this, his face was full of smiles, and he felt that the injuries on his body didn't hurt at all. However, he simply shook his head and said with a smile, "That won't work. Your dad and I are still young, so there's no reason for us to stay at home. Besides, you don't know how important I am to the construction site. Without me, the project can't continue." The work on the construction site was hard and tiring. Yemo naturally didn't believe that Yuegua would be reluctant to give up this kind of work. The reason for saying this is undoubtedly because I don't want to become a burden on myself. The allocated house will be delivered in a few days, so I might as well wait until then, take my parents and younger brother there, explain everything that needs to be said, and then suggest that my parents stop working. The next day, Yemo woke up early. After Yuegua left, he followed Yuegua and went to the construction site with him. Yuegua didn't say anything, he was really worried and planned to find his fellow workers here to ask about the situation. However, I didn't expect that from a distance. I saw that Yuegua was stopped by a big man just as he was about to enter the construction site. "Why are you still here? Didn't Manager Su already tell you not to come today?" "Olji, please don't make things difficult for me. If I let you in, then I have to get out too. If you ask me, you're also confused. Yes. Mr. Gua did give us a bonus. Logically, each of us should have received a few thousand, but we only received 500. The rest went to Manager Su. But everyone just swallowed it down, not even daring to say a word. You actually dared to go to Manager Su and ask him to return your bonus? Now you've been beaten up and even lost your job. Just consider this a lesson learned and leave now. The big man signaled Yi Weigui to leave quickly. Yi Weigui smiled helplessly and said, "You know that too. My two sons must find a way to make more money so that they can. You don't have to tell me this, it's useless. Then go tell Manager Su for me and tell him I'm here to apologize." Apologize? The big man was stunned. Before he could respond, a voice with a hint of laughter came from behind him. "Did you come here specifically to apologize to me?" A tall, fat middle-aged man, accompanied by several people, walked towards this side. Manager Su. The big man was surprised when he saw the other person and quickly stepped aside. Manager Su. Yi Weigui came forward and said, "I was confused for a moment yesterday. Please forgive me and don't hold it against me. Yesterday he was quite aggressive, accusing me of pocketing the bonus and calling me shameless. How could he have changed so drastically in just one night?" The middle-aged man said to the people around him with a playful look on his face, "Do you see what being spineless is? People always think they're tough until they're beaten up. But once they really encounter some difficulties, their bones immediately become soft. They're truly useless." The two young men beside him laughed in agreement. The others looked embarrassed, realizing that Su Lang's words were not only a curse on Yi Weigui, but also a mockery of them. If you insist, Yi Weigui is definitely better than them. At least Yi Weigui's bones were once strong. They were weak from the beginning and didn't dare to have any thought of resistance. After Su Lang finished speaking, he saw that Yi Weigui looked a little ugly, pointed at him, and said with a smile, "Why, are your bones getting hard again?" Yi Weigui hurriedly said, "Manager Su, I am here to apologize sincerely today. My two children are still in school. Please forgive me. Get lost." Su Lang's smile faded, and he cursed, "You're just a jerk, why are you giving me so many excuses? I'm a man of my word. If I say I'll fire you, then I'll definitely fire you. If you keep on talking nonsense, believe it or not." Bang! A black shadow flew over, and blood mist burst out of Su Lang's mouth. He screamed and fell to the ground, spewing out fallen teeth and stones stained with blood. The two young men who were rubbing their hands together and looking fierce were so frightened that they twitched their bodies. The next moment, they saw Yi Mo walking towards them from not far away. "Boy, are you playing tricks on me? Did you use a slingshot to shoot that stone just now?" The two young men stared at Yi Mo with ferocious looks on their faces. "Isn't that Yi Weigui's son? I've seen him before. He came to give Yi Weigui clothes before." A middle-aged worker said suspiciously, "It can't be him. This guy has a womanly personality and is introverted. He's a good student." Several more workers followed suit. When Yi Weigui had nothing to do, he liked to talk about how good his two sons were at studying and how filial they were. Even though they had not seen Yi Mo many times, they felt that they knew Yi Mo very well. Yi Mo walked up to the two young men and instantly grabbed their mouths and squeezed hard. Click! The sound of bones breaking was heard. "My dad was injured yesterday. Was it you two who caused it?" Yi Mo asked coldly with a cold look in his eyes. Chapter 49. The big shot is coming. "Lao Su, is this what you call being introverted like a woman?" Several workers took a few steps back and looked at the short and fat middle-aged man beside them. The short, fat middle-aged man squeezed his buttocks, his face pale, afraid that Yi Mo would look at him. "How should I know about him? I didn't say anything just now, don't slander me with empty words." Everyone. The two young men had their lower faces held by Yi Mo. They struggled desperately, their bodies twisting like crazy insects, but they couldn't get free at all. They wanted to scream, but no sound came out, and they couldn't answer Yi Mo's questions. Yi Mo actually didn't need their answer. Even if it wasn't these two guys who took action yesterday, their performance just now would have been enough. When Yi Weigui saw Yi Mo, his first reaction was to shout that Su Lang was definitely not beaten by his son. His eldest son was a top student, how could he possibly commit a crime? When he saw Yi Mo's ruthless performance, he was more shocked than others. He finally came to his senses at this moment. If it wasn't for his own son, he would never have made a mistake. He almost suspected that this man just looked very similar to his son. Xiao Mo, let go. Let go now. Yi Weigui ran over to pull Yi Mo, anxiously saying, "You hit someone, you're going to be locked up. What should we do? What should we do now?" Yi Mo threw the two people in his hands to the ground like garbage. "They beat you up, so why didn't you see them locked up?" "Them." Yi Weigui opened his mouth, but didn't know how to answer. "Why else?" "Because this world is inherently unfair." Su Lang was still grimacing in pain, but he finally recovered a little and roared, "Boy, you're dead. Definitely dead." Bang! Yi Mo took a step forward and hit Su Lang on the chin with an elbow. Su Lang's jaw suddenly split and he fell to the ground screaming again. This time, even if he got up, he would not be able to speak for a while. Seeing this scene, everyone took a few steps back in fear. An elegant middle-aged man, accompanied by two bodyguards, was walking towards this side. He happened to see Yi Mo taking action. He immediately stopped and said something to the two bodyguards beside him. Then he quickened his pace and walked up to him. "What's going on?" the middle-aged man said with a sullen face. "Mr. Gua." When they saw this person, someone immediately spoke in a flattering manner. However, no one answered his question. They were afraid of Yi Mo's ruthless methods, but they were also afraid of Su Lang's revenge afterwards. Yi Weigui, as if he had seen a life-saving straw, hurried forward and explained the situation clearly. He emphasized that his son was so impulsive because he saw him being beaten and was so hot-blooded. He hoped that the police would not be called. Woo! Woo! When Su Lang heard this, he struggled to get up again, roaring but unable to speak, his face full of resentment. "You want to say that you didn't embezzle the prize money and that he's talking nonsense? And you want me to avenge you?" Guo Xiong could guess what this guy was going to say with his toes. Su Lang nodded repeatedly. "You bastard! Who told you to embezzle the prize money? You deserve a beating." Guo Xiong suddenly looked ferocious and slapped Su Lang hard in the face, knocking him to the ground again. Su Lang looked panicked and confused, obviously unable to understand what was going on. There is another identity between him and Guo Xiong. He is the younger brother of Guo Xiong's mistress. If not, given his behavior, how could Guo Xiong not know about it and how could he turn a blind eye to it? "What's your name, brother?" Guo Xiong put on a smile and asked Yi Weigui. Yi Weigui was flattered and quickly gave his name. Guo Xiong said with a smile, "Brother Yi, I failed to fulfill my responsibilities in this matter. Don't worry, the bonus will be paid in full immediately. Also, I will not pursue this matter today. As for you wanting to continue working here, I welcome you very much. I like people with blood like you. Not only can you come back, but I will also give you 10 times your salary in the future." Yi Weigui was very surprised at first, but was stunned when he heard the rest. 10 times? Even though he was ignorant, he realized that this matter was a bit strange. "You will never pursue the matter?" Yi Mo said calmly, "Actually, you can pursue it." Yi Weigui's smile froze and he felt a chill in his heart. He had come into contact with ancient warriors. Shocked by the powerful force of the ancient warriors, he had a crazy idea and wanted to invite them to be his bodyguards. In the end, he was not only humiliated but also beaten half to death. As a result, he had two impressions of ancient warriors: powerful, combative. To summarize it simply, if you disagree with something, blood will splatter 5 steps away. This kind of person is simply a bloodthirsty beast lurking among the crowd. Who wouldn't be afraid of him? When he saw Yi Mo taking action just now, he suddenly thought of the ancient warrior who had beaten him up, and asked the two bodyguards who had been mercenaries beside him if they could see Yi Mo's movements clearly. After receiving a negative answer, it was basically concluded that Yi Mo was an ancient warrior. At this moment, hearing Yi Mo's calm yet aggressive words, he was 100% certain that he was definitely an ancient warrior. Of course, he didn't know about the existence of warriors and extraordinary potions, and had no access to them at all. "No. I won't pursue it, don't worry." "You can't, or you don't dare?" "Explain clearly." Although Guo Xiong performed well, Yi Mo had no good impression of him. Others might not hit someone who smiles at them, but Yi Mo doesn't believe that. If it weren't for this guy's connivance, Su Lang would not have been so rampant. This guy may not have done anything, but it can also be said that he was the source of his father being beaten. "I dare not." Guo Xiong smiled bitterly. Yi Mo suddenly kicked him away. The two tall bodyguards subconsciously took a step forward, and were kicked away by Yemo one by one. Yemo had a cold face and pulled Yuegwa away in front of everyone's frightened eyes. A middle-aged worker, quite clever, ran over and helped Gua Xiong up. "Mr. Gua, this kid is really good at fighting. But this is the era of rule of law, as long as we call the police." Gua Xiong vomited blood, his face distorted with pain. Upon hearing this, he was so angry that he slapped the other person. "I'm going to tell you. Don't come tomorrow." After so much effort, I was hoping that the other party would leave, but this guy actually encouraged me to jump into the fire pit. Unless you can put the other person in jail for life, if you get involved with such a person, you will live in fear for the rest of your life. Dad, you should never do this job again. Okay. So, what do you want to explain to me? If I hadn't watched you grow up, I would really doubt whether you were my son. Yuegwa thought back to what had just happened, and the more he thought about it, the more he doubted whether this was a dream. It was too unreal. Yemo had originally planned to tell his parents that he had become a warrior after the house was allocated in a few days. Now, he simply told Yuegwa the general idea. He didn't mention Su Qingyue's existence, but only said that people from the Extraordinary Research Institute saw his potential, and then he was taken to be injected with extraordinary potions, which ultimately succeeded. Yuegwa stopped and looked incredulous. Yemo knew that this kind of thing was not easy for ordinary people to digest, so he said, "I'll take you to the Research Institute in a few days." When I got home, the 4 extraordinary potions I had just exchanged had been delivered. After successfully injecting it into his body again, Yemo could clearly feel that the power contained in his body had become a little stronger. However, compared to the changes in his own body, he is actually more concerned about whether Xiaohe can evolve again. If possible, how many extraordinary potions are needed? What special abilities will evolve? The benefits brought to him by the super brain state cannot be compared with improving some physical indexes. Next, Yemo returned to school and attended classes as usual every day, while also taking some time out for cultivation. On the third night, Zhou Yushan called and told him that there was no problem with the video review. He was now a third-grade warrior, and his information had been modified in the system. 12,000 extraordinary points had been credited to his account so that he could review it. Okay. Let's do this for now. Let me take a look. Yemo was overjoyed and was about to hang up the phone immediately. "Hey, wait a minute, kid." Zhou Yushan quickly told him not to hang up. "An important figure will be coming the day after tomorrow afternoon. You must come to the institute then, okay?" Okay. Yemo was a little confused. Why did the big shot come here and why did he have to go there? On second thought, I guess he was probably going to act as a bodyguard to prevent this important person from getting into any accidents. "Director, who is this important person?" He suddenly became curious. You know, even the director of the Supernatural Management Bureau was not considered a big shot in Zhou Yushan's mouth. Anyone who can be called a big shot by him must definitely have a higher status than the director of the Supernatural Administration Bureau. One of the 3 martial saints of our China, Shi Huang. Chapter 50 Stargate. Yemo knew something about the 3 martial saints of China from Su Qingyue. Although the person Su Qingyue introduced the most was Kunlun Sword Master, who was known as the strongest martial saint in China, he had not forgotten Shi Huang, the thousand-handed snake demon. After all, that heaven-cutting hand that he was practicing now was created by the other party. Yemo suddenly thought of the instructions for exchanging the heaven-cutting hand. As long as you master the first 7 moves and pass the test, you can get the last 2 moves for free. Just get it for free. Yemo immediately asked whether this so-called assessment was to be conducted by Shi Huang. Yes. That's her. According to the rules, one must master the first 7 moves before taking the test, but those with outstanding talents will naturally receive special treatment. If you behave well in front of her, she might just give you the next few moves. All of this is just a thought for her. Zhou Yushan said with a smile, "She came here suddenly." "I guess she came for you." "For me? Because I mastered the first few moves of the sky-cutting hand in just a few days? That's one reason. Secondly, she probably wants to see if you're truly qualified to be her disciple." Zhou Yushan told Yemo about the 2 videos he had sent to him, and told Yemo to strive for it. As long as he performed well and was accepted as a disciple by the martial saint, he would truly soar to the sky. Yemo still looked a little confused until a busy tone came from the other end. Zhou Yushan sent the video to him, hoping that Shi Huang would accept him as his disciple. Undoubtedly, this was done for his own good. The problem is, he is not interested in becoming a disciple. For other warriors, being able to have the martial saint as their master is a matter of course a source of great joy. Once you encounter a bottleneck in your cultivation, a word or two of advice from an expert can often help you suddenly see the light, avoid taking a detour, save a lot of time and energy, and speed up your cultivation. However, there is no bottleneck in Yimo's cultivation. With Xiaohei's presence, his cultivation was unimpeded. What he needed was a large number of extraordinary points rather than the guidance of a famous teacher. Everything is a two-way process. Becoming Shi Huang's disciple certainly has some benefits, but it will also bring a lot of trouble. For example, as Shi Huang's apprentice, he naturally had to do what Shi Huang assigned him to do. For another example, although Shi Huang was strong, it did not mean that she had no enemies. Even if she had no enemies in the country, did she have no enemies abroad? If you become her disciple, you will definitely be targeted by those who dislike her or even have a grudge against her. If I refuse, won't this martial saint get angry and feel that I've offended her? Yimo rubbed his temples with a headache. Zhou Yushan meant well but ended up doing something bad. I really have no interest in becoming his disciple. Let's take it one step at a time. Maybe I'm just being sentimental and they just don't think highly of me. Yimo logged into the intranet and saw that the 12,000 extraordinary points had indeed arrived in his account. Originally, he planned to exchange for the 6th move of Heaven Cutting Hand and then exchange the rest for extraordinary potions. Now, fearing that Shi Huang would notice him, he didn't plan to change the 6th move of Heaven Cutting Hand and replaced it all with number 7 Supernatural Potion. Looking at the 24 extraordinary potions that were being delivered, Yimo was extremely excited. Yuegwa did not go to the construction site to work these 2 days, so Lin Shuhui naturally asked what was going on. After Yuegwa questioned Yimo, he told Lin Shuhui everything that had happened and what Yimo said. Now that the house has been allocated, Yimo plans to take his parents and younger brother to the Extraordinary Research Institute tomorrow. First, to see the house they got, and second, to test whether they can be injected with the number 7 super potion. Roadside. Yimo was waiting for the taxi to arrive, considering whether to buy a car. It's not that he dislikes bicycles, but mainly because he has broken the bicycles several times since his body mass index increased. Every time I get a little carried away and use a little more force, the chain breaks. A jeep stopped in front of Yimo. When the car window rolled down, he saw Qinshan sitting in the passenger seat, and the driver was the thin young man who had come to his house with Qinshan last time. It's a coincidence that I met you here. How about we take you out to broaden your horizons? The thin young man gestured to the back seat and asked Yimo to get in. Yimo didn't move, not really interested. What kind of knowledge can I gain? Go and take a look at the passage through which the strange beasts come from the depths of the starry sky to our world. The thin young man replied. Yimo immediately opened the car door and sat in the back seat with an expectant look on his face. The thin young man started the car and drove towards his destination. Very interested? Qinshan looked at Yimo and smiled. Although their last attempt to poach Yimo was unsuccessful, they were not to the extent that they really had any opinions about Yimo. Whether it is a research institute or an administration bureau, they are essentially complementary to each other and are all official institutions. Generally speaking, we are all warriors of China. There are some small moves in secret, but that doesn't mean they are really enemies. Just like the bet between Zhou Yushan and the director of the management bureau, it is obviously not something that would happen between enemies, but more like a pair of bad friends. I'm really interested. Yimo nodded. I heard that the alien beasts can come to Earth because there is a stargate on Earth that connects to the depths of the starry sky. But the stargate is one way, allowing alien beasts to come to our world, but it can't allow us to go back to the alien beasts' world? Qinshan suddenly said, if you could go there, would you be willing to go? It's a mysterious and unknown world that may be completely unsuitable for human survival. Yimo was stunned by the question. Qinshan smiled and did not ask any further questions. As time went by, Yimo's face gradually showed surprise. When the jeep stopped in a forest, he was completely sure of his guess. This was the place where he had been attacked by a strange beast and then passed out. The Stargate is in these woods? Yes. To be more precise, it's gray fog. Strange beasts come from the depths of the starry sky, open a stargate, and eventually the stargate disappears, but a cloud of gray fog remains in its place. Once another strange beast arrives, the gray fog will act like a dot, opening the stargate at its original location. Qinshan knew what he wanted to ask and spoke first. The beast that attacked you came out of this stargate. stargates appear randomly around the world, and over time, the gray fog will gradually dissipate. In fact, looking around the world, although the number of stargates appearing is showing an increasing trend, the total number is still relatively small. In addition, they will disappear with the passage of time. The overall casualties are not large and are within a controllable range. But this stargate is quite special. So far, the gray fog shows no sign of dissipating. In 2 days, a great figure will come to inspect it in person. In 2 days? Yemo asked in surprise, that Martial Saint, Shihuan? How did you know? Qin Shan's expression was even more surprised than Yemo's. The thin young man driving the car also glanced at Yemo. Naturally, someone at the Extraordinary Research Institute knew the news, but logically, only core figures would receive the notification. How could this kid know about it? Did Su Qingyue tell you? Before Yemo could answer, Qin Shan had already guessed. Yemo said, the director told me. He said that the thousand-handed snake demon Shihuan came here specifically to take me in as his disciple, and told me to perform well. The thin young man's hand trembled, and the jeep suddenly moved serpentinely, almost hitting a tree nearby. Damn! You kid, you can brag even more than me. He rolled his eyes at Yemo and said unhappily. Qin Shan also smiled. The other party was not from the management bureau, nor was he his subordinate. Since he didn't want to say anything, there was no need to ask. A group of armed administration personnel soon appeared in sight. After seeing Qin Shan in the car, he saluted and let him go. Arrive! When the car stopped, Yemo had already seen the gray fog that Qin Shan mentioned before he got out of the car. Chapter 51. He opened the Stargate. The gray mist entangled together and turned into a sphere with a diameter of about 1 meter, floating not far in front of Yemo. When strange beasts come to the earth from the depths of the starry sky, the gray fog will escape into the distorted space and open the majestic and dreamy Stargate. After the Stargate disappeared, all that remained was the gray fog in front of us. Yemo walked to the front of the gray fog, his face full of curiosity. He inexplicably felt that this gray fog was somewhat similar to the gray fog in the space where Xiaohe was. The records show that the strange beast came to Earth with the help of the Stargate. However, nothing on Earth can touch the Stargate, let alone open it. Can see, but can't touch. Therefore, alien beasts can come to Earth, but humans cannot go to the planet where the alien beasts live. This thing is right in front of us, but we can't touch it at all. In order to verify his words, Qin Shan walked into the gray fog, but immediately walked out from the other side of the gray fog. The gray fog was not affected at all, nor did it change at all. Just as recorded in the data, humans cannot touch the gray fog, let alone open the Stargate. Although we can't reach the planet where the strange beasts reside, we've reached a consensus. It's a world of eternal night, devoid of starlight. Besides extraordinary matter, perhaps there are other miracles that can enable human evolution. Unfortunately, these miracles are beyond our reach. Qin Shan returned to Yemo and said to him, You said before that the gray fog in front of us is quite special? Yemo said, Yes, it's quite special. So far, there's no sign of it disappearing. Qin Shan's eyes gleamed with longing. Sooner or later, we'll find a special Stargate, or some other way, to reach the depths of the starry sky. By then, perhaps we'll be able to cut off the alien beast's path to Earth, and in turn, we'll embark on the path of human evolution. Yemo glanced at the thin young man beside him and saw that he, like Qin Shan, had an excited look on his face. An hour ago, he exchanged 24 extraordinary potions and felt very proud and confident, thinking that he would soon become extremely powerful. But at this moment, thinking of the unknown world beyond the Stargate, I suddenly felt that I was so small, like dust. He stretched out his hand and tried to touch the gray fog in front of him, but he was sure that just like Qin Shan, he would not be able to sense anything, and the gray fog would not change at all. Sure enough, the entire arm was almost extended into the gray fog, and there was no sense of touch, as if nothing existed in front of him. Really? Yemo was about to speak when his voice suddenly stopped. A rich darkness appeared on the skin of his arms. The next moment, the ball formed by the condensed gray fog trembled violently, and streams of gray air flew out and disappeared into the ripples of space. The 1,000-foot-tall stone gate, like a towering mountain, exudes an ancient and heavy aura, emerging from the ripples of space. Yemo was dumbfounded. Qin Shan and other people from the management bureau were also stunned and completely unable to understand the scene before them. Stargate. The Stargate is open? What's going on? The thin young man's voice trembled. Moreover, it's completely different from before. Before, when the alien beasts came from the other side of the Stargate was like a phantom, as if there was a layer of fog between it and our world, and it was impossible to see clearly. We tried to enter the Stargate when the alien beasts arrived, but we couldn't touch the illusory Stargate at all. However, the Stargate before us is so real, it's not an illusion. It's not an illusion at all. What's going on? What's going on? Xin Shan's face was filled with ecstasy, and he seemed a little crazy, muttering to himself. He was originally a very calm person, but at this moment, he was trembling with excitement and his eyes were wide open. But the person who was most shocked at the moment was not them, but Yemo. Like them, Yemo could not only see the Stargate right in front of him, but he also felt that this gate was connected to his body. No. To be more precise, it is connected to something inside your body. Not me. It's Xiaohei. He opened the Stargate. What on earth is Xiaohei and how could he have such ability? Is he really a strange beast from the depths of the starry sky? It is absolutely impossible for ordinary beasts to open the Stargate just by touching it. The people here must have used the bodies of strange beasts to touch the gray fog, trying to open the Stargate, but failed. Damn it! Not long ago, I thought that the instruments on Earth could not detect Xiaohei's existence, and the abnormalities in my body would not be discovered. But now, this is what happened to me. Yemo pulled his hand out from the remaining gray mist in front of his eyes. The inky black paint on the skin disappeared without a trace. He stared at the Stargate in front of him, shouting in his heart, "Don't disappear! Don't disappear! This way I can distance myself from it. Otherwise, it will open when I touch it and close when I take my hand out." That would be too obvious. As if hearing the cry in his heart, the Stargate did not disappear immediately. Once the Stargate is opened, it will not disappear immediately, but will remain for a moment. After a while, the Stargate seemed to sink into the sea again, became illusory, and finally disappeared completely. Gray air currents flew out from the space ripples and gathered again into the original gray fog ball. Xin Shan, the thin young man and the others finally came to their senses and turned to look at Yemo. What's going on? What happened just now? Xin Shan looked at Yemo as if he was meeting him for the first time. Did you open the Stargate? The thin young man looked surprised. Me? Yemo pointed at his nose, his expression even more shocked than theirs. Are you kidding me? Seeing his performance, Xin Shan and the thin young man looked uncertain. Several management staff who were originally standing not far away came over. They are also warriors from the administration, and they are all very powerful. A middle-aged man speculated, this gray fog is inherently strange. Perhaps it automatically opens the Stargate every once in a while? Just as Yemo breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that he had successfully extricated himself, Xin Shan suddenly said to him, "Try again. Reach out and touch it." "Yes. Try it again. You'll know if it has anything to do with you once you try it." The thin young man reacted and realized that to confirm whether the situation just now was related to Yemo, he just needed to do it again. The other management personnel were also staring at Yemo. In this case, if Yemo dared to refuse, it would undoubtedly be tantamount to confessing himself. Whether he is willing or not, he has to touch the gray fog again. Okay. Yemo gritted his teeth, took a deep breath, and stretched out his right hand towards the gray fog again. Chapter 52: A Strange Beast with a Dragon's Head. Yemo appeared calm on the surface, but he was panicking inside. He tried to communicate with Xiaohei, asking him not to open the Stargate, otherwise he would be sliced into pieces and he would be finished too. He stretched his right hand into the gray fog, but this time, no movement occurred. Seeing this scene, Yemo breathed a sigh of relief. Without waiting for Xin Shan to speak, he took the initiative to walk into the gray fog, and then walked out from the other side just like Xin Shan before. There was no change in his body or the gray mist. I can't open it. What happened just now? Yemo returned to Xin Shan's side and looked at him curiously. Xin Shan was at a loss. He had no idea what was going on. After a moment of thought, he excitedly said, "There's only one explanation left. This gray fog is quite special. Every once in a while, it automatically opens the Stargate. This is fantastic news. Let me call the director." A middle-aged man walked aside and made a call. "Are you going to get busy next? Then I'll go first?" Yemo asked tentatively. Xin Shan nodded and did not let Yemo leave by himself. Instead, he asked someone to drive him back. After Emo left in the car, Shan was still staring at the direction where the car disappeared, thinking about something. Boss, do you still suspect it has something to do with this kid? The thin young man spoke, but in fact he was still a little suspicious in his heart. It was really too coincidental. Emo reached out and touched the gray fog, and then the stargate opened. Shan pondered for a long time and said, "We assume it's related to him, and based on his subsequent behavior, we can draw a conclusion. He can open the stargate, but he doesn't want us to know, he doesn't want to expose this ability. And then, conversely, he didn't want us to know he could open the stargate, and then he opened it." "Isn't this a contradiction?" the thin young man said in astonishment. "So, the initial assumption is invalid. The conclusion is that it has nothing to do with him." Shan smiled and looked at the gray fog, his eyes full of anticipation. Emo returned home and told his parents that the houses in the Research Institute community had been allocated, and he would take them and his younger brother Yi Xian to have a look tomorrow. Lin Shuhui and Yi Weiguo were still skeptical about Yemo's words. Although Emo showed amazing martial arts in front of Yi Weiguo, the things like alien beasts in the starry sky and extraordinary warriors sounded unreliable. Lin Shuhui even tossed and turned at night and couldn't sleep, searching online for questions such as, why did a person who was originally fine suddenly develop delusional disorder at the age of 18, is mental illness difficult to treat, which is the best psychiatric hospital in the country and how much does it cost to treat it? After Emo finished speaking, he didn't care what his parents were thinking. He said that he was a little tired and wanted to rest, and then went back to his room. "Xiaohei, I want to see you." Emo closed the door and frowned. "Or, I will choose another path. I will become the disciple of Martial Saint Shi Huang, and then tell others about your existence. Then, with a martial saint as my backer, I won't be in any trouble. But it's hard to say what will happen to you." Lying on the bed, Emo tried to fall asleep, but his mind was full of the majestic and dreamy stargate, and he couldn't fall asleep for a while. At this moment, a strong sense of sleepiness came over Emo, and his consciousness fell into darkness. When Emo opened his eyes again, he had arrived in the gray fog space. Not far away, there was a sphere suspended in the air that looked like it was made of condensed black liquid. "Who are you, and why are you able to open the stargate?" Emo cast aside his doubts and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, he threatened the other party, saying that at worst he could become a disciple of the martial saint. With Shi Huang as his backer, he would be able to protect himself even if Xiaohei's existence was exposed. It sounds like there's nothing wrong. But in reality, the problem is huge. He had no idea what kind of person Shi Huang was. If he told the other party about Xiaohei, Shi Huang might attack him first before anyone else could make a move. He was now even more certain of one thing: although Xiaohei had self-awareness, it was most likely only equivalent to that of a human infant. To put it bluntly, it's a bit stupid. If he wasn't stupid, how could he open the stargate in front of so many people? Xiaohei didn't respond to Yemo's question. "All right. I don't care if you don't want to answer or if you can't answer yourself. Anyway, we are one, and now, we are in big trouble." Yemo's expression was solemn, and he told Xiaohei his analysis without caring whether he could understand it or not. "Now, they have temporarily stopped suspecting me, believing that the stargate will automatically open after a period of time. But if the stargate doesn't open again after a while, they will definitely start suspecting me again. The trouble that is coming will come sooner or later, and we can't just sit there and wait for it to happen. There are only two things we should do now. First, become stronger, to the point where even a martial saint can't do anything to us, but this is obviously not something that can be done in a short period of time. Second, the means of concealing your strength. Now it is certain that the instruments on Earth cannot detect your existence, but it is uncertain whether the martial saint can see anything unusual. I will soon meet Martial Saint Shi Huang. Is it possible that she will discover your presence? If so, how can we avoid it? So far, Xiaohei has been parasitizing in his body, but it has not brought any burden to his body. Instead, it has brought many benefits. Emo suspected that he traveled to a parallel world because of Xiaohei. If it weren't for him, I would have died suddenly in front of the computer long ago. Perhaps it was Xiaohei who gave me the chance to start over. Unconsciously, he had completely regarded Xiaohei as one of his own. After Emo finished speaking, he waited for Xiaohei's reaction with anticipation. He was actually not sure whether Xiaohei had any way to break the current situation, and he was just taking the attitude of giving it a try. Xiaohei turned into a piece of human skin and flew towards him. Emo subconsciously wanted to dodge, but ultimately chose to stand still and let Xiaohei cover him. His skin turned pitch black, and then the rich black color moved over his body, finally penetrating into the center of his eyebrows. The gray fog around receded like a tide. The world was like shattered glass. In an instant, it changed into a completely different world, and the scene before my eyes was completely different. Yemo's expression changed in shock. In an instant, I found myself in the depths of the starry sky. The surroundings were dead silent, and in the distance on all sides were countless stars. He looked at his hands and feet. His body felt illusory and not physical. Before he could think about his current situation, he flew out of control towards a reddish-brown star in the distance. Not long after, Yemo could clearly see the surface of the star. Desolate, dead silent, with no sign of life. But after a while, he saw a tall figure sitting cross-legged on the sand. It looks like it is sitting on the ground, but in fact, it is suspended about half a meter above the ground. Next to the tall figure, there was a blood-red spear. From a distance, Yemo judged from the outline of the body that it was a human, but when he saw the other person's head clearly, Yemo's heart skipped a beat. A strange beast? A strange beast with a dragon's head. Chapter 53, Thousands of Miles Apart, Killing is Invisible. Like humans, it has limbs and its skin is covered with black patterns like dragon scales. Its head is extremely ferocious, clearly the head of a black dragon. The image of the strange star beast he saw in the Extraordinary Research Institute emerged in Yemo's mind. Compared to this, the tall figure before him was neither an animal nor a human. Aliens from the depths of the starry sky? Yemo immediately had some guesses in his mind. Since there can be strange beasts in the depths of the starry sky, there can naturally be groups of people whose appearance is somewhat similar to that of humans. Did Xiaohei let me see this scene? What does he want to do? Before Yemo could figure out why, his body melted like ice and snow, turning into a black sphere, flying towards the black dragon alien and merging into its forehead. Yemo had a very strange feeling. He seemed to have become a part of the black dragon alien race, and could sense everything in the outside world with the help of his physical senses. A bold guess appeared in Yemo's mind. Everything you see is an illusion. Or rather, this is Xiaohei's memory. Xiaohei used incredible means to allow himself to enter his memory and his perspective. It seems that I am not Xiaohei's first host. This alien black dragon is most likely Xiaohei's previous host. Thinking back to what he said before, Xiaohei should think that by allowing himself to enter his memory, he can gain something? Thinking of this, Yemo calmed down and sensed carefully. In his perception, the black dragon alien race entered a strange state. His body was like a dead tree, seemingly without any strength at all, even weaker than a child on Earth. The next moment, Yemo's perception and the black dragon alien's perception completely merged, and everything changed immediately. I just feel that the black dragon alien race contains endless power in its body. With a casual blow, it can destroy mountains and seas, and even penetrate the stars. The reason why I couldn't feel it before was because these powers, and even the aura, were completely restrained. What an amazing feeling! In this state, not only are my strength and aura completely restrained, but I also feel that my own strength, and even the perception of every muscle and bone in my body, has become even clearer. This is definitely an extremely powerful method. Yemo wanted to replicate the feeling at this moment in his mind. He felt an indescribable power, like a stream, constantly flowing in his body. He tried desperately to figure out where this power came from, but he could not find any clues. Suddenly, Yemo clearly sensed that thousands of miles away, a tide of beasts that covered the sky and the sun was rushing towards this side. The number of strange beasts is countless. The weakest of them is 1,000 times stronger than the rhinoceros beast he saw in the research institute. The black dragon alien opened his eyes, his golden pupils were cold and gloomy. Before the terrifying beast tide reached him, an invisible wave spread out from his brain and spread in all directions like a wave. Buzz. In the distance, countless strange beasts in the starry sky all stopped and lost all vital signs in an instant. What level of power is this person? In front of him, the martial saints on Earth are just like ants. Yemo just felt that it was too unbelievable. It's like a frog in a well. As soon as it climbs out of the well, it sees a real dragon and feels that everything is beyond its understanding. The power he used just now is the same power that flowed through his body and entered that strange state. Yemo thought of something: intention. That's his intention. Intention can actually flow through the body and kill people outside the body? Killing people invisibly from 1,000 miles away. Hey, there are still people alive. The vast majority of the alien beasts in the starry sky died from the sweep of the black dragon alien's thoughts, but there were still two exceptions, and they soon appeared in front of the black dragon aliens. The appearance of these two-star beasts is that one of them has human-like limbs, just like the black flood dragon alien, but compared to the black flood dragon alien, which is less than 3 meters tall, it is nearly 10 feet tall, has wings on its back, is covered with golden armor, and has a head like a catfish, which is extremely ugly. The other strange beast was a giant snake covered with golden scales, with 2 heads. It was nearly 1,000 feet long and coiled up like a mountain. Not to mention the black dragon alien race, even the 10-foot-tall catfish man would become a tiny thing in front of it. The catfish man held a huge stick in his hand, pointing it at the black dragon aliens, roaring, and no one knew what he was saying. The 2-headed snake was also not in a hurry to attack. Its 2 heads were roaring something, and it seemed that neither of them was willing to fight with the black dragon aliens. They wanted to achieve a certain goal without taking action. Only the black dragon alien race was extremely decisive. He reached out and grabbed the spear beside him, and in an instant, his figure disappeared. Boom! There was a loud bang, like thunder coming out of nowhere. The golden flames tore through the space and instantly reached the front of the catfish man's head. The figure of the black dragon alien appeared out of thin air, and at some point, he was wearing a majestic black armor. Yemo had a strange feeling. This black armor was clearly a part of himself, but he immediately realized that he was entering Xiao Hei's memory. The so-called self refers to Xiao Hei. In addition to that incredible recovery ability in the super brain state, Yemo had long speculated that Xiao Hei could evolve other special abilities. Unexpectedly, it can also be transformed into armor. The catfish man roared. Although his body was huge, it did not prevent him from reacting incredibly quickly. Lightning surrounded him, and he smashed the huge stick in his hand fiercely at the black dragon alien. Boom! When the stick fell, the space collapsed. The violent spatial force tore madly and enveloped the black dragon alien. The black dragon alien was not affected at all. Golden flames wrapped around his body. The spear in his hand collided with the giant stick, knocking the catfish man back several steps. The black dragon aliens were like ghosts, constantly flashing around the catfish man, stabbing, chopping, sweeping, and picking. The spears in their hands were ever-changing and hard to defend against. The violent energy aftermath spread out, and the ground below continued to collapse, which was truly devastating. Yemo tried his best to memorize all the moves of the black dragon alien race. In less than 10 breaths, he felt dizzy and an unprecedented sense of fatigue surged over him like a tide, and his consciousness quickly fell into darkness. When he woke up, he saw his younger brother Yixian sitting beside him, looking at him with some worry. Seeing him wake up, Yixian showed joy and shouted to the door, "Dad, Mom, my brother is awake." "Xian, didn't you say you would be home tomorrow morning? Why are you back now?" Yemo was a little confused. He called Yixian and told him that he would take him and his parents to the Research Institute community tomorrow. The other party said that he would be back home tomorrow morning, so why did he come back tonight? "Brother, you've already slept for almost 20 hours, and it's already noon the next day." Yixian said with concern, "If he doesn't wake up, we're going to call an ambulance." "Almost 20 hours of sleep?" Yemo sat up and saw his parents walking quickly into the room, their faces full of worry. While he was comforting his parents and telling them that he was fine, he was thinking about what was going on. At this moment, apart from being very hungry, he didn't feel any discomfort. "I didn't feel any physical discomfort, just mental fatigue, and then I fell asleep. It seems that entering Xiao Hei's memories will consume my mental energy. Especially later, when watching the battles of the black dragon alien race and trying to memorize all the scenes in his mind, the mental consumption was even greater. Once the mental consumption exceeded a certain limit, he would fall asleep." Yemo thought that as long as he got some sleep and filled his stomach well, he would be able to recover. "In this case, if I enter Xiao Hei's memory again and again, I will be able to watch the battle between the black dragon and the alien race sooner or later. The heaven-cutting hand is indeed extraordinary, but compared to the black dragon alien spear skills, it is like a candle flame compared to the sun and the moon, completely different concepts. It's a pity that he doesn't have a spear in his hand, otherwise he would like to try it now to see how much he can replicate the black dragon alien's moves. It doesn't have to be exactly the same, as long as you master some basics, you will feel that it will be of great benefit. Another thing is that there is a state where one can restrain his breath and be as dead as a tree. If he can enter that state, even in front of a martial saint, the other party will not be able to see through his true identity. Although I have never seen the martial saint in person, what is a martial saint in front of those godlike aliens?" This battle that Yemo witnessed in Xiao Hei's memory not only taught him something, but also had a huge impact on many of his concepts. After asking her parents if they had received the express delivery sent to her, Lin Shui said yes and quickly handed the express delivery to Yemo. When they went out to prepare lunch and left the room, Yemo looked expectant as he began to inject 24 doses of number 7 extraordinary potion into his body. Chapter 54 Gene Lock. 24 doses of extraordinary potions were all injected into the body. Yemo could feel that every aspect of his body was improving at an astonishing speed. Originally, he would have been somewhat content. But now, he had sensed the terrifying power contained in the body of the Black Dragon alien, and felt that it was far from enough. If we say that the Black Dragon alien race is like a real dragon in the sky, then I would just be changing from a skinny ant to a stronger ant. In front of the Black Dragon alien race, let alone myself at the moment, even a martial saint would not be in a good situation. Ha! Yemo showed a puzzled expression on his face. At the beginning, after injecting the extraordinary potion, one can feel that every aspect of the body is constantly improving, just like before. But later on, the extraordinary potion continued to be injected, but there was no longer that feeling of rapid improvement in all aspects of the body. It was as if invisible chains appeared, binding his body and preventing it from continuing to grow. Yemo frowned, but did not stop and injected all the remaining extraordinary potion into his body. Even after the 24th dose of extraordinary potion was injected, the body still did not show any improvement. He was silent for a while, and his frown soon relaxed. Originally, he guessed that this method of improvement was too unbelievable and that a bottleneck might appear later. Nowadays, it's not too surprising. My method of increasing my physical index is quite unique. Does this bottleneck only occur to me, or does it happen to all warriors? If it's the latter, I'll ask how everyone broke through it. Yemo really wanted to take some time to digest what he saw and learned in Xiaohei's memory. But we agreed yesterday that I would take my parents and younger brother to the Research Institute community to look at houses this morning. It's almost afternoon now. That's right, I'll go test it again. I've already hit a bottleneck, so what's my body index? Before leaving, Yemo called Zhou Yushan first. After Zhou Yushan learned about the situation, he said that he would have someone wait for Yemo's family at the gate of the community and take them to the allocated house. It's a pity that Qingyue isn't at the institute right now. Otherwise, she would be the most suitable person to wait for you at the door. Ha, an ugly daughter-in-law must eventually meet her parents-in-law, not to mention that she is so beautiful. Zhou Yu's face was full of smiles. But, she can meet your parents anytime, there's no need to rush. If everything goes well, in a few years, not only will she be in my position, but she'll even have a place at headquarters. Ha 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 ha. During this period, a genius like Yemo emerged. Now, Su Qingyue might once again bring great fame to the Yunhai City Extraordinary Research Institute. He was extremely happy and couldn't stop smiling. If everything goes well? What does that mean? Yemo was a little confused. Zhou Yushan said, she proposed a new conjecture, and it has been verified through preliminary experiments. If this conjecture is really feasible, then the number 8 extraordinary potion can be developed. According to current speculation, even ordinary people without any talent can inject the number 8 extraordinary potion. You should be able to imagine what this means. Yemo's eyes widened. Does this mean that all people on Earth will be able to inject extraordinary potions and become warriors? A new era is about to begin. Becoming a warrior isn't necessarily a given. Even if everyone could be injected with the number 8 transcendent potion, it wouldn't improve anyone's aptitude. A mediocre person would still be a mediocre person. Even becoming a rank 1 warrior is incredibly difficult. However, this is indeed about to usher in a new era. A new era led by us, China. Zhou Yushan looked excited, his face flushed with excitement. Currently, all the countries in the world have only developed extraordinary potion number 7. If our country can develop number 8 first, then, one step ahead, every step ahead, we will become the pioneers of a new era. At this point, he smiled and said, you really have an amazing wife. Amazing? Yemo thought to himself, it's really amazing. No matter how powerful a warrior is, the power of a single person is ultimately limited. If Su Qingyue could develop the extraordinary potion number 8, it would benefit the entire China. Start a new era. Wrong. Yemo thought of the Black Dragon alien race in Xiaohei's memory. If an individual's strength is that strong, he can easily destroy a country. If there is such a strong man in charge, not to mention looking at the Earth, even looking at the entire universe, I am afraid that few forces would dare to provoke. Research Institute Community. The middle-aged man in a suit and tie handed a suitcase to Emo with a somewhat ingratiating smile on his face. Inside are all the keys to the house. Also, instructions for using the various electrical appliances are inside. My business card is in there too. If you have any questions about this apartment, you can call me directly. Emo thanked him and took the suitcase. When he turned around, he saw his parents and younger brother Yixian, who were looking around the house with excitement, just like Granny Lu entering the Grand View Garden. To them, a house worth over 10 million in the city center is even more shocking than the so-called alien beasts and extraordinary warriors that Emo mentioned. After all, the strange beasts in the starry sky and the extraordinary warriors are too bizarre and too far away. But the house in front of them is what they, or countless ordinary people, dream of, but can only get in their dreams. Probably considering Emo's family of 4, the house allocated to him was a bit larger than Su Qingyue's, 138 square meters, with 4 bedrooms and a living room. Not only various electrical appliances, but also various furniture, even bedding and toiletries, are all prepared. Zhou Yushan originally planned to come over to greet them in person, but it seemed that some unexpected situation had occurred and he was not in the institute at the moment. Brother, is this house really going to be ours from now on? I checked the surrounding housing prices, and a house like this would probably cost at least 20 million. Yi Xian walked out of the guest bedroom with an excited look on his face. 20 million? When Lin Shuhui and Yi Weigua heard this number, they felt a little dizzy. One of them works on a construction site, the other works as a nanny, or as a part-time cleaner. They work hard all year round but can't save much money. Not to mention 20 million, even 2 million is an astronomical figure. Emo smiled and said, apart from not being able to sell it, there's no problem in saying it belongs to us. That's even better. Lin Shuhui said happily, this way, we don't have to worry about the house price. Your Aunt Jo, who used to live upstairs from us, finally got a loan to buy a house worth over 1 million yuan. As a result, the economy is in recession now, and I have to keep an eye on housing prices every day. If they drop even a little, I'll be so worried that I can't sleep. The last time I encountered this, I had a lot of gray hair. Emo glanced out the window. The sun was beginning to set, so I suggested we just spend the night here, so we would have plenty of time to see everything. For now, let us go to the Research Institute and do what needs to be done. The 3 of them believed about 80% of what Emo said about the strange beasts and warriors in the starry sky. Yi Xian was the most excited, and said excitedly, brother, if you can pass the test of the number 7 extraordinary potion, does that mean that there is a high probability that I can pass it as well? Emo said, generally speaking, if someone in your family can be injected with the number 7 transcendent potion, then your chances of passing the test will indeed be a bit higher. When Zhou Kai arrived at the institute with his parents and younger brother, he was already waiting at the door. Then, the group came to the room where Emo had conducted the adaptability test of the extraordinary potion. I'll leave the testing for my parents and brother to you. I'm going to run something else first. Emo was just about to take advantage of this time to check his body index alone, but then he remembered something, paused, and turned to look at Zhou Kai. I have a question, please tell me. We are all family. If you have any questions, just tell me. Zhou Kai said with a smile. Using extraordinary potions to improve physical indexes, will there be any bottlenecks in the process? Hearing Emo's question, Zhou Kai was surprised and asked, have you already encountered this kind of bottleneck? Just a casual question. Emo did not comment. Zhou Kai nodded and did not ask any further questions. Bottlenecks naturally exist. From a 1st-rank warrior to a 9th-rank martial saint, the physical body will encounter 3 bottlenecks before and after. We call them genetic locks. The first gene lock appears when the body index is around 30, the second appears when the body index is around 200, the third appears when the body index is around 3000. Breaking the 3rd genetic lock, the body index reaches over 3000. Basically, it means that you have entered the level of martial saint. Chapter 55, Flesh and Blood Shackles, Mind Soaring. Gene lock. Emo became interested. He just felt that the word lock was extremely appropriate. Now he felt as if all aspects of his physical growth were locked. No matter how many extraordinary potions you inject, you won't get any improvement. Seeing Emo's interest, Zhou Kai continued to explain. Supernatural potions are designed to alter every aspect of the human body at the genetic level. However, human genes have their limits. If you reach your limit, you won't be able to improve even if you continue to inject extraordinary potions. Emo asked, Then how can we break the restriction of the gene lock and continue to improve? By the power of thought. Idea? Yi Mo's heart moved. Not long ago, he witnessed the horror of thoughts in Xiaohei's memory. Not only can it circulate in the body, turning it into a state like a dead tree, but it can also turn a tide of beasts into a mountain of corpses in an instant, thousands of miles away. How exactly should we do this? Humans are made up of two things: the physical body, born of genes, and the mysterious and ineffable spirit. Thoughts are the embodiment of spiritual power. These two complement each other. If the body is strong enough, one will feel energetic and tireless. On the contrary, one will feel listless and even fall into depression and madness. Similarly, thoughts can also affect the physical body. As long as the thoughts are strong enough, they can reverse and break the genetic lock. Yi Mo touched his chin and thought to himself, since he was able to break the genetic lock and continue to improve, then it can't be called the limit. If it is really the limit, how can there be any possibility of further improvement after breaking the genetic lock? He thought of the terrifying power contained in the Black Dragon alien race, and couldn't help but guess that the martial saint who broke through 3 genetic locks still hadn't reached the true limit of his physical body. How can I make my thoughts more powerful? I don't know about that. Zhou Kai shook his head. He is not a warrior, and he only knows the basics of warrior training. He has no idea about anything too in-depth. Let his parents and younger brother cooperate with Zhou Kai in the test. Yi Mo came alone to the room where the test chamber was placed. According to Zhou Kai, Yi Mo's current body mass index should be around 30. When he finished the test, he looked at the numbers on the screen and was stunned. Body index, 37.6. This is almost 40. What? Not even around 30, right? Around 30, should that just be the standard for an ordinary warrior? Or is it because my training method is somewhat special? Yi Mo couldn't think of an answer. But this is obviously a good thing. When others' body index is around 30, they encounter the first gene lock. When it is around 3000, they encounter the third gene lock. According to this situation, if I want to encounter the third gene lock, does it mean that my body index needs to be close to 4000? In this way, it is possible to directly crush other extraordinary warriors who have not yet opened the third gene lock. The cell phone rang. It was Zhou Yushan calling. Yi Mo was a little confused. Wasn't the other party dealing with some emergency? Why was he contacting him at this time? Are you in the research institute right now? As soon as the call was connected, Zhou Yushan immediately asked. After receiving a positive answer, he said excitedly, "Then wait at the research institute. We'll be there soon. Remember, behave well in front of Shi Huang. If you can be accepted as her disciple, you will truly soar to the sky." Shi Huang? Didn't she say she would come here the day after tomorrow? Yi Mo was stunned. Originally, it wasn't scheduled to arrive until the day after tomorrow. But yesterday, something big happened. You were there when it happened, but I only just found out about it. Speaking of this, Zhou Yushan felt a little helpless. Such a big thing happened, but this guy didn't even call me to tell me. However, warriors have a relatively special status. Even though Yi Mo was a warrior in their research institute, he cannot be considered his subordinate, so he cannot be blamed. That gray fog? Yi Mo's pupils shrank. Obviously, it was the opening of the Stargate yesterday that caused Shi Huang to change his plan and come to Yunhai City early. After realizing this, Yi Mo wanted to run away and didn't want to meet Shi Huang at all. I have no interest in becoming her disciple. Alright, let's go now. Remember, wait at the research institute. Zhou Yushan didn't give Yi Mo more chance to say anything and hung up the phone. Listening to the busy tone coming from the other end, Yi Mo fell into deep thought. At the moment, he has not yet mastered the means by which the Black Dragon alien race hides its strength, so appearing in front of Shi Huang is obviously not a wise move. But leaving in a hurry at this moment arouses even more suspicion. We met, and even the most advanced instruments couldn't detect anything wrong with my body. A martial saint wouldn't be able to detect anything with just his eyes. At most, he would think of me as an unprecedented genius. Yi Mo felt that instead of worrying about Shi Huang seeing the secret in his body, he should think carefully about how to reject the other party without angering the other party. Become a disciple of martial saint Shi Huang? Whoever wants to be it can be it, he has no interest at all. When I returned to my original room, I saw that my parents and brother all looked disappointed. Among them, the performance of the younger brother Yi Xian was the most obvious. His face looked unhappy. It was obvious that he had high expectations at the beginning, but was ultimately disappointed. Zhou Kai looked at Yi Mo and shook his head. Yi Mo patted Yi Xian's shoulder and said a few words of comfort. The probability of passing the test is only 1 in 10,000, so don't be too disappointed. In a while, extraordinary potion number 8 will be developed and anyone can inject it. When that time comes, I will get extraordinary potion number 8 for you. After hearing this, Zhou Kai didn't say anything, but he felt that it was a bit unreliable. The team leader's guess may not be correct, and the number 8 extraordinary potion may not be able to be developed in a short period of time. Although Lin Shuhui and Yi Weigua had some expectations at first, they were very open-minded and did not need Yi Mo's comfort. They couldn't wait to go back and clean up the house. Let's spend the night here tonight. To them, the temptation of injecting extraordinary potions seems to be less than that of this house. Upon hearing this, Yi Mo asked them to go back first, and he needed to stay here and wait for the arrival of the director and the martial saint. Yi Xian was extremely curious about the martial saint and stayed to watch the fun. To him, a martial saint was probably equivalent to a master in martial arts novels. He was extremely excited to think that his brother might become the disciple of such a great man. Brother, come on. You can do it. Yi Xian looked excited and proud. Zhou Kai echoed, this kind of opportunity may only come once in a lifetime. If you miss it, it will never come again. You must do your best to seize it. Well. Yi Mo thought to himself, if possible, he really wanted to give this opportunity to someone else. Chapter 56 Shi Huang arrives. Everyone from the Yunhai Supernatural Research Institute, including Wang Tang and even Wang Xingchuan, a 7th-grade supernatural expert, were waiting at the door. It was like a group of ministers welcoming their queen. Finally, several cars stopped in front. The car doors opened and figures appeared one after another. Zhou Yushan and several other senior executives of the institute were among them. What surprised Yi Mo was that even Qin Shan and Li Kong, the thin young man, got out of the car at the back. Qin Shan, Li Kong, and several other men and women followed a thin old man. Brother, that seems to be. Yi Xian stared at a young man next to Qin Shan with a look of surprise. Yi Mo nodded, confirming that his brother was not mistaken. That was indeed his brother's future brother-in-law Qi Yanzheng. In this way, he was basically sure of the identity of the old man walking in front. Wei Chengchuan, the director of the Yunhai City Supernatural Management Bureau, an 8th-grade supernatural warrior, and known as the strongest person in Yunhai City. At this moment, Zhou Yushan and Wei Chengchuan are obviously not the protagonists. The driver of the car in front got out and was about to open the back door when he heard Zhou Yushan shout, I'll do it, I'll do it. Zhou Yushan opened the car door with a smile on his face. First, an old woman came down. Immediately afterwards, people saw a pair of long legs wearing flesh-colored tights, and then a woman wearing a blue and white cheongsam came into view. Gorgeous. Enchanting. Dangerous. Looking at the woman in front of them, people even forgot for a moment that she was the famous martial saint and were intoxicated by her beauty. When he came to his senses, he quickly looked away. Shi Huang, the 1,000-armed snake demon, is not only known as the most powerful female warrior in China, but also as the most dangerous woman. It is said that before she became a warrior, she was an internationally renowned super killer, and countless people died at her hands. A woman with superb martial arts, superb beauty, and a cruel heart. This resulted in the situation that even though all men had some strange fantasies about her, no one dared to express them. Someone once said that in all of China, only Kunlun Sword Master and Giant Spirit God, both of whom were martial saints, were worthy of her. When Shi Huang heard this, she said directly that Kunlun Jianzi and Zhu Lingshan were both too boring and too ugly, and she looked down on them at all. Upon hearing this, those who worshipped Kunlun Sword Master and the Giant Spirit God were naturally extremely dissatisfied. I thought my idols would do something and respond, but in the end, these two people didn't respond at all. Come in. Zhou Yushan walked in front to lead the way. As she passed by Emo, Shi Huang looked at him with a smile and said, I hope you won't let me down today. The old woman beside her said, looking across China, there are countless geniuses and evildoers who want to become my young lady's disciples. Look, there is one. Shui Shouying pointed at Qi Yanzhang behind her and said, whether you can seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity depends on you. After they finished speaking, they followed Zhou Yushan into the research institute. Yi Mo immediately became the focus of everyone's attention. Qi Yanzhang looked at Yi Mo, and Yi Mo also looked at him. When the people from the administration came closer, Li Kong looked incredulous. At first, I thought it was someone with the same name, but it turns out it was really you? Xin Shan's face was also filled with shock that could not be concealed. Yi Mo said, "Didn't I tell you yesterday? Marshal Saint Shi Huang came here specifically to take me in as his disciple, and the director asked me to perform well." Li Kong grinned, looking speechless. This guy really didn't hide anything. The problem is, I just thought he was talking nonsense, but I never thought it was actually true. Then I think about the other party's behavior when I tried to poach them before. At that time, I just felt that the other person had no self-awareness. Now it seems that it's not that others are self-righteous, but that I am blind and didn't realize that this kid is really a genius. You are a genius, but that person is more talented than you. Li Kong gestured to Qi Yinzhang, who had already entered the research institute and had no interest in communicating with Yi Mo. Our director's personal disciple also wishes to become the martial saint's disciple and learn her secret techniques. Originally, they came to test you, but now you've gained an unbeatable competitor. You're destined to miss this opportunity. He sighed and felt sorry for Yi Mo. He originally thought that Yi Mo would be nervous or even furious when he heard this, but he never expected that not only was Yi Mo not nervous or angry at all, but there was even a hint of joy on his face. He really wants this opportunity? Yi Mo confirmed. Nonsense. Don't you want to become the last disciple of the martial saint? Li Kong said unhappily. Yi Mo didn't answer, turned around and followed the crowd into the research institute. Become the last disciple of the martial saint? He had no interest in it at all. Especially after seeing the black dragon alien, the martial saint who was so high and mighty in the eyes of others had no appeal to him at all. Instead of becoming a disciple of the martial saint, it would be better to enter Xiao Hei's memory more often and observe every move of the black dragon alien. The group had a clear purpose and headed straight to the third underground floor. Zhou Yushan walked up to Yi Mo and said solemnly, "If you miss this opportunity, you'll never get it again. You must seize it. Don't worry, you don't need to defeat that guy." He pointed at Qi Yinzhang, who was not far away. "This kid is a 5th rank cultivator. It's perfectly normal that you can't defeat him. Shi Huang will choose one of you two to be his disciple. What matters is not the outcome, but the talent and potential displayed during the fight. Relax and just unleash all your abilities." Zhou Yushan was extremely annoyed at first about Qi Yinzhang's interference. However, after confirmation, we soon realized that the other party was not trying to steal the money on purpose. Regardless of whether Yi Mo happened or not, Qi Yinzhang planned to seize this opportunity to become the martial saint's last disciple. This was not only Qi Yinzhang's personal opinion, but also the opinion of everyone in the Yunhai Supernatural Management Bureau, including Wei Chengchuan. If Qi Yinzhang could find another martial arts master to rely on, it would not only be of great benefit to his personal development, but also to the development of the entire Yunhai city. If Yi Mo had not existed, Zhou Yushan would have done his best to help Qi Yinzhang become Shi Huang's disciple. But at the moment, he naturally hopes that this opportunity will fall on his own people. Wang Tang came over and said sincerely, "Remember, your goal in this battle isn't just to win. It's to unleash all your potential and talent. Qi Yinzhang can naturally defeat you easily, but if he wants to catch the eye of the martial saint, he will certainly not defeat you immediately. Instead, he will use you as a sandbag to show himself. Therefore, in this battle, victory or defeat is not important. What is important is self-expression. Although his rank is far higher than yours, he may not be the one who eventually becomes a disciple of the martial saint." Zhou Kai, Gu Hui and others also came over and expressed encouragement. Facing their eyes full of expectation and encouragement, Yi Mo felt somewhat helpless. Is there any way to avoid disappointing them without becoming Shi Huang's disciples? Before Yi Mo could come up with an answer, Qi Yinzhang had already walked to the middle position, staring at him and said, "Are you afraid to go on stage?" Yi Mo walked up to Qi Yinzhang. "I guessed that a fight would happen sooner or later. I thought it would be a competition between the institute and the administration in the future, but I didn't expect it to happen today." Qi Yinzhang said expressionlessly, "People from your research institute are not good at fighting. Not to mention that your rank is not as good as mine. Even if you are the same 5th rank as me, there is still no possibility of you defeating me. For me, a competition where I can easily take first place is completely unpredictable. If you're afraid right now, then defend yourself with all your might. I will show you all my skills. I can't hold back too much, at most I can seriously injure you, but I won't kill you." As the words fell, the ground shook, and Qi Yinzhang was like a ferocious tiger out of a cage. In an instant, he was in front of Yemo and struck Yemo's body center with a palm. Divine Wind Palm, an SS-level martial art, is famous for its swiftness and domineering power. Although it is not as good as Yemo's Heaven-Cutting Hand in terms of level. But the comparison is with the complete Heaven-Cutting Hand, not the incomplete one. The combined power of the first 7 moves of Heaven-Cutting Hand is only equivalent to that of SS-level martial arts. What's more, Yemo has only mastered the first 5 moves at the moment. Brother, be careful. Yi Xian was frightened by the sound of Qi Yinzhang's attack breaking through the air, and his body trembled. Chapter 57 Use Your Mind. How about taking a few blows and leaving the stage injured? Facing Qi Yinzhang's palm strike, Yemo had this thought in his mind, but then he thought of something else and felt that it was not feasible. I almost forgot about my body's incredible recovery ability. If you fight a fierce battle with your opponent and show amazing martial arts skills, you will at most be considered to have amazing talent. But if his incredible recovery ability is discovered, he will no longer be a talent, but a monster. As soon as he thought of this, Yemo took action instantly and threw a punch. Boom! Roaring Sea Cannon. The fists and palms collided, and Yemo took several steps back. Qi Yinzhang took advantage of the situation and hit Yemo's chest with another palm, even faster than before. Shui Xiaoying looked surprised. Yemo's physical strength. I'm afraid it has reached its limit. Only by breaking the first layer of genetic lock can it continue to improve. Shi Huang narrowed her narrow eyes. As soon as the two men fought, Qi Yinzhang gained the upper hand, but her eyes were only on Yemo, as if Qi Yinzhang was not worthy of her attention. His physical index of reaching the first genetic lock is much higher than that of an ordinary person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been knocked back a few steps just now, but would have been sent flying backwards. A smile appeared on Shi Huang's lips, and he felt that the trip was not in vain. Yemo had already given her a surprise as soon as he made a move. The Roaring Sea Cannon was a move she created. Based on the power Yemo displayed when performing this move, she could directly infer Yemo's approximate body index. Yi Xian widened his eyes, trying to see clearly what Yemo and Qi Yinzhang were doing, but he couldn't see clearly at all. He could only see 2 afterimages, constantly colliding with an astonishing momentum. However, it was also obvious that his brother seemed to be being beaten and was being forced to retreat continuously. Brother is not his opponent? Realizing this, Yi Xian's heart began to lift. He had admired his brother Yemo since he was a child and was really unwilling to accept this result. Zhou Kai heard this and sighed. We're no match, that's for sure. Their ranks are worlds apart. Qi Yinzhang has already broken through the first genetic barrier, and his physical index is over 100, making him several times stronger than your brother. The reason we were able to exchange so many moves was simply because Qi Yinzhang's goal wasn't to win quickly, but to use your brother as a sparring partner and show off himself in front of the martial saint. But he didn't know that Qi Yinzhang had indeed restrained his strength at the beginning. But at this moment, he gradually exerted his full strength, and the more he fought, the more frightened he became. This guy's body mass index should be above 35. Has he broken through the first genetic lock? Why does it feel like he's getting more and more adept at dealing with my Divine Wind Palm? It's as if he's also practiced Divine Wind Palm and knows every single one of its techniques. He can even find the flaws? Qi Yinzhang became suspicious and became more vigilant. The strength displayed by Yemo was much stronger than he expected. However, relying on his absolute strength and speed, he was still completely in the upper hand. Bang! Qi Yinzhang hit Yemo's shoulder with a palm, and the latter flew out. He took advantage of the situation and struck Yemo on the forehead with a palm. As soon as this palm was thrown, Qi Yinzhang's face changed. The strength displayed by Yemo exceeded his expectations, and he had unknowingly started to fight for real. When warriors fight for real, they will naturally not hold back at all. It determines victory or defeat, as well as life or death. If this palm hits the opponent's head, it will be killed instantly. But by this time, it is too late to react and change tactics. He can only retract some of the strength and try not to kill the opponent. The expressions of Shi Huang and Wei Chengchuan changed. Just as he was about to attack, he saw Qi Yinzhang's palm deflected. Not only did he not hit Yemo's head, but he was hit in the chest by Yemo. He flew backwards and fell to the ground. He took 2 steps back before he could stand firm. Shui Xiaoying exclaimed ha and stared at Qi Yinzhang in surprise. The Divine Wind Palm is more swift than powerful, but lacks versatility. In this situation, he can actually change his moves? I'm underestimating this number 1 prodigy in Yunhai City. Shi Huang glanced at Qi Yanzhang's surprised expression, then looked at Yemo, who also looked a little confused. I always feel that Qi Yanzhang's palm strike just now was not a change of tactics on his own, but rather was forcibly pushed away by an invisible force. What's going on? Such questions not only appeared in Shi Huang's mind, but also in the minds of Qi Yanzhang and Yemo. From Qi Yanzhang's perspective, it was like a gust of strong wind that suddenly hit his hand, causing his palm to deviate slightly and miss. From Yemo's perspective, he had just entered the super brain state. At the critical moment, a strange feeling suddenly appeared in his mind. He thought about it carefully. It was in Xiaohei's memory that he felt the alien consciousness of the black dragon swept through and slew all the beast tides that covered the sky and the sun. Although the power is completely incomparable to the black dragon alien race's mental sweep, it seems that he just used the power of his mind? Before Yemo could come up with an answer, Qi Yanzhang rushed over again. Yemo recalled the strange feeling just now, and as his mind moved, the invisible force appeared again, causing Qi Yanzhang's palm to deflect slightly. What kind of method is this? Qi Yanzhang once again felt that indescribable power, and his expression changed. However, this force is not that amazing, and is not even as strong as a full-strength attack from a first-grade warrior. Considering how cautious he was, it didn't have much impact. But he soon realized that he was totally wrong. Although this force is not strong, it appears from all directions. It was as if the opponent had gained a difficult helper who was hard to defend against and caused huge interference. Qi Yanzhang paused and said in a deep voice, "You are much stronger than I expected. If so, do you dare to fight me with all your strength?" What does it mean to fight with all your strength? While asking, Yemo glanced at the reactions of the people around him. The most important thing is to look at Shi Huang. Seeing her beautiful eyes staring at him, Yemo couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Unknowingly, he had displayed a method that he had not expected, and the martial saint had obviously noticed it. In this situation, there is no point in continuing to hide one's shortcomings. It would be better to just fight to your heart's content. Qi Yanzhang is indeed a rare opponent. What I'm best at is spearmanship. Only when fighting with a gun can I exert my full strength. Qi Yanzhang said. Yemo was silent for a few seconds, then said, "Sure. But give me a gun too." "You are also good at shooting?" Qi Yanzhang asked in surprise. "A little bit," Yemo replied. In this battle, he didn't care about winning or losing. As for whether Shi Huang was willing to accept him as a disciple, he didn't care. It's best if he is unwilling to accept a disciple. That way, he won't have to find a way to refuse. I might as well take this opportunity to see if I can replicate the black dragon alien race's spear skills to some extent, and see how powerful it can be. Chapter 58. I am an expert in marksmanship, how come I don't know this? Soon, a silver-white spear made of a special alloy was delivered to Yemo. Yemo weighed it in his hand, then tried waving it a few times, appearing to be doing it casually. When an outsider sees this scene, he doesn't think there is anything special. Those who are experts immediately frowned when they saw this. For thousands of years, there has been an old saying in the ancient martial arts world: a month with a stick, a year with a sword, a lifetime with a gun. What this means is that you can learn to use a long stick in a month and a knife in a year, but it will take a lifetime to master the use of a gun. Maybe it's a bit exaggerated, but it's enough to say that the spear is definitely one of the most difficult weapons to master. To know whether a person is a good shooter or not, an expert can tell by looking at the way he holds the gun. Are you really good with a gun? Qi Yanzhang also held a silver-white spear, with a somewhat suspicious expression. Shui Shouying retracted her gaze and said to Shi Huang, "No matter how I look at it, this guy doesn't look like he can use a gun." Shi Huang did not respond, but looked at Yemo with even more curiosity. There are few men in this world that she cannot understand. But now, even she felt confused by this boy's behavior. I have no idea what he is up to. A little bit. Yemo suddenly threw the spear into the air. In his mind, he recalled the scene in Xiaohei's memory where the black dragon alien reached out and grabbed the spear. With the blessing of the super brain state, the scene of the black dragon alien holding the spear seemed to be frozen in his mind, and all the details were magnified. What are you doing? Zhou Kai looked confused. What's this kid doing? Throwing away his gun, is he planning to surrender? Li Kan looked stunned. It has to be said that Yemo's performance just now really shocked him. He didn't expect that the other party would be so powerful. But he just felt Yemo's current behavior was baffling and incomprehensible. Amidst the surprised, confused, and mocking gazes of the crowd, Yemo stretched out his right hand and caught the falling spear. The expressions of Shi Huang, Shui Shouying, Wei Chengchuan, Qi Yanzhang, and others all changed. Even those who didn't understand marksmanship felt that Yemo gave people a different feeling at this moment. They couldn't tell what was different, but based on their biological instinct, they felt that Yemo was very dangerous at the moment, so they didn't dare to get close to him. What's going on? He seemed like an amateur just now, but now I feel like he has the aura of a master of spearmanship. Shui Shouying opened her mouth into an O shape, looking suspicious. She is an extraordinary warrior herself, and coupled with her relationship with Shi Huang, there are few things in this world that can shock and incomprehensible to her. But the boy in front of her really shocked her. Yemo was filled with regret. I have clearly tried my best to restore all the details, but it's like someone with no painting foundation trying to copy the works of a Chinese painting master. The things drawn don't resemble the original in spirit, nor do they even resemble its form. They look out of place. Shi Yanzhang's face became more serious. You are indeed a master of spearmanship. In that case, today, we will use spears to decide the winner. Yemo was stunned. A master of marksmanship? I'm an expert in marksmanship, how come I don't know? Before he could respond, Shi Yanzhang seemed to turn into a shadow, appeared in front of him in an instant, and stabbed him with a gun. Yemo subconsciously raised his gun to block, but he saw that the opponent changed from stabbing to poking, almost knocking Yemo's spear away. Yemo took 2 steps back. The spear in Shi Yanzhang's hand was like a giant snake, less than half a meter away from his chest. In Xiao Hei's memory, the long spear in the hands of the black dragon alien gave Yemo a feeling of being able to control it as if it were his own arm and being omnipotent. However, when he held this weapon that was more than 2 meters long, he felt it was quite awkward and it was not as convenient to use as a kitchen knife. Yemo's mind moved, and the power of his thoughts appeared again, hitting the tip of Qi Yanzhang's spear, instantly causing the opponent's stab to deflect slightly, and he luckily dodged it. The power of thought is still more useful. Yemo was highly focused, using the power of his mind to constantly interfere with his opponent. After a few exchanges of moves, Qi Yanzhang swept across with a single blow. Despite blocking with a gun, Yemo was still beaten back repeatedly and ended up being beaten. In terms of physical strength and speed, the gap is too huge. It's almost impossible to make up for it. When Shui Shouying saw this scene, she felt a little sorry. In terms of martial arts and combat experience, a 3rd-grade warrior may not be inferior to a 5th-grade warrior, but the gap in physical strength and speed is too great, and the outcome is not in doubt at all. Shi Huang glanced around at the people who were watching intently, and said with a faint smile, "Everyone seems to have forgotten that this battle is about talent and potential, not victory or defeat." Shui Shouying was stunned. It's true. At the beginning, everyone believed that there was no suspense in this battle, but now, everyone is already concerned about the outcome of this battle. In everyone's subconscious, they already felt that Yemo was not completely without the possibility of winning. From this point of view, even if Qi Yanzhang defeated Yemo, he had already lost today's assessment. Boom! At this moment, Shui Shouying saw Qi Yanzhang shoot at Yemo again, but Yemo blocked it with his gun, took a step back, and then stood firm. She asked suspiciously, "Did Qi Yanzhang show mercy?" Shi Huang stood up with a bang, and said with a somewhat uncertain look, "It wasn't Qi Yanzhang who showed mercy. It was Yemo. He seemed to have broken the first genetic lock?" Break the genetic lock during the battle? Shui Shouying was stunned. This kind of incredible thing had only happened to the Kunlun swordsman before. I broke the first genetic lock? Yemo was also full of surprise. This was totally beyond his expectations. He had originally planned to go to Zhou Yushan to ask how to break the genetic lock with his mind, but before he could even ask, the genetic lock broke by itself. I had just used the power of my mind time and again to interfere with Qi Yanzhang's marksmanship, and in the process, I had broken the genetic lock. So, the key to breaking the genetic lock is to use the power of thought again and again? What surprised Yemo even more was that as the first genetic lock was broken, he could feel that all aspects of his body, including strength and speed, were rapidly improving. Xiao Hei, you're amazing. I thought those extraordinary potions I injected earlier didn't provide any improvement afterwards, so they were a waste. So you stored the excess energy and waited until now to pass it on to me? Yemo was overjoyed. Under normal circumstances, when facing the first genetic lock, the body cannot continue to improve, and if it continues to inject extraordinary potions, the energy of the extraordinary potions will be wasted. But with Xiaohei's presence, this situation can be avoided. What's going on? Qi Yanzhang's face was full of suspicion. He knew better than anyone that he had not held back at all, yet his full strength attack was actually taken by the opponent. So far, he is still absolutely sure of victory, but he is vaguely feeling uneasy. This battle lasted only a few minutes from beginning to end, but this kid is growing at an alarming speed. It would be fine if combat skills, martial arts, etc. grew rapidly. Nowadays, even speed and strength are growing. This situation is something I have never seen or heard of before. At the beginning, Qi Yanzhang didn't want to defeat his opponent so quickly, because the outcome was no longer in doubt. What he had to do was to treat his opponent as a sandbag and show all his strength. At this moment, he had only one thought. Quickly knock this guy down. Swish swish. Qi Yanzhang thrust out with his spear, and dozens of spear shadows, like a big net, enveloped GMO completely. The sixth move of the SS-level martial arts Phantom Demon Spear, Torrential Rain. An unprecedented sense of oppression enveloped Yimo. At this moment, Yimo's mind flashed with the huge stick that the catfish man used to smash at the black dragon alien. Although the power is completely on a different level, in Yimo's eyes at this moment, they are somewhat similar, both having a sense of oppression that makes it difficult to breathe. A thought popped up in Yimo's mind. How did the black dragon alien race respond at that time? Chapter 59, Martial Saint, can't you be a little more reserved? In the super brain state. The scene at that time emerged in Yimo's mind. He seemed to have forgotten everything in front of him, and his entire consciousness was immersed in memory. A flash of inspiration came to his mind, and he dodged the large net formed by the interweaving gun shadows with his body, and stabbed with the spear in his hand. It looks plain and simple, yet just right, a perfect shot. Bang! There was a sound of something hard being stabbed. When Yimo came to his senses, he saw Qi Yanzhang's face was pale and the spear in his hand fell to the ground. Wei Chengchuan, director of the Yunhai City Administration Bureau, stood in front of him and reached out to grab the spear he had thrust out. The people around him looked at him in shock, their eyes almost falling out of their sockets. I won? Yimo was shocked. I tried to replicate the shot of the black dragon alien, and it was only a little similar at most, but I won immediately? If one day, I can master all the spear skills of the black dragon alien race, then even with my current physical fitness, will it be possible to defeat a martial saint? I don't know, what level is the black dragon alien's gun skills? What is certain is that it is far from being comparable to SSS level martial arts. The onlookers came to their senses and had different expressions on their faces. Zhou Yushan's face was full of joy as he looked at Shi Huang, obviously waiting for her to express her opinion. Noticing Zhou Yushan's gaze, the others also realized what was going to happen next and looked at GMO with envy. Shi Huang didn't express her opinion immediately, but instead asked GMO, "Who did you learn your spear skills from?" GMO said, "I taught myself. I've loved reading martial arts novels since I was a kid, and my favorite stories are about masters using spears. Also, I like those characters in ancient dramas who use spears, such as Yu Fei, Luo Chang, Lin Chong, etc., so whenever I have time, I pick up a stick and use it as a spear to practice. It's all blind practice, it doesn't count." Everyone was shocked. No wonder, at the beginning, the opponent gave people the feeling that he was holding a real spear for the first time. So this is really your first time using a gun? Yi Xian was also shocked. But what shocked him was how his brother could talk nonsense without changing his expression. Genius. This is a genius among geniuses. Zhou Yushan's voice rose. Rumor has it that Kunlun's sword master has been obsessed with swordsmanship since childhood. Even before he learned martial arts, he had already created extremely powerful sword techniques. Later, he became an ancient warrior and often used exquisite swordsmanship to defeat the strong with the weak. Even before being injected with the extraordinary potion, he was almost the same age as GMO, but he had already become a master of swordsmanship. Now it seems that GMO is not much worse than Kunlun's sword master. If you miss this kind of apprentice, you will never find him again in the future. Everyone in the research institute looked at their director's performance in silence. Yimo's performance was indeed amazing, but compared to Kunlun's swordsman, it was still a lot worse, right? In the mouth of their own director, it seemed as if the two people were on the same level. Shi Huang ignored Zhou Yushan and continued to look at Yimo and said, "So, your spear skills are all created by you?" Yimo nodded. "It's more accurate to say that I'm just practicing blindly." Hearing this, Qi Yanzhang suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart and was so uncomfortable that he couldn't breathe. "You managed to knock me down with just your randomly practiced shooting skills?" Your shooting skills are just blind practice, then what are my shooting skills? You are practicing blindly, and am I also practicing blindly? What do you think? Shi Huang glanced at Wei Chengchuan, director of the management bureau. That last shot was extremely sudden, seemingly without any reason or strategy. It was a sudden move that came to mind without any warning. The so-called peerless genius is someone who occasionally has flashes of inspiration in his mind, and once he seizes it, he will perform astonishingly. Aside from a few bright spots, his marksmanship, overall, is actually quite poor, a complete novice. It's not surprising that he claims his marksmanship is all self-made. Wei Chengchuan thought about it and answered seriously. He looked at Yi Mo with eyes full of curiosity. Yi Mo originally thought that after he defeated Qi Yinzhang, the director of the management bureau would not be friendly to him, let alone speak for him. Unexpectedly, he didn't take it to heart at all. That last shot, even I almost didn't react. It really came without any warning, a flash of inspiration. Shi Huang smiled, and her eyes suddenly became serious. During the fight just now, you used the power of your mind. Under normal circumstances, special means are required to enhance one's willpower in order to break the first genetic lock. But to use the power of one's willpower to fight someone like you just did, even an extraordinary and powerful person wouldn't be able to do it. Yi Mo's heart skipped a beat. Just as he was thinking about how to explain, he saw the other party smile. Before breaking the first genetic lock, he's already awakened his mind and can release it to attack the enemy. This kind of ability has only been seen once in Europe so far. I didn't expect that we in China now have one too. Superpowers? Yi Mo was confused at first, then nodded repeatedly. Superpower. Yes, it's a superpower. I was also shocked just now. I don't know what's going on. It turns out to be a superpower? Don't think I can't see it. In addition to your thoughts, you also possess another supernatural power, similar to Liu Yang's clairvoyance. Shi Huang raised the corner of her mouth, and said firmly, I observed carefully just now, and what you possess is not Liu Yang's clairvoyance. His clairvoyance has a hint of gold in the bottom of his eyes, but your eyes have not changed at all from beginning to end. But you definitely have similar abilities. During our fight just now, once Qi Yinzhang used the same moves on you a few times, the effect was greatly reduced. It's precisely because of this special ability of yours. Yi Mo was shocked. It's as if to say, you even know this? That's right. I do possess a power similar to clairvoyance. Although, he actually had no idea what clairvoyance was. Everyone looked at Shi Huang with admiration in their eyes. The martial saint is worthy of being the martial saint. They only thought that Ji Mo's performance today was amazing, but they didn't know that there were so many details hidden in it. But Shi Huang saw it clearly. Zhou Yushan was surprised and delighted. He didn't expect that this kid actually had such a powerful ability. He looked at Shi Huang expectantly again, and seeing that she was obviously very appreciative of Yi Mo, he knew that there was probably no problem. Really? Shi Huang looked at Yi Mo with a smile on her face. If you become my disciple, you will need to obey my orders and accompany me to the imperial capital. Are you willing? Without waiting for Yi Mo to answer, Zhou Yushan hurriedly said, yes. Of course he is willing. How could he not want to? No. Yi Mo said 3 simple words, and the scene instantly became silent. Everyone wondered if there was something wrong with their ears and looked at him in surprise. The smile on Shi Huang's face became a little stiff. You don't want to? Shui Shouying frowned, furious. You sent me videos twice, wanting to be my young lady's disciple. Now, my young lady is willing to take you in, but you say you don't want to. Are you kidding us? Do you really think that just because you have some talent, you can look down on others? A terrifying wave of air burst out from Shui Shouying. Her face was cold and stern, and the terrifying pressure of an extraordinary warrior enveloped everyone. For a moment, everyone felt as if they were in the tiger's mouth, feeling sympathetic and sweating profusely. Zhou Yushan had never expected that Yi Mo would be unwilling. Don't be angry, I was the one who sent those videos. Yi Mo didn't know about them beforehand. Zhou Yushan hurriedly explained, then walked up to Yi Mo and said anxiously, your talent is indeed astonishing, but precisely because you have such astonishing talent, you need a master teacher to guide you. If you miss this opportunity, you won't have it again. Yi Mo thought to himself that, in fact, he was already like having a teacher. That is Xiaohei. Although Xiaohei cannot guide him, he can allow him to observe his memories. This alone is incomparable to the teachings of a martial saint. If he wanted to become stronger, what he had to do was to get more extraordinary potions, improve his physical index, and observe the Black Dragon alien race in Xiaohei's memory again and again. As for worshipping the martial saint as a teacher? What a complete waste of time. What's more, you have to obey the other party's orders and go to the imperial capital. Obviously, Xiaohei's affairs could not be told to outsiders. Yi Mo said. I'm a nostalgic person and don't like to live outside. If I need to go to the imperial capital to become your disciple, then forget it. Shi Huang's brows knitted into knots. Just when everyone thought she was going to get angry, she smiled and said. Then I'll take a step back. You don't need to go to the imperial capital. Are you willing to agree? Question mark. Yi Mo's eyelids twitched and he was speechless. You are a martial saint. I am not going to back down. You should take a step back first, right? Can't you be more reserved? Chapter 60. My young lady is begging me to be her disciple. Seeing Yi Mo frowning and looking obviously unhappy, everyone felt that this world was too crazy. If it were someone else, they would have been ecstatic to have the opportunity to become the disciple of the martial saint and would have knelt down and kowtowed to Shi Huang. There was no way they would be so reluctant. Young warriors like Qi Yanjiang and Wang Tang felt bitter. It's like a bicycle that you take care of so carefully falls into someone else's hands, and they just stand up and pedal it without taking it seriously at all, which makes you feel extremely uncomfortable. Although as my disciple you need to obey my orders, just like you as a warrior in the research institute, your daily life and training should be the priority. You don't need to do anything. Seeing that Yi Mo showed no sign of agreeing, Shi Huang added another sentence. There is no need to go to the imperial capital, which means that you don't need to stay with each other on weekdays. Plus, there wasn't much I had to do myself, so it sounded okay. What are the benefits? Yi Mo suddenly asked. Xue Xiaoying was furious and felt a black screen in front of her eyes. Before today, she thought Yi Mo was crying and begging to become his disciple, but it turned out that Yi Mo was reluctant and even asked for benefits. Anyone who sees this scene will think that it is their young lady begging to be accepted as a disciple. Shi Huang pulled Xue Xiaoying back to her side and said to Yi Mo. In addition to training guidance, all the martial arts I created can be taught to you free of charge as long as you want to learn. The last few moves of the Heaven Cutting Hand do not require any assessment and will be sent to you later. In addition, I will give you another gift. At this point, her voice paused. Never mind. You can choose the gift yourself. I'll give you 300,000 transcendent points, enough to buy an SSS grade alloy spear or a top-tier battle armor. You can decide what you want to buy. So, are you willing to become my disciple? Everyone's head was buzzing when they heard this. This isn't accepting a disciple, it's simply sponsoring someone. Wang Tang's face was full of envy. His Tianxian battle armor is only worth 43,000 points. The key point is that he can't afford a treasure of this price on his own, he has to rely on his father who is an extraordinary warrior. Right now, Shi Huang directly gave Yi Mo 300,000 extraordinary points. From today on, Yi Mo will step on this second-generation martial artist in terms of talent or background resources. Brother Zhou, are these extraordinary points valuable? Yi Xian took in the expressions of the people around him and asked Zhou Kai beside him in a low voice. Money? Zhou Kai was stunned. It can indeed be exchanged for money. 300,000 transcendent points can be exchanged for 3 billion Chinese yuan, but conversely, 3 billion Chinese yuan cannot be exchanged for 300,000 transcendent points. In terms of value, transcendent points cannot be measured with money. Before he could finish his words, Zhou Kai saw Yi Xian's face was dazed, and he kept muttering 3 billion Chinese yuan. Obviously, he was shocked by this number. Yi Mo was also stunned by the work of this martial saint. This was not at all about becoming a disciple. He felt like he was going to be kept by someone and live off him. Although he didn't hate her, and could even say he liked to live off her, there had to be something fishy going on when things weren't normal. The other party's persistence in recruiting him as a disciple made him even more vigilant. Shi Huang saw his suspicion and smiled charmingly. Before yesterday, no matter how talented you were, I wouldn't have cared to accept you as my disciple. But today is different. Before I leave, accepting you as my disciple and cultivating a talent for the country will make me feel more at ease when I leave. Are you planning to wait for the Stargate to open again and then immediately head to the world of alien beasts in the starry sky? Yi Mo's eyes narrowed. If I were to ask what the biggest difference between yesterday and today is, it would undoubtedly be that I accidentally opened the Stargate yesterday. But in the eyes of others, it was obviously the gray fog. Every once in a while, the stargate would open automatically. Shi Huang's eyes became more eager than ever before, and he seemed very impatient, with a hint of excitement in his voice. The world of exotic beasts hides countless unknown dangers, but it also inevitably hides numerous opportunities. If one day you achieve martial sainthood, you will understand that this step is by no means the end. From now on, it will be a new era where everyone practices cultivation and warriors are respected. And you and I will be the leaders of this new era. Journeying to the mysterious world deep in the universe is not only the pursuit of the ultimate goal of our own martial arts, but also the fulfillment of our mission. What mission? To bring peace to the world for eternity. Currently, the number of alien beasts appearing on Earth is very small, so we can maintain the illusion of peace. But what if one day, a massive invasion of alien beasts occurs, or even a powerful star being beyond our imagination descends? If we want to avoid being slaughtered, we must be prepared for all crises before that day arrives. Shi Huang's eyes were full of desire and fighting spirit. If the starry sky doesn't come to see me, I will go to see the starry sky. Instead of waiting for those mysterious and unknown beings to descend here, it's better for us to go there first and see it clearly. Therefore, as long as the stargate is open, I will definitely go. At this point, she raised her brows and said, when the time comes, I'll probably have to fight those two guys, and the loser will stay on Earth. The world may appear peaceful on the surface, but the open and covert struggles between warriors from various countries never cease. Especially if the number 8 transcendent potion is developed, there will inevitably be more trouble. No matter what, a martial saint must remain to rule China. To bring peace to the world forever? Yemo didn't expect that this enchanting and beautiful woman had such a high level of awareness. Suddenly, his heart was shaken, and then it shook for a moment, and then it was gone. What he was more worried about was that the 3 martial saints were now waiting for the stargate to open. If the stargate was not opened after a while, he was afraid that everyone would suspect him. Yemo has not yet figured out how to deal with it. But there is a most basic logic, that is, the stronger you become, the greater your ability to solve problems will naturally be. 300,000 extraordinary points are simply an angel investment on his road to becoming stronger. How could he miss it? Disciple Yemo, hello to master. Yemo no longer hesitated and asked to become his disciple. Everyone in the research institute looked happy and cheered. Zhou Yushan immediately arranged for a grand apprenticeship banquet for Yemo, inviting everyone present, including the management bureau. He also ran over and put his arm around Wei Chengchuan's shoulders, asking him to call everyone from the administration over and treat them well. Wei Chengchuan had a blank expression on his face, and it was obvious that this guy was just showing off. Yemo was not interested in the apprenticeship banquet at all. He wasn't sure how many days it would take before people would start to suspect him again if the stargate wasn't opened. Now, there is no doubt that we must race against time to improve our strength. That night, after the apprenticeship banquet ended, Yemo returned home. His parents and younger brother were still immersed in the atmosphere of the banquet. He quickly returned to his room. He took out his cell phone and logged into the intranet to take a look. Shi Huang's 300,000 extraordinary points have arrived. As he browsed through the various items, he was thinking about how to use this huge sum of money to maximize its effectiveness. Chapter 61 200 doses of extraordinary potion, injection. 300,000 transcendent points is indeed a lot, but it's only enough to exchange for an SSS-grade alloy spear or a top-tier battle armor. I've just broken through the first genetic barrier, and can continue to use extraordinary potions to rapidly improve my physical fitness. Improving my physical fitness is more important than weapons and armor. Yemo thought for a moment and soon had the answer in his mind. For warriors, the most important thing is to improve physical index, followed by martial arts, and then external objects such as weapons and armor. For Yemo now, the most critical thing is to use the extraordinary potion to quickly raise his body index to the bottleneck of the second gene lock. As for martial arts, Shi Huang has already said that any martial arts she created can be taught to Yemo free of charge. Yemo picked up the tablet and took a look. Really? The last 4 moves of Heaven Cutting Hand have been sent to him. I need to continue practicing the Heaven Cutting Hand martial art. It's suitable for times when I don't have a weapon. As for the other martial arts, there's no need to learn them for now. Focus your main energy on learning the Black Dragon Spear technique from Xiaohei's memory. There's no need to exchange your armor yet, but you do need to change your spear. Yemo checked the weapons category to see if there were any foldable, more portable spears. Although he could afford an SSS-grade alloy spear, it was unnecessary for him at the moment. Not long after, he saw the spear that he had temporarily used when fighting with Qi Yinzheng. Frost Moon Spear, made entirely of a grade alloy, medium weight, and adjustable in length. Yemo glanced at the text description and finally stopped at the price. Points required for redemption, 3,700. The price isn't expensive. But this gun feels a bit too light. It's usable, but not very handy. Yemo continued to browse other spear-type weapons. Among the many long spears, the Frost Moon Spear is not a light type. The truly lightweight ones are the type where the gun body is made of wood and only the gun head is made of metal. Even special alloys cannot compare with wood in terms of softness, but they are much stronger than wooden gun barrels in terms of hardness and toughness. Whether it's a gun or a sword, the weight and characteristics to choose depend not only on the user's strength, but also on the user's preferences and fighting style. There is no need for any reason to choose a weapon, just make sure you feel comfortable with it. After looking for a while, Yemo finally found one that he thought was suitable. Genshin Pijuan Spear, made entirely of S-grade alloy, a heavy spear with adjustable length and foldable into multiple sections. It comes with a custom backpack. Exchange price, 12,400 Transcendent points. Yemo directly clicked on the exchange. The S-grade alloy spear is enough for a short period of time. In addition to the spear, he spent 2,600 extraordinary points to exchange for an S-grade alloy knife. For most warriors, the second genetic lock appears when their body index is around 200. My situation is special, and my genetic lock will appear later than others. Anyway, first exchange 200 bottles of number 7 extraordinary potion and raise my body index to the limit. Immediately, Yemo spent 100,000 extraordinary points to exchange for 200 bottles of number 7 extraordinary potion. His current strength is enough to participate in the assessment of 4th grade and 5th grade warriors. As long as he passes, he will receive extraordinary points as a reward. However, with the support of Shi Huang, 300,000 points were credited to his account. In a short period of time, the extraordinary points were more than enough, and he was not interested in wasting time on the assessment. The most urgent task is to elevate the physical body to the extreme. His own strength is strong enough, so even if he is discovered later, since he is the one who opened the Stargate, even if people come to cause trouble for him, he can still protect himself. When I have the strength of a martial saint, and am not afraid of trouble, I might consider opening the Stargate for them. He was not interested in going to the other side of the Stargate, the world deep in the universe. But Shi Huang's words had some impact on him. Instead of waiting for the crisis from the depths of the universe to arrive, it is better to let people on Earth take the initiative to take a look at what the scenery is like on the other side of the Stargate. That night, Yemo entered Xiaohei's memory and observed the strange state and marksmanship of the Black Dragon alien. He found that as his willpower became stronger, he was able to observe more details and persist for longer periods of time. The longer I observe, the more insignificant I feel. It's really like an ant seeing the blue sky. With the help of Xiaohei, as long as Yemo has enough extraordinary potions, he can quickly raise his body index to the bottleneck of the gene lock. If this matter were to spread among the martial arts circles on Earth, it would be like a miracle and incomprehensible. But in the vast and mysterious universe, in the eyes of powerful beings like the Black Dragon alien race, perhaps, it is nothing but bullshit. It's not that what happened to me was so bizarre, but the warriors on Earth have such a narrow vision, like frogs in a well, that they find it incredible. Such a thought popped up in Yemo's mind. The next day, 200 doses of number 7 extraordinary potion arrived. Yemo returned to his room and injected doses of extraordinary potion into his body. As the amount of extraordinary potions injected increased, while he felt the rapid changes in his body, he also sensed that the improvement brought by one dose of extraordinary potion was getting smaller and smaller. Even if the body index is increased by 0.1, the difficulty will increase as you progress, and the more extraordinary potions you will consume. When he injected the 161st dose of extraordinary potion into his body, he clearly felt that his body no longer had the desire to continue improving. Have we reached the gene lock bottleneck? Realizing this, Yemo did not stop and continued to inject the extraordinary potion into his body. Firstly, injecting all the extraordinary potions into the body will not cause any waste. After breaking the genetic lock, Xiaohei will return the part of the extraordinary potion energy that belongs to him. Secondly, he injected the extraordinary potion not only to improve his own body, but also for another purpose. That is to try to let Xiaohei continue to evolve. Judging from Xiaohei's memory, he has at least another special ability, which is to transform into the armor of the Black Dragon alien race. Yemo didn't know how powerful the armor Xiaohei showed was, but he was sure that it was definitely not comparable to the top armor on Earth. 200 doses of extraordinary potion were all injected into Yemo's body. He felt his whole body burning hot, his blood boiling, and he felt like shouting to the sky. He stood in front of the mirror and saw his current body. It looked like an ancient Greek statue, with muscles full of strength and beauty, but not at all bloated. Unfortunately, Xiaohei still hasn't changed at all. Yemo found that his body was sticky and many foul-smelling impurities appeared in his pores. After taking a shower and feeling refreshed, he was about to go out for a big meal when a phone call came in. "Brother-in-law, are you busy?" As soon as the call was connected, Su Yuanhao's somewhat flattering voice came from the other end. "Well." Yemo was stunned. The last time they met, this guy was still very unconvinced and looked down on his appearance. Now his tone was like that of a dog licking his boots? Chapter 62. Let them bring some steaks. Without getting a response from Yemo, Su Yuanhao's somewhat flattering voice came again from the other side. "Brother-in-law, if my father and I did anything to upset you before, please don't hold it against us. From now on, I promise to treat you with respect." The corner of Yemo's mouth twitched. He felt that this guy was quite realistic. "You're so well informed that you know I've taken Marshal Saint Shi Huang as my disciple?" Yemo walked to the sofa and sat down, intending to have a chat with his brother-in-law whose attitude had changed drastically. "What? You accepted Shi Huang as your master? When? How is that possible?" Su Yuanhao stood up suddenly, knocking over the chair behind him, his mind trembling wildly. He had long realized that he had underestimated the other party before, but he did not expect that the other party could actually establish a relationship with the Martial Saint. As far as he knew, Marshal Saint Shi Huang had never accepted any disciples so far. In other words, Yemo became his only close disciple. Yemo was a little surprised. "You don't know? Brother-in-law, you think too highly of me. In our Su family, the only one who can access this kind of news is my sister. But now I can't contact my sister at all, and my father is missing. How would I know about this kind of thing?" Su Yuanhao's face was full of bitterness. Su Qingyue is currently doing research in a special base, so it is normal that she cannot be contacted. As for Su Han's disappearance, Yemo had no idea at all. Why did he disappear? Yemo frowned. "I don't know. The servants at home said that they saw my father go back to his room to sleep last night, but he disappeared this morning. It's like he evaporated from the face of the earth." Su Yuanhao's voice was filled with sorrow. "I've already used every possible means to find my father, including the research institute. I just called, and Director Zhou must have agreed without hesitation for your and my sister's sake." Yemo suddenly understood. "You are worried that your father's previous attitude has caused me to hold a grudge against him and hinder the institute from helping to find someone. So you called me, admitted your mistakes, and said something nice to me?" Su Yuanhao was shocked. This brother-in-law is obviously just an adult, but when it comes to communication, he can put me in a passive position with just a few words. His character and thinking are even more mature than mine. It's incredible that a young man can be so mature. Seeing that Su Yuanhao didn't seem to know how to respond for a moment, Yemo said calmly, "Anyone who can quietly take someone away from the Su family is definitely not an ordinary person. Don't you have any suspicions in your mind?" Su Yuanhao immediately said, "Yes. Sunny Chen." "Who?" "He's a 7th-rank extraordinary warrior from the imperial capital. He once pursued my sister, but was ignored by her. My father had contact with him a while ago, but after I told him about your performance at the research institute, he stopped having any contact with Sunny Chen. Logically speaking, Sunny Chen has always had a good reputation. When he was rejected by my sister, he did not show any dissatisfaction or retaliate. This time, there's no reason to attack my dad. But my Su family's security is not weak. If I were to ask who among the people my dad has been in contact with recently could quietly kidnap my dad, I think it would be him." Su Yuanhao's tone was uncertain. He had no one to suspect, so he suspected Sunny Chen. Deep down in his heart, he actually thought that Sunny Chen was unlikely to attack his father. If he was dissatisfied and wanted to take action, he should have done so when his sister ignored him. Why wait until now? After hanging up the phone with Su Yuanhao, Yemo immediately received another call from Zhou Yushan. Yemo expected that given his relationship with Su Qingyue, Zhou Yushan would call him to tell him about the huge changes happening in the Su family, but he ended up hearing unexpected news. Su Han is now most likely to fall into Sunny Chen's hands. Zhou Yushan said in a deep voice. Sunny Chen has always had a good reputation, but in reality, there is a big problem. Nowadays, in addition to the official governments of various countries, there are also some quite powerful supernatural organizations in the world. The strongest of these supernatural organizations is called the Holy Hall. Over the years, many of our nation's secrets have quickly reached the Holy Hall. They've long suspected they have spies among our ranks. Are you saying that Sunny Chen is actually from the Holy Hall? A spy? Yi Mo was extremely surprised. He had heard Xi Huang say before that warriors from various countries were peaceful on the surface, but were actually fighting openly and secretly, so no matter what, a martial arts saint must be left behind to guard China. It now seems that not only warriors from other countries, but even international supernatural organizations have long extended their hands to Chinese warriors. Yes. Recently, the Imperial Capital Supernatural Administration has been secretly investigating Sunny Chen. It seems that he has been discovered and is now in hiding. If nothing unexpected happens, he is now in Yunhai City, and Su Han is in his hands. Zhou Yushan's expression was extremely serious. The harm that can be caused by a 7th grade extraordinary warrior hiding in the dark is beyond imagination. If Sunny Chen was forced into a corner and started a massacre in the center of Yunhai City, it would not only cause a large number of casualties, but also the matter concerning the warriors and the alien beasts in the starry sky would be exposed. Why did he take the risk of attacking Su Han before he went into hiding? Just because my wife rejected him before? Yi Mo frowned, feeling something was wrong. It is unlikely that a person who can become a 7th grade extraordinary warrior would do something impulsive and stupid just because of a woman. Furthermore, if he really wanted to vent his anger, he could just kill the person directly without having to kidnap him. Before the other party could respond, Yi Mo thought of something and asked in surprise, extraordinary potion number 8? Yes. Extraordinary potion number 8. I guess the people in the Holy Temple have heard about it, so they attacked Su Han. Their ultimate goal is the extraordinary potion number 8 that may have been developed. Zhou Yushan didn't hide anything from Yi Mo. The other party is a 7th grade extraordinary warrior. This matter is not something you can interfere with. You should be careful during this period. Do you think he might attack me? Yi Mo heard something behind the other party's words. Of course it's possible. If both my father and husband fell into the hands of the Holy Hall, would Qingyue still be able to escape their control? Zhou Yushan said as a matter of course. Having said what he needed to say, Zhou Yushan was about to hang up the phone when he suddenly remembered something and said, "By the way, the news that you have become Xi Huang's disciple has already been known to many people. Among them, some people wanted to become Xi Huang's disciple at the beginning, but were rejected. Now that you've become Xi Huang's disciple, they don't really hate you, but they're still a little unhappy with you. How about asking your master to spread the word?" What? What else can I say? Of course I'm telling them not to bother you. Yi Mo suddenly laughed. Forget about asking my master to spread the word. But why don't you spread the word for me? What? They are welcome to come and cause trouble for me. But remember to bring some stakes. If they come looking for trouble with bare hands, I have no interest in wasting my time with them. Chapter 63, Feeling Humiliated by My IQ. Yunhai No. 2 Middle School, Teacher's Apartment. Sunny Chen, who was being searched for throughout the city, sat leisurely on the sofa, drinking beer and watching the news on TV, looking very relaxed and comfortable. His right hand always held the hilt of the long sword at his waist, as if the long sword was an extension of his right hand and a part of his body. A middle-aged white man wearing gold-rimmed glasses walked in from outside and stood respectfully in front of Sunny Chen. The white man is named Andrew. He has 2 identities. One is a peripheral member of the Holy Temple, and the other is a senior foreign teacher hired from abroad by the 2nd Middle School. Sir, the organization wants you to stay here for a while. They will create the illusion that you have already gone abroad. Andrew speaks very authentic Chinese. There was no expression on Sunny Chen's face, as he had expected this to happen. Right now, people are searching for him everywhere outside, and they must have spies in many places, waiting for him to fall into the trap. Only a fool would choose to leave at this time. Got it. Get me a copy of Yi Mo's information. Sunny Chen threw the beer can accurately into the trash can beside him. Sir, Andrew's face was full of worry. I'm not that stupid. Even if I wanted to cause trouble for him, it wouldn't be now. I'm just a little curious about what kind of person could be favored by both Shi Huang and Su Qingyue. Please wait a moment. Not long after, Andrew brought a piece of information to Sunny Chen. 18 years old, peak 5th rank strength, from an ordinary family. His father is a factory worker, and his mother works multiple part-time jobs. He has never been exposed to ancient martial arts since childhood. He was favored by Su Qingyue by chance. Sunny Chen only read the first few sentences, his expression turned cold, and he threw the document in his hand directly at Andrew's face, cursing, "Foreigner, you are trying to fool me with this kind of messed up stuff, are you looking for death?" Andrew said hurriedly, "We are definitely not fooling you. This is the information we have investigated. The organization also believes that this information is absolutely false. It's just that Yimo's information protection level is too high, so we are unable to find the correct information for the time being. He only appeared in our sight for a short time. After a while, we will definitely be able to find out his true origins." Sunny Chen ignored him. He had just thrown the other documents in his face, but Yimo's photo was still in his hand. Looking carefully at the photo in his hand, he sneered. "In terms of strength, experience, and masculine charm, I am far superior to this brat in every way. This brat is just better looking. She's just a woman, I don't care at all. What beautiful woman can I not get if I want it? If Su Qingyue and him fall into my hands in the future, I will make Su Qingyue understand that this kind of trash is just a facade. When I do things, he can only watch from the side and cheer for me." Trash. Andrew didn't dare to speak, but a Chinese idiom emerged in his mind. Angry out of shame. While saying he didn't care, he cursed. Ding ling ling. Outside, the bell for the end of get out of class rang. You can hear the noise coming from the teaching building. Andrew looked out the window. If any accident happens, all the students here will immediately become their hostages. The Chinese claim that education is the foundation of their life and they value students' lives the most. This place can be said to be the safest hiding place in Yunhai City. 252.7. Yimo walked out of the test chamber and saw the body index displayed on the screen. A smile appeared on his face. Just as he expected. When fighting with Qi Yanzhang, at the beginning, he had not yet broken the first genetic lock and his body index was 37.6. After the genetic lock was broken, Yimo didn't know the exact body index, but estimated it to be over 50. In other words, it took less than a day to inject 200 doses of number 7 super potion, and his body index became nearly 5 times the original. Normally, a 5th grade warrior's body index is between 100 and 200. A 6th grade warrior's body index is between 200 and 500. Now, my physical index has entered the level of a 6th grade warrior. Although it is close to the bottom among 6th grade warriors, but with the addition of the Black Dragon Spear technique, perhaps I can really fight against a 7th grade extraordinary warrior? Yimo's tone was a little uncertain. If he fought with Qi Yanzhang again, he was confident that he could easily crush him. But Qi Yanzhang was only a 5th rank official after all. Moreover, he is only a young 5th rank warrior. In terms of combat experience, skills, etc., Qi Yanzhang is obviously far inferior to those older generation 5th grade warriors. There is a hurdle between the 5th and 6th grades. There is a huge chasm between the 6th and 7th grades. Only from the 7th rank onwards can one be called extraordinary. When you enter the 7th level, a special aura will appear in your body. The increase in strength and speed is no longer only affected by the physical index, but also by the breath in the body. Even a 7th grade warrior can use this breath to fly briefly. In the eyes of ordinary people, it is like a divine method. That is why it is called extraordinary. The Black Dragon Spear technique comes from that mysterious Black Dragon alien race. It's not comparable to the methods on Earth. As long as I continue to observe, I will eventually be able to learn some similarities. Even if it's a 7th grade extraordinary person, as long as I'm on the ground, I may not be unable to fight. As for the opponent flying in the air, Yimo suddenly thought of his spear and knife that had not yet been delivered. He chose the length of the spear and knife himself. This means that it is very likely that the forging production started only after he placed the order, which takes some time, so it was not delivered together with the 200 extraordinary potions this morning. Yimo looked at the ballpoint pen on the table beside him. The mind moved as it pleased, and the power of thought spread out. The ballpoint pen on the table seemed to be controlled by an invisible force, shaking and flying up. The next moment, the ballpoint pen shot forward like an arrow, and hit the wall with a bang. Yimo frowned and felt a little dizzy. You can use telekinesis to control external objects, but it's more likely to cause dizziness than directly interfering with your opponent. Obviously, while this method is feasible, it requires a higher level of mental concentration and consumes more mental energy. Moreover, the power is actually very limited, not comparable to a full-strength thrust from a first-grade warrior. It seemed like he was complaining that using telekinesis to control external objects was unreliable, but GMO had a smile on his face. As long as the knife is sharp enough and the timing is right, even a full-strength stab from a first-rank warrior is enough to kill an extraordinary warrior on the spot. In the next 2 days, GMO continued to observe the Black Dragon Spear technique in Xiao Hei's memory. Gradually, he found that even if he continued to observe, he could not comprehend more things, or in other words, some things were beyond his understanding. He felt more and more like a fool. Many things were difficult for him to understand even with all the details right in front of him. Damn it! I can't understand it, I can't figure it out. GMO entered the super brain state, with a splitting headache, but he also felt that he was unable to comprehend anything more. It's like the koala, which has the smallest brain capacity on Earth, trying its best to think and learn the difficult math problems of the human world, and feels that its IQ is being humiliated again and again. Forget it. Anyway, right now, I've already demonstrated about 50% of the Black Dragon alien spearmanship. Let's call it a day. My body will continue to improve, and my brain should continue to develop. I'll continue to observe then. Next, I need to master the remaining moves of the Heaven Cutting Hand. If the Stargate doesn't open in a few days, I'm sure many people will turn their attention to me. Another day passed. The spear and knife that GMO had been longing for were finally delivered to his doorstep. Chapter 64 Qi Yanzhang becomes the unit of measurement. Early morning. GMO sat cross-legged on the bed. At this moment, it would be more accurate to say that his vitality is restrained rather than his aura is restrained. He has entered a strange state like a dead tree, isolated from the heaven and earth, and complete in itself. GMO benefited a lot from observing the Black Dragon alien race in Xiao Hei's memory. There are two biggest gains. Apart from the Black Dragon Spear technique, there is this strange state at present. GMO called it Deadwood skill. The benefits of the Deadwood technique have brought GMO many surprises so far. In addition to restraining the breath, there are 3 other benefits. After entering this strange state, the essence, energy and spirit are united and the power of the mind is increased. Realizing this, GMO was pleasantly surprised. After injecting 200 doses of number 7 supernatural potion and his physical index reaching the limit again, GMO tried many times in the past few days to break the second genetic lock. But this time, no matter how he used his mental power, the second genetic lock showed no sign of being broken. Obviously, his thoughts have not yet reached the level to break the genetic lock. With the help of Xiao Hei and a large number of extraordinary potions, GMO raised his physical index to the level of a 6th-grade warrior. After completing the journey that other warriors took several years or even decades to complete, he finally encountered the first real bottleneck in the process of cultivation. With the help of the Deadwood skill, GMO was confident that it wouldn't take long before he could break the second genetic lock. He guessed that from a 1st-grade warrior to a 9th-grade martial saint on Earth, in the depths of the universe, it might just be the lowest entry level. It should not be difficult to break through the bottleneck encountered in the entry-level stage with the help of the skills learned from the powerful stars. In addition to the increase in mental power, the remaining 2 benefits are, 1 is entering the Deadwood state, which is like entering a deep sleep. It only takes 1 or 2 hours for the spirit to be fully restored. The last benefit is that his perception has become extremely sharp. This kind of sharpness does not only apply when practicing the Deadwood skill, but also in daily life, or even when fighting with others. It is much more sharp than warriors of the same level. Here I come. GMO suddenly opened his eyes and looked towards the gate. He sensed that 2 people with long, steady and powerful breathing came out of the elevator and walked towards his door. These 2 men were definitely warriors. One of them walked with heavy steps and seemed to be holding something heavy in his hand. Calculating the time, it's time for my spear and knife to be delivered. 2 big men stopped in front of GMO's house. One of them was carrying a black metal box that was more than 40 centimeters long, wide, and high. Before they rang the doorbell, the door was opened from the inside, which scared the 2 men. Until they handed the box to the boy who opened the door and the other party closed the door, both of them were still in a dazed state. He was inside the house, heard the noise, and immediately came to open the door? Let alone a 5th-rank warrior, even a 6th-rank warrior wouldn't have such sharp perception, right? One of them looked at the other with a look of astonishment. They are responsible for delivering some precious items, so their strength is naturally not weak. Moreover, in order to avoid disturbing people's sleep early in the morning, they deliberately walked lightly. It doesn't make sense that the other party would open the door first. It's nothing more than being impatient and keeping an eye on the surveillance camera all the time. The other person thought for a moment and said with a smile, "It's like my son who loves playing games. He bought a game console a few days ago. Yesterday afternoon, it showed it was being delivered. He kept an eye on the surveillance camera at the door so that he could sign for it as soon as possible." The big man looked up and saw the surveillance camera above, with a look of sudden enlightenment. Guillermo was not interested in what the two people outside thought. In order to avoid waking up his parents, he tiptoed back to his room and opened the box. Inside the box was a black fabric backpack and a small knife with a sheath. Guillermo took out the knife, played with it for a while, and showed a satisfied expression. He opened the backpack and found that although the backpack looked ordinary on the outside, the inside was not made of cloth, but a special kind of leather. A folding spear that was completely black, with only the tip of the spear blade showing a faint hint of dark red, lay quietly inside the backpack. Guillermo took out the spear. It was cold to the touch, and the heavy feel made him feel very satisfied. After a moment, Guillermo took out his cell phone and dialed Zhou Yushan's number. "You little brat, what's the time now? You have no understanding for an old man. Tell me, what's the matter?" Zhou Yushan's somewhat complaining voice came from the other side. He has two mobile phones, one of which is turned off when he sleeps and the other is turned on 24 hours a day. The number Guillermo holds is the one he has always turned on. "Hey! I heard that old people tend to sleep a lot, so I thought you'd already gotten up. Stop talking nonsense. Just tell me what you have to say." There was a smile in Zhou Yushan's scolding. Guillermo and Su Qingyue have earned him enough face during this period of time. Not to mention that Guillermo called him at this time, as long as he didn't shit or piss on the old man's head, it wouldn't be a big deal. "Are there any clues about Sunny Chen? You are very concerned about your father-in-law." Zhou Yushan sighed, "This matter is probably going to be difficult. We haven't found any clues in China, but we have found traces abroad. Although it may be a trick of the Holy Hall, we can't rule out the possibility that they have already taken Su Han away from China. Where's my wife? She can't even contact me right now, but I can be sure that in order to avoid distracting her, no one will tell her about Su Han's disappearance." Zhou Yushan hesitated for a moment and decided to come clean with Guillermo. A few days have passed, and she's still there. This means that everything has been going smoothly so far. If nothing unexpected happens, the number 8 transcendent potion will indeed be created. By then, her influence may be no less than that of a martial saint. Guillermo said, "I don't care about anything else, but you have to be responsible for her safety. Having the influence of a martial saint without the self-protection power of a martial saint is extremely dangerous. You can rest assured about this. There's one more thing. Didn't I ask you to spread the word before that someone was going to cause trouble for me? Why hasn't anyone come yet? Otherwise, please help me spread the word. The stakes don't need to be too high, just a little bit will do, but the strength can't be too weak, at least 1.5 Qi Yanzhangs strong. If it can be equivalent to 2 or 3 Qi Yanzhangs, that would be even better." When Zhou Yushan heard this, he was speechless. He thought that if Qi Yanzhang heard this, he would probably be so angry that he would vomit blood. He is the number 1 in Yunhai City. No, he was once the number 1 genius in Yunhai, but now he has become the unit of measurement in Nemo's mouth. It's really insulting. Don't tell me, there really is one. Yan Hongxian, a 6th-rank warrior from the Yan family in the imperial capital. He once wanted to become your master's disciple, but was rejected. Now he comes with bad intentions. Guillermo weighed the Dragon Gall Blaster spear in his hand and said with a smile, "Want to defeat me and prove that my master is blind? Fine. I'll give him a chance. When will the fight begin?" In just a few days, his physical index and martial arts skills have improved greatly. Now he has acquired 2 new weapons and is in need of a suitable person to summarize his gains in the past few days. Chapter 65, A Show of Strength. Getting something for nothing. Yunhai Supernatural Research Institute, 3rd underground floor. Guillermo held a spear, leaned against the metal wall, and closed his eyes to rest. According to Zhou Yushan, he had already made an appointment with the 6th-rank warrior from the imperial capital to have a sparring match at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. It was almost 1:30, and the man still hadn't appeared. Guillermo didn't react at all, but Zhou Yushan's expression became more and more ugly. Assholes. The Yin family is known as one of the three great ancient martial arts families in China, yet they don't know the rules at all. Before we even fight, they're already showing off their power and making us wait in our own territory? Zhou Yushan heard the busy tone coming from the other end of the phone and looked furious. He pretended to smash the phone. The middle-aged man next to him was so scared that he tried to answer it, so he took the phone back. Yemo felt the touch of the long Dan Pajuan spear and was quite fond of this heavy spear. Before he even started, he was sure that it was definitely much more handy than the frost moon spear he used when fighting with Qi Yinzhang before. Hearing Zhou Yushan's angry voice, he opened his eyes. The three great ancient martial arts families of China, they sound very powerful, don't they? It's not that big, but looking across the entire China, there are few young people with a greater background than him. Zhou Yushan's expression was somewhat solemn. Before the Star Beast appeared, the Yin family was one of the most prominent ancient martial arts families in China. Now, with two 8th grade extraordinary warriors in charge and a close relationship with the giant spirit god, they are known as the #1 ancient martial arts family in the imperial capital. Yan Hongxian is 20 years old this year and is hailed as the top prodigy of the Yin family's younger generation, a 6th rank warrior. However, he actually reached the 6th rank at your age, at 18. Many elders are certain that he will reach the 7th rank in just 5 years, at most. By then, the Yin family will have another extraordinary person. At this point, he looked worried. This kid has top talent and family background, but he hasn't even shown up yet, and he's already showing off his power. He's definitely not someone to be trifled with. Should we just use his lateness as an excuse to cancel this competition? I feel like this guy wants more than just a simple sparring match with you. Before Yemo could respond, a laugh came from not far away. Director Zhou, you are old, yet you criticize a junior like me behind my back. If this gets out, aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Two figures walked out of the elevator not far away. The leader was a young man with a slender figure and elegant clothes. But this young man had a pointed chin and monkey-like features, and no matter how well he dressed, he didn't look like a nobleman at all. Instead, he reminded people of the phrase "a monkey in a human costume," which seemed a bit funny. Behind the young man followed an old man with his hands below his knees, hunched over, and a skinny and short figure, making him look like a monkey. The young man and the old man both glanced at Yemo. Yemo simply ignored the young man's gaze, but the old man's gaze made him feel a chill in his heart. He looked at the other party, but the old man had already shifted his gaze elsewhere. The young man was obviously Yan Hongxian, with whom he was going to fight today, and the old man was a strong man sent by the Yin family to protect him. Having a good family background is awesome. He's already a 6th rank warrior, but he still needs an extraordinary warrior to protect him? Yemo muttered in his heart. Anyone who can protect a 6th rank warrior is obviously an extraordinary warrior. There are only 2 8th grade extraordinary people in the Yin family, and this old man is most likely a 7th grade one. Snort! Zhou Yushan looked annoyed and glared at Yan Hongxian. Boy, stop talking nonsense in front of me. Don't think that just because you're from a higher background, we have to give in to you in everything. If you come to us, you must abide by our rules. If you don't, get out. This is Yunhai City, it's not your turn to act wildly. Not to mention you, even if it's an 8th grade warrior from your Yin family, I will scold you the same way. If you have the guts, kill me? Yan Hongxuan's expression froze for a moment, but he quickly laughed again. Mr. Zhou, you're joking. In this day and age, the life of a senior researcher like you is far more valuable than that of us warriors. You seem to have misunderstood me. I wasn't late on purpose. It's just that there are so many delicious foods in Yunhai City that I spent a little extra time on lunch. He turned his head to look at Yemo, and was about to speak, but Yemo spoke first. Let's stop talking nonsense. First of all, I'll fight with you. Secondly, since you're so powerful, the stakes must be high, right? Yan Hongxian was stunned. He didn't expect this boy to be so direct. Then his eyes became a little cold. He really couldn't see how this guy in front of him was better than him. Just looks better than me. But a man's appearance doesn't matter at all. It's impossible that he would look at his face when accepting a disciple, right? He has never failed to get what he wanted since he was a child. Although he was rejected by Shi Huang at first, he didn't think it was a big deal when he thought that Shi Huang didn't reject him, but everyone, and had no intention of accepting him as a disciple. A few days ago, when he learned that Shi Huang had accepted a disciple, he suddenly felt like he had eaten a dead mouse and was extremely uncomfortable. Everyone just thought that he wanted to worship Shi Huang as his master in order to get the guidance of the martial saint, but with his family background, how could he lack famous teachers? His real target is Shi Huang himself. Shi Huang is the strongest and most beautiful female warrior in China. She is the dream lover of countless warriors, and Yan Hongxian is one of them. The difference is that others only dare to think about it in their dreams, but he dares to put it into practice. Originally, he planned to launch further offensive against Shi Huang after becoming a transcendent, but he never expected that Yimo, a Chang Yaojin, would appear. He thought that a man's appearance was not important, but when he saw Yimo's face, for some reason, he was furious and wanted to beat the boy to a cripple. I heard that after you became his disciple, Shi Huang gave you 300,000 transcendent points as a gift? Yan Hongxian smiled and said, why not just bet 300,000 transcendent points? Zhou Yushan and several other members of the Research Institute present all had changed expressions. This genius from the Yan family is really generous. 300,000 extraordinary points, not to mention a 6th grade warrior, even an ordinary extraordinary warrior cannot afford it. Zhou Yushan thought of something and said with a sullen face, are you sure you can't possibly lose and want to get something for nothing? Yan Hongxian looked at him and said, I don't have 300,000 transcendent points right now. But this kid has the support of the martial saint. If I really lose, is it possible for him to deny my debt? What he meant was that he really just wanted to get something for nothing and didn't think there was any possibility of him losing. However, as Yimo is Shi Huang's disciple, if he can really win, he doesn't need to worry about not getting the bet. If Yimo can't get it, he will let Shi Huang go to the Yan family to get it. No matter how powerful the Yan family is, can they make enemies with a martial saint for 300,000 extraordinary points? If you think the stakes are too high, you can make it smaller. 100,000? Yan Hongxian looked at Yimo again. I was a little worried that this kid would be scared, and not only would he not dare to gamble, he would not even dare to fight with me. Chapter 66, Old Dog, remember that sword strike just now? All eyes fell on Yimo. Zhou Yushan warned, don't let this kid lead you by the nose. Okay, I know what I'm doing. Yimo smiled at Zhou Yushan and looked at Yan Hongxian, forget 100,000. How about doubling it to 600,000 transcendent points? The scene suddenly became quiet. Zhou Yushan was dumbfounded. Is this what you mean by knowing what's going on? I told you not to be led by this guy, but I didn't tell you to dig a hole and jump into it. There was a hint of suspicion in Yan Hongxian's eyes. What does this kid mean? Is he so confident that he can beat me? The thin old man beside him said in a deep voice, young master, don't fall for this guy's trick. If you win 300,000 from him, he must spit out the apprenticeship gift that Shi Huang gave him. But if he wins 600,000, then he will be completely unable to pay it back, and he will have reason to be a deadbeat. After all, he is Shi Huang's disciple. If he shamelessly says he can't pay it back, our Yan family will not force him to death. Everyone's face showed a look of realization. So, this guy wants to get something for nothing? Yan Hongxian's face turned cold as he stared at Yimo. You have quite a few tricks up your sleeve. With only 300,000 transcendent points, do you dare? Yimo was extremely disappointed. He walked up to him with the Dragon Gall blasting spear and said, alright. 300,000 is 300,000. Director, why don't you try to persuade him? Yan Hongxian is definitely one of the top 6 rank experts. He's clearly determined to defeat Yimo. Zhou Kai looked anxious and said to Zhou Yushan. After being reminded by the thin old man, Zhou Yushan's expression became a little strange, and he said, let him be. Yimo's intranet account is under the name of their Yunhai Supernatural Research Institute. Not only can he view Yimo's exchange flow on the intranet, he even has the authority to view what Yimo has exchanged for with his extraordinary points on the intranet. Checking the specific items exchanged would give people a feeling of being monitored, so he did not check what Yimo had exchanged specifically. However, it can be seen that Yi has already spent hundreds of thousands of extraordinary points. Right now, Yimo simply can't come up with 300,000 extraordinary points. This kid obviously made it clear that he would just refuse to pay if he lost. Relying on his current status as a disciple of the martial saint, if he insists on defaulting on his debt, the Yan family will never take action to cripple him. It's just that his reputation is ruined. But, how much is reputation worth? But no matter what, since Yimo dared to accept the challenge, it means he thinks he has some chance of winning. He's in the limelight now, so using this genius from the imperial capital to make him suffer a little might be a good thing. Suffering a little now is better than losing his life later. Zhou Yushan knew that Yemo had broken the first genetic lock a few days ago, and not only had he obtained a large amount of extraordinary points, but he had also obtained the following moves of Heaven Cutting Hand for free. Coupled with his terrifying talent, his current strength was definitely much stronger than when he fought with Qi Yinjiang. If he faces a warrior who has just become a 6th grade warrior, he may not be without the ability to fight. The problem is, you, Yemo, are a genius, and Yin Hongxian is also a genius. The number 1 prodigy in the imperial capital. It has been 2 years since I entered the 6th rank. You are both top talents, but he is 1 level higher than you, and has the Yin family's 1,000-year heritage behind him. What can you use to win? Yemo didn't even know that Zhou Yushan was willing to let Yin Hongxian come to Yunhai City to exchange ideas with him so that he could learn from his mistakes and understand that there are always people better than you. The only miscalculation was that Yin Hongxian actually played such a big game. The key point was that Yemo was willing to play with him. Everyone stepped back and made room in the middle. Yin Hongxian looked at Yemo's face with a playful look. Just as he was about to say something, Yemo spoke first. Stop laughing. You're already ugly, and this smile makes you even scarier. Or is this actually a ploy of yours? You're using your ugliness to put psychological pressure on your enemies, and then when they look away, you'll unleash a ruthless, fatal blow? What a sinister plan! You're looking for death. Yin Hongxian was furious, like a mouse whose tail was stepped on. He shook his feet and rushed to Yemo like a cannonball, punching out with a deafening sonic boom. It doesn't seem to be a psychological tactic? Yemo smiled and held the gun in front of him with both hands. Yin Hongxian punched the gun barrel, bending it into a crescent shape. The violent force made Yemo take a few steps back. Yemo felt his hands go numb and there was a slight pain in his wrists. The other party had already broken the 2nd genetic lock, and his physical index was definitely above 400, which was much stronger than himself. Without giving him any time to adjust, Yin Hongxian rushed in front of him again and punched him again. Yemo thrust out with his spear, completely ignoring Yin Hongxian's punch. Master, be careful. The thin old man's expression changed and he shouted. My young master's speed must be faster than the opponent's, and his fist must be faster than the opponent's gun. But unless he could instantly knock the opponent away with a punch, the opponent's gunshot would pierce his young master's body. No matter how fierce your fists are, they are no match for cold weapons. In a fight between warriors, one can often see a person's temperament from a simple reaction. This kid has such a cruel temper. In a split second, he subconsciously chose to fight for his life. Yin Hongxian moved sideways, changed his fist into a palm, grabbed the shaft of the Longdan Pijuan spear, and with a sinister smile on his face, he was about to use his powerful strength to directly snatch the opponent's spear. His palm suddenly felt a sharp pain, and the gun in his hand began to spin rapidly. The originally inconspicuous lines on the gun barrel suddenly became like a knife cutting flesh and bones, frightening him so much that he quickly let go. As soon as he let go, the spear retreated and advanced like a poisonous snake, stabbing towards his throat. Weird. Tricky. Swift. This shooting skill was completely beyond Yin Hongxian's expectations. Swish. A black shadow suddenly flew over and hit the tip of the Longdan Pijuan spear. The Longdan Pijuan spear trembled, as if making a wailing sound. The violent force caused Yemo to move sideways a few steps, causing severe pain in his wrist. Yin Hongxian showed a look of joy and caught the black shadow. It's a turquoise long sword. Yemo's eyes were cold as he looked at the thin old man beside him. Before he could speak, Zhou Yushan was already furious and scolded the old man. Asshole! What are you doing? They're fighting, and you're interfering from the sidelines. According to the rules, this is equivalent to Yin Hongxian surrendering. The thin old man laughed dryly and said, There's such a rule? As the saying goes, ignorance is not a crime. Why bother with an old man like me? My young master's best skill is swordsmanship. He forgot to bring his sword, so naturally I had to throw it to him. Zhou Yushan sneered. It's not that he forgot to bring his sword, but he's so self-righteous that he thinks he can win with just a few punches and a few kicks, right? The thin old man pretended not to hear his sarcasm and asked curiously, What kind of spear technique is this kid practicing? There are only a few SSS-level spear techniques, but none of them seem to fit the bill. Zhou Yushan was too lazy to pay attention to him and warned, If you dare to interfere again, it will be considered Yin Hongxian's surrender. The thin old man laughed hee-hee. He was not talking nonsense. The Yin family was famous for their swordsmanship. Yin Hongxian had been practicing swordsmanship since he was a child and was the best at it. If he didn't have a sword in his hand, he wouldn't be able to exert even half of his strength. Now that he had obtained the green bird sword made of SSS-grade alloy, as long as he did not continue to underestimate the opponent, there was no possibility of losing. Master! Even a lion will use all its strength to fight a rabbit. The thin old man looked serious, looked at Yin Hongxian, and said in a deep voice. After he finished speaking, he saw the rabbit he had been talking about, staring at him fiercely with the spear in his hand pointing at him. Old dog, remember that sword strike just now? Yi Yamo said coldly. The scene was silent. Veins bulged on the thin old man's forehead. How could this little beast dare to threaten even an extraordinary warrior like himself? Chapter 67, only about 7 or 8 Shi Yanzhangs are as strong. The thin old man was, as Yi Yamo had guessed, a 7th-grade extraordinary warrior. He seemed to throw the sword to Yin Hongxian casually, but the power contained in it was incredible. It not only blocked Yimo's shot, but also caused Yimo's wrist to hurt severely. If it were someone weaker, the result would be that the spear would fly out of his hand, his knuckles would be torn, and even the bones in his wrist would be broken. Yi Yamo moved his wrist slightly, and relying on his terrifying recovery ability, he quickly recovered to normal, but he was still resentful towards the old dog who attacked him by surprise. A sound of breaking air was heard. Yi Yamo turned around suddenly, and saw a cold light approaching. The sword light was like thunder that tore through the darkness of the night. It was extremely fast and extremely powerful. The sound of it breaking through the air seemed to tear apart the space. SSS level martial arts 7-star fighting sword. It was with this sword technique that Yin Hongxian made a stunning debut in the competition between the Imperial Capital's Extraordinary Research Institute and the administration, winning the title of the Imperial Capital's #1 prodigy. You Yin family members are all the same. You like to launch sneak attacks so much? Yi Yamo narrowed his eyes slightly, entered the super brain state, and thrust out a spear, colliding with the sword light. In a martial arts battle, there's only victory and defeat. There are no taboos, and there's no such thing as sneak attacks. Everyone should rely on their abilities and attack with all their might. Swords and knives have no eyes. If you die by my hand, you can't blame me. Yin Hongxian almost roared, his eyes full of resentment. He never expected that after just a few breaths of fighting, he would be defeated and need others to help him out. Originally, he just wanted to beat the other party up so that Shi Huang could see the difference between him and him. But now he was so angry and embarrassed that he even had some murderous intentions. Clang! The spear and sword collided, and Yi Yamo took a few steps back. Yin Hongxian took advantage of the victory and pursued the enemy with an offensive like a continuous rainstorm, not giving Yi Yamo any chance to breathe. This guy's strength is almost twice as strong as mine. I can't fight him head-on. And Yi Yamo discovered that the long Dan Pijuan spear he had just obtained had obvious marks on it as it collided with the opponent's sword again and again. The sword in the opponent's hand was obviously made of SSS-grade alloy. If they clash head-on, they will not only be at a disadvantage in terms of strength, but also in terms of weapons. Yin Hongxian felt that he had the upper hand and was sure of victory, but suddenly he discovered that Yimo's marksmanship had suddenly changed drastically. From the wild opening and closing just now, it became strange and tricky. It was obviously a spear, but it was even more light and changeable than the 3-foot-long sword in his hand. The long sword in his hand was extremely fast, and the sword light formed a big net, but Yimo's gun was like a fish that could not be caught in the net. It easily found a gap, passed the sword light, and pointed directly at his chest. A smile appeared on Yimo's lips. After learning the Black Dragon Spear technique to about 50% of its form, the question he thought about was whether he could fight against a 7th-grade extraordinary person at the moment. It's not about whether you can fight against a 6th-grade warrior. He concluded that with this spear technique, a 6th-grade master would never be his opponent. Your strength and weapons are stronger than mine. I will be suppressed in a head-on confrontation. So, isn't it enough to prevent you from touching my spear? The marksmanship of a powerful man from the starry sky, how can you challenge me head-on just because you want to? The key is whether I am willing or not. Right now, if I were to fight a top-tier 6th-grade warrior, I would still be at a disadvantage if we went head-to-head. If it were a 7th-grade transcendental warrior, I'm afraid he would be defeated in an instant. With my current strength, if I want to defeat a 7th-grade warrior, I absolutely cannot engage him head-on. It would be best not to do it in the ring, but to use a sneak attack to seize the initiative and decide the outcome in a short period of time. Yi Yamo seemed to be engaging in a back-and-forth fight with Yin Hongxian, but in fact he was multitasking, using this battle to speculate on what it would be like if he fought against his 7th grade transcendent. To him, Yin Hongxian was just a sparring partner with decent skills. He's only about 7 or 8 times as strong as Qi Yinzhang. Facing the gunshot, Yin Hongxian did not dodge. Instead, he directly hit the muzzle of the gun with his chest and swung a sword at Yimo's throat. This guy, is he seeking death? Yimo's eyes turned cold. According to the current situation, he can stab the opponent before the opponent's sword touches his throat. Did the other party think that he would be afraid of his identity and stop at the critical moment? The next moment, he realized that he had misjudged him. The other party obviously doesn't have the courage to gamble with his life. Yin Hongxian slapped his chest with his other hand that was not holding the sword. A slight sound came from his body, and the dark red metal tore through his clothes on his chest and spread throughout his body. In an instant, his entire body was covered in dark red armor. Armor? Yimo's eyebrows jumped. The spear pierced the opponent's chest, sparks flew, and a white mark was left, but it was ultimately unable to break through the armor's defense. Yimo was shocked and angry. He used the opponent's force to dodge and retreated a distance, barely avoiding the opponent's sword. He felt a pain in his throat and wiped his hand with his right hand, which was covered in blood. If he had not reacted quickly enough, his head would have been chopped off by Yin Hongxian. The sudden change caused everyone present to change their expressions drastically. Even the thin old man Shueyu's expression changed. When his young master was fighting with all his strength, he was forced to use his armor by the opponent's shooting skills, which was a problem. The key point was that he became angry and wanted to kill the opponent. If this matter were to reach Shi Huang's ears, that domineering woman would probably not let it go. He sighed. If he had known this would happen, he would have not taken action and let the young master lose directly. In this situation, even if they win, if the news gets out, the Yen family will still lose face. You are the #1 prodigy of the Yen family. You are at a higher level and older than others, but you were beaten by them and had to use armor to save your life. Isn't that shameful? Enough. This battle ends here. Zhou Yushan's face turned pale and he roared. He was really frightened by Yin Hongxian's sword just now. Yimo almost died on the spot. He cursed furiously, shameless thing. Who told you to use the armor? If you were just trying to save your life, it would be fine, but you actually turned around and wanted to kill me. I will never let this go. I will report this matter to the higher-ups, He wanted to say something harsh, but suddenly realized that even if he reported this matter to the higher-ups, with the influence of the Yin family, Yin Hongxian would most likely be punished by drinking 3 cups of wine, and he wouldn't be in any big trouble at all. I was so angry that I gritted my teeth, but there was nothing I could do about it. Although Shueyu felt that his young master was going too far, he naturally couldn't speak for outsiders at this time. He laughed and said, "My young master was cornered and instinctively counterattacked without thinking too much. That sword strike was, after all, a desperate attempt to save his own life, so I can't blame him. Besides, isn't he still alive and well? What does it mean that people are still alive and well? Does it have to be death for it to count?" Zhou Yushan was furious, puffing his beard and blaring, "Get out! Now, immediately, get out of Yunhai City. Yunhai does not welcome shameless people like you. No hurry, the fight isn't over yet." A voice rang out. What the hell? Zhou Yushan thought that the person who said this was Yin Hongxian, and was about to curse again. He was now feeling somewhat helpless and furious. After all, with Yin Hongxian's background and family, he really had no way to do anything to him. His face suddenly turned pale and he looked towards Yimo. The person who spoke was not Yin Hongxian, but Yimo. Yimo tore off a piece of cloth from his shirt and bandaged the wound on his throat. He looked at Yin Hongxian, who was dressed in armor and looked like an iron turtle, and said in a low voice, "Come on. Keep going." Chapter 68, No Match at All. Behead. This kid is mad as hell, he's completely mad. He's courting death, so if anything happens, it's not my young master's fault. Shueyu glanced at Zhou Yushan and sneered. This kid almost died at the hands of his own young master. It's not uncommon for young people to become angry and lose their minds, but that doesn't prevent him from appearing extremely stupid. Zhou Yushan said anxiously, "Yimo, calm down. His armor is made of SSS grade alloy. Don't be impulsive. Tell your master about this, and she will definitely stand up for you." Yimo said calmly, "I know what's going on." Zhou Yushan. Yin Hongxian's face was covered by his armor, his expression invisible. His voice was filled with undisguised sarcasm. "Are you asking me to put away my armor so we can have a fair fight?" Yemo said, "In a martial arts battle, there are no taboos. Winners and losers are determined by life and death, and there is no such thing as fairness or injustice. Since you like this tortoise shell so much, just keep wearing it." Zhou Yushan, under his armor, had an extremely gloomy expression on his face. He felt that this boy was too hateful. "It's obvious that he is plotting against me. If I fight him wearing armor, it will be embarrassing if I lose, and it will be equally embarrassing if I win. As for taking off the armor?" Thinking of Yemo's strange and tricky shot just now, the words were already stuck in his throat, and he couldn't say them at all. "I can beat you without using armor. Then today, I will discipline you on behalf of your master, so that you know your own weight, otherwise you will not be ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth, and eventually become a delicious meal in the stomach of a strange beast." Yan Hongxian was silent for a few seconds and said this. The feet of him and Yemo shook almost at the same time, and the figures disappeared on the spot. This time, Yemo did not hold back at all and used his spear skills to the extreme. The spear in Yemo's hand was like a black dragon, mighty and domineering, yet flexible and adaptable. Taking advantage of his superior length, he took a half step ahead time and time again, and kept hitting Yan Hongxian before the sword in Yan Hongxuan's hand touched him. This guy's speed and strength seem to have changed. No. It's not that his speed and strength have increased, but that he's become more and more familiar with the young master's 7-star fighting sword, and he's become more and more adept at handling it. With this level of comprehension talent, I'm afraid he's even comparable to Kunlun Sword Master. The more Shui Yu looked, the more frightened he became. No wonder Shi Huang accepted this guy as his disciple. Also, what kind of shooting skills is this? I feel that it is far superior to 7-star fighting sword. There are often huge differences between SSS-level martial arts. As long as the power reaches a certain standard, it is called SSS-level martial arts. Because this is the highest level of martial arts, SSS-level martial arts does not refer to a certain range, but above a certain standard. For example, it is like academic qualifications. Both undergraduates and postdoctoral fellows meet the requirements of a bachelor's degree, but the two are not the same concept. The other party's biggest reliance in forcing his young master to use his armor today was this gun technique of unknown origin. Boom! The Longdan Pijuan spear hit Yan Hongxuan's head, and Yan Hongxian took a few steps back. Fortunately, there was no scar on the armor on his head. Shui Yu's eyelids twitched. Even a fool could see that when Yemo got angry and used all his abilities, his young master was no match for him. Fortunately, he has the Wu Yan armor on his body to support him and remain invincible. As soon as this thought came to his mind, he saw red metal wings appear behind Yan Hongxian and fly into the air. What's going on? Shui Yu immediately had a bad feeling. He knew his young master's character very well. It is already embarrassing to use armor to fight against the opponent. Under normal circumstances, the young master would never use the flying function of the armor. After all, it would be even more embarrassing if it got out. Flying into the air, there is only one possibility. My young master is injured. The next moment, the armor on Yan Hongxuan's head was retracted to his neck. He vomited several mouthfuls of blood, his chest heaving, and he gasped for breath. This technique of hitting the bull from behind a mountain can indeed be used against armor. Yemo laughed. Although he couldn't break the armor, it didn't mean he couldn't hurt the opponent. The previous bullets that landed on the opponent were all sleight of hand, for the purpose of this last shot, to hit the opponent's head. As he expected, he directly injured the other party. However, he did not expect that the other party would immediately retract the armor on his head. Is it the vomited blood that blocked the breathing device inside the armor? Seeing the other party gasping for breath, Yemo immediately made a guess. His mind raced as he moved with extreme speed. The ground shook, and a man rushed towards Yan Hongxian in midair like a cannonball, with the spear in his hand stabbing at Yan Hongxuan's eyebrows like an angry dragon emerging from the sea. Yan Hongxian was horrified. The armor on his neck made a mechanical sound and spread towards his head, trying to cover his head again. Boom! The moment the armor covered the head, the spear pierced the opponent's eyebrows. Yan Hongxian groaned. Although he relied on his armor to withstand the attack, his brain was dizzy and his vision went black. He fell to the ground like a shot goose. The Wu Yan armor is considered a heavy armor among all armors. It has top-level defense and can also greatly increase his strength. However, it is too thick, which actually hampers his agility in terms of dodging and moving around. However, Yemo's most powerful ability is his strange and tricky gun skills. The advantage of strength could not be brought into play, but the disadvantage of agility was further magnified by Yemo's marksmanship. I want to see how long you can keep wearing this turtle shell. As Yemo fell, his body twisted slightly, his spine made a crackling sound, and the long Danpujuan spear in his hand suddenly smashed towards the opponent's head. The spear was like a crescent moon, with the force of thunder, and the sound of breaking through the air was deafening. Shueyu's expression changed drastically. Just as he was about to rush out, a figure appeared in front of him. Wang Xingchuan, a 7th-rank transcendent from the Yunhai Research Institute, Wang Tongya's father. This is not a place for you imperial capital people to run wild. Wang Xingchuan had a cold face. As he spoke, a mechanical sound came from his body. The silver-white armor instantly covered his entire body, and he looked like he was ready to fight if they couldn't reach an agreement. He had actually been there the whole time. When Shueyu threw the sword at Yemo, he didn't react and only felt his face being hit. There was no way he could give Shueyu a chance to attack again. Shueyu glared at him fiercely and shouted at Yemo. "Little bastard, that's enough. If you really hurt my young master, even Shi Huang can't save you." Yemo turned a deaf ear. The spear hit Yan Hongshuan's head. Boom! Yan Hongshuan's armored head hit the ground, and the entire research institute trembled. Snap! The armor on Yan Hongshuan's head was removed, his face turned pale as paper, and he vomited blood. Yemo put the spear to his throat. "What did you say before? Who doesn't know the heights of heaven and earth? Who doesn't know their own weight?" Yan Hongshuan's hair was disheveled, he was furious and helpless, his eyes were filled with resentment, he pointed his sword at Yemo and roared. "Are you pretending? You bastard, are you the only one who can teach me a lesson? Just wait, I'm going to kill you sooner or later. Not only you, but everyone around you too. Don't even think about escaping. Every last one of your family will die." Many people felt contempt when they saw this scene. What the hell is the #1 genius in the imperial capital? Once that layer of superiority is torn apart, isn't he just a narrow-minded, bullying bastard? Zhou Yushan frowned. "Yemo, don't bother with him." Puff! Before he could finish his words, Yemo thrust the spear forward and pierced Yan Hongshuan's throat. Yan Hongshuan's unbridled curses came to an abrupt end. You. Chapter 69, The Sky is Broken. Everyone felt as if their throats were suddenly strangled. There was a dead silence, and you could hear a pin drop. Yemo pulled out the spear, and blood splattered. Yan Hongshuan lay lifeless on the ground, his face full of shock and disbelief. He never expected that the other party would actually kill him. "You bastard! What good have you done? I'll kill you." Shueyu let out a strange cry and rushed towards Yemo like a madman, so fast that no one could react. Wang Xingchuan was also stunned by Yemo's tricks. When he came to his senses, he rushed towards Shueyu, but it was too late to stop him. He exclaimed, "Be careful." Shueyu's seemingly old body burst out with extraordinary strength at this moment. His figure flashed and he came behind Yemo in an instant. His palms were like eagle claws, grabbing towards Yemo's head. This claw was enough to tear Yemo's head apart. Yemo seemed to be frightened silly, and seemed to have no time to react. He just stood there stupidly, motionless. "You little bastard, you dare to kill my young master? I will make you bury him with me." Shueyu was filled with hatred. He had no wife or daughter. He had watched Yan Hongshuan grow up since he was a child and treated him as his own son. Now the other party was killed in front of him. He wished he could cut Yemo into pieces. Although Yan Hongshuan almost chopped off Yemo's head before, in his eyes, it was very different. Yan Hongshuan can kill people, but the other way around, that is not allowed. Without any warning, a cold light flew out from Yemo. It's a small knife. Although Shueyu was a 7th-grade transcendent with sharp senses, the flying knife attack was so close to him and caught him off guard, frightening him to death. He didn't care about anything else and grabbed the palm of Yemo's head. He quickly changed his tactics and caught the knife with great difficulty. The tip of the knife had already penetrated his throat a little. If he had been a little slower, the 7th-grade transcendent would have died on the spot. Telekinesis to control the flying knife? Shueyu's back was covered in cold sweat, and he was terrified. Thinking of the information about Yemo he had read before, he immediately guessed what this method was. But he was a little confused. Did this kid have eyes on his back? Why was the knife so precise and pointed at his throat? Before he could catch his breath, Yemo turned around instantly and stabbed Shueyu's heart with the spear in his hand. Fast. Accurate. Ruthless. Whether it's a flying knife or a spear, the goal is to kill with one strike. This little bastard even wants to kill me? Shueyu was shocked and angry, and threw the flying knife in his hand directly back at Yemo's throat. At the same time, he was as agile as a monkey, dodging the stabbing spear sideways, and his arm that was longer than the knee was like a long whip, hitting Yemo's right knee. A figure rushed in between Yemo and Shueyu. Wang Xingchuan finally caught up, caught the flying knife with one hand, blocked Shueyu's palm with one foot, and shouted, "Stop it!" There were hurried footsteps. More than a dozen warriors from the research institute surrounded Shueyu, and others, holding hot weapons, pointed their guns at Shueyu. Zhou Yushan shouted, "Shueyu, you want to bully the weak and kill people in my Yunhai Research Institute, so don't blame me for being rude." Shueyu grinned and said, "Great. What a great Yunhai Research Institute. You can kill people intentionally, but if I want to kill someone, I won't be polite." Yemo put away the knife named Dragon Tooth and said, "Even if I'm not a warrior, this is called self-defense, not intentional homicide. He was trying to stab me with a sword just now, and I killed him to protect myself. It was a helpless act." Shueyu angrily shouted, "Bullshit. My young master clearly didn't have the strength to fight back just now. Bullshit self-defense." Yemo said calmly, "Since he has such a good thing as top-level battle armor, who knows if he may have other powerful weapons hidden? In a fight between warriors, there are no taboos. When all is said and done, the sword has no eyes, and life and death are determined by fate. I almost died at his hands, and he died at my hands. It's all normal. You." Shueyu gritted his teeth, but found it difficult to refute, because these words were said by Yan Hongxian himself before. His face was so gloomy that it seemed like water was about to drip out. Without saying another word, he walked over, picked up Yan Hongxuan's body, and left without saying a word. When he disappeared from sight, Yemo sighed. Zhou Yushan had just threatened Shueyu with a cold expression, but now his expression fell and he looked worried. Seeing Yemo sigh, he said anxiously, "You know how to sigh now? Why did you bother to kill him? This time, the sky has really been pierced. The Yen family will never let this matter go." Yemo was startled and looked at him. "Director, you seem to have misunderstood. I sighed because the other party took the sword with him when he left. I thought he was in a hurry to take the body back, so he left the sword for me. Although the sword is useless to him, it will definitely be worth a lot of extraordinary points if converted into it." Thinking of this, Yemo's expression changed. "That guy hasn't even given me the 300,000 transcendent points bet. The monk may escape, but the temple cannot. The Yen family is the foremost ancient martial arts family in the imperial capital. They have to accept the loss, right? At this time, you are still thinking about the bet?" Zhou Yushan was dumbfounded. "What else?" Yemo's expression faded. "I've already killed him, what else is there to say? Since he wants to kill me, he should be prepared to be killed by me. He can chop off my head, but I can't stab his throat." Yemo only felt that his blood was still boiling. Just now, Yan Hongxian threatened him with his family. Yemo was furious and killed the other party without thinking too much. When he came to his senses, instead of being frightened, he felt incomparably refreshed. There is a feeling of relaxation all over the body, as if all the cells are roaring. This is unprecedented. I seem to have become more irritable and aggressive than before. Is this because I've become a warrior, my body has become stronger, and my blood is boiling? Since ancient times, heroes have broken the law with force. Warriors are always full of blood and energy. Once they are angry, blood will splatter 5 steps away. Yemo realized at this time that his temperament seemed to have changed unconsciously. However, he had absolutely no regrets about killing Yan Hongxian. Zhou Yushan couldn't refute Yemo's words, but he knew clearly that being right doesn't always count in this world, especially in the world of warriors, where only having a big fist is useful. Wang Xingchuan said in a deep voice, "When warriors fight, if they fight without restraint, it is normal for there to be casualties. Besides, he was the one who wanted to kill you first. However, the Yen family is not someone you or I can mess with, so you should inform your master as soon as possible. She is the only one who can help you now." Yes. We have to inform her quickly." Zhou Yushan nodded repeatedly, but his mood was a little heavy. Would Shi Huang really be willing to offend the Yin family, a family with a 1,000-year heritage, 2 8th grade disciples, and connections to the martial saint giant spirit, just for Emo, a disciple she had only accepted for a few days? Chapter 70. How could a master use beauty trap on his apprentice? The Audi sedan slowly drove into a single-family manor. Jokai stopped the car in front of the villa gate in the middle, glanced at Shui Shouying, who seemed to have been waiting for a long time not far away, and then turned to look at Emo, who was really about to get out of the car. Emo, you must remember what the director said. You can't afford to offend the Yin family, at least not right now. Only your master can handle this matter. You need to be more polite. No matter how she scolds you, you must admit your mistakes and never contradict her. Zhou Yushan didn't have Shi Huang's phone number, so he could only contact Shui Shouying, who was next to Shi Huang. Shui Shouying didn't say what Shi Huang's attitude was, but just asked Emo to come to the manor where Shi Huang was temporarily staying in Yunhai City immediately. Okay, I'll remember that. Emo nodded, opened the door and got out of the car. Just remember it, it doesn't mean you have to do what Zhou Yushan said. Did you really kill that kid from the Yin family? Shui Shouying looked at Emo, who was approaching. Although she knew that Zhou Yushan would not make up such nonsense, she still found it a little hard to believe. When Yan Hongxian was 18 years old, he entered the 6th rank and wanted to become her young lady's disciple. Although he was rejected, Shui Shouying was very clear about Yan Hongxian's strength. Now, 2 years have passed, and among the warriors of the same level, few can be Yan Hongxian's opponent. What's more, according to Zhou Yushan, Yan Hongxian also used armor. As a result, he died at the hands of Emo, who had just broken the first genetic lock a few days ago. Even though she was knowledgeable and experienced, she still found it unbelievable. If you are referring to Yan Hongxian, then I did kill him. Emo admitted it straightforwardly. Shui Shouying said no more and took Emo into the villa and headed towards the training room where Shi Huang was. In the huge and empty training room, Shi Huang sat cross-legged in meditation. She did not wear the cheongsam she wore last time, but a rather tight black training suit, which made her curvy figure look even more seductive. In terms of looks and facial features, Shi Huang and Su Qingyue are of the same level, but their styles and temperaments are different. As for the figure, Su Qingyue's curves are more exaggerated, while Shi Huang's are curvy and have a certain beauty of strength. Shui Shouying and Emo had just walked into the training room, and before they could say anything, Shi Huang noticed them, opened his eyes, and stood up. She looked at Emo and said calmly, "Do you know where you did wrong?" Yemo's expression showed a hint of sarcasm, and he said calmly, "Master, do you think I shouldn't have killed him on impulse? As the saying goes, revenge is never too late. I should be patient for now. When I'm strong enough, it won't be too late to take action later?" Bullshit. Shi Huang rolled her eyes at him. "You and I are warriors, not gentlemen. A gentleman's revenge is never too late, but a warrior's revenge can be done in the blink of an eye. Your mistake is that you weren't ruthless enough. Not cruel enough?" Emo was stunned. He killed Yan Hongxian without hesitation. Judging from the reactions of Zhou Yushan and the others, they all obviously felt that he was not only cruel enough, but even too cruel, leaving no room for others. But when he came to Shi Huang, he said that he was not cruel enough? Since you've sensed his ill intentions, you shouldn't have given him any leeway from the start. Especially since he initially underestimated you, you should have shown him weakness and then seized the opportunity to kill him. That way, he wouldn't have the chance to use his armor, and even Shuiyu, who was standing beside him, might not have had time to react. Shi Huang had a coquettish smile on her face, but the words she spoke were extremely cruel. Remember, in a battle between warriors, you shouldn't be thinking about how to defeat your opponent. You should be thinking about how to kill your opponent. The difference between the two is up to you to figure it out. Disciple will remember this. Emo hesitated and said, "Yan Hongxian is the Yin family's #1 prodigy after all. Now that he died at my hands, I guess the Yin family won't let it go. What the Yin family plans is their business and has nothing to do with me. But when I return to the imperial capital, I will go to the Yin family and issue a declaration of war to their 2 8th grade masters," Shi Huang said casually. Emo stood there in a daze. Whether it was Zhou Yushan or him, they were all thinking about Yan Hongxian's death in Yunhai City. The Yin family would never let it go, so how should they deal with it? As a result, Shi Huang's thinking logic was completely different from theirs. She doesn't care whether the Yin family will cause trouble or not, but she will take the initiative to cause trouble for the Yin family. Is the martial saint's style of doing things always so domineering? Yemo suddenly remembered that before the alien beasts from the starry sky appeared on Earth, his master was not a highly respected ancient martial arts master in the country, but an internationally famous superkiller. This identity, combined with what Shi Huang just said, suddenly made me feel that everything made sense. Yemo said, I heard that the giant spirit god, who is also a martial saint like you, master, seems to have a close relationship with the Yin family. This time, Shui Xiuying took over the conversation with a sneer. The Yin family is just using the big guns to hide their own strength. When the giant spirit god was still young, the Yin family did him some favors, but in the end, they were only small favors. Over the years, the benefits the Yin family has received have far exceeded their kindness. If the giant spirit god had not been a person who cherished old ties, if he had been a snob, he would have kicked the Yin family out long ago. Yemo said, but since the giant spirit god is a man who cherishes old ties, will he stand up for the Yin family? Shi Huang blared and said, what are you afraid of? Brat, do you think I'm no match for that big fool? Disciple definitely doesn't mean that. Yemo touched his nose and shook his head quickly. Shi Huang's face once again revealed that alluring yet dangerous smile. Come to think of it, as your master, I haven't really taught you anything. Do you want to exchange a few moves with me? How many moves can you make with the 9th rank martial saint? Yemo's breathing quickened a little, and the feeling of his blood boiling appeared again. He nodded without hesitation. The 9th rank martial saint is, without a doubt, the strongest individual combat force on Earth today. Yemo was certain that even the strongest being on Earth was no match for the Black Dragon alien in Xiaohei's memory. However, this did not stop him from being curious about just how powerful a 9th rank martial saint could be. Shi Huang smiled coquettishly and stretched her waist. Her attractive curves seemed to carry magnetism. Yemo subconsciously glanced in a certain direction. Bang! A black shadow appeared in front of Yemo in an instant. It was Shi Huang's long legs, as if they had no bones, like a whip, so fast that Yemo couldn't see clearly. Yemo was horrified and put his hands in front of him. With a bang, he was kicked more than 10 meters away and hit the metal wall behind him. There was a loud bang, and then he fell to the ground. Master, you are too despicable. Yemo only felt severe pain in his hands and was horrified. The opponent's bones were much harder than his own. It really felt like an ordinary person having a steel pipe hit his arm, and his hands were almost broken. Who told you to have lustful thoughts in front of your master? A lustful disciple deserves a lesson. Shi Huang said with a smile. Yemo was unconvinced and said, how can a master use a beauty trap on his apprentice? You little brat, you still dare to talk back? Yemo didn't respond, but glanced at the other person's rosy and chewy lips. Shi Huang turned into a black shadow. If one's eyes could not keep up with her speed, one would seem that her figure kept flickering, like a poisonous snake moving forward in a winding manner, elusive, and in an instant she was in front of Yemo again. Chapter 71 Seeking a Breakthrough Between Life and Death. Every time you break a genetic lock, your mental strength will improve. Besides that, there are some additional benefits. Breaking the first genetic lock will make the fascia and flesh in your body stronger. Breaking the second genetic lock can strengthen the internal organs, so that they can withstand the pressure brought to the internal organs by the strengthening of blood and flesh. Breaking the third genetic lock strengthens the bones and marrow, becoming known as iron bones. Not only does it allow one to gain an advantage in bare-handed combat, but it also cures all illnesses and can extend lifespan to a certain extent. While Shi Huang was attacking, he did not stop talking. This was her first time taking in a disciple, and she didn't know how to teach him very well. All she could do was tell him whatever she thought of. Yemo thought to himself that it was no wonder, because the kick just now almost broke the bones of both his forearms. Fortunately, thanks to my incredible recovery ability, the pain disappeared quickly and I was not affected at all. Yemo's body shook, and the backpack behind him flew towards Shi Huang, who was rushing towards him. He stretched out his right hand, grabbed the folding spear in the backpack, and swung it violently. With a click, the spear instantly straightened and stabbed towards Shi Huang's abdomen. This kid has such strong endurance. Shui Xiuying, who was standing by, cried out in surprise. Even though his young lady didn't use her full strength in the kick, logically speaking, the opponent's movements would have been affected by the severe pain. However, Yemo's movements were still smooth and there was no pause at all. She didn't know Yemo's recovery ability and thought that Yemo was just gritting his teeth and enduring it. Facing Yemo's fierce attack, Shi Huang simply twisted his body and easily dodged it. Yemo's expression changed. The other party's actions were simply beyond common sense. The human body has a total of 206 bones, which form a whole. Although they can make many incredible movements, some movements are impossible to do. With a simple twist, Shi Huang performed an action that Yi Mo thought was impossible. A word popped up in his mind as soft as boneless. No. It is not so much that the opponent is as soft as boneless, but rather that his bones are as soft as a snake, so he can perform movements beyond common sense. Yi Mo's heart was filled with awe, and he used his spear skills to the utmost. He launched a series of attacks that were sure to succeed, but each was dodged by Shi Huang with incredible agility. Thousand-armed snake demon. The name of his master popped up in Yi Mo's mind. Suddenly, he realized that the word snake here was not only referring to his master's beauty, which was as dangerous as a poisonous snake, but also to her incredible body skills. Bang! Shi Huang threw out a punch, and it was like thousands of punches were thrown at the same time. The sound of breaking through the air and carrying terrifying pressure passed through the spear in Yi Mo's hand and landed on Yi Mo's chest. It's over. Yi Mo's heart sank. Shi Huang's seemingly ferocious punch landed on his chest, but it had no power at all, and was as gentle as a lover's caress. The next moment, he changed his fist into a palm, exerted force in an instant, and knocked Yi Mo away. Bang! Yi Mo hit the metal wall again and felt a sharp pain in his chest, but after a few breaths, he recovered immediately. There is no doubt that Shi Huang showed mercy just now. Master, what she used was that heaven-cutting hand that I practiced. I know the heaven-cutting hand very well, but even when I entered the super brain state, I couldn't find her flaws. She was so fast. She crushed me with such speed that I couldn't even react. How could I catch her flaw? And then there was her body movement. She knew that my black dragon spear was difficult to deal with. Every time I fired, she would immediately change her position. My Gongdan Pejuan spear couldn't even keep up with her movement speed. Even though my spear skills were strong, I couldn't bring out its full power at all. This was the first time Emo had this feeling, that is, he had a lot of strength but he couldn't use it at all. Is this the powerful martial saint? Not only does he completely crush you in terms of speed, strength, experience, etc., but during the battle, he is also using his brain like crazy, playing to his strengths and avoiding his weaknesses, using his own strengths to overcome the enemy's weaknesses, and not giving you any chance at all. Shi Huang did not pursue the victory, but stayed where he was. Like you, I possess a special ability called Snakebone. You should have figured out its specific effects. Snake bones? Emo thought of something and swallowed his saliva. He didn't expect that such a supernatural power existed. Shi Huang said suspiciously, "Your eyes, brat, are you thinking about something unhealthy in your head?" No. Absolutely not. I just feel that this ability is incredible. I thought it was simply because of your special body movements, master. Emo quickly shook his head. I can't blame myself. I'm 18 years old, full of energy and vigor. What's more, I'm a warrior. Sometimes my brain and some parts of my body are out of control. There's nothing I can do about it. Of course, there is no way around it, but we must never admit it. Shi Huang did not pursue the matter further and said, "Your marksmanship is difficult for even me to fathom. It seems disorganized, but extremely dangerous. Even I dare not be careless and can only suppress you with absolute speed and strength. Powerful martial arts can certainly make up for the difference in combat power to a certain extent, but strength and speed are the foundation of a warrior, especially before the 9th rank." Emo was suddenly impressed by Shi Huang's vision. He knew very well that his marksmanship was not just seemingly disorganized, but it was indeed disorganized. The Black Dragon alien race's spearmanship naturally has a complete system. But in the process of observing and learning, he was haphazard and only learned whatever part he could. Eventually, he learned some moves, but they were performed in a haphazard order with no coherence at all. Master, do you mean that right now, I should focus on breaking the second genetic lock? After Emo finished speaking, seeing Shi Huang nod, he asked, then how can I break the second genetic lock as quickly as possible? Breaking the genetic lock relies on the power of the mind. The most conventional method is to use specific cultivation methods, such as the meditation I just did. Once the mind is strong enough, the second genetic lock will naturally be broken. Master, do you mean there is a way to go against the rules? Yemo's eyes lit up. Shi Huang laughed, liking the cleverness of her disciple. Yes. Seeking a breakthrough between life and death. Seeing Yemo's puzzled expression, she explained. In a life or death battle, a warrior's spirit, energy, and soul are highly unified. their blood, energy, and will boil over, unleashing a force even more powerful than usual. In this situation, a warrior is most likely to break through. Yemo showed a look of realization, and then realized that the other party's gaze fell on his throat. He realized something and his expression changed drastically. He touched his throat and found that the cloth bandaging the wound on his neck had fallen off during the fight. Previously, when he was fighting with Yin Hongxian, he bandaged the wound on his neck just to hide it from others so as not to be discovered. The wound healed in just a few breaths. Now, less than 2 hours have passed since the battle with Yin Hongxian, and the wound on his neck has not only completely healed, but there is not even a trace of it. Even a fool can see that there is a problem. You seem to be hiding some secret? Shi Huang suddenly said. In an instant, Yemo's hair stood on end and all the muscles in his body tensed. Chapter 72, Master gives you some good things. Secret? Master, are you referring to the fact that my injuries are healing faster? Yemo's expression returned to normal in an instant. Ever since I became a warrior, I've discovered that once I'm injured, I do recover faster than ordinary people. At first, I thought all warriors were like this, but later I discovered that compared to warriors of the same level, it is indeed much faster. I guess this is also a supernatural power? Shi Huang smiled and said, be it supernatural powers or something else, it doesn't matter. Not important? Yemo was stunned. Yes, it's not important. Shi Huang nodded and said seriously, everyone in this world has secrets they don't want to tell others, let alone warriors. A warrior's secrets are often their trump cards. Digging into their secrets is tantamount to provocation. I'm not trying to find out your secrets, but I want to tell you something. There's no need to hide it. If someone asks, all you need to do is say one word to them. What? It's none of your business. Shi Huang said seriously. Shuo Xiuying, who was not far away, held her forehead with her right hand, looking helpless. Miss, you are this boy's master, but the way you speak is too casual. You don't act like a master at all, but more like a gangster big sister. Yemo. Shi Huang said solemnly, if anyone forces you to speak, come to me and I will help you cut off that person's tongue. Yemo blinked, what if it's Kunlun sword master who forces me to speak? So what if Kunlun swordsman? I can hit him on the forehead with my palm and he will die anyway. Shi Huang snorted coldly, but it's not that easy to hit him on the forehead. One day, master, I will leave him and that stupid giant behind and become the only martial arts legend on earth. Looking at Shi Huang, who looked a little excited, Yemo had an indescribable feeling in his heart, a bit of admiration, and a warm current surging in his heart. Before coming here, he didn't dislike this master, but he didn't have any special affection for him either. He became his disciple more for the sake of gaining benefits. Now, he really felt a sense of identification with this protective master. Master, if you fight with Kunlun Jianzi, I will catch him and let you hit him on the forehead. Yemo said. You? Shi Huang rolled her eyes at him, you can't even defeat a 7th grade cultivator, you can't even break the second genetic lock, you can't even see his sword shadow clearly, and you still want to capture him? He can chop you into hundreds of pieces with one sword. However, I am very happy that you have such filial piety. Have you recovered? If you have, then continue. After Yemo nodded, Shi Huang kicked off and instantly reached a height of 6 or 7 meters. He just stood in the air like an immortal, as if he wanted to perform some martial arts, but soon frowned and fell to the ground. You can't even fly, so using that move is a bit of an insult to you. I'll just stick with the sky-cutting hand. Be careful, I won't hold back. If I kill you by accident, don't blame master. Shi Huang had a charming smile on her face, and her figure flashed like a giant snake constantly moving left and right, quickly approaching Yemo. Yemo kept turning his eyes, not to mention his body, even his eyes could not keep up with the other party's movements. Swish! A silver light flew out from Yemo's body and shot towards Shi Huang. Mind-flying knife. At the same time, Yemo flew out. He was multitasking, controlling the flying knife with his mind while simultaneously forming a pincer attack with the flying knife, launching an attack on Shi Huang. Unfortunately, ideals are full, but reality is skinny. Shi Huang leaned back like a bridge to avoid the gunshot, and then twisted his waist again to avoid the oncoming flying knife. In an instant, he made a move and grabbed the handle of the flying knife. Nice knife! Shi Huang smiled and said, your flying knife of thought is more effective when used for sneak attacks. If you attack head-on, the threat to me, even to a 7th grade extraordinary being, is very limited. As she spoke, she took a step forward, came in front of Yemo, and punched him. The third move of Heaven Cutting Hand, Roaring Sea Cannon. The sound of this punch breaking through the air was like a tsunami, continuous and deafening. The sound alone was extremely scary. It was the same move, but when performed by Shi Huang, it was much more terrifying than when performed by Emo. Boom! Shi Huang's small, white fist smashed onto the spear, bending it into a crescent shape. The bent spear shaft then smashed into Emo's chest. Emo flew backwards and hit the wall again, spitting blood. If you can't stand it, then stop here. Shi Huang stopped. It's okay, come again. Yimura was like a ferocious beast out of a cage, rushing towards Shi Huang again. A look of surprise appeared on Shi Huang's beautiful little face. Not to mention a 6th grade martial saint, even a 9th grade martial saint's physical recovery ability was not so terrifying. This guy was clearly beaten to the point of vomiting blood and lying on the ground, but after taking a few breaths, he jumped up again, full of vigor and vitality. Boom! After a while, Emo was knocked away by Shi Huang's punch again. Come again. Boom! Another hit. Come again. Shi Huang. Shui Shouying's expression was full of surprise. What kind of monster is this kid? It seems that unless my lady really kills him, such as chopping off his head or piercing his heart, otherwise, I am afraid that before I can knock this kid down, my lady will be exhausted first? More than 10 minutes passed. Shi Huang's breathing quickened, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He said angrily, "Stop right there. I'm not coming anymore." Oh. Master, can't you bear it? Only then did GMO stop. The clothes on his body had long been torn and tattered in the fight. He had been beaten countless times, but he had not hit Shi Huang once. As a result, the tone of his voice sounded like that of a winner. Of course I can bear it, how could I not bear it? Shi Huang put his hands on his hips, feeling a little embarrassed in front of his apprentice, and emphasized seriously, when fighting with you, I have to control my strength and restrain my hands and feet. This is the most strenuous thing. If I really used all my strength and slashed your chest with a knife, it would go straight through your body and crush your internal organs. No matter how strong your recovery ability is, can you still recover? After she finished speaking, she saw Yimo's suspicious expression and asked in astonishment, "You don't really think it's possible to recover, do you?" Should, not? Yimo himself was not sure. What do you mean by should? It means absolutely not. No matter how powerful a human's recovery ability is, it can never reach that level. Speaking of which, aren't you tired at all? Shi Huang felt that this guy's physical strength seemed to be better than his own. I'm not tired, I'm just very hungry. Yimo shook his head. Shi Huang. She said seriously, originally, I wanted to see if I could help you break the second genetic lock during the battle. Unfortunately, in your subconscious, you know very well that I can't kill you, so there's no way I can force you to realize your full potential. Well, there's no point in worrying about cultivation. If you have any other questions later, come and ask me. Yimo finally understood the other party's intention of beating him to the point of vomiting blood. It's true. He knew in his heart that the other party could not kill him, so he did not feel that his life was threatened at all. Don't worry about the 300,000 extraordinary points that Yin Hongxian lost to you. Although he is dead, I will help you get it back. It may not be so fast. You need to wait for a while, after I return to the imperial capital and visit the Yin family. Shi Huang said. Yimo said, Master, you don't need to worry about these 300,000 transcendent points. What do you mean? Are you worried that beating someone to death and then going to collect the debt will further anger the Yin family? Shi Huang asked doubtfully. Yimo shook his head, I will make the Yin family pay for this sooner or later, but I'm not short of transcendent points right now, so I plan to ask the Yin family for it myself later. Shi Huang was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, You have ambition. By the way, before you leave, I will give you some good things. A wicked smile appeared on Shi Huang's beautiful face. After a while, more than a dozen bottles and jars filled with various powders were placed in front of Yimo. Chapter 73 You actually came to my door yourself. With Shi Huang stepping forward to take charge of the matter, Yimo temporarily put the Yin family's affairs aside. What he should think about now is how to break the second genetic lock as soon as possible and improve his own strength, which is the fundamental thing. On the way back to the community, Yimo received a call from his younger brother Yixian. Yixian's tone was a little nervous, and he said that Qi Yanjing took the initiative to ask Qi Yuding to pass on a message, wanting to invite him to dinner and chat. Yixian was a little worried. Maybe it was because Yemo had beaten the other party last time, and the other party was holding a grudge and wanted to separate him and Chi Yuting, so he wanted to call his brother over to take charge. What you mean by that is, if Chi Yanjiang wants to separate you and your girlfriend, do you want me to beat him up again on the spot? Yemo smiled and joked, then asked Zhou Kai to turn the car around and drive towards number 2 middle school. As a result, Yi Xian was worried for nothing. Not only did Chi Yanjiang not intend to separate him and Chi Yuting, he even expressed his support for their relationship on behalf of his parents and asked Yi Xian to find time to visit the Chi family. Yi Xian was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. After sending Chi Yanjiang away and Chi Yuting back to the dormitory, the two brothers took a walk in the school. He asked Yemo expectantly how long it would take to develop an extraordinary medicine that ordinary people could also inject. The specific time is still uncertain. Like you, I hope to figure it out quickly. Yemo shook his head, his face also showing anticipation. If the number 8 extraordinary potion is successfully developed, it means that Su Qingyue will come back and will no longer have to stay in that secret research base. Thinking of this, Yemo thought of Su Han, who was still missing. Although Su Qingyue has a very cold personality, he is her biological father after all. If she knew about Su Han's situation, her mood would inevitably be affected. A chill suddenly came over me. Yemo stopped and looked around, finally stopping at a dormitory building not far away. Brother, what's wrong? Yi Xian stopped and followed Yemo's gaze. That building is the teacher's apartment. He was about to make a few words of introduction when he suddenly remembered that his brother had also studied in number 2 middle school for a few years and knew the place better than he did, so there was no need for him to introduce himself. After practicing the deadwood skill of the Black Dragon alien race, Yemo's perception is much sharper than that of ordinary warriors. When he had fought with Yin Hongxian before, he felt a chill in his heart when the other party showed murderous intentions. If he guessed correctly, it was the other party's murderous intentions towards him. Moreover, he is most likely a powerful warrior, not an ordinary person. The murderous intent of ordinary people is not that strong, and even if one has a keen sense of perception, one may not be able to detect it. Thinking of this, Yemo frowned. Nothing, just something suddenly occurred to me. Soon, his brows relaxed again and he smiled. He and Yi Xian walked in the school for a while, then said goodbye and left. At night, the moon is bright and the stars are sparse. A figure appeared on the rooftop of the teacher's apartment building. It was Yemo, who had said goodbye to Yi Xian and left earlier. Yemo sat cross-legged on the rooftop, entering the strange state of deadwood kung fu. His perception was immediately magnified several times. All the movements around him, even the rats crawling in the sewer in the distance and the faint chirping of crickets in the flowers and plants, were clearly heard by his ears. Yemo's younger brother is studying here? Why didn't you tell me about this before? Sunny Chen frowned and looked at the white man in front of him with dissatisfaction. Andrew said respectfully, "It's not that I don't want to talk about it, but the organization has instructed me to do so. Right now, the people from the administration and the research institute are still searching everywhere for you, sir. We can't make any noise at this time." Sunny Chen's eyes flashed, and he suddenly grabbed Andrew's throat and lifted him up, his tone cold. "Do I need you to teach me how to do things? What I should and shouldn't do is decided by me, not you." Andrew's face flushed red and he struggled desperately. Bang! Sunny Chen threw him to the ground and said coldly, "From now on, if you dare to hide anything from me again, I will kill you. And that Yi Xian, when we are ready to leave, take him with us." Andrew coughed a few times, nodded, and was about to say something when the sound of a text message coming from his phone rang out. He took a look at it, his expression changed, and he took it to Sunny Chen, letting him read the content of the text message. Yemo listened to the conversation between Andrew and Sunny Chen, and his expression changed slightly. People from the administration and the research institute are searching everywhere for his traces? Just from this piece of information, it is not difficult to guess the other party's identity. The 7th grade extraordinary, Thunderblade Sunny Chen. Yemo opened his eyes, stood up and prepared to leave. Besides Sunny Chen, there are obviously his accomplices here. The safest approach is undoubtedly to leave here first, pass the news to your master and the people in the Research Institute and Management Bureau, and you don't need to worry about the rest. However, as soon as he stood up, he found that several red rays came from other buildings and fell on him. Yemo's heart trembled, and with a glance, he could see an open window in the distance, a sniper rifle was set up, and the muzzle was pointed at himself. In addition to Sunny Chen and Andrew in the room below, there were many people from the Holy Temple lurking in number 2 middle school, always monitoring everything around them. Although he was careful enough and was not discovered by Sunny Chen, he could not escape the eyes of others. What made GMO feel the coldest was that in this situation, even if he could defeat Andrew, others would not be able to beat him, but if they chose to attack the students, the consequences would be disastrous. No wonder they chose to hide in school. Yemo's face was gloomy and he didn't move, as if he was frightened silly. It's really you, huh? Sunny-chan jumped up from below and landed in front of Yemo. When he saw Yemo's appearance clearly, his expression was playful, like a hunter seeing prey jumping into a trap. He laughed loudly, ha ha ha. How can there be an idiot like you in the world? I didn't go looking for you, but you actually came to me and asked for death. Yemo glanced at him, turned around and turned into a black shadow, rushing away into the distance. The moment he turned around. Bang! 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 Sniper rifles in the distance pulled the trigger at the same time. The gun was obviously silenced, so the sound was not loud, but it did not affect the power of the bullet at all. Yemo's figure staggered, but he continued to rush towards the distance. He jumped over the school wall and entered the woods behind the school. Sunny-chan smelled the smell of blood in the air and realized that the other party had obviously been shot. The playful look on his face became even stronger, and he also turned into a black shadow and chased after Yemo. Even if I let you run a few hundred meters, you can't escape from me. What's more, you've been shot. Boy, stop. If you run away like this, your blood will surge faster. Before you can escape from me, the blood in your body will be drained out first, and you will die in front of me. I still plan to play with Su Chinue in front of you. If you die, it will be a bit boring. Chapter 74 Colorful Poison. Two black shadows were running in the forest, as fast as ghosts, but the speed of the black shadow behind was obviously much faster than the one in front. After a while, it intercepted the black shadow in front. Yemo stopped, his face grim, his left hand covering his abdomen, blood staining his palm and the clothes on his abdomen scarlet. You're lucky. If you were hit in the vitals, you'd be dead. Sunny-chan's face was full of cruel smiles, and his tone was like a cat playing with a mouse. He knew in his heart that the reason he missed the vital parts was because the snipers had received orders to keep the man alive, and the boy's life was still useful, but it did not prevent him from using this to mock him. Seeing the other party staring at him coldly without responding, Sunny-chan felt a little bored and said with a smile, looking at your eyes, you obviously know who I am? Of course I know who you are. Sunny-chan, my wife's lapdog. Oh no, she just ignores you. It seems you don't even qualify to be her lapdog? Even though Yemo was injured, his taunting skills were still at full capacity, instantly making Sunny-chan, who had a playful look on his face, turn gloomy. Lies never hurt anyone, the truth is a sharp knife. Even his sarcastic mood disappeared. Boom! The ground shook, and the soil under Sunny-chan's feet exploded. He rushed to Yemo like a cannonball, and his left hand was like a knife, slashing at Yemo's chest. There was a loud bang, as fast as thunder. Yemo turned around instantly. In the backpack on his back was a foldable Genshin Pujuan spear, and he was using the backpack as a shield. Sunny-chan slashed the backpack with his knife, knocking Yemo away and causing him to crash into a large tree. His face was calm. Not to mention the knife hitting the metal shield, even a real iron wall would have no effect on him. When you enter the 7th level, there will be a special energy in your body. With the help of this energy, one can levitate for a short period of time, and covering the surface of the body with this layer of energy is like covering the body with a layer of air armor. Although the defensive power is far inferior to that of battle armor, it is still an extra layer of protection. Sunny-chan's nickname is Thunderblade, and his strongest skill is naturally his swordsmanship. He had a long sword on his waist at this moment, and his right hand was always tightly holding the hilt, but he used his left hand to chop Yemo away. Firstly, his sword techniques were all about killing, and every time he struck, he would kill someone with blood, but he still wanted to keep Yemo alive for other purposes. Secondly, he felt that he didn't need to use his sword to deal with Yemo, or rather, the other party was not worthy of him using his sword. Yemo fell to the ground, vomiting blood, and struggled to get up. It seemed that his injuries were too severe and he fell down again. You are worthy of fighting with me? Seeing that Yemo was half dead in the blink of an eye, Sunny-chan looked mocking, walked behind Yemo, and stretched out his hand to lift him up. Yemo, who was seriously injured and unable to move a moment ago, turned around in an instant, and with a handful of colorful powder in his left palm, he threw it towards Sunny-chan's face viciously. As he removed his left hand from his abdomen, he saw that there was indeed a wound on his abdomen, but it had already healed. Even the remaining scar was disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Sunny-chan was caught off guard and put his right hand in front of him, but some powder still entered his mouth, nose, and eyes. Ah! My eyes! In an instant, Sunny-chan screamed. Yi-Mo breathed a sigh of relief. It was indeed a gift specially sent by his master. Even when facing a 7th grade extraordinary warrior, it had an amazing effect. At this moment, he sighed again. No wonder his master's nickname contained the word snake. Besides being as dangerous as a serpent and possessing the ability of snake bones, it is also because it is proficient in all kinds of poisons. When Yi-Mo left earlier, Shi Huang gave him bottles and jars filled with powders that turned out to be various poisons. In addition to those that can directly take people's lives, there are also those that can make people fall into a coma, cause hallucinations, and become mentally excited. In short, we have everything. The resistance of a 7th grade extraordinary person to poison is obviously not comparable to that of an ordinary person. Yi-Mo simply took some of various poisons and threw them at the opponent. Now it seems that the effect is really good. Swish! In an instant, Yi-Mo took out his spear and swung it violently. The originally folded long Danpujuan spear stretched straight like a poisonous snake shooting at its prey, and stabbed towards Sunny-chan's heart. In a flash. Clang! The knife flashed, and the spear was blocked. The violent impact force even knocked Yi-Mo back a distance. What a sharp knife! Yi-Mo felt a sharp pain in his wrist, and he stared at Sunny-chan's unsheathed long sword with a frown. I had originally thought of taking advantage of the other party's carelessness and getting rid of him before he could draw his sword, but now it seems that is impossible. The 7th grade extraordinary person is indeed more difficult to deal with than he expected. The poison resistance of a 7th grade supernatural being is too high. Not to mention an ordinary person, even a 6th grade warrior would be rolling on the ground even if he was still conscious. He was actually able to block my shot. Yi-Mo's expression was serious as he recalled what Shi Huang had said before. These poisons have little effect on 7th grade extraordinary people, but they are not completely ineffective. As for the 8th and 9th grades, unless you can force a large amount of poison into the person's 7 orifices, otherwise, a small amount of poison will not have any effect. If you can force a bunch of poison into someone's 7 orifices, it means that you are much stronger than the other person. Why would you need to use poison? Fortunately, although these poisons did not make Sunny-chan fall down directly, they did have a significant effect. The biggest effect was that Sunny-chan's eyes were still closed and could not be opened at all. Snap! A slight sound came from Sunny-chan's body. Yi-Mo's expression changed. When I fought with Yen Hongxian before, I also heard this subtle sound. It was the sound made when the armor was activated. Yes. As a 7th grade transcendent, it is perfectly normal for the other party to wear armor. It would be strange if there were no talent. In an instant, the clothes on Sunny-chan's chest were torn to pieces, and black metal armor appeared, quickly extending to cover his limbs. Yi-Mo stepped forward and stabbed the other party's right eye, which he could not open, with his spear. Even though the surface of the 7th grade extraordinary person's body has a layer of chi defense, if this shot hits, it is still enough to penetrate the opponent's head. Sunny-chan moved his ears and slashed out with another knife. Clang! This shot was still blocked. At the same time, Sunny-chan's body flew into the air and upwards. Ha ha ha! You can't kill me, you! Sunny-chan laughed triumphantly, but his laughter stopped abruptly. A cold light flashed across his throat, and blood spurted out. Mind-flying knife! Click, click! At the same time, the armor completely covered Sunny-chan's entire body, including his head. He fell from mid-air, his hands reached for his throat, struggled a few times, and then became motionless. Yi-Mo walked up to Sunny-chan and, using the technique of hitting the bull from behind the mountain, hit him fiercely with dozens of blows. Then he took out his cell phone and dialed Shi Huang's number. Master, I found Sunny-chan. Chapter 75. How about you make a sacrifice? Where is he? Shi Huang was very calm when she received the call. She knew what Sunny-chan had done and was aware that people were searching for him everywhere. However, she didn't care much about such a small matter. If the person who answered the phone wasn't her own apprentice, she probably wouldn't bother to pay attention and would let the other party contact the management bureau directly. Number 2 Middle School is located in the teacher's apartment complex of a local key high school. Besides him, there are many accomplices. They must be planning to take the students in the school as hostages if their whereabouts are exposed and they have nowhere to escape. I know, let's go over there now. You're no match for him, don't alert him. I've already killed him. But don't worry, I lured him out of the school. In the eyes of his accomplices, I was already injured and was definitely no match for Sunny Chen. In this case, they will only wait for Sunny Chen to take me back and will not attack the students. Next, as long as our people sneak in and pull them out, master, why are you not talking? Can you hear me? I can hear you. Tell me, you killed him. How did you do it? After listening to Yimo's story, Shi Huang was silent for a few seconds, then asked, between life and death, the second genetic lock was not opened? No. He died too quickly, I wasn't pushed to the brink of despair at all. If he were stronger, maybe I could have made a breakthrough. Yimo shook his head, feeling a little regretful. After all, the poison given by Shi Huang was too effective. Not only does it prevent the other person from opening their eyes, it also affects their consciousness and reaction, otherwise it would never be so smooth. On the other side, after hearing this, Shi Huang's mouth twitched, he pondered for 2 seconds, and said, "There's no need to rush to break the second genetic lock. Even though it wasn't broken directly, there must be some benefits. You just haven't noticed it yet. Maybe you'll be able to break through in a few days." After a while, after hanging up the phone, Shi Huang laughed and whispered to herself, "This little fellow is truly suitable to be my disciple, Shi Huang. If I hadn't given up the business of being a killer, I would definitely be able to train him into a top-tier killer. He's a natural-born killer." Not long after, experts from the Research Institute and Administration Bureau arrived with Shi Huang. Sunny Chen is dead, and the remaining members of the Holy Hall will not be that strong. This can be seen from the fact that they used sniper rifles against Yimo before. Powerful warriors disdain to use hot weapons. But these people are hiding in the school. If an accident happens, students will become hostages and the consequences will be unimaginable. Yimo doesn't need to worry about how to find the people hiding in the school. The people in the Management Bureau naturally have their own ways to deal with such matters. In just over 10 minutes, all the members of the Holy Church hiding in the school, including the white foreign teacher, were arrested. Yimo came to the teacher's apartment where Sunny Chen originally lived. There were several people from the Management Bureau inside, and the one leading them was Qi Yanzhang, his brother's future brother-in-law. "Have you found Su Han?" Yimo walked into the room. Qi Yanzhang shook his head and said, "We've searched every corner, but found no trace of Su Han. But since Sunny Chen is still in the country, it's unlikely that Su Han has been sent abroad. Let's look elsewhere." After watching the people from the administration leave, Yimo sat cross-legged on the sofa and meditated, entering the special state brought by the Deadwood skill. After a while, Yimo opened his eyes and went to the toilet. He reached out and patted the wall behind the toilet, then quickly smiled and began to feel around. Snap! As he pressed a metal button behind the toilet, the wall behind the toilet automatically moved away, revealing a small compartment between the toilet and the master bedroom. Su Han was thrown in there like garbage, with a foul smell all over his body. This period of time was like a nightmare for Su Han. Sunny Chen treated the hostages in a simple and rough way. He tied their hands and feet and threw them into a secret room. Every day when he thought of them, he would throw some food in front of Su Han, just to make sure they didn't die. So, during this period of time, Su Han had his hands and feet tied up no matter when he ate, drank, defecated, urinated, or slept. It's not difficult to guess where the stench comes from. When Su Han saw Yimo, his eyes widened and he was so excited that he almost burst into tears. Then he realized the stench on his body and wished he could bury his head in the ground. Yimo walked in and brought him out. Back in the living room, an unexpected voice rang out. "Dear Yi, are you interested in joining our holy hall?" It is the unique accent that foreigners have when speaking Chinese, which is very awkward. Yimo thought that there were still members of the holy temple hiding in the house, so he immediately looked towards the corner where the sound came from, but there was no one there. He quickly walked to the corner of the wall, looked carefully, and finally found a miniature camera much smaller than a grain of rice. This thing is completely integrated with the painting hanging in the corner of the wall. If the other party had not spoken actively, it would be difficult to detect it. As expected, the person who spoke was obviously not here, and might not even be in China at all. "So, Sunny Chen has been under surveillance in your holy hall all this time?" Yimo immediately understood what this camera was for. No, this is definitely not surveillance. The camera existed before Sunny Chen arrived, and it wasn't specifically designed to monitor him. We were very honest with the members joining the holy hall and informed him of the camera, so he was aware of it." The other person's tone seemed very kind. Yimo was too lazy to refute. The person was already dead, so he could let them say whatever they wanted. Joining our holy hall will not only give you more benefits than in China, but more importantly, more freedom. There is nothing in the world more tempting than freedom. Why not consider it carefully? Free? Yes. Freedom. You can kill whomever you want. You can rob whatever you want. If you like any woman, even if she's an internationally famous star or even a princess from a certain country, we will help you get her. All you have to do is help the organization complete some relatively easy tasks, and the organization will help you fulfill all your wishes. The man's voice was a bit old, low, and full of kindness, like the whisper of a devil, bewitching. That sounds really good. In China, not to mention me, even if you become a martial saint, you have to abide by certain rules. You can't even do whatever you want and kill people without restraint. Yemo touched his chin and laughed. Okay. I'll join your holy hall. Besides freedom, what other specific benefits are there? I've earned a lot of extraordinary points at the Extraordinary Research Institute, which I can redeem for a lot of goodies. You should be able to give me more benefits, right? Su-Han's eyes widened, and he felt like he had just escaped from a wolf's den and entered a tiger's mouth. Yemo actually wanted to join the holy hall. In this way, he would obviously fall into danger again. Of course there are benefits. If there weren't enough benefits, how could Sun Yichen be willing to do it? The old man's voice was full of laughter. However, let's not rush to talk about the specific benefits. Kill Su-Han first, and then we can continue the discussion. Pledge of Allegiance. The old man obviously doubted whether Yemo really wanted to join or was deliberately deceiving him. Yemo turned his head and looked at Su-Han, blinking as if to say, "How about you sacrifice yourself for the sake of China and eradicate this evil force of the Holy Temple?" Su-Han's old face turned green in an instant. Chapter 76, Loot. Seeing that Su-Han was already very weak and almost fainted from fright, Yemo had an idea and the dragon tooth knife flew out, but he did not want to kill Su-Han as a token of his loyalty, but to destroy the miniature camera. Bang! On a small island in the Pacific Ocean. The tall white old man's originally kind expression suddenly became extremely cold when he saw the image on the screen disappear. The cunning Chinese are really pretending. A black man next to him cursed and looked at the old man. "Mr. Joseph, why don't we let the other masters hiding in China?" Stupid. The old man gave him a cold look. The black man was silent and kept his mouth shut. The old man said expressionlessly, "Although the Holy Hall claims to be the most powerful supernatural organization besides the official organizations of various countries, if it really goes against China, it has no chance of winning. Let alone us, even official agencies of various countries, apart from the other major powers in the world, who really dares to tear their faces with China? Then let's just pretend this never happened," the black man said cautiously. The old man sneered, "Just because we can't defeat China doesn't mean we'll do nothing. China might develop the number 8 transcendent potion, and with the gray fog in Yunhai City, the Stargate might open soon. A Stargate that can lead to the depths of the starry sky. As long as these two pieces of news are spread, how could the world's countries not react? Especially those other major powers, how could they watch China leave them behind? Some well-informed individuals who have deployed numerous spies in China have likely already dispatched top experts to Yunhai City. By then, Yunhai City will be packed with experts from around the world, and all we need to do is take advantage of the chaotic situation and reap the benefits. That Yemo? Catch him alive, he's a very rare experimental subject. Yemo put away the dragon tooth knife and looked at the frightened Su-Han. "What should I call you? Do you want me to call you Mr. Su? What else could it be? No matter how powerful you are, I am still your father-in-law." Su-Han shouted immediately. Yemo smiled and said, "I was worried that if I called you father-in-law, you would be so angry that you would faint. Didn't you look down on me before and think that I was not worthy of your daughter?" Su-Han looked embarrassed and sighed. "Before was before, now is now. Okay, I admit it, I was blind." After living for decades, this is the first time he admits that he made a mistake. But who would have thought that this kid, despite coming from such an ordinary background, has such amazing talent? He had long heard from Su Yuanhao that Xinyu from the Shin family went to cause trouble for Yemo, but ended up being unable to do anything to Yemo. This meant that Yemo's strength had reached the level of a first-grade warrior. What was even more astonishing was that other warriors had spent a year and a half trying to master the heaven-cutting hand, but Yemo mastered it immediately after he got it. Another point is how Yemo threw the flying knife out and took it back. Although he couldn't see it clearly, it was definitely a very powerful method. It wasn't long before he could no longer see through the young man in front of him. When Yemo reaches Sun Yichen's age, his strength may not be inferior to Sun Yichen's. What made him feel even more ashamed was that he had always thought that Sun Yichen was a good person and that his daughter was ignorant. But now, she was being abused by Sun Yichen in such a way. It was like she was slapping herself in the face. She had already lost all her face, so it was nothing for her to just bow her head and admit her mistake. In that case, father-in-law, remember to transfer the remaining 2.5 million in betrothal gifts to me. Yemo said. Su Han. Turn. Wait until I get back and turn it immediately. Su Han looked curious. Who came with you to rescue people? The strongest person in the Extraordinary Research Institute seems to be a 7th grade 1, the same level as Sun Yichen. Are you sure you can deal with him? Sun Yichen is dead. Su Han breathed a sigh of relief and asked curiously, who killed him? I. After Yemo finished speaking, he saw Shi Huang, Wei Chengchuan, and others walking in from outside. He ignored Su Han, who was stunned, and went to greet them. Su Yuanhao was also in the crowd and was very excited to see Su Han. My dear disciple, these are your spoils. Shi Huang blinked at Yemo, then glanced coldly at a member of the management bureau beside him. The man quickly stepped forward and handed a few things in his hand to Yemo. It is a black metal sphere the size of 2 fists, and a diamond-shaped red crystal the size of half a fist. I don't think you will be able to use the knife on Sun Yichen. I'll exchange it for extraordinary points and transfer it to your account when the time comes? Shi Huang said. Yemo nodded, looked at the metal sphere in front of him, and asked with envy, is this the armor on Sun Yichen? After receiving a positive answer, he looked at the red crystal and asked what it was. Wei Chengchuan replied, Jade Snake Blood Crystal. The corpses of alien space beasts can be used as raw materials to make extraordinary potions. In addition, certain parts of the corpses often have special uses. The most common ones are parts of bones or horns of some exotic beasts, which are harder than SSS-grade alloys and can be used to make weapons or shields. The Jade Snake Blood Crystal is a very special and rare item, originating from a star beast called the colored jade snake. The colored jade snake is small, only about 1 meter tall, but its strength is comparable to that of a 7th grade transcendent. Yemo interrupted, I just want to know, what is the use of this thing? Wei Chengchuan muttered to himself, this kid has only been Shi Huang's disciple for a few days, why does it feel like their personalities are a bit similar? Jade Snake Blood Crystal contains astonishing energy. This energy has 3 uses. First, it's similar to the energy in extraordinary potions, but it's more refined and can be converted and absorbed much faster than the energy contained in extraordinary potions. Second, it can sharpen the perception of the ears and eyes. Finally, it can enhance mental strength. When he said the latter part, there was a hint of heat in Wei Chengchuan's eyes. The Jade Snake Blood Crystal was found on Sun Yichen's body, and it was obviously the benefit given to Sun Yichen by the Blood Hall. Judging from the color of this Jade Snake Blood Crystal, some of its energy has been consumed and absorbed by Sun Yichen, but it is still extremely precious. The most valuable part lies in the following 2 functions. Especially enhance the senses of hearing and eyes, making them more sensitive. Spiritual strength, or willpower, can also be gradually improved through one's own practice. But so far, the senses of hearing and seeing cannot be improved through simple practice unless one has special abilities. At least, that kind of skill does not exist on Earth at present. Chapter 77 The Pioneer of the Era. After Wei Chengchuan finished speaking, Shi Huang added some information. If you use this thing now, it might help you break the 2nd genetic lock. However, if you can't break the genetic lock, your physical index won't be able to continue improving. It's like continuing to inject extraordinary potions without being able to transform and absorb the power contained within. It would be a waste. She was just reminding, not suggesting. It is up to Yemo to decide whether to choose to absorb the energy of the Jade Snake Blood Crystal immediately after returning and try to break the 2nd genetic lock, or to wait until he breaks the 2nd genetic lock by himself before absorbing it. On the side, Su Han heard something from his son and looked at Yemo in shock, as if he had just truly recognized the young man in front of him. Qi Yinzhang, the #1 prodigy in Yunhai and a 5th grade expert, was defeated by Yemo? Yemo became the disciple of the martial saint? He even killed Yin Hongxian, a 6th rank expert who was known as the #1 genius in the imperial capital? Thinking back to what Yemo had just said, Sun Yichen died at his hands. Su Han's head was buzzing as if it had frozen. He was so horrified that he didn't know what expression to show. Previously, he just thought that Guillemot was worthy of his Su family, and conversely, the Su family was also worthy of him. But now it seems that the Su family is no longer worthy of even carrying his shoes. Almost at the same time, Shi Huang and Wei Qingchuan's cell phones rang. Just a few seconds later, Yimo's cell phone also rang. He took a look and showed a look of surprise. It was Su Qingyue calling. Yimo walked aside and answered the phone. "Wife, can I call now? Is your research finished? What are the results?" He knew very well that the research Su Qingyue was currently engaged in would determine the future direction of China and even the entire world. "It's over." Su Qingyue's voice was still cold, yet it held a unique tenderness. "Everything is going well at the moment." Yimo's eyelids twitched. "Can the number 8 supernatural potion be developed soon?" "Yes. But next, we need to find some ordinary people to conduct experiments to make sure there are no side effects." Su Qingyue spoke confidently at this point. "Since my conjecture is correct, there won't be any side effects, but this procedure has to go through. After that, we'll begin mass production of Transcendent Potion number 8. Yimo's mind moved. Does this mean that next, the matter of the star beasts and warriors will be made public, and then the number 8 extraordinary potion will be promoted and practiced by everyone? We are only responsible for the research. As for the next step, it is not our decision. But it is unlikely that everyone will be injected with extraordinary potion number 8. At least not at this time." Su Qingyue answered seriously. "Everyone cultivates, and the country becomes strong, but there is a major problem. That is the lack of raw materials. It is impossible to produce so many number 8 extraordinary potions." Guillemot slapped his forehead. He really forgot about this. Extraordinary potion number 8 is different from ordinary medicines on Earth. Even if a development method is found, its output is destined to be limited due to the number of raw materials, namely the corpses of alien beasts in the starry sky. China has a population of 1.4 billion. How is it possible for everyone to be injected with the number 8 super potion? Not to mention everyone, even 1 in 10,000 is impossible. If everyone wants to practice cultivation, they must be able to obtain an endless supply of flesh and blood from alien beasts in the starry sky. It is not enough to rely on a small number of alien beasts from the starry sky to come to the Earth. Unless the strong people on Earth take the initiative to go to the other side of the Stargate, it will be possible to obtain enough resources. Logically speaking, no matter how cold Su Qingyue's personality is, she should feel happy at the moment. After all, she spent so much time and energy on research and finally succeeded. But he could hear that there was a hint of melancholy in the other person's voice. Guillemot immediately guessed that Su Qingyue must have known about Su Han's disappearance. After all, he is my biological father. Even if he didn't pay much attention to him before, how could he not have any reaction if something really happened? He immediately told Su Qingyue what happened tonight and asked if Su Qingyue would return to the research institute tomorrow. Upon learning that Su Han was fine, Su Qingyue's voice became noticeably lighter. She told Guillemot that it would take another 4 or 5 days before she could go back. "I just said that I took Marshal Saint Shi Huang as my master. Even Sun Yichen died at my hands. Why don't you seem surprised at all?" Guillemot glanced at Su Han, who was still looking at him in shock. The reactions of the father and daughter were too different. Su Han was so shocked that he seemed to have lost his soul, while Su Qingyue seemed to have no reaction at all. "I'm surprised," Su Qingyue said in a cold and calm tone. Guillemot muttered in his heart, "Anyway, I couldn't hear it at all. To me, these are not that important, as long as nothing happens to you." Su Qingyue's cold and beautiful face turned a little red. After he hung up the phone and returned to the living room, Shi Huang asked him, "Did you get the message?" Guillemot knew that his master was referring to the upcoming research of the number 8 supernatural potion, and nodded. Wei Qingchuan looked excited. "Out of 193 countries in the world, we are the first to develop the number 8 supernormal potion. Even if it cannot be practiced by the entire population due to raw material limitations, it will definitely be promoted within a small range, such as within the military. By then, looking around the world, which country can rival China? A new era for China is coming. A new era belonging to China is about to come." When everyone heard this, their blood boiled. Shi Huang didn't refute, but her expression was somewhat serious. The extraordinary institutions in various countries are not idle. They may have received the news. I'm afraid that Yunhai City will be in turmoil during this period. The next second, she laughed, her eyes cruel. "If anyone steps into our Chinese territory, their life or death will be decided by us. If anyone comes, we will kill them until they are terrified. Kill them until they dare not set foot in China again. Since returning to China, I haven't killed people for a long time. I really miss those days. Everyone felt a chill emanating from Shi Huang, and they all took a few steps back in fear. This woman, who became a saint through martial arts and was as beautiful as a demon, was extremely dangerous, and people dared not approach her. Wei Chengchuan looked towards GMO and found that GMO also had an excited look on his face, as if he was expecting something. He couldn't help but mutter in his heart that there was something wrong with this master-disciple relationship. Some people are witnesses of the times, while others are pioneers of the times. The master and disciple before us may soon become the latter. A middle-aged woman in a white coat walked over quickly. When she saw the hot and beautiful woman in front of her, her face was full of respect. Although she is a generation older than the other party, she admires him from the bottom of her heart and even feels that she is really lucky to be able to work under him. Team Leader Su. The middle-aged woman just opened her mouth but was stunned. She actually saw a sweet smile on the other person's face. Many people privately said that Team Leader Su was simply a robot. Although perfect, he lacked human emotions and expressions. Even when his research was successful, he acted very dull. It turns out that this woman can laugh too? The smile on Su Qingyue's face disappeared instantly, and she looked at the other person in confusion. The woman then hurriedly said, "The dean asked you to come over for a moment." Su Qingyue nodded and walked towards the dean's office with brisk steps. She was in a very good mood. She was originally worried about her father's safety, but when she called him, Yemo told her that everything had been settled. That indescribable sense of security appeared in her heart again, just like the feeling when the other person held her hand when she was unconscious. He can do anything. With this thought in mind, Su Qingyue couldn't help but smile again, feeling that she was so lucky. Chapter 78 turns out to be a little punk. When I returned to the community, it was already midnight. At this time, his parents had already gone to bed and rested. Yemo did not return to his own home, but came to Su Qingyue's house. After taking a shower, Yemo walked into the living room shirtless. He looked expectant. He picked up the black metal ball on the table and held it against his chest. The metal ball sensed human body temperature and made a slight sound inside. Yemo pressed it down with a little force. Click, click. The metal sphere split from the front and stuck to Yemo's chest, like a huge wing extending out, wrapped around Yemo, looking like a black short-sleeved shirt. The metal sphere on the chest was slightly smaller than before, like a strange-looking suction cup. Yemo stretched his body and didn't feel any discomfort at all. Although it is made of metal, it is very unique. It not only has good elasticity, but also does not feel cold. It really feels like wearing thermal underwear. He patted the suction cup on his chest again. Click, click. The suction cup disassembled and turned into black armor, covering his entire body. The Fengye armor is a light armor, and its defensive power is not as good as Yen Hongshuan's Wu Yan armor. However, because it is much lighter than the Wu Yan armor, it will not cause a decrease in reaction and speed. Most importantly, it can still fly. Yemo twisted his shoulder blades, and a pair of seemingly thin metal wings appeared behind him. After a while, his body left the ground and soared into the air, with his head almost touching the ceiling. I'll find time to try it tomorrow. I'll fly at full speed and see how fast it is. After turning the armor into underwear and wearing it, Yemo picked up the jade snake blood crystal on the table and lay directly on the sofa in the living room, trying to absorb the energy in it. Holding the jade snake blood crystal tightly in his right hand, Yemo could soon feel a strange power entering his body. In the eyes of others, if Yemo cannot break through by using the jade snake blood crystal to practice now, it will be a waste. But in reality, it is impossible to waste it at all. Although his physical index cannot continue to increase, Xiaohei can play the role of energy storage. Once the second genetic lock is broken, the energy can be transferred to him. Sure enough. Just like the extraordinary potion, the energy of the jade snake blood crystal can be quickly transformed after entering my body with the help of Xiaohei. Yemo showed a look of joy. Although jade snake blood crystal is a good thing, under normal circumstances, absorbing the energy in it is a slow process. Unlike extraordinary potions that can only improve physical index, jade snake blood crystal can also enhance mental strength and senses of hearing and vision. Accordingly, it takes more time to convert and absorb its energy. If not for this, the energy of this jade snake blood crystal would have been used up by Sunny Chen long ago, and Yemo would not have picked it up. Yemo clearly felt that his telekinesis and senses were indeed slowly improving. However, even with Xiaohei's help, it is estimated that it will take 3 or 4 days to completely convert and absorb the energy of this jade snake blood crystal. The problem lies in the process of energy entering his body. The extraordinary potion can be directly injected into the body, and Xiaohei can help transform and absorb it. The energy of the jade snake blood crystal cannot be injected into the body immediately. It is like a large water tank with a small faucet. It takes time for all the energy inside to flow out through the faucet. 2 days passed. At noon that day, Yemo received a call from his master Shi Huang. "I'm going to have a fight with that big fool. My dear disciple, do you want to come and take a look?" Shi Huang's charming and seductive voice came from the other side. "Big fool?" Yemo's eyebrows jumped. "Master, are you talking about the martial Saint Giant Spirit God?" "Ha ha. In China right now, the only ones I can fight with are him and Lu Yang." Yemo said without hesitation that he would rush over right away. There are only 3 martial saints in China. Looking around the world, the number of martial saint level experts is probably no more than the number of your hands. This opportunity to witness 2 martial saints fighting with your own eyes is absolutely rare. Could it be that because of Yen Hongxuan's incident, the giant spirit came to Yunhai to cause trouble for me, and Master had to fight him? Thinking of this, Yemo felt a little sorry. He gained a lot of benefits by becoming Shi Huang's disciple, but in return, Shi Huang really didn't get anything from him as his disciple. Not long after walking out of the community, Yemo noticed that someone was following him. With long breathing and light steps, an ordinary warrior would hardly notice that he was being followed. With the help of the energy of the jade snake blood crystal, Yemo has not yet broken the second genetic lock, but his hearing and vision have become more sensitive. In addition, he practiced the deadwood skill, so his perception was far stronger than that of ordinary warriors. Not to mention the 2 people behind him, even if an extraordinary strong man followed behind him, he would be noticed. He didn't turn around, but pretended not to notice anything and walked into the corner of a secluded alley. The 2 foreign men and women behind saw Yemo disappear around the corner and immediately quickened their pace. As a result, as soon as they walked out of the alley, they saw Yemo leaning against the wall waiting for them to appear. Yemo glanced at the 2 people, a big black man and a beautiful blonde with big wavy hair. 2 things can be confirmed. First, these 2 people are warriors. Second, he had never seen these 2 people before. Combined with the skin and appearance of these 2 people, he immediately had some guesses. "Which foreign supernatural organization are you from?" Yemo said expressionlessly. The 2 foreigners looked at each other with a look of surprise. In their opinion, the other party should feel panicked and uneasy when they realized that they were being followed. However, Yemo had turned the tables and acted as if they were the ones who should be feeling uneasy. "Little friends, we are members of the Este family from Europe." The white woman smiled charmingly, her gaze like a hunter looking at her prey. "You're from the Yunhai Transcendental Research Institute, right? Not a researcher, but a warrior? Don't worry. No matter who you are, as long as you cooperate, come back with us, and answer some questions, we will never make things difficult for you." Este family? Never heard of it. Yemo recalled it in his mind, but had no impression at all. He already had a basic understanding of the more famous international supernatural organizations from the information sent by Zhou Yushan, and had never heard of this Esther family at all. Combined with what they said, these 2 guys don't know me at all. They didn't follow me on purpose, but randomly attacked the people from the Yunhai Supernatural Research Institute. Obviously, they saw me as a weak target because of my young age. The Chinese are all arrogant fools. There's no need to talk to them. The black man had a cold face and suddenly smashed Yemo's head with his fist as big as a casserole. Yemo reached out and easily grabbed his wrist. With a sudden force, the black man's fist hit his face with a bang. I thought they were masters who came to deal with me, but after all this time, they turned out to be just 2 punks from foreign countries. "How dare you, like me, follow me?" The blonde with big wavy hair had a startled expression and instantly pulled out a small knife, slashing it towards Yemo's throat. Her movements were quick, decisive, and extremely ruthless. Chapter 79 Giant Spirit God Zhongyan. The blonde with big curly hair is not weak in strength. She is a 4th grade warrior, 1 grade stronger than the black man. It is rare for her to have such strength at her age. Because of their own excellence, she thought that the 2 of them would definitely be able to win over the student-looking, tender-skinned boy in front of them. Puff! The knife she had used to wipe Yemo's throat fell to the ground. Her right palm also fell down. Ah! The woman screamed in pain, and Yemo kicked her in the abdomen. she fell to the ground and struggled in pain. The black man came to his senses and wanted to go forward to help, but as soon as he took a step, the woman fell down. He was stunned on the spot and didn't even know how to react for a moment. Yemo hooked his finger at him. The black man subconsciously wanted to retreat, but after looking at the severed palm that fell to the ground, he swallowed his saliva and walked in front of Yemo. Misunderstanding. Dear Chinese friends, this is all a misunderstanding. Damn it. Yemo slapped him on the forehead, causing him to bleed from all 7 orifices and pass out. No. Don't kill me. Noticing Yemo's gaze on her again, the woman's face was filled with fear. She never imagined that this delicate-skinned, student-looking Oriental boy could be so brutal and terrifying, even worse than those bloody criminals in the world. Do you want me to knock you out, or do you want to do it yourself? Yemo asked calmly. He felt that he was not cruel at all, but he must not hold back in order to avoid any accidents. Although he was stronger than these 2 guys, it did not mean that he could be careless. He didn't want to die in the same way as Sunny Chen did. Knock yourself out? The blonde with big curly hair was dumbfounded and said awkwardly, "Can you please let us go? Actually, we really don't want to harm you, we just want to ask you some questions. As long as if you are willing to let us go, you can do whatever you want." Her face flushed and her eyes were watery, which was very suggestive. It seems that you want me to take action. Yemo walked towards her. The girl with big wavy blonde hair took one look at the black man who was bleeding from all 7 orifices, and slapped his forehead with his only remaining hand. Bang! His eyes rolled back and he fainted. Although Yemo was from the Research Institute, this matter fell under the jurisdiction of the Management Bureau. He called Shi Yanzhang directly, briefly explained the matter, and asked him to come and take the person back for interrogation. As for himself, he had to rush to watch the battle between his master and the giant spirit, so he had no time to waste here. If he arrived too late, it would be a big loss. After hearing this, Shi Yanzhang warned, "Be careful. Yunhai City has gathered many top experts from all over the world. This time, it was just 2 rookies who got caught in the crossfire, but next time, it might be a real expert who comes to cause trouble for you. If there weren't special circumstances today, I wouldn't bother going out." Yemo replied. The last time Shi Yanzhang invited Yemo to dinner, after some interaction, he felt that old Shi was actually a pretty good person, except that he had a bit of a proud temper. It's no big deal. As long as you beat him into submission, he will lose his temper. Very easy to cure. Alright. I can't go down right now, but someone from the administration will be there soon. You should come over soon too. After saying that, Shi Yanzhang hung up the phone. Yemo was stunned for a moment, and immediately realized that Shi Yanzhang was currently with his master. Not only him, but also Wei Chengchuan and other top warriors in Yunhai are probably there, waiting to watch the battle between their master and the giant spirit. If you knew about a battle of this level, who would be willing to miss it? He glanced around and made sure there was no one around. Then, black armor appeared on his body, soared into the sky, and quickly disappeared into the horizon. When Yemo arrived at the 2nd underground floor of the Yunhai Supernatural Research Institute, he saw a large group of people gathered around the huge transparent cover that looked like a turtle shell, looking down with expectant eyes. Wei Chengchuan, Zhou Yushan, Shi Yanzhang, Wang Tong, Wang Xingchuan and other familiar figures to Yemo were among them. Seeing Yemo coming, not only Shi Yanzhang and Wang Tong, who were of the same generation as him, but even Wei Chengchuan and Wang Xingchuan nodded at him, and Zhou Yushan even came forward to greet him. Why are they all on the 2nd floor? Yemo said. Before, only when warriors and strange beasts fought, people would watch from the 2nd floor. The contest between warriors was watched closely by the crowds of onlookers who followed them to the 3rd underground floor. Zhou Yushan said as a matter of course, "Do you think this is a fight between you youngsters? The destructive power of the battle between 2 martial saints is much more terrifying than the battle between warriors and strange beasts. If you get caught, you'll be dead. Let alone the 3rd floor underground, even here, with a shield between us, everyone's still a little nervous." Yemo thought so too. The most important thing is that both of the fighters are martial saints. In order to determine the winner, no one dares to hold back. Doing so may affect the onlookers. If one is strong and the other is weak, for example, if your master is facing a 7th or 8th grade transcendent, he can easily control the situation. Then even if you stand by, you don't have to worry about being affected. Come to the hood and look down. Shi Huang had a tall and graceful figure, but in front of the huge man who was estimated to be 2 meters and 3 meters tall and was as tall as a black tower, she seemed like a child. It feels like, not to mention the arms, even if the thighs were grabbed by the other party, with a slight twist, they would be immediately broken like a branch. Judging from their physique, the two sides are not on the same level at all. Jin God Bell Rock. Yemo whispered softly, recalling in his mind what he knew about the other party. Among the three martial saints in China, this giant spirit can be said to be the most low-key. However, no matter how low-key he was, let alone the title of martial saint, no one dared to underestimate him just because of his huge physique and the long axe in his hand. There is no official ranking of the strength of the three martial saints. However, Yemo had heard that in the eyes of most people, Liu Yang was undoubtedly the strongest among the three martial saints, followed by Zhongyan, and finally his own master. Looking at the enchanting and beautiful woman below, Yemo's heart began to lift. Although both of them are Chinese martial saints, this battle is just a competition and it is impossible for them to take each other's lives. However, when both sides dare not hold back, it is normal to decide the victory and the defeat, and life and death at the same time. No one can guarantee whether there will be any accidents until the end. Big idiot. The rules are simple, you're not allowed to use your armor, otherwise it would be too boring. Other than that, you can use any means you want until the winner is determined. Don't try to stop there. There's no first place in literature, and no second place in martial arts. Today, we must decide who wins. Also, whoever loses will have to obey the other party's orders in all matters in Yunhai City. Shi Huang put one hand on her waist and glared. Although she seemed a little shorter than the other party, she was just as imposing as the other party. She even looked a bit like a big sister lecturing her younger brother. Zhong Yan's words were brief and powerful. Okay. Let's do as you say. Chapter 80 The Battle of the Martial Saint. Shi Huang soared into the air, 4 or 5 meters above the ground. Originally, due to the height difference, she had to look up at Zhong Yan, but now she lowered her head and looked down at him. Zhong Yan did not fly into the air, of course not because he couldn't do it, but because his fighting style was more suitable for standing on the ground. At this moment, he gave people the feeling that he was integrated with the earth and could not be shaken. 2 black lights appeared and were held in Shi Huang's hands. It is a dagger about 6 inches long, much thinner than an ordinary dagger. The end is forked like a snake's tongue, and the end is a ring that can be inserted into the finger. The style is a bit strange. Those are Shi Wuxing's weapons, the nightmare snake swords. They are said to be highly poisonous and can be used as both weapons and concealed weapons. Rumor has it that they can even transform into long whips during battle. They truly are like 2 terrifying venomous snakes. Those below the 9th rank can't even see them clearly, and are completely unable to resist them. A female warrior from the administration spoke, her eyes full of admiration. Everyone was whispering to each other and the scene was noisy. Anyone present would be considered a big shot if they went outside, but at this moment they were just like fans in a fan club, looking at their idols with extremely excited expressions. Yemo looked back and forth at the 2 daggers in his master's hands. The last time they fought, Shi Huang didn't even use his weapons, let alone show his true skills. Zhou Yushan, who was standing beside him, said, "If we're simply competing in strength, the giant spirit god is said to be the strongest of the 3 martial saints. Even Kunlun's sword master can't defeat him. In terms of weapon destructive power and physical defense, his Shenhua chain axe and divine shield skill are even hailed by some as the strongest in the world. Your master is known as the best in body movement and palm techniques, and is skilled in the use of poison. Unfortunately, palm techniques alone cannot break the divine shield technique, and poison has no effect on a martial saint. This." He paused, "It's bound to be a fierce battle." Yemo could tell that Zhou Yushan was not optimistic about his master, but he was not in a position to express his opinion directly in front of him. Shi Huang's figure flashed, and in the eyes of most people, it seemed as if she disappeared out of thin air. Yemo could only see an afterimage despite his amazing eyesight. He followed the afterimage and looked at Zhong Yan. Shi Huang was originally in front of Zhong Yan, but suddenly appeared behind him. Her S-shaped movement trajectory made her attack even more unpredictable. No matter how amazing Shi Huang's movements were, Zhong Yan could respond with just 2 moves. Turn around. The long axe chopped out. The deafening sound of breaking through the air frightened everyone. Yemo's heart immediately jumped up. If he was hit by the axe, it would be better if he had time to block it with weapons. If not, his body would definitely be cut in 2. Shi Huang tapped the ground with her toes, changed her position, and came to the other side of the giant spirit. She stabbed out with both swords like the 2 fangs of a snake. Every move of Zhong Yan made a terrifying sound, giving people the feeling of moving mountains and rivers. However, Shi Huang's body movements were like a demon, like a poisonous snake hiding in the dark, seeking to kill with one blow. She didn't make any sound at all. They were completely two extremes. Shi Huang used his body skills to the extreme, like a black shadow, constantly changing positions and launching attacks. Although there was no sound when he attacked, the sword energy was rampant and full of lethality. She is known as the strongest palmist in China, not because her swordsmanship is not strong, but simply because of the existence of Kunlun swordsmen, so it is impossible for anyone else to be the strongest in swordsmanship. Holding two swords, she is much stronger than fighting the enemy with her palms. Zhong Yan's feet didn't even move, let alone leave the ground. He swung the long axe in his hand again and again, breaking Shi Huang's fierce attack with one force and 10 skills. Seeing this scene, Yimo's brows gradually frowned. Others who saw this scene might think that the two were evenly matched, but he knew that if he continued like this, his master's strength would be exhausted first, and then he would naturally lose. A voice sounded beside my ear. Everyone only knows that the giant spirit Zhongyan possesses the strongest defense and strength, but in reality, in terms of martial arts skills and combat experience, he is also one of the most powerful beings in all of China. If he only had strength, he wouldn't be able to fight your master to such an extent. Yimo glanced at Wei Chengchuan, who had walked to his side without him noticing, and agreed with what he said. Compared with his master's movements, Zhongyan's movements seemed clumsy and slow. It seemed that he relied on absolute strength to force his master back time and time again. But if you think about it, it is clear that it is impossible. His Shenhua chain axe is indeed not as fast as his master's double swords, but it is continuous and seems to open and close widely, but in fact it is airtight and there is no flaw at all. And every time the axe is swung, it is accompanied by a terrifying chi. Not to mention being hit by the axe, even if you just touch the chi, your body will be cut in half. Don't worry. Your master isn't at a disadvantage. They're just testing each other right now. Neither side has shown their true abilities yet. As soon as Wei Chengchuan finished speaking, he saw Shi Huang seem to have finally found the flaw. He blocked the opponent's long axe with the dagger in his left hand, and stabbed Zhongyan's abdomen with the dagger in his right hand like thunder. The next second, before everyone could figure out what was going on, they saw Shi Huang's dagger in his right hand suddenly stop, and the whole person flew backwards like a small boat hit by the waves. Boom! Seeing that he was about to hit the metal wall behind him, Shi Huang reached out and pressed on the wall. The violent impact and the loud bang caused the metal wall to cave in instantly, and the entire Extraordinary Research Institute shook violently several times. Many people on the second floor screamed in fear and took a few steps back. At this time, everyone could see clearly that where Shi Huang and Zhong Yan had just stood, there were already sunken footprints, and there were even shocking cracks on the ground. Divine Shield Skill. Wei Chengchuan seemed to recall something, his face full of bitterness. To be honest, I am also practicing this top-notch SSS-level defensive martial art, and I have already mastered it. Unfortunately, the defensive power I displayed was completely incomparable to Senior Zhong's. If it were me, your master's sword strike would have pierced me. Looking across China, the only thing that could easily break Senior Zhong's divine shield is probably Kunlun sword master Liu Yang's 7-star sword. Senior, are you saying that my master can't break his defense? If Senior Zhong had stood still, your master would have naturally been able to break the divine shield. But right now, it's difficult to find even the slightest flaw. He only had a split second to attack, so the power of the dagger in his hand was naturally reduced. In this situation, breaking the divine shield is not that easy, unless we can find the vital point. Life Gate? Yimo immediately remembered that in the martial arts movies he had seen before, there was a vital point in the weapons like the golden bell cover. It turns out that Zhongyan's divine shield skill has a similar weakness? He asked curiously, no one who fought him before has ever found the vital point? If someone has found it, why hasn't anyone told anyone about it? Wei Chengchuan laughed and said, the vital point of divine shield technique is different every time it is performed. Yimo was stunned. Well, he thought that this top-level SSS-level martial art was too simple. The position of the vital point could actually be changed? The test just now by my master was actually to find the opponent's vital point? Thinking of this, Yimo looked back and forth at Zhong Yan, trying to see if he could find where the opponent's vital point was. But then, he realized another problem. Even if he found out where the vital point was, he couldn't intervene. Otherwise, wouldn't that be equivalent to helping his master cheat? Chapter 81, Gods Fighting. Yimo's off-field intervention. Along with the loud noise, the wall that Shi Huang was pressing on sank even more exaggeratedly. She used the force to counterattack and rushed towards Zhong Yan. The short sword in her right hand turned into a long metal whip with a blade, flying towards Zhong Yan's throat to take his life. Zhong Yan swung his axe with great force, but it hit the whip and failed to knock it away. Instead, he was entangled by the whip. Use softness to overcome hardness. This is one of the great advantages of the bullwhip. Shi Huang took the opportunity and stabbed Zhong Yan's chest with the dagger in his left hand. Zhong Yan suddenly let out a beast-like roar, his muscles bulged exaggeratedly, he twisted his body, and smashed the long axe and whip in his hands towards the ground viciously. Boom! The ground made of special metal material was like a block of mud, shattered in an instant, the ground collapsed, and violent airwaves rushed in all directions. At this moment, Zhong Yan started to act seriously, like a devil in the world, making people tremble with fear. Shi Huang was pulled by the terrifying force from the long whip and lost her balance in an instant. With a flick of her arm, the long whip turned back into the form of a dagger. Boom, boom, boom. Zhong Yan was obviously serious. The long axe in his hand was like a violent storm, continuously chopping towards Shi Huang. Moreover, there were streams of energy flying out, crisscrossing like a big net. It was simply a fight between gods, and people were stunned. Shi Huang used his body skills to the extreme, dodging up and down and left and right. As both of them began to exert their full strength, they turned into two black shadows that kept colliding with each other. With every collision, the entire Extraordinary Research Institute was violently shaken, and the ground and walls continued to collapse. Boom! Zhong Yan smashed an axe towards Shi Huang in the air. Shi Huang blocked it with his dagger in both hands and flew into the air. This time, Zhong Yan did not continue to wait on the ground. He kicked his feet and at the same time, with the help of the circulation of the qi in his body, the reaction force and the power of the qi in his body were combined together, and he burst out at a terrifying speed to chase Shi Huang. Seeing that an axe was about to chop Shi Huang twisted his body in a strange posture, as if he had no bones. The axe didn't hit Shi Huang, but the huge transparent cover above was damaged. Although Zhong Yan withdrew some of his strength in an instant, he still managed to create a huge gap in the 1-meter thick cover made of special material, and cracks spread in all directions. The people on the second floor took a few steps back in fear. If the axe had fallen on them, they would have been turned into a pool of meat in an instant. Behind him, there was a sound of breaking air. The giant spirit immediately turned his head and swung out with the long axe in his hand. "Uncle, be careful, it's poison," a voice suddenly sounded. When the giant spirit looked carefully, he found that the person behind him was not Shi Huang, but a dark red bead, whose speed was even faster than a bullet. It was obviously thrown by Shi Huang. When it comes to assassination, poisoning and other unconventional methods, he and Kunlun Jianzi are no match for Shi Huang, who was once a killer. This bead may contain poison, or something else, but it is definitely not a good thing. A martial saint is not afraid of poison, but if a large dose of poison, drug, etc. enters the mouth, nose, and especially the eyes, it will have some impact. In a battle of this level, slowing down his movements by just half a second is enough to determine the outcome. Spirit Mountain Falls. The giant spirit let out a low roar, and his body, as if weighing 1,000 pounds, fell down at an astonishing speed, dodging the incoming red beads. Boom! The giant spirit landed on the ground, and the ground collapsed again, as if there was an earthquake and the mountains were shaking, with a terrifying sound. The bead hit the wall, and a red mist burst out. A series of annoyed glances were directed at the young man who had just spoken. Judging from the way the other party addressed him just now, this guy should be related to Zhong Yan and they are very close. Everyone didn't dare to say much for Zhong Yan's sake, but they were all very annoyed by this guy's interference off the field. The young man ignored everyone else. After noticing Emo's sinister gaze, he grinned at Emo and raised his middle finger. Zhong Junmao, Senior Zhong's nephew, a 6th-rank warrior. Yan Hongxian died at your hands. Senior Zhong meant that when a warrior takes the stage, life and death are determined by fate. He will not interfere in the affairs of you and the Yin family. However, this kid probably dislikes you. After all, it is said that he and Yan Hongxian have a good relationship. Wei Chengchuan frowned when he saw Zhong Junmao raising his middle finger, and whispered to Emo about the other party's identity. He was a little worried that Emo, being young and hot-headed, would rush over to fight with Zhong Junmao. However, after hearing what he said, Emo actually laughed. Since someone on his side interfered off the court, you can't blame me. Emo leaped up and came to the gap in the shield. He threw something towards Shi Huang. Master, I still have your most powerful poison. I forgot to take it back. Catch it. As he spoke, he threw something towards Shi Huang at an astonishing speed. The most powerful poison? Shi Huang caught it easily, with a puzzled look on his face. What Yi Mo threw to him was a thumb-sized bead with a layer of metal sheet on the surface and the name of the thing written on it. Shi Huang took a look of surprise appeared on his face, then he raised the corners of his mouth. Many eyes turned to Yi Mo. Zhong Junmao angrily shouted, "Asshole! What right do you have to interfere in this battle? You're basically cheating. My master forgot her things with me, and I returned them to her. How can that be considered cheating? It's you who reminded me just now that's considered cheating, right?" Yi Mo's expression was calm, and Zhong Junmao was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Zhong Junmao sneered, "Even if I didn't warn you, that thing wouldn't be able to break my uncle's divine shield. It's just some despicable trick. No matter what kind of poison it is, it's a dream to break my uncle's divine shield. Then open your eyes wide and watch carefully. Just watch me, am I afraid of you?" Below, seeing Zhong Yan rushing over, Shi Huang took the beads thrown to her by Yi Mo and pretended to throw it at Zhong Yan. The other party subconsciously dodged, but at this time, she fell to the ground and closed her eyes. Yi Mo immediately closed his eyes. After killing Sunny Chen with the help of poison, Yi Mo could be said to have tasted the sweetness of this unconventional method. He exchanged a lot of small things on the intranet, and this small iron bead was one of them. There is no poison in it at all, it's just a specially made flash bomb. Previously, he tried to use the super brain state to find the vital point of divine shield power, but the result was predictable, he couldn't find it at all. The vital point is completely different from the flaws in action moves. As a spectator, it is impossible to find it with just your eyes. At this moment, he suddenly thought that no matter how powerful the divine shield was, it could only block physical damage. There is no isolation from light, sound, etc. If you isolate yourself from all these, it would be like making yourself blind and deaf when fighting with others. How is that possible? He immediately guessed that the special flash grenade he exchanged 2 days ago might be of some use. Even with his eyes closed, Yi Mo could still sense the strong light in front of him. It was very scary, and even with his eyes closed, he felt a little uncomfortable. As for those who didn't close their eyes, especially Zhong Junmao who had his eyes wide open. "Ah! My eyes!" Zhong Junmao's screams rang out immediately. Chapter 82, The Nightmare Snake Twin Swords. There are 3 in total. The second underground floor of the Research Institute. Screams rang out. When Yi Mo opened his eyes, he saw that everyone was covering their eyes. Not only Zhong Junmao, but even Zhou Yushan beside him squatted down, covering his eyes with his hands, grinning with a distorted expression. This flash bomb won't blind people, but it will definitely make them uncomfortable. Especially just now, everyone stared with wide eyes, watching the battle between the two martial saints, afraid of missing any scenes, and then a flash bomb and a group attack came directly. Is there anything more deceptive than this? Zhou Yushan opened his eyes a crack, and seeing Yi Mo looking at him, he cursed, "You little bastard, you've ruined me. You don't know how to respect the elderly and love the young." Yi Mo thought to himself, it was indeed me who took out the things, but it was my master who really used them. It's a bit too realistic of you to only scold me and not my master. He turned his head and saw that Wei Chengchuan still had his eyes open, looking down, unaffected at all. Even Wang Xingchuan, a 7th grade cultivator, seemed unaffected. Noticing Yi Mo's gaze, Wei Chengchuan explained. "The stronger you are, the faster your reaction speed will be. You'll naturally close your eyes the moment the bright light appears. Under normal circumstances, it won't have any effect at all. However, if you're caught off guard by a flash bomb while fighting someone, there will still be some impact. The moment you close your eyes is the moment the opponent attacks." When the flash bomb exploded, Shi Huang naturally closed his eyes. But if you close your eyes and plan without thinking, you can definitely seize the initiative. Yi Mo looked down and saw that Zhong Yan was still standing there with his eyes open. His vision was not affected. However, Shi Huang had already seized the opportunity. Both of his swords turned into long whips. Countless afterimages, like a swarm of snakes, submerged Zhong Yan. Bang! 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 Although Zhong Yan's Xianhua chain axe was powerful, it was still found to have flaws one after another. Long whips kept falling on him, but unfortunately they were unable to break through the defensive divine shield. The next moment, the long axe in Zhong Yan's hand was entangled by 2 whips. He pulled it back, and with the advantage of strength, he actually made the 2 long whips break away from Shi Huang's hands and fly towards him. Seeing this scene, Yi Mo's heart sank. Wei Chengchuan sighed, "Your master was too eager to seize this opportunity, and in his haste, he made mistakes. He couldn't break through the defense, and instead exposed himself to a huge flaw. The implication is that the outcome has been decided and Shi Huang has already lost. Even Zhong Yan smiled at this moment. Shi Huang lost her 2 swords, but with the help of Zhong Yan's power to pull her towards him, she burst out with terrifying speed. Puff! Before anyone could react, a dagger pierced into Zhong Yan's abdomen and then was pulled out. Wei Chengchuan's expression froze. He had just said that Shi Huang had exposed a big flaw, but the next moment, he was slapped in the face. Not to mention him, even Zhong Yan looked stunned. He didn't expect this result. Now it seems that Shi Huang deliberately exposed a flaw and deliberately let go of her 2 swords. With the help of his pulling force, she rushed towards him at a faster speed. With the help of that amazing speed, the power of her sword became even stronger, enough to break the divine shield. In short, part of the power of this sword comes from Zhong Yan's own strength. Another thing he didn't expect was that Shi Huang had a 3rd Nightmare Snake Twin swords on him. Shi Huang played with the dagger in his hand and said with a smile, "There are 3 Nightmare Snake Twin swords in total. Nothing strange there, right? If I had stabbed you in the heart with that sword just now, you should know what the result would be. So the victory is already decided." She looked at the people on the 2nd floor, winked at GMO, and then looked around at everyone, smiling. "Everyone who has seen my 3rd dagger before is dead. You are lucky." Many people took a step back in fear. This woman is extremely beautiful, but she always makes people feel very dangerous. Even if she is smiling, you still feel like she will cut your throat with a sword at any second. Lost? Zhong Yan admitted it very straightforwardly and did not make excuses to explain why he lost. At this time, many people finally got rid of the influence of the flash bomb. When they opened their eyes, they saw Zhong Yan admitting defeat. They were so sad that they could not even cry. They looked at Yemo with resentment in their eyes. Yemo looked at his nose with his eyes, and his heart with his nose, pretending not to see it. When everyone reached the 3rd underground floor, Zhong Juanmao's face turned grim. He suddenly pointed at Yemo and shouted, "If this brat hadn't suddenly intervened, you wouldn't have lost at all. Therefore, this result doesn't count at all." Yemo was about to retort when Zhong Yan said, "I accept my defeat wholeheartedly. Fighting in a space as confined as this, I already had the upper hand, yet I still lost. There's nothing much to say. They had already figured out how to break my divine shield and were just waiting for a chance to decide the outcome, but I hadn't realized it at all. Therefore, defeat was only a matter of time. That flash bomb only brought the timing a little bit forward." Wei Chengchuan whispered to Yemo, "Your master has an absolute advantage in speed and reaction. If they were to fight outside, Zhong Wuxing might not lose, but he definitely wouldn't win." Yemo nodded, indicating that he understood the logic. He actually had some respect for the man in front of him who was as tall as a black bear. At least he could afford to lose. Zhong Junmao wanted to speak again, but Zhong Yan's face darkened. "Shut up." Shi Huang looked at Yemo and asked with concern, "Were you targeted by foreign warriors on the way here?" Yemo nodded. Those 2 guys weren't very strong, but they had no self-awareness. They knocked me unconscious and let the administration take me away. Wei Chengchuan said hurriedly, "Someone spread the news about the number 8 supernormal potion and the special gray fog internationally." During this period, in addition to the major international forces, some people from smaller forces also came to Yunhai. The big powers were fine, but the smaller ones had no idea of the rules. Some of them usually operated in war zones, acting recklessly and causing quite a bit of trouble in the past 2 days. It's not difficult to deal with them, but the difficulty lies in the fact that ordinary people cannot be informed of the existence of warriors, so they are often restricted. Shi Huang said calmly, "There's no need to worry about whether ordinary people will know. Search the entire city and find those guys. Anyone who injures anyone in China will be killed. As long as we kill enough people, those who don't know the rules will eventually learn to do so. Don't worry about ordinary people." But no instructions have been given from above this. Wei Chengchuan subconsciously glanced at Zhong Yan. Zhong Yan frowned, but before he could speak, Shi Huang said coldly, "Don't forget what we agreed on. If you lose, just shut up." Zhong Yan closed his mouth. Looking at the resolute and swift Shi Huang, everyone had a feeling that this female martial saint was already ushering in a new era. Perhaps in a few days, all ordinary people would know the other side of this world. Wei Chengchuan received a call and his face turned serious. "What's wrong?" Shi Huang looked at him. Wei Chengchuan said, People from the Atlan Brotherhood and the Yin Yang Sword sect contacted us and said they wanted to discuss the number 8 transcendental potion and the Grey Mist. They also said that if they could reach an agreement, they would ensure that all members of the Transcendental Organization would leave China within 2 days. Everyone's expression changed. Some information about these two organizations emerged in Yimo's mind. The Atlantic Brotherhood comes from Europe, and the Yin Yang Sword sect is a force from the Sakura country. Both are among the best extraordinary organizations in the world. Most importantly, both of these forces have powerful martial saints. Wei Chengchuan added, they said their 2 martial saints have already arrived in Yunhai and can come over immediately. They also said that we must have a martial saint or a national level figure to come forward, otherwise it would be disrespectful to them. Shi Huang's eyes were cold. Zhang Yan said, let them come over. Regardless of whether we can reach an agreement, we must at least find out their specific purpose. Those small forces are not difficult to deal with. The key is to find all the people involved. As for big forces like the Atlantic Brotherhood and the Yin Yang Sword sect, China has no fear at all. However, if they really fall out and violent conflicts occur, many ordinary people may be involved. If it can be avoided, it should be avoided as much as possible. Half an hour later, an old white man and a middle-aged man from Sakura country with 2 swords on his waist came to the research institute. Chapter 83, To be enemies with all forces on Earth? There were only 2 people who came, but in the conference room, even an 8th grade transcendent like Wei Chengchuan had a very solemn expression. The white old man, Duke Anderson, may look down upon his gray hair and short stature, but he is notorious internationally and is known as the most powerful martial artist who cannot be offended. It's not because he is the strongest among the martial saints, but because it is rumored that he enjoys torturing people. Falling into his hands is truly a life worse than death. Compared to him, the less than 40-year-old Yagyu sword demon beside him is not as famous and has not as many stories. As the only martial saint in Sakura country, his record of taking action is pitifully small, but no one dares to underestimate him. A year ago, 2 top-level 8th grade transcendents from America sneaked into Sakura country and were killed by him with 1 sword. With 1 sword, the heads of 2 8th grade transcendents rolled down. After that battle, foreign warriors who entered the Sakura country became much more honest. There are even some warriors from the Sakura country who spread the word that Kendo originated in China, but now the Sakura country is the strongest country in Kendo, and the martial Saint Yagyu is much stronger than the Kunlun swordsman of China. Chinese warriors think this is nonsense. However, no one doubted that this Yagyu sword demon was a top-level swordsman. I once heard that the Chinese thousand-handed snake demon was the most beautiful warrior in the world. I just thought it was flattery. After all, at my age, figure is more important than appearance, and white women's figures are much better than Asians. Now, having seen it with my own eyes, I cannot help but admire you. You are simply a miracle. A miracle created by God. If Shi Wuxing plans to find a man in the future, you might consider me. Although my hair is gray, my body is much better than that of a young man. Duke Anderson simply ignored everyone else and looked at Shi Huang. What he said made many people immediately furious. The old man's words were not only a teasing to Shi Huang, but also showed that he didn't take them, or even China, seriously, and he did not hide it at all. Yimo frowned, feeling the urge to slap the old guy in the face. Shi Huang said, whose pants are unzipped, exposing you, an old thing. You look so ugly, but you think of beautiful things. Even if I want to find a man, how can you be my man? The scene suddenly became quiet. Shui Shouying had the urge to cover her face. Miss, please pay attention to your image. Your image. Duke Anderson's old face suddenly darkened. Shi Huang said, you have a foul mouth but a thick skin. You can't stand a few insults? If you want to fight, I'll fight you right now and loosen up your bones, old man. The corner of Yimo's mouth twitched, and he secretly gave his master a thumbs up. He finally understood one thing: if someone could take advantage of his master, it must be because she was doing it on purpose. If she didn't want to, no one could help her. Zhang Yan said in a deep voice, you were the ones who said you wanted to talk. What exactly do you want to talk about? Tell me. The Yagyu sword demon looked at him and said, it's very simple. Share the formula for the number 8 transcendent potion. Also, share the gray fog in Yunhai City. If the Stargate opens from this side, we will also send people to the depths of the starry sky together. Zhong Yan sneered and refused without even thinking. Duke Anderson also sneered, saying that if China insisted on going its own way, it would simply want to use these 2 opportunities to become the world hegemon and ultimately achieve the goal of invading the world. This is completely anti-human and is intended to be an enemy of all national forces on the Earth. By then, all forces will unite, and China will have no chance of getting off easily. Hearing this, everyone was very angry. This set of rhetoric is so familiar. Over the years, whenever China has made progress, foreign media basically use this set of conspiracy theories. It is very old-fashioned, but the effect is very good. Zhong Yan spoke up and said that he could share, but not now, but in the future. The formula of the number 8 extraordinary potion was developed by China. The gray fog appeared in China, and China has the right to monopolize it for a period of time. After a few years, it will share these things with all mankind. This was not his own decision, but the final answer he received after calling the imperial capital a long time ago. However, even though China had already taken a step back, Duke Anderson still sneered. You now have only 2 choices. First, share immediately. Second, make enemies with the entire world. China has 3 martial saints, the most of any country in the world. But if all the countries in the world join forces, there will be 5 martial saints in the open alone, and some in the dark will also take advantage of the opportunity to attack. What will the outcome be then? Think carefully about it. Shi Huang was furious. In that case, I'll kill you 2 first, so there will be 2 less troubles. Duke Anderson looked around, his eyes swept across the faces of Yi Mo and the others, and said with a joking smile, with these trash present, are you sure you want to take action? Shi Huang's face was gloomy and he didn't respond. Even though they have a lot of people on their side, when the fight really starts, even an 8th grade transcendent like Wei Chengchuan won't be able to play any role. At most, he will be a drag. The others are undoubtedly a burden. In this way, Shi and Zhang Yan would have to be cautious, while the other 2 could fight and kill without restraint. In the end, Duke Anderson and Yagyu's sword demon left in a swagger, and the negotiations ended in a bad mood. If only I were a martial saint, I would make sure they never return. Shi Yanjiang gritted his teeth. He usually thought highly of himself, but now he was regarded as a waste by others. Wang Teng's face was gloomy. Although he didn't say anything, he felt very ashamed. He looked at Yi Mo and said, be careful. These foreigners have evil intentions and are afraid that we Chinese will get ahead of them. Among the younger generation, you have the greatest talent. Some believe you'll reach the martial saint level within 10 years. These foreigners might take advantage of this opportunity to attack you. On the way back, Yi Mo received a call from Su Qingyue. On the phone, Su Qingyue told him that the subsequent experiments went smoothly and if nothing unexpected happened, he would be able to go back the day after tomorrow. I heard from Gu Hui that your parents and brother have also moved to the community? There was a hint of hesitation in Su Qingyue's tone. When she first heard the news, she was a little nervous and a little excited. She thought Yi Mo would mention it and arrange for her to meet her parents, but Yi Mo didn't mention it at all. Now she was only feeling nervous, wondering if the other party actually minded that she was older than him, or if he had already told his parents, but his parents didn't accept her age? After saying this, Su Qingyue bit her lips and her knuckles turned white. She suddenly felt that she was so annoying. She never had these weird thoughts in her mind before, but now, as long as it was related to Yi Mo, she couldn't control her random thoughts. Chapter 84 Killing a Big Guy. Yi Mo didn't notice Su Qingyue's emotional fluctuations, and his mind was still thinking about what happened in the research institute before. Yes. I just moved into the community a few days ago. Su Qingyue opened her mouth but ultimately said nothing more. She told Yi Mo that the situation in Yunhai City was chaotic recently and asked him to pay more attention to his safety. Not long after returning home, Yi Mo received a call from his university roommate Gui Yuao, asking him if he would go to school the next day to take the CET-4 and CET-6 exams. After the exams, the classmates would go out and play together. Yi Mo felt dazed. One moment, he was still immersed in the thoughts of the martial saint and the future of China, and then, in the blink of an eye, he was thinking about whether or not to take the CET-4 or CET-6 exams. He hasn't been to school for a while. Gui Yuhao and other roommates were not aware of the situation and called him many times to express their concern. Due to the rules, he was reluctant to explain in detail and only said that something happened at home and he would not go to the school for the time being. Recently, Gui Yuhao has even begun to suspect whether he has a terminal illness, and his words are full of comfort. Gui Yuhao recalled something, some gossip, oh right. Yi Zi, you might not know, but Lu Shi is missing. Today, her family came to the school to make a scene. I heard that guy in the sports car broke up a long time ago, and she became an internet celebrity, making a lot of money, but then suddenly. After hanging up the phone, Yemo pondered for 2 seconds and dialed Wei Chengchuan's number. Senior Wei, a classmate of mine is missing. Could you please keep an eye on her? Yes, she's from high school and college, her name is Lu Qian, a local. It's not that Yemo cares about Lu Xi's life or death, but he is very suspicious that the sudden disappearance of a beautiful young girl like Lu Xi may be related to those foreign warriors. Right now, the administration is taking action against those warriors who are causing trouble in Yunhai City at all costs, in order to serve as a warning to others. Lu Xi's disappearance may be related to this, so it must be reported. Yemo put aside all distractions and continued to practice with the help of the blood snake jade crystal, trying to break the second genetic lock. The situation is now chaotic. Yunhai and even China will face a crisis, or rather, an unprecedented challenge. With my current strength, I can't help at all. I'm just what the martial saint calls waste. Instead of being a drag now, I should improve my strength quickly. After breaking the second genetic lock, the limit of my body index will be more than 10 times the original. Ordinary people can reach around 3,000, but I am definitely far more than that. Now I don't have to think about anything else, the only thing I have to do is break the second genetic lock. When leaving the research institute earlier, Zhou Yushan told him that his identity in the system had now been changed to a 6th rank warrior. Under normal circumstances, if you want to update information, you need to go through an assessment. But in just a few days, the 6th grade warrior Yan Hongxian and the 7th grade transcendent Sunny Chen both died at his hands. The situation was too special, and coupled with his identity as Shi Huang's disciple, he was finally given a special exception. In this way, Yemo obtained another extraordinary point. As long as the genetic lock is broken, these extraordinary points will come in handy and can be exchanged for extraordinary potions. By then, his strength will see a qualitative leap. That night, Yemo received a message from Wei Chengchuan, saying that they had found Lu Qian's whereabouts and that she was indeed related to the foreign warriors. He asked Yemo whether he wanted to go over. The implication was that the girl was pretty, and Yemo wanted to take this opportunity to be a hero and save the beauty. Not interested. Yemo immediately shook his head. Okay. It's okay if you don't go. I'll go there myself. Wei Chengchuan said with a smile. Is it really that serious? Do you really need to personally take action, senior? Yemo said with a surprised expression. This woman really has nothing to do with me. Ha ha. It's not because of you. Wei Chengchuan smiled, his voice a little deeper. There might be a big fish from Southeast Asia there, an 8th grade transcendent. I have to go there in person. I've even informed Zhong Wuxing, and he will rush over to avoid any accidents. Since we need to kill a chicken to scare the monkeys and intimidate those outsiders, then of course we have to kill a big guy. Killing a 9th grade martial saint is as difficult as ascending to heaven, but an 8th grade one is just right. Yemo's eyes lit up. Senior, I've changed my mind. Where's the address? I'll be there right now. In the magnificently decorated house, Lu Xi's hands and feet were tied, her mouth was sealed, and she was tied to a chair. The makeup on her face had long been ruined by tears. She was extremely hungry and panicked, and felt that she might faint at any time. The success of some people in the world is inexplicable, and even they themselves cannot figure it out. Some time ago, Lu Xi's live broadcast suddenly became popular. That night, she danced and twisted her body in front of the camera as usual. Suddenly, a mouse rushed out and scared her so much that she cried and jumped around. As a result, it was made into countless spoof slices and became popular inexplicably. As live streaming became popular, her income skyrocketed. She dumped the suit-wearing man she was dating and put on a pure face. She didn't even need to ask for money, as many rich people gave her tips, saying that she reminded them of their childhood sweetheart. As a result, she was immediately called the White Moonlight Goddess. The huge amount of financial gains made Lu Xi ecstatic. She even rejected many wealthy people who sent her private messages wanting to keep her as a supporter, and declared that she would be self-reliant. There were new things happening online every day, and the speed at which the popularity was declining was even more exaggerated than she had expected. After much deliberation, she found what she thought was the most reliable way out, becoming the mistress of the CEO of a live streaming company. As a result, the boss imprisoned her, saying that he wanted to give her body as a gift to an important person. Bosqua, please let me go. Let me accompany the important person? Isn't it okay for me to follow your instructions? There's no need to imprison me. At that time, Lu Xi was relieved. She was just accompanying an important person. If she could get in touch with the important person, it might be a good thing. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Mr. Gua slapped her in the face and scolded her, "You're just dreaming. How could that big shot be interested in you? I told you I'd give him your body. Don't you understand? You want your body, but you don't want to do that kind of thing?" She didn't understand at all. Because she didn't understand, the more she thought about it, the more scared she became. Crunch! The door opened and several men walked in. The leader was a short, heavily tattooed old Southeast Asian man with purple-black skin and a strong scent of spices. The Mr. Gua she was familiar with followed the old man respectfully, like a pug. "Old immortal, this is the food I prepared." Mr. Gua pointed at Lu Qian with a flattering look on his face. Chapter 85 Little Ghost Gu. Food. She was trembling all over, as if she had fallen into an ice cave. A thought that made her scalp tingle came to her mind. The old man in front of me, who is as ugly as a mummy, is a man-eating monster and wants to eat me? No. This is impossible. It's the 21st century, a society ruled by law. How could such a thing happen? Prank, this must be a prank on myself. As soon as Mr. Gua finished speaking, he was pushed aside by someone behind the old man and warned him to shut up. The old man walked up to Lu Shi, his movements extremely stiff, and his body joints made strange dry sounds. Coupled with the disgusting smell that came towards him, if Lu Shi had not been hungry for several days and her mouth was not sealed, she would have vomited. An obese middle-aged woman jokingly said to Lu Qian, "Your pig brain can be used as a useful nutrient. You should feel honored, not sad." A strange smile appeared on the old man's face. Suddenly, he opened his mouth, his throat bulged, and a red figure emerged from his body. The appearance of this monster is like an underdeveloped infant in the mother's womb. It has human limbs, a distorted face, and a bloody tail. It looks more like a monster than a human. It seemed to like Lu Shi very much, making happy sounds and jumping onto Lu Shi's head. Gu magic originated in China and is extremely popular in Southeast Asia. Many of the notorious Southeast Asian sorcery techniques are evolved from Gu magic. With the emergence of supernatural matter, warriors and scientists are thinking about how to make the energy of supernatural matter useful to humans, while Gu masters have an additional question to think about. Can the power of supernatural matter be used to raise Gu? The answer is yes. As a result, many terrifying and bizarre poisons appeared. For example, the little ghost Gu in front of you. The little ghost Gu is not only extremely dangerous and violent, but also likes to eat human brains. It must be a young and beautiful woman, so it is destined not to be something that ordinary people can raise. Lu Shi rolled her eyes and fainted, but as the little ghost's clawed hands grabbed her head, the severe pain immediately woke her up. Woo! Woo woo woo! Lu Shi struggled violently, tears streaming down her face, her eyes full of pleading. The little ghost Gu let out a strange laugh, and seemed to enjoy Lu Shi's reaction, and was not in a hurry to open her skull. Bang! The door was suddenly kicked open and a group of people walked in quickly. Leading the group were Zhang Yan and Wei Chengchuan, who looked like black towers, followed by several masters from the Administration Bureau and Yimo. On the way here, Wei Chengchuan had already told Yimo the general situation of this Southeast Asian 8th grade extraordinary person. Baon, a sorcerer, grew up in a temple in Southeast Asia. When he was 13 years old, he poisoned everyone in the temple. He was not only proficient in various witchcraft, but also in ancient Thai boxing. He was cruel and cunning by nature, and countless people died at his hands. With the emergence of extraordinary substances, not only Baong himself became stronger, but also his poisonous creatures. This guy is more difficult to deal with than an ordinary 8th grade transcendent. It was for this reason that Wei Chengchuan invited Zhong Yan over to avoid any problems. When Lu Qian saw Yimo in the crowd, her expression became agitated and she struggled even more violently, wanting Yimo to save her quickly, but her mouth was sealed and she couldn't open her mouth at all. Yimo's gaze was on the little ghost Gu on her head. For Yimo, this poison and the sorcerer Baong were the real purpose of his coming here. They were much more interesting than Lu Shi. What kind of Gu is this? It looks neither human nor ghost. Yimo asked curiously. Wei Chengchuan said, "Little devil Gu." He created this thing by combining it with extraordinary potions. It's said to be very difficult to deal with. So far, a 7th grade extraordinary person has died at its hands. And it's very likely that it hasn't yet fully matured. Not really mature yet? If it truly matures, can it be compared with an 8th grade transcendent? If this thing could be cultivated in large quantities, wouldn't Baong alone be able to control a legion of 8th grade extraordinary beings? Yimo's heart trembled. No wonder Wei Chengchuan said on the way here that Baong's future threat to China would be no less than that of a martial saint. The expressions of Baong's men changed drastically. One of them grabbed Mr. Guo's throat and cursed, "You betrayed Master Baong." "No. I didn't." Before Mr. Guo could finish his words, his neck was twisted. In the eyes of ordinary people, the wealthy man who was high and mighty was like an ant when involved in a battle of this level and was killed easily. When Lu Shi saw the scene, her eyes rolled back and she fainted again from fright. The obese woman took out a porcelain bottle from her arms and smashed it to the ground, while the others rushed towards Yimo and the others. Zhang Yan took a step forward, rushed out several meters, grabbed one of them by the head, and used it as an axe, smashing it around. In a blink of an eye, all of them were lying on the ground wailing. Bang! The ceramic bottle smashed to the ground, and a red poisonous mist spread out. Zhang Yan puffed up his chest and blew out a strong breath, which caused a strong wind to blow in the room and directly blew the poisonous fog out of the window. The obese woman looked stunned, and before she could react, Zhang Yan slapped her on the head, and she was dead or alive. Swish! The little ghost turned into a shadow and flew out of the window. Zhang Yan rushed out immediately and caught the little ghost goo that had just reached the window in an instant. The little ghost let out a shrill scream and struggled violently. Its body was extremely strong, and its skin was as hard as steel, but in Zhang Yan's hands, it had no room for resistance. It opened its mouth and bit Zhang Yan's palm with its sharp and poisonous fangs, but it was unable to break the divine shield. The battle was over in the blink of an eye. Everyone in the management bureau looked relaxed. This is the martial saint. No matter how weird and strange you are, the martial saint will suppress you with absolute power. If Zhang Yan hadn't been here tonight, it would have been very troublesome, and there might have been casualties. But with Zhang Yan present, they didn't need to do anything, they just had to wait until it was over and do the finishing work. Yi Mo looked a little suspicious. From beginning to end, Baong had no expression on his face and no reaction at all. He just watched coldly everything happening in front of him. Logically speaking, the little ghost goo is so powerful that it is definitely very precious even to Baong. It is impossible for him not to react. Besides, he is not afraid at all. Can't he run away? Wei Chengchuan kept looking at Baong's face, frowning. This guy is not Baong, he's just a puppet. Puppet? Yi Mo's face became even more curious. Wei Chengchuan shook his head. Don't look at me, I don't know how this damn thing was made. Ha ha ha. People say Southeast Asia is just witchcraft, and the orthodox witchcraft is in China. But the dignified director of the Supernatural Administration Bureau doesn't know anything about this. It's laughable. Baong opened his mouth, but without moving his tongue, a sound came out. Although it could be understood, it sounded extremely strange. Yi Mo had amazing eyesight and he immediately saw that there was an emerald green poisonous insect at the Adam's apple of Baong. It was wriggling constantly and it seemed that the sound was made by this insect. Chapter 86. When she gets tired of you, you will show your true colors. Wei Chengchuan said coldly, the orthodox art of Gu is, of course, in China. Besides Chinese martial arts, there are many unconventional ways, and Gu is just one of them. I, Wei, don't know much about Gu, but over there in the Miao tribe, many elders are proficient in this art. You're not even worthy of carrying their shoes. Baong sneered, you're so self-righteous. Release my little devil Gu. I'll pretend that what happened tonight never happened. I'll leave China tomorrow. Wei Chengchuan said, okay. But words are not enough. You should be nearby. Come over and sign a letter of commitment. Baong was furious, bullshit promise. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. If I show up, will there be any chance of survival? Wei Chengchuan sneered, leaving tomorrow? Bullshit. You think I don't know you just want the little devil Gu back and have no intention of leaving? With your reputation, even if you swear on your ancestors, I won't believe you. Yi Mo kept looking at Baong and noticed that his skin had slight undulations, as if there were countless insects crawling underneath, which made his scalp tingle. Zhong Yan and several members of the management bureau rushed out of the window. Although the witchcraft is magical, since Baong can communicate through the witchcraft, it means that he must be nearby. We must find a way to find him. Baong was very cunning and knew what the administration was planning. Seeing that they could not reach an agreement, he quickly shut up. We'll see. Soon, you'll be begging me to give the little ghost Gu back to me. After he said this, the puppet in front of him stopped moving. Lucy woke up and found herself sitting in the back seat of a car, not knowing where she was being taken. She was confused at first, recalling the scene before she fell into coma. Her face turned pale, and she subconsciously wanted to scream, but a voice rang out. "Those guys have been arrested, and we're sending you back now." Lu Qian turned her head and first saw the two management bureau members sitting in front of her. Finally, her gaze fell on Yemo beside her. In her mind, she recalled all the scenes before she fell into a coma. At the critical moment, Yemo and a group of people rushed over. "Save yourself." Lu Qian was terrified and asked what had happened. Why could such a monster crawl out of a person's mouth? Who were those people who came with Yemo? She vaguely felt that those were things that ordinary people could not touch. What made her even more uncomfortable was that Yemo seemed to have stepped into that mysterious world, and she was just an ordinary person who was excluded. "I felt like I was outshined by Yemo. You don't need to know this. In the next few days, you can pay more attention to the news. You might see something new and interesting." Yemo was not interested in explaining it to her. "However, since my master said that we don't have to worry about being discovered by ordinary people when we attack those foreign warriors next time, the news should spread quickly on the internet. Perhaps, there may be a lot of related news now. But for now, people probably won't believe it and just think it's a prank, a weird thing created by AI. Just tell me, okay?" Lu Qian subconsciously reached out to grab Yemo's hand. When facing a man, she only needs to act coquettishly, say a few nice words, and give him some small advantages, and basically he will go along with her. This is her long-term experience. Yemo slapped her hand away. "Regarding you and Mr. Gua, if you want to cling to someone powerful, that's fine, but if you rely on others to solve problems as soon as you run into them, you'll never be able to grow. Even in a relationship of support, it's ultimately an exchange of interests. At critical moments, you have to seize opportunities and grow. If you don't seize opportunities when you're young, you'll have no chance at all when you're old and faded." Lu Qian's face turned pale and she said angrily, "Who do you think you are to teach me a lesson? You've been able to act like a decent person, but after all, it's all thanks to that rich woman at the school gate last time. When she gets tired of you, your true colors will be revealed. You're still a loser. Worse than me." She vaguely felt that what Yemo said made sense, but she had always felt that Yemo was no match for her, so how could he have the right to point fingers at her? The two members of the management bureau in front glanced at Lu Qian and frowned. "Rustle, rustle." A subtle sound reached Yemo's ears. Yemo said, "Stop the car." What do you want to do?" Lu Qian glanced at the wilderness outside. Could this guy be angry and want to do something to her? The car stopped. The noisy sound became clearer and clearer. Not only Yemo, but also the two members of the management bureau in front heard it. Lucy didn't hear anything, but she saw that countless poisonous snakes and strange-looking insects were surrounding her and others from all directions like a tide. Lucy screamed and almost rolled her eyes and fainted again. An ordinary-looking bald old man with a strange smile on his face walked towards him. "Master Bong." After seeing the other person's appearance clearly, the middle-aged man in the driver's seat turned pale. Damn it. When did he set his sights on us? He gritted his teeth, stepped on the accelerator and turned the car around. The next moment, Bong appeared in front of him like a ghost, put his hand on the car, and the place where he was holding the hood was dented. "I've stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, but the car still won't move forward at all." Seeing this scene, Lucy was so scared that her eyes almost fell out. Stop the car with just one hand? Is this still a human being? Boy, come down. I'll let the others leave. Basong's eyes turned and fell on Yemo with a playful look. Now, even a fool would understand that he was coming for Yemo. Before, he used the puppet to say that soon the administration would beg to return the little devil Gu to him. It was obvious that he had already made up his mind to take action against Yemo. At that time, the Chinese side would naturally beg to use the little devil Gu in exchange for Yemo's life. The middle-aged man in the passenger seat gritted his teeth and said, "Old Shen, please contact the director quickly. I'll go down and delay the time." "You're delaying." The middle-aged man in the driver's seat quickly grabbed him and said, "How can you, a fifth-rank cultivator, delay? You're simply courting death." Hearing this, Lucy felt despair. These two people were no match for the guy outside? The next moment, she saw Yemo open the car door and walk out. Lucy looked incredulous. At this time, Emo actually chose to go down and die. If it were her, she would definitely not be able to sacrifice herself for others. The middle-aged man in the passenger seat wanted to get out of the car immediately, but was stopped. Yemo's strength is stronger than both you and me. Facing an 8th grade transcendent, we will only be a drag. The middle-aged man looked at his companions and opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say. If he went down, he would only be a hindrance. But if he didn't go down, could Emo have any chance of winning if he relied on himself? Chapter 87. Are you a human or a monster? He actually came down on his own initiative. He's more courageous than I thought. Baong grinned, revealing his dark yellow teeth. Why don't you stop wasting my time and kneel down, kowtow 3 times, and shout, Chinese people and Gu techniques are nothing compared to Baong, and I'll leave you alone. When Wei Chengchuan begs me to exchange you for the little ghost Gu, I'll spare your life. I don't know much about witchcraft, but you have to admit that Southeast Asian witchcraft originated in China? Emo said. Ha ha ha. So what? You Chinese people have a saying, the disciple is better than the master. Baong laughed out loud with a look of disdain. There's a Chinese saying, once a teacher, always a father. You're talking nonsense in front of our ancestors. You foreigners may have learned skills from us, but you haven't learned the principles of being a human being. Emo held the Gongdan Pijuan spear in his hand and pointed it at the other party. Back then, Chinese Gushu masters traveled to Southeast Asia and passed on Gushu to you. Now, I, Emo, am here to teach these Gushu masters a lesson and discipline you, this traitorous old dog. Basong's eyes turned cold. A cold light suddenly appeared and arrived in front of Emo in an instant, like a big knife chopping towards his neck, trying to chop off his head directly. Careful! Inside the car, exclamations were heard. Baong is not only an 8th grade transcendent, but also proficient in various witchcraft techniques and has many bizarre methods, making him more difficult to deal with than ordinary people. Emo thrust out his spear, which collided with the cold light. Boom! Han Guan was knocked away. It was a poisonous insect that looked somewhat similar to a mantis, but its entire body was blood red, and its forelimbs shone with cold light, like 2 large knives. If you were hit on the neck by its forelimbs, your body would be torn apart in an instant. A slight sound came from Emo's body, and his whole body was covered in black armor. Baong is good at using poison and various poisonous insects, and the armor is an all-round defense, which can be said to have a restraining effect on Basong's poison techniques. But being able to restrain oneself does not mean complete restraint. What's more, even without mentioning his witchcraft skills, Baong is still an 8th grade extraordinary strongman who is proficient in ancient Thai boxing. So far, Emo's best record is to kill the 7th grade Sunny Chen, and that was under the premise of a successful sneak attack. He actually didn't have any confidence at all. You seem to have some backbone. I like the way you start out strong, but when all your bones are crushed by me, you start crying and begging for mercy. Baong grinned, and the ground beneath his feet collapsed instantly. He ran like a wild beast, with his hands and feet landing on the ground at the same time, and his speed was terrifyingly fast. Before Emo could use the armor to rush into the sky, his right foot had been caught by him. Emo stabbed the other party's eyes with the spear in his hand, but Baong turned his head and dodged it, and threw Emo to the ground fiercely. Boom! There was a loud bang. The concrete floor collapsed instantly. Emo lay on the ground, motionless. So what if it's armor? You're a piece of trash below the 7th rank, how dare you fight me? Baong grinned. From the beginning to the end, he only regarded Emo as an ignorant clown, not an opponent. The defense of top-level armor is naturally extraordinary. If it were an ordinary person, no matter if he slashed with a sword or fired with a machine gun, it would be difficult for the person wearing armor to cause any damage. But in front of a powerful warrior, the armor's defense can only play a certain weakening role. At the beginning, Emo and Yan Hongxian fought. Although the opponent was wearing armor, Emo still beat him with the technique of hitting the bull from behind the mountain. He vomited blood and eventually died at Emo's hands. Not only in Chinese martial arts, but also in foreign countries, there are many similar force techniques to hit the bull from behind the mountain. Baong, who had fought with warriors in armor many times and killed them all, naturally knew how to cause the greatest damage to warriors in armor. This doesn't mean that the existence of armor loses its meaning. If it weren't for the armor on his body, Basong's blow would not have caused the man to bleed from all 7 orifices and shatter his internal organs, but would have smashed him into a pulp. Not to mention those below the 7th rank, even those who are extraordinary at the 7th rank have no chance of rising again. Walking up to Emo, he raised his foot and stepped on Yemo's head. Yemo, who seemed to have been knocked unconscious a second ago, suddenly threw a handful of colorful powder towards the other person's face. Baong retreated instantly, but some powder still entered his mouth and nose unintentionally. Yemo was like a tiger out of a cage. The spear in his hand instantly shot out a series of spear shadows, covering all the vital points on his body. Using poison against me? Stupid. Baong punched out, shattering the gun shadows and hitting Yemo's chest, knocking him out again. He defeated Yemo with one force and crushed him directly. After entering the 8th grade extraordinary realm for many years, his physical index has almost reached its limit, close to 3,000, while Yemo's physical index is only more than 200, a difference of more than 10 times. In any head-on confrontation, Yemo would undoubtedly be crushed. Yemo fell to the ground and lay motionless again, like a corpse. The world's most exotic poisons are ineffective against ordinary 8th grade transcendents, let alone a goo master like me who is already skilled in making and using poisons. I was raised in a medicine vat, and later consumed countless poisons and even ate goo worms raw. With just your unorthodox methods, you think you can trick me? Baon sneered. He didn't believe that Yemo could get up this time. He was even a little worried that this guy had been killed by his punch. We also need to use him to exchange for the little ghost goo, so we must save his life. He walked to Yemo's side and was about to check on Yemo's condition when he saw Yemo turn around in an instant and stabbed a gun at his throat as fast as lightning. Baong instantly grabbed the spear that was stabbing at him and was frightened to the point of breaking out in a cold sweat. He was shocked and angry. What was wrong with this kid? How could he fight back? Even among his poisonous insects, those that were the most resistant to attacks should have been half dead by now, but this kid was not only still full of energy, his strength and speed had not decreased at all. Are you a human or a monster? Bason's expression finally became serious. Swish. A cold light flew out from Yemo and shot towards Bason's eyes. Mind-flying knife. Baong quickly let go of his spear and knocked the flying knife away. Yemo stood up instantly and pounced on the opponent, forming a pincer attack with the flying knife and attacking Baong fiercely. He was as fast as a ghost. With a sweep of his spear, dust flew up and a strong wind was stirred up. Flowers, plants, and giant trees were instantly shattered once they were touched. It can be imagined that if an ordinary person was swept by his spear, he would immediately explode like a rotten watermelon. Seeing Yemo, who was like a madman in front of her, Lu Qian's eyes widened in the car, with an expression as if she had seen a ghost in broad daylight. What happened today seemed like a dream to her, too unreal. In her eyes, Yemo, who was just an ordinary person like herself, even inferior to the host, was like a demon at this moment, completely beyond her understanding. The old man was a monster, but the feeling Yemo gave him at this moment was that he was no longer a human, but closer to a monster. Chapter 88: The Improvement Between Life and Death. The spear in Yemo's hand seemed to come alive, like a violent dragon, ready to tear everything to pieces. Not to mention Lu Qian, even the two warriors from the research institute in the car were dumbfounded and their scalps tingled. If they were in his place, facing Yemo at this moment, there would be countless bloody holes on his body. Even if he was a 7th grade transcendent, he still had to be cautious when facing Yemo's spearmanship and the unpredictable flying knife of his mind, and even temporarily avoid the attack. Bason's face was full of surprise. The strength displayed by Yemo exceeded his expectations. Your marksmanship is one of the most bizarre, even the most mysterious, of anyone I've ever seen. But it's meaningless in the face of absolute power and speed. With a loud bang, Yemo was knocked out again. Yemo fell to the ground, but instead of lying there pretending to be dead, he flipped backwards and immediately stood up again. He is not a fool. After the previous two experiences, if he chooses to lie on the ground, he may not have the chance to stand up again. Compared to your marksmanship, your recovery ability is even more incredible to me. Bason's face was filled with admiration and excitement. I've changed my mind. Your value is definitely far greater than that of the little ghost goo. I will refine you into a corpse goo. With this amazing recovery ability, you will become a goo that has never been seen before and will never be seen again. You will surpass everyone's imagination and become my greatest masterpiece. His face flushed with excitement as he grinned. Recovering the body requires consuming energy, which means there are limits. I want to see where your limits are. As soon as his voice fell, his figure disappeared in an instant. As soon as Yemo stood up, he was slapped away. At this moment, Baong used all his strength to crush Yemo with absolute speed. Yemo was like a sandbag, being knocked down again and again, falling down again and again, and standing up again and again. In the car, Lucy covered her mouth, unable to bear to watch. How long will it take? How long will it take for the director and the others to arrive? Hurry up and urge them. If you don't hurry up, you will be beaten to death by the time they get here. The man in the passenger seat looked anxious and wanted to go down to help, but reason prevailed and he knew that he could not help at all. Yemo could stand up again and again, but if it were him, he would be killed by a single punch. The director and his men are already rushing here as fast as they can. No matter how much you urge them, it's no use. Hold on. You must hold on. The other person looked at Yemo, who had gotten up again in the distance, gritting his teeth and hating himself for being too weak. At this time, he could only stay in the car and be protected by a teenage boy. An unprecedented sense of crisis appeared in Yemo's heart. He tried his best and had already entered the super brain state, frantically analyzing Bason's boxing skills. However, no matter how much he analyzed, it was meaningless if he couldn't keep up with the opponent's movement and punching speed. The brain can predict the opponent's next punch, but the body can't keep up. He knew very well that what the other party said was right. My body's ability to recover is incredible, but there is a limit after all. Once Xiao Hei's strength is exhausted, he will never be able to stand up again. An unprecedented sense of tension surged in my heart. At the same time, his blood seemed to be boiling. Yemo had only one thought in his mind: fight. To the death. Boom. As the spear thrust out, the dragon tooth knife turned into a cold light and slashed towards the opponent's throat. Baong slapped the knife away with his palm, and knocked the spear off course with his elbow. He lowered his body and bumped his shoulder into Yemo's chest. With a loud bang, Yemo flew backwards again. Blood rushed to his throat, but Yemo forced himself to swallow it back. If he vomited blood, it might block the armor's breathing device, and he would have to open the armor's head device like Yin Hongxian did before. As he swallowed the blood, Yemo felt his whole body burning, as if his soul was on fire. There was a boom in his mind, and his body's strength increased rapidly. He couldn't help but let out a roar. The second genetic lock is opened? Realizing what was going on, Yemo was ecstatic. With the help of the jade snake blood crystal in the past few days, the power of his soul has been improved, and the second gene lock is not far from being opened. Finally, he has taken this last step between life and death. Previously, he injected a large amount of extraordinary potions and the energy contained in the jade snake blood crystal, which could all increase his physical indexes, but because he was restricted by the gene lock, he could only store the energy in Xiao Hei first. Now, after breaking the second genetic lock, Xiao Hei transferred these energies back to his body. Yemo's physical index increased at an alarming rate. Swish! The flying knife's speed increased dramatically and it arrived in front of Baong in an instant. Baong dodged with a flick of his head, saying in astonishment, "The flying knife is controlled by the mind, so how could its speed suddenly increase so much? This kid's body index is definitely over 200, so he should have broken through the second genetic lock long ago." The speed of the flying knife depends on the power of thought. Improving the power of thought is a long and difficult process. The only exception is that after breaking the genetic lock, the telekinesis will be immediately improved. In Basong's opinion, Yemo should have broken the second genetic lock long ago, so how could his mental power suddenly increase? Could it be that this kid has been hiding his abilities? Boy, you seem to have a lot of secrets. Basong's smile became even more intense. This kid was about to fall into his hands, and everything he had would belong to him. Naturally, the more secrets the better. Just relying on a little improvement in telekinesis will still not pose any threat to me. His answer was a shot as fast as lightning. Snort! Baon looked disdainful and threw a punch, hitting the gun barrel. He expected that this punch would be enough to knock Yemo's spear out of his hand, but in the end, Yemo just took a few steps back, still holding the spear tightly in his hand. Hey, what's going on? This kid's speed and strength seem to have improved a lot? Baon was suspicious. Yemo didn't give him time to think and pounced on him. The offensive was still as fierce and continuous as a storm, exactly the same as before. Previously, Baong responded to the situation leisurely and seemed extremely relaxed. This time, Basong's expression became more and more solemn. The so-called martial arts is to use 1 point of strength and skills to exert 10 points of power. Yemo's strength and speed increased significantly, and with the help of the Black Dragon Spear technique, the power he unleashed was even more astonishing. Boom! Baong was nervous, and finally he seized the opportunity and knocked Yemo away with a punch. Yemo flew backwards more than 10 meters, and before he even landed, he rushed towards Baong again. Why is this guy so unkillable? It's not enough that he's unkillable, he actually gets stronger the more he fights. I've killed over 10,000 enemies in my life, but this is the first time I've encountered a guy like him. If a few more years pass, I'm afraid no one in the world will be his match. Thinking of this, Bason's expression became even more ruthless. This rising star with unlimited potential should either be avoided or eradicated, otherwise there will be endless troubles. Several colorful centipedes with wings on their backs flew out from his body. Yemo thought that the other party was going to use this poisonous insect against him, but in the end, he saw Baong open his mouth and several centipedes flew into his mouth. Chapter 89, Xiaohei Speaks. Is this the end of the 8th grade transcendent? Baong chewed the centipede as if it were a pill, making a crunching sound in his mouth. White smoke came out of his body, his skin turned red, and his muscles bulged. His originally skinny body swelled up as if it were inflated. Inside the car, the middle-aged man in the passenger seat shouted anxiously. Be careful. Baong is skilled in the use of poison, not only on his enemies but also on himself. He can use medicinal poison to stimulate his potential and gain even greater strength. However, this state won't last long. The smartest thing to do is to use every possible means to delay. Once the time is up, he'll be even weaker than before. Idiot. Baong laughed wildly, the ground made a loud noise, and he came to Yemo's side at a terrifying speed. His right foot was like a knife, sweeping towards Yemo. The middle-aged man was right. The current state could only be maintained for a moment, but unless they were both at the 8th rank, trying to delay time by defense was equivalent to actively getting beaten, which was simply courting death. So fast. Yemo swung the spear in his hand, colliding with Basong's leg. Clang. The sound of metal colliding was heard. Yemo flew backwards, his legs plowing the ground. His hands ached terribly, and his internal organs felt as if they had shifted. He felt indescribably uncomfortable, but fortunately, the discomfort soon disappeared. After breaking the second gene lock and absorbing the energy from Xiaohei, my body index is now much higher than before. But it's far from reaching its limit. If my physical index reached 3000, even if he was poisoned by the medicine goo, he wouldn't be so passive. Yemo looked at the opponent's right leg. The pants on Basong's right leg exploded in the collision, revealing metal rings on his calves. No wonder. I was saying that even an 8th grade transcendent wouldn't have a body strong enough to directly collide with the spear I just fired. Without giving Yemo any time to think, Baong appeared in front of him and punched him. Boom boom boom. It was clearly just one punch, but the sound of breaking through the air was continuous, as if several thunders fell at the same time. Yemo's expression was solemn. He could tell that this punch contained very powerful skills and had amazing penetrating power. Even though he was wearing armor, the effect it could produce was very limited. Defense? In this situation, simply defending and getting beaten is simply courting death. Just as he was about to continue using the Black Dragon Spear technique and fight the opponent to the death, a very young and childish girl's voice sounded in his mind. I'll help you. Yemo was stunned. Then ecstasy. Who else could be hiding inside him except Xiaohei? This is definitely Xiaohei's voice. I had previously tried to communicate with Xiaohei, but although Xiaohei possessed intelligence, he clearly had no ability to communicate. Now, he actually took the initiative to speak? Is it because I broke the second genetic lock? The unexpected sound made Yemo's movements pause, so Basong's punch hit Yemo's chest without any resistance. Yemo flew backwards, breaking a big tree in half and smashing a huge rock into pieces. Before he landed on the ground, Baong kicked him into the air. Before he could reach the top, Baong caught up with him and knocked him down with a punch. Boom boom boom. Basong's speed was so fast that the 3 people in the car couldn't keep up with him. His attack was extremely fierce and he didn't give Yemo a moment to breathe. It was obvious that he was determined to destroy Yemo, and he was racing against time to exert his combat power to the extreme. Boom! Yemo hit the ground like a meteorite. The ground collapsed, and cracks spread further away. The 3 people in the car, not to mention Lushi, even the 2 warriors from the management bureau, felt a chill all over their bodies. They felt that Baong was like a god, and they were just ants that could be crushed to death at will. We are both warriors, but the gap between us is too big. After Baong consumed the poisonous insect, his combat power was definitely top-notch among the 8th grade extraordinary people. Not to mention those below the 7th grade like them, even the 7th grade extraordinary people could not withstand a single punch. Yemo is wearing top-tier armor, so he'll be fine. The middle-aged man in the driver's seat had a trembling voice, and even he himself didn't believe what he said. Not to mention wearing armor, even if it was a piece of iron, it would have been deformed beyond recognition after being beaten so violently by Baong. Boy, is he completely dead? Baong sneered and walked towards Yemo. Yimodong stood up and shouted, "Come again." Baong was stunned, looking as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. The middle-aged man in the driver's seat breathed a sigh of relief. Baong still wants to keep Yemo alive as a hostage in exchange for the little devil goo. He can't really kill him. Although his posture just now looked terrifying, it was probably just a lot of noise with little impact. He didn't use his full strength. He has already taken the medicine poison, how could he not use his full strength? Another person retorted. The middle-aged man was speechless. That was what he said, but if Baong had used all his strength, how come Emo was not hurt at all after such a beating just now? Moreover, it seems that he is more relaxed than before Baong took the medicine poison. Baong's gaze fell on the Fingye armor on Emo, his eyes full of suspicion. This guy was able to withstand the combination of punches and kicks I just launched. It definitely couldn't be because of himself, but most likely because of this armor. This is China's top-level armor, and it's light armor. When did it become so powerful? The top armors of the world's major countries should be similar. He once fought against a 7th-grade extraordinary person from a big country. The opponent was also wearing top-level armor. In the end, the armor was directly scrapped by him, and the man was beaten to death by him. Because of this, he felt that armor was completely useless and was actually a hindrance. The scene before him somewhat overturned his cognition. Not only did the armor on Yemo not get scrapped, but, like a pair of polished leather shoes, it became even darker and shone with a cold light, giving it a feeling of getting newer with each fight. An illusion. It must be an illusion. Baong sneered, "Come again, come again." The armor can only help you absorb some of the power. Don't think I don't know that you are already strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Even if I can't destroy your armor, I can first destroy your body. Boom. He took a step forward, flew several meters, and punched Yemo in the chest, followed by a continuous attack like a storm. Trees were razed to the ground, rubble flew, the ground collapsed, and Baong rampaged like a mad beast. When he stopped, Yemo was lying on the ground, motionless. "Humph. Let me see if you can still talk." Before Baong could utter the word hard, Yemo jumped up and shouted. "That's all? This is all an 8th-grade transcendent is? You can't even break my defense." Chapter 90 Xiaohei, they call me the Lord of the Star Prison. Only Yemo knew what was going on. Thick darkness surged from between his eyebrows and covered the Fingye armor. Xiaohei was not only able to communicate with him, but also awakened another special ability. It seemed a little different from the armor on the Black Dragon alien in his memory, but it should be a different manifestation of the same ability, strengthening the defense of his Fingye armor. Although it was not completely offset, the force that actually fell on Yemo was less than 1/10 of the previous one. Impossible. How could it be? Baong looked confused. He was a well-known figure in the international arena and had extensive knowledge, but he was also confused by the scene before him. I can't understand it. An unprecedented sense of frustration surged in my heart. Come on. Continue. Yemo looked impatient and even took the initiative to rush towards Baong. Once I figure out what's going on here, I won't let you off. Just wait. Baong said something harsh, turned around and ran away. Yemo watched the other party leave without chasing after him. He stood there with his spear, motionless, like a stone statue. The two members of the administration in the car quickly realized something was wrong. They got out and walked to Yemo's side. They shouted but found no response. Only then did they realize that Yemo had passed out. Is Yemo okay? Lucy's voice was a little hesitant, she still felt like she was dreaming. Everything that happened tonight was too unreal. The man in armor in front of me was like a god. Was he really the Yemo I knew? The boy who was unknown for 3 years in high school and would blush at the slightest provocation? She reached out to touch Yemo. Before she could touch Yemo, a strong wind came and pushed her away. Beside Yemo, a figure appeared, wearing armor, but unable to conceal the seductive curves. The head of the armor was removed, revealing a face as beautiful as a demon. Even though she had a cold face at the moment, she still looked so charming and enchanting. Meet Shi Wusheng. The two members of the management bureau were startled when they saw the appearance of the person who came. They didn't expect that the first person to arrive was Shi Huang instead of their director and Zhang Yan. Shi Huang ignored them and took off Yimo's head armor. Seeing that his face was pale and his eyes were closed, but his breathing was steady, it was obvious that he was not seriously injured. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. Lu Qian looked at Shi Huang in front of her, feeling ashamed of herself. Thinking about Yimo's performance tonight, a thought she had originally been reluctant to admit came to her mind again. Yimo and I are from two different worlds, but it's not that he's unattainable, it's that I can only look up to him. Half a minute later, Zhang Yan and Wei Chengchuan arrived. Wei Chengchuan, are you a pig? You sent these two guys to send him back? If my apprentice really dies at the hands of Baong tonight, you might as well die too. Shi Huang's eyes were cold and fierce as she cursed at Wei Chengchuan, not giving the director of the Yunhai Supernatural Management Bureau any face at all. This matter. Shut up. As soon as Zhong Yan opened his mouth, Shi Huang scolded him and he shut up. Tell me everything that happened just now, all the details. Shi Huang looked at the two members of the management bureau beside him. After the two men told what had happened, Wei Chengchuan and Zhang Yan both showed suspicious expressions on their faces. How could the Fangye armor's defense be that strong? Even with all his might, Baong was helpless against GMO, and ultimately left in disgrace? Wei Chengchuan looked at Yimo's armor curiously. Could it be that this armor has been specially modified by the Holy Temple? If so, doesn't it contain technology that is beyond our Chinese? Take it back and study it, perhaps. Get out. This is my apprentice's thing. You are dreaming if you want to take it away while he is unconscious. Shi Huang coldly interrupted his excited words. Wei Chengchuan closed his mouth again. Shi Huang thought for a moment and said, Go contact Yimo's parents and brother and tell them to stay in the community and not go out, especially before Yimo wakes up. I understand. Wei Chengchuan nodded. This was indeed a point that needed to be guarded against. Judging from the way Baong attacked Yimo tonight, perhaps many people have already set their sights on Yimo. Once they find out that Yimo is not so easy to deal with, they will naturally choose to attack the people around Yimo. These outsiders are not like the Chinese warriors who follow any rules when they compete with each other. Also, if you find any trace of Baong, notify me immediately. There was murderous intent in Shi Huang's eyes. Gray fog space. Yimo's expression was calm. Xiao Hei's ability is indeed powerful, which has dramatically improved the defensive power of his armor. But before that, he was already on the verge of his limit, with waves of dizziness coming over him like a tide, but he was only able to hold on with his amazing willpower. So far, every time his body was injured too badly or he overused Xiao Hei's power, he would fall into a coma, so he was somewhat used to it. Anyway, when I wake up, I can recover by having a good meal. Compared to his own physical condition, Yimo now wants to have a good chat with Xiao Hei more. Xiao Hei fuck. Yimo looked around but didn't see Xiao Hei. He looked up and his expression changed drastically. He was so frightened that his scalp went numb. He stared at the huge black monster above the gray fog. He was surrounded by gray mist, with a huge human-like upper body, lower body and head, but with thick tentacles. Even though the upper body looked normal, it had a terrifying bloody mouth. When Yimo's eyes fell on him, he felt his soul being pulled and flying towards him. A girl's baby voice came from above. The feeling that the soul was about to be devoured disappeared. Xiao Hei? Where are you? Where did you get this monster from? When Yimo heard Xiao Hei's voice, he breathed a sigh of relief, but then he became a little worried. This gray foggy space seemed to be inside his body, and there was such a terrifying behemoth. Who are you calling a monster? That's rude. There was obvious dissatisfaction in the childish voice. Yimo looked at the monster above the gray fog in astonishment. Xiao Hei? The monster's huge mouth and a pair of golden eyes looked at Yimo. If you look at these eyes alone, they are big, cute, clear, and flawless. But when it's embedded in this big guy, something feels wrong. Yimo was speechless for a few seconds, then said, Xiao Hei, is this your true form? You look quite unique and majestic. Of course. The childish voice was full of joy, like a child who was so happy that he lost his mind after receiving a casual compliment. Can you change back to your original black ball? Yimo asked again. Why? There was confusion in his big golden eyes. Since he was said to be so powerful, why did he want to change back into a spherical shape? Your body is too huge. If you return to your original size, I won't have to look up at you anymore. My neck is a little sore. Yemo replied. The huge monster turned into a black river and flew towards Yemo. In front of him, it gathered into a petite figure and transformed into a little girl who looked about 6 or 7 years old, wearing a black dress, with a cute and delicate appearance and a pair of golden eyes. No! This means I have to look up to you. The little girl pouted, floated up, and her eyes were parallel to Yemo's. It can even transform into a human form. Yemo's eyes lit up as he asked expectantly, "Is this also your special ability? Can I transform into various forms like you?" "Maybe in the future, but not now," said the little girl. "How long do you mean later?" "When black armor evolves for the 3rd time, I can help you transform into various forms." Black armor? Yemo thought about the special ability of Xiaohei to strengthen his armor not long ago, and also thought about the armor on the black dragon alien in Xiaohei's memory. It can be confirmed that these two should be the same ability, but the armor on the black dragon alien is much stronger than his own enhanced armor. Your special ability can continue to evolve? Does that mean my body's recovery ability and super brain state can also continue to evolve? Yemo was ecstatic. Even without evolving, he was already so amazing. If he could continue to evolve, how powerful would he be in the end? Don't underestimate me. Of course you can. Xiaohei's chubby face was filled with pride. However, how far I can evolve depends mainly on you. The stronger you become, the stronger I will become, and my magical powers will evolve accordingly. It's like if you break the 2nd genetic lock, I can change my appearance, recall many things, and communicate with you. I have a feeling that if you can become the emperor in the future, I will return to the peak. Yemo was stunned. He always thought that Xiaohei's growth depended on taking away half of the energy of his extraordinary potion. Now it seems that it mainly depends on him, Yemo? As I become stronger, Xiaohei becomes stronger. Can my magical powers evolve accordingly? In this way, the two of them have a special symbiotic relationship. Yemo can get many benefits from Xiaohei. Conversely, as Yemo's strength improves, Xiaohei can also benefit. Emperor? What level of strong man is this? Yemo hesitated for 2 seconds before asking the question that concerned him most. What is your origin? Is my presence in this parallel world related to you? Parallel world? Faced with Yemo's doubts, Xiaohei looked confused. Nothing to do with her? Yemo frowned. What is your origin? There are some fragments of memory left in my mind, but I still can't remember many things. I remember that they called me the Lord of the Star Realm. Xiaohei replied. Star Realm Prison Master. Yemo muttered to himself before continuing, you just said that if I become the emperor, you can return to the top. What realm is the emperor? Xiaohei remembers the realm of cultivation very clearly. The cultivators in the starry sky are divided into 7 realms: embryonic level, comet level, planetary level, stellar level, star realm emperor, universe saint king, and chaos godmaster. She thought of something and added, on this planet, people follow the path of warriors. Those who follow the path of warriors become saint kings and are called martial saints. On your planet, a mere embryonic level 3rd order being actually calls himself a martial saint. How ridiculous. Chapter 91, General Level. This is your master's boudoir. The embryonic level is the lowest of the 7 realms. 9th rank martial saint, equivalent to the 3rd stage of embryo level? That is to say, the strongest person on Earth would be the weakest in the starry sky? Embryo level. It's not even a baby, it's just an embryo. This name sounds and gives people the feeling that it is extremely weak. Yemo had long expected that there would be a huge difference between the martial saints on Earth and the powerful warriors in the starry sky, such as the black dragon aliens, but the reality before him was still a little beyond his expectations. The gap is even more exaggerated than he imagined. Glancing at Yemo's stunned expression, Xiaohei continued. There are 6 realms below the Chaos Lord, and each realm is divided into 3 levels. If we were to correspond to the warrior system on this planet, then the 3rd to 5th rank warriors would be the 1st level of the embryonic level. Grade 6 to 8 are the 2nd stage of the embryonic level. Grade 9 is the 3rd stage of the embryonic level. Above that, there are comet-level powerhouses who can destroy mountains and seas with a single move of their hands. Yemo asked, what realm is the black dragon alien in your memory? Emperor. Xiaohei replied. This kind of strength is considered strong in the universe, right? Not only a powerful one, but a top-tier powerful one. Hundreds of billions of star systems may not be able to produce a star domain emperor. No matter which powerful force in the universe he goes to, he will be treated as a guest of honor. That Black Dragon Senior, now? Dead. Xiao Hei's eyes were full of sadness. She had forgotten many things, but there were still many memories about the Black Dragon alien race. As Yi Mo guessed, that was her previous host. The Emperor is powerful enough to walk sideways in the starry sky. But it's not invincible after all. It's not that auntie die. He was too obsessed with immortality and his marksmanship. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ended up like that. Her childish voice seemed to contain endless vicissitudes of life. Immortality? Yi Mo immediately became interested when he heard it. The only way to achieve immortality is to become a god. Chaos Lord. Otherwise, no matter how powerful you are, your end will come sooner or later. Especially you humans, who are one of the most short-lived intelligent species in the universe. Even if one breaks through the fourth genetic lock and enters the comet level, the lifespan is only 500 years. It is even far less than some special life forms at the embryo level. A lifespan of 500 years seemed very short in Xiao Hei's eyes, but when Yi Mo heard it, he felt very surprised. Chinese culture has a long history, only about 5,000 years old. 500 years is already 1/10 of 5,000 years. As far as he knew, even if he became a martial saint, that is, the third level of the embryonic level, he would just live a little longer than an ordinary person, and there would be no essential change. Once you reach the comet level, you will have a lifespan of 500 years, which is almost 5 times the original lifespan. Don't be too happy. First, work hard to break the third genetic lock. Breaking the third genetic lock is about 10 times as difficult as the second. Breaking the fourth genetic lock is about 100 times as difficult as the third, which is 1,000 times as difficult as the second genetic lock. Xiao Hei's calm words were like a bucket of cold water poured on Yi Mo's head. No wonder there are already many 9th grade people on Earth so far, but no one can still set foot in the realm above the 9th grade. In fact, no one has ever suggested the existence of a fourth genetic lock. Anyway, I'm still young, so there's no rush. After I wake up, I'll immediately go and exchange enough extraordinary potions to raise my physical index to the limit, and then work hard to break the third genetic lock. When I break the third genetic lock, Xiao Hei will grow again. By then, no martial saint on Earth will be my opponent. Thinking of this, Yi Mo was excited. By then, you auntie have to worry about your secrets being known to others. Since they can't beat me anyway, what is the point of knowing? And revenge. Yi Mo has always been a person who will avenge himself. Baong. You old man, just wait for me. Yi Mo's eyes flashed coldly. As for those 9th grade beings on this planet, there's no need for you to break the third genetic lock. Xiao Hei suddenly said. After Yi Mo looked at her in surprise, she continued. A cultivator's strength depends primarily on their own realm and combat skills. In the universe, combat skills are divided into 7 levels: low level, soldier level, general level, marquis level, king level, saint level, and god level. Your so-called SSS level martial art, Heaven Severing Hand, can barely be considered soldier level. If I'm not mistaken, soldier level should be the highest level combat skill on this planet. As long as you can crush them in combat skills, even if you face a 9th grade one now, you won't be afraid at all. Yi Mo immediately asked, what level is the Black Dragon Spear technique? That spear technique, called Demon-Seeking Wandering Dragon Spear, is a king-level combat technique. What you learned after observing it is only a fragmented version, but it happens to be just right for you now. If it's the complete Demon-Seeking Dragon Spear, you won't be able to get started at all. No matter how powerful the fighting skills are, if you can't get started, it's a waste of time and meaningless. Then what level does my incomplete version belong to? Commander level. Xiao Hei said, noticing Yi Mo's delight, don't be too happy. Although you're at the war general level, you're only just getting started. What you're unleashing is only the might of a top-tier soldier. To unleash the might of a war general, you need to at least reach the entrance level. The joy on Yi Mo's face turned into confusion. Enter the hall? The power of the same combat technique will naturally vary depending on the degree of mastery. The mastery level is divided into 3 levels: entry, advanced, and transcendent. Your incomplete version of the Demon-Seeking Dragon Spear is only at the entry level. If you reach the entering level, you will be able to unleash the true power of a general-level martial art. If you reach the transformation realm, you will be able to unleash the power of a top-level general-level martial art. Yemo opened his eyes and found himself lying in a warmly decorated room with a pleasant smell in the air. Not the hospital? Not the research institute or my own room. He glanced around, which was a completely unfamiliar environment. Then his eyes stopped on a chair beside him, and his pupils contracted. What kind of place is this? Why is there women's underwear here? And such bold styles. Yemo had a suspicious expression on his face. Just as he stood up, the door opened. You little brat, this is your master's boudoir, and you dare to call it a haunted place? A charming beauty appeared at the door, wearing pajamas, with wet hair after taking a shower. When she heard the noise in the room, she immediately walked over quickly. Although she knew that Yemo was fine, Yemo had slept for more than 10 hours. Seeing him finally wake up, Shi Huang finally felt relieved. Boudoir? Yemo roughly guessed what was going on. After he fell into a coma, his master brought him back personally. Just in case, she should have been watching over him when he was unconscious. A warm feeling surged in his heart and he felt touched. At this moment, he suddenly discovered that not only was his armor gone, but even his clothes had been replaced with a set of clean pajamas. There was still a scent of shower gel on his body, obviously he had been thoroughly washed. Master, who can help me take a shower and change clothes? Yemo's mouth twitched, and he looked suspicious. Who else could it be but me? Shi Huang asked as if it was a matter of course, or do you want Aunt Shui to help you wash? Although Aunt Shui is older and knows how to take care of people, she may not have the patience I have for you. Yemo thought of the old woman beside Shi Huang, shuddered, and shook his head quickly. Now that you're awake, come out quickly. I'll get you something to eat. Shi Huang acted decisively and walked out of the room while wiping her wet long hair. Yemo was speechless for a long while. He finally understood that his master seemed to treat him as a little kid and didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Little brat? Where in the world is there a little brat as big as me? Yemo muttered to himself. When facing a man weaker than themselves, women often treat him like a child. If one day you can beat her down, she will no longer treat you like a child. A childish voice sounded in Yemo's mind. Yemo was startled. Although he knew that it was Xiao who was communicating with him, he was still a little uncomfortable with this voice that suddenly sounded deep in his mind. Do as I say, and in less than 10 days you'll be able to fight her. Xiao added another sentence. She didn't like calling a 9th grade warrior a martial saint. In her opinion, it was an insult to the word martial saint. Chapter 92 Pajama Apron, Homely Female Martial Saint. In the kitchen, a woman in pajamas and an apron was busy. Yemo glanced at Shui Xiuying, who was drinking tea and flipping through documents on a pad beside him. She had a strange expression on her face. According to his previous impression, the one cooking in the kitchen should be Shui Xiuying, and the one waiting for dinner outside should be Shi Huang. Unfortunately, reality was the opposite of his imagination. It is really hard to connect the woman busy in the kitchen with the 1,000-armed snake demon who was wearing a cheongsam, has an elegant temperament, ruthless means, and a beautiful appearance, as if she has never touched water. Shui Xiuying glanced at him and said, It's not that I'm lazy and don't want to cook for the young lady, it's that she dislikes the taste of my cooking. The young lady has very high requirements for food and drink, and her cooking skills are very impressive. Look, there are more than a dozen large refrigerators in the room over there, filled with all kinds of world-class ingredients. At first, Yemo was a little skeptical. But as plates of delicious meat and vegetable dishes were served, he no longer had time to doubt and buried his head in his food like a starving ghost. In the end, most of the top-quality ingredients in more than a dozen large refrigerators ended up in Yemo's stomach. Shui Xiuying looked suspiciously, glancing at Yemo's still flat belly from time to time. She obviously wanted to say something, but she held back and didn't speak. Shi Huang sat beside Yemo, drinking the red wine in her glass leisurely. Noticing Shui Xiuying's gaze, she smiled and said, It's a good thing a man can eat. When Yemo finally ate his fill, she said seriously, During this period, if any strange beasts appear, I will have the administration contact you and ask you to come over and deal with them together. Although many unpleasant creatures have come from abroad, they will eventually leave. By then, the main task of Chinese warriors will still be to resist the alien beasts and maintain order. Although you're a martial artist from the Research Institute, the greater your strength, the more responsibility you should bear. Especially, when I and another martial saint head into the depths of the starry sky, the remaining martial saint will undoubtedly guard the imperial capital. That gray fog is on the Yunhai side. Once we leave, someone might come and cause trouble again. Wei Chenchuan, an 8th grade cultivator alone, might not be able to handle it. Yemo nodded in agreement, saying that Yunhai was his hometown, and if any crisis really occurred, he would naturally not sit idly by. As for being able to fight against the strange beasts in the starry sky, he was more than happy to do so. However, he felt that Shi Huang's words were a bit taken for granted. That gray fog wasn't that special at all. There is no other way but to take the initiative to open the Stargate from the Earth side. He glanced at the dishes on the table that he had swept away, and then looked at Shi Huang's eyes full of expectation, which obviously showed his desire to go to the depths of the starry sky. He made up his mind that when he had enough strength to deal with any crisis on Earth, he would help open the Stargate. After Yemo left, Shui Xiuying finally couldn't help but say, "The secrets he's hiding are probably far more shocking than we imagined. The Imperial capital has contacted you several times, right? Don't you really want to ask him about it?" Ask? A hint of sarcasm flashed across Shi Huang's face. Rather than asking, it's more like they want me to force him to speak. Shui Xiuying said, "They don't want you to force him to speak, they just hope you won't interfere and let them talk to Yemo alone." There's nothing to talk about. Shi Huang swirled the red wine in her glass and said indifferently, "My disciple, Shi Huang, has never committed murder or arson, nor has he ever betrayed his country or nation. Why should he be interrogated by them?" Shui Xiuying said, "That cloud of gray fog, after many days, the Stargate still hasn't opened. Some people are already wondering whether the Stargate can be opened here. Perhaps it's related to him. Some things don't need to be said too clearly. If the opening of the Stargate is really related to Yemo, then even if Shi Huang is a martial saint, it is impossible for the higher-ups not to intervene. Besides her, China has 2 other martial saints who are loyal to the country. The opening of the Stargate can be said to be related to the fate of the country and even the future direction of the Earth." Shi Huang was silent for a few seconds and took a sip of wine. "Let's drive those outsiders away first. If this is really related to him, I believe he won't remain silent forever." Yemo walked out of the door and confirmed that this was not the same villa as before, but a suite located in the Research Institute area. He did not go home, but went to the Research Institute immediately. Walking out of the test chamber, Yemo couldn't wait to look at the numbers on the screen. Body index, 576.8. The last time I came here for a test, my body index was 252.7. Now it's more than doubled. With just the remaining energy from the extraordinary potion, it wouldn't exceed 300. It mainly comes from the energy of the Jade Snake Blood Crystal. Now, the energy in the Jade Snake Blood Crystal has been almost completely consumed, and it's impossible for it to help me raise my physical index to the limit. I still need to exchange it for a large amount of extraordinary potions. Yemo took out his cell phone and looked at the remaining extraordinary points. Superior points, 497,830. His information in the system had previously been updated to a 6th rank warrior, and he was awarded a large number of extraordinary points. However, the main source of these extraordinary points, in addition to the remaining 300,000 given by Shi Huang last time, was mainly from the exchange of Sun Yichen's SSS Great Alloy Long Sword. Yemo frowned. Nearly 500,000 extraordinary points is a huge sum of money, but it is still not enough for him now. He estimated that if he wanted to reach his limit, he would need at least 3,000 doses of number 7 extraordinary potion. 3,000 doses of number 7 supernatural potion, that has 1.5 million supernatural points. Far from it. I'm going to take the test to become a 7th rank warrior now. If I pass, I should be rewarded with a lot of extraordinary points. No. Let alone the 7th rank, even if I can directly pass the test to become an 8th rank warrior, it definitely won't be enough. Yemo couldn't help but grumble in his heart that the authorities were too stingy and gave too few extraordinary points. But from an official perspective, it's not a small number at all. Even if others break the second gene lock and use extraordinary potions to increase their body index to 3,000, the absorption and transformation process cannot be completed in a short time. During this period, other warriors improved themselves while earning points through various means, or completing certain tasks. The official directly rewarded them with extraordinary potions, which was basically enough. Yemo is different. With Xiaohei's help, he has just broken the second genetic lock. As long as he has enough extraordinary potions, he can immediately increase his physical index to the limit. That was why, as soon as he broke the genetic lock, he immediately faced a situation where he needed a huge amount of extraordinary points. Let Master give her some support? Yemo was about to call Shi Huang, but when he turned his eyes away, he was stunned. Extraordinary potion number 3? This thing. I don't think I've seen it before. I can exchange it for it. Yemo was suspicious at first, then he guessed that as his strength increased, the level of his account also increased. The exchange items you have seen before are not all exchangeable items. The higher the account authority level, the more things you can redeem. Curious, he clicked on it to check the instructions for Extraordinary Potion number 3. Chapter 93, The Invincible Divine Spear. Su Qingyue returns. After reading the instructions for Extraordinary Potion number 3, Yemo couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise on his face. I should have thought of this earlier. Take for example the number 7 Extraordinary Potion. Compared to the newly developed number 8, the later the potion, the lower the physical requirements. Even ordinary people can inject number 8. But correspondingly, the extraordinary energy it contains is lower. The same goes for Transcendent Potion number 3. It has higher physical requirements and requires breaking the second genetic lock before injection. It contains 6 times the transcendent energy of Transcendent Potion number 7, but the price is the same. So, I only need to exchange for 500 bottles of Transcendent Potion, which costs 250,000 Transcendent points. Yemo was about to exchange it when Xiao Hei's baby voice rang in his mind. As long as I'm here, let alone this kind of potion, even if you eat the flesh and blood of a strange beast raw, I can help you absorb the energy without any side effects. Eating the raw flesh of alien beasts? The first thing that came to Yemo's mind was the strange beast he had seen in the research institute, which looked somewhat similar to a rhinoceros. Then came the strange beasts that the black dragon alien race faced in Xiao Hei's memory fragments. Yemo could accept eating those that looked like wild beasts, but some of the strange beasts looked very similar to humans. If he had to eat them, especially raw, he would not be used to it. Also, his appetite is not that big on normal days. Even if he eats, how much can he eat? The last point is where he can find the flesh and blood of the strange beast. It is estimated that the creator of the intranet never thought that someone could eat the flesh and blood of exotic beasts raw, so there is no flesh and blood of exotic beasts to be exchanged on the intranet. I'm not asking you to eat the flesh and blood of exotic beasts. What I mean is, since there is Extraordinary Potion number 3, aren't there also number 2 and number 1, which contain higher energy and have higher requirements on the body? As long as I'm here, no matter which number it is, there will be no problem. Xiao Hei explained. Yemo thought about it and dialed Shi Huang's number. Not long after, he refreshed the intranet and found that his account authority level had been upgraded again, and sure enough, the number 1 Extraordinary Potion appeared for redemption. This is the benefit of having someone behind you. Just one phone call and it'll be done. The instructions for Super Potion number 1 are very simple. The super energy it contains is about 3 times that of Super Potion number 3. Except for the martial saint who breaks the third genetic lock, other people will have huge side effects after injection. Even for a powerful martial saint, it is better to inject the Extraordinary Potion number 3 instead of number 1. Although the martial saint will not be greatly affected, he cannot be completely immune to the side effects of Extraordinary Potion number 1. Overall, the efficiency of using Extraordinary Potion number 3 will be higher. After Yemo confirmed it with Xiao Hei again, he spent 400,000 extraordinary points to exchange for 800 bottles of number 1 Extraordinary Potion. Xiao Hei asked doubtfully, to push your body to its limit, 200 bottles should definitely be enough, right? Why would you need so many? After listening to Yemo's explanation, Xiao Hei showed a look of enlightenment. Research Institute, underground floor, somewhere in a training ground. The spear in Yemo's hand was like a black shadow. He could block the spear, take the spear, and stab the spear. These simple moves seemed to contain infinite changes. As time went by, Yemo felt more and more adept at it. To advance your incomplete version of the demon-seeking dragon spear from entry level to mastery, there are 2 key points. The first is, needless to say, diligent study and practice. Not only must your mind become familiar with the moves, but your muscles and torso must also become familiar with them. Ultimately, when you attack the enemy, you'll be able to execute the most accurate moves in an instant, without even needing to think. Second, forget the image in your mind. Your spearmanship was learned through observation, which led to you not only practicing on your own, but also fighting with others, desperately trying to imitate the image in your memory. What you need to do is forget the image in your mind and draw your spear however you feel comfortable. Let this incomplete version of the demon-seeking wandering dragon spear become a spear technique that truly belongs to you. When you feel comfortable with it, and your mind and spear follow your will, you will reach the pinnacle of mastery and unleash the true power of a general-level martial art. Yemo stopped and wiped the sweat from his forehead. According to Xiaohei, when he was practicing with his gun, he no longer paid attention to the image of the black dragon alien, nor did he think about what the other party would do if it were the black dragon alien. Just do whatever makes you feel comfortable. Not only will you not feel tired at all, but you will become more and more excited the more you practice. It feels like there is infinite power in your body. Then what should we do to reach the state of perfection? My mind is as free as a flying dragon, my spear moves at will, my heart seeks the devil, my spear is invincible. Xiaohei replied. What do you mean? Yemo immediately asked. If he could get the answer directly by asking, he would not be interested in thinking hard on his own. You have to figure this out on your own. Could it be that you don't actually know what it means? Yemo looked a little suspicious. Of course I know. But this kind of thing can't be explained clearly with words. You have to comprehend it yourself. Once you truly comprehend it, you will be able to enter the realm of enlightenment. At that time, any 9th grade warrior will not be your opponent. They won't even be able to withstand a single shot from you. Xiaohei actually only remembered that the black dragon alien said this to her. As for what it meant specifically, she was not interested in marksmanship and did not ask in her memory. Soon, there were bursts of breaking air sounds again. Entering the super brain state, he immersed himself in it. According to Xiaohei's instructions, while keeping the moves unchanged, he could perform them flexibly and at will. Yemo gradually had a strange feeling, as if the Longdan Pijuan spear was an extension of his arm. The same moves were being performed more and more easily. Before, he had been trying hard to imitate the charm of the black dragon alien when he drew his gun. At this moment, I completely abandoned that thought and felt unprecedented relief. As time passed, Yemo's spirit was tireless. With Xiaohei's help, he didn't have to worry about muscle injuries or the like. It wasn't until the next night that I finally felt waves of fatigue. There is no problem physically, but I am starting to feel tired mentally. You should take a rest. Xiaohei reminded. Yemo nodded, folded up his spear, and said, How's my spearmanship? Has it improved? Not bad, keep up the good work. Xiaohei's voice is childish, giving people the feeling that he is a child trying hard to imitate a strict teacher. She muttered in her heart that this guy's talent in shooting seemed to be even more exaggerated than she had expected. If he continued like this, he would be able to become a master in a day or two. Before opening the door, Yemo sensed that there was someone at the door. When he opened the door, he saw the woman sitting on the chair beside him and was stunned. It was Su Qingyue. He didn't know how long she had been waiting for him here. How did you? Before Yemo could finish his words, he remembered that Su Qingyue had told him that she would be back today. I was so busy practicing shooting that I forgot about this matter. Why didn't you knock? Yemo felt a little embarrassed. Although he is no longer the same as before, but facing the rich woman who brought him up, he feels that his performance seems a little lacking. When Su Qingyue heard the door open, she immediately stood up, glanced at Yemo, and lowered her head. I heard that you were practicing and asked no one to disturb you. Chapter 94 An unexpected meeting between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Yemo did ask anyone not to disturb him, but there are always some special situations and special people. He didn't think it was a big deal if Su Qingyue, his master Shi Huan, or Zhou Yushan came in to interrupt his cultivation for any special reason. But he didn't expect that Su Qingyue would be so stupid as to sit at the door waiting for him to come out. How long have you been waiting? Yemo asked. Not long, just over 2 hours. Su Qingyue pointed to a thick stack of documents on the chair and said, I've been checking the documents while I'm waiting for you to come out. Time flies. What if I come out after another day and night? Are you going to wait there foolishly? Yemo laughed. Su Qingyue nodded seriously, then shook her head. I heard from them that you've been in there for a day and a night without eating. If you stay in there for another day and a night, your body won't be able to bear it. Koku. Yemo's stomach seemed to cooperate intentionally and made a sound. Before, my mind was completely immersed in the shooting, and I didn't feel anything. But now that I stopped, I felt extremely hungry. At this time, my parents and younger brother at home had probably finished dinner long ago, but fortunately there was still food to eat in the Institute's cafeteria. The two walked towards the cafeteria while talking. Yemo was mainly talking about his experiences during this period. Su Qingyue listened attentively and nodded from time to time. Director Su, good evening. A researcher in a white coat came towards them. When he saw Su Qingyue, he stopped in his tracks. His expression was a little reserved, with a hint of admiration in his eyes. After the other party left, Yemo asked in surprise, "Director? You got a promotion?" Su Qingyue explained, "Actually, he's just the deputy director. Zhou Yushan is still the director. Why didn't you tell me about such a big thing? We should celebrate it." Yemo was happy for Su Qingyue from the bottom of his heart. "Actually, nothing has changed. I've agreed with them not to interfere with the daily affairs of the institute. I'll continue to focus on the research that interests me, just like before." Su Qingyue didn't think this was a very important matter. She wasn't very happy at first, but seeing Yemo smiling, she also smiled. She suddenly felt that becoming the deputy director was not bad. At least he was very happy after hearing it. What she didn't say was that the original intention was for her to go to the imperial capital, to the headquarters of the Extraordinary Research Institute in the imperial capital, to serve as deputy director. Although they are both deputy directors, the deputy director at the imperial capital headquarters is completely different from the one at Yunhai. Even in a few years, when the director of the imperial capital headquarters steps down, Su Qingyue might take his place. As a result, Su Qingyue refused without hesitation. When asked why, she did not explain much, only saying that she was not interested in going to the imperial capital. To her, it was the same wherever she did research, and the position was meaningless. As long as she could cooperate with her research to the greatest extent possible, it would be fine. Yemo was about to continue speaking when he saw another group of people coming towards him. After seeing Su Qingyue, they greeted her respectfully. He noticed that when these people walked up to him, they subconsciously frowned, but obviously did not dare to say anything more, and they quickened their pace when they left. "What's wrong with me?" he wondered. Xiao Hei's voice sounded in his mind. "You stink, so their reaction is normal. But the woman next to you doesn't react at all. Is her nose broken?" Yemo smelled the smell on his body and almost vomited. Not only does it smell bad, but there's also some black and gray dirt on the skin. Apparently he practiced shooting like crazy all day and night. Not only did he sweat, but he also expelled many impurities from his body. "Don't you smell the smell on me?" Yemo looked at Su Qingyue, feeling a little embarrassed, and took a step back. No wonder those guys looked so weird just now. It would have been fine if he had just smelled bad, but the key point was that he was standing next to Su Qingyue, who had a fragrance on her body. He really looked like a toad sitting on flowers, which would have seemed very strange to anyone. But this flower doesn't think there is anything wrong with it. "Yes." Su Qingyue nodded, her eyes blank. There was nothing wrong with her nose, so how could she not smell it? "Then why don't you say it?" Yemo was stunned. Su Qingyue said seriously, "Isn't this a test of me? A test of whether I can be a good wife. Actually, it's not that bad. Some of the materials I used for research had a much worse smell." Yemo then remembered that when they first met, he had actually taught her how to be a good wife. He had already forgotten all these things, but Su Qingyue had always remembered them and even made them her goal. "Wait here for a while. I'm going home to take a shower. I'll be right back." Yemo gestured to the sofa for people to rest on the side and left quickly. With the way he smells now, if he goes to the cafeteria to eat, people might not say anything because of his current status and strength, but he himself can't stand the thought. Su Qingyue sat on the sofa and picked up the thick stack of information to read. What made her a little unhappy was that some people would greet her respectfully when they passed by, and she really didn't like being harassed while she was browsing information. Oh my! What a beautiful girl! She's much prettier than those big stars on TV. Her skin is as if she's been soaked in milk every day. A woman's voice full of admiration came from not far away. Su Qingyue, whose thoughts were immersed in the information, frowned her beautiful willow-shaped eyebrows and glanced. Including the time Yemo spent at Shi Huang's house, Yemo had not been home for 2 days and 2 nights. Even though the institute had repeatedly told Yemo that nothing had happened and he should just stay in the institute, Lin Shuhui couldn't sit still any longer. As long as she couldn't sit still, Yuegua and Yi Xian would have no peace at home. Finally, Lin Shuhui dragged them to the research institute to look for him. When she learned that Yemo had been in the training ground for a day and a night, Lin Shuhui's brows were twisted into knots. Of course she is happy that her son is promising and motivated. But in her opinion, no matter how ambitious one is, one cannot ignore one's health. It has been a whole day and night, and I heard that he hasn't eaten anything. Wouldn't his body be in trouble? Immediately, she asked someone to take her to find Yemo. When Lin Shui saw Su Qingyue sitting on the sofa reading some information on the way, she felt as if she saw a fairy in the sky and subconsciously praised her a few times. Yi Weiguo and Yi Xian thought her reaction was too exaggerated at first, but when they turned around and saw Su Qingyue, they were also stunned. In Yi Xian's eyes, his girlfriend Qi Yuding is the most beautiful girl in the world. At this moment, he had to admit that according to universal aesthetic standards, the woman in front of him was much more beautiful than his girlfriend. Whether it was her temperament, appearance, or figure, she was of a level that was difficult to imagine without seeing it with his own eyes. The woman leading the way beside Lin Shui saw Su Qingyue and hurriedly said respectfully, "Director Su." "Director?" Lin Shui was stunned for a moment, then she saw this incredibly beautiful woman frowning at her. Her heart skipped a beat. Could it be that she had spoken too quickly and upset the director? Did you get into trouble? The next moment, she saw the director, who had just looked so unapproachable, suddenly stand up with a reserved, even somewhat panicked expression. He said to her, "Hello, hello." Then, he looked at Yi Weiguo again, "Uncle, hello." Su Qingyue naturally knew about Yimo's family situation, and of course she had also seen photos of his parents. Su Qingyue had never expected to meet Yimo's parents under such circumstances. Lin Shui and Yi Weiguo were confused and looked at each other, admiring him in their hearts. He was indeed a big shot in the research institute, and he was so polite. Chapter 95. My son has a wife? Hey, Director Su, hello. Yi Weiguo was flattered and nodded vigorously. The woman in front of him was as beautiful as a fairy. She was also a director with an extraordinary status. She felt confident because of her eldest son. In the past, she would have been terrified. Are you the director of the institute? Isn't the director's surname Zhou? Lin Shui asked curiously. I'm only the deputy director. The director is still Zhou Yushan. Su Qingyue tried hard to smile while speaking. It's just that she really doesn't know how to smile at people, and the corners of her mouth twitch a little. Fortunately, her appearance is so outstanding. If it were someone else, they would probably think she was making a face. Deputy director? Deputy director is impressive, too. You look so young, yet you're already deputy director. I can't even imagine your future achievements. Lin Shui found that the other person was so beautiful and easy to talk to, and she liked him even more. The woman who was leading them looked stunned. Fortunately, she couldn't hear Lin Shui's thoughts, otherwise, her expression would be even weirder. Easy to talk to? There is nothing wrong with saying that Su Qingyue is kind-hearted. But it is not easy to deal with. Su Qingyue's series of behaviors in front of her made her doubt whether she had recognized the wrong person. Director Su, do you have a partner? Lin Shui suddenly asked for some unknown reason. Yi Weiguo glared at her. They had just met and were not familiar with each other at all. Asking such a question was really a bit pretentious. Su Qingyue hesitated for a moment, then nodded, I have a husband. Hearing this, Yimo's parents and Yi Xian didn't find it strange at all. It would be strange if such a beautiful and prestigious woman didn't have a partner. Are there any children? When Lin Shui found that Su Qingyue was willing to answer, she thought about continuing the in-depth communication, if for no other reason than to establish a good relationship with her. He is the deputy director. Having some connection with such people will always bring more benefits than disadvantages. Mom, what are you doing? A voice with a hint of surprise came from behind Lin Shui. Lin Shui turned around and saw Yemo, who had just walked out from the corner, and was also stunned. Although she was not sure why Yemo was not in the training ground but walked out from behind her, she still immediately went over to pull Yemo over and introduce him to Su Qingyue. Son, this is Director Su. You're both from the institute. It's good to get to know each other. Maybe we can help each other in the future. By the way, Director Su, is your husband also from the institute? When you are free, why don't you come to my house and have a chat? I'm not bragging, but my cooking skills are pretty good. Lin Shui had a smile on her face and was trying very hard to help Yemo make friends with the director. Su Qingyue blinked her big eyes, which were clearly black and white, and stared at Yemo. Yemo touched his nose. Mom, her husband is your son. The scene suddenly became quiet. Lin Shui's expression froze. Yi Weiguo and Yi Xian were dumbfounded, their brains seemed to have frozen and they were a little confused. You little brat, is this something you can joke about? Lin Shui came to her senses with an anxious expression, thinking that her son had some bad intentions because he saw that the other girl was beautiful. When Tsuchinyue heard Yimo's words, a smile spread across her face. She felt sweet, and the melancholy in her heart disappeared in an instant. She took a step forward and took the initiative to hold Yimo's hand. Lin Shui opened her mouth so wide that she could fit 2 eggs in at the same time. She looked at Tsuchinyue, then at Yimo, and then at their clasped hands. The husband Director Su mentioned is my son? She is my son's wife? Wrong. My son already has a wife, how come I, as his mother, have no idea about this? Although Tsuchinyue was incredibly beautiful, Lin Shui would never have thought that she could have any emotional entanglement with her own son. After all, Tsuchinyue is obviously much older than Yimo and looks too mature. When the two of them stand together, they give people the feeling of a teacher and a student, not like a couple or a husband and wife at all. Mom, I'm starving. If you have anything to say, wait until I'm full and back. Yimo was really hungry, so he pulled Tsuchinyue and headed to the cafeteria. Before he had taken a few bites of his meal, he received a message from his mother Lin Shui, asking him to go home quickly after eating because he had to explain everything clearly today. My son already has a wife. For Lin Shui and Yuegwa, the shock brought by this incident was even greater than when they first heard about the existence of warriors and strange beasts. When we get back later, my parents will probably ask me for your contact information. Do you want to give it to me? Yimo devoured his meal while asking Tsuchinyue. Of course I will. Tsuchinyue nodded immediately. If they send you a message and you are busy with research, just ignore it. Just reply when you are free. Yimo said. I'm always free. I also need proper rest when doing research. It doesn't take long to reply to a message. Tsuchinyue was obviously in a very good mood. If her father heard this, I wonder what he would feel. Yimo had never mentioned asking her to meet his parents before, and she thought Yimo had other ideas in mind. But just now, she clearly didn't see even a trace of hesitation on Yimo's face. It's not that Yimo didn't want her to meet his parents, but too many things had happened during this period of time and he didn't think about this matter. Tell me, do your parents think I'm a little too old? Tsuchinyue recalled the shocked expressions of Yimo's parents and brother just now, and felt a little worried. After all, there was indeed a gap of more than 10 years between the two of them. Won't. Yimo answered with great confidence, but he was actually a little unsure. If it were those extremely realistic parents, given Tsuchinyue's status, they would never care about the age difference. But his parents were not that kind of people. Another reason why he was in a hurry to pull Tsuchinyue away just now was that he was worried that his parents would think that Tsuchinyue was much older than him and say something hurtful. When I got home, it was almost 12 o'clock. But just as Yimo expected, his parents and brother were still awake. The three of them sat on the sofa with a low stool in front of them. Lin Shui patted the low stool and said, "Come and sit down. What's going on? Today, you must explain everything to me clearly. You already have a wife, and I, as your mother, have no idea. Do you really care about me as your mother?" Yimo walked over and glanced at his younger brother Yi Xian. Yi Xian immediately got down from the sofa and sat on the low stool. Yimo then sat in Yi Xian's seat, put his arms around his parents and coaxed them for a few words, then with a serious expression, he briefly recounted what had happened between him and Tsuchinyue. When he finished speaking, Lin Shui and Yuegwa's faces were full of surprise. Before this, Yimo said that he was able to access extraordinary potions, become a warrior, and have everything he has today because he was appreciated by a noble person. Originally, my parents believed that the benefactor was Zhou Yushan, the director of the research institute. It was not until this time that I knew that this noble person was actually Tsuchinyue. Seeing that his parents didn't speak for a long time after listening, Yimo coughed dryly. "Xinyue is indeed older than me." Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Lin Shui. "You little brat, you still despise her age? Why didn't you despise her at the beginning? Now that you've grown a little more capable, you want to find someone younger? Don't forget your roots." Yuegwa said earnestly, "The men of our Yi family have been loyal and righteous for generations. I just inquired about Director Su's age. She is indeed much older than you, but she is young and so beautiful. I also heard that before you, she had never been in a relationship before, and her family conditions were much better than ours. Now that you have the ability, you want to kick her away. What kind of man are you? Yimo? No. I wanted you to not mind it. How did it turn into me being a scumbag? Although he was a little speechless, he felt relieved when he saw his parents' attitude. Even though his parents did feel that Su Qingyue was a little old, when they thought about the help Su Qingyue had given him, as well as Su Qingyue's conditions and experience, they could immediately accept the age difference. Only after giving Su Qingyue's contact information to Lin Shuhui was Yemo finally able to return to his room. Yemo glanced at the corner and saw 4 metal boxes, each containing 200 bottles of number 1 extraordinary potion. These extraordinary potions were delivered this morning. Although he was a little impatient to get the injection immediately, he still understood the principle of combining work and rest. After a good night's sleep, Yemo woke up the next morning feeling refreshed and fully recovered. If I inject all of these extraordinary potions into my body, my physical index will increase 6 or 7 times. Then, my spearmanship will be improved to the entering hall level. In this way, not only will I be able to fight against an 8th grade warrior, but even a martial saint will be able to do so. Yemo recalled the last time he fought with his master Shi Huang. If we fight again, this time, I will definitely let master use all his skills, right? Chapter 96 Injection of Extraordinary Potion Number 1. The box was opened, and golden potions appeared in front of Yemo. They looked extremely sticky, just like melted gold. Just from the naked eye, there is a huge difference between Extraordinary Potion Number 1 and Extraordinary Potion Number 7. Don't worry, nothing will happen as long as I'm here. Xiao Hei's childish voice rang in Yemo's mind. Yemo started the injection without hesitation. The golden liquid was injected into the blood vessels, and a strong burning sensation appeared and quickly disappeared. Immediately, Yemo felt waves of heat surging from his body. His body felt hot and his skin was as red as a cooked shrimp, but he didn't feel uncomfortable. He could even say that he felt very comfortable. There was a constant flow of power in his body, which was so refreshing that he had the urge to pick up the spear and stretch his muscles. As long as I break the genetic lock, with Xiao Hei's help, I can quickly absorb and transform the extraordinary energy injected into my body. This is the biggest difference between me and other warriors. Although Yemo was ecstatic, he was not arrogant at all. He knew very well that without Xiao Hei's help, he would probably be at the bottom of the warriors. Xiao Hei also said that his talent in marksmanship is only okay, very average. There is no reason to be proud. Yemo said nothing and continued to inject the extraordinary potion. The energy contained in the number 1 extraordinary potion is amazing. Every time he injects it, he can clearly feel that the functions of various aspects of his body have been greatly improved. He is curious about how much his body index can be increased. In a detached villa in the suburbs of Yunhai City. There were only about 20 people in the conference room. Any one of these 20 or so people is an internationally renowned super powerful person. Among these people, the strongest are the 2 martial saints, Duke Anderson and Lu Sheng Sword Demon, who swaggered to the Yunhai Supernatural Research Institute not long ago and left in a swagger. Among the remaining people, the weakest is also a 7th grade transcendent. Among them was a face that Yemo was familiar with, the sorcerer Baon. He sat in the corner, teasing the colorful poisonous snake wrapped around his hand, and occasionally glanced at the 2 martial arts masters not far away. The people present either have a powerful force behind them, or they are powerful beings like him. People like him usually keep to themselves, but the current situation is special. After receiving the invitation, he did not refuse and chose to cooperate with many forces. During this period, other supernatural management bureaus outside the Sea of Clouds sent a large number of warriors to reinforce, no longer worrying about being seen by ordinary people. Those small forces that acted recklessly have basically been cleared out. The remaining major forces are smarter and choose to unite and act together. Everyone's goal is the same. First, the Grey Fog. Second, the number 8 Transcendent Potion. So far, there's been no movement from the Grey Fog. We're speculating that there's no Stargate opening from Earth, and it's likely a false alarm. But the number 8 Transcendent Potion has been successfully researched. An old white man with a stern face spoke. Everyone was whispering to each other and the scene was noisy. Among the forces present, most of them are backed by a certain country. The main purpose of their coming here is the extraordinary potion number 8. As for that strange Grey Fog, can it open the Stargate from the Earth's side? Regardless of the authenticity of the news, even if it is true, they can only try to destroy it at most, and there is no way to move this thing away. But the extraordinary potion number 8 is different. The formula of the potion, or the key members who developed the extraordinary potion number 8, can be stolen. This is their main purpose. The large screen in front lit up, showing a picture of a woman. Su Qingyue's photo. The old man continued, in the research team for Transcendent Potion number 8, Su Qingyue is the most core figure. As long as we can take her away, then we will also be able to develop Transcendent Potion number 8. A burly middle-aged man frowned and said, the Chinese are not fools. How could they give us the opportunity to kidnap such a key figure? They really don't intend to give us a chance. Right now, Zhong Yan is guarding the area around the Grey Fog, while Shi Huang is in the Yunhai Research Institute's residential complex. Su Qingyue is also in that residential complex right now, and it's impossible for her to leave for a while. So, we only have one way, the old man said calmly. Break in? Someone looked suspicious. That's right. Just break in by force. The old man nodded and glanced at Duke Anderson and Yagyu Sword Demon, who were in the lead. Everyone looked at each other, feeling that it was unreliable. Although Su Qingyue was the only one in charge of the community, Zhong Yan would definitely rush to support as soon as anything happened. Besides, that's their base camp. How can it be so easy to break in by force? Even though they are extraordinary warriors, some special technological weapons can still pose a threat to them. Duke Anderson and Yagyu Sword Demon didn't need to worry about anything. If the situation got bad, they could just turn around and run away, but they might not be able to leave. Isn't this a bit too risky? Someone asked hesitantly. It's indeed a bit risky to rely on just us. But in a few days, we'll have at least a 90% chance of success. The old man smiled. Since he dared to propose breaking in by force, it was naturally because he was determined and had great confidence. Although China is strong, it is doomed to fail if it wants to make enemies with the whole world. Bong suddenly said, let's make a deal first. Yi Mo must be left to me. His body's recovery ability is incredible. He's the only material for a corpsecue. If anyone dares to compete with me for it, I won't hold back. Graduate school. Yi Mo walked out of the test chamber and couldn't wait to look at the numbers on the display screen beside him. Body index, 3781.8. It is not ruled out that there are some errors here, but the errors will never be too large. The numbers in front of him meant that if we only looked at various aspects of physical fitness, Yi Mo was even stronger than those 8th grade transcendents. Only the 9th grade martial saint could suppress him. Before Yi Mo could be happy for a while, Xiaohei said, after breaking the second gene lock, the improvement of basic strength mainly depends on two aspects. The first is the physical index, and the second is the qi in the body. Right now, judging solely by your physical index, you're higher than those 8th grade cultivators, but you still can't sense the qi within your body, let alone control it. Simply put, if you were to face that Baong again, head on, you'd still be no match for him. Qi? Yi Mo also remembered at this time that he had heard before that extraordinary strong people could sense a special energy in their bodies. The qi that Xiao Hei mentioned should refer to this energy. By utilizing this energy, extraordinary warriors can perform many incredible methods, such as flying in the air, or releasing it to the surface of the body for defense. If it were an ordinary warrior, after breaking the second genetic lock and his body index reaching above 500, and the speed of improvement using extraordinary potions became slower and slower, he would first use most of his time and energy to sense the special energy in his body. Once you are able to sense the qi in your body and use it, your strength will make a huge leap forward. Taking this step basically means entering the 7th level. Because one can fly into the air with the help of qi, which is like the means of a god, so starting from the 7th level, one is called extraordinary. People like Yi Mo are special cases that have never appeared before. Breaking the second genetic lock immediately raised his physical index to the extreme. Before him, this situation had never existed on Earth. If other warriors knew about this, they would absolutely find it unbelievable. But in Xiao Hei's opinion, it's nothing at all. Even if the body index is raised rapidly, isn't it still just a second-level embryonic stage that has broken through the second genetic lock? Not to mention the second-level embryonic stage, even the third-level stage, when it comes to the cosmic battlefield, it is still just the lowest-level cannon fodder. During this period of low realm, it is not surprising that the strength increases faster. In fact, in Xiao Hei's eyes, it is already too slow. Many special lives are born with comet-level or even planet-level strength. Compared with this, Yi Mo's improvement in strength is not worth mentioning. Is there any way to quickly sense the qi in the body? Yi Mo asked. Have. Xiao Hei answered directly, then changed the subject. When you improve your marksmanship to the entering hall level, I'll tell you. Yi Mo smacked his lips, said no more, and obediently took his spear and went to the training ground. Chapter 97. It doesn't matter, I will take action. Boom, boom, boom. In the training ground, the spear in Yemo's hand turned into a black shadow, and the sound of it breaking through the air was like thunder, continuous and endless. He suddenly took a step forward and thrust out with the spear. Puff! The iron stake with a diameter of 40 to 50 centimeters suddenly had 4 more holes. You're still far from it. When you can create 6 more holes in this iron stake with one thrust of your spear, then your spearmanship will be considered truly mastered. Xiao Hei's voice sounded in Yemo's mind at the right time. Yemo's mind was completely immersed in his marksmanship, and he didn't stop until nightfall. While eating dinner, he used his mobile phone to follow the trending news. He didn't have the habit of checking trending searches before, mainly because in the past few days, most of the news on the trending searches were indirectly or directly related to warriors. As Shi Huang gave orders, the people in the management bureau no longer worried about exposing the presence of the warriors. They fought with foreign warriors in public many times, which was witnessed by many people and even photographed and recorded. Yemo wasn't sure whether his master had been consulted about this, but what he was certain of was that the related news that had appeared in the past few days had not been deleted from the internet. At first, no one took it seriously. They just thought it was another netizen talking nonsense or suffering from a second-year syndrome. After all, the internet is full of bizarre remarks. For example, a few years ago, someone posted a message online with great concern, asking how humans would resist if a monster powerful enough to destroy the Earth came. At that time, many netizens offered suggestions, and one netizen replied calmly, "It doesn't matter, I will take action." At one time, countless people ran to worship him, asking, "Who said that the human race has no emperor?" However, this kind of thing is just a fun thing for everyone and no one will take it seriously. As more and more videos and photos appeared, and more netizens swore that they had seen it with their own eyes, people began to realize that this time seemed to be really different from the past. I saw it with my own eyes. A middle-aged man answered a phone call right in front of me and said, "I'll be right there." Then a suit of armor appeared on his body, similar to Iron Man's, and he flew away. The one you saw upstairs, at least he had armor. The one I saw was just wearing casual clothes and took off on the spot. I saw 2 groups of people fighting, one of them was foreigners. They kicked the stone pillar away with a kick. Luckily, an uncle helped me block it, otherwise I would have been reincarnated. Look, everyone, I even took pictures at the time. Damn. You were trying to take a picture and you almost got crushed to death, right? I've studied many photos and videos, and I can confirm that this isn't a post-production synthesis. Superhuman beings do exist in this world, but we've never encountered them before. This time, it must be those foreigners causing trouble, bringing these people into the public eye. Yemo glanced at the comments under the trending search. After accepting the existence of Superman, different people have different attitudes. Some people are worried, while others are excited, but no matter what their mentality is, they have to accept the ironclad facts. Then he found that various WeChat chat groups were also discussing it. When speaking in the high school classmates group, there are far more people who are excited than those who are nervous. Those people online are idiots. Some people actually think it was an accidental leak. If they wanted to ban it, these news reports would have been removed the moment they appeared. That's right. Now it seems that this was done intentionally. Not surprisingly, the authorities will soon release relevant information related to these supermen. I feel like a new era is about to dawn. Human society is about to undergo a new reform. If we can seize this opportunity, we can leap into the upper echelons of society. Perhaps someone has already seized the opportunity, but you just don't know it. The spokesperson for this last message was someone Yemo knew well. Lu Qian. After hearing this, the group suddenly became more lively. Lu Shi, what do you mean? School beauty Lu, you don't know something, do you? You're a big internet celebrity now, and you have access to things that we can't. If you know something, please tell us. Yeah. Lu Shi, who seized the opportunity? Everyone asked, but Lu Shi seemed to be just sighing. After sending a message, she turned into a riddler and didn't speak again. Yemo put his phone away, thinking that it was pretty much as he expected. Those who come from wealthy families and have bright futures are more or less worried, while those who are excited and eager for opportunities mostly come from poor families and are confused about the future. Another day passed. Boom! Inside the training ground, Yemo thrust out his spear, and 6 more holes appeared on the iron stake. Now, has my marksmanship reached the entry level? He looked excited. You're asking even though you know the answer. Xiao He kept his promise and said immediately, if you want to continue to improve your spear skills and enter the transcendent realm, it will take time. I will teach you the Shu Tian spiritual qi guiding method, which will allow you to quickly sense the qi in your body. As for how fast, it depends on your talent. The Shu Tian Lingqi Daoyin method requires practitioners to sit cross-legged, cross their hands in front of their chest, point their hands, feet and the Baihui point on the top of their head, and face their 5 hearts to the sky. Then, with the help of specific breathing methods, the consciousness enters the empty state to sense the qi in the body. The state of emptiness refers to a meditative state in which all distracting thoughts are emptied. Yi Mo had just found his rhythm when Zhou Yushan came to him and interrupted his practice. Headquarters has arranged an assessment for you to be promoted to a 7th rank warrior. Zhou Yushan's expression was somewhat solemn. That's not the point. The point is, the one who came to test you is Yin Xiao, one of the 2 8th grade transcendents of the Yin family. The Yin family behind Yin Hongxian? Yi Mo narrowed his eyes. I haven't even gone to them to ask for the 300,000 extraordinary points back yet, but they come to me first? He didn't believe that the other party really just came to test him to see if he could be promoted to the 7th rank. Zhou Yushan nodded. Yi Mo raised his brows, come to avenge Yin Hongxian? It's unclear what they mean, but with your master here, Yin Xiao would never dare to do anything to you. If he dared to kill you, how could your master let him leave Yunhai alive? I guess they've heard about your recent behavior and are feeling uneasy. They want to come and see if you're really as powerful as the rumors say, and even able to survive against Baong. What if I'm really that powerful? They're probably very conflicted right now. Zhong Wuxing has already said he won't interfere in Yan Hongxuan's affairs. Because of your master's presence, they don't dare to do anything to you. But if they do nothing, they will lose face. If you are really that powerful, they will probably lose face and shake hands with you. Shake hands and make peace? A sneer appeared on Yi Mo's lips. These guys from the Yin family, after all, still didn't take me seriously. From their point of view, the reason they didn't touch me was only because of the existence of my master. In their view, shaking hands with them and making peace is already the biggest concession they can make. The so-called assessment for promotion to the 7th rank is just a test of one's own strength to see if one is qualified to make them give in. Chapter 98, Becoming Famous at a Young Age, Too Arrogant. If you are not interested in taking the assessment, or want to change the assessor, just say it directly. They are not qualified to force you. Zhou Yushan said. There's no need to replace them. However, tell them that I'm busy right now. I'll let them know when I'm free in a few days, and then they can come here for the assessment. If you don't want to wait, go back to the capital. For Yi Mo at the moment, the most important thing is to master the use of qi, and he does not intend to waste time on the Yin family. I'm not free now, so I'll ask them to come over when I'm free? Zhou Yushan was stunned. These words were too arrogant. He is an 8th grade extraordinary warrior, and he is here to test you. If you don't know, you might think you are testing him. Okay. I understand. Zhou Yushan showed a look of realization, nodded with a smile, turned around and left quickly. Yi Mo looked at his departing back, feeling a little confused, not knowing what the other party understood. Second uncle, a message came from Zhou Yushan. He said Yi Mo is willing to take the test, but he doesn't have the time for now. He will notify us when he has time. If we can't wait, we can always return to the imperial capital. He doesn't necessarily have to take the test. The tall middle-aged man reported to Yin Xiao in front of him with a respectful expression. A girl who looked about 16 or 17 years old sneered at the side and said, after all this trouble, you're still a coward. You don't even dare to meet me? She looked at the old man in front of her and said firmly, Grandpa, if he is really as powerful as the rumors say, why wouldn't he dare to even meet him? Those rumors are nothing more than nonsense made up by the warriors in Yunhai City to please Shi Huang. Not only is this guy not as powerful as the rumors say, he's also too obsessed with appearances to dare to accept your assessment. He even said he was willing, then said he was busy, deliberately dragging us along and forcing us to return to the imperial capital. Isn't he convinced that because of Shi Huang, we can't do anything to him? Yan Zhao's expression was calm as he said indifferently, to say that he could survive against the sorcerer Baong on his own is naturally impossible. But don't underestimate him too much just because you hold a grudge against him. If he didn't have some skills, why would Shi Huang accept him as his disciple, and how could your cousin die at his hands? The girl subconsciously wanted to open her mouth to refute, but when she met Yan Zhao's calm gaze, she shut her mouth honestly. She actually knew in her heart that Yi Mo was just not as powerful as the rumors said, but he was not completely incompetent. Since he asked us to wait, we'll just wait. If he's still not available after 10 days or half a month, everyone will naturally understand what's going on. Yan Xiao spoke calmly, like an old monk who held a pearl of wisdom in his hands. Yunhai City is currently gathering many powerful individuals from all over the place, and they are all very interested in this kid. He's cowardly without a fight, and he's embarrassing Shi Huang. Yunhai Supernatural Management Bureau. There were men and women in the room, all of them quite old, the youngest being over 35 years old. Wei Chengchuan, director of the Management Bureau, was among them. In addition to Wei Chengchuan, there were also senior executives from other city management bureaus. The rest, even if they did not hold important positions in the administration, were all very powerful, at least 7th grade extraordinary. These people all had good relationships with Wei Chengchuan. When they learned about the situation in Yunhai City, they rushed to support without waiting for orders from above. That guy said he's busy and will let Yan Xiao know when he's free? He's really arrogant. Becoming famous at a young age, it's normal to be a little arrogant and full of energy. However, if you don't change this habit, you will suffer sooner or later. Old Wei, let's be honest with the brothers. Can Yemo really save his life in front of Baong? All eyes immediately turned to look at Wei Chengchuan. Wei Chengchuan nodded decisively, of course it's true. On his own, someone said with a look of disbelief. This. Wei Chengchuan looked a little hesitant. According to the description of his two subordinates, Yemo was able to survive in front of Baong by relying on his incredible defense. Baong launched a thundering offensive, but was unable to defeat Yemo in a short period of time. In Wei Chengchuan's opinion, the armor on Yemo might be quite special. It's better to say that it's not so much relying on Yemo himself, but relying on the armor. Seeing Wei Chengchuan's expression, someone said unhappily, "Old Zhao, don't embarrass him." In my opinion, it was Shi Wuxing who wanted to make her apprentice famous. Everyone, please keep your mouths shut and don't talk nonsense. With Shi Wuxing's temper, I don't need to tell you what will happen if you provoke her, right? Upon hearing this, everyone immediately behaved themselves. Yeah. Just drink, don't talk nonsense. Even if it's a bit exaggerated now, there's a high probability that Shi Wuxing's disciple will be able to enter the transcendent realm in the future. Why would we mess with him? Everyone drank heavily and soon forgot about Yemo. To them, Yemo is just a junior after all. He may be at the same level as them in the future, but now, he is not worth their attention. Inside the training ground, Yemo sat cross-legged with his 5 hearts facing the sky, his mind immersed in the Tsu Tianling Qi guiding method, trying hard to sense the Qi in his body, which is the Qi in Xiaohei's mouth. If cultivation is compared to crossing a river, the physical body is the boat and Qi is the oar. If there is no oar, you can only use your hands to row the boat. Only when you find the oar can you achieve twice the result with half the effort. The various uses of Qi can enhance the strength of warriors. In addition, a new path can be opened up. Before sensing the Qi in the body, any living creature can only rely on the extraordinary energy of external objects to improve itself, whether it is injecting extraordinary potions or directly eating the flesh and blood of alien beasts in the starry sky. However, as long as you sense the Qi in your body and use guiding methods, you can directly absorb and transform the energy of the universe. Even if he became a 9th grade martial saint embryo level 3rd order, the efficiency of absorbing and transforming cosmic energy with the help of the guiding method was still not as good as that of injecting extraordinary potions, not to mention that Yemo could transform and absorb it immediately after injection. However, the former has advantages that the latter does not have. That is, absorbing and transforming cosmic energy can not only improve physical indexes, but also improve mental power. Following the specific rhythm of breathing, Yemo's consciousness seemed to enter a dark maze. He fumbled in it for a long time and finally sensed that there was a special airflow in his body, just like a glowing dragon in the dark maze, so conspicuous. Found it! Yemo was overjoyed and opened his eyes. It took about half a day. What level of talent is this? It's okay. Xiao Hei's tone recovered calmly, but he was a little surprised in his heart. What happened? I thought it would take at least 2 days, but it was so fast? She did not give Yemo a chance to ask further questions and told him a method to quickly improve his control over Qi. That is to have someone take a hemp rope of the same length and thickness as a spear, pour Qi into it, and use the hemp rope as a spear. This kind of training will also help Yemo continue to improve his spear skills. Bang! As soon as Yemo tried to inject Qi into the hemp rope exploded. Come again. After trying again and again, he finally managed to infuse chi into it. Although the hemp rope did not explode, it did not become straight either. It was in a semi-soft state, curved like a crescent moon. Come again. In a blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Yemo took out his cell phone and dialed Zhou Yushan's number. Director, please call Yan Xiao. He can come over now. Chapter 99, we need to add some interest, so let us say 600,000. Yemo had just finished a call with Zhou Yushan and was about to go fill his stomach. Before he even reached the cafeteria, Shi Huang called. She did not stop Yemo and Yan Xiao from fighting, but said, according to the rules, Yan Song needs to control his strength, speed, and other aspects to the 7th level. As long as you can hold out against him for 3 minutes without losing, you'll pass the test. But I hope that you can not only last 3 minutes in front of him, but also force him to use all his strength to defeat you. Can you do it? At this point, she paused, with a charming smile on her face. If you can do it, Master will reward you. What reward? Yemo suddenly became interested. Just do it first. From his tone, Shi Huang understood that Yemo was very confident and hung up the phone immediately. When I reached the cafeteria door, another phone call came in. This time it was Su Qingyue. Yemo was speechless. It was obvious that Zhou Yushan was worried that he would suffer a loss, so he turned around and called the two women. Although Su Qingyue is not a warrior, her current identity is very special. With her backing him up, even an 8th grade transcendent would have to think twice. Su Qingyue did not stop Yemo from fighting Yan Xiao, but only told him to be careful and just pass the test, and not to have any thoughts of competing with Yan Xiao. You are much younger than him, and you will definitely be more powerful than him in the future. Even if you want to cause trouble for him, there is no need to rush. After lunch, Yemo came to the 2nd underground floor and found it was even more lively than he had imagined. Although the Yan family members had not arrived yet, many people came to watch the fun. In addition to Wei Chengchuan, Shi Yanzhan, Wang Tang and others he knew, there were many unfamiliar faces, all of whom were top experts from other places. Is this boy the disciple of Shi Wuxing? He's younger than I thought. With thin arms and legs, if you bump into him outside, you'll just think he's a student. Can he really pass the 7th grade transcendental assessment? So many geniuses wanted to become my disciple, but they were all rejected by Shi Wuxing, and he finally chose me. I want to see if he is really that outstanding, or if he is just a gigolo. Since he was able to kill Yan Hongxian, he shouldn't be that bad. Hey! Yan Hongxian is too self-righteous. It's no surprise that he's had a setback. Killing him doesn't mean you're stronger than him. However, Shi Wuxing shouldn't be so foolish. Yemo took in everyone's words, nodded and greeted Wei Chengchuan, Shi Yanzhang and others, and went straight to the 3rd underground floor. These guys who came to watch the fun were not actually paying attention to him as a person, but the title of the only disciple of martial Saint Shi Huang. Not long after, Shi Huang arrived and immediately became the focus, and everyone's attention shifted to her. Whether in terms of strength or appearance, Shi Huang is above everyone else. With her appearance, all the important figures present immediately became green leaves to complement the flowers. It was not until Zhou Yushan appeared that many people shifted their attention. But he didn't look at Zhou Yushan, but at Su Qingyue beside him. In terms of appearance, Su Qingyue and Shi Huang are on the same level. In terms of figure, Su Qingyue's curves are more voluptuous, giving people the feeling that she is a stay-at-home girl who doesn't like sports but is blessed by God and has meat that grows in specific places. Shi Huang has a graceful figure, and although she is smaller than Shi Huang, she gives people the feeling of being tighter and more perky. In terms of status, these two people are now at the same level. One is one of the strongest martial saints on earth. The other, with the development of the number 8 supernatural potion, is regarded by many as the number 1 in the field of supernatural scientific research. Su Qingyue glanced at Shi Huang, and Shi Huang was also looking at her. Su Qingyue withdrew her gaze, walked to the edge of the cover, and stared at Yemo below, as if no one else existed. Finally, under everyone's anticipation, the 3 people from the Yan family arrived. Your Yan family really has the nerve to let so many people wait? Shi Huang looked at Yan Xiao with an unfriendly look. She had originally planned to wait until Yunhai's matter was resolved before going to the Yan family in the imperial capital. However, she never expected that before she could go looking for trouble, the other party would come and cause trouble for her apprentice first. After the assessment is over, we will have a competition, Shi Huang said calmly. Yan Xiao really couldn't afford to offend Shi Huang, but he couldn't say he was that afraid of her. No matter how powerful the Chinese martial saint is, he must abide by the rules. It is impossible for Shi Huang to go to the Yin family and kill people just because of the grudge between the Yin family and Yimo. After all, when it comes to this grudge, it is the Yin family that suffers, not her apprentice, Shi Huang. Shi Wuxing, you're joking. I'm no match for you. Yan Xiao admitted his mistake directly. After all, no one would feel ashamed to say that he couldn't beat the martial saint. The middle-aged man and the young girl stayed upstairs, and Yan Xiao went to the third underground floor alone. When he walked out of the elevator, his eyes kept looking at Yimo. When he saw the photo before, he thought the other person was very young. Now that the other person was standing in front of him, he only felt that he was even more immature. You may have some misunderstandings about me and think that I am here to cause trouble. Yan Xiao smiled at Yimo, seemingly without any hostility. I heard that Yin Hongxian should call you second grandpa. He died in my hands, and you came to trouble me. Although I am unhappy, I still think that your Yin family has some blood. But now you tell me that you are not here to cause trouble. Does this mean that everyone in the Yin family is spineless? Yimo asked seriously. Yan Zhao's calm expression, as if he had the wisdom and control over the situation, suddenly froze and became a little gloomy. Yimo showed a smile full of sarcasm. What a bullshit misunderstanding. He dared to guarantee that if he didn't have a powerful master, the Yin family would have come to cause trouble for him long ago. If I show enough strength today, I guess you will say that everything that happened before was a misunderstanding and we can shake hands and make peace. If my strength is average and my potential is not enough to threaten the Yin family, then you will naturally have no interest in making concessions. Yimo continued. Yan Xiao had a blank expression on his face, and his eyes grew colder and colder. If you want to shake hands and make peace, then you can return the 300,000 transcended points you owe me. No. You've owed me that for so long, I have to add some interest. Just 600,000, please. Yimo was not afraid of the other party's increasingly gloomy eyes at all. After all, the other party had bad intentions from the beginning, and might even be planning to take the opportunity to teach him a lesson and save some face for the Yin family. If he was beaten during the assessment, it would be in vain. If Shi Huang caused trouble because of such a thing, everyone would think that Shi Huang was being unreasonable. Do you really think that having a martial saint master means you can do whatever you want? Boy! I'm going to make one thing clear to you today. At least right now, you don't have the slightest capital to act arrogantly in front of my Yin family. Yan Xiao's eyes were cold and fierce, and a wave of energy surged from him. I want to use my full strength, my speed, and strength will be suppressed to the 7th level. As long as you can hold out in front of me for 3 minutes, you'll pass the test. If you get hurt by me, don't be like a little brat and run to your master crying for help. You're such a disgrace. Yimo narrowed his eyes. These guys, every one of them, felt that without the support of the martial saint, they were nothing. Chapter 100. How could he, an 8th grade cultivator, possibly withstand it? The sword has no eyes, let alone being injured by you. Even if I am accidentally beaten to death, I deserve it. On the other hand, if you are beaten, don't say it's because I don't know how to respect the elderly and care for the young. Yimo grinned, and with a loud bang, he thrust the spear in his right hand into the ground. With his bare hands, he rushed towards Yan Xiao like a tiger out of a cage, and punched out with a deafening sound that broke through the air. When the people watching the battle above saw this scene, even Shi Huang and Zhou Yushan frowned, thinking that Yimo was too arrogant. Yimo's strongest point is his strange gun skills. It is much stronger than the heaven-cutting hand learned from Shi Huang. Although Yan Xiao would not pull out the ancient sword behind him if he did not use the spear, it would definitely be disadvantageous to Yimo. Could it be that this guy thinks that since his spear skills are not as good as the opponent's sword skills, he can win with fists and feet? Yimo didn't know, nor did he care what others thought. Now, after many days of hard training, he has gained preliminary control over the qi in his body. He can use the qi to fly in the air, and can even barely cover the surface of his body with the qi to form a protection. But according to Xiao He, it is far from enough. If you want to continue to improve your control over qi, you need to apply it in combat. In this kind of battle, it is best not to use weapons. Cover the surface of your body with qi and engage in flesh-to-flesh collisions with your opponent. In this process, you can further improve your use of qi. Others came to watch the fun, to see if Yimo could pass the test and whether he could hold out for 3 minutes under Yan Xiao. For Yimo, the significance of this battle was that after he had initially mastered the qi, he found a decent sparring partner. This was his first actual combat using the qi. You are overestimating yourself. Yan Xiao did not hide the disdain in his eyes. In his opinion, Yimo was really stupid. When Emo rushed to him, he squatted slightly, twisted his body, clenched his right fist, and punched out suddenly. This punch not only made a terrifying sound, but also stirred up a strong wind. The sixth move of the SSS-level martial arts soul-breaking divine fist cloud in wind rage. Although he was disdainful, he was still very cautious. Not only did he perform the strongest boxing technique he knew, he also covered the surface of his fist with the energy in his body, striving to make this kid unable to get up again with one punch. Boom! Their fists collided and both men took a few steps back. Come again! Before Yan Xiao could stand firm, Emo looked even more excited and rushed towards him again. The moment my fist collided with his, the chi covering the surface of my fist instantly dissipated. The reason for this is that my control over chi is far from proficient enough. Emo found his own shortcomings, but he was not depressed at all. Instead, his face was full of joy. Isn't the significance of sparring reflected in this situation? Compared to Emo's joy, Yan Zhao's expression was shocked and unbelievable. The people watching the battle above were surprised at first, and then the scene became even more noisy. Grandpa didn't even use 1% of his strength. Is he worried about Shi Huang? There's no need to be so worried. In this kind of test, even if Emo is really injured, as long as he's not killed, Shi Huang can't do anything to our Yin family. The girl was filled with anger and gnashed her teeth. She felt it was such a pity that she couldn't kill Emo with just one punch. The middle-aged man beside her nodded. Although he didn't agree out loud, it was obvious that he had the same idea as her. According to the rules, Yan Xiao needs to suppress his strength, speed, etc. to the 7th level. Even so, just relying on the internal energy covering the surface of his fist is enough to give his opponent a hard time. How could it be a situation where the fight goes back and forth like this? The only explanation is that Yan Xiao held back too much. No. That kid seems to have mastered the use of his internal energy? An 8th grade transcendent standing next to Wei Chengchuan said with a flickering look in his eyes, somewhat uncertainly. Then everyone saw Emo and Yan Xiao fighting from the ground to mid-air, like two black shadows constantly colliding with each other. This time, everyone no longer had any doubts in their minds. This kid has only broken the 2nd genetic lock for a few days, but he can not only sense the energy in his body, but can even use it to this extent? Wei Chengchuan looked at Shi Huang in shock. The others also looked at Shi Huang, their faces full of admiration. A good teacher produces good students. Without the guidance of an expert, how could he have sensed the chi in his body and used it to such an extent in just a few days? Shi Huang had a blank expression on her face, looking like a master, but there was suspicion in the depths of her eyes. She also didn't understand what was going on. Boom! Another fist collision. Emo finally found the feeling. At the moment of collision, he accelerated the circulation of the chi in his body. This time, the chi covering the surface of his fist did not dissipate. Unlike Emo, who became more courageous as the battle went on, Yan Xiao felt something was wrong the more the fight went on. This kid not only sensed the chi in the body, but was also able to use it. The most outrageous thing was that after he found it difficult to defeat the opponent, he kept increasing the strength he used. As a result, this kid was able to take his punches and palms with ease every time. Now, how could he not understand that the opponent had not used his full strength from beginning to end? The more force you put in, the more force the other party will put in. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. All of your information is absolutely false. Right? Yan Zhao's expression was gloomy, and he felt that he had been cheated. What about him becoming a warrior within a few months, and just breaking the 2nd genetic lock not long ago? Those information are absolutely false. There has never been a shortage of geniuses in the world, but geniuses are not so terrifying as this. If such a person really exists, he should be called a monster, not a genius. Brush. A silver-white sword light suddenly appeared, like a scythe swung by the god of death. Yan Xiao drew his sword. The expressions of the people watching the battle above all changed. This old guy is a bit shameless. Emo didn't use any weapons, but he drew his sword. How can this be justified? Even if you win, don't you feel ashamed? You've completely disgraced us warriors in the imperial capital. It's called an assessment, but you're so concerned about winning or losing, afraid of losing face. Some people couldn't help but curse and were very dissatisfied with Yan Zhao's behavior. The Yin family girl snorted coldly. This assessment only requires my grandfather to suppress his strength and speed to the 7th level, but it doesn't say he can't use weapons. Everyone in the world knows that the strongest skill of our Yin family is swordsmanship. It is obvious that he is cunning and afraid of our Yin family's swordsmanship, so he dare not use weapons. If my grandfather is led by him by the nose, he would be a fool. Xiao Hei's voice rang out in Yimo's mind. That's all for now regarding the use of qi. Your demon-seeking wandering dragon spear has reached a high level. If you want to reach the highest level, simply practicing in seclusion won't be enough. You also need to improve through actual combat. Yimo nodded and grabbed the shaft of the Longdan Pajuan spear stuck in the ground. No one could see clearly what happened. They only heard a few sounds of metal clashing, and then saw the sword light disappear. The long sword in Yan Zhao's hand flew out, and he fell to the ground with a bang, looking at Yimo in astonishment. Well. Yimo was about to thrust his spear towards his forehead, but then stopped, his expression slightly surprised. Why are you so weak? Nonsense. Xiao Hei said unhappily, your physical index is now higher than his, and you are already able to use qi. Even without the demon-seeking dragon spear, you are stronger than the 8th grade warriors on Earth. Add to that the advanced demon-seeking dragon spear, with its general level power, and how could an 8th grade cultivator possibly withstand it? Right now, we're mainly honing your spear skills, so hold back a bit, understand? The people watching the battle from above couldn't hear what Xiao Hei and Yimo were saying, and they were all dumbfounded. Someone checked the time. From the beginning to now, the winner was decided in less than 2 minutes. This was within the expectations of many people, but what these people expected was that Yimo would not be able to hold on for more than 3 minutes, not that Yan Xiao would not be able to hold on for more than 3 minutes. Come again, this time, I'll hold back a bit. Don't worry, I won't kill you. I'm still waiting for you to return the 600,000 transcendent points. Yimo grinned at Yan Xiao. Chapter 101. How can he still look like a little guy? Yan Zhao's face was as gloomy as the bottom of a pot. He didn't even need to look up to imagine the expressions of the people above him. Today, he had originally intended to use the 7th grade assessment as a pretext to find out Yimo's strength and potential, but ended up not finding out his true background, and instead he was the one who was defeated. He grabbed the hilt of the sword, stood up, and gritted his teeth. You are quite strong. You have already passed the 7th grade assessment and may even have reached the 8th grade level. How about I use all my strength to conduct the 8th grade assessment on you? Yimo laughed. This old guy really cares about face. These 2 simple sentences simply told people that the reason he was in such a predicament was because he did not use his full strength. My strength has only reached the threshold of the 8th level of transcendence. If he uses his full strength, I will definitely not be his opponent. It was true that Yan Xiao had not used his full strength just now due to the rules of the 7th grade assessment. But I am no match for him. Old people just like to flatter themselves. Without giving Yimo any chance to refuse, Yan Xiao took action instantly. An unparalleled sharp aura emanated from him, as if he was a divine sword drawn from its sheath. Boom! The ground shook, and he turned into a shadow and rushed towards Yimo. Before he reached him, there were sword energies, like a strong wind, that were about to tear Yimo into pieces. This time, Yan Xiao used all his strength, and the qi in his body was running wildly. Both the speed and power were incomparable to before. Above, many people's expressions became serious. Yan Zhao's strength isn't top tier among the 8th grade transcendents, but he's barely considered upper middle level. This guy's gone a bit crazy, not holding back at all. Don't let him accidentally kill Yimo. Someone frowned and spoke in a low voice. When Zhou Yushan heard this, his heart jumped. He glanced at Shi Huang and saw that Shi Huang's expression was still calm. He muttered to himself, is Shi Wuxing so confident in Yimo that he thinks he can really defeat Yan Xiao? The fact is, Shi Huang didn't think Yimo could defeat Yan Xiao. Her expectation for Yimo was that he could force Yan Xiao to use his full strength, and now, Yimo has done it. Although she didn't think Yimo could defeat Yan Xiao at full strength, she still had faith in Yimo's ability to protect himself. At worst, use the armor to save your life. Yan Xiao's strength is inferior to that of the sorcerer Baong. Since Yimo was able to save his life in front of Baong, it is impossible for Yan Xiao to do anything to him in a short period of time. He's mastered soldier-level combat skills, barely reaching the realm of mastery. On Earth, this kind of guy is considered okay, but in the universe, among the 2nd-order embryonic cultivators, he's completely at the bottom of the list. It's no exaggeration to call him garbage. Xiao Hei's comments echoed in Yimo's mind. Yimo grinned. He felt that his mouth was sometimes quite mean, but compared to Xiao Hei, it was still far behind. The oncoming sword energy all dissipated with a sweep of the spear. Accompanied by several sounds of breaking through the air, Yan Zhao's figure appeared. His face was pale, sweat was pouring down his back, and the hand holding the long sword was shaking slightly. The tip of the long Dan Pijuan spear was only a few centimeters away from his throat. If he hadn't stopped in time, he would have hit the muzzle of the gun. This guy is too weak after all. He should find a martial saint as his opponent. Even with your strength and speed, your reactions are still faster than his, and your fighting skills are overwhelming. You're not even on the same level. Xiao Hei's voice rang out again. Yi Mo retracted his spear, but before he could speak, Yan Xiao drew his sword in an instant. Clang! The sword that was destined to win was easily blocked by Yi Mo. As the spear was retracted and extended, the sword in Yan Zhao's hand flew out. His body was pushed back 2 steps by the huge force. Before he could stand firmly, he was hit by Yi Mo's spear again. Boom! Yan Xiao flew out horizontally and hit the wall heavily, sliding to the ground like a puddle of mud. He vomited several mouthfuls of blood. His first thought was to use his armor and fight the opponent with all his might. But when he met Yi Mo's calm eyes, it was as if he had been splashed with a basin of cold water. His mind became much clearer and he laughed miserably. You have passed the assessment for an 8th grade warrior. Looking across China, there is absolutely no 8th grade warrior who can defeat you. Your strength is ranked 4th in China, only below the 3 martial saints. Yi Mo, however, refused to give him any face. You just attacked me by surprise. You are fined 400,000 transcendent points. Add to the original 600,000, and you owe me a total of 1 million points. You must transfer them to me within 3 days, otherwise, I will go to the imperial capital to demand it myself. Is that a problem? Yan Zhao's face turned green, and he cursed the boy inwardly for being so cruel, but finally nodded helplessly. Upstairs, there was dead silence. No one expected that Yan Xiao would give his all, but ended up losing even faster than before. The 2 defeats took no more than 3 minutes in total. Although Yan Zhao's performance in front of Yi Mo was a bit vulnerable, he was still an 8th grade transcendent after all. Even if any one of the people upstairs could be considered a big shot outside, Yan Zhao's strength was much stronger than most of them. Apart from Shi Huang, no one else is confident that they can defeat Yan Xiao as easily as Yi Mo. When I came to my senses, the scene was in complete chaos. What's going on? Didn't they say that Yi Mo barely managed to save his life against Baong? There's something wrong with this news. With his strength, fighting against Baong, it's not like he had to fight with all his might to save his life. Shouldn't Baong be the one trying to save his life? Fake news. Lao Wei. Old man, you even lied to your brothers? Not only is this fake news, but all the information we've seen so far is absolutely false. Who is this Yi Mo? Is he a peerless genius who has been nurtured since childhood by some hidden master? No matter how he's trained, he shouldn't be this strong at his age. Even Master Jianzi isn't as strong as him, right? That may not be the case. How do you know his age is real? Maybe he just looks young and is actually in his 20s. Of course, although he is not as good as Lu Wuxing, he is still much stronger than us old guys. He is invincible under the martial saint and the 4th strongest person in China. TSK, his future is limitless. No wonder Shi Wuxing accepted him as his disciple. The way everyone looked at Yi Mo, and even the way they addressed him, changed. Previously, most of them called each other Shi Huang's disciple and martial saint's only disciple, and they paid attention to him because of Shi Huang. Now, they called Yi Mo's name and paid attention to Yi Mo as a person. Originally, everyone thought that Yi Mo was just lucky to be accepted as a disciple by Shi Huang, but now they think that it is a blessing for Shi Huang to have such a disciple. In a few years, if Yi Mo breaks the 3rd genetic lock, both the master and the disciple will become martial saints, which will definitely become a beautiful story. Alright. Ha ha ha. Old Wei, see? This is the young man from our institute. Is there anyone in your administration who can compare? Zhou Yushan walked to Wei Chengchuan, stood on tiptoe, put his arm around Wei Chengchuan's shoulders, and smiled brightly. Wei Chengchuan angrily scolded, "What a complacent guy. What does his growth to this point have to do with you? You're just lucky." "Yeah. I'm just lucky, and I can see that you're jealous." Zhou Yushan was in a better mood. In a while, the young people from the Research Institute and the Management Bureau will have a competition. I will ask him to take it easy and not to accidentally cripple the little guy over there. Get lost. If he joins, the others will be left with nothing. Wei Chengchuan was speechless. Alright, you've won the bet between us. Your institute has won this competition, okay? I'll transfer the bet to you later. Let those little guys in his management bureau fight EMO? Wei Chengchuan glanced at Yan Xiao, whose 7 orifices were covered in blood. What a joke! Xin Shan and Li Kong stood in the crowd, looked at each other, and didn't know what to say. Among the people present, the two of them can only be considered small figures. However, Yemo's current strength is enough to crush many big figures in their eyes. I really didn't expect him to be able to grow to this point. After a moment of surprise, Li Kong started laughing. It is of course a great thing that Yunhai City has such a strong man. As for jealousy? Envy? When I first learned that GMO had become Shi Huang's disciple, there might have been a little bit of that, but now, there really is nothing at all. The gap between the two sides is too big, there is no envy or jealousy at all. Miss, your apprentice has truly brought us tremendous shocks time and time again. Xue Shouying's face was filled with amazement, then a hint of worry. If he behaves like this, those above him will be even more convinced that he has a shocking secret. This time, even if you stand in front, I'm afraid someone will still come to him to ask for clarification. Whoever wants to find him and ask him clearly, go ahead. As long as he's willing to speak, why would I stop him? If you want to use force, that's fine. Just defeat us, master and disciple. Shi Huang smiled when she saw Yemo looking at her. She had previously told Yemo that as long as she could force Yan Xiao to use his full strength, she would reward him. Is this little guy impatient and wants the reward? Thinking of this, Shi Huang was stunned and muttered to himself, if he continues to grow, how can he still look like a little guy? Chapter 102, Demon Tribe Insect Eggs. Yan Xiao was like an old dog with a broken spine, whose energy had been drained out of him. He was helped away by the middle-aged man and the young girl. The girl, who was originally so arrogant, didn't even dare to look up at Yemo at this time, and almost buried her head in her chest. Everyone took one look at Yan Xiao's gloomy expression and knew clearly that if Yan Xiao originally had a chance of breaking the third genetic lock and becoming a martial saint, then now there is not even a slight possibility. The path of a warrior depends on talent and determination. Yan Xiao's spirit was undoubtedly shattered by this teenager. However, no one was interested in paying attention to him at the moment, and Yemo was the focus of everyone. Normally, these extraordinary strong men who were proud of their status and looked down on their juniors would come to the third underground floor to talk to Yemo as soon as possible, saying all sorts of things, just wanting to make friends. Some of them were thick-skinned and more than twice Yemo's age, but they would directly call him brother and clamor to treat Yemo to a drink, clamoring to treat him to a drink and not leave until he is drunk. Su Qingyue originally wanted to walk up to Yemo and say something, but seeing this scene, she just smiled and looked at him from a distance. Shi Huang walked to Yemo's side and soon became impatient, telling the others to do what they were supposed to do. The battle was over, so they should stop getting in the way at the research institute. Come with me. Shi Huang brought Yemo to a room and asked Xue Shouying to close the door. You're keeping a close eye on me right after I won, worried that I'd break my promise to reward you? Shi Huang smiled and was in a good mood. Yemo's performance today really gave her a huge surprise. She knew that this disciple had secrets, but so what, she had secrets of her own as well. As long as Yemo doesn't do anything that exceeds her bottom line, she doesn't care about anything else. According to her plan, once the Stargate opens on this side of the Earth, she will travel to the depths of the universe. She had already communicated with Zhang Yan, who said that once she reached the 9th level, her chances of making further progress by staying on Earth were slim, so as long as there was a chance, she would go to the world where the strange beasts lived, even if it might cost her life. She didn't even need to communicate with Kunlun Sword Master Lu Yan to conclude that the guy definitely had the same idea. To be able to walk ahead of everyone else on Earth and enter the 9th rank, in addition to opportunity and talent, one must also have a fearless heart of a strong person. But it is absolutely impossible for all 3 martial saints to go to the depths of the universe. At least one needs to be left behind to guard China. In fact, according to the above meaning, it is better to leave 2. Leaving only one behind really makes people feel uneasy. Now, the strength displayed by Yemo is undoubtedly a pleasant surprise. A martial saint, plus Yemo, who is invincible below the martial saint, guarding China, not only those people mentioned above, but even she would feel more at ease. Not really. Yemo touched his nose and said no, but he didn't say why he looked at Shi Huang first. He simply felt that Yan Xiao was too weak and the fight was not satisfying. Subconsciously, he wanted the powerful martial saint to practice with him. The only martial saint present was Shi Huang. On second thought, with so many people watching, if I really defeated Shi Huang, wouldn't that be a betrayal of my teacher and ancestors? Wouldn't it be a disgrace to my master? Thinking of this, he calmed down, shut his mouth, and planned to find an opportunity in the next few days to ask Zhongyan to practice with him. When he cultivates the demon-seeking dragon spear to the transcendent realm and his combat power truly surpasses that of a 9th-grade martial saint, he will open the Stargate. The reward your master gives you is very special. Apart from me, neither Zhongyan, Lu Yan, nor anyone else in China can give it to you. I hope this reward can help you break the 3rd genetic lock as soon as possible and truly reach the pinnacle of martial arts. Shi Huang glanced at Xue Xiuying and motioned her to take the things out. Although she had never asked about Yimo's secrets, it was not difficult to discover some patterns based on Yimo's performance. A few days ago, Yimo could only protect himself in front of Baon, but today, he easily defeated Yin Xiao, who was at the same level as Baon. Considering Yimo's previous growth experience, it is not difficult to infer that the key to Yimo's crazy improvement in strength every time lies in the genetic lock in his body. As long as he breaks the genetic lock in his body, Yimo can immediately increase his strength to the limit. But once he reaches his limit, Yimo's strength will enter a stagnant period before breaking the next genetic lock. In other words, although Yimo seems to be not far from the 9th rank, as long as he cannot break the 3rd gene lock, he can only stay at the 8th rank. It is not easy to take this last step. Many 8th grade warriors were trapped by the 3rd genetic lock and were unable to take this step for years or even their entire lives. Shi Huang hopes that Yimo's strength can continue to improve rapidly, and for this reason, she is willing to take out the treasures she has treasured for a long time. A reward that no one else in China can give? Yimo became interested and looked at Xue Xiuying. Xue Xiuying was holding a metal box in her hand and placed it on the table. After entering the password of more than 10 digits several times, the box was finally opened. A fist-sized golden fruit with flame-like patterns on its surface appeared in Yimo's sight. What good stuff is this? Yimo took a few glances at it, and his first impression was that it was some kind of fruit he had never seen before. However, according to what Shi Huang had just said, it was obviously not just a fruit. It is a good thing that can improve his strength and help him break the 3rd genetic lock. Before Shi Huang could answer, Xiao Hei's surprised voice sounded in his mind first. Mara insect eggs. How could such a thing exist on Earth? Mara eggs? Yimo was stunned for a moment, then took another look at the thing in front of him. It looked like some kind of fruit. No matter whether it is insect eggs or fruits, as long as it is a good thing and can help improve strength, Yimo doesn't care. Worm eggs may sound disgusting, but that's the thing. The so-called chicken eggs can also be called chicken eggs, as long as they don't look disgusting. The Maro are a special branch of the Zerg, and are extremely mysterious in the universe. The Zerg are the most numerous race in the universe, far larger than even you humans. But the Maro are very special. While other Zerg races have extremely strong reproductive abilities, the Maro have a very difficult time reproducing offspring. If I eat this, can it help me quickly break the 3rd genetic lock and improve my strength? Xiao Hei was speechless. This guy's only concern is whether this thing will be useful to him after eating it. As long as it is useful, Yimo obviously intends to eat it, whether it is from the Moroa clan or anything else. Only ask about the results, not the origins. Can. After Xiao Hei finished speaking, seeing Yimo's delight, he continued, eat it, and your strength will be enhanced. Then, after a while, members of the Moroa tribe will be born within your body, taking over your body and seizing control. They'll have other members of the tribe eat the eggs. This is how the Moroa tribe reproduces during their infancy. The smile on Yimo's face froze. Xiao Hei's words were really too shocking, but Yimo did not have any doubt about her words. Yimo scrutinized Shi Huang's face. Before he could speak, Shi Huang urged him, Master, you've eaten this before, and its effects are beyond your imagination. There's only one left. What are you waiting for? Chapter 103, Matrix. Metamorphosis. According to Xiao Hei, is it possible that the Shi Huang in front of him has actually been usurped by someone else, and the one actually controlling this body is a guy from the Maluo clan? When this thought came to Yimo's mind, he felt very uncomfortable. Shi Huang's protection of his subordinates made him accept this master from the bottom of his heart. If the other party is a member of the Mara tribe, and now wants him to eat worm eggs, isn't it obviously harming himself? Don't worry, she is not controlled by the Mara tribe. Any flesh and blood creature controlled by the Mara juvenile will have the same characteristics. The eyes will turn blood red. Xiao Hei's voice sounded. Yimo had just breathed a sigh of relief when she continued, but it's certain that the young of the Morowa clan has appeared in her body. Once the mother finds it, the young inside her will be awakened. At that time, the young will devour her spirit and control her flesh and blood. Mother's body? Yes. The mother body. I didn't expect that there is a mother body of the Morowa tribe on Earth. Ask her where she got this thing from first. Yimo nodded. Shi Huang thought that he nodded in response to her, so she immediately grabbed the insect eggs and stuffed them into Yimo's mouth. Yimo was startled and took the demon clan insect eggs but did not eat them. From what you said, Master, this thing is absolutely a treasure. I'll give it to the members of the Research Institute to study carefully. Maybe we can mass produce it like the extraordinary potion. Shi Huang shook her head with some amusement, thinking that Yimo was daydreaming. How could such a treasure from heaven and earth be produced on a large scale? Master, where did you get this thing? Yimo learned from Shi Huang that she had obtained it by chance when she was chasing enemies on a giant cruise ship in the South China Sea. Found it on the enemy? No. That guy tried to escape, but I killed him and he fell into the sea. I fished his body out of the sea, and then I discovered 2 strange fruits deep in the ocean. You know your master is very particular about food and is very interested in all kinds of ingredients he has never seen before. When he saw this new fruit, of course he had to try it. As a result, he discovered that it has huge benefits after eating it. There was a hint of pride on Shi Huang's beautiful face. Yimo was a little speechless. If it were someone else seeing the strange fruit, it would definitely not have the courage to take a bite. My master is very skilled and courageous, but most importantly, he is a foodie. Since the effect is so good, Master, why don't you take this one too? Speaking of this, it's very strange. Shi Huang's charming peach blossom eyes widened slightly. This thing tastes beyond imagination. It doesn't taste like fruit at all, but more like some kind of meat with a strange aroma. Normally, I would have eaten the other one, but strangely, I had no such thought at all. It was as if I had eaten one and was completely fed up with it. When I tried to force myself to eat it, I suddenly felt extremely nauseous and vomited continuously. Xiao Hei's voice rang in Yimo's mind. Ask her. Are there any strange creatures around where the fruit was found? Yimo immediately asked Shi Huang. Shi Huang shook her head. At the time, I knew this was something good, so I called in people and searched the surrounding sea area thoroughly, but we found nothing. These 2 treasures must have been in other sea areas, carried by the undercurrent, and are very far away from where I found them. That's troublesome. The Mara themselves are energy-based life forms, and their physical appearance is determined by the flesh and blood creature that consumes the eggs. Their larval form is that of a flesh and blood creature, characterized by blood-red eyes. After entering adulthood, it will turn into a bug-like monster, but the appearance of the bug will vary greatly depending on its appearance in childhood. Judging from the current situation, the mother body of the Mara tribe exists on Earth, most likely hiding deep in the ocean. Once the mother body completes its transformation and emerges from the depths of the ocean, it will undoubtedly come looking for your master. Your master has absolutely no chance of survival. Furthermore, the Mara tribe is so bloodthirsty that the earth may be destroyed. Yimo asked about the transformation of the mother body of the demon race. Even though there are many powerful tribes in the starry sky, the Mara tribe is definitely considered the first class. Even if the Mara tribe mother does not practice specifically, she will transform twice in her lifetime. The first metamorphosis will bring your strength to the planetary level, and the second metamorphosis will bring your strength to the stellar level. Not to mention the stellar level, even if it's just the planetary level, a full strength attack is enough to tear the earth apart. Xiao Hei's tone was filled with helplessness. It's really strange. How could the mother body of the Morowa tribe exist on Earth? It's like a pond with only small fish, but a giant beast from the sea suddenly appeared. Your planet is really unlucky. That is to say, after the transformation of this demonic insect queen, she will at worst be at the first planetary level? Yimo's heart sank. The most powerful 9th grade martial saint on Earth is only at the 3rd level of the embryonic grade. Between the planetary level and the comet level. It's like putting a prehistoric behemoth among a flock of sheep, they are not on the same level at all. But, on the bright side, maybe that guy failed in his transformation. Will the transformation fail? Of course. Why do you think they lay eggs before metamorphosis? It's because there's a chance that metamorphosis will fail. If metamorphosis fails, the mother's consciousness will replace that of one of the hatchlings, and then they'll wake up directly. Even though he felt unprecedented pressure, Emo still couldn't help but sigh at the magic of this reproduction method. It is indeed an extremely domineering race. The young ones take over the nest of the magpie, devour the consciousness of the flesh and blood creatures, and control their bodies. If the mother fails to metamorphose, it is another form of usurpation of the mother's nest, replacing the young and waking up directly. The mother body failed to transform and turned into a juvenile, which woke up directly and had the strength of the first level of comet class. This is the best result. As far as I know, before the first metamorphosis, there are usually 5 or 6 eggs produced. Before the second metamorphosis, hundreds of eggs can be produced. In short, it doesn't necessarily awaken in the master's body, so there is no need to worry too much. Emo smiled bitterly. Even with the best outcome, the possibility of waking up in his master's body was only 1 in 4 or 5. Don't eat the one in front of you. Moreover, is it easy to deal with the awakened first-level comet? However, this is indeed the best result. If the transformation succeeds, then there will be real despair. Emo could only hope that the people on Earth would have better luck. Disciple? When Emo came back to his senses, Shi Huan was pinching his face with her hands, a puzzled look in her eyes. He was about to speak when Xue Xiuying came over with a serious expression. Miss, Duke Anderson and the Yagyu sword demon have appeared in the gray fog. I'm afraid Zhong Yan alone cannot defeat them both. You need to rush over to support them immediately. When Shi Huan heard this, she was extremely excited. The Stargate is open? Emo looked at Xue Xiuying in astonishment. He hadn't even been there, so how could the Stargate be opened on Earth? Chapter 104 Heirloom. Raid. Recently, Shi Huan has been dreaming about what kind of world is on the other side of the Stargate and what kind of opportunities and secrets are hidden there. She thought the Stargate was opened and was delighted. When he learned from Xue Xiuying that the Stargate was not open, he couldn't help but get furious. Since it was not open, then why were those 2 idiots, Duke Anderson and Lu Sheng Jianyao, rushing over there? They had nothing better to do. She was filled with murderous intent and rushed to support. Emo put away the insect eggs and walked out of the room a few steps before he saw Su Qingyue sitting on a chair not far away, reading quietly. Even the most picky man would find it difficult to find any problems with Su Qingyue's appearance. She sat there quietly reading a book, which was a beautiful scenery. Sensing someone approaching, Su Qingyue frowned, turned around and saw that it was Emo, smiled and stood up. I don't think I've seen this bracelet before. Emo noticed the emerald bracelet on Su Qingyue's right wrist and felt a little puzzled. The style is old-fashioned, but the key point is that this is the first time I have seen jewelry on Su Qingyue. Su Qingyue raised her right hand, as if to show off. Your mother gave it to me. It seems like you and my mom have been chatting a lot lately. She even gave you a bracelet? Emo glanced at the old-fashioned bracelet again. No wonder it looked familiar to him. He must have seen his mother wearing it before. In this way, he could be even more certain that this bracelet not only looked old-fashioned, but also worthless. Su Qingyue was a little embarrassed. Auntie would chat with me every night. She came to me specially yesterday and gave me the bracelet. She said. What did you say? She said your grandmother gave it to her. Did she also say that my grandmother told her to pass it on to her granddaughter-in-law in the future? Seeing Su Qingyue's pretty face slightly red and no response, Emo thought that he had obviously guessed right. He was a little suspicious that Su Qingyue was fooled by her own mother. Could this be the same trick my mother saw in TV dramas? She only bullies people like Su Qingyue who don't even watch TV dramas. As far as he knew, his grandparents' generation couldn't even get enough to eat, and they had to sell everything that could be exchanged for money. How could they pass down a bracelet? It is very likely that after communicating with Su Qingyue, his mother liked her more and more, and was afraid that she would be abducted away by someone else, so she gave her such a family heirloom. Su Qingyue held the book in her arms and strolled around the research institute with Emo. She told Emo that Lin Shui asked her to bring her father and brother to visit her home for the next 2 days. Emo's forehead was full of black lines. He had laughed at himself before, saying that he was thinking about finding a wife as a college student, but why did he feel so anxious now, afraid that Su Qingyue would run away? Emo remembered that Su Qingyue had told him before that she hoped Emo could accompany her on her mother's death anniversary. He immediately asked Su Qingyue for the specific date. Su Qingyue told Emo that her death anniversary was the day after tomorrow, but because the current situation was special and her identity was also special, she had already agreed with her father and brother that they would go to pay tribute to their mother when Yunhai City stabilized. Yimo thought to himself that it was inevitable that those people would either be driven away or turned into corpses to become nutrients for the land of China. However, even after this crisis is over, what follows will not be peace, but a greater crisis. Once the Stargate is opened, it is estimated that 2 martial saints and many extraordinary warriors will choose to go to the depths of the starry sky. Perhaps they will get unexpected opportunities, or perhaps they will be buried in the starry sky and unable to come back. Even if the best outcome is achieved in the case of the demonic tribe's eggs, a comet-level disaster will appear on Earth. Do you want to talk about this? Even if all the martial saints on Earth join forces, they wouldn't be a match for a comet level 1. The only way to resolve this dilemma is for you to break the 3rd genetic lock and then upgrade the demon-seeking dragon spear to the transcendent realm. Only then can you fight the newly awakened Morua larva. These are Xiao Hei's original words. Thinking of this, Yimo felt a lot of pressure. Alas! I just wanted to live a comfortable life while eating gigolo rice. Do I have to be so desperate just to eat gigolo rice? Life is not easy, Yimo sighed. Suddenly, sharp alarms rang out in various locations in the community. Warning! Warning! Intruder spotted! Intruder spotted! The cold, mechanical voice startled everyone. There was a dull thud outside, followed by the sound of bullets and artillery. In an instant, it was as if they were pulled from a beautiful and peaceful dream into a war zone filled with smoke. Many people in the institute turned pale and ran around like ants on a hot pan. Zhou Yushan's somewhat panicked voice spread to every corner through the radio. He first warned the institute and ordinary people in the building to hide in the building and not go out. Then he shouted loudly, asking all warriors and combatants holding firearms to go out and meet the enemy. Yimo's eyes were cold and sharp. As soon as he took a step, he noticed Su Qingyue holding his clothes tightly. Don't worry, it's a small matter. He grinned at Su Qingyue, very calmly. Just now I was a little confused. Why did those 2 foreign martial saints go looking for trouble when the Stargate hasn't opened yet? Now it seems that this is just another old trick our ancestors used to lure the tiger away from the mountain. They probably thought that without the martial saint, the remaining people in the institute would be at their mercy. You stay here and I will be back soon. Not long after Yimo walked out of the institute's gate, he saw a dozen security guards holding guns and shooting at a middle-aged foreign man not far ahead. The white-skinned middle-aged man was like a phantom in the hail of bullets. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of a dozen security guards, smiled coldly, and punched out. Careful! A man at the back blocked the attack with an explosion-proof shield. With a loud bang, the people and shields flew backwards like kites with broken strings. Extraordinary warrior! A security guard yelled, his face turning pale. The other dozen people were covered in cold sweat. They knew that although the guns in their hands were extraordinary, they were barely enough to deal with 6th-grade warriors. As for dealing with 7th-grade extraordinary warriors, unless there were hundreds of people surrounding the opponent, otherwise, it would be of no use at all and could only delay time. Delay time. Thinking of this, their eyes turned red and they fired wildly. Their role is to delay time. So far, 5 or 6 foreign warriors have been discovered, and it is estimated that some have not yet shown up. But as long as there is enough time, the top warriors on our side will arrive and will definitely be able to gain the advantage. The white middle-aged man grinned fiercely, cursed in the language of some small western country, and threw another punch. Boom! His head exploded like a watermelon. A dozen security guards were stunned. The middle-aged man who was grinning wildly just now turned into a headless corpse and fell to the ground. A 7th-grade transcendent dared to cause trouble at the research institute? Yimo retracted his fist and said to the dozen or so stunned security personnel. Anyone who has the guts to break into the research institute is definitely not an ordinary warrior. Otherwise, they are just seeking death. You are no match for them. Try to avoid fighting with the intruders and focus on saving people. A dozen security guards came back to their senses, looked at Yimo with admiration in their eyes, nodded rapidly, and left quickly. Boy, your strength seems to have become stronger again? TSK. If I continue to let you go, once you truly grow up, I'm afraid I won't dare to set foot in the sea of clouds again. A cold and somewhat sarcastic voice sounded. Yimo turned around and saw a familiar figure rushing towards him quickly. The sorcerer Baon. In addition to Baon, there is also a black man who is as strong as a bear. His muscles are like cast iron, which has an amazing visual impact. Yimo's shoulders swung, and the spear behind him instantly straightened. He gripped the spear shaft and shouted, 2 against 1? Baong frowned and said to the big man beside him, I myself. You have no right to order me around. Besides, we don't have time to waste on him. The black man ignored him completely and came to Emo in an instant like a black bear. He punched out with a sound like thunder, and a violent airwave swept in all directions. 8th grade extraordinary. Emo made a judgment in his mind instantly. Baong looked dissatisfied and rushed over at a faster speed. Don't smash his body into pieces, otherwise, how can I refine the corpse goo? In his eyes, Emo was already a dead man. Chapter 105, The Royal Sword, 4th Ghoul. Emo kicked his legs, the ground collapsed, and he flew into the sky like a phantom. This guy wants to run away. Don't let him get away. Baong's eyes were cold, and he regarded Emo as a turtle in a jar. With 2 8th grade transcendents attacking at the same time, there was no way that the other party could escape. This kid is just a bit tougher. As long as no one interferes, I can easily take him down by myself. What's more, now we have an extra helper. There was also a loud noise from the black man's feet as he rushed towards the sky. While using the reaction force of the ground, he circulated the chi in his body at an alarming speed. Swish! A flash of light. Emo, who seemed to be running for his life just now, suddenly stopped in mid-air and stabbed the black man's throat with a sudden turn. Almost there. It was extremely abrupt, and there was no sign before the attack. The black man's expression changed drastically, and he slashed with the long knife in his hand. Clang! Sparks flew from the tip of the gun, and the violent force pushed the long knife away, and the remaining force pierced the black man's throat. The 8th grade extraordinary strong man who regarded Emo as a meal just a moment ago turned into a corpse and fell to the ground. Baong was so frightened that his eyes seemed to roll out. He stopped and his heart was in turmoil. He was completely confused about the situation. Emo stabbed an 8th grade transcendent to death with one shot. It relies not only on sudden attacks, but also on extremely fast speed and strength beyond the 8th level. Baong's head was buzzing. Only a few days had passed, how could this kid's strength improve so terrifyingly? He almost suspected that it was a powerful martial saint from China who disguised himself as Emo. Emo stepped into the void and rushed towards Baong. He swung his gun and dozens of gun shadows completely blocked the space where Baong was. Baong was horrified as dozens of black shadows flew out from him. The centipede poison that Emo had seen last time flew towards Baong's mouth. There were also all kinds of strange-looking poisonous insects with ferocious faces and bared fangs and claws, rushing towards Emo, trying to stop him. Puff puff puff. A cold light flashed. Even the poisonous insect, which was only half the size of a grain of rice, could not escape Emo's gentian-breaking army spear and was directly exploded into a bloody mist. As the centipede poison entered Baong's mouth, the spear followed and pierced into Baong's mouth, strangling and crushing the centipedes and piercing Baong's head. Puff! Emo pulled out his spear, and Baong fell to the ground with his eyes wide open. He didn't understand the situation until his death. Before Emo could breathe a sigh of relief, Xiao Hei's voice rang in his mind. Watch out behind you. Moran didn't look back, but shot a gun behind him. Clang! Along with the crisp sound of collision, a huge force came, almost causing the Longdan Pijuan spear to fly out of his hand. Emo flew forward and knocked down a big tree. The moment he fell to the ground, he pressed the ground with his left hand, stood firm, and looked forward. I felt a sharp pain in my right palm. I knew without looking that the base of my thumb was torn. The pitch-black armor covered Emo's entire body. Just now, when he was fighting 1 against 2 8th grade transcendents, Emo did not use his armor, but at this moment he did not hesitate at all. He felt a little heavy-hearted. Now his physical qualities in all aspects are stronger than those of the 8th grade extraordinary people on Earth. Only a 9th grade martial saint could knock him away in one fight, causing his spear to almost fly out of his hand. Warriors on Earth can raise their physical index to around 3,000 after breaking the 2nd genetic lock. The physical index of a martial saint who breaks through the 3rd genetic lock can be increased to tens of thousands. Emo's current body index is close to 3,800, which is much stronger than an 8th grade transcendent, but less than half of a top martial saint. In addition, by breaking the 3rd genetic lock, the chi in the body will be further strengthened, and the gap between the martial saint and the 8th rank will be further increased. There seems to be only a fine line between the 8th grade extraordinary and the 9th grade martial saint, but the gap is astonishing. For a martial saint, there is often no difference between killing an 8th grade and a 7th grade. Guillemot subconsciously thought that this person was either Duke Anderson or Yagyu Sword Demon, but what he saw was a tall, handsome, white-skinned middle-aged man. The middle-aged man held a sharp weapon, but still gave people a very elegant feeling. Although the look in his eyes when he looked at Guillemot was plain, it made people feel superior, like a proud aristocrat. Guillemot took a look at the rapier in the other person's hand and said, "The sword of the royal family, Firth Ghoul?" There are only a few known martial saints on Earth, and Guillemot has certainly read their general information. Just by looking at the other person's appearance and weapons, you can basically tell who it is. Firth Ghoul, the court swordsmanship instructor of the royal family of a European superpower, already had a respected status. With the emergence of extraordinary materials, he became one of the world's top strongmen with a series of amazing performances. "Have you heard of me?" Phil's smile was kind, which easily made people feel good about him. Guillemot said, "It said that you had an affair with the royal princess. The key is, that princess was married. If a guy like you hadn't had the extraordinary potion before it appeared, you would have been torn into pieces long ago. The title of the sword of the royal family doesn't suit you. The shame of the royal family is more appropriate." Firth narrowed his eyes, seemingly oblivious to Guillemot's taunting, and said, "Your strength and potential are completely inconsistent with the information provided. If you hadn't died, China would have had its fourth martial saint very soon." Guillemot heard a noisy sound coming from the research institute, including crying and shouting, and his expression changed. Firth smiled and said, "Over in the Grey Fog, Anderson, Lusheng Sword Demon, and several other extraordinary people will hold your master in Zhongyan back. At the research institute, we have 14 of us, including myself and another martial saint." "Is there another martial saint?" Guillemot's expression became even uglier. Swish. At the moment when his heart was stirred, Fields took a step forward, as if shrinking the distance into an inch, and stabbed the long sword in his hand towards Guillemot's throat. It was clearly just a stab of the sword, but it left dozens of afterimages. Thick darkness spread out from between Guillemot's eyebrows and covered the Fingya battle armor. Xiao He had told Guillemot before that with the help of her black armor and Guillemot's recovery ability, it would be difficult to really hurt Guillemot below the 9th rank. The defense of black armor plus Fingya battle armor can help him reduce the damage he receives, but if the lethality reaches a certain limit and happens several times, it will still be enough to kill him. A 9th grade martial saint, that is, the 3rd embryonic stage, would have exceeded this limit if he attacked with all his strength. Guillemot thrust the spear in his hand forward, colliding with the opponent's sword. He took a few steps back and then rushed towards the opponent again. After a brief exchange of blows, Phil's face was filled with disbelief. "My strength is obviously stronger than his, but I can't gain any advantage at all?" Phil's felt as uncomfortable as if he had eaten a dead rat. There was only one explanation for this situation, that is, the opponent's marksmanship was far superior to his swordsmanship. He has always been very confident in his swordsmanship. However, the international community has always believed that his swordsmanship is not only inferior to that of China's Kunlun sword master, but even inferior to that of the Yagyu sword demon of the Sakura country. He was very unconvinced and had originally planned to take this opportunity to fight with Kunlun swordsmen to prove that his swordsmanship was the strongest in the world. As a result, a young Chinese man who is less than 20 years old has a spear skill that is far superior to his sword skill? Guillemot was anxious and just wanted to kill the guy in front of him quickly and rush to Su Qingyue's side to protect her. These guys are definitely here for Su Qingyue. And my parents and younger brother, are they in danger now? Another loud noise was heard inside the research institute, and Guillemot's heart sank. Ding ding ding. The pointed western sword pierced Guillemot's chest, making a series of noises. The unparalleled force penetrated Guillemot's armor, causing a strong stinging sensation. Guillemot felt as if there was a hole in his body. Your mind is in turmoil. Phil smiled smugly. When strong men fight, the most taboo thing is to be in an unstable state of mind. This guy's mind was obviously in a mess, and I easily caught his flaw. Chapter 106, Leave Your Life Behind. With a sharp sound and sparks flying, the tip of the long Dan Pajuan spear shattered and instantly turned into a blunt weapon, and its penetrating power dropped sharply. Seeing this scene, Phil smiled even more proudly. Unexpectedly, with this kid's strength and potential, the weapon he used was not made of SSS-grade alloy. In this way, he is even less of a match for me. Guillemot said nothing, looking like a madman, and attacked him fiercely again. Fields responded calmly and soon found another flaw. He pierced through dozens of gun shadows with one sword and hit Guillemot in the chest, knocking him out. If the opponent didn't have the protection of armor, he was confident that he could take his opponent's life with this sword alone. Even if you're wearing top-tier armor, how many swords can you withstand? Why don't you take it off? I'll give you a quick death. Phil's face was full of confidence. A top-level expert like him has fought against enemies wearing armor more than once, so he naturally knows how to inflict fatal damage to such enemies. Although some of the power of the sword he thrust out would be reduced, it was still enough to make the opponent's chest a bloody mess. If you look closely at his eyes, you can find that his pupils are now smaller than those of normal people and are faintly emitting a layer of strange golden light. This is his physical ability. Although it is not as good as the legendary clairvoyance, his eyesight is much stronger than that of ordinary people. When fighting with others, he can more easily capture the flaws in others' moves with his strong eyesight. It can be said that his swordsmanship is based on this supernatural power. It is also for this reason that in the eyes of many of the world's top swordsmanship masters, his swordsmanship relies on these eyes and cannot be compared with Kunlun's sword master and Yegu's sword demon. Snap! A slight sound came from Yemo's body, and the armor disappeared. Can't you bear it so soon? Fields laughed loudly, believing that Yemo had vomited blood and the breathing device in his head was blocked, so he quickly took off his armor. Then he became puzzled. If he was beaten to the point of vomiting blood and had to take off his armor, he only needed to take off the head armor. But this kid put away all the armor on his body. Calm down. The research institute isn't an ordinary place. It doesn't mean everyone except you is useless and powerless to resist. Even if you're facing a martial saint, even if you really can't defeat him, you should be able to buy some time. What you need to do now is to trust the other people in the institute and concentrate on killing this guy in front of you. Don't think about anything else. Also, take off this armor, it's in the way. Xiao Hei's voice sounded in his mind again. Yemo took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Xiao Hei was right. The research institute was not an ordinary place. Even a martial saint would not be powerless to resist without him. It can still be done if you delay a little. Without hesitation, he took off his armor and threw it to the ground. I've long felt that when I'm wearing this armor and using the demon-seeking dragon spear, the power and speed are far less than when I'm not wearing it. Even though the Fengya battle armor is a light armor, it still weighs 70 or 80 kilograms. After all, wearing armor certainly has many benefits, especially a huge boost in defense, but even light armor has an impact on speed and flexibility. It's just that the impact is not as great as heavy armor. If he is not as strong as the opponent and only intends to delay time and wait for rescue, such as when he faced Balan last time, the armor naturally has more advantages than disadvantages. However, if the strength of both sides is at the same level, it is hard to say whether the armor will have more advantages than disadvantages. Phils realized that Yemo's strength was beyond his expectations, but he still did not use the armor. It was definitely not because he could not afford it, but in his opinion, the disadvantages outweighed the advantages. After a quick thought, Phils knew what Yemo was planning and said with a smile. For people like you and me who are good at swordsmanship and spearmanship, armor is indeed not a good thing. It's a pity that you are already seriously injured. His voice stopped abruptly. Seriously injured? Yemo's clothes were torn at the place where he was stabbed, but there was no bloody injury as he had imagined. He turned his gaze and looked at Yemo's right hand holding the spear. He had clearly seen that the opponent's knuckles were torn just now, but now, apart from some blood, the wound had long disappeared. Phil's scalp tingled. How could this happen? In response to him, Yemo launched an even more fierce attack. Yemo's figure disappeared so quickly that it seemed as if it had vanished out of thin air, and a cold light flashed as it pierced all over Phil's body. Swish! The dragon tooth knife flew out and slashed towards Phil's throat. The rapier in Fields' hand was extremely fast, knocking the dragon tooth knife away, and then stabbed the sword into the gun shadow. This time, he failed to seize the flaw and was almost pierced through the throat by Yemo's spear. Even if the tip of the spear is damaged, he will still die if he is stabbed. Fields narrowly avoided a fatal blow. Yemo's offensive was continuous, seizing the initiative. In the blink of an eye, Fields went from having the upper hand to being in danger. God! How can this guy's gun skills be so terrifying? I've never heard of anyone among China's extraordinary masters having such terrifying gun skills. Could it be that Liu Yang's swordsmanship is even more powerful than this guy's gun skills? Phils looked somewhat desperate. He found that the opponent's shooting skills were too strange. He seemed to have found a flaw, but the moment he made the move, the flaw was no longer a flaw. After keeping his composure and taking off his armor, Yemo completely crushed him in terms of combat skills. If he didn't have the advantage in strength and speed, he would have died within 10 moves. After just a few breaths, Phils no longer had the idea of defeating EMO. Now he just wanted to delay time. Wait for another martial saint to capture Su Qingyue and come to help him. Before coming here, if someone had told him that he would be forced into a desperate situation by Chinese youths under the age of 20 and shamelessly trying to fight 2 against 1, he would have felt that it was a humiliation. But now, he felt that there was no other way to survive. Clang! He knocked the dragon tooth knife away again and stabbed out with a sword. The gun shadow dissipated, and a quick, accurate and ruthless sword pierced Yemo's body and his heart. Phils was ecstatic. What was going on? He had tried so many times and had long lost hope. This time, he actually seized the opportunity and killed the enemy with one blow. Ha ha ha. You. He just laughed wildly when the spear pierced his throat, the sound turned into a strange noise, and his smile froze. This kid is crazy. He revealed his flaws on purpose. The moment he seized the flaw, the goal was wide open and the flaw was revealed as well. I killed him, and he killed myself too. Perish together. Is it necessary? Madman. This guy is a lunatic. Phils felt more regretful than ever before. He came here thinking of the worst possible outcome, which was to just flee China like a stray dog. As long as I escape, no matter how angry the Chinese are, what can they do to me? But I happened to meet a madman. This guy is so young and has such strength, why would he be willing to die with me? Madman. The next second, the astonishment in his eyes turned into confusion. Yemo kicked him away, and saw that the wound on his chest was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Monster. These 2 words appeared in Phil's mind, and everything in his sight was swallowed by darkness. Yemo's figure flashed and rushed towards the gate of the research institute. There are 14 people here, right? 3 have died now, and the rest will also leave their lives behind. Chapter 107, No End Until We Kill Them All. The gate of the institute had collapsed and turned into ruins, with several institute staff buried inside. Although Yemo was extremely anxious, he still moved the broken wall weighing thousands of pounds away as he passed by so that the wounded inside could get out. There was no movement at the residence. It was obvious that these people had a clear goal and rushed towards the research institute. It is easy to deduce the other party's plan. He made a feint to the east and attacked in the west, luring away the most threatening strong men such as Shi Huang, and quickly ended the battle, kidnapped Su Qingyue, and left before Shi Huang could return. However, not all 7th and 8th grade extraordinary warriors rushed over to the gray fog. Just a few steps into the research institute, I saw 2 warriors fighting. Wang Xingchuan and a middle-aged white man. In addition, there were many warriors from the research institute lying on the ground, and Wang Tang was among them, his face covered in blood, and he was unconscious. Although it was called a fight, the white-skinned middle-aged man was obviously much stronger than Wang Xingchuan, and he was just playing with the other person. Yemo was furious, like a black shadow. Before the cat playing with a mouse smile on the white-skinned middle-aged man's face could freeze, Yemo stabbed him in the chest. Puff! Yemo pulled out his spear, stepped on his body and continued forward. Wang Xingchuan stared at Yemo's back, dumbfounded, his head buzzing. He couldn't see the speed of Yemo's attack clearly. He had only felt the oppressive feeling like a mountain falling from the sky from the powerful martial saints. Before, when I saw him fighting with Yen Xiao, I felt that he didn't use his full strength. Wang Xingchuan came back to his senses, and his heart was still turbulent for a long time. Although I had expected that GMO had not used his full strength before, I still didn't expect that his full strength would be so powerful. In front, 2 foreign warriors were running towards this side with fear on their faces, as if they had encountered the most terrifying thing in the world. What's going on? Yemo was suspicious. The weakest of these guys is only of the 7th rank. Even if the defense force of the Institute is stronger than he imagined and can stop them, it is impossible to scare them to this extent, right? Unable to figure out the situation, Yemo was too lazy to ask more questions. He just rushed forward like a madman and killed these 2 internationally renowned extraordinary strong men. Not only will he kill the 14 people who invaded the research institute, he will not let go of anyone who manipulated all this behind the scenes, including Duke Anderson and Yagyu Sword Demon. Come to China, make a big fuss, run away, and the matter is over? Impossible. Later he will go abroad and kill all the people related to the Holy Temple. He will not stop until they are all gone. As long as these guys are killed and all the countries in the world are scared, let alone 2 martial saints, even if 3 martial saints all go through the star gate to the depths of the starry sky, no one will dare to set foot in China. Yemo continued to move forward and came to the place where he and Tsuchinyue had parted before. He saw the bodies of foreigners. Including the 6 people who died at his hands, there are exactly 14 people. They're all dead? Even the other martial saint is dead? The defense force of the Institute is so strong? How is it possible? Yemo had a look of disbelief on his face. His eyes swept across the corpses on the ground, finally stopping on a tall woman. Queen of the Amazon, Hill Davis. Among the martial saints on earth, there are only 2 women. Apart from his master, there was this tall and ugly woman. Yemo had seen this person's photo in his profile and would definitely not make a mistake. Hill Davis was undoubtedly dead, her chest collapsed and her heart shattered, as if something had happened that she could not understand, and a look of horror was frozen on her face. Yemo turned his head and saw many members of the research institute lying down. Among them was Zhou Yushan. He did not appear to be injured, but he sat on the ground with a dazed expression, staring at the corpse in front of him. What happened? How did these guys die? Where is Chinyue? Where is she now? After being shaken hard by Yemo for a few times, Zhou Yushan felt like his body was about to fall apart. He came to his senses and said excitedly, I mobilized all the forces of the Institute, but the strength of the martial saint is beyond our reach. These guys threatened us that we must hand over Chinyue, otherwise they would kill us all. Of course I would rather die than agree, but she stood up on her own. The tall woman said she hated the way Chinyue looked at her and wanted to dig her eyes out. People around her said that digging out her eyes might affect her future plans, so she said, then just break off her teeth one by one. She obviously just wanted the other person to bow his head, but Chinyue refused. The other person was enraged and was about to attack, but Chinyue suddenly hit the other person in the chest with a palm, killing him. Yemo said unhappily, Are you kidding me? This guy is a martial saint, and my wife killed her with one palm strike? Not to mention a martial saint, even an ordinary person, even a cat, couldn't do it. Zhou Yushan smiled bitterly, If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed it. Why would I lie to you? If I really wanted to lie to you, I would make up something you could believe. Why would I make up such a ridiculous lie? This does make sense. But no matter how hard Yemo tried, he couldn't believe that Tsuchinyue could kill a martial saint with just one palm. This is really bizarre. It's like a 3-year-old child slapping a tiger to death with one hand. Are you kidding me? Did she kill the others as well? No. She killed the martial saint with one palm strike, and 2 of the remaining opponents were immediately frightened and turned to run for their lives. The rest were a step slower, and when they saw Chinyue unconscious, they did not run and changed their minds. After all, no matter how powerful they are when awake, once they are unconscious, they can only be slaughtered. Then how did the others die? Yemo was stunned again. A Taoist priest suddenly appeared from behind, killed all of them in a few moves, and then took Chinyue away. Zhou Yushan had an expression as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Even though he saw it with his own eyes, he still felt it was too bizarre. Taoist priest? Yemo's eyelids twitched. What does the Taoist priest look like? After listening to Zhou Yushan's description, Yemo said with an extremely certain tone, Master Gi. It's him. Even though Yemo now possesses the strength of a 9th-grade martial saint, in his eyes, Taoist Gi is still extremely mysterious. In particular, the method that Taoist Gi used at the time transferred part of his vitality to Tsuchinyue. Even for a knowledgeable martial saint like Shi Huang, this was unheard of. According to Su Han, it was Taoist Gi who came to him himself. Later, it was Taoist Gi who designated Yemo to have a marriage with Tsuchinyue in name only. After Tsuchinyue woke up, Taoist Gi seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth, and the Su family couldn't find him no matter how hard they looked. But now he suddenly appears at the critical moment. Could it be that he has actually been staying with them all this time? Thinking of this, Yemo felt a little numb. His perception was much sharper than that of warriors of the same level, but he had never noticed the existence of Taoist Gi. If he really has been there all the time, how strong must he be? Comet level or above? Is there such a strong person on Earth? And how did he manage to kill a martial arts saint with just one blow of his own wife? Yemo originally thought that he knew Tsuchinyue very well, but at this moment, he suddenly realized that he seemed to have never really understood the other party. Everyone has their own secrets. I have some, and she seems to have some too. No matter what secret she has, I'm sure she wasn't acting when she said that. Find her, and you must find her back. Yimo's mind flashed back to the moment not long ago when Su Qingyue raised her right hand to show off the old-fashioned bracelet on her wrist. Her eyes were bright and filled with pride, sweetness, and secret joy. Chapter 108 I Am Your Ancestor. Xiaohei, you didn't notice before that there was something wrong with Qingyue? Yimo asked Xiaohei in his mind. When it comes to knowledge and experience, there is probably no one on earth who can compare to the one in his body. No. Now I can only see the outside world through your senses. Whatever you see is what I see. Yimo told Xiaohei in detail about Taoist Gi. Some special life forms are born with the ability to devour the vitality of other species and strengthen themselves. But if it is a human race, unless they use some treasures, otherwise, they need at least planetary level to do it. Yimo's heart skipped a beat. Planetary level? The appearance of the demon clan's insect eggs was completely unexpected and gave him a headache. Now you tell him that there are planetary level powerful people on Earth? Now it seems that the Earth seems to be hiding many secrets beyond his imagination. However, he is not that interested in these secrets. He just hopes to find Su Qingyue back as soon as possible. At this time, Shi Huang, Zhong Yan, Wei Qingchuan and others rushed back. The moment they received the news, they understood what these foreigners were planning, and they fought desperately to force back Duke Anderson and Yagyu Sword Demon, and rushed back as quickly as possible. On the way back, they felt a chill in their hearts, and reason told them that it was too late. Shi Huang was very worried. After returning, she would only see Yimo's corpse. After entering the residential complex, before reaching the research institute, they saw the bodies of 3 foreign warriors. Not only the sorcerer Baong, but even the martial arts Saint Phil's ghoul was among them. They were all stunned. That guy Liu Yang left the imperial capital and came to Yunhai? Shi Huang expressed everyone's guesses, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Yes. It must be Kunlun Sword Master Liu Yang. Who else could it be besides him? They continued to quicken their pace and walked into the research institute. They saw 3 more bodies of foreign warriors in succession. Everyone's smiles became even wider, but Shi Huang and Zhong Yan looked more and more suspicious. No matter how you look at it, the wounds on these people don't look like sword wounds, but more like gunshot wounds. When they came before Zhou Yushan and Yimo and learned the truth, they were all stunned. It was unbelievable enough that the royal sword, Phil's ghoul, died at Yimo's hands, but Zhou Yushan actually told them that the Amazon queen, Hill Davis, was beaten to death by Su Qingyue. Kill with one slap. How is it possible that there are such amazing researchers in the world? After all, as a top international killer who had encountered many emergencies, Shi Huang quickly came to his senses. She glanced at Yimo, who had a gloomy expression, and without asking any questions, she ordered all forces to be mobilized to find Su Qingyue and the Taoist priest as soon as possible. This was a world filled with gray fog. To Su Qingyue, it felt like an endless maze. She kept trying to leave, but no matter which direction she went, she would eventually return to where she started. The moment the tall, ugly woman was about to break her teeth, her consciousness fell into darkness. When she came to her senses, she found herself here. A very strange feeling. She felt that her body was out of her control, but she still had a special connection with her body and could sense everything that was happening in the outside world. She saw it all clearly. She suddenly hit the tall woman to death with a palm strike, and the sudden appearance of the Taoist priest. Not to mention Yimo, Shi Huang and others, even she herself couldn't figure out what was going on. A woman walked out of the gray fog. The woman had her hair in a bun and wore a chest-length skirt, looking like a stunning ancient beauty who had walked out of a painting of court ladies. The problem was, the woman's appearance and figure were exactly the same as hers. Who are you? And what is this place? Su Qingyue was a little suspicious, wondering if she was dreaming. If this was a dream, she wished that Yimo could hold her hand and wake her up from the dream like before. If I hadn't helped you, your teeth would have been broken out by that ugly woman. Won't you thank me first? The woman in the skirt said with a smile. Su Qingyue frowned and said, compared to losing my teeth, I think the fact that you can control my body is even more terrifying. The woman in the skirt smiled and said, I am your ancestor. After she finished speaking, seeing Su Qingyue's expression turn even colder, she smiled and said, I'm not scolding you. You and I share the same bloodline. Is there anything wrong with saying I'm your ancestor? However, you're not my direct descendant, but rather my brother's descendant. The woman in the skirt told Su Qingyue that her name was Su Hongfu. She was born in the Tang dynasty. She got an opportunity by chance and went to the depths of the starry sky more than 1,000 years ago. Eventually, she became a powerful person. Later, she accidentally obtained a very special treasure. What treasure? A seed. Simply place the seed deep within the core of any planet, and all living things on that planet will benefit immensely. The first thing that came to mind was my home planet, which you now call Earth. Who would have thought that when I had returned to my ancestral planet, I would actually meet a guy from the Maro tribe? After a fight with that guy, my body was shattered and only my soul remained. At my level, the power of the soul is beyond your imagination. As long as I can find a suitable body, I may be able to wake up again and live a new life. So, I share the same bloodline as yours, and my body is best suited for you? After all this talk, you, this old ancestor, are trying to take my body away. Su Qingyue's eyes became even colder. The woman in the skirt didn't refute and continued, I thought that the demon was dead, but I didn't expect him to be alive and will even transform. This is his second transformation. If successful, he will become a star-level powerhouse. Although there are warriors on Earth, they are too weak, let alone stellar level. Do you know what a stellar-level warrior is? With a single blow, the Earth would be completely shattered, and all living things would perish. The warriors on Earth, let alone fighting it, would not be able to harm it even if it did not resist. Seeing Su Qingyue's frown, the woman in the skirt smiled and said, don't worry too much. When it transforms, it is also at its most vulnerable. Just give me your body and soul, and I can find it and completely resolve this crisis. You are a good child and have done many good things. Moreover, on Earth, you still have your family and your loved ones. You must be willing, right? By sacrificing yourself, you can save everyone else. Su Qingyue was silent for a few seconds, then said coldly, I don't want to. The woman in the skirt looked a little surprised and frowned. When you faced that ugly woman before, you clearly didn't care about life or death. Why are you so afraid of death now? Chapter 109 I'll send them off. Su Qingyue is certainly not afraid of death. She has spent most of her life studying academics and doesn't understand much about the ways of the world, but she is definitely a smart person. The other party did not directly take away her soul and body, definitely not because he didn't want to, but because he couldn't do it. Otherwise, why would he ask for her opinion? As for what the other party said, about the ancestors and the Mara tribe, it may not be true. Even if it is true, it definitely concealed a lot of key information. How could it be possible that he asked her to hand over his body and soul to him just based on a few unreliable nonsense? I see, you don't believe what I say at all. Su Hongfu didn't get angry or embarrassed by Su Qingyue's rejection. She looked determined and said, then we'll wait and see. When the disaster strikes, I believe you will make the right choice. You are a good child and you will definitely sacrifice yourself for the world. Su Qingyue said with a cold face, the Morua tribe you mentioned may be a disaster, but aren't you also a disaster? Su Hongfu smiled faintly and said, Yimo, is this your husband's name? Su Qingyue's expression changed in shock, and she angrily asked, what are you going to do? Su Hongfu smiled brightly, this reaction is even greater than what I said just now, that the earth is about to face a disaster. Just like my brother 1,000 years ago, he is a sentimental person. Su Qingyue's heart sank. Judging from the fact that the other party could kill a martial saint with a single palm strike, not to mention Yimo, even the 3 martial saints of China would not be her match. Deep down in her heart, she had longed for Yimo to find her, but at this moment, she only hoped that he would never find her and not end up like that foreign female martial artist. More than a day passed. The community is bustling with activity. The damaged buildings are being rebuilt at an astonishing speed. It will only take 2 or 3 days to fully restore them to their original state. This surprise attack, a joint effort by many foreign supernatural forces, undoubtedly ended in failure. There are only so many extraordinary warriors in the world. Now, 2 martial saints and more than a dozen 7th or 8th grade extraordinary warriors are all in China. When the news spread to the international community, it has already shocked other countries. Any news? This is your 7th call today. On the other side, Zhou Yushan laughed helplessly, no. We've mobilized all our forces and searched almost every corner of Yunhai City, but we still haven't found any trace of him. If it is an ordinary person walking on the ground or driving a car, it is easy to find clues with the current monitoring system. But that Taoist priest just flew away with his men, leaving no clues at all. As soon as there is any news, I will definitely inform you immediately. Yi Mo's face was full of disappointment. After hanging up the phone, his mother Lin Shuwei came to call him to eat. He shook his head and said that he couldn't eat, and told his parents and brother not to worry about him. The phone rang and Yi Mo answered it in surprise. He thought there was news about Su Qingyue, but it turned out to be Shi Huang calling to tell him about the international reaction to the deaths of so many extraordinary and powerful people in China. These guys are shameless. They're jealous of the number 8 supernatural potion and the Stargate, and they came here to cause trouble. They deserve to die. Now, not only has the matter of warriors and alien beasts in the starry sky been published on the internet, causing an uproar among people around the world, but everyone is talking about it. They say that China, controlling the number 8 supernatural potion that can turn ordinary people into warriors, is selfish and unwilling to share it with all of humanity. Now, China has become the target of countless criticisms internationally. Those guys labeled us Chinese as anti-human, and many countries took advantage of the situation to unite and deal with us together. They actually bit back. Do they really think we are afraid of them? Shi Huang regarded Yemo as the closest person to her. This phone call was not so much to explain the situation to him, but more like to find him and scold those shameless foreigners. My dear disciple, wait a minute, I have a call. Shi Huang hung up the phone and called back a moment later, saying that he wanted to hold a video conference with a total of 6 people participating. They are the 3 Chinese martial saints including her, the director of the Imperial Capital Supernatural Research Institute, the director of the Imperial Capital Supernatural Management Bureau, and the remaining one is him, Yemo. The meeting began, and 2 familiar and 3 unfamiliar faces appeared on the screen. Among the 3 unfamiliar faces, there were 2 old men and a handsome and elegant man. Kunlun Sword Master Lu Yang. Yemo's eyes fell on Lu Yang's face, and Lu Yang was also looking at him. There were also the 2 old men, the director of the Extraordinary Research Institute and the director of the Management Bureau of the Imperial Capital Headquarters. In terms of status, they were no less than the martial saint. At this time, they were also looking at Yemo with great interest. To put it bluntly, Yemo's popularity is now even higher than that of the 3 martial saints. Some people have secretly called him the 4th martial saint of China. What warriors look at is not physical index, but combat power. The same goes for a martial saint. Even if he hasn't broken the 3rd genetic lock, as long as he's strong enough, he's qualified to be called a 9th-rank martial saint. Yemo's strength is beyond doubt. A foreign martial arts master has already died at his hands. Is there anything that can better demonstrate strength than this? We haven't even bothered to find the person behind what happened at the Yunhai Research Institute yesterday, but they're already biting us back. Nowadays, we Chinese have become the target of public criticism abroad. Many Chinese citizens studying or traveling abroad have been subjected to malicious attacks, and Zhang Qian, director of the Imperial Capital Headquarters Research Institute, was interrupted by Shi Huang before he could finish his words. Mr. Shang, everyone knows this, you don't need to say it. Just tell me, what is this meeting mainly about? Zhang Qian nodded. A group of world-class experts, including 2 martial saints, died in China. Those foreign countries and forces will definitely not let this go. What do you think we should do next? Feel free to speak your mind. Of course, kill them all, said Shi Huang. Zhang Yan said in a deep voice, in this matter, we are in the right. We will do whatever they want. Lu Yang said calmly, anyone who offends China must be killed. It's a pity I wasn't there at the time, otherwise, neither Duke Anderson nor the Lushing Sword Demon would have been able to leave. Zhang Qian nodded and looked at Yemo. This young man was obviously hiding an extremely shocking secret. He had been protected by Shi Huang before, and he had never done anything detrimental to China, so people turned a blind eye to it. Nowadays, he has the combat power of a martial saint. No one can force him to reveal his secrets unless he is willing to do so. Yemo said, where are the hometowns of Duke Anderson and Lu Xingjianyao, as well as all the forces behind them and anyone who escaped from our China? Investigate them thoroughly and give me the information. I will visit them one by one. You won't give up? Of course I won't give up. They all deserve to die. I will send them off. Shi Huang was stunned. Zhang Yan and Lu Yang looked stunned. What is domineering? This is what we call domineering. Zhang Qian was shocked. You may be domineering, but you are a little too confident and conceited. Yemo had no expression on his face. Until now, there is still no news about Su Qingyue, and the anger in his heart needs to be vented. Chapter 110. You want to beat me to death, right? Although Yemo's speech was shocking, it also expressed the deepest thoughts in everyone's hearts. Who among those with blood in their veins wouldn't want to catch those guys who escaped, including Duke Anderson and Yangyu Sword Demon, and kill them all? There are also the forces behind them, as well as the holy temple that is secretly doing trouble. None of them will be spared. It's not that I don't want to, but it's difficult to do. As far as we know, excluding EMO, there are a total of 11 martial saints in the world. 2 of them have died in China, leaving 9. In addition to the 3 from China, there are 6 from abroad. Even with EMO added, they were still at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. Furthermore, at this critical moment, perhaps someone has already set up a tight net, waiting for you to go there to take revenge, leaving you with no chance of return. EMO was now impatient to take revenge. In Zhang Qian's eyes, he seems a bit too arrogant. However, considering that the other party is less than 20 years old and Su Qingyue is missing, he can understand it. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. Now that China has developed the number 8 extraordinary potion first, and with the existence of that strange grey fog, in a few years, our overall strength will definitely be far ahead of other countries. Even if all other countries on Earth were put together, they wouldn't be our match. There's no need to risk going to other countries at this time. Regarding Director Su Qingyue, she is of immeasurable value to our entire country. Don't worry, we will definitely find her within 3 days. Zhang Qian said with a smile. How could GMO not hear that in the other party's view, if he really went to Sakura country or Europe to cause trouble, he would be the one to die, not Yagyu Sword Demon and Duke Anderson. However, after hearing the other party's promise to find Su Qingyue within 3 days, he shut his mouth and said no more. After the meeting, Shi Huang called him again to ask about it. Are you sure you can go to Sakura country and Europe and kill the Yagyu Sword Demon and Duke Anderson? Yemo was silent for a moment, and answered honestly, not being completely sure. If it's a one-on-one fight, he would be very confident, but if he goes to someone else's territory, it's likely that he won't be fighting alone. Although he had killed Phil's ghoul before, it was ultimately due to his body's terrifying recovery ability. If it weren't for his amazing body's recovery ability, or if it weren't for Xiao Hei's amazing ability, even if he could recover from a pierced heart, he would have actually died together with Phil's ghoul. If this terrifying recovery ability were known to others, and they did not fight him to the death, then it would not be so easy for him to kill the 9th rank martial saint. In terms of combat power alone, he is on the same level as the martial saint. Don't take risks if you're not absolutely sure. Wait for your master, to return from the depths of the starry sky. I'll take you on a tour of the world's nations and beat them all to their knees, begging for mercy. After Shi Huang hung up the phone, Xiao Hei's voice sounded in Yemo's mind. If you can elevate the demon-seeking dragon spear to the highest level, a 9th grade warrior will be nothing compared to you. If you want to elevate it to the highest level, relying on your own efforts won't be very effective. It's best to find an opponent of equal strength. Whether you want to break the 3rd genetic lock or further improve your marksmanship, the actual combat effect is the best. Why not let you, the master, be your sparring partner? I have someone more suitable. Yunhai Supernatural Research Institute, 3rd underground floor. A tall man, as strong as an iron tower, walked out of the elevator. Let me be your sparring partner? Good boy, you're really generous. This was the first time Zhong Yan encountered such a situation. There was actually someone who dared to ask him to be his sparring partner. Even Kunlun Sword Master Liu Yang was not so arrogant. The key point is that this kid speaks very directly. He said that a warrior can only improve most easily in a battle between equals. It will be beneficial to me to be his sparring partner. I didn't expect that I would be so proud. I just hung up the phone less than 10 minutes ago, and you appeared in front of me. You left immediately after answering the phone. It seems like you are more anxious than me? Guillemot twisted his wrist, and the red spear in his hand was like a dragon swimming in a cage, ready to break out of the cage and devour its prey at any time. The Yen family's 1 million extraordinary points had already been transferred to him. The Longdan Pujuan spear was destroyed. This time, the wealthy EMO exchanged it for himself an SSS grade alloy forged spear, which cost 320,000 extraordinary points. Even among the SSS grade alloy forged weapons, it is considered the most expensive one. The Yen Kuei spear is the same length and thickness as the previous Longdan Pujuan spear, but its weight is 4 or 5 times that of the Longdan Pujuan spear. Zhong Yan laughed and said, "You were able to kill Phil's ghoul, so your strength is unquestionable. But I guess it was because he was too arrogant and fell into a ditch." There are always some fools in this world who don't understand the principle that even a lion will use all its strength to fight a rabbit, and they ultimately pay the price with their lives. Yemo said, "You came here so hastily to be my sparring partner. Was it your own will, or was it a request from higher-ups?" I want you to find out exactly what my strength is. Zhang Yan laughed heartily and said, both. Yi Mo looked indifferent. After all, at this point, there was no need to hide his strength anymore. Zhang Yan asked curiously, why didn't you ask your master to come over, but asked me to come? It's very simple. Yi Mo placed the Yen Kuei spear on the ground, causing it to shake. After all, I can't be cruel enough to beat my master to death. Zhang Yan's face twitched. Although he didn't think that this kid could do anything to him, what you said didn't make sense. You can't bear to beat your master to death, so you want to beat me to death, right? Not only can I not be cruel to my master, the same goes for the other side. Yi Mo grinned, his eyes full of fighting spirit, just let go and beat me to death. If you don't use your full strength, then this sparring is meaningless. Zhang Yan smiled and didn't respond. I can use all my strength to beat you to death, but I'm afraid that if I really kill you, not only will your master have to fight me to the death, but the country will also lose a talented person in vain. Boom! The ground shook, and Yi Mo rushed towards Zhang Yan like a cannonball. Zhang Yan narrowed his eyes. The opponent's speed was obviously beyond the scope of an 8th grade warrior, but among the martial saints, he could only be considered at the bottom. That's it, how to kill Phil's ghoul. Sure enough, it was that guy who was self-righteous in front of the young people and ended up in trouble. Zhang Yan was a little nonchalant at first, but when the spear reached him, it exploded like fireworks, and dozens of gun shadows appeared. His expression changed drastically. Chapter 111 World Conference. In the empty field, Zhang Yan was like a black tower, dancing the long axe in his hand tightly. A black shadow kept flashing around him, accompanied by the harsh sound of metal collision and sparks. The smile and calmness on Zhang Yan's face disappeared. His nerves were tense and he didn't dare to relax at all. In terms of speed and strength, he's only at the bottom of the 9th rank martial saints. But when it comes to martial arts, not to mention me, even Liu Yang wouldn't be able to gain the slightest advantage over him. Who did he learn this spear technique from? The more Zhang Yan fought, the more frightened he became. The confidence in his heart was completely shattered in the face of Yi Mo's marksmanship. If it weren't for the advantages in speed and strength, they would definitely be completely crushed. Your body mass index is definitely over 3,000, and it's more than a little bit higher. Have you broken the 3rd genetic lock? Zhang Yan couldn't help but speak, but the moment he opened his mouth, Yi Mo almost caught his weakness and stabbed him in the abdomen. Yi Mo didn't answer, but said with dissatisfaction, "Don't be distracted." Zhang Yan smiled and said, "All right, I won't ask. Now I believe that sooner or later, you will be able to travel around the world and make Duke Anderson, the Lu Sheng sword demon, and all the major forces pay the price. That day shouldn't be too far away, perhaps only a year or two." Yi Mo did not respond. The demon-seeking wandering dragon spear. If you want to step into the transformation realm, the most important thing is to enter the mysterious realm of the mind. Is like a wandering dragon, the spear moves at will, my heart seeks the devil, and the magic spear is invincible. Yi Mo launched fierce attacks on Zhang Yan again and again, but was blocked by the opponent again and again. Instead of being disappointed, he was ecstatic. He felt that the spear in his hand was not only an extension of his arm, but also seemed to have muscles and nerves invisible to the naked eye extending to the spear. With just a thought, he could use all kinds of killing moves. My mind is as free as a dragon, and my spear moves at will. I've finally reached this point. Yi Mo felt that he was only a stone's throw away from the realm of transformation. Information related to warriors and alien beasts in the starry sky has been made public internationally. At the beginning, many people were skeptical and didn't believe it at all. However, as some videos about strange beasts in the starry sky and warriors fighting were uploaded to the internet, the voices of doubt completely disappeared, leaving only uproar. The country followed suit and released various relevant information. At the same time, the fact that foreign warriors had gone to Yunhai to cause trouble during this period was made public. Originally, countries around the world threw dirty water on China, causing China to be insulted and abused internationally. Now, a public opinion counterattack has immediately begun. A while ago, there were a lot of news reports about foreign warriors appearing in Yunhai City. Many people uploaded related photos and videos, but no one knew what these supermen were like. Now that the information is public, countless people have suddenly realized it. So, all these years, we ordinary people have been kept in the dark? We know nothing. The outside world is better now, actively disclosing everything. Otherwise, we don't know how long we will be fooled. The guy upstairs, you're talking bullshit. Do you think those guys out there are any good? Did they want to make it public? No. They were clearly frightened by our Chinese warriors, and after losing a bunch of strong men, they had no choice but to make it public. It wouldn't do us any good to make it public right from the start, would it? Telling us about the alien beasts in the starry sky, but we can't do anything about it. Besides causing social unrest, what good can it do? Apart from anything else, those foreign warriors are no good. They were the ones who came to China to cause trouble, and now they're turning the tables. I swear, I saw it with my own eyes. Those foreign warriors were extremely arrogant. I just said a few words, but if our warriors hadn't showed up in time, they would have been hospitalized by now. Ordinary people can inject the number 8 extraordinary potion? That means that all of us will have the opportunity to become warriors in the future. Share? Why share for free? You can share it, but not now. Since it's something we Chinese have researched, of course we Chinese must use it first. As the war of public opinion on the internet intensified, the shield of a certain major country suddenly announced that it would hold a world conference on the Pacific island of Palerone. At that time, not only will the leaders of various forces in the world be present, but even many martial arts masters will show up. This meeting will determine the future of Earth. It will be broadcast live worldwide. We will adhere to the principles of fairness, justice, and openness. Under the supervision of all Earthlings and God, we will lead Earthlings into a new century. Facing interviews from media from all over the world, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. was all smiles. Director William, since this is a world conference, I wonder if the Chinese will be invited to participate? Of course. We sincerely invite you here. However, before today, we have already communicated with Huaxia many times, hoping that they can share the number 8 extraordinary potion for the development of all mankind. It's a shame they only care about their own interests. If they were willing to come, we could have a good discussion in front of everyone, that would be the best. I'm afraid they might think this is some kind of monkey gate banquet. Ha ha. It's the Hongmen banquet. The Chinese are indeed timid and cautious, and it's unlikely they would attend. The video of the interview soon appeared on the internet. Many people are curious about how China will respond. In less than half a day, China responded. Yunhai Supernatural Research Institute, 3rd underground floor. The battle between Yi Mo and Zhong Yan continues. Neither of them used their armor, and their clothes were already tattered. Zhong Yan had wounds of varying sizes on his body. Although they didn't look fatal, they were somewhat creepy. Yi Mo's body was covered in blood, with only a hideous wound on his abdomen. However, this wound was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Zhong Yan's face gradually became a little desperate. Clang. Forced to retreat with an axe, Yi Mo shouted, "No more fighting. No more fighting. I give up." That's all right. You're not human, kid. You're tireless, that's fine, but your recovery ability is monstrous. This is the most terrifying physical ability I've ever seen. Yi Mo paused, frowned, and said, "Tired? Then go eat, have a good rest, and then continue." Zhong Yan's expression turned bitter. He had always thought that he was a battle maniac, but when compared with this kid, he suddenly felt that he was just an ordinary person who was more warlike. This kid's fighting ability is actually only comparable to mine. But after a long time, I will definitely lose. The phone rang, and after Zhong Yan answered it, his eyes became increasingly sharp. Director Sun plans to bring 3 martial saints to Palerone Island to attend the World Conference? Fine. I'll check carefully. What? My name isn't among the 3 martial saints? Zhong Yan looked at Yi Mo in surprise. At this time, Yi Mo also received a call. Shi Huang on the other end reminded him that the main purpose of going to Palerone Island this time was to get a peaceful solution. Although Director Sun is only an 8th rank warrior, he has dedicated his life to the country and his people. Your master has very few people he admires, and he is one of them. When the time comes, you must obey Director Sun's instructions and not act on impulse. Do you understand? Okay. Yi Mo thought to himself, if he took action when he was sure of winning, it shouldn't be considered as an impulsive move, right? P.S. Please give me free gifts and good reviews, thank you or two. Chapter 112. How about starting the fight right here? Pacific Ocean, Palerone Island. This island located in the high seas is not big, but it has all kinds of the world's most advanced facilities. In the eyes of many of the world's top billionaires, it is a place that can be called paradise. It is said that as long as you can afford the price, this island can satisfy any desire. As the island became the venue for the World Conference, the wealthy people who had been vacationing on the island were directly cleared out and kicked out like garbage. Even if you are worth hundreds of billions, you dare not say a word at this time. In the face of absolute power and force, money can play a minimal role. Evening. Rumble. As soon as a helicopter landed, a group of media personnel came over with cameras. Quick! A close-up. The old man in the front is Sun Miao, the director of the Huaxia Imperial Capital Transcendental Administration Bureau. He's a true big shot in China. Those two behind are also big shots. Kunlun Sword Master and Thousand-Handed Snake Demon. China has 3 martial saints in total, and 2 of them came directly. No wonder they dared to attend the meeting. Those guys behind should all be powerful warriors. Why is there a young man here? Is he the son of some important Chinese figure? Humph. So what if we have 2 martial saints? The 5 of us, Lu Shang Jianyao, Duke Anderson, Wolf King, Emperor Shi Tian, and Titan Behemoth, are already on the island. Their titles sound much more impressive than those of these 2 Chinese, and their strength is no less than theirs. The Chinese actually dared to attend the meeting. They'd better hand over the number 8 Transcendent Potion honestly, otherwise, don't even think about leaving. Ultimately, the Chinese are just looking for a way out and then cooperating obediently. Their presence at the meeting is already a sign of submission. These guys seem to think you're the second-generation descendant of some big shot. Shi Huang was proficient in various languages. She took in everyone's words and smiled at Yi Mo beside her. Seeing Yi Mo's sullen expression, she said helplessly, Director Zhang didn't mean to lie to you. For the past 3 days, he's mobilized every available force to search the entire country for Su Qingyue, but there's still no news. He's also extremely anxious. Researchers like Su Qingyue are just as important to the country as you and I. I didn't feel he was deliberately deceiving me. Yi Mo shook his head. Although there was still no sign of Su Qingyue, which made him in a bad mood, he was not so bad as to vent his anger on his own people. Glancing at the group of foreign media around him with ill intentions, his eyes lit up. Maybe Qingyue is no longer in the country. Let other countries help look for her, maybe we can find her? Other countries are helping to find it? Shi Huang burst out laughing, thinking that Yi Mo was too whimsical. Zhang Qian had indeed begun to suspect that Su Qingyue and the old Taoist priest were not in the country. If he could get people from other countries to mobilize all their efforts to help search, then of course there would be a greater chance of finding them. The problem is, these guys are now eager to bite off a piece of meat from China. It is obvious that this meeting is held with bad intentions. It is a good thing that they don't deliberately cause trouble, so how could they possibly help find someone? If they really found Su Qingyue first, how could they possibly hand her over to China? It is obvious that he is too concerned and has started talking nonsense. Shi Huang glanced at Lu Yang, who was standing aside with an expressionless face. Including Lu Sheng Sword Demon and Duke Anderson, there are a total of 5 martial saints coming against us. If we start fighting, my apprentice and I will each deal with 1, and you can deal with 3. Is that okay? Lu Yang didn't want to respond. Although he has always been very confident, he even felt that facing these foreign martial arts masters, it would not be impossible to give it a try to fight 1 against 2. But isn't it a bit too much to ask yourself to fight 3? Your lives as master and disciple are lives, but mine are not? He coughed dryly and said calmly, so what if we have the advantage in numbers? Now 2 martial saints have died in China, which must have scared these guys to death. They all showed up here, not to fight us, but to find out how Phils and the other man died. That's true. The stronger one is, the less willing they are to fight to the death. Shi Huang laughed. No matter what she was thinking, at least on her face, one could only see a charming smile, without any trace of pressure. The meeting will be held at noon tomorrow. Led by an old white man, Yi Mo and his group walked towards a 5-star hotel not far away. Before I even stepped into the hotel, I was stopped by a tall middle-aged man. The man was tall and handsome, with a beast-like temperament and a pair of emerald green eyes full of ferocity. When everyone's eyes met his, they felt a chill, as if they would be torn alive by him in the next second. Wolf King Lucas. There are 3 martial saints in Europe. Apart from Duke Anderson and the royal sword of Phils who died at Yi Mo's hands, the other one is the one in front of him. The most important thing is that Lucas and Phils have been friends for many years. After Phil's death, the Wolf King declared that China must give him an explanation, otherwise he would never give up. People expected him to cause trouble during the meeting, but no one expected him to be so impatient and show up at the first opportunity. Tell me, who killed my good brother Phils? The Wolf King's cold gaze fell on Shi Huang and Liu Yang's faces one after another. Is it you two, or that giant spirit? Sun Miao understood the other party's language and replied in Chinese. We are deeply sorry for Phil's death. He was a martial saint, and no one wants to see such a top-tier warrior die. This is a loss for all of humanity. Many people sneered in their hearts. The meeting hasn't even started yet, and this old man has already admitted his mistake? The Wolf King raised his lips in a mocking smile, and then listened to Sun Miao continue. But he deserves death. Anyone who enters Chinese territory without our permission deserves death. Moreover, he attacked our Chinese people, so he deserves death even more than he deserves. The Wolf King's expression was gloomy, and he sneered, Don't tell me these nonsense. Warriors don't care about right or wrong. I'm asking you, who killed him? Why don't you even have the courage to admit it? I killed him, a sudden voice rang out. Everyone immediately looked at the person who was speaking, only to discover that the person who was speaking was none other than the son of a certain Chinese figure they had just mentioned. In their eyes, he was just there to join in the fun. What do you want? Yi Mo asked calmly. You killed him? The Wolf King's face was ferocious. He naturally wouldn't believe such nonsense. The only people in China who can kill Phils are the three martial saints. No one else has that ability. Do the Chinese want to use this guy, who hasn't even grown all his hair yet, as a scapegoat? Fine. Then I'll find an opportunity to beat this guy half to death, and then force the answer I want out of him. I will kill you to pay him back. I won't just kill you, but I will tear your flesh off bit by bit. By then, death will be a luxury for you. The Wolf King stared at Yi Mo with a brutal look in his eyes. The terrifying feeling of oppression was enough to frighten people just by standing next to him. Many onlookers took a few steps back. Although they knew that the Wolf King would not implicate them, they still felt fear instinctively deep down in their hearts. They had bad intentions, and the image of the Chinese boy being frightened and ugly appeared in their minds, but what they saw was the boy's eager eyes. Then why waste time talking? How about we just start fighting right here? Chapter 113. Want to test my strength? After a brief silence, there was uncontrollable laughter. This brat is truly a foolish second-generation rich kid from China. He actually wants to fight the Wolf King? If he hadn't been concerned about the two martial saints beside him, the Wolf King would have smashed his head in with a single slap. There were many people present who admired the Wolf King, and they mocked him with contempt in their eyes. The Wolf King looked at Yi Mo as if he were a fool. You look at me as if I'm your opponent. If I kill you, it will be a one-sided massacre, not a battle. In China, the only people who are worthy enough to be my opponent are the three martial saints. You are not worthy at all. Flashes of light went off, recording this scene. Headlines such as Chinese are as arrogant as ever and the arrogant young generation of Chinese have already appeared in the minds of these people. Your Excellency Wolf King, please do not underestimate this proud son of China. An old voice came from not far away. Everyone turned around and saw a tall white old man walking towards them with several men. Yi Mo looked at the old man with sharp eyes. Know him? Shi Huang said. Yi Mo said, I can't remember this voice wrongly. The person who invited me to join the Holy Hall through the surveillance equipment on the night I killed Sunny Chen was this guy. Ha ha. It's really my honor that my voice impressed you so much. The old man walked up to Yi Mo with a smile on his face. Shi Huang got straight to the point and asked, Are you the leader of the Holy Hall? The old man smiled and nodded. My name is Mason Alexander. I have a deep yearning for the mysterious and ancient Eastern country. Although I have offended you before, but... Stop talking nonsense. I'll kill you sooner or later. Shi Huang snorted coldly. The Holy Hall extended its tentacles into the Chinese Administration Bureau, moved the hiding place to the school, and even attacked her apprentice. If she had not agreed to obey Sun Miao's command before coming out, she would have been unable to hold back and smashed the old man's head in front of her with one punch. The old man seemed not to sense Shi Huang's malice, and still had a calm smile on his face. Mason, do you think this boy is the pride of China? The Wolf King looked at Yi Mo again. Mason said, at only 18 years old, he has killed even a 7th grade transcendent. He may become a great figure like you in the future. He is undoubtedly a child of destiny. My brother Phil's died at his hands? Phil's, the royal sword? Mason laughed. How is that possible? Although he's powerful, there's still a gap between him and you that will take at least 10 years to bridge. This kid said he wanted to fight me here. The Wolf King sneered and looked at Sun Miao. You Chinese are really cruel. You deliberately let me beat this guy to death in public to gain everyone's sympathy. Then you can attend the meeting tomorrow as a victim? Everyone looked surprised. A series of contemptuous looks were cast at Sun Miao and others. Mason's eyes turned and he said to Emo, Your Excellency, the Wolf King is not someone you can afford to offend. If you really want to stretch your body, why not let me, your subordinate, play with you for a bit? He pointed at the big black man behind him. He is a 7th grade transcendent, just the right match for you. Although he knew that Emo was not simple, he actually didn't know what Emo's specific strength was. He was somewhat curious and wanted to use the subordinate to find out Emo's background. Cameras were pointed at Emo. Many people followed suit, and some even mocked him, saying that Emo only knew how to pretend and didn't dare to really fight with others. If you agree to one condition, I will fight him. Emo seemed not to hear people's laughter. He seemed to have thought of something very interesting. He laughed and said to Mason, What conditions? Mason looked curious. He could see that this kid was probably up to something bad, but he didn't take it seriously at all. He himself is an 8th grade transcendent, and he is wearing the most advanced armor and weapons in the Holy Temple. In terms of strength, although he is not as good as the martial saint, he is confident that he can be ranked among the top 20 in the world. No matter how talented this kid is, he can never beat me. This guy clearly doesn't dare. He intends to deliberately propose some conditions that are impossible for others to agree to. Someone sneered. You go with him. As soon as Emo finished speaking, everyone's throat seemed to be strangled and their voices stopped abruptly. Say it again? Mason wondered if there was something wrong with his ears. You come with him, and I'll fight both of you alone. Emo pointed at Mason, then at the big black man behind him. Shi Huang and Lu Yang both looked at Sun Miao, silently asking whether they should step in to stop it. Mason noticed their actions, thought for a moment, and then burst into laughter. Okay. Then we'll fight you too. But the prerequisite is that you have to defeat him first before I will take action. He cursed in his heart, this kid is really cunning. On the contrary, they put forward a condition that would give them an advantage. In this way, a normal person would naturally feel embarrassed to agree, otherwise, it would be embarrassing even if they won. But this kind of problem is not difficult for me. You said you could beat 2 people at once, but your strength is limited and you can't even beat one. Why should I take action? If you have the ability, why don't you knock down my men first, and then try with me? Everyone was tactful and stepped back a distance. Only Emo, Mason, and the big black man were still standing there. Emo's body shook, and a spear flew out from behind him. He held the spear shaft in his hand and said, If you have a weapon, take it out. Otherwise, be careful that you won't even have the chance to take out your weapon later. Mason smiled but said nothing. The black man laughed sinisterly, and with a loud noise of his feet, he rushed towards Emo like a mad tiger, as fast as a hill. Before he even reached him, there was a strong wind accompanied by an astonishing sense of oppression, which made people tremble. As Mason's most capable subordinate, the big man's strength is among the top among the 7th grade extraordinary people, and he is even not far from the 8th grade. This is also why, even though Mason knew that Sunny Chen died at the hands of Emo, he still dared to speak up and let his subordinate fight Emo. I can't say it's 100% certain, but at least it's 90% certain. Swish. Emo rushed out, a cold light flashing. He passed by the big man and stopped. There were 7 bloody holes on the big man's body, and his face was full of shock. He seemed to have not yet realized what was happening. His life force was annihilated, and he fell to the ground and became a corpse. The scene was dead silent. It ended so quickly. Not to mention Mason, even the Wolf King was dumbfounded at this moment. Now you. Emo didn't give Mason any chance to refuse. Wasn't he trying to test my strength? In that case, I will grant your wish. Chapter 114 No one can bully my apprentice. In Mason's eyes, no matter how strong Emo is, he can never be compared with himself. But the problem is that even if he uses all his strength, he can't kill the black man in an instant. His mind went blank for a moment, and when he came to his senses, Emo had already rushed to him. The silver-white armor instantly covered his entire body. Like a rainstorm, endless bullets flew out from the armor. These bullets were thinner and longer than ordinary bullets, and their speed was incomparable to that of ordinary guns. However, before they reached Emo, they were shot away by the spear in his hand. Bang bang bang. Panicked screams rang out. Several cameras that were close to each other were pierced by bullets, and the cameramen were scared to death. The crowd fled in all directions like a flock of sheep seeing a dragon, tiger, or ferocious beast, and then retreated a distance. An 18-year-old 8th grade transcendent? No wonder he's so confident. Mason was extremely annoyed. He just wanted to test the other party's strength and didn't want to lose the life of a capable subordinate here. If I had known this would be the result, I would rather fight this guy alone and not let the black guy take action. After all, even if he couldn't win, he was confident that he could save his life. At most, he would just be embarrassed. Unlike now, he not only lost his face but also his left and right arms. As soon as this thought came to mind, a huge force hit my chest. How is that possible? Mason was furious and flew backwards. The bullet just now couldn't even gain a second of time, which was fine. Yemo's speed increased again, even faster than when he killed the black man just now. First, a pair of metal wings appeared behind Mason, and then 2 pillars of fire shot out from behind him, cushioning the force of his backward flight. Sizzle. Electric currents emanated from Mason's body. A western sword flew out from the arm of the armor and was held in the hand. He was already tall, and now in his armor, he was 2 meters and 5 feet tall. Electricity was wrapped around his body, he held a long sword in his hand, and had wings on his back. He looked like a mechanical beast, which was intimidating. Those who were knowledgeable at the scene could see that the old man was frightened by Yemo and immediately pulled out all his cards. Boom! Yemo didn't care what means the other party used. His spear followed him like a shadow, and this time he stabbed at the other party's head. The moment it touched the electric current, it spread along the spear and to Yemo's arm. Idiot! Mason laughed wildly in his heart, waiting for Yemo to be paralyzed by the high voltage current, and then took the opportunity to take him down in one fell swoop. The next second, a thick black color spread between Yemo's eyebrows. In the blink of an eye, his skin turned like bronze, with a metallic texture. Black armor. Xiao Hei's black armor can cover the battle armor, and naturally it can also directly cover Yemo's skin. According to Xiao Hei, black armor can continue to evolve. By then, it will not be just the skin that turns into bronze, but it will be able to directly turn into armor. And unlike armor, it will be like skin on your body, without bringing any burden or causing any discomfort to your body. When black armor is directly applied to the skin, the defensive power is naturally much worse than when it is applied to battle armor. However, there is a significant advantage. It can isolate ordinary electric current, flame, etc. Yemo once asked Xiao Hei what ordinary electric current and flame were. Xiao Hei's answer was that all the lightning, fire, and thunder that Yemo had seen, including the thunder falling from the sky, were just ordinary. As for the unusual ones, there are too many types. If Yemo sees them in the future, she will naturally remind him. How so? The electric current has spread to Yemo's body, but Yemo's speed still hasn't slowed down at all. The expression on Mason's face changed from waiting to watch the show to being terrified. His speed was also astonishingly fast. He turned his head and dodged Yemo's stab, but with a sweep of Yemo's sword, it hit him directly on the head. Boom! Mason flew out sideways, his wings flapping behind him, and soared into the sky. As soon as I flew to a height of more than 10 meters, I felt a huge force coming from my right foot. I looked down and my heart was trembling with fear. Yemo grabbed his right foot and smashed it downwards, then shot him in the abdomen. Mason held the sword in front of him to block the shot, but his body was still carried by the violent force and smashed to the ground. The moment his body fell, dozens of gun shadows enveloped him. The rapier in Mason's hand was so fast that only an afterimage could be seen. He tried his best to resist. All kinds of things flew out of his body, including laser beams, bullets, poison gas bombs, and even mini cannonballs. In the end, they were either blocked by Yemo's shot or easily dodged. This guy's shooting skills. Mason was terrified and fell to the ground. Just as he was about to use the force to dodge, Yemo stepped on his abdomen. Boom! The ground collapsed and cracks appeared on Mason's armor. Yemo didn't give him any time to breathe and shot him in the head. 2 black shadows rushed to Yemo's side almost at the same time. The cold light flashed and collided with each other. The Wolf King, with alloy claws on both hands, originally swung one claw towards Yemo's head, but was blocked by Shi Huang, who was also rushing over. The Wolf King had a ferocious expression and murderous intent in his eyes. Before, he didn't believe at all that Fields died at Yemo's hands. In his opinion, even if Fields really died at the hands of Yemo, the only possibility was that someone else would kill Fields first, and then Yemo would go up to finish him off. Now, he couldn't help but take action, and it was obvious that he no longer had any doubts in his mind. The only one who could suppress Mason to this extent was a ninth-rank martial saint. 2 against 1, and they can't win, but now they want 3 against 1? Shi Huang's smile was charming, but her eyes were extremely sinister. Why not? I'll just play with you. I, Shi Huang, am still alive, and no one can bully my apprentice. Yi Mo moved without any pause. With a loud bang, the spear landed on Mason's head. Even though his head was covered by heavy armor, Mason's body still twitched and he became motionless. That's enough. Not far away, a group of people were walking quickly. The leader was none other than the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., the big shot who spoke eloquently in an interview not long ago. Almost at the same time, 2 figures emerged from behind William. Yagyu Sword Demon, Duke Anderson. There are always some media personnel who are not afraid of death. They immediately took a few steps forward, aimed at the camera, and their bodies were shaking with excitement. It was really unexpected that these bigwigs would start fighting before the meeting even started. Some smart ones not only took photos and videos, but even wrote short reports and posted them on their own media accounts as soon as possible. The most important thing in the news industry has never been authenticity or how complete the news is, but who can be one step ahead. Without exception, the key figures in these reports are all the person in front of them, who not long ago was regarded by them as a second-generation Chinese rich man who came to join in the fun. Chapter 115. The meeting has not started yet, but the confrontation has already begun. Lu Yang took a step forward, and as if shrinking the distance into an inch, he came to Yi Mo's side. His expression was calm, but he gave people the feeling of a peerless sword about to be unsheathed, extremely dangerous. He said, 3 against 3, just right. If it's 5 against 3, he still feels quite pressured, but if it's 3 against 3, he's quite confident. They are all 9th grade martial saints who have been famous for a long time. Their speed and strength are basically at the same level. The difference in strength mainly lies in their martial arts. He was confident that his swordsmanship was not to be feared by anyone in the world. The spear skills that Yi Mo displayed just now made him feel his eyes brighten, but if he fought with Yi Mo, he would not be afraid at all. A top swordsman must not only have superb swordsmanship, but also a swordsman's heart full of lofty passion. Yi Mo glanced at Lu Yang and found that this guy looked very excited. He was stunned. It seemed that this Kunlun sword master was also a battle maniac? But come to think of it, whether it's swordsmanship or spearmanship, after reaching a certain level, if you want to continue to improve, relying solely on working in isolation will have little effect. It is easiest to improve in the process of fighting with enemies of the same level. He had previously practiced with Zhong Yan, saying they would fight to the death, but in fact both sides were still holding back and neither of them really tried to kill him. That's why he felt that he was only one step away from reaching the transcendence of demon-seeking dragon spear, but unfortunately, he couldn't take this step yet. He had a strong premonition that as long as he fought with these foreign martial arts masters in front of him, he would be able to break through. With this thought, he said, 3 against 3 is a bit boring. Didn't they say that there are 5 9th grade cultivators among you? Why don't you all just come out? The 3 of us against the 5 of you will be just right. Shi Huang's eyelids twitched. She thought she was arrogant enough, but this disciple was even more arrogant than her. You little brat, you only know how to talk fast. If it's really 3 versus 5, there's no way we can win. Really let Lu Yang fight 1 against 3? Sun Miao, who had remained silent from beginning to end, could no longer sit still. The other 2 martial saints did not come out, most likely because they maintained a neutral attitude and had not made up their minds to become enemies with China. But you, kid, are so good, why would you cause trouble for yourself? Sun Miao stepped forward, patted Yi Mo on the shoulder, and said to the media. This matter is my fault. I heard that he wanted to accompany our young people to stretch their muscles, so I naturally thought that he was strong enough and nothing would happen. Who could have thought that after offering to help stretch their muscles, one of them would be dead and the other unconscious within a few breaths? Upon hearing this, the foreign media looked at each other in surprise. This guy is really good at being sarcastic. He was not accusing Yi Mo of being too heavy-handed, but was clearly mocking Mason for overestimating his own abilities. With his limited abilities, he actually dared to say that he would help Yi Mo exercise. Sun Miao looked at the white old man who walked up to him and laughed. As far as I know, the people from the Holy Hall have done countless shameful things in countries around the world. Director William was eager to speak up for him. Could it be that, as previously rumored, the Holy Temple was controlled by a certain country? The white old man's expression changed, and he smiled for dear life. Director's son, you're overthinking it. Mason deserved this fate. But this is not the place for violence. Sun Miao said no more and led the Chinese people into the hotel. A middle-aged man walked up to Sun Miao and lowered his voice. Director, why didn't you stop EMO just now? He killed someone before the meeting even started. This will make public opinion even more unfavorable to us. Sun Miao smiled and said, the meeting hasn't started yet, but the confrontation has already begun. Do you think Mason's actions only represent himself? Public opinion? We only need to pay attention to domestic public opinion. As for foreign public opinion, when will it be able to influence our country's decision-making? Be it stars or internet celebrities, these beings who were once pursued by countless people seem to have been forgotten by everyone in the past few days, and no one cares about the trivial things in their lives anymore. Whether at home or abroad, all the hot news searches, without exception, are related to warriors, alien beasts in the starry sky, and extraordinary substances. It was unknown which organization was responsible for this, but the information of all martial saints and some extraordinary warriors at home and abroad was published on the internet, which immediately caused countless debates. For example, who is the strongest swordsman between Kunlun Sword Master and Yagyu Sword Demon, and who is more powerful between the giant spirit god and the titan beast, and other topics are flooding every corner of the internet. It is one thing, no doubt about it. That is the beauty of the thousand-armed snake demon Shi Huang. In terms of appearance, figure and temperament alone, Shi Huang is already a beauty in the world. Coupled with the title of female martial saint, no one else's popularity can compare with hers. Not only in China, but also abroad, there are countless brainless fans. Although the meeting will not officially begin until tomorrow at noon, countless people are still paying attention to Paleroni Island today. After all, many powerful martial arts masters will appear on the island today. As soon as the Chinese group arrived at Paleroni Island, someone took a lot of photos of Shi Huang and posted them online. Countless netizens around the world were immediately excited. God! This Chinese female warrior is so beautiful. She should join our country. Chinese men are not worthy of her beauty. Get lost. Stop dreaming. That's hilarious. Shi Wuxing is obviously a pure Chinese. In other words, only our Chinese genes can give birth to such a stunningly beautiful heroine. If any of her ancestors had been so foolish as to let you foreigners take advantage of her, she wouldn't have appeared. Apart from Shi Huang's beauty, everyone's attention was mainly focused on Kunlun Sword Master Liu Yang. Especially many young people in China. Carrying an ancient sword and with an elegant temperament, Liu Yang, like a sword immortal, satisfied their imagination of a peerless swordsman. As for Emo, who seemed to be less than 20 years old and was next to Shi Huang and Liu Yang, no one paid any attention to him at all. The occasional posts about GMO all had the same idea as those foreign media did at the beginning, that he was just a guy who came to join in the fun. It wasn't until the Wolf King and Mason appeared one after another and Emo took action that the situation suddenly changed. When seeing Emo kill the black man in an instant, Mason armed himself like Iron Man, but was still beaten madly by Emo. Almost at the same time, the internet at home and abroad fell into a brief silence, and then like a volcano erupting, countless posts gushed out. Yunhai University. Yemo's three roommates, Zhang Jun, Hui Yuao, and Xiao Guozhu, all sat in front of their computers, turning into keyboard warriors and arguing with foreign netizens. Shameless things. Do they think they are worthy of Shi Wuxing? Pa! So handsome. Liu Wuxing's outfit is so handsome. When I become a warrior in the future, I must become a swordsman. Stop talking nonsense and type more. Give me some serious criticism. I don't understand how these guys can be so shameless. Why should we share the number 8 extraordinary potion we developed for free? Inside the dormitory, the sound of typing on the keyboard and cursing mixed together. After a while, the room became eerily quiet. Lao Zheng. Lao Hei. Why do I feel that the person next to Shi Wuxing and Liu Wuxing looks a bit like EZ? Am I dazzled? I don't think I'm seeing things, they look a bit like me. After watching Emo's extreme brutality, beheading the black man and beating Mason so badly that he fell unconscious, the room fell silent again. The three of them turned their heads to look at Emo's bed, their heads buzzing. Chapter 116. This is the most fair and just. They just look alike, right? Isn't EZ sick, so she's temporarily taking a leave of absence from school? Xiao Guozhu swallowed his saliva, turned his head to look at Gui Yuao, his tone a little uncertain. He really couldn't believe that his familiar classmate could not only appear in a meeting that only dignitaries from various countries could attend, but was also a warrior with terrifying strength and brutal methods. But do you say they look similar? How could there be two people in the world who look exactly the same? I haven't heard that Yimo has twin brothers. He didn't seem to say he was sick? Guo Yuao also swallowed his saliva, and recalled that when he called Yimo to express his concern, the other party told him that he was not sick, but it was difficult to tell him the specific situation. Zheng Jun was dumbfounded. No wonder. No wonder? Guo Yuhao and Xiao Guozhu immediately looked at him. No wonder he has such high standards and doesn't even look down on Lu Qian. No wonder he has such beautiful, sexy, and rich women around him. No wonder he doesn't come to class. Even though he's so talented, why is he still attending college? Zhang Jun slapped his thigh hard, his face flushed. Although he was not the one who was awesome, he felt that he was also benefiting from the fact that his brother was so powerful now. Yimo's high school classmates were already in an uproar. How is this possible? It's actually Yimo. Yimo is a warrior now? More than just a warrior. If that's really Yimo, he's definitely a world-class warrior. I've seen many people online say he's probably a 7th or 8th rank warrior. Impossible. Who doesn't know Yimo's family background? A few years ago, he had to apply for poverty subsidies. It's impossible for him to become a 7th or 8th rank warrior, let alone a 1st rank warrior. So they just look alike? Are there people in the world who look so alike? The probability of two people in the world looking this similar is indeed very low. But as long as the probability is not zero, this person is definitely not Yimo. Amidst the various speeches that kept flooding the screen, an abrupt message appeared. It's Yimo. He saved me the last time I was in trouble. I know some of you come from privileged backgrounds and look down on Yimo, thinking he's worked his whole life but still can't get what you were born with. But the facts are before us, and now it's your turn to look up to him. After sending the message, Lucy threw her phone aside, feeling a little bitter. She was very sure that if she had been more proactive in high school, she would definitely have been able to win Yimo over. If that were the case, she would have become someone that countless people would look up to, right? Imperial Capital Supernatural Management Bureau. Xinyu, who had once gone to Yimo to stand up for her brother but ended up losing 5,000 extraordinary points instead of trying to steal the chicken, ran to her man with fear on her face. Do you think he'll retaliate against us? Although according to the rules, he can't attack us directly, but with his current strength, he has plenty of ways to deal with us. Don't worry. If he wanted revenge, he would have done it long ago. Why would he wait until now? Tao Kong shook his head, feeling that Xinyu thought too highly of him. Xinyu still felt uneasy. I'll call right now and ask my dad to bring my brother. No, I'll go too. We'll go to his parents' house and apologize. Even kneeling down is fine. Otherwise, I'll always feel scared. Tao Kong was silent for a few seconds, then said, I'll go with you. Also, before you go, break both of your brother's legs. Seeing Tao Kang's serious expression, Xinyu nodded without refuting. That night, Yimo became the focus of the entire world. Yimo didn't care about this. Before he fell asleep, what he was thinking about was what Su Qingyue was doing now and whether she had seen him in the news. The meeting was held on time at noon the next day. The huge mahogany conference table is large enough to seat 30 or 40 people. It seems like there are a lot of seats, but compared to the number of people attending the meeting, there are really not many. Most of the media personnel sitting in the back seats could only stand and were not even qualified to sit down. If Yimo, Shi Huang, and Lu Yang were sitting next to Sun Miao before taking action yesterday, many people would probably have been sneering at him in their hearts, but now, they all kept their mouths shut. On the internet, there is no doubt about Yimo's strength. The names of the three martial saints of China have long been widely known. Today, Yimo is hailed by many as the #1 person under the martial saint. In addition, since he is the youngest, many people believe that he will become the 4th martial saint of China in the future. With such potential, it is not surprising that he is kept by Sun Miao. Key figures from other major countries, including Yagyu Sword Demon, Duke Anderson, Wolf King, and others, soon appeared. As for the representatives of those small countries, they can basically only get a seat at the back and are not even qualified to sit at the table. Titan, Moss Belt. A burly man, like a little giant, walked over. Shi Huang put his mouth close to his apprentice's ear and whispered something. The warm breath made Yimo's ears feel a little itchy. After a while, a tall, bald black man came over. Shi Huang moved her mouth closer again. Before the master could speak, Yemo said, Indra, Salman Indra. There are only a few martial saints in total, and it is actually very easy to guess them. He was helpless. He had clearly demonstrated such strong strength, but his master Shi Huang still subconsciously treated him like a child. What should he do to make his master confirm that he was a grown man? Shi Huang slapped him on the back in anger and warned him. Director Sun, your words and actions today represent China. You must not act recklessly. Don't spout nonsense like 3 versus 5. Liu Yang might be a bit annoying, but he's 1 against 3. If he gets beaten to death, it's China's loss after all. Liu Yang glanced at Shi Huang and said, Your apprentice is talking nonsense. Why should I go alone against 3 people? Others regard him, Liu Yang, as the strongest man in China, and countless women regard him as their ideal, but he knows clearly that in the eyes of this woman, he is no different from other men. If you insist on saying there is any difference, it's just that they are better at fighting. At this moment, billions of people around the world are following the progress of the meeting through live broadcast. After the spokespersons of various forces made some high-sounding speeches about leading mankind into a new era, they finally talked about the issue that everyone was most concerned about. William Johnson, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., looked at Sun Miao and spoke with a smile, hoping that China could share the number 8 super potion. He emphasized that he would not take advantage of China and was willing to pay any price. When Sun Miao heard this, his eyes were filled with sneers. Willing to pay any price? This is bullshit, just a pretense and a statement made for the world to see. If you really make excessive demands, you will be accused immediately. Share the number 8 extraordinary potion, sure. We can even share it for free without asking for any benefits. As soon as Sun Miao opened his mouth, everyone was stunned. William Johnson asked suspiciously, No requests? You don't have to pay anything. 3 years. After 3 years, we can even send professionals to various countries to help you produce the number 8 extraordinary potion. To put it simply, it is not impossible to share the number 8 extraordinary potion, but China must keep it exclusive for 3 years. No. Not only William Johnson, but also the leaders of several other major countries immediately refused. 3 years? They didn't want to for 3 months. They were not even willing to let China take the lead for 3 days, let alone 3 years. William Johnson smiled and said, How about this? Let's just have everyone here vote together, and the minority will obey the majority. If you're still not satisfied, why not just let all the people on Earth watching the live broadcast vote together? That would be the most fair and just way. Chapter 117 You can come and avenge your old friend. There were less than 20 Chinese people in the conference room, but hundreds of foreigners. Looking around the world, although China is the world's most populous country, its 1.4 billion people do not even account for 1/5 of the world's population. In voting, the minority obeys the majority? It sounds fair. But if you think about it carefully, if you really get a result in this way, then it would be no different from directly handing over the number 8 extraordinary potion. Countless people watching the live broadcast were extremely excited and expressed their support for the vote. Sun Miao reiterated in a calm but firm tone that the Chinese people did not need outsiders to vote on their actions. He came to the meeting not to discuss with the people here, but to inform everyone at the meeting and watching the live broadcast of the decision made by China. 3 years, not a day less. This is our Chinese decision. I'm here to inform you, not to seek your consent. If you are not convinced, either let your own scientists research and develop the number 8 extraordinary potion or send some warriors to China to cause trouble. But I must make things clear here first. Anyone who offends China will be killed. From today on, China does not welcome any foreign warriors to enter. Once a foreign warrior sets foot on Chinese territory, it is a provocation and must be killed. All over the world, people who had just been excitedly clamoring to vote were now stunned. Only then did I understand that the Chinese were not here to discuss how to distribute the number 8 supernatural potion, but to warn that from today on, all warriors are not allowed to set foot in China. Otherwise, he will be killed. Before today, many people laughed and said that the Chinese came to attend the World Conference to submit. Now, Sun Miao told everyone that China not only did not bow its head and surrender, but was also very tough, and even seemed to be extremely arrogant in the eyes of many people. After a brief silence, vicious insults flooded the entire internet. Chinese netizens were so excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood that they immediately fought back online. That's how it should be. What we have researched in China is kept to ourselves for only 3 years and then shared. This is already very respectful of us. If you are still not satisfied, then you are a jerk. If you have the ability, go figure it out yourself. As for not allowing foreign warriors to set foot in China? Barbaric? Fart. It's South your own place, can't you decide who can come and who can't? William Smith and the leaders of some other major forces all looked extremely unhappy, but none of them responded, because they knew that since Sun Miao had said so much, there was no need to continue the discussion. They made it very clear that they were not here to discuss anything. Suddenly, there was an angry roar outside, and several big men came in carrying a corpse. Mason Alexander's body. The tall old man who was so arrogant yesterday and wanted to test Yimo's skills has now become a cold corpse with a hideous bloody hole in his chest, which completely penetrates his body. What happened? Who killed him? Duke Anderson's expression changed drastically, his face full of anger, and he walked over quickly. Soon, someone explained the specific situation loudly. Yesterday, although Mason was not killed directly by Yimo, he was seriously injured and unconscious. He was placed in a hotel room with several temple personnel guarding him. When they were discovered today, both the temple members who were guarding on the side and Mason had become cold corpses. Judging from the time, he was killed last night. Everyone was whispering to each other, and their eyes were cast towards Yimo and his group. Yesterday, Mason had a fight with these Chinese people and was killed in the middle of the night. If we were to say who was the most suspicious among those present, it would undoubtedly be these Chinese people. It was you. You killed my old friend. He was already seriously injured by you, why didn't you let him go? And what's the grudge between you and those people guarding him? Today, if you don't give an explanation, none of you Chinese people will be able to leave. Duke Anderson turned his head and stared at Yimo with cold eyes. It was at this time that people realized that he and Mason had been friends for many years. What makes you say that Yimo killed him? A middle-aged man next to Sun Miao spoke. Duke Anderson pointed to the wound on Mason's chest. This is clearly the wound left by your Chinese spear, which pierced his body. This kind of weapon is only used by you Chinese. Who else but this guy could have killed Mason and several of his henchmen silently, using such a weapon? As soon as these words were spoken, not only the foreigners, but even the Chinese people next to Yimo were a little suspicious. Could it be that Yimo was really so angry last night that he killed Mason in the middle of the night? On the internet, those crazy and abusive netizens, like wolves smelling blood, immediately seized on this point to fight back, saying that the Chinese were narrow-minded and too cruel, and that the number 8 extraordinary potion must be handed over no matter what, otherwise the entire earth would be destroyed. Although this exaggerated statement is somewhat ridiculous, once the moral high ground is seized by others, we will immediately fall into a passive position. Shi Huang, Sun Miao, Lu Yan and others all looked at Yimo. Shi Huang was nervous and prepared for a big fight here. Even if it was really his apprentice who killed Mason, so what? The other party deserved to die. Mason was naturally not killed by Yimo. He slept soundly last night and didn't leave his room. Are these foreigners deliberately throwing dirty water on me and don't want me and others to leave? Or in other words, others can leave, but you have to stay and eliminate a huge hidden danger in advance? Yimo stared at Mason's body and thought that this guy was really unlucky. He probably never thought that he would die in this way in the end. This wound alone can prove that I killed him? According to this logic, if I kill you with a rapier, does that mean I can no longer be the one who killed you? Facing Duke Anderson's eyes that seemed to be spewing fire, Yimo remained calm. Duke Anderson sneered, I knew you wouldn't admit it. Based on this wound, I can't conclude you were the one who killed him. But at least, until the investigation is complete, the others can leave, but you can't. Yimo said, if I admit that I killed him, what will you do? Duke Anderson was startled, then said coldly, of course I will kill you to avenge my old friend. Excellent. Yimo said seriously, I was the one who killed him. Now, you can come and avenge your old friend. Chapter 118, try it yourself and you'll know. Shi Huang knew Yimo very well. If it was really Yimo who killed him, his first reaction would be to admit it straightforwardly instead of choosing to fight back and mock him. Although Sun Miao and Lu Yan didn't know Yimo well enough, they were smart. When they heard Duke Anderson say that others could leave but Yimo could not, they guessed in their hearts that Mason did not die at the hands of Yimo, but it was possible that he died at the hands of Duke Anderson. Before today, I had never heard of any relationship between Duke Anderson and Mason. Sun Miao was furious. These guys, do they really think that China is a soft persimmon that they can manipulate at will? They actually framed us like this? He brought Yimo here, so they could either leave together or stay together. There was no reason for him to leave Yimo alone and hand him over to these foreigners. He was about to scold, but was stunned when he heard Yimo's words. Good. Very good. The Chinese are indeed brave enough to admit what they have done. William Johnson looked like an old fox whose scheme had succeeded, with a smile in his eyes. Martial arts matters should be resolved in a martial arts way. In my opinion, Duke Anderson and this young Chinese man should fight. Whoever wins will be right. The winner is the real one. The brutal way of judging right and wrong, truth and falsehood by victory or defeat exists not only in the martial arts circles of China, but also anywhere in the world. After all, for many things, it is impossible to tell right from wrong, true from false at the moment, but the size of a fist can be quickly distinguished. Not only the people present, but also countless people watching the live broadcast joined in the booing. Only Chinese netizens are opposing and scolding these guys for being so shameless. How shameless? You're bullying the weak. You have absolutely no shame at all. If you have the guts, send someone around our age. If there's going to be a fight, it should be our two martial saints. Isn't that bullying an honest person? Well, it's not really bullying an honest person. It seems like the people on our side are young and hot-tempered and took the initiative to provoke them. Shut up, you're turning your elbows outward, right? Just curse, why waste your words? After a brief fit of rage, Duke Anderson was left with only a sneer. He really wanted to fight with this arrogant boy in front of him, and it would be best if he could kill him, but he knew in his heart that other people in China would not agree. But whether you agree or not, the purpose of muddying the waters has been achieved. I have no objection, Sun Miao said suddenly. Everyone was a little suspicious, wondering if they had heard it wrong. After confirming that he had not misheard and that Sun Miao was not joking, William immediately became excited. Sir Sun Miao, since you are so confident, why not just get an answer based on the outcome of their fight? What answer? Sun Miao looked at him. William said, if Duke Anderson wins, you Chinese will immediately hand over the number 8 extraordinary potion. If he loses, we agree with what you said before. The number 8 extraordinary potion will be exclusively available to you Chinese for 3 years. During these 3 years, I guarantee that no warrior from our country will set foot in China. Immediately, leaders from other countries echoed their opinion, saying that as long as GMO could win, they could also guarantee that the warriors from their own countries would not set foot in China. Ridiculous. Sun Miao looked disdainful and swung his right hand. I've already said that I'm here to inform you, not to discuss with you. Whether or not to share the number 8 transcendent potion is up to us. Foreign warriors who set foot in China will be killed. These matters do not require your consent, let alone your guarantee. William glanced at Yimo and said with a smile, you don't have confidence in him? Sun Miao was too lazy to pay attention to him anymore. It was just a boring way of provoking him. Are you lacking confidence in the battle between Yimo and Anderson? He originally didn't think that Yimo could defeat Duke Anderson, but correspondingly, Zhang Yan had already reported that Yimo did have the combat power of a martial saint. Therefore, it is probably not that easy for Duke Anderson to defeat Yimo. More importantly, there is no need to gamble at all. He would not bet on anyone else on something that would determine the future of the country. The Wolf King suddenly pointed at Shi Huang and said with a smile, the old fellow doesn't dare to gamble. How about we make a bet? What are you betting on? Shi Huang had the urge to smash the other person's disgusting smile with a punch. The Wolf King looked at Shi Huang greedily. If Anderson wins, you'll stay with me for 1 night. If Anderson loses, I'll stay with you for 1 night. How's that? The people around him burst into laughter. This gamble is a sure win no matter how you look at it. Shi Huang's eyes turned cold. If my apprentice wins, you kneel down and bark like a dog. From today on, your title will not be Wolf King, but Dog King. The Wolf King was teasing on purpose and never thought that the other party would agree. Sun Miao's unwillingness to gamble meant, in everyone's view, that the Chinese side was also aware that this young man could not be a match for Duke Anderson. Shi Huang, you've already had a crush on me, haven't you? The Wolf King touched his chin with a playful smile on his face. Without waiting for Shi Huang to rebuke him, he laughed and said, all right? How can I refuse such a sure win deal? Let me make it clear first, since we're going to fight, it has to be fair. After all, this is happening in front of countless people around the world. If it's not fair, wouldn't it just be a joke? He looked at Titan and Emperor Shirtian. If that guy is about to lose and the Chinese people intervene, no matter how neutral you two are, you have to help stop it, right? Titan and Indra looked at each other and nodded in agreement. Everyone stepped back. Only Duke Anderson and Yi-Mo stood still. Boy, did Phil's really die in your hands? Duke Anderson narrowed his eyes. Just try it yourself and you'll know. Yi-Mo held the spear in his hand, feeling as if his blood was boiling, and an unprecedented fighting spirit filled his chest. Although he had fought fiercely with Zhong Yan before, he always felt that it was not satisfying enough. Now he could finally vent the depression in his heart. Su Qinghua disappeared because she was taken away by the old Taoist priest. But in the final analysis, it was all because of these guys in front of me. He was filled with rage and had endured it for too long. Duke Anderson laughed. Even if he really died at your hands, so what? You know, even martial saints have their strengths and weaknesses. He fought me before, and within minutes, he almost died in my hands. I don't know what you're thinking, but everyone else is no fool. Since they dare to bet, they've determined that you're doomed to lose. The Wolf King grinned and glanced at Shi Huang, his eyes full of ridicule. Are you much stronger than him? Yi-Mo's eyes lit up. That's great. He seemed to have transformed into a phantom, and his gun shot out like a dragon. Before he reached Duke Anderson, countless gun shadows enveloped him. Billions of eyes around the world stared at Yi-Mo on the screen, but even if they stared until their eyes were cracked, they still couldn't see Yi-Mo's figure clearly. Chapter 119, Entering the Transcendence. Let's go together. Not everyone's eyes could not keep up with Yi-Mo's speed. Shi Huang and Lu Yong saw it clearly. Just like what Zhong Yan said, my speed is only at the bottom among the martial saints. As Lu Yang said this, his eyes became even more eager. Compared with basic things like speed and strength, he valued techniques more. Zhong Yan not only said that Yi-Mo's speed and strength were only at the bottom among the martial saints, but also said that Yi-Mo's spear skills were unparalleled in the world and would not be much worse than Lu Yang's swordsmanship. Lu Yang disagreed with this. He is a proud man, and what he is most proud of is his swordsmanship. Although the world has called him the #1 martial saint in China, even Zhong Yan and Shi Huang have never seen him use his swordsmanship to its full potential. The reason why Zhong Yan thought Yi-Mo's spear skills were comparable to his sword skills was simply because he had never seen the limits of his sword skills. But even so, it is already a very amazing evaluation. Shi Huang's expression was tense. She knew very well that Duke Anderson was much stronger than the royal sword of Phil's who died in China. She did not expect Yi-Mo to win. As long as Yi-Mo was not defeated, she would be satisfied. Zhong Yan said that Xiao-Mo is limited by his physical fitness. Even though his spear skills are strong, his combat power can only be regarded as that of an ordinary martial saint. His physical recovery and endurance are probably the best in the world. So, even if he can't beat Anderson, it won't be easy for Anderson to knock him down. Duke Anderson's weapons were two blood-red daggers. His movements were faster than Yi-Mo's. He swung the two knives at the same time, like fangs, tearing dozens of gun shadows into pieces in an instant. The two men's figures were so fast that ordinary people could not see clearly. Their weapons kept colliding, and the ground was shattered wherever they passed. Gusts of wind swept in all directions. Duke Anderson had the upper hand at the beginning thanks to his superior speed, but his expression became increasingly ugly. This guy's speed and strength are obviously inferior to mine, but I can't even find the flaws in his spearmanship. Are Chinese spears so powerful that they can reach this length? He had killed Chinese warriors wielding spears before. At that time, I just thought that this was a very stupid weapon that was not good at close combat and was restrained by my short knife. But now, I am getting more and more annoyed as I have no chance to get close at all. As soon as he took a step, he was immediately pushed back by the opponent. It was as if there was a special area around the opponent with the spear as the radius, which could not be entered at all. He clearly sensed the flaw, but the moment he made his move, it disappeared. The key is that my attack speed is faster than the opponent's, so why am I helpless against his shooting skills? Boom! Yi-Mo's shooting skills were sometimes wide, and sometimes changeable and tricky. What made Anderson even more shocked and angry was that Yi-Mo's aura became more and more terrifying. As time went by, not only did Yi-Mo not feel exhausted or tired at all, his marksmanship became more and more fierce and ferocious. At this moment, Duke Anderson had a strange feeling. The guy in front of him had gone crazy, but his gun had come alive and could see through all his thoughts. Roar! Duke Anderson let out a low growl, his eyes turned blood red, his nails grew long and sharp, fangs grew, and his body became taller and more slender, just like the vampire in ancient Western legends. The Wolf King, who originally had a smile on his face, was now confused and uncertain. This kid is so strong? He can actually force Anderson to use his superpowers? The Wolf King's face looked a little ugly, his eyes rolled around, and he quickly regained his composure, his gaze becoming even colder than before. Yemo swept his spear across, and Anderson held both swords in front of him. Boom! The ground beneath Anderson's feet collapsed, but this time, the double swords directly blocked Yemo's spear, like a beast baring its fangs, with a cold light flashing. Yemo took 2 steps back, and 2 hideous wounds still appeared on his chest. Lu Yang said in a deep voice, after this guy used his superpowers, his physical index has probably barely exceeded 10,000. Yemo is far behind in terms of physical index. In front of the screen, countless Chinese people watching exclaimed and sighed, but more people shouted excitedly. Many people even shouted at Yemo to admit defeat quickly, otherwise, the next thing he would face would not be a hideous wound on his chest, but his head would be cut off. However, before these messages could be sent out, the 2 hideous wounds on Yemo's chest, deep enough to see the bone, disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this moment, the whole world fell into silence again. The smile that had just appeared on Anderson's face also froze on his face. Shi Huang wrinkled her straight, white nose and said proudly, "You foreigners, you have physical abilities? My apprentice has them too, and they're even more powerful than yours." Sun Miao glanced at her, smiled, and didn't expose her. If Yemo's terrifying recovery ability could only last for a moment, then it could indeed be explained as a physical ability. However, according to Zhong Yan, it lasted a little too long and could not be explained by a simple physical ability. However, when it comes to Yemo's situation, unless he endangers the country, he is unwilling to speak and no one will force him to speak. Come again. What other skills do you have? Show them to your Chinese grandfather. Yemo laughed out loud and rushed towards Duke Anderson again. With every step he took, the ground shook violently. That handsome, fair face was now filled with hostility. Looking at Yemo in front of her, Shi Huang suddenly felt her heart beating faster. Even though Yemo had shown great strength before, in her eyes, he was just a ferocious little wolf dog. But at this moment, she suddenly felt that this disciple was not like a little wolf dog, but more like a ferocious beast from ancient times that wanted to eat people. Yemo was extremely excited. He felt that he was just a little bit away from reaching the transcendence of demon-seeking dragon spear. Just a little bit. But if you can't take this little step now, you won't know how long it will take to break through on your own later. Swish swish. A spear was thrust out, and countless gun shadows appeared. What was even more strange was that these gun shadows were not straight. Instead, they were like swimming dragons, bending and swimming, looking for a flaw and making a fatal blow. My mind is like a flying dragon, my spear moves at will, my heart seeks the devil, my magic spear is invincible. At this moment, Yemo felt as if his body had disappeared, his consciousness and the spear had merged into one. There was a violent murderous intent in his heart, but the spear in his hand was cold and rational. He kept looking for the opponent's flaws and attacked frantically. Duke Anderson was shocked and angry. After a while, he was completely at a disadvantage and was completely beaten. The people who were most shocked when they saw this scene were not those who couldn't see their movements clearly, but the several martial saints present. A cold light flew silently from behind Yemo. Careful! When Shi Huang and Lu Yan noticed it, they immediately tried to stop it, but it was too late. The cold light was only 1 or 2 meters away from the back of Yemo's head. Yemo seemed to have eyes on his back. He continued to move forward, but he had a sudden move in his hand. Clang! Between life and death, the space seemed to be distorted. No one could see the trajectory of the shot clearly, not even the martial arts masters present. All one could see was the tip of the gun hitting the cold light, and then there was a loud noise under Yemo's feet, and he rushed towards the Wolf King like an arrow. Rumble! The dilapidated conference room had already collapsed completely, as if it had been ravaged by a wild beast. You really want to join in, right? In that case, come on together, I'll fight 2 of you alone. Yemo laughed wildly. Faced with the Wolf King's sneak attack, he was not only not annoyed, but even extremely happy. Just now, his demon-seeking dragon spear entered the realm of transformation. Chapter 120. If you are not convinced, come and stop me. Only after it fell to the ground could everyone see the shape of this cold light clearly. The hidden weapon, like a slender blade, was the sharp edge embedded in the Wolf King's alloy claws. Seeing Yemo rushing towards the Wolf King, it was clear to him that the Wolf King had taken the opportunity to launch a sneak attack, but was discovered by Yemo, so he attacked him. This kid is too arrogant. We need to investigate who attacked him. How can he be so sure that it must have been the Wolf King who attacked him? Since he attacked the Wolf King directly, then the Wolf King and Duke Anderson teamed up to deal with him. It was entirely his own fault. It doesn't count as breaking the rules. A blond middle-aged man spoke first, reminding the Wolf King and Duke Anderson to seize the opportunity and join forces against the enemy. Many people reacted and echoed. In this kind of battle, right and wrong are no longer important, or in other words, winning or losing is equivalent to right and wrong. The word fairness is nothing in the face of interests. The Chinese people were furious. Shi Huang would never tolerate her apprentice being outnumbered 2-1. Just as she was about to attack, she heard Yi Mo say, "Just stand by and watch. It won't be too late to attack until I can't hold on any longer." In fact, Yi Mo didn't even want to say the last sentence. But he knew his master's character very well. If he really asked her not to interfere no matter what, Shi Huang would not listen at all. He had to leave some room for her. Shi Huang paused, her brows furrowed. Was this brat trying to force her into a desperate situation and try to break the third genetic lock? She was very happy and admired her disciple's courage, but she couldn't help but worry that after entering a desperate situation, he would not be able to make any further progress and instead lose his life. Have you noticed? His shooting skills are completely different from before. Lu Yang's face was filled with confusion. Before, he thought that Yi Mo's spear skills were actually not as good as his sword skills. But now, he even found it difficult to understand Yi Mo's shooting skills. Shi Huang was too concerned about Yi Mo's safety, which made her uneasy. After being reminded by Lu Yang, she observed carefully and a look of shock gradually appeared on her face. The Wolf King's heart sank as he was determined to launch a sneak attack, but it was actually blocked. The next moment, he saw Yi Mo rushing towards him and asking other Chinese people not to interfere. He couldn't help but feel ecstatic, thinking that this kid had gone crazy and was seeking his own death. Brush! Alloy claws with a cold glow appeared in his hands, and he pounced towards Yi Mo without hesitation. At the same time, he let out a low growl, like a wolf howling, and his body swelled up like air, which was far more exaggerated than Duke Anderson just now. His clothes were torn by his bulging muscles. What was even more weird was that the already thick hair on his body grew wildly, and he became like a monster in the blink of an eye. At this moment, he looked like a giant wolf with a burly body standing and walking. The same thought came to everyone's mind. No wonder this guy is called the Wolf King. Anyone who can become a martial saint is no match for ordinary warriors before he reaches the 9th rank. This beast-like physical ability not only allows the Wolf King's speed and strength to skyrocket, but also greatly improves his ability to recover from physical injuries. The protection provided by the thick hair on the body is even comparable to that of armor, but without any of the side effects of armor. You and I will join forces to destroy this guy. The Wolf King roared, the sound waves rolled, and a strong wind was raised. He stretched out both hands at the same time, like a ferocious beast waving its claws. One claw blocked the spear in Yi Mo's hand, and the other claw reached for Yi Mo's chest. If successful, Yi Mo's heart would be pierced through in an instant. In his opinion, although this kid's recovery ability is strong, it is not much stronger than himself after he went berserk. With his heart pierced, he would naturally die instantly. Yi Mo once asked Xiao He what the current limit of his body's recovery ability was. If his hands and feet were cut off, could they grow back? Xiao He's answer was that as long as Yi Mo's brain was not dead and his consciousness was not dissipated, she could help him recover. What is brain death? For example, the brain is directly destroyed. Or, if the heart is completely shattered and blood circulation completely stops, it will be difficult to recover in a short time, which will also lead to brain death. Although this recovery ability is powerful, it is not omnipotent after all. Firstly, the more serious the injury, the longer it will take to fully recover. Unless you can cripple the other person while they are severely injured, they are not fools and will not just sit there and do nothing while you recover. Secondly, recovering from injuries will consume Xiao Hei's strength, so there is naturally a limit. Once the strength is exhausted, it will naturally be impossible to recover. The more serious the injury, the more energy is consumed. Xiao He reminded Yi Mo that he should not rely on his strong recovery ability and develop a mentality that it doesn't matter if he gets hurt, otherwise he will pay the price sooner or later. If it was before demon-seeking Dragon Spear entered the transformation realm, Yi Mo might choose to let the opponent pierce his chest, and at the same time, seize the instant flaw and exchange his life for his own. In the end, it's a fight to the death. Just like how he killed the royal sword of Phil's before. But now, there is no need at all. With a flash of cold light, Yi Mo swung his wrist, and his spear was like a poisonous snake, dodging the oncoming alloy claws. Before the Wolf King's other hand could pierce his chest, the spear was about to pierce the Wolf King's chest first. The Wolf King's expression changed drastically, and he dodged sideways to avoid the vital parts, but the bullet still pierced his body. Even though there was hair on the surface blocking it, it still pierced through his body in an instant. He grasped the Yen Kuei spear with both hands and looked behind Yimo with anticipation. Duke Anderson had already come behind Yimo, and the long sword in his hand was like thunder, swinging towards Yimo's throat. The Wolf King looked ecstatic, but the next second, the spear in his hand began to spin rapidly. He screamed in pain, his hands were covered in blood, and he quickly let go. Clang! Cold light collides. Yen Kuei's spear blocked Duke Anderson's fatal blow. Duke Anderson's face showed a hint of fear, and instead of continuing to attack, he flew into the air. Yimo took to the air to chase after him, and the two men fought in mid-air. Although people could not see their movements clearly, they soon saw that Duke Anderson was knocked down from the air like a cannonball and hit the ground. Boom! The ground collapsed and the entire island shook violently several times. Yimo stood in the air and looked around. When everyone met his eyes, they immediately looked away, feeling that although his gaze was calm, it was indescribably terrifying. Yimo's gaze finally rested on the gloomy-looking Yagyu sword demon. Back then, among the martial saints who broke into China, you were the only one. I'm determined to kill you today. If you don't want to fight me one-on-one, why don't you just attack me together now? I'll take on all three of you alone. Anyone else who thinks I'm too arrogant, or who's dissatisfied, come and stop me. Come all together. Otherwise, there'll be no pressure at all, and it'll be too boring. At the same time, the crowds watching the live broadcast around the world were completely excited. Chapter 121 Begging for Mercy? Kill. WTF. Who said this Chinese guy is a 7th or 8th rank? Come out. I'm going to beat you to death. Impossible. Aren't there only 3 martial saints in China? Besides the 2 on the island, there's also a giant spirit god, a middle-aged man with an exceptionally tall stature, not this young man. Oh, God, I'm going to kick you in the head with my boot. I swear I will. The facts are right in front of us. How can you still say it's impossible? It's obvious that the information we have seen is wrong and inaccurate. Ha 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 ha. Awesome. Truly awesome. I never knew there was such an amazing person in China. 2 martial saints combined are no match for him. From today on, I'm this dude's biggest fan. His name is Yimo, he's from Yunhai, and he was my high school classmate. Isn't he awesome? Get lost, I'm still your dad whom you've never met. Don't even think about riding on my idol's popularity. Oh my God, listen to what he's saying. He's actually asking Lu Shengjianyo to come along. No, he's asking everyone else to come along. Is he crazy, or are my ears crazy? How dare I hear such words? At this moment, the blood of almost all Chinese people is boiling. Looking at the handsome young man holding a spear on the screen, who looked like a god of war, they were trembling with excitement, wondering if they would have the chance in this life to stand at the top of the earth like this man, and look down on the strong men from other countries. Yimo didn't care. In the eyes of others, he was a wolf who became arrogant when he succeeded, or a great hero who stood tall and proud. Shi Huang was not wrong. After his spear skills reached the transformation realm, Yimo wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to go one step further and break the 3rd genetic lock. But the problem is, after demon-seeking Dragon Spear entered the realm of transformation, just as Xiaohei said, the martial saint is no longer a threat to him. Duke Anderson and the Wolf King combined couldn't even put too much pressure on him, so how could they force him into a desperate situation again? Yimo stared at the Lu Sheng sword demon. Come. Let me see, how powerful is the sword technique your ancestors learned from China now? Baka. The Yagyu sword demon seemed to have suffered a great humiliation, and his figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. The Wolf King and Duke Anderson also rushed towards Yimo. Although they were reluctant to admit it, they knew in their hearts that only the 3 of them could defeat the young man in front of them. You too, why don't you take action? His information shows that he's only 18 years old. Even if the information is false, he's probably in his 20s. In his 20s, he's so powerful. If we can't eliminate him today, who else can be his opponent in the future? William Johnson immediately looked at Titan and Indra, hoping that they could attack together. The 2 martial saints seemed to be deaf and didn't even look at the old man. Although William Johnson is the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., he has no control over them. The 2 of them are relatively cautious people. I received an invitation to go to China at the beginning, but out of caution, I did not go. In this situation, unless you were stupid, no one would be willing to get involved. You know, there are 2 other Chinese martial arts masters at the scene who haven't taken action yet. Seeing that both of them were unwilling to take action, the 7th and 8th rank warriors present dared not interfere no matter how they thought about it. Clang! A cold light flashed, as if thunder was tearing the sky apart. Lightning draws the sword and slashes. When the sword demon Yagyu drew his sword, people's eyes widened, but they couldn't see the appearance of the sword clearly. Only a chill rose in their hearts. His sword is called Moramesa and is known as the Demon Sword. Yimo narrowed his eyes. Although he was mocking the other party, he had to admit that among all the powerful martial saints he had fought with, the sword demon Lu Shang's sword strike was definitely the fastest. It's really fast. This is a strike that abandons everything else in pursuit of extreme speed. Unfortunately, you, who are incapable of distinguishing between swords and knives, are still a little rough in your use of power. Although I'm not good at swordsmanship and spearmanship have some similarities. Top-level techniques should have a variety of backup plans, rather than revealing flaws once a strike is taken. Clang! With the wielding of the spear, he easily blocked the opponent's extremely fast sword attack. The body of the Yagyu sword demon was unbalanced for a moment, and Yimo swept him away, knocking him away, and then stabbed Duke Anderson behind him. Duke Anderson looked terrified and tried to dodge immediately. If you choose to fight to the death, you might be able to hold on for a while. If you get scared and choose to dodge, then you will die. My gun is not something you can dodge. Puff! Yimo's body in the spear seemed to be one, like a giant dragon. Before anyone could see what was happening, they heard the sound of a sharp blade piercing into flesh. Duke Anderson paused and looked at his chest in horror. The spear pierced his body. As the spear was pulled out, Duke Anderson's life was extinguished and he fell to the ground. Now, there are only 2 of you left. Yimo glanced at the Wolf King who was so close. The Wolf King's face turned pale and he turned and ran away. But before he could run a few steps, Shi Huang appeared in front of him and stopped him. I promise not to interfere, but only if your battle isn't over yet. When the Wolf King heard the sound of breaking air behind him, he felt his heart skip a beat and cried out in surprise. Don't kill me. I admit defeat. I will accept the loss. I will bark like a dog. From today on, I am not the Wolf King, but the Dog King. Woof. Puff. Yimo ignored his pleas for mercy, shot him in the head, then turned around and looked at the Yagyu sword demon. The sword demon Lu Shang's face turned pale and he took 2 steps back, only to find that Lu Yang had stood behind him at some point, blocking his way. Come on. Keep going. Yimo's feet shook and he turned into an afterimage. The Yagyu sword demon roared and rushed towards Yimo, accompanied by a series of metal collision sounds, a raging wind, and 2 black shadows constantly colliding, with cold light flashing. Everything returned to calm. 6 holes appeared on the upper body of the Yagyu sword demon, his eyes were dim, and he fell to the ground. How regretful he was in his heart. Why did he become so obsessed as to step into the territory of China? But who could have imagined that there would be such a terrifying monster in China? Yimo held a spear in his hand, the tip of which was still dripping with blood, as he walked step by step towards William Johnson and other dignitaries from various countries. You, what do you want to do? We have never set foot on the territory of China. We have never been there before, and we will never go there in the future. I swear. I swear to God. These bigwigs were so frightened that their faces turned pale. They no longer had any composure at all. Once they peeled off their disguise, their performance was not much better than that of ordinary people. In fact, they are more afraid of death than ordinary people. Why are you so nervous? You're just insignificant guys. I didn't say I was going to kill you. I just want you to help me find someone. Yimo grinned, revealing his white teeth, looking like a simple and sunny boy next door. Chapter 122 I Can Open the Stargate. Looking for someone? William Johnson's brain was a little slow to react. Su Qingyue. You've already thoroughly investigated her information, so there's no need for me to provide it. Not long ago, she was taken away by an old Taoist priest and is now missing. Also, search the depths of the oceans to see if you can find any unique creatures. I'll give you a week. If you don't give me any useful information after a week, you will bear the consequences. Yimo didn't say what the specific consequences were, but the murderous look in his eyes said it all. William Johnson was shocked and angry, and looked at Sun Miao. That's too much. You Chinese are known as a nation of etiquette, yet you're blatantly threatening people in front of countless people around the world, and you're not going to do anything about it? I can't help it. Sun Miao smiled. Although he holds a high position, with Yi Mo's current strength, if he obeys his command, it would be giving him face. If you don't give him face, his words are no different from farts. There was a hint of sarcasm in his voice. China is naturally a country of etiquette, but our etiquette only applies to friends. When friends come, we have good wine. When jackals come, we have hunting rifles. William Johnson noticed that Yi Mo's eyes were getting colder and colder, and he trembled with fear. He quickly expressed his position and promised to get things done. The head of the extraordinary organization of this great country in the world was like a dog with a broken spine at this moment. Under the attention of countless people, he bowed to Yi Mo. All over the world, countless pairs of eyes were wide open. Ah! I'm going crazy. Ha 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 ha. We in China have this kind of existence. From now on, which country will dare to provoke us? Can anyone tell me what his name is? Yi Mo. Someone has already posted information about him online. However, that information is probably wrong. It actually says that he was just a high school student from a poor family. What a joke! How is that possible? Shut up! You're the only one who's worthy enough to call my idol by his real name? I'm asking, what's his title? Other martial saints have titles, like Kunlun Swordmaster, Lu Sheng Sword Demon, Titan Behemoth, and so on. Doesn't my idol have one? It seems he doesn't. He's been given many nicknames online. Right now, the most popular one is Flame Dragon Spear Devil. China's Nation Guardian Spear Devil is also pretty nice, but a bit long. Yi Mo had already boarded the plane back to China, and he didn't know that he had not only become the focus of the world, but also had a bunch of nicknames. He took out his cell phone and immediately understood what celebrity treatment meant. Not only his close friends, but even old classmates who he had no contact with on a daily basis sent him all kinds of flattering messages. After replying to messages from a very few people including his parents and younger brother, he glanced around. After getting on the plane, Sun Yan, Lu Yang and others kept looking at him. They were no less shocked by what happened today than the foreigners. Sun Miao had long guessed that Yi Mo had an astonishing secret. Now it seems that this secret is even more exaggerated than they had originally expected. He wanted to ask, but was afraid of angering Yi Mo, so he looked at Shi Huang several times, but unfortunately Shi Huang pretended not to see him. I can help open the Stargate. Yi Mo said straight to the point. Even Shi Huang, who was resting with her eyes closed, suddenly widened her eyes and looked at Yi Mo. Lu Yan was surprised and asked, "Is it really related to you?" Sun Miao smiled. He had no intention of getting to the bottom of Yi Mo's secrets. As long as Yi Mo could reveal some information that was useful to the country, it would be enough. Shi Huang asked in surprise, "What is the world like on the other side of the Stargate?" Yi Mo shook his head. I went there with Qin Shan and the others and accidentally touched the gray fog. That's when I discovered that I could open a Stargate. A Stargate is like the entrance to a space passage. You can only know where it leads to after you go through it. What is certain is that it should be a planet with many strange beasts in the sky. It is likely to be dark, so the strange beasts on that planet are afraid of the sunlight. No one knows if there is any special opportunity. But it is definitely dangerous there. As he spoke, he stared into Shi Huang's eyes. If possible, he hoped that Shi Huang would not take the risk. Unfortunately, she only saw excitement in Shi Huang's eyes, without any fear. Sun Miao asked curiously, "What else do you know about the depths of the universe?" Yi Mo thought about it and told them about the level division of cultivators in the universe, as well as related information about the division of combat skills. A 9th rank martial saint is the lowest existence in the universe? Embryo level 3? Sun Miao was dumbfounded. Sure enough. I've long predicted that the 9th rank martial saint is definitely not the end of the martial arts path. Comet level, planetary level, star level. Lu Yang muttered to himself, his eyes full of desire, as if a road to heaven was right in front of him. Realizing that he was at the bottom of the starry sky cultivation path, he became even more excited. His constant worry was that he had reached the end and could no longer move forward. Now that I know there is a road to success right in front of me, how can I not be happy? Shi Huang couldn't wait to say, after returning to the Sea of Clouds, "You must immediately open the Stargate." I want to go and see what the world on the other side looks like. Following Sun Miao's questioning, Emo chose to tell the truth about everything except Xiao He. He did not say anything about the Mara tribe's insect eggs. Firstly, with Lu Yang and Shi Huang's strength, even if they were told that they stayed, it would be useless and would only make them worry. Secondly, Shi Huang had already eaten the eggs of the demon clan. Telling her the truth would not change anything, but might make her feel uneasy. Yunhai City. The allure of the Stargate was more exaggerated than Yi Mo had expected. After receiving the news, not only Zhong Yan, but also a group of 7th grade and 8th grade masters rushed over immediately, including Wang Xingchuan and Wei Chenchuan, people Yi Mo knew. These people all planned to enter the Stargate. Nowadays, most of the foreign martial saints are dead or injured. China has you, so there is no need for the three of us to leave one behind. Zhong Yan spoke excitedly. Sun Miao frowned. He couldn't say anything about the three martial saints heading into the depths of the starry sky to risk their lives in search of opportunities, but it was absolutely impossible to let a bunch of 7th grade and 8th grade transcendents follow them. For example, people like Wei Chengchuan, who already holds an important position, once they leave, where will there be so many suitable people to replace them? What's more, next, the number 8 extraordinary potion will be gradually launched, and there will be countless quasi-warriors who need to be guided, which requires a large number of manpower. There is no way we can let all these guys leave at once. Finally, Sun Miao made the decision that the three martial saints would serve as pioneers and go to the other end of the Stargate to check out the situation. After that, if they came back safely, the others would consider whether to go or not. If even they can't come back, then these 7th grade and 8th grade extraordinary people will simply die if they follow them. Shi Huang suddenly walked up to Emo and took off the jade pendant from her neck. The shape of the jade pendant is 2 carps connected head to tail, which is somewhat similar to the Tai Chi diagram. Shi Huang split it into 2, separating them into 2 yin and yang fish. He kept half for himself and gave the remaining half to Emo. Master, what are you doing? Emo didn't quite understand what this meant. Chapter 123 Taoist Priest Gi appears. This jade pendant was left to me by an elder before he passed away. To me, it's like a talisman. I'm giving you half of it. I hope it can protect you as it has protected me over the years. Shi Huang had a gentle expression on her charming and seductive face, and she looked serious for once. She put the yin-yang fish pendant on Emo. She knew that Emo must be hiding many things in his heart. For example, he asked those foreigners to search for unknown creatures deep in the seabed. There must be some secret behind it. Emo had undoubtedly obtained an amazing opportunity, and this kind of opportunity was often accompanied by great danger. By then, if Emo really encountered any trouble, she would not be on Earth and would not be able to help even if she wanted to. She left half of the amulet to Emo, hoping that no matter what trouble he encountered, he could be out of danger. My apprentice is so handsome. Shi Huang's signature charming smile appeared on her face again, and she gently hit Emo's chest. What are you doing? Hurry up and open the Stargate. Your master can't wait any longer. When I return, my strength will definitely be much stronger than yours. Then, I will teach you well. Emo walked to the front of the gray fog and stretched out his right hand. Xiao He, help me open the Stargate. A rich darkness appeared on Emo's skin. Gray air currents flew out, and in a moment, a 1,000-foot-tall stone gate, filled with an ancient and heavy atmosphere, appeared in people's sight, as if it came from the other side of the starry sky. Even though everyone was prepared, they were still very excited to watch. The 3 powerful martial saints of China took off into the air and flew into the Stargate in the blink of an eye. With a ripple in space, their figures disappeared. The moonlight is like water, and everything is silent. Suddenly, a loud noise was heard in the jungle, and a black shadow about 10 meters long came running from far away. This is a strange beast that looks somewhat like a lizard, but is covered with scales. Behind it, there were more than a dozen warriors chasing after it. However, as the strange beast went crazy, it burst out at an astonishing speed, and the warriors behind it could not catch up for a while. Boom! A long spear, like red thunder, fell from the sky. The strange beast let out a frightened and angry roar, rolled over, and narrowly avoided the shot. The thick ground was like foam in front of the spear. Just as the spear was about to penetrate the ground, a figure came and grabbed the spear, and stabbed at the monster again. The strange beast roared again and swung its huge tail fiercely. Accompanied by a loud noise, the strange beast let out a shrill scream, and blood was dripping from its tail. Before the strange beast could recover, a huge force hit its head with a deafening sound. Even if it was replaced with granite, it would be shattered in an instant. The strange beast just rolled its eyes and passed out. The dozen or so people behind finally caught up, and when they saw the young man holding the spear, their eyes were full of admiration and yearning. Team leader. Some of these people were even twice as old as Yemo, but that didn't stop them from speaking with genuine respect. Captain. You're amazing. This beast's strength is probably close to the 8th rank. Even if Director Wei from the administration arrives, the best he can do is kill it. There's no way he can capture it alive. Not only is it impossible to capture him alive, it's also impossible to do so easily. The two young girls spoke, not hiding their admiration in their words. 5 days have passed since Shi Huang and the others left. During this period, if any powerful monster appears, Yemo will be notified immediately. As long as he has the accurate location information, Yemo is fully capable of handling it alone. However, if he has to handle all other matters by himself, it will be a bit troublesome. So, more than a dozen people were assigned to him to handle the aftermath. For example, he would go to the destination as soon as possible and keep an eye on the strange beast, or after Yemo knocked the strange beast down, he would be responsible for transporting it back. Originally, Zhou Yushan planned to arrange warriors from the Research Institute, but when the Management Bureau found out about this, they all rushed to come. In the end, the Research Institute and the Management Bureau each sent a few people to work for Yemo. Yemo didn't think it was a big deal at first, but the fanatical looks of these people really made him feel a little uncomfortable. The World Conference has ended, but its aftermath has not subsided. If we were to say what has attracted the most attention in recent times, it would undoubtedly be the number 8 extraordinary potion, and the person who has attracted the most attention would definitely be Yemo. Nowadays, there are countless crazy fans waiting for him to appear every day. Fortunately, those people cannot enter the Research Institute community, otherwise they would fill up the entire community. His college roommate Gui Yuhao even called and said that he too was being treated like a big star. Every day, countless media outlets came to interview him, eager to find out exactly how many hairs Yemo had. If someone else encountered this situation, they might be very happy. Yemo just felt it was troublesome. As time went on, his mood became worse and worse. At the beginning, he gave William Johnson and others a deadline of 1 week to get useful information for him. But now 5 days have passed and there is still no news from those guys. All available energy in the country has been used, but there is still no trace of Su Qingyue. A living person seemed to have evaporated into thin air. Captain, are you free tomorrow? If so, can I invite you to see a movie? In my private theater. An obviously well-dressed female warrior from the administration, who looked about the same age as Yemo, spoke expectantly. No time. Yemo refused bluntly and turned away. When his figure disappeared, a female warrior from the Research Institute taunted him, "You? If you want to steal Director Su's girl, you have to be at least half as pretty as Director Su, right?" The other people also showed a playful look on their faces. During this period, many forces, including those former ancient martial arts families, tried every possible means to get close to Yemo, and of course there were many women who came to them on their own. However, without exception, they were all rejected. So what if she's beautiful? At least I'm younger than her. Besides, I haven't been able to find her for so long, maybe she's already. Brush. A cold light flashed. A small knife appeared beside the woman like a swimming fish. A wound appeared on her face and blood gushed out. Don't show up in front of me again, otherwise, I'll slit your throat next time. Yi Mosen's cold voice came from a distance. The woman collapsed to the ground, and the others kept their mouths shut, sweating profusely. Yemo reached out and grabbed the dragon tooth knife that flew back to him, his face undoubtedly gloomy. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared not far ahead, and Yemo almost doubted whether he had seen it wrong. Return to the Taoist priest. The old Taoist priest appeared a few dozen meters in front of him. When Yemo saw him, he even smiled at him, then turned around and ran away. Stop. Yemo was surprised and delighted, and he ran at the fastest speed to catch up. Chapter 124, at least Comet Level 2. Be careful. His strength is unclear at this point, but it's likely he's far superior to you. Xiao Hei's reminder was like a bucket of cold water poured on Yemo's head, calming him down. Even so, Yemo still did not slow down. After chasing each other, they came to a deserted valley. Taoist Gi stopped and turned to look at Yemo. Where did you take my wife? Yemo clenched the Yen Kuei spear in his hand. Taoist Yi smiled, twisted his right wrist, and swung his palm towards the mountain thousands of meters high not far away. A strong wind blew, and a powerful and hot energy appeared between heaven and earth. Mountains thousands of meters high were shattered in an instant and disappeared without a trace. At least Comet Class 2. Xiao Hei's voice rang out in Yimo's mind, sounding more serious than ever before. You don't seem scared? Taoist Yi was a little surprised. Could it be that you think you can take this blow from me? Yimo took a deep breath. Since I dare to catch up, there is nothing to be afraid of. Taoist Master Yi laughed and said, That's right. If you were afraid of death, why would you be willing to risk your life for a 5 million betrothal gift? Yimo frowned, not wanting to talk to him about anything else. Where is that person? It's useless to tell you. Do you think you can take the person away from me? Taoist Yi studied Yimo's face. I have a question for you. You asked those foreigners to help you search for unknown creatures in the deep sea. Could it be that they knew about the existence of the Morowa tribe? The Maluo tribe? Yimo looked confused. You don't need to understand too much, just know that it's an existence you can't deal with. It's currently undergoing a transformation. Once it succeeds, not only you, but even I will be vulnerable in front of it. Even the earth will be completely destroyed. But as long as you can get Su Qingyue to cooperate, we can resolve this crisis. Taoist Yi explained his purpose. How do we cooperate? We need to use her body. Of course, you can understand it as using her life to save everyone on Earth. Yi sighed, this sounds a bit cruel, but if we can save everyone, sacrificing one person is nothing. Right now, she's unwilling to cooperate, but if you're willing to persuade her. I don't want to. Yimo said coldly. Taoist Yi was stunned for a moment, and before he could speak again, Yimo continued. If the people on Earth need to sacrifice a woman in order to continue living, then they might as well all die now. The sooner they die, the sooner they will be reborn. In Yimo's opinion, this was not a multiple-choice question at all. The existence of the Mara tribe will indeed bring about a huge crisis. But he had a hunch that there would be many similar crises, or even more terrifying ones, in the future. This time they survived the crisis by sacrificing Su Qingyue, so who will be sacrificed next time? The people on Earth do not have the ability to resolve the crisis themselves, and will inevitably end up in destruction. Also, what Master Yi just said was we. Yimo didn't know what they wanted to do with Su Qingyue's body. Who could say that Taoist Yi and the people behind him were not the crisis that the Earth would face? You don't believe me, and you don't believe everything I say. Taoist priest Yi realized the key point. Yimo said with a mocking expression, Why should I believe you? Since the Morowa tribe you mentioned is so powerful, why don't you tell me where you are so I can go take a look? Okay. Then I'll tell you. Taoist Yi was very straightforward. He gave Yimo a longitude and latitude coordinate and asked him to go and check it out himself. He said he would come to see Yimo again and asked Yimo to think carefully during this time whether he really wanted to sacrifice everyone on the earth for a woman. If you don't think about yourself, you should think about your loved ones. Taoist Yi turned around to leave when he heard Yimo's cold voice from behind. If you hurt her, I will make you pay with blood, even if I am torn to pieces in the future. Hey! Taoist Yi smiled and did not take Yimo's threats seriously at all. Boy, you may be the strongest person on earth in the eyes of others, but in my eyes, you are not even qualified to threaten me. Not to mention the starry sky outside the earth, even this planet hides many secrets. And you know nothing about them. Do you think I don't know that you deliberately asked me for the specific location of the Mara tribe, wanting to go and take a look? Can you solve it by yourself? But to tell you the truth, with your current abilities, you can't even see the Mora undergoing transformation. How can you resolve the crisis? Before the sound faded away, his figure flashed and disappeared in front of Yimo. Before, the reason why Yimo was able to follow him closely was simply because he deliberately slowed down to allow Yimo to catch up. Xiao Hei, can you guess what he meant by that? What exactly do they want to do to my wife? Yimo thought back to what the other party had just said. Seize the body. Xiao Hei answered very confidently, but then there was a hint of doubt in his voice, but it also feels a bit strange. Why did you choose her as the target of possession? Choosing a target of possession requires either strong strength or meeting some special conditions. Yimo took another deep breath and suppressed the irritability in his heart. After Su Qingyue disappeared, she did not appear for a long time. Although I had expected danger, I couldn't help but hope that she would suddenly return safely. Now, that little bit of expectation has been completely dashed. Wait for me. Wait for me for a while. I will definitely rescue you safely. Yi Mo muttered to himself. He knew very well that Su Qingyue looked cold and a bit like a robot, but in fact, she was a delicate and silly woman at heart. Perhaps, at this time, Su Qingyue would appear strong and fearless in front of others, but deep down she was definitely filled with anxiety. Pacific Ocean. A black shadow, like a torpedo, rushed towards the depths of the seabed, and all the sea creatures it collided with along the way were directly exploded into bloody mist. According to the location provided by Taoist Yi, Mo dived more than 7,000 meters, but still did not reach the bottom. What appeared before his eyes was a huge underwater canyon. We dived more than 1,000 meters along the canyon and finally reached the bottom. Yi Mo stopped, and a strong light came out from the chest of the armor, illuminating everything around him. Although this armor isn't used on a daily basis, it's very useful at times like this. It allows for underwater breathing, buffers water pressure, and acts as a light source. Yi Mo looked around, but didn't see anything similar to the Miraculous. Let's see if you can make some noise. Xiao He suddenly said. Make some noise? Yi Mo was confused at first, but then he understood. He took out his spear and swung it like a mad sea beast, destroying everything around him. Boom! When the spear landed somewhere in the front left, it suddenly received a huge force and bounced back. Chapter 125 Undersea City. Yi Mo stared at the demonic tribe insect eggs in his hand with a serious expression. Xiao He, if I eat this, can I break the third genetic lock and enter the third stage of the embryonic level? Of course you can. Xiao He did not emphasize to Yi Mo what the consequences would be if he ate this thing. There is no need to emphasize again what has been said before. Since Yi Mo asked this, it means that he is ready to accept the worst outcome. This kid has been acting very calm since he met the old Taoist priest, but now it seems that he has been furious in his heart. Although I don't quite understand this kind of human emotion. But for human men, it is obviously impossible to feel truly at peace when a woman is taken away and they are helpless against it. If a demon fails to transform, they will live a second life using insect eggs. However, if they are killed during the transformation process, they will truly die. There is no resurrection. So, if you can kill that creature when it transforms, then you can eat the eggs and it won't be a problem at all. But I'm really worried now. What are you worried about? I'm worried about the Mara tribe. It's not their first metamorphosis, but their second. When the Mara tribe metamorphoses, they'll be wrapped in a giant cocoon. The second cocoon of metamorphosis is far more difficult to destroy than the first. Even if you become a third-level embryo, you still can't destroy it. You are completely powerless. When Yi Mo heard this, he laughed. As long as there was still a glimmer of hope for a perfect ending, it was worth a try. He swallowed the fist-sized eggs in just a few bites. Just as Shi Huang said, this thing tastes really good. It doesn't taste like fruit, but like some kind of meat with a unique aroma. It is more delicious than any meat Yi Mo has eaten so far. A warm current surged in Yi Mo's stomach and flowed to his limbs at an astonishing speed. Yi Mo's skin turned red all over, like a cooked shrimp. He sat down cross-legged, and with the help of Xiao He, he quickly transformed and absorbed this power. Not long after, there was a loud bang in my head, and waves of severe pain came from my bones all over my body. This pain was far from comparable to the previous 2 times when I broke the genetic lock. Breaking the third genetic lock will strengthen the bones and marrow, and is known as iron bones. Yi Mo thought of what Shi Huang said and felt excited. He felt that this little pain was nothing. As time slowly passed, he could sense that huge changes were taking place in his body. At the beginning, after he broke the second genetic lock, he only needed to exchange for 200 bottles of number 1 extraordinary potion, which would be enough to raise his physical index to the bottleneck. But he exchanged for 800 bottles. Inject all into the body. The excess energy is stored in Xiao He. At this moment, as Yi Mo broke the third genetic lock, Xiao He transferred all the energies to Yi Mo. Time passed slowly, and after half a day, Yi Mo finally opened his eyes and stood up. He stretched out his right hand and clenched it hard. Boom! The noise is terrifying. The water in Yi Mo's palm exploded horribly, and violent airwaves rushed in all directions. Now I have truly entered the ranks of the 9th rank martial saint. Yi Mo smiled. A 9th grade warrior is only at the 3rd level of the embryonic stage. How can he be called a saint? Xiao He couldn't help but complain. She felt that it was a bit shameless for a third-level embryo to call himself a martial saint. A casual blow of yours can't even destroy a planet, yet you have the nerve to call yourself a saint? Yemo ignored her complaints, holding the spear, took 2 steps back, and then rushed forward like a ferocious beast out of a cage. Boom! The spear pierced the barrier that was invisible to the naked eye. Crack, crack, bang. Cracks appeared out of nowhere and then shattered. A gap with a diameter of about 40 to 50 centimeters appeared in front of Yemo. A milky white light poured out from inside. Through the gap, Yemo vaguely saw that there was an isolated medieval-style city inside. What's even more peculiar is that although there is seawater everywhere around, the seawater does not flow in through the gap. It seems that in addition to the barrier, there is an invisible force that isolates the seawater outside. Yemo's face was full of amazement. He thought that after breaking the barrier, he would be able to see the giant cocoon of the Morua tribe, but unexpectedly, an underwater city appeared before his eyes. He remembered what Taoist priest Giyi had said not long ago. Even this planet hides many secrets. And you know nothing about them. Is this the secret that guy mentioned? Yemo jumped in from the gap, and then fell from the sky. After a while, he landed in the northwest corner of the ancient city. He put away his armor and looked around carefully. If a person appeared here out of nowhere, he would never imagine that this place is deep under the sea. 4 men and women flew over from a distance. Judging from their ability to fly and their speed, Yemo immediately judged that these 4 were at least 7th grade extraordinary warriors. Not only are there living people here, but as soon as he arrived, for 7th grade transcendence appeared before him. In the outside world, this is basically impossible. A 7th grade extraordinary warrior is already capable of ruling a big city outside. Yemo looked at the appearance of these people carefully. There were 2 men and 2 women, all of them were white people with outstanding looks, blonde hair, and blue eyes. The only thing that seemed a little strange was that they had fish scale-like patterns on their foreheads. It's not a tattoo, it seems to be a mark that is born with you. Also, they are all extremely tall. Both men were over 2 meters tall, and both women were close to 1.9 meters tall. The man who was the leader of the 4 had a furious look on his face. He pointed the trident in his hand at Yemo and shouted loudly. The language was about 50% similar to English, with a thick accent. Yemo could barely understand it. In fact, even if he didn't understand it, he could still guess that the other party was just questioning who he was and where he came from. I have no ill intentions, I just want to come here to find someone. Yemo replied in English, but he felt something was wrong. The Maro tribe was not a human race, but an insect race. Should he say, I am here to find a bug? Seeing Yemo's kind expression, the 2 women among the 4 people looked relieved. The leading man looked even more ferocious. He suddenly put the trident in his hand against Yemo's throat and shouted. Short. Intruder. Kneel down. Tell us clearly your origins and how you got here. Yemo's expression darkened. He snatched the trident from the man's hand and smashed it on the man's head. Bang! The man's head was bleeding and he fell to the ground with a scream. The other 3 were filled with shock and anger. They took a few steps back and pointed their weapons at Yemo. Everyone was a little confused. How could this short man, who had a fawning look on his face just now, suddenly become so cruel? Chapter 126 Giant Cocoon. The Power of God. Yemo's code of conduct is very simple. If you are polite to me, I will be polite to you. If you are not polite to me, I will beat you up. I'll beat you until you either behave politely or die. The 2 women and 1 man who retreated put 2 fingers of their right hand into their mouths and whistled sharply, apparently asking for support from other people in the city. The tall man staggered to his feet, staring at Yemo with gritted teeth, as if he wanted to skin him alive. Yemo handed the trident in his hand to the other party. The tall man was stunned for a moment, then subconsciously reached out to take it, somewhat confused as to what the other party meant. Do you want to admit defeat and beg me to forgive him? Snort. Don't even think about it. You dared to attack me? I will never forgive you. The next second, Yemo snatched the trident away again and smashed it on his head. Bang! The tall man fell to the ground with his head bleeding again. Are you still not convinced? Then I will beat you until you admit defeat. Yemo said calmly. The other 3 were stunned. The tall man was shocked and angry. He stood up and saw Yemo handing over the trident again. He was like a mouse seeing a cat and took a few steps back in fear. More than 20 tall figures flew in from all directions and surrounded Yemo. Yemo's expression became somewhat solemn. Among these guys who came, the weakest ones were all 7th grade transcendents. What kind of place is this? Why are there so many extraordinary and powerful people? Xiao Hei's excited voice sounded in his mind. This place is really not simple. Really? The probability of the demon race's successful transformation depends on its own accumulation on the one hand, and on the other hand, it is also affected by the environment in which it lives. Therefore, the places chosen by the Mora as places of transformation are often not simple. I originally thought that such a place would not exist on Earth, but now it seems that this may be it. No, not maybe, but definitely. There must be something good here, otherwise, there is no way to explain the strength of these guys. Yemo was filled with anticipation, as he recalled the so-called treasure lands in some novels. If this place is a treasure land, then perhaps we can get some unexpected good things. I thought they would still question my origins, but I heard the old man with the hooked nose in the lead say in a deep voice. Intruder. What is your relationship with that monster? Are you its accomplice? Monster? Yemo immediately thought of the Morowa tribe and asked, what does the monster you're talking about look like? Has it already transformed into a giant cocoon? The hook-nosed old man's expression changed, and he shouted, you are indeed an accomplice of that monster. The 20 or so people who surrounded Yemo pointed their weapons at his head. As soon as the old man with the hooked nose gave the order, they rushed forward. Yemo said, I did come here for that monster, but I'm not its accomplice. I want to kill it. Judging from your expression, you obviously want to kill it too. But it looks like you didn't succeed, otherwise you would look so angry. The old man with the hooked nose looked suspicious. How can I believe that what you said is true? Yemo said, it's very simple. Take me to the monster's cocoon and I'll destroy it. Doesn't that prove what I said is true? The old man asked in surprise, can you destroy its cocoon? Yemo thought to himself, it was just as he guessed, these people had tried it before, but ultimately failed, so they had that expression of extreme hatred yet helplessness just now. How do you know if you don't try? The old man was silent for a few seconds, nodded, and walked ahead to lead the way. Yemo followed the old man, pretending that those guys with wary eyes behind him didn't exist. He looked at the surrounding buildings with great interest. How was this place created? Yemo asked curiously. The old man seemed to be deaf and ignored him, obviously not wanting to answer. Yemo glanced at the strange lines on the other person's forehead and changed the question, you are not human at all, but monsters that look somewhat similar to humans? The old man was furious. Does this kid know how to speak? What does he mean by he is not a human being at all? Everyone following him glared at Yemo. Yemo spread his hands, looking innocent. Don't blame me, my reasoning is very logical. Your appearance is indeed different from that of humans. Besides, it's not surprising for a few extraordinary strong people to appear among the human race, but how could a group of people suddenly appear and be so powerful? He wasn't talking nonsense. In addition to the lines on their foreheads, these people's height is also wrong. Even the Dutch, who are known as the tallest people in the world, would immediately become dwarfs when standing in front of these people. Someone on the side said proudly, we are descendants of gods, with noble blood. Of course, we are not comparable to those ordinary people outside. The others also had smug looks on their faces. Noble blood. These 4 words obviously make them proud. You idiots, didn't you hear that he was deliberately trying to trick us into speaking? The old man scolded Yemo with a dark face, then said, you will be living here for a long time in the future, but you'd better not ask about our affairs. This time, it was Yemo's turn to be confused. Who said I have to live here for a long time? The old man sneered, first of all, I don't think you can break open that giant cocoon. Also, since you already know of our existence, how could we possibly let you leave? Yemo now understood what the other party meant. I was afraid that after I got out, I would tell other people about the existence of this place. Even if I promised myself that I would never tell them, they would not believe me. The question is, why are these guys so confident that they can definitely keep me here? Not long after, they walked into an ancient palace and followed the passage deep underground. At the bottom of the passage is an extremely large cave. With the naked eye, you can see blue crystals everywhere, either on the ground or embedded in the walls, emitting a faint light. Spirit Source Crystal Vein. There's actually something this good. No wonder these guys are so much stronger than the humans on land. Xiao Hei's voice of sudden enlightenment rang in Yemo's mind. Spirit source crystal? Yi-Mo was a little curious. I'll tell you what this thing is for later. Look up first. Yi-Mo raised his head and his pupils shrank instantly. Above their heads, there was a huge cocoon with a diameter of more than 10 meters, sticking to the top of the rock wall. If you listen carefully, you could even hear a very faint heartbeat coming from inside. There is no doubt that the ones in there are the Mora tribe who are undergoing transformation. Yi-Mo stomped his foot and rushed towards the giant cocoon at an astonishing speed. Holding the Yenkui spear, he thrust it out fiercely. The spear was like thunder, piercing the giant cocoon. Boom! Seeing this scene, the old man looked at Yi-Mo with a much gentler look. He had already confirmed that this guy was indeed not in the same group as the monster. Yi-Mo stabbed the giant cocoon with his spear and immediately showed joy. He felt that the giant cocoon was as soft as cotton and could not block his spear at all. But then, he felt a huge force coming through the Yenkui spear, which directly knocked him away. Boom! Yi-Mo crashed into the rock wall behind him, which was inlaid with spirit source crystal. The rock wall caved in, and Yi-Mo felt as if his whole body was about to fall apart. Blood rushed to his throat, and he forced himself to swallow it. As he broke the third genetic lock, his physical strength was now much stronger than when he killed the martial saints one after another on Polyroni Island. The result was still vomiting blood. If a warrior below the 9th rank were to endure this terrifying recoil force, he would definitely die instantly. Yi-Mo had an even weirder feeling. The force that bounced back was exactly the same force that he had just thrust out with his spear. This force did not destroy the giant cocoon, but instead reacted on him, causing him to vomit blood. Yi-Mo was about to try again when Xiaohei said, "Don't continue, you can't break it. It's bad luck, and things are going in the worst direction. This demon tribe is undergoing its second transformation. If the transformation is successful, it will enter the star level. Deep underground, there are veins of spirit source crystal. By absorbing the energy of the spirit source crystal and undergoing transformation, the probability of success will be further increased. Do you know what the safest approach is now? How? Use the Stargate to leave this planet, the farther away the better. If you can't leave others behind, you can also transfer all Earthlings through the Stargate into the depths of space. Although I don't know where the Stargate on Earth connects to, I can be sure that even if you transfer billions of people there, most of them will still die quickly. Transferring ordinary people on Earth to the depths of the starry sky is like placing a child of a few years old into an ancient forest full of wild beasts. The probability of survival is infinitely close to zero. Yi-Mo had no expression on his face. He understood what Xiaohei meant. The best option right now is to use the Stargate to travel to the depths of the universe by yourself. Don't bring anyone with you, as bringing anyone with you will only hinder you. Furthermore, he had already eaten a demon egg. After the transformation of the demon clan in front of him is completed, they will come looking for him. Xiaohei has already told him what will happen if he is found. But if we use the Stargate to go to the depths of the universe, it will not be easy for even the stellar-level Moro tribe to find him. A stray dog. These 4 words suddenly appeared in Yi-Mo's mind. Escaping from the Earth before the transformation of the Mara clan is completed is equivalent to handing over everything on Earth to the other party, and not even having the courage to face the Mara clan. To put it bluntly, isn't it just a stray dog? Spirit Source Crystal can speed up its transformation. It's obviously a good thing. Can it help me break through my realm quickly? Yi-Mo looked at the crystals below. According to Xiaohei, what he saw was just the tip of the iceberg. There was also a huge Spirit Source Crystal vein hidden deep underground. Spirit Source Crystal is equivalent to an enhanced version of the number 1 extraordinary potion. Its greatest advantage is that the energy it contains is more refined and absorbed faster. But with me around, this thing is actually dispensable. Will destroying the underground mineral veins reduce the probability of its successful transformation? If it had been destroyed at the beginning, it might have had some effect, but now it's too late. It's useless. Yi-Mo frowned and thought hard, trying to come up with a solution. It's a pity that wisdom can only turn low-probability events into high-probability ones, but it cannot turn impossible things into possible ones. No matter how hard he racked his brains, he couldn't come up with any good solution. Xiaohei didn't say anything else. What she actually wanted to say was that the safest way was to sacrifice Su Qingyue. The old Taoist priest might really have a way to deal with the Mara tribe. But she didn't say anything in the end. The old man with the hooked nose saw Emo being humiliated and wanted to mock him, but when he saw Emo frowning, he felt like he was seeing himself not long ago. Instead of mocking him, he said, "What deep hatred exists between you and this monster? Don't worry. Once our queen successfully obtains the power of the gods, she will definitely be able to open the cocoon and kill the monster inside." The power of God? Emo looked suspicious. When he heard the other party say that they were descendants of gods, he didn't take it seriously at all. It was just like the ancient emperors who called themselves Son of Heaven. It was purely a flattery. But what does the other party mean by this? It is impossible that there really are gods in the world and these guys are really the so-called descendants of gods? At this time, the queen should be crowned. Come on, from now on, you will live here and be considered a member of this place. You should go and take a look. The old man took the lead and returned the way he came. The others hurried along, their expressions excited, and they were obviously anxious to see the queen being crowned with the crown and gain the power of the gods. The big man who had been beaten by Emo until his head was bleeding looked at Emo and gloated. "As for you, a short guy, if you stay here, there's no way any woman will be interested in you." As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed that several women were obviously interested in Emo. One of them even laughed and said, "I don't know if other people are interested, but I think he's pretty good. He's petite and pretty, and much stronger than you, Orf." The big man suddenly became furious and glared at the woman fiercely, but the woman was not afraid at all and didn't even pay attention to him. Emo was speechless. After all, he was 1.8 meters tall. If a woman dared to say that he was petite outside, he would definitely retort with a "You silly girl, stop it." But here, every woman is taller than him, so it seems that it is not wrong to say that he is petite. He ignored the women who were already flirting with him and quickly followed the old man in front of him. He was very interested in the queen and the so-called god. Xiao Hei's tone was a little excited. "Bullshit. There are no gods in the world, they are just powerful practitioners. However, now it seems that there may actually be a solution. Didn't the old Taoist priest say before that there are many secrets on Earth? Perhaps among these secrets, there is an existence that can kill the Mara tribe. P.S. 2 chapters in 1. Please give me good reviews and free gifts. The data is very poor, but I still want to continue reading and don't want to give up. Thank you everyone." Chapter 127 Domain Treasures. The tall stone pillars stand like giants, supporting the stone walls carved with strange starry sky patterns. There were hundreds of figures, men, women, young and old, all with the same thing in mind. They were all looking expectantly at the woman on the platform. Unlike the others, this woman had long, wavy blue hair and golden eyes. The simple white robe she wore could not hide her gorgeous appearance at all. The men, women, young and old in the underwater city are all too good looking, but this woman is undoubtedly the most beautiful of all the women here. On the stone table in front of her was a golden crown inlaid with 7 gems. The deep blue gem in the front was emitting bursts of brilliance. Emo followed the old man to a nearby place. The first thing he saw was a woman with her hands clasped in front of her chest, praying to the crown. His gaze then fell on the crown. Emo's arrival attracted a lot of attention. Several elders who were obviously of high seniority came over and looked at Emo with unfriendly eyes. It was obvious that they did not welcome an outsider like him. After negotiating with the hook-nosed old man for a few words, they returned to their original seats and did not drive Emo away. "Boy, you should pray for the queen. From now on, you will be considered half of the queen's people when you live here. If the queen can obtain the power of the gods, she will definitely be able to deal with that damn monster." The old man with the hooked nose was a little dissatisfied when he saw Emo looking back and forth between the queen and the crown. He did not see any awe on the boy's face. "Wearing the crown will grant you the power of God?" Emo looked curious and simply ignored some of the words in the other person's words. "Of course." The old man with the hooked nose looked confident. "What is the specific origin of this crown?" Emo asked. The old man with the hooked nose ignored him this time. He just felt that this kid didn't quite understand the situation. Not only did he have no respect for the queen, he didn't even have any reverence for the gods. A domain-type treasure. It really is a domain-type treasure. Xiao Hei's voice was full of surprise. She had never thought that such a thing existed on Earth. "Xiao Hei, do you know this thing?" Emo immediately asked in his mind. Treasures in the universe are divided into ordinary treasures and supreme treasures. Ordinary treasures are divided into 3 levels: low level, mid level, and high level. The Yen Kuei spear and Fengyi battle armor you carry can barely be considered low level treasures. Supreme treasures are categorized as stellar, cosmic, and divine, and are not comparable to ordinary treasures. Domain class treasures are extremely rare. I just speculated that if there were such a place deep in the ocean, perhaps there would be domain class treasures. Unexpectedly, I guessed it right. Domain type treasures are at least star level treasures, and are more precious than treasures of the same level. I just don't know, besides being able to carve out a living space on the seabed, what other abilities does this crown have? Xiao Hei's voice was very excited. Get this thing. In the universe, a domain class star level treasure is enough to attract star level powerhouses to fight for it with their lives. If it were in the outside world, this thing would definitely not be yours. At the same time, the queen, who was almost as tall as GMO, with a hot curve but not the slightest sense of bulkiness, stopped praying and put the crown on her head under the expectant gazes of countless people. Buzz. The 7 gems on the crown simultaneously emitted dazzling light. The queen's expression became painful and her brows were furrowed. Everyone knelt on the ground, clasped their hands in front of them, and prayed in an ancient language that GMO could not understand at all. It was unclear whether they were sending blessings to the queen or praying to the gods to bestow his power on the queen. Unfortunately, the prayers were apparently of no use, and blood began to gush out of the queen's 7 orifices. The pain was unimaginable, as if several knives appeared in her brain at the same time, stirring wildly. Bella gritted her teeth and tried her best to cheer herself up. I am the only remaining royal bloodline, and I must lead my people to overcome all difficulties. He must obtain the power of God, kill the sleeping monster, protect his people, and the crystal given by God. I once swore to protect my Zimming. The royal family of Poseidon, when they say something, they must do it. Must do it. But it hurts. It really hurts. My head is about to break. No. I must hold on, I must respond to Zimming's expectations, I must. The horrible pain made the passage of time become extremely slow. Bella felt that the pain did not ease at all, but continued to intensify. Waves of dizziness appeared in her mind, and she began to despair. Suddenly, the horrible pain receded like a tide. Bella Poseidon was ecstatic. She was recognized by her ancestors and successfully crowned the crown? She opened her eyes and was immediately stunned to see a man almost as tall as herself standing in front of her. He actually took off the crown on his head. The people who were praying below were stunned and petrified when they saw the scene on the stage. The old man with the hooked nose was sweating profusely. He felt that he should not have brought this kid here at all. He was in big trouble now. Before these people could start to attack, Emo cursed at Queen Bella. You woman, are you only growing in stature, but not in brains? You're almost dying, yet you're still gritting your teeth and persevering. Do you really think that anything in this world can be successful just by persevering? Are you crazy? Not only did Bella bleed profusely from all her orifices, but cracks also appeared on her skin, like porcelain about to break. If she continues to grit her teeth and persevere, the final result will definitely not be a successful coronation, but a successful reincarnation. The scars were very subtle, and Emo could see them clearly with his extraordinary eyesight, but the people below obviously couldn't see them. In their eyes, it was the critical moment when Emo suddenly rushed forward to cause trouble. Damn the intruder! He disrupted our sacred ceremony. This is disrespectful to the gods. The gods will unleash their wrath, and we will be implicated as well. Kill him. Sacrifice his life to the gods. Only in this way can the gods' wrath be appeased. People's faces were filled with anger, and many of them had already rushed towards Emo. Everyone stop. Bella said with a cold face, looking at Emo, who can tell me who this person is and why he is here? The old man with the hooked nose hurried forward and explained in detail what had happened after Emo arrived. Many people laughed when they heard that Emo was so confident in dealing with the giant cocoon, but ended up being completely helpless against it. Especially when they found that many women were looking at Yemo's appearance with great interest, those men were even more contemptuous and annoyed with him. Yemo ignored the ridicule of these people and suddenly put the crown on his head. Bella was furious and grabbed his hand. What are you going to do? Chapter 128 The Shameful Queen. Yemo rushed onto the stage and took off the crown from Bella's head, which was considered a taboo, but Bella knew that the other party had indeed saved her life and did not intend to pursue the matter. But this guy now wants to put the crown on his head. This is like in ancient China, someone stole the emperor's crown and wanted to wear it on his own head. Which emperor could stand it? It's a naked provocation. Yemo found that he couldn't break free from the other person's hand. This woman's strength was definitely more exaggerated than that of his master. If you wear the crown and get the recognition of the gods, you can get the power of the gods, right? Yemo said seriously with a serious expression. Bella nodded, wanting to see what this guy was planning. What happened just now has proved that you cannot get the recognition of the gods. You cannot get the power of the gods, right? Yemo continued. No. It's just that I can't get recognition for now, but maybe I can get it in the future. Bella corrected herself immediately, she felt she still had a chance. Do you know when that monster's transformation will be complete? There's no time to wait. Since you can't obtain the power of the gods now, you should let others try. For example, let me try. Yemo didn't believe in gods at all, but he kept talking about the power of gods, which was very natural, and even with a bit of reverence, as if he admired the gods they mentioned very much. Before Bella could respond, the people below were already in an uproar. No. Absolutely not. That's blasphemy against the gods. Let alone wearing the crown, the mere thought of him being so is blasphemous. Only the queen can be crowned. This has always been the rule, and no one can break it. He is challenging the rules established by our ancestors, and this is absolutely unforgivable. Several hot-tempered men couldn't help but take action and rushed directly onto the stage. Bella opened her mouth and wanted to shout to stop him, but in the end she said nothing. If the man in front of her wanted to live here in the future, he must abide by the rules here. It might not be a bad thing to let him suffer a little and be honest. Yemo held the crown in one hand and the Yenkue spear in the other. When the opponents rushed in front of him, he swung his gun instantly. Swish swish. The shadows of gunfire filled the sky like a big net. Those people came quickly and went back even faster, flying backwards and falling into the crowd. I don't want to kill anyone. But if you dare to rush up to me, I won't be polite. Yemo's eyes were full of threats. Bella's mouth opened slightly, she was very surprised. Judging from the strength with which the other party grasped the crown, she judged that the other party's strength was far inferior to hers, but she did not expect that the other party's marksmanship was so powerful. Even if she was in his place, it would be impossible for her to beat back those people in one encounter. Yemo's warning had no effect, but seemed to completely infuriate people. Dozens of figures roared and rushed towards him, fearless and determined to fight him to the death. Yemo felt a little helpless. Was he really forced to kill someone? Stop it. Queen Bella's reputation is so high that no matter how angry people are, as soon as she opens her mouth, everyone stops. Everyone glared at Yemo angrily. Even the woman who had flirted with him before now looked like she wanted to tear him alive. In their eyes, Yemo's words and actions were an insult to their entire ethnic group. Just when Yemo thought that he had to fight with the queen, she suddenly let go of the crown. What do you mean? Yemo was stunned. Bella said in a deep voice, since you want to try, then I'll grant you your wish. But I must remind you, if even I can't succeed, then neither can you. Once you wear the crown, no one will help you take it off. You are destined to sacrifice your life to the gods. People showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. The queen is right. For this guy, wearing the crown is equivalent to sacrificing himself, which saves them the trouble. Thinking of this, some of them even wanted to put the crown on Yemo's head immediately. In their opinion, Yemo's previous behavior must have angered the gods, and this guy must be sacrificed to appease the gods' wrath. Xiaohei, are you sure? Yemo noticed the look of pity on the woman's face. To be on the safe side, he asked Xiaohei again in his mind. It should be fine, Xiaohei replied. What do you mean by should? Is this even a should? Yemo was speechless. You were the one who asked me to try it just now, but it turns out you weren't 100% sure at all. There are no absolutes in this world. Especially with higher level treasures, the greater the risk of recognition. If it's a star level treasure, then there's a 100% chance of it being found. If it's a cosmic level treasure, then there's a 50% to 60% chance of it being found. What if it's God level? You must die. It's impossible, don't worry. Even if we look at the entire universe, there are only dozens of divine treasures, and among them, there are no more than 5 domain-class treasures. It is impossible for such treasures to appear in this starfield. Yemo took a deep breath and put the crown on his head. By the way, after this thing recognizes its owner, does it still need to be worn on the head when used? As a grown man, I always feel a little embarrassed wearing such an exquisite crown on my head. The eyes around him looked at him as if they were looking at a corpse, but he was so careless that he kept complaining about the appearance of this treasure, saying it was a bit too feminine. It was like a small knife suddenly piercing into the brain, and the intense pain made GMO groan. Xiao Hei! I'm here! Don't rush me! A strange force came from the crown on his head, destroying Emo's head crazily and even extending to other parts of his body. However, as soon as this force caused damage, it was immediately repaired by the terrifying recovery ability brought by Xiao Hei. Apart from a muffled groan at the beginning, Emo then looked normal and seemed very relaxed. Not only was he not injured, but even the severe pain was resolved before it even appeared. Although I still feel a little uncomfortable, the degree of discomfort is at most like a low-grade fever and can be easily overcome. He felt relieved, but Bella, who was standing beside him, was stunned. Even in such excruciating pain, he remained unfazed. This is simply godlike endurance, the kind only the heroes of ancient legends possess, a spirit of steel. Bella thought about her behavior just now, her face full of shame. Chapter 129. God asked me to guide you. After a while, Bella felt something was wrong. Not only did GMO look relaxed, he wasn't bleeding from all 7 orifices like she had just done. If you didn't know, you would think he was just resting with his eyes closed. No matter how strong your will is, it cannot relieve the injuries of your body. How come he isn't injured at all? His strength is clearly inferior to mine. How could it be? Bella's eyes were blank, she couldn't comprehend the situation at all. The expressions of the people below gradually became terrified. Could it be that this guy could really obtain the power of God? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He is not a descendant of the gods. He does not have the same noble blood as us. There is no way he can be recognized by the gods. I understand. The gods simply don't bother to display their incredible power on him, so nothing will happen when he wears the crown. Yes. He doesn't have our noble bloodline, and he can't even accept God's test. People quickly found a reason to explain the scene before them, and their expressions returned to calm, looking at Emo with contempt. You can rest assured, it is indeed a star-level treasure. After hearing what Xiao Hei said, Emo was indeed relieved, but he was also a little disappointed. Although a star-level treasure is enough to make a stellar-level powerhouse fight for it with his life, he would of course also fantasize that maybe it is a cosmic-level treasure, and then he would successfully recognize it as the master? The moment disappointment appears, it disappears. If he really thought about it, if he were to choose, he would actually choose a star-level treasure. After all, you can't always rely on luck. Only by being a little bit survivable can you go further. Boom! Suddenly, there was a buzzing sound in my head. Emo was shocked, thinking that something unexpected had happened, when suddenly a magnificent and strange scene appeared before his eyes. The endless sea, raging rain and strong winds, thunder and lightning tearing through the sky, and the waves sweeping as if to swallow everything. A huge, ancient and magnificent stone gate stands tall in the sky. Endless strange beasts, like a torrent, rush towards the other side of the stone gate. A burly man wearing golden armor, a crown on his head, and holding a trident, stood on the waves, like the master of the ocean. His every move set off a torrent of water, and he madly killed the strange beasts flying from the sky. It was like an ancient mythological scroll unfolding in front of Emo. He clearly still had his eyes tightly closed, but everything seemed to be right in front of him, yet also seemed to be separated by an insurmountable space and time. Emo was shocked. What's this? Stargate? How could there be so many exotic beasts coming from the other side of the Stargate? The man holding the trident is the god they're talking about? Impossible. Where did this god come from? Is this an illusion? Is it fake? Before Emo could figure out what was going on, the scene before him shattered like glass. At the same time, the crown on his head turned into a dazzling light and disappeared into his brow. Between Nemo's eyebrows, there appeared a crown marked the size of a child's little finger. Seeing this scene, the scene suddenly became silent. Originally, some people had expressions of disdain and ridicule on their faces, but now they seemed as if their throats were being strangled and they couldn't utter a single syllable. They all knew what this scene represented. It means that this man from outside has been recognized by the gods and has obtained the power of the gods. Emo opened his eyes, touched the mark between his eyebrows, glanced at the crowd that seemed to have turned into stone sculptures, and finally his gaze stopped on Bella's face. Before he could say anything, Bella asked in disbelief, "What did you do?" Yimo was of course aware that the ability to make this treasure recognize its master depended not on himself but on Xiao Hei's ability. But he was shameless and spread his hands. As soon as I put the crown on my head, I heard an excited voice saying that a true genius had finally arrived. The voice kept praising me, and I felt a little embarrassed. Before I could figure out what was going on, the crown had already recognized its owner. Bella. The crowd below was completely shocked when they heard this. No. He doesn't have the blood of a god in his body, how can he be recognized? Absolutely not. If outsiders can be recognized by the gods, then what is the point of our persistence over the years? How could this happen? It shouldn't be like this. In the hearts of these people, their noble bloodline is undoubtedly what they are most proud of. Now that Yimo has obtained the power of the gods, they suddenly feel that the bloodline they are so proud of is simply a joke. I understand. We have been abandoned by the gods. An old man suddenly yelled and banged his head fiercely against the stone pillar beside him. But before his head could hit the stone pillar, Bella appeared beside him and grabbed his shoulders. Triss, what are you doing? Are you crazy? Bella's face was cold. The old man's face was filled with tears. My queen, we have been abandoned by the gods. We must have angered the gods without even realizing it. Only by sacrificing our lives can we gain the gods' forgiveness. Yimo's mouth twitched, and he thought to himself that if this old man was outside, he would have to be sent to a mental hospital. This is too crazy. Just now they wanted to sacrifice my life, which could be explained as these guys having evil minds, but now they even want to sacrifice their own lives, which is really a bit crazy. What made him speechless was that when the others heard this, their expressions became resolute, as if what the old man said made a lot of sense. The only ones who can be compared with these guys are probably the death warriors raised by ancient nobles. Death warrior? Yimo's heart moved. No. You are not abandoned by the gods. Yimo shouted seriously, on the contrary, the gods gave me power, not because they abandoned you, but because they chose me to guide you. Those who were determined to die immediately looked at him. God asked you to guide us? Although these people were a little crazy, they were obviously not fools. Their eyes were full of suspicion and they didn't believe it at all. Yimo thought for a moment and briefly described the scene he had just seen, only describing the appearance of the burly man holding the trident in great detail. People's expressions changed drastically, and they suddenly knelt down to Yimo. Not only did they believe Yimo's words, but they also apparently regarded Yimo as the incarnation of God. Very good. From today on, I will guide you well. In return, you need to give your lives to me and do a good job for me. Yimo's expression was serious, as if not doing what he said would be an offense to the majesty of God. He frowned and looked at Queen Bella. Why don't you kneel? Do you have any opinions about the gods? Could it be that the gods are not worth mentioning in your heart? Even if you are a queen, in front of the gods, you are no different from an ordinary person. The old man with the hooked nose, kneeling in the crowd, always felt very strange. It was obvious that not long ago, this person had no reverence for the gods and didn't even believe in the existence of gods. But now, he kept talking about gods as if he was more pious than himself and others. Understood. It must be that the gods displayed great power and conquered him. Chapter 130 Absolute Zero. Ancient Gods. Swish swish. All eyes turned to Bella. In the hearts of these people, the queen is naturally an extremely respected existence, but no matter how respected she is, she cannot be compared with the messenger of God. Several old men tried to persuade Bella to kneel down, saying that being disrespectful to the messenger of God was tantamount to blasphemy. As a Chinese, Yimo was not used to bowing or kneeling to others, nor was he used to others bowing or kneeling to him. He didn't really care whether Bella knelt or not. He cares about other things. He told Xiao Hei what he had seen before and asked if he knew what it was. It should be the fragmented memory within the soul mark. Soul mark? If you want to use the special abilities of a treasure, you need to recognize its owner. The so-called recognition of the owner actually means leaving your own soul mark on the treasure. This domain-type treasure bears the soul imprint of its former owner. Within this soul imprint, there may be fragmented memories. Is this fragmented memory an illusion, or did it really happen? Of course it happened. Xiao Hei answered very affirmatively. Yimo thought to himself, this means that the scene he saw actually happened before? What's the name of this treasure? Xiao Hei knew that since it had successfully recognized its master, relevant information about the treasure would inevitably appear in Yemo's mind. Poseidon's crown. What is the special ability? Yes. Yemo was about to answer when he noticed Bella's wary gaze. Why, you still doubt what I said? I am the queen of the Poseidon clan and must be responsible for the lives of my people. Bella's eyes were full of vigilance. She valued the life of every citizen, but the other party said that everyone should hand over their lives to him. Yemo's expression darkened, and a terrifying chill emanated from between his brows. In an instant, the temperature dropped rapidly. The physical fitness of the people present was not comparable to that of ordinary people outside. However, in a moment, many people were trembling and covered with a layer of frost. This severe cold did not make people feel scared, but instead made them extremely crazy. The power of God. This is the power of God. Lord Poseidon has not abandoned his people. Not only has he not abandoned us, but he has also sent a distinguished messenger to lead us forward. We are willing to sacrifice our lives for the messenger. Many people looked at Bella with anger in their eyes. Even the royal family is not allowed to blaspheme. Bella sighed and knelt in front of Yemo like everyone else. This is the special ability of the sea god's crown. Absolute 0 foot. Yemo said to Xiao Hei in his mind, can it kill the Moruwa people? Let's try. Xiao Hei still couldn't give an accurate answer. Looking at the entire universe, the Mara tribe is extremely rare. What's more, the Mara tribe is undergoing its second transformation, which is even rarer. Xiao Hei even suspected that Yemo was the first person in history who wanted to try to freeze to death the Maluo people who were undergoing their second transformation. If the Mara tribe is not transforming, that would be impossible. After all, the Moro tribe is not stupid. If you use absolute 0 here, won't it escape if it can't withstand it? It goes without saying that the range of influence of absolute 0 is absolutely limited. Unless the opponent cooperates, it is not so easy to freeze him. The key point of the current situation is that the Moruwa tribe, who are undergoing transformation, will really cooperate obediently. Without saying anything, Yemo went to the location of the Moruwa tribe again. Let's go. Let's all follow and take a look. Bella followed first. She still had doubts about what Yemo had just said, but Yemo was obviously going to get rid of the monster, so she was of course very supportive. Glancing at Bella who had caught up, Yemo said, this envoy needs you to tell me the origins of this underwater city. Bella said, didn't the god tell you? The Lord God is very busy and has no time to do such trivial matters. He said that for such trivial matters, just ask you. Yemo said seriously. The people who followed behind were immediately excited. What the god had ordered was an oracle. An old man immediately said, this place is called Lance City. In ancient times, our ancestors lived on an island. When a huge stone gate appeared in the sky and countless monsters flew out, the Lord of the Sea and the other gods. Wait a minute. Yemo was stunned and said, other gods? You mean, in ancient times, there were other gods? Of course. Many people nodded immediately, as if what Yemo said was pure nonsense. Yemo frowned. Go on. Did the sea god and the other gods work together to drive away those monsters? Bella continued, those monsters are naturally no match for Lord Poseidon. But on the other side of the stone gate, there are endless monsters. No matter how hard you try, you can never kill them all. We are the people of the sea god. Seeing our people constantly dying tragically, the sea god sent Lance City to the depths of the sea and left the crown to us, allowing us to live under the sea. He said that once all those monsters were slain, he would bring us back to the sea. So, until now, you are still waiting for the sea god to take you away? Yemo finally understood why these people were so powerful but were willing to stay deep under the sea. It turns out that they were not trapped and unable to leave, but the sea god told them to stay here obediently? Of course. Bella nodded. An old man said excitedly, Sir Messenger, you are here because you are guided by the gods to take us away, right? Yes. That's right. Yemo touched his nose and could only continue to play the role of messenger. There was a storm in his heart. If he had not seen the image in the soul imprint with his own eyes before, he would have suspected that these people were talking nonsense. But if what these people said is true, then the scenes I saw happened on Earth. In ancient times, did sea gods and other gods exist? If there are gods abroad, there must be some in China too. Why have these gods disappeared without a trace for thousands of years? Could it be that not all of those ancient myths that have been passed down are false? Yemo only felt that countless mysteries appeared before his eyes, which he could not understand or see clearly. No need to think so much. The most important thing now is whether we can kill this demon tribe. Once again arriving at the underground cave where the Moro tribe lived, a terrifying cold air emanated from between Yemo's eyebrows, covering the huge cocoon above, and the temperature continued to drop. Everyone's heart was lifted.